Chapter 1: The Strongest Assassin Arrives, Spiritual Awakening. Students, today is the day of your spiritual awakening, a turning point that could change your lives forever. As your principal, I reiterate, no matter the level of your awakened spirituality, strive to contract with a saintess. Witches are not for the ordinary to handle. Once, there was a genius who awakened high-level spirituality. Instead of contracting with an S-rank mystic sound saintess, he insisted on a witch. In the end, he suffered backlash and became a murderous demon. What a tragedy! This is not a path to follow. Dragon Nation. Songnan City, Songnan No. 1 High School. On the vast Awakening Plaza, Principal Lin Boyuan was delivering his pre-awakening speech. His voice boomed clearly, reaching every student present. Spirituality? Contract? What is going on? Wasn't I just on an assassination mission? Where is my dagger? Why is it a fruit knife now? Damn! Where did this apple come from? Yi Ming tossed the apple aside. Scanning his unfamiliar surroundings, his eyes narrowed with vigilance. Suddenly, an electric jolt surged through him. Ugh, my head hurts. The next moment, a flood of information erupted in his mind. Combined with the chatter of the students around him, Yi Ming realized, as a top-tier assassin, he had crossed over to a high-magic version of Blue Star. This world's technology and civilization were similar to his past life. But centuries ago, brutal and powerful beasts descended upon Blue Star. Bloodthirsty and savage, they slaughtered humans en masse, seizing civilizations built by mankind. Fortunately, in this high-magic world, humans were no weaklings. Upon adulthood, everyone could awaken their spirituality. Within the divine sanctum, they could contract with powerful saintesses or witches to gain immense strength. Centuries of experience had taught humanity one thing: contracting with a saintess meant rapid early growth, easier cultivation, and stability even and later stages. But contracting with a witch progress was slow at first, cultivation was arduous, and though witch contractors possessed greater combat prowess at the same level, few ever reached their full potential. Many succumbed to the backlash of slaughter, becoming heartless demons. Thus, nearly no one on Blue Star chose witches anymore. Those who did faced skepticism and scorn. Even if the witch wore black stockings, no exceptions. Witch contracts mean slow progression, weak early strength, and vulnerability to slaughterous backlash but grant superior combat power at the same level. Yi Ming frowned, his expression turning peculiar. Why did these so-called drawbacks of contracting a witch feel like non-issues to him? In his past life, he was the pinnacle of assassins. A master of combat, wielding peerless stealth techniques. He could effortlessly slay hundreds of lions or tigers, surpassing human limits. So early stage strength? Covered. As for the backlash of slaughter? Yi Ming had been raised by an assassin syndicate, steeped in bloodshed since childhood. The lives he'd taken numbered in the tens of thousands, each victim a ruthless criminal with dozens of kills to their name. His heart was already saturated with slaughter. Backlash? Impossible. I think I might be perfect for a witch contract. The idea took root in Yi Ming's mind. Now, let the awakening ceremony begin. First candidate Han Xiaoye. Principal Lin Boyuan's voice rang out. A sweet-faced girl stepped forward from the crowd. The moment she placed her hand on the awakening platform, a green light pillar shot into the sky. Its intermediate spiritual aptitude, capable of contracting an A-rank saintess at most. Principal Lin Boyuan nodded with some satisfaction. At the same time, two more light pillars descended before Han Xiaoye. One of them shimmered with golden radiance, like divine light leading to the immortal realm. The other was shrouded in darkness, exuding an aura of bloodshed and slaughter. Both the saintess and the witch have granted their approval. I hope she took my earlier words to heart. The principal couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The next moment, the golden light pillar rippled with power. Behind Han Xiaoye, an orange-haired saintess clad in silver battle armor raised her longsword high, shouting with heroic vigor. Han Xiaoye has awakened intermediate spiritual aptitude, successfully contracted an A-ranked battle armor saintess, and obtained the spiritual skill Song of Sword and Shield. An A-ranked battle armor saintess, not bad, not bad. With diligent cultivation in the future, her achievements will surely be remarkable. Lin Boyuan patted Han Xiaoye's shoulder, his kind face breaking into a warm smile. Han Xiaoye nodded with a smile and stepped down from the awakening platform. Next, Zhang Hu. Another student stepped forward. This time, however, luck wasn't on his side. He awakened low-level spiritual aptitude. When faced with the choice between a witch and a saintess, he still chose the saintess. AB ranked Earth Saintess. Next, Zhou San. Next, Gu Mingfan. Next, Chen Daming. One by one, the students took their turns. Their awakened spiritual aptitudes varied, but none exceeded the intermediate level. No high-level spiritual aptitude appeared. This was normal. High-level spiritual aptitude was rare in Songnan City, with only a handful appearing each year. As for super spiritual aptitude capable of contracting an SS rank saintess, it hadn't appeared in a decade. But what was noteworthy was this: regardless of their awakened spiritual aptitude, every student uniformly chose to contract a saintess. The light pillar of the witch's approval descended every time. Yet each time, it left alone, ignored. It was as if they had been abandoned by the world. No one spared them even a glance. The treatment of witches is quite similar to that of an assassin like me. Even if I only ever killed scum, the moment NT people hear the title assassin, they instinctively distance themselves. Yiming clenched the small fruit knife in his hand, a trace of loneliness rising in his heart. Next, Wang Haoyang. A confident young man, nose held high, strode onto the awakening platform. Hearing the name, Yiming froze for a moment. If my memory serves me right, the original owner of this body had some history with this guy. Whatever. Now that I'm here, there's no need to continue such pointless grudges. Before long, Wang Haoyang's contract was complete. His luck was quite good. High-level spiritual aptitude, contracting an S-rank lightning saintess. Generally, anything with lightning in its name boasted formidable offensive power. As Wang Haoyang stepped down from the platform, he shot Yiming a smug glance. An outright show of arrogance. Pathetic. Yiming shook his head. Boom. Right at that moment, a violet light pillar erupted from the awakening platform. Yiming turned to look. A stunningly beautiful young girl, poised and graceful, had actually awakened super spiritual aptitude. Damn! Lu Yuxuan, the school belle of Songnan No. 1 High, actually awakened super spiritual aptitude. Spiritual aptitude levels: low B, intermediate A, high S, super SS, top SSS, max. Not only is she gorgeous, but her spiritual aptitude is this high too? Super spirituality, does this mean she can contract with an SS rank saintess? Principal Lin Boyuan quickly reminded from the side, Yuxuan, remember to contract with a saintess, never choose a witch. Lu Yuxuan's consciousness entered the divine space. The next moment, golden light rippled outward. A sacred phantom enveloped Lu Yuxuan. She had 4 pristine white wings, wore luxurious robes, and held a scepter, resembling a lofty angel untouched by worldly dust. Lu Yuxuan awakens super spirituality, contracts with SS-ranked Radiant Saintess, gains spirit skill Radiant Descent. SS rank, it's SS rank. Art Songnan No. 1 High. School can finally stand tall this year. Seeing Lu Yuxuan successfully contract with an SS-ranked Saintess, Principal Lin Boyuan trembled with excitement. The students below also cast envious glances. Contracting with an SS-ranked Saintess, and she's the school belle. Her future achievements are immeasurable. If I could marry a woman like that, I'd be willing to live in a mansion and drive a sports car. Hey, what are you thinking? She has a boyfriend from the Yi family. The Yi family? Not bad, a well-known family in Songnan City. So what if the family's famous? Her boyfriend is a timid and weak guy. If I contracted an SS-rank Saintess, I wouldn't even glance at him. The Yi family? Hearing the chatter around him, Yiming slightly furrowed his brows. He tightened his grip on the small fruit knife in his hand, sensing something bad was about to happen. Sure enough, the next moment, Lu Yuxuan stepped off the awakening platform and walked straight toward Yiming. Her face was icy, fists clenched, as if she had made some monumental decision. Yiming, I've awakened super spirituality. From now on, we're no longer on the same path. Thank you for taking care of me these past 3 years. Let's bray a shot up. Before Lu Yuxuan could finish, Yiming coldly cut her off, his voice frigid. Breaking up, is it? I agree. But remember, I'm the one dumping you. Now, stay away from me. I don't want to be misunderstood. Just moments ago, Yiming had remembered everything. Lu Yuxuan, the original owner's nominal girlfriend. No holding hands, no kisses, even sweet nothings were met with disgust. She had purely used the original owner as a doormat, beckoning when she needed favors and kicking him aside when she didn't, even finding his breathing annoying. Now that she'd contracted an SS rank saintess, she couldn't wait to sever ties to maintain her pure, innocent image. This kind of person wasn't just a green tea, she was also stupid. Rushing to break up before he'd even awakened. What else could she be but stupid? Yiming, what did you just say? You dumped me? Lu Yuxuan acted like she'd heard the funniest joke in the world. I'm the school belle who contracted an SS rank saintess, the center of attention. What right do you have, Yiming, to dump me? Only I can dump you. You don't have the right to dump me, Yiming. I hope you know your place. Now, apologize to me, and I might reluctantly stay friends with you. Lu Yuxuan still carried herself with that lofty demeanor. Yiming frowned. F this S. He turned and walked away without another word. Couldn't he be bothered with her? Chapter 2 Contract. The Ultra SSS Class Divine Fall Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Ah! Stop right there! Who do you think you are? Lu Yuxuan stomped her feet in frustration. Calm down, Yuxuan. Why bother with someone like him? Is he even worth your anger? At that moment, Wang Haiyang walked over, casting a disdainful glance at Yiming. Someone like him might not even awaken his spiritual abilities later. Acting all aloof now, he might end up begging on his knees for forgiveness soon enough. Ha ha ha. Whoosh. A cold glint flashed. Yiming moved like a ghost, closing the distance between them in less than a breath. The fruit knife in his hand was now pressed precisely against Wang Haiyang's neck. Wang Haiyang's laughter died instantly. Laugh now? Why do you stop? Don't like it? Yiming's reverse gripped blade had already pierced Wang Haiyang's skin. His eyes were dark and icy, like a devil emerging from hell, sending chills down everyone's spine. Wang Haiyang's pupils shrank in shock. Even the surrounding students gasped in disbelief. His Yiming's movements so fast. Even Wang Haiyang, who had contracted an S-class lightning saintess, couldn't react in time. No conflicts during the awakening ceremony. Next, Yiming. Principal Lin Boyuan's voice rang out. Only then did Yiming withdraw the knife, leaving behind a dangerous glare. Next time you bark, it won't just be a scratch. With that, Yiming stepped onto the awakening platform under the stunned, confused, and fearful gazes of the crowd. Who does he think he is? He might just be trash who can't even awaken low-tier spiritual abilities. Only after Yiming had walked away did Wang Haiyang dare to mutter a mocking remark under his breath. But the next moment, boom! The instant Yiming placed his hand on the awakening platform, a peerless crimson pillar of light erupted into the sky. The overwhelming energy surged outward, the scarlet pillar resembling a bridge between heaven and EA. RTH majestic and awe-inspiring. What? A crimson pillar of light? Max level spiritual awakening. Oh my god. Principal Lin Boyuan couldn't contain his excitement, clasping his hands so hard he nearly fell backward. Meanwhile, the students and teachers below gaped in disbelief. Holy, this is insane. The theoretical max-level spiritual awakening Yiming actually achieved it? Rumor has it that with max-level spiritual power, even an SSS-class saintess would be at his mercy. I'm so jealous I can't even speak. Damn it. Impossible. Wang Haiyang's eyes burned red with rage, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Max-level spiritual power SSS-class saintesses at his command. Someone like this would stand at the absolute pinnacle of the entire Dragon Nation. Wang Haiyang couldn't believe it. The usually weak and incompetent Yiming had awakened max-level spiritual power? Why? What right did he have? Max-level spiritual power. Lu Yuxuan's gaze turned vacant, her heart filled with regret and resentment. Did I make a mistake? How is he this strong? No, I wasn't wrong. It's all Yiming's fault. If he had awakened earlier, I wouldn't have broken up with him. Yes. It's all his fault. Surrounding students? Wait, you're blaming Yiming for this too? Hurry, hurry. Choose a saintess now, remember, it must be an SSS class saintess. The principal frantically urged from the side. Yiming ignored his words and let his consciousness enter the divine space. Divine space. This was a world of ethereal nothingness. Before Yeming's eyes were clusters of light enveloped in golden radiance. As he walked past, the sacred figures within the light all eagerly reached out to him. All of them are actually SSS rank saintesses. Is this the privilege of having max-level spirituality? Yeming was slightly surprised. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a growing doubt in his heart. Why are there only saintesses? Where are the witches? In the divine pace he was in, there should be both witches and saintesses. But as far as he could see, there were only saintesses and all of them were SSS rank saintesses. Because of human choices, have witches started to become scarce? Just then, Yeming noticed, in a distant and inconspicuous corner, a dark black cluster of light seemed to be cowering fearfully, not daring to emit even a glimmer. What is this? Yeming walked toward the dark black cluster. Along the way, many saintesses extended olive branches to him, but Yeming paid them no heed. He was a top-tier assassin. At the same level, witches were more suited to him than saintesses. His first choice was a witch. When Yeming arrived before the dark black cluster, the latter was terrified, shrinking further into the corner, as if afraid Yeming would discover her. Upon closer inspection of the dark black cluster, inside was actually a petite girl in a black dress. Her beautiful black hair cascaded down, and her long, dark starlight gown trailed on the ground. She hugged her knees, timidly burying her head between her thighs. The girl's body trembled slightly. The slightest disturbance from the outside world would make her heart race with fear, like a wary fawn. She was afraid of everything around her. Yeming reached out, wanting to touch her. Don't come near me. I'm a witch. I'll hurt you. Sensing Yeming's approach, the black-dressed girl panicked. Her voice was soft and pleasant, like a gentle chime. At that moment, Yeming's consciousness wavered slightly. Once upon a time, as an assassin, he too had crouched in a rainy night's corner, crying and saying the same words. What a pitiful creature, just like me when I was young. Yeming smiled and shook his head, his mind made up. Decided. It's you. Yeming's gaze grew resolute. As an assassin, he couldn't save himself. But now, as the possessor of max-level spirituality, he could save a witch. You are the esteemed possessor of max-level spirituality. You have the right to initiate a contract. Will you contract SSS rank? Which information will be revealed after the contract? Yeming clenched his fist, decisive. Yes. Contract successful. As the voice faded. The next moment, when Yeming saw the information about the black-dressed girl, even with his composure, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Title, Divine Fall Dark Knight Witch Emperor. Name, Ing Yu. Gender, female. Rank, SSS rank can be upgraded. Talent, Emperor's Bearing. Invincible Stance. Introduction, mysterious and beautiful, elegant yet powerful. Born in the night, risen from the shadows. Wherever she goes, darkness descends and order crumbles. At her peak, her strength was unimaginable. Even gods would fall before her. Overall evaluation, the Witch Emperor's status is too noble. I am not qualified to evaluate her. Not a witch, but a witch emperor. Yeming's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Did I just stumble upon something incredible? Demon Emperor and Witch, just by the names, you can tell the former's prestige is on a whole different level. No. Noble possessor of max-level spirituality, it was you who chose the witch first, and thus the Demon Emperor came to be. That's true. Yiming nodded slightly. If he hadn't been determined to choose the witch, perhaps he wouldn't have discovered her identity as the Demon Emperor. Next, Yiming glanced at the information about Ing Yu. Every entry struck him with unparalleled impact. She seems far more formidable than any SSS rank saintess. Especially the level section. I thought SSS was the limit, but it turns out it can go even higher. Never before had Yiming felt such excitement and exhilaration. Even when he earned the title of top assassin, it couldn't compare to even a fraction of what he felt now. At the same time, the dark aura surrounding the black-dressed girl, Ing Yu, completely dissipated. Sensing the changes within her body, she suddenly raised her head, her breathtakingly beautiful face filled with disbelief. You contracted me? Her eyes were like vast galaxies, stunning, mysterious, and profound, capable of ensnaring anyone who gazed into them. Yet within them lay only sorrow and loneliness. Yiming nodded calmly. Unless something went wrong, yes. Why? Tears instantly welled up in the girl's eyes, her voice trembling and choked. Why would you contract me? I'm a witch. From the moment I was born, I've only brought misfortune and disaster. I'm destined to be alone forever. Contracting me will only bring you pain and death. Don't pity me, don't ache for me. I'm used to loneliness, really. By the end, Yu buried her face between her knees again, letting out soft sobs. She crouched silently in the corner, shutting out all light, leaving only eternal solitude. Enough. What's all this mumbling about? Just then, Yu felt her body go weightless as warmth spread across her thighs and back. Yiming crouched slightly and effortlessly lifted her in a princess carry. Why you? The girl panicked, staring at Yiming in shock, her delicate face flushing crimson. Yet, Yiming's cold, stern expression softened slightly, replaced by warmth and resolve. Which or not? I chose you. Even if you refuse, it won't change anything. Now, close your eyes and rest. I'm taking you away. With that, Yiming strode forward, carrying the black-dressed girl in his arms. On either side, the SSS-ranked saintesses looked down at Yiming and Yu from their lofty positions. Their eyes brimmed with authority and disdain, as though judging heinous criminals. Yu shrank from their terrifying gazes, eventually burying her face in Yiming's chest. Facing all these strange looks, Yiming smirked disdainfully and walked on unfazed, his heart as calm as still water. Only when the SSS-ranked saintesses finally averted their gazes did Yu wrap her arms around Yiming's neck, gazing at his face as she whispered, Yiming, thank you. Thank you for choosing me. Yiming smiled back. No, I should be thanking you. Thank you for giving me the choice. Chapter 3, S-Class Saintess Contractor Wang Haiyang? Instantly killed. At the Awakening Square. Everyone's attention was fixed on Yiming atop the Awakening platform. Especially Principal Lin Boyuan, whose legs trembled uncontrollably, shaking like a jackhammer. If he were 10 years younger, he might dug a hole in the ground with his nervous energy. Don't mess up, please don't mess up. Yiming, you must follow the principal's advice and obediently choose a saintess. Don't stubbornly pick a witch, or this old man's heart won't be able to take it. Lin Boyuan's eyes were glued to Yiming beside him. Boom! The next moment something finally happened. Under the collective anticipation of the crowd, the unexpected occurred. The golden pillar remained still, but the dark pillar rippled with wave after wave. In an instant, the earth shook, and the once bright sky was instantly shrouded in dark clouds, with crimson lightning rolling within. A terrifying, overwhelming aura erupted from Yiming's body. A shadowy, enigmatic figure appeared behind him. She was the embodiment of night and shadows, a sovereign of darkness descending upon the world, mysterious, powerful, and unfathomable. Her tall, graceful figure was breathtakingly beautiful, draped in a robe that resembled a star-studded night sky. The shadowy scythe in her hand seemed capable of severing all light in the world. A witch. It's a witch. Yiming actually contracted a witch. Madman. An absolute madman. Does he really think his max-level spiritual awakening gives him free reign? Max-level spiritual awakening, yet contracting a witch? Holy hell, this'll be the biggest headline in Dragon Country this year. Oh no! Someone help! The principal has fainted and started convulsing. Quick, get help! Chaos erupted among the students and teachers below. No one had anticipated this outcome. The principal had repeatedly warned against choosing a witch, yet Yiming had done the exact opposite. Had a fool. The always weak and spineless young Master Yi actually chose the most rebellious path at this critical moment. Wang Haiyang couldn't hide his delight, his face overflowing with glee. I thought his future was limitless. Who knew this idiot would ruin himself? Contracting a witch? He might not even get a single spirit skill. Just as Wang Haiyang's mocking words rang out, a voice echoed from the awakening stone. Yiming has awakened max-level spirituality, successfully contracting the SSS class Divine Fall Dark Night Witch Empress, acquiring spirit skills Dark Domain, Divine Fall Demon Armor, Eternal Nightfall. 3 spirit skills from the start? How is that possible? In the entire history of Dragon Country, no one has ever started with 3 spirit skills. This shouldn't be happening. Everyone felt like their brains had been hammered, throbbing with disbelief. Starting with 3 spirit skills was already an unprecedented miracle. And Yi Ming had contracted a witch, no less. Historical records showed that contracting a witch and getting even one spirit skill from the start was considered lucky. Most didn't get any at all. But Yi Ming? Not only did he contract a witch, he started with 3 spirit skills. Spirit skills were a contractor as primary abilities. This meant he began with 3 times the advantage of others. How was anyone supposed to compete with that? So what if he has 3 spirit skills? Contracting a witch means his potential is capped for life. Wang Haoyang clenched his fists, his face filled with mockery as he glared at Yi Ming. He is nothing but a cowardly clown. Trying to grab attention by contracting a witch? Someone like him, I could easily defeat him right now. As Wang Haoyang's words left his mouth, the surrounding students looked at him with disdain. Everyone knew. Right after contracting, a saintess contractor would gain far greater power. Meanwhile, a witch's contractor would see almost no significant increase in strength. Even with more spiritual techniques, that fact wouldn't change. This Wang Haoyang was just trying to take advantage of someone's weakness. He was already boiling with rage. Whoosh! Before anyone could react, Yi Ming had already clenched his fist and lunged at Wang Haoyang in a flash, his eyes blazing with ferocity. You can defeat me right now? Who gave you the courage? Bam! Under Wang Haoyang's horrified gaze, Yi Ming's fist landed squarely on his head. A surge of immense force sent Wang Haoyang flying like a kite, soaring dozens of meters away. Yi Ming lifted his gaze, took another swift step forward, caught up to Wang Haoyang, and grabbed his head. Bam! He slammed Wang Haoyang's head into the ground, creating a massive crater. Blood splattered from Wang Haoyang's head as he immediately passed out from the pain. I told you, if you dare bark like a dog again, it won't just be bloodshed. After finishing, Yi Ming dusted himself off, his expression cold and indifferent. As if he had done something trivial. But the watching teachers and students were anything but calm. A one-shot kill? Wang Haoyang was actually one-shot by Yi Ming? He contracted an S-rank lightning saintess. Something is wrong. No, 100, no, 10,000 things are wrong. How is Yi Ming's strength so absurd? Didn't he contract a witch? Why is this happening? Is it because SSS rank is way higher than S rank? But that's not what the books say. Everyone was in chaos, their understanding completely shattered. Truthfully, they weren't wrong. If Yi Ming had contracted an ordinary SSS rank witch, the power he gained would indeed be inferior to Wang Haoyang's. But Yi Ming had contracted the Witch Empress. She was no ordinary SSS rank. On top of that, he was already the strongest assassin. His combat skills and control over his physical strength far surpassed Wang Haoyang's. Beating him was as easy as slaughtering a chicken. No pressure at all. Yi Ming, I am sorry I shouldn't have broken up with you. Can we go back to how we were? At that moment, Lu Yuxuan, who had been cold and indifferent earlier, approached him. She lowered her head, putting on a pitiful act. Yi Ming's lips twitched. Go back to how we were? Go back to being your simp? Dream on. I told you, we're over. Don't cling to me, Yi Ming said coldly. Lu Yuxuan's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't believe it. The Yi Ming who used to obey her every word was now rejecting her demands. So what if he contracted an SSS rank witch? What's there to be so arrogant about? Yi Ming, you're going too far. I came to you first, what more do you want from me? Lu Yuxuan actually felt wronged, shouting angrily at Yi Ming. You just contracted an SSS rank witch, it's not like you've reached the heavens. I contracted an SS rank saintess. I'm way better than you. Tomorrow's preliminary test, I will definitely surpass you, and even if you apologize to me then, I won't forgive you. I'll make you understand that both you and your witch are trash. Shut up. Whoosh. As Lu Yuxuan's words fell, Yi Ming raised his hand and flicked a small knife gleaming with cold light, which flew past her eye. Had it been even slightly off, she would be blind now. Yi Ming glared coldly at Lu Yuxuan and said sharply, if you dare say one more word, I promise the next knife will pierce your eye. You. Lu Yuxuan wanted to retort, but when she met Yi Ming's dark, icy gaze, she felt fear. She sensed that Yi Ming truly would blind her. An overconfident fool. Yi Ming shook his head and turned to leave without another word. Just seeing Lu Yuxuan now annoyed him. She was the one who initiated the breakup, yet now she clung to him again, acting utterly unreasonable. How disgusting. Couldn't she have some self-respect? Unbelievable. Just as Yi Ming stepped out of the crowd, Virum, a luxurious supercar, pulled up in front of him. A red-haired woman stepped out of the car. She was stunning, wearing a hollowed-out cap, a printed white t-shirt, and a baseball jacket tied around her waist. Her long, fair legs shimmered under the sunlight. The moment the red-haired woman saw Yi Ming, her expression turned stern. Yi Ming. You brat, do you realize what a stupid thing you've done? What did I tell you before you left? I said to contract with a saintess, but what did you do? Max-level spiritual contract with a witch. You're ruining your future. How are you going to explain this to second uncle and the others when you get back? This. Faced with the red-haired woman's fury, Yi Ming instinctively blurted out, Yi Xinshin? Good you brat. Night Xinshin grabbed Night Ming's ear and said in dissatisfaction. How dare you call your sister by her first name? I see that you really don't fight for 3 days. Get out of the car, I'll clean you up when I get back. After saying that, Night Xinshin directly forced Night Ming into the passenger side of the sports car. At the same time, Night Xinshin glanced at Wang Haoyang, who was lying on the ground and was convulsing. She frowned and looked at Night Ming and asked, the Wang family's number 2 asshole young master? You beat him to death? Night Ming shook his head, no, just injured. That's fine, their Wang family has thick skin and flesh, I used to beat up his brother a lot. Night Xinshin skillfully dialed the first aid number, and then drove the sports car, taking Night Ming on a long journey. When she left, all the students came back to their senses and asked in a daze. What's going on? Who is that woman? You don't even know this? Night Xinshin, Night Ming's own sister. She's also an S-ranked flame saintess contractor, with a fiery temper. A full-rank spiritually contracted magical girl and a hot-tempered sister. It's rumored that those in charge of the Night family also rely on their fists to speak. From my point of view, this Night Ming's fate will be very bad. He'll have to lose a layer of skin at least. Serves him right, who told him to contract a witch? This is all the result of his willfulness. Chapter 4 Strength, Nature will speak for me. On the way back, Night Ming leaned against the passenger seat and took the opportunity to check out the panel. Name, Night Ming. Spirituality, full level. Realm, First Order Contract Master 0-10,000. Spiritual Power, 100. Chi and Blood, 100. Pact Spirit, Divine Meteor Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Pact Spirit, Divine Meteor Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Pact Spirit Level, SSS can be upgraded. Pact Spirit Level, SSS can be upgraded. Spirit Technique, Dark Field, Divine Meteor Demon Armor, Eternal Nightfall. Spirit Technique, Dark Field, Divine Meteor Demon Armor, Eternal Nightfall. Dark Field Level 1, centered on yourself, release a field with a radius of 5 meters, others in the field will be affected by fear and you can blend into the darkness to achieve absolute invisibility. Divine Meteor Magic Armor Level 1, a top-level armor that combines the power of shadow and night. Strength, speed, and physical strength will be greatly increased after wearing it. Eternal Nightfall Level 1, darkness envelopes you and death descends. You can cast a judgmental strike, dealing 10 times the damage to a single target. You can also pull most targets into the darkness, dealing damage to the group. Spiritual Talents. Talent 1, Killing Growth. Killing Growth, blood and death excite you. Any creature that dies in your hands will be turned into your power, and you will no longer meet bottlenecks in your realm of advancement. Talent 2, Devil Emperor's Battle Spirit. Devil Emperor's Battle Spirit, if you fight against a pact master of the same realm, your ability will be increased tenfold. Holy, is this the benefit of contracting a demon emperor? After reading the panel, even Nightmine's stamina couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This was simply too exaggerated. Let's start with Spiritual Strength and Chi and Blood, which had 100 points each. It didn't sound like a big deal. But Night Ming remembered that even the initial Chi Blood and Spirit power gained by an SSS-ranked Holy Maiden contractor was only 50 points. This was doubled for himself. Looking at the 3 spiritual skills, whether it was the Dark Field that allowed for absolute invisibility, the Divine Meteor Magic Armor that enhanced attributes and combat abilities, or the Eternal Nightfall that allowed for a variety of combat methods. Their introductions were all explaining 2 words. Comprehensive. Too comprehensive. And it was also very suitable for Nightmare. Especially the absolute invisibility of the Dark Realm. This was simply a dream divine skill for an assassin. As for the final spiritual talent, this was something that all contract masters would awaken, but Night Ming's spiritual talent was clearly not of a low grade. especially the Demon Emperor battle intent. A tenfold increase in strength when battling against contract masters of the same realm. What's the difference between this and being invincible in the same realm? Night Ming felt more and more that his choice of a demoness was the most correct choice he had ever made in this life. Sensing the excitement in Night Ming's heart, the shadow specter that existed in his divine sea also revealed a smile. However, Night Xinshin, who was driving on the side, didn't think so. She glanced at Night Ming and coldly snorted. "Brat, you're still in the mood to smile? Full-level spiritual contracted demoness, this thing you've done makes me feel angry. When we arrive home later, it's only strange if second uncle and the others don't whip your skin to pieces. Also, let me tell you something, your most feared fourth uncle has also returned, so you're just waiting to be finished." Being reminded by his old sister like this, the memories of the Knight family in Night Ming's mind became even clearer. The Knight family, one of the famous families in Songnan City. It had 10 large enterprises under its banner, and was in charge of 40% of Songnan City's industries, along with Wang Haoyang's Wang family, known as Songnan's two great families. There are many people in the Knight family on the surface, but Night Ming knows clearly that the real management of the Knight family is their own three uncles. The second uncle, Night Jun, is a man of love and righteousness, skilled in the art of power and strategy, and has managed the entire Knight family in a well-organized manner. The third uncle, Night One, had a meticulous mind and was in charge of the family's economy, a shrewd and capable character. Fourth uncle Night Zhang, powerful and upright, a man of few words, but with overbearing means. As for Night Ming's biological parents, as early as shortly after he was born, they died in a ferocious beast attack because they fought against it. Over the years, it was the three uncles who had brought Night Ming up, and they had all treated him very well. There was absolutely no such thing as a plot in a novel where the parents had passed away and all the family members were separated from each other. Of the three uncles, the one Night Ming was closest to was second uncle Night Jun, who favored him the most. The most hated is the third uncle, Night One. Because of his high education, he dealt with books a lot. Third uncle Night Wing loved to point at Night Ming and criticize him for all his little mistakes. It wasn't too much of a stretch to say that he was a bit of a good teacher. The one who was most afraid was fourth uncle Night Zhang. He was the captain of the 3rd Border City Guards, a 5th-ranked contract master, and his contract spirit was an S-ranked Granite Holy Maiden. With his powerful strength, he couldn't help but give Night Ming a whipping every time he came home. If he didn't complete his training tasks, it would be considered life for Night Ming to starve a few times and receive a few beatings. Of course, the three uncles had different personalities, but they all believed in one truth. Strength comes first. With strength, as long as you don't harm the heavens, whatever you do is right. Night Ming, have I caused you trouble? Shadow Yui, in the Divine Sea, asked with some embarrassment. Night Ming waved his hand and said, "What kind of trouble is this? It's just dealing with a few elders." Hand in hand. Knight family. Inside the luxuriously decorated courtyard. As soon as Night Ming stepped through the door, he could feel the icy breath released from the training room. Killing accidental do, the three uncles are not suitable to be killers. Night Ming commented habitually. You're still in the mood to talk about this? Night Xinshin glanced at him strangely, before urging. Hurry up and go, the three uncles are waiting for you in the training room. Night Ming walked into the training room that covered an area of up to 300 square meters. He saw that the three uncles were sitting on the main seat, quietly looking at him. Humph. Night Ming, you still have the guts to come back? Do you realize what you've done? Why don't you hurry up and roll over to apologize to the ancestors? And your parents? The one who spoke was third uncle Night Wing, who had a chiseled face, and his two eyes were so wide that they looked like they were trying to eat someone. Night Ming looked up and instantly frowned. Well, these three uncles were really interesting. Surprisingly, they had brought out the spirit cards of their ancestors and their own parents. Night Ming arrived in front of the three uncles and the spirit cards. However, there was no movement. Nightwing frowned and angrily shouted. Can't you hear me when I tell you to apologize? I'm not right, so why apologize? As soon as Nightwing's words were spoken, all three of Nightwing's people were stunned, and then their faces clouded over at the same time. Outside the door, Night Xinshin covered her forehead inside. Come on, it's completely over. Good boy, awakened to full-level spirituality. Now that his wings are hardened, he won't listen to his uncle's words, right? Nightwing was so angry that his body was shaking. From childhood to adulthood, Nightwing had obeyed his discipline. Today, in front of his big brother and ancestors, he actually rebelled. Still have the nerve to ask what's wrong with you? What did I tell you before I left the house? No matter what spirituality is awakened, I must choose the Holy Maiden. Our Knight family is somewhat powerful. You chose the Holy Maiden so that we could help you pave the way, but what did you do today? Contracting a magical girl with a full-level spirituality is simply a waste. What's the difference between this and feeding ginseng to pigs? Nightwind's words grew more and more intense, his face reddened with rage, especially when he saw Nightming's unimpressed appearance. Alright old three, don't get so angry, this matter can't be solved in a moment. Night June patted Nightwind's shoulder. Second brother. What time is it? You still spoil this kid? Do you want to watch him destroy himself with your own eyes? Big brother and sister-in-law entrusted Nightming to us, we can't ruin him. This would be a way to apologize for big brother and sister-in-law's trust in us. Nightman pounded his chest, his voice becoming trembling. He looked at Nightming once again, a look of hatred in his eyes. I just can't figure it out, we haven't treated you badly all these years, why did you do this? What benefit does contracting a witch have for you? Do you know what choosing a witch means? Child, you're not just ruining your own future, you're ruining your parents' expectations of you. That's enough, third uncle. At this time, Nightming, who had been silent all this time, suddenly raised his head and looked at third uncle Nightone. He clenched his own fists, his chest bursting with battle intent. In the end, isn't it because I contracted a magical girl and am worried about me destroying myself? In that case, let's just use strength to speak. I guess, you guys should have prepared for this earlier as well. Chapter 5, 1v3? It's just a second kill. This. Nightming's sudden interruption caused Nightone to freeze for a moment. The second uncle at the side, Night June, also opened his mouth, looking incredulous. This brat. What's going on today? Why was his attitude so tough? Where was the weak Nightming who only knew how to apologize when he met a problem? Why did it feel like his entire person had changed? Speaking with strength, really doesn't seem like something you can say. Fourth uncle Night Jung, who had remained silent throughout, laughed. In that case, let's do it. Slap. He clapped his palms. Soon. From outside the training room walked in a soldier wearing a field combat uniform. This soldier was tall, with rippling arm muscles under his short sleeves, had short hair, a long country face with a well-defined face, and looked extremely tough. His name is Li Jiangming, a new seedling I recruited this year. Second rank contract master, contracted spirit is a class A battle holy maiden. If you can defeat him, regarding the matter of your contracted magical maiden, I can no longer pursue it. Night Zheng clasped his hands to his chest, a pair of sharp eyes staring at Nightming, no expression could be seen on his face. Nightming shot a glance at Li Jiangming, then looked at his fourth uncle, Night Zheng. 2 more please. I just happen to have a dozen or 3. A dozen or 3? How could Night Zheng and the others not hear the meaning in Nightming's words? This brat was trying to use this battle to make all 3 of them, the old guys, shut up completely. Fine, truly not knowing the heights of heaven. Thinks he's invincible just because he's contracted an SSS class witch, right? Someone come, call the 2 strongest second-ranked indentured masters in the courtyard. Nightone wouldn't spoil this brat, Nightming. Along with the fall of his words, 2 of the courtyard bodyguards wearing practice clothes immediately entered the training room. They were second-order contract masters, and their contract spirits were all S-rank saintesses. 3 second-order contract masters, will this hurt Nightming? In case something happens? Before Night June could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Night Zhang, who was at the side of the room. Second brother, all of this was requested by Nightming himself. If he wins, count him as capable, and if he loses, let him suffer a bit, so that he understands the price of talking big. Right. Nightman raised his hands in approval and said, Nightming is just spoiled by you, if you don't teach him a lesson, he'll really turn over a new leaf. Saying that, he suddenly looked at Nightming and waved his big hand, saying, Nightming, you're the one who brought up the fight. If you lose, in the future, you must unconditionally obey every word we say, and you need to get our permission to do anything, even if it's to eat, what to eat, it's all up to us. Nightming asked rhetorically, then what if I win? If you win, we apologize to you. And give you everything you want. Good. It's a deal. Nightming confidently made his way to the training ground. Li Jiangming and the 2 escorting bodyguards presented a triangular siege, surrounding Nightming right in the center. Need a weapon? I can provide you with the divine meteor long scythe, it's very powerful. Shadow Yui's soft voice sounded in Night Ming's divine sea. Divine meteor long scythe? No need. Night Ming smiled blandly and took a dagger from the side, holding it tightly in his backhand. This one is enough. Nima. Seeing this scene, Li Jiangming's face instantly turned iron blue and. This kid is looking down on us, one piece at a time. Boom. His eyes instantly erupted with refined light, dazzling crimson runes surfaced on his arms, and a battle saintess silhouette holding dual metal fists coalesced. The 3 second-ranked contract masters all took an arrow step forward, their speeds extremely fast, their fists making whistling noises as they rubbed against the air. Night Ming stood in the center. When he sensed that the three were only one last meter away from him, the shadow domain was unleashed. Buzz. Instantly, with Night Ming at the center, darkness began to spread from all corners, eventually forming a sphere of dark space with a radius of 5 meters. Night Ming opened his arms, and when the fists of Li Jiangming's trio were about to land on him, his entire body fell backwards. A teasing smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and Assassination, it has begun. Phew. Night Ming completely merged into the darkness. What's going on? Where are the people? Where did the people go? A bodyguard looked around as he clenched his fists, a layer of ice armor attached to his body. Suddenly. Put. A cold light flashed from behind him. Immediately afterward, he didn't have time to react at all, his neck suffered a terrifyingly huge attack, and his entire body directly collapsed into the darkness. This kid can be stealthy, back-to-back tactics. Li Jiangming and the other escort bodyguard looked at each other and tacitly handed over their backs to each other, as they kept alerting their surroundings. In the dark realm, everything was black and silent, without any light. However, a true assassin was able to find the best position for assassination from any angle, and at the right time, start assassinating. This sparring match, it's over. Night Ming's voice sounded above Li Jiangming's in their heads. The duo was instantly alerted, just as they wanted to react. Everything was already too late. Swoosh. 2 streaks of cold light flashed by once again. The immense force caused the other bodyguard to instantly fall unconscious on the ground. The Class A battle saintess that Li Jiangming had contracted allowed him to have a stronger physical body, with a strength comparable to steel. But when the back of the dagger blade in Night Ming's hand landed on his neck, he felt his limbs lose their strength, his brain went into a state of downtime, and he collapsed on the ground with his eyes wide open. Of course he couldn't carry it. Night Ming's current strength was already powerful. What's more, what he had cut and pressed was still the carotid sinus. This location was very fragile, and once it suffered stronger pressure, it would easily cause a person to faint, and could even lead to cardiac arrest. This was all the experience of being a killer. And along with Li Jiangming's collapse, this sparring match completely ended. Night Ming looked at the time, 1 minute? That's long. According to his prediction, it should have taken half a minute to settle these 3 guys before it was appropriate. After all, this body was too weak. At this moment, what Night Ming didn't notice at all was the 3 people at the side, Nightwing, had long been dumbfounded. Their gazes were stagnant, frozen in place as if they had been struck by lightning, and their pupils had all begun to tremble madly from shock and excitement. They had thought that it was impossible for Night Ming to defeat a second-rank contract master. But now, Night Ming had defeated 3 seconds within a minute. It left them without any power to fight back at all. What's going on? Wasn't it said that contracted magical girls, in the early stages, basically don't have a battle power increase? How could this happen? Nightwing felt that everything that was happening in front of him was so fantastic. This nephew of his, how was it not quite the same as what he had predicted? Night June hurriedly rushed forward and carefully examined Night Ming's body for a while, realizing that this kid hadn't used any cheating tactics either. It was completely relying on hard power. It's too exaggerated, Night Ming, how could you be so strong? You couldn't have contracted a holy maiden, could you? The Night Army was so surprised that he began to doubt the information he had received earlier. That was until Night Ming told him again, it's a magical girl, 1,000 times over. Only then did the Night Army believe it, but he also became even more skeptical of his own perception of it. Could it be because of the full-level spirituality? What is your spiritual talent, Night Ming? Does it have a combat bonus? Combat bonus? There was, but it was for the same realm, and the previous 3 opponents were all of the second rank, so it was useless. Top-notch assassination skills, a breath of stringency that makes people unaware, and an understanding of the weak parts of the human body. Night Zheng came to Night Ming's body and sized him up with a scrutinizing gaze for a long time before shaking his head. If I hadn't seen you grow up with my own eyes, I would have thought that you were an assassination sharpshooter trained by some assassin organization. Oh? You can tell from this? This fourth uncle Night Zhang was worthy of being the strongest person in the Night family. There was strength. The corner of Night Ming's mouth lifted. Fourth uncle is joking. Well, hopefully. Night Zhang patted Night Ming's shoulder, revealing a rare smile. Chapter 6. Not 100 ferocious beasts, but killing them all the time. This sparring match allowed Night Ming's 3 uncles to completely see clearly. This nephew of theirs didn't seem to be quite the same as normal people. So, is this my way of proving myself? Night Ming looked toward his 3 uncles with a faint smile. Fourth uncle Night Zhang waved his hand. I recognize it. Second uncle Night Jun had always doted on Night Ming, and now that he saw that he had contracted a magical girl but still had abilities that far exceeded common sense, he naturally wouldn't dwell on it too much. So he hurriedly smiled and said, proved. A first rank completely abusing 3 second ranks, this isn't even proof. What is meant by proof? Old 3, do you think it's right? Nightwing's expression suddenly stiffened, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Since Night Ming had returned home, all the black faces had been sung by him alone, and earlier, he had even put down the bold words that if Night Ming could win, not only would he no longer care about him, but he would also apologize to him. The frame was too high for him, and he was a bit unable to get off the stage for a while. Why are you all looking at me with an expression of scrutinizing a criminal? Wasn't I also worried about this brat Night Ming just now? Nightman glared at Night Jun and Night Zhang with a displeased expression, then asked the final question. Night Ming, third uncle will ask you one last question. The world says that contracted demonesses are weak in the early stages of battle, and you proved yourself on that point. But what about the backlash? Contracted magical girl, but it's easy to be backfired by killing. Right. Night Army and Night Jing reacted at the same time. They both looked at Night Ming curiously, hoping that he could give a reasonable explanation. 3 uncles. Night Ming's gaze was firm, and his tone was not overbearing. I can tell you all plainly that the so-called killing backlash is simply useless to me. This proof will require a long process, so I hope you guys can trust me. The 3 elders were silent for a moment. Good. This time, it was third uncle Nightwing who stood up first. He nodded at Night Ming, his eyes recognizing that. Brat, just based on your earlier display of strength, third uncle, I believe in you. Also, just now, third uncle's tone was a bit heavy. For that, third uncle makes amends to you. Night Ming let out a bitter smile in his heart. This third uncle of his own, There were times when it was annoying. But sometimes, that 180-degree attitude change made people cry and laugh. The most difficult third uncle had been taken care of. Second uncle Night Jun and fourth uncle Night Zheng naturally had nothing to say. According to your third uncle's earlier bet. From now on, we, the 3 old guys, will not meddle in your affairs. However, if you meet any danger outside, or need anything, you can ask us. We, as uncles, will definitely stand firmly behind you. Night Jun patted his chest and spoke forcefully. Night Zheng silently nodded. Although he didn't say anything, Night Ming knew that from now on, he was also someone who had a 5th-ranked contract master to cover him. After finishing everything, Night Ming hurriedly invited his parents' spirit plaques back to the ancestral hall. During this time a message was received from class teacher Yang Jinwen. Yang Jinwen, Night Ming, regarding the matter of your contracted witch, teacher already knows about it. But teacher knows that you are a child with an opinion, so no matter what path you choose, teacher will absolutely support you. Teacher Yang is a good person. Night Ming was under the impression. The original owner was weak and timid, and was often bullied and mocked by her classmates, but she would patiently enlighten the original owner. Then, Night Ming continued to check the information. Yang Jinwen, right, tomorrow the school will hold a primary test. It's a very important test. The location is at the Tsungnan Martial Arts Hall, remember to attend. Elementary test. Night Ming looked at the message on his cell phone and his face sank. The school would organize 3 valid tests before officially participating in the Great Martial Arts exam a month later. The Great Martial Dao exam, promotion to higher education, an important test that determines the fate of a contractor. Elementary test, intermediate test, and mock test. The primary test mainly tests the student's strength, speed, and fighting ability. The intermediate test is to test whether the students have the conditions and guts to fight when facing real ferocious beasts. The mock test was to allow students to familiarize themselves with the martial arts examination process in advance, and to predict the problems they might encounter. If Night Ming remembered correctly, Lu Yuxuan had also sworn today to crush herself on the primary test and make herself apologize to her. What a beautiful thought. However, I can go to the Tsangnan Martial Arts Hall in advance to try my strength. The Tsangnan Martial Doctrine Hall, an officially created institution for all pact masters. In the Tsangnan Martial Doctrine Hall, one could train professionally and also test their strength by fighting against simulated ferocious beasts. It had high professional authority in Tsangnan City. Third uncle. Did you guys just say that you would grant all of my requests? Night Ming looked to the side at his third uncle who was carrying a spirit tablet with him. Nightwing frowned. This kid had planned so quickly? Say it, what do you want? Help me open a spot in the Tsangnan Martial Arts Hall. Martial Arts Dojo Hall? Okay. I'll do it for you tomorrow. No, I want it now. This. Third uncle Nightwing froze for a moment. Doing it now would be expediting the quota and charging an extra $10,000. Third uncle. Night Ming urged. Fine, do it now. Do it now. You brat, why are you so interested in fighting and killing now? According to Tsangnan First Middle School's usual practice. In the primary test, students will be arranged to fight first-order ferocious beasts. Killing 1 is qualified, killing 2 is good, killing 5 is excellent, and killing 10 is full marks. Whether it's a one-time kill or a simultaneous kill, it all counts. Under the leadership of his old sister, Night Xinshin, Night Ming arrived at the Tsangnan Martial Arts Hall. The overall shape of the martial arts hall was a hemisphere, covering an expansive area that was the size of 20 soccer fields. There were a total of 3 floors, and each floor had 30 small rooms that were specialized for testing and training. Night Ming and Night Xinshin arrived at the office hall on the first floor. As far as the eye could see, there was the large screen hanging from the ceiling. Songnan City Record List. First-ranked Contract Master, Lin Feng Kill Record, 61st-ranked Fierce Beasts. Second-ranked Contractor, Mu Qingyi, Kill Record, 52nd-ranked Beasts. Third-ranked Contractor, Yumiya Mingyue, Kill Record, 43rd-ranked Beasts. If interested, you can also try to challenge it. There's a prize for breaking the record. Night Xinshin raised an eyebrow at Night Ming and encouraged him. Night Ming's face was expressionless, but his heart was eager to try. Between ferocious beasts and contract masters, they possessed the same realm division. First stage, second stage, third stage. However, because the lower-ranked ferocious beasts had stupid brains, so the vast majority of ferocious beasts would be easier to deal with than contract masters. Right now, Night Ming could easily kill even a second-order contract master. To deal with a few first-order beasts, it was a complete handful, and there was no fear at all. In addition, the record for a first-order contract master is only 60 first-order fierce beasts. This seems somewhat simple. If I challenge it, I should be able to. Night Ming looked down at his fists and eventually extended a finger. 100? Night Xinshin interjected. No. Night Ming smiled blandly. It's killing all the time. Chapter 7 Crazy Soaring Record, this is going to break 500. Hello, I'm staff member Xiao Yu. According to the regulations, first-rank contract masters can only use the first floor training room. Please follow me. A black silk young lady in professional attire brought Night Ming and the others to room 102. Pushing open the door, the furnishings inside were simple. A closed training room equipped with holographic simulation facilities, a data regulation center, and a safety wall and safety glass separating the two. This kid is going to challenge the record. Remember to turn on the professional video. After Night Xinshin finished speaking, the staff member named Xiaoyu on the side couldn't help but show a few surprised expressions. According to the data information in her hands, this Night Ming was only a newcomer who had just been contracted, and now he was going to challenge the record? A newcomer nowadays, so confident in himself? Wouldn't it be a bit too hasty? It's easy to lose one's sharpness and fighting spirit. Xiaoyu shook her head. This wasn't something that she should care about within her scope of work. So she was too lazy to care. The professional video was turned on. Buzz. In the training room, the challenge officially opened. Challengeable Fierce Beast Level, First Order. Number of challengeable beasts, unlimited. Please pick the level and number of simulated beasts. Let's start with 10 ferocious beasts to test the waters. Accompanied by a command from Night Ming. Roar! 10 strong-sized black-striped tigers appeared around him. On their pitch-black bodies, blue dense lines grew, and their thick, powerful claws could slap rocks. With a raging roar, the 10 black-striped tigers rushed forward in unison as they opened their bloody mouths, their sharp teeth flashing with a cold light. Night Ming stood in the center, a flash of blood-red light flickering in his eyes. Divine Meteor Demon Armor. Black dark shadows covered his entire body, and the moment Night Ming clenched his fist, waves of dark black energy spread out with him at the center. It sent those 10 black-striped tigers flying in an instant, falling heavily to the ground. On the contrary, Night Ming. At this moment, he had long been wearing a handsome black battle armor, with his leg guards, arm guards, and breastplate all made of darkness power, hard and unparalleled, releasing a chillingly powerful aura. Taking an arrow step forward, Night Ming punched his fists into the flesh, hitting the heads of the black-striped tigers with unerring precision, shattering their skulls and killing them in direct seconds. Holy, this kid even has battle armor to wear? What the hell kind of did he contract? Or is it a magical girl? Night Shinshin's surprised voice caused the little moon at the side to freeze for a moment when she heard it, and once again sized up Night Ming. A magical girl? This kid contracted a magical girl? But the combat power that he had just erupted was more astonishing than even an SS-ranked holy maiden. Didn't it say that indentured magical girls don't have combat power in the early stages? Xiao Yu muttered in a puzzled whisper. In the training room, Night Ming, who had killed 10 black-striped tigers in seconds, didn't feel any physical exertion at all. As he prepared to challenge again. Suddenly, a beep sounded in his head. Talent Killing Growth Unleashed. Kill a first-order black-striped tiger, Realm Experience +1, Spirit Skill Experience +1. Kill first-order black-striped tiger, Realm Experience +1, Spirit Skill Experience +1. Kill first-level black-striped tiger, Realm Experience +1, Spirit Skill Experience +1. Simulated ferocious beasts can also add experience? Night Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had discovered a new continent. Continue the challenge, this time, 21st rank ferocious beasts. The words fell. Blue figures swept past his head as they spread their wings, their sharp eyes resembling sharp swords. It's the Blue Blade Hawk. It has steel-like sharp claws and is extremely fast. An ordinary first-rank contract master would need great effort to kill one. Xiao Yu covered her mouth, her eyes couldn't help but widen. Phew! The next moment, the power of darkness wrapped around Night Ming's hand and transformed into a 20-centimeter-long dagger. His figure flashed like a black stream of light in mid-air, his speed imperceptible to the naked eye as he continuously traveled through the Blue Blade Hawk group. Between the light of swords and shadows, countless feathers flew everywhere. The group of Blue Blade Eagles died one after another. Kill a first-order Blue Blade Eagle, Realm Experience +1, Spirit Skill Experience +1. Kill first-level Blue Blade Eagle, Realm Experience +1, Spirit Skill Experience +1. Kill first-order Blue Blade Eagle, Realm Experience +1, Spirit Skill Experience +1. Not bad. Night Ming looked at his hands with satisfaction. He felt that he was getting more and more comfortable with this body. Weak, yes, but with a slender body and a quick burst of speed, it was best suited for assassinations and instantaneous kills. Keep going on and on. 30 more. Night Ming's eyes were glowing with essence, and wearing the divine meteor demon armor, he was like a killing god that had descended into the world. Strength and speed climbed to the peak, feeling like he was omnipotent and desperately needing to satisfy himself with killing. Soon, 30 more ferocious beasts appeared. Without a doubt, when they appeared, Night Ming still killed them in seconds. The weapon in his hand to the very end was that short dagger. This also meant that he hadn't used his full strength yet. 30. 60 of them. 90. 150. The data was constantly rising. Meanwhile, in the hall of the martial arts hall, more and more people began to notice the changes on the big screen. Saw non-record list. First-ranked contractor, Nightmine kill record, 150 first-ranked beasts. First-ranked contractor, Night Ming, record kill, 180 first-ranked beasts. First ranked contractor, Yumming, record kill, 200 first rank beasts. The data on the screen was updated in real time. 200? It's still ing rising? What's going on with this Night Ming guy? Is his contracted spirit an SSS ranked holy maiden? This data is too exaggerated. Where's the staff? Come and take a look, there's a problem with your record list, hurry and find someone to fix it. Stop yelling, I'm the staff, it's been serviced several times since just now, it's not broken at all. Nobody? This data is real? Broke 300. It's broken 300. This guy called Nightming is really going against the odds. At this moment, the vast majority of the people in the hall were staring intently at the screen, their eyes wide. Since the establishment of the Tsangnan Martial Arts Hall, there had never been a first-rank contract master that had reached a record of killing hundreds of ferocious beasts. But now, it wasn't just breaking the 100. The number that Nightming had killed had soared to 300. And it was still rising crazily. It was about to break the 500 mark. Night Xinshin and staff member Xiaoyu, who were watching the battle in the training room, were frozen in place. Just how many secrets is this brat hiding from me? Killing hundreds of ferocious beasts in a single breath, this stomp is even fiercer than having contracted an SSS-ranked holy maiden. Night Xinshin's mouth was wide open. She had lived for more than 20 years and had come into contact with many geniuses. It was the first time she had seen one like Nightming. He wasn't a genius, he was simply a demon. Bang! Right at this moment, the door to the training room was suddenly kicked open from the outside. A middle-aged man in white robes, with a stern face, rushed in hurriedly and... Who is it? Who is called Nightming? Is he still testing? Upon seeing this white-robed middle-aged man, staff member Xiaoyu's body trembled and hurriedly said respectfully. Greetings to Curator Li. Li? Curator? It was as if a bolt of lightning exploded in the mind of Night Xinshin on the side. Memories were like springs of water, her chest rose and fell, and her breathing became a bit rapid. Songnan Martial Arts Hall Pavilion Director. Powerful 5th ranked contract master. Contracted Spirit S rank Storm Holy Maiden. Songnan City's top 3 in terms of battle power. Li Su Feng. This kid, Nightming, had surprised such characters out. Is the one tested here Nightming? Li Sufeng looked towards Xiaoyu and asked eagerly. Xiaoyu hurriedly nodded, yes, it's him. How many ferocious beasts has he killed now? Reporting to the pavilion director, he has already killed 350 ferocious beasts, without resting for a minute in the middle. And, his contracted spirit seems to be a... Which? Li Sufeng's brows knitted together, the fist resting on his jaw squeezed and kneaded, and his mind began to frantically think about something. After he kills this batch later, have him come to my office to find me. Never mind, I'll just wait for him here. It was evident that he had something he wanted to say to Nightming. At the same time, Nightming's murderous beast kill count had also come to 400 whole. The divine meteor demon armor on his body was as if it had a life, and as he breathed, parts of the battle armor opened and closed, expelling all of the heat produced from his body. The number of kills has come to 400, and I can feel that I have completely adapted to this body. Next, it's time to start the perfect finish. Nightming suddenly raised his head, scarlet light flickering in his eyes. This time, I will challenge 100 ferocious beasts. Chapter 8 Spirit Level Up, Star Demon University. Good boy. 100 ferocious beasts, or a one-time challenge. I'd like to see how you'll cope. Li Sufeng couldn't help but come closer, his eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Soon. In the training ground, 100 ferocious beasts appeared. The flame eagle hovering in the sky flapped its flame-bathed wings and stared dead at Nightming with its fierce eyes. A variety of ferocious beasts also appeared on the ground, the rock-shattering ape with its arms wrapped in rock gloves, the poison-armored lizard with poisonous thorns on its back, the spring monster that jumped, and the big-mouthed beast with a mouth full of jagged teeth. These ferocious beasts came in a steady stream, charging towards Nightming as if they were mad. Knowing that they were simulated, Nightming still felt that the entire ground was trembling. In all directions, including overhead, there were ferocious beasts charging in every direction. There was no way to avoid them. One could only fight. Yui, lend you the divine meteor long sickle. Good. After Nightming finished speaking, he reached out and grabbed towards the air, and a black long sickle appeared in his hand. The long sickle was pitch black, the slender sickle handle was dotted with starry light points, a bizarre black aura lingered on it, and the end of the handle was inlaid with a blood-red gemstone, which seemed to be pulsing as if it was the heart of a dark god of death. The curved moon scythe blade released a deep dark red, as if it had condensed endless death and coldness. The edge of the blade flashed with a cold aura, so sharp that it looked like it could easily cut through the boundaries between the soul and the void. Divine Meteor Long Scythe? What a strong power! The breath of Night Ming, who was holding the long sickle, changed drastically. If he was a killer in the darkness earlier, now he was more like a killing god in the darkness. The aura was overbearing and wild. Phew! With a wave of the divine meteor long sickle in his hand, a blood-red chopping blow resembled a curved moon as it slashed through the group of ferocious beasts. Wherever the chopping strike reached, all the ferocious beasts were sliced open in an instant. Even the shattered stone gorilla, which was known for its defense, was easily sliced in half. Indeed powerful. The previous random strike had killed 10 ferocious beasts in seconds. This also allowed Night Ming to more clearly recognize the strength of the divine meteor long scythe. Boom! Immediately afterward, with a stomp of his starting foot, Night Ming charged towards the group of ferocious beasts in an arrow step, the long sickle in his hand constantly waving. With him at the center, darkness also spread towards the surroundings as the darkness domain was unleashed. Plop plop plop! A path of blood-red light flashed in the darkness. Horizontal slashes, diagonal cuts, vertical chops, and straight hooks, the long sickle was the topmost killing weapon in Night Ming's hands, the icy cold blade cutting the bodies of the ferocious beasts and mingling with their boiling hot blood. Night Ming could feel that the divine meteor long scythe was trembling slightly. This was excitement. Killing made it feel excited. This strong emotion spread to Night Ming's mind, wanting to take over his consciousness. No wonder it's said that contracted magical girls are prone to being revolted by killing. For this kind of excitement, it's not something an ordinary person can control. Night Ming's hand holding the divine meteor long scythe secretly exerted force, hardening the bizarre excitement that wanted to take over his consciousness. Then, he once again threw himself into the battle. Hoo hoo hoo! As the long sickle swung, there were constantly ferocious beasts being cut. Pieces of their flesh flew everywhere, and the simulated blood gathered into a river. Night Ming was like a blood-colored hurricane, filled with killing and gore, and wherever he went, there were corpses, bones, and broken pieces. 3 minutes later, 100 ferocious beasts, all dead. Night Ming looked around at the corpses of the ferocious beasts that were constantly turning into data streams and disappearing, and the euphoria in his heart had already climbed to the peak. His total kill count had successfully reached 500. It far surpassed the Lin Feng who had killed 60 ferocious beasts on the previous record list. Alright. The test ends here. Find a chance to go to the secret realm and try the spiritual skill Eternal Nightfall. Eternal Night Descent was a dual-type spirit skill against singles and against groups, and the size of the training ground simply couldn't utilize its full power. As he was leaving, Night Ming didn't forget to check the harvest. Realm, First Order Contract Master 1010,000. Blood, 100-102. Spiritual Power, 100-102. Dark Domain Level 1 Level 2, coverage radius increased to 5.1 meters, enemies within the domain will be subject to power reduction. Divine Meteor Magic Armor Level 1 Level 2, has more power and speed boosts. It's okay, the realm hasn't changed, but both spirit skills have been upgraded. It seems that in order to gain more experience, one must kill real ferocious beasts. The simulated ferocious beasts of the Martial Dao view were very realistic, but there was still a big gap between them and real ferocious beasts. This was also the reason why in today's era, real combat was emphasized. Ka! When Night Ming pushed open the door, at the first glance, he saw Li Sufeng, who was wearing a white robe. This person is so strong. Not as good as Fourth Uncle, but not much worse. It was an existence that he could not provoke so far. Hello, my name is Li Sufeng. I am the director of the Tsangnan Martial Arts Dojo. Li Sufeng smiled and walked up, extending his hand to Night Ming. Night Ming shook it and returned a smile. Hello, my name is Night Ming. From the Night family? Right. I really guessed correctly. Li Sufeng let out a bright laugh and invited. Are you interested in sitting in my office? I have some things I want to ask you. Don't worry, there's no danger. I've had a few encounters with your family's Night Jiang. Knowing fourth uncle? Night Ming secretly nodded his head. Sure enough, the circle was that big, strong people were all socializing with each other. Led by Li Sufeng, Night Ming arrived at his office and sat opposite him. Want some tea? No need, librarianly, let's get right to the point if you have anything to say. Night Ming said bluntly and quickly. Ha, well, I like dealing with straightforward people like you. With Night Ming having said this, Li Sufeng smiled brightly, and no longer being polite, he directly opened the door. I watched the video of your sparring match just now. I have to say, no matter whether it's from the combat skills, the grasp of the body, or the anticipation of the timing of the moves, you don't look like a newcomer at all, but more like a skillful assassin, weaving in and out of the battlefield, killing people invisibly. You grew up practicing skills in assassination? Li Sufeng looked up at Night Ming, his eyes filled with suspicion. From a young age, I was forced to exercise by my fourth uncle and learn some martial arts skills. Night Ming raised an eyebrow, then added. As for assassination skills, does watching movies count for much? I really like those assassins in the movies and think they're very handsome. As a top assassin. When he said these words, Night Ming's heart was like water, and there were no emotional fluctuations in his eyes. So by observing the micro-expressions, Li Sufeng also determined that Night Ming wasn't lying. A pure newcomer who can skillfully assassinate a target in a real battle, his methods have almost reached the realm of pure perfection. Your talent is a bit high. Li Sufeng exclaimed in admiration. Night Ming nodded his head and smiled. Thanks for the compliment, Pavilion Director Li. Do you currently have a favorite university? Li Sufeng asked as his words changed. Night Ming shook his head. Not for now. You can consider Star Demon University. The assassin specialty they offer is very suitable for you. So this is why I was called here. If Night Ming remembered correctly, Li Sufeng had graduated from Star Demon University. With this setup he was doing now, was he pulling in students for his alma mater? However, Star Demon University was indeed good. Star Demon University, Starry Sky University, Star Ocean University, and Qingbei University. These were by far the top 4 universities in the Dragon Kingdom. Among them, Qingbei University emphasizes on cultural teaching. Star Devil, Starry Sky, and Starry Sea universities, on the other hand, emphasized on martial arts. Although the focus was on martial arts, the direction of focus of each university was different and there were some obvious divisions, while the Star Demon University's biggest feature was the killer specialty. They cultivated 90% of the professional killers in the Dragon Kingdom. These killers, whether they were targeting the Pact Master Wars or ferocious beast attacks, all had a crucial role to play. Star Demon University, the killer specialty, is quite suitable for me. Night Ming pondered for a while, already having a plan in his heart. Good, thanks to Curator Li for suggesting it. I will consider it. Chapter 9, Testing? What's the point of testing when it's a broken record? Aha! Li Sufeng's purpose had been accomplished. Then, he took out 2 small wooden boxes with exquisite shapes from the drawer. Opening them, there was a weirdly shaped fruit lying inside each. One was scarlet in color, with strange runes engraved on its exterior. The other was icy blue, as if it was made of ice crystals, palm-sized, with a silky frost lingering around it. Blood Soul Fruit contains berserk energy. After absorbing it, it can significantly increase attack power. Ice Crystal Fruit, mild energy, can effectively enhance the strength of the physical body after absorption. Pick one. Consider it your reward for breaking the record. Li Sufeng pushed the 2 wooden boxes in front of Night Ming. Both of these fruits were not low in value, and could be sold for a high price of 200,000 Dragon Kingdom coins on the market. Logically speaking, breaking a record wouldn't get a reward like the Blood Soul Fruit. It was entirely because Li Sufeng cherished his talent and gifted it out of his own pocket. Night Ming, pick the red one. That one has a better effect on you. Shadow Yui's voice was like a light bell, echoing in Night Ming's divine sea. Oh? Night Ming raised an eyebrow. The Honorable Divine Meteor Dark Knight Demon Emperor had spoken, so let's pick the Blood Soul Fruit. I'll take this one. Not bad, this fruit is indeed very suitable for magical girl contractors. After Li Sufeng briefly talked to Night Ming for a few sentences, he sent him to the door and extended his hand to shake. Night Ming, I hope that you and the magical girl you contracted can break the worldly perceptions. What was the worldly perception? It was that a contracted magical girl had no future. Of course, she and I will try our best. Looking at Night Ming's gradually disappearing back, Li Sufeng clasped his hands to his chest, his eyes slightly narrowed as if he was thinking about something, and... If I remember correctly, that fellow Sun Hoyuan seems to be in Songnan City recently. There's a chance to have him meet with Night Ming and see if he can be directly introduced to the teacher. If someone with a little insight was here to hear these words, they would be shocked to the point of jaw-dropping. There was no other reason. The Sun Hoyuan in Li Sufeng's mouth was the enrollment office of Star Demon University. And the teacher in his mouth was the vice president of Star Demon University. On the way back, Night Ming sat in the co-pilot of the sports car. Holding the blood soul fruit in his hand, he was constantly observing it from all corners. Blood soul fruit? Good stuff. This librarian Li is quite generous to you. I can remind you that this fruit can only absorb energy, don't take it orally or your body will have an adverse reaction. If it's serious, it might be poisoned, fainting or dying on the spot is possible. Night Xinxing glanced at it and hurriedly reminded. But her words just fell. Shadow Yui's subtle muttering sounded and... Actually, it can be eaten directly, which is much more effective. As for the toxins, I can absorb them all. It can still be like this? Night Ming smiled as he put the blood soul fruit away. He didn't intend to swallow it in front of Night Xinxin. She was driving right now, so it wouldn't be good if his behavior scared her and caused a traffic accident. What's the next plan? Your current strength is far beyond your peers, but you should also have a clear plan and not waste time. Night Xinxin asked. Night Ming pondered for a while, thinking of the conclusions he had gotten from the martial arts dojo earlier, and said, Tomorrow I want to go to the secret realm. The secret realm? Night Xinxin's brows furrowed slightly. Don't you still have your beginner's test tomorrow? Not going, I've tested them all. I'll send the data to the homeroom teacher later. With my grades, I'm sure she can understand. Night Ming didn't want to waste time. Also right. Night Xinxin nodded, and after pondering for a while, suggested. If you want to go to a secret realm, you can choose the entry-level secret realm, the Blood Demon Tower. It has a concentration of ferocious beasts and a large number of them, and it's most suitable for a novice like you. Well, even though you're not a novice. The ferocious beasts are concentrated. High in number. Seems good. It's decided, let's go to the Blood Demon Tower. Night Ming made up his mind. At the same time, in a certain mid-range neighborhood, Lu Yuxuan was lying on her bed, after sending the last message to Night Ming. Snap. She slammed her cell phone on the ground as she angrily said. Damn Night Ming, on what grounds didn't you reply to my message? Just so fond of playing the high and mighty male god bit? Thinking that by increasing the distance with me, I'll lick my face and go to him? Why? Just because he contracted the SSS-ranked magical girl with no future? Ever since Night Ming rejected her today, Lu Yuxuan had been holding a breath in her heart. She had wanted to come back and give Night Ming a good lecture on her cell phone. But the result? Night Ming didn't return a single message. The little princess emotion was not satisfied, which made Lu Yuxuan break her defense. She looked at the cell phone on the ground and clenched her fists and grunted angrily. Night Ming, you wait for me. In tomorrow's primary test, I will kill 50 ferocious beasts and trample you hard under my feet. I'll let you know how foolish your current indifference towards me is. The following day. Songnan Martial Dao View. The students of the current Songnan First Middle School were all gathered at the entrance of the martial arts dojo, which also included Night Ming's class. Within the class, the vast majority of the students had arrived, but they never saw Night Ming's figure. Hey, why isn't Night Ming here yet? It's already 8:29, one more minute and it's time to go to the test. I don't know, did he oversleep? Doesn't he have a special car responsible for transportation? Some students looked around, feeling puzzled. Wang Haoyang, who had recovered from his injuries, snorted coldly and mocked. He has awakened a full-grade spirituality and contracted an SSS-ranked magical girl, so he's high and mighty. Of course we have to wait for him, he's the young master. Right Feishuan, are you sure about yourself? I've heard that a contracted SS-ranked holy maiden can kill a minimum of 30 ferocious beasts. Well, I plan to kill 50. Lu Yuxuan returned with an indifferent expression, her eyes kept sweeping through the crowd. Until the time came to 8:30, Night Ming had not yet arrived. She let out a cold snort in her heart. Humph. This Night Ming must be afraid that I'll surpass him, so he doesn't dare to come. The corner of Lu Yuxuan's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a smug smile. Right at this moment, class teacher Yang Jinwen walked over and, "Let's go, classmates, let's go for the primary test." "Ah? But Night Ming hasn't come yet," Wang Haoyang asked in a fake manner. "Oh, Night Ming, there's no need to wait for him, he sent me a message yesterday, he's already tested." Well. Full marks, killed 500 ferocious beasts, broke the martial arts hall's record for a first-rank contract master. "You guys need to learn from him." "What?" The moment these words came out, all the students present were like ignited gunpowder, completely exploding. 500 ferocious beasts, breaking the record. This figure made them feel unbelievable. Wang Haoyang's pupils suddenly contracted as he loudly questioned. "Impossible. 500 ferocious beasts, even a contracted SSS-ranked holy maiden wouldn't be able to achieve this." "Teacher Yang, were you deceived by Night Ming?" Yang Jinwen frowned. "Don't believe me? Go to the martial arts hall and see for yourself." All the students rushed into the hall of the martial arts hall in a swarm, and when they saw the large screen hanging in the hall, their heads felt like they had been struck with a heavy hammer, and their brains buzzed. Record list. First Order Contractor, Night Ming record kills, 500 First Order Fierce Beasts. How is this possible? When he saw this data, Wang Haoyang's legs instantly weakened and he sat on his butt. His pupils all began to tremble madly out of fear. The one with the most complicated expression was Lu Yuxuan. Her eyes were as wide as two copper bells, her mouth was slightly open, and her entire body was frozen in place as if she was under a spell. The heart is like being clutched tightly by a big invisible hand, the breathing becomes rapid and disordered, the mind is blank, for a long time before coming back to the senses, muttering, 500. 500. How is this possible? She felt at this moment. The self that had previously aspired to kill 50 ferocious beasts was simply a clown. Chapter 10, Entering the Blood Demon Tower. At the same time, Night Ming, who was in the teleportation hall, received a message from class teacher Yang Jinwen. "Yang Jinwen, Night Ming, this early record break of yours has become an insurmountable mountain in the hearts of your classmates. It's weighing them down so much that they can't breathe." Night Ming smiled helplessly. It wasn't his fault. The strength was here, and he couldn't even keep a low profile if he wanted to. So he cheekily replied back. "Night Ming, the more pressure, the more motivation, it is incumbent upon us to serve our classmates." After doing everything, Night Ming checked a glance at the panel information. Name, Night Ming. Spirituality, full level. Realm, First Order Pact Master 1010,000. Chi and Blood, 110. Spiritual Power, 110. Pact Spirit, Divine Meteor Dark Knight Demon Emperor, Pact Spirit, Divine Meteor Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Spirit Level, SSS can be upgraded, Spirit Technique, Dark Judgment SSS. Spirit Technique, Dark Judgment Level 2, Divine Meteor Demon Armor Level 2, Eternal Nightfall Level 1. Last night, with Yui's help, I managed to devour the Blood Soul Fruit, and my Chi, Blood, and Spirit Power have both increased now. I'm also only 9,000 experience short of becoming a second-ranked contract master. Night Ming looked in front of him, at the Blood Demon Tower's teleportation gate, his heart filled with anticipation. But don't let me down. According to what his old sister, Night Xinshin, had said, there were a large number of ferocious beasts in this Blood Demon Tower. The number was dozens of times that of an ordinary low-level secret realm. The spiritual talent possessed by Night Ming killing growth. The more ferocious beasts he killed, the more experience he could gain, and theoretically, as long as there were enough ferocious beasts, he could make unlimited breakthroughs. Of course, the higher the realm of the ferocious beasts, the more experience they gained. Everyone, the secret realm is now open, please wear the bracelet. If you meet danger, you can press the button on the bracelet to teleport out of the secret realm. As the staff's words fell, swoosh! The teleportation gate suddenly flashed a blue light. Night Ming's eyes became dazed, and when he came back to his senses again, he had already arrived at the low-level secret realm, the Blood Demon Tower. Dark clouds were thick in the sky. Blood-colored thunder flashed continuously. Blood-pupiled, black-feathered crows swept across the sky, emitting cries that were like miserable funeral bells. On an empty crimson earth, a majestic ancient tower that was pitch black and haunted with blood-colored air currents stood. The Blood Demon Tower had a total of 9 layers, and as the layers rose, the number and strength of the ferocious beasts would gradually increase. Even though it was a low-level secret realm and had a safety bracelet, every year, there were 50 contract masters who died in the Blood Demon Tower without 100. Everyone, the Blood Demon Tower has a high number of ferocious beasts, so in order to obtain good rewards, we must go and break into the higher level count. Is there anyone willing to team up with us? A team of 3, now 1 short. Requirements are second order contractor, contract spirit B rank and above. Right, it must be a holy maiden. Magical maidens don't come to get involved. A man in a work uniform, who looked professional, was shouting loudly. His request was not too high, and someone soon agreed. Team up, first rank contract master is fine, contract spirit A rank and above. Same old rules, no magical girls, it has to be a holy girl. Team up, first rank contract master, contract spirit level B is also accepted, one more person is more power. More and more people found suitable teams. However, these teams all tacitly excluded magical girl contractors. In their view, first and second rank witch contractors were no different from ordinary people. Forming a team was completely bringing a liability. Little brother, do you want to team up with me? I'm a first-ranked contract master, and my contract spirit is an A-ranked poison mist holy maiden, which can unleash a ranged damage spirit skill. A soft and melodious voice rang out from behind Night Ming. Night Ming turned around to take a look. It was a sweet and cute-looking young girl. She was wearing a white wool sweater on top and loose denim underneath, looking innocent. Little brother, what's your contracted spirit? I see that you don't even go to team up with others, does it mean that? Your contracted spirit is an S-class holy woman? Su Xiaoyu's clear eyes were filled with great anticipation. Night Ming responded blandly, my contracted spirit is a magical maiden. Ah! A magical girl? Sorry, I just looked at the wrong person. The smile on Su Xiaoyu's face instantly disappeared. Her eyes became cold, and without hesitation, she walked towards behind Night Ming, another handsome-looking man. As she passed by, Night Ming also heard her whisper. Cut. I wanted to find a big leg to hug. As a result, the one contracted was a magical girl, and this thing called a magical girl, no matter what her rank is far inferior to a holy girl. I don't know what to think, there are still people who contract magical girls these days. In the public's subconscious mind, contracting a magical girl was self-destructive. Not only would they not try to understand it, they would verbally attack it, mocking, abusing, and carrying obvious bullying. Night Ming. Shadow Yui's mood was a bit low. Night Ming smiled bashfully, it's fine, there's always this in the world. All we have to do is use our strength, and slap their outstretched faces, slap slap slap. A few words with fun made Shadow Yui's mood quite a bit better, and she laughed out loud. Boom! Just as the crowd finished forming their teams and discussing their ploys, the Blood Demon Tower's blood-stained iron door, which was 10 meters tall, opened. Blood-colored mist overflowed from the tower, and a fishy stench filled the air. Night Ming looked up, and within the iron door was a darkness that could not be seen to the end. Charge! The Blood Demon Tower is open, those who go in first will eat meat, and those who go in after will gnaw on bones. Swoosh! The iron gate opened, and the crowd scrambled to enter the Blood Demon Tower first. Night Ming naturally wouldn't be left behind. As a top-tier assassin, he possessed superb body skills, and although he started late, he came to the forefront of the crowd in an instant. Isn't that kid contracted to a witch? So fast? Could the contracted spirit be a rabbit witch? Some people marveled at Night Ming's speed. Su Xiaoyu, who had taken the initiative to find Night Ming earlier and ruthlessly left, snorted coldly. What's the use of running fast, haven't you heard of beating a head with a stick? Hoo. Night Ming's feet generated wind, completely ignoring the words of the crowd behind him, and arrived at the first floor at the fastest speed possible. This place was a grand, enclosed space, and on the walls and ceiling, strange runes were carved, and the ground was strewn with blood scabs. 100 meters directly in front of Night Ming, there was a large door that led to the second level. However, in order to enter the second level, one must complete the requirements of the first level. The Blood Demon Tower opens. Entry requirements for the second level, kill 50 First Order Blood Demon Beasts 050. The Blood Demon Tower's beep sounded in Night Ming's ears. Puff puff puff. The moment the sound fell, the blood scabs on the ground actually turned into blood and began to flow, eventually coalescing into a strangely shaped creature. They were weird-looking, 1 meter 3 in size, covered in bubbling blood, their arms were sharp blades, and the lower half of their bodies were 2 thick thighs. Hey kid, what are you running so fast for? The witch you contracted, and it's still of the first rank. With your strength, it's hard as hell to even get through the first floor. 3 figures appeared behind Night Ming. The one in the lead had tattoos etched on his body, his muscles were burly, his head was bare, and his pair of eyes were like a green rock hanging tiger. He was ferocious and said to Night Ming in a condescending tone, "However, looking at you, kid, you're quite courageous. Like this, give me $20,000, and my Mad Tiger squad will escort you to the 5th floor." Chapter 11, One Move, 1 Second? Is this kid's contract really a magical girl? Looking at the burly man next to him, Night Ming frowned. No need. The words fell. Night Ming was too lazy to dwell too much with the burly man. This was the first level, the vast majority of the contracted masters would be here. There were too many monks and too little porridge, so if you wanted to kill as many ferocious beasts as possible, you had to be far ahead of everyone. Shoo! Night Ming's legs powered up and he charged directly into the group of blood demonic beasts. "Captain, this kid is kind of looking down on our Mad Tiger squad, should we clean him up?" A team member came forward. He looked towards the tattooed burly man and sought the other party's opinion. The tattooed burly man's name was Zhang Maniac Tiger, and he clasped his hands to his chest as he coldly snorted in disdain. "A punk who has contracted a magical girl, why do you still need us to make a move?" Recklessly charging into the blood demon beast group, he won't even know how he'll die later. While conversing, more and more contract masters came to the 1st floor. When they saw that Night Ming took an arrow step and charged into the blood demon group alone, everyone froze for a moment. This kid, doesn't he have any brains? A first-rank contract master, charging into a group of ferocious beasts, this was just sending him to his death. It was simply an arrogant fool. It's a good thing I didn't team up with him, or else I'd be suffering right now as well. Su Xiaoyu let out a sigh of relief thankfully. But just in the next moment. Phew! Dark black aura converged on Night Ming's body, wrapping every single spot on his body, all over. Divine Meteor Demon Armor. Boom! Wearing the Divine Meteor Demon Armor, Night Ming fell from mid-air and actually blasted the floor out of a deep pit with a single punch. Some of the blood demon beasts that were charging towards him immediately stumbled, somewhat unable to stabilize themselves. It's now! Night Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the Divine Meteor long sickle appeared in his hand. With a smooth swing, his blood-colored bladed chi sliced through the air, crazily harvesting the heads of the blood demon beasts in front of him. Slaying a first-order blood demon beast, realm experience +5, spirit skill experience +5. Kill first-level blood devil beast, realm experience +5, spirit skill experience +5. Kill first-level blood devil beast, +5 experience in realm, +5 experience in spirit skill. Kill first-level blood devil beast, realm experience +5, spirit skill experience +5. Kill first-level blood devil beast, realm experience +5, spirit skill experience +5. With one random strike, Night Ming killed 15 first-order blood demon beasts. What surprised Night Ming was that killing a first-order blood demon beast in reality could actually add 5 points of experience. This is much more enjoyable than yesterday in the martial arts dojo. A brilliant light appeared in Night Ming's eyes. Night Ming, 10 blood demon beasts, behind you. Shadow Spectre promptly gave Night Ming a point report. Night Ming immediately turned around and swung out another sickle blade, once again easily taking down 10 blood demon beasts. This time, in addition to experience, he also obtained 5 blood demon eyes, which were fierce beast materials that had a probability of dropping and could be taken out and sold for money. Team. Captain, what's wrong with this kid? Isn't his contracted spirit a witch? Why is it so strong? The members of the Mad Tiger squad were so surprised that their tones were trembling. He's a first-ranked contract master, and he's more powerful than even I, a second-ranked contract master. Even if I had to deal with dozens of blood demon beasts, it wouldn't be as easy as him. Zhang Maniac Tiger was also puzzled at this time, as he picked at his bald head. It simply couldn't figure out why. Could it be that he really is a genius? Su Xiaoyu's heart was filled with remorse. Had he known that Night Ming was so strong? I shouldn't have walked away at that time. Big leg ah! This was a proper thigh. Just like that, she missed the chance to hold it. She hated it. Don't freeze. The number of blood demon beasts on the first floor is only 1,000, if you don't kill enough 50 of them, you'll be forced to kick out of the blood demon tower. Some of the contract masters saw that Night Ming was going crazy with killing and hurriedly threw themselves into the battle. For a time, the entire first floor erupted with intense chaotic power. Berserk and raging wind blades, raging flame bombs, water waves that rolled up 2 meters high, and enemy poisons. Damn, who put the poison? Is there any conscience putting poison in a place like this? And also not distinguishing between enemy and self? Is it sick? Some contractors covered their mouths and noses and cursed angrily. Su Xiaoyu, who was sneakily releasing the poison, shuddered and cursed in a small voice, and "Humph. It's not like the poison was released against you? I won't release it if you tell me not to? The secret realm is everyone's secret realm, it's none of your business if I release my poison." After saying that, she found a hidden place and didn't stop, but continued to increase her release. No wonder no one is teaming up with her. So it's the pits. Nightming shook his head, and immediately afterward, he heard a voice ring out in his head. "You have killed 151st Order Blood Demon Beasts. Exceeded your goal. The entrance to the second level has been opened for you." Nightming glanced around. With all of the contractors joining the battle, there were completely not enough blood demon beasts on the scene to kill. There were only 1,000 blood demon beasts on the first level, so continuing to stay was just a waste of time. "Go! Let's go to the second level." Nightming spoke to Shadow Yui in his mind. Good. The next moment, he took an arrow step towards the door connecting to the second level. The speed was extremely fast, like a gust of wind. "Brothers, follow him, don't let this brat get the upper hand." Zhang Maniac Tiger commanded 2 of his team members to charge up. Nightming turned back and smiled at the corner of his mouth. Accelerating his speed, he passed through the gate. As Zhang Maniac Tiger and the others tried to rub off on Nightming's qualifications and enter the second level, the gate came down with a loud bang, like a tiger's head sword, making it impossible for them to avoid it. One team member's paw was smashed into a mess of rotten meat. Damn it! This kid is too fast to keep up. Zhang Maniac Tiger sighed, having no choice but to continue killing the blood demon beasts. As for the team member with the injured paw, he could only be forced to press the hand ring and leave the blood demon tower. When Nightming arrived at the second level, the space here was clearly 1/9 smaller than before. The surrounding walls, too, took on a light green luster. This is the second layer? I heard that there are a full 2,000 blood demon beasts on the second level. Nightming began to look forward in his heart, if only they could appear all at once. It seemed to have heard his request. The space on the second level steeply produced a violent shaking. From the walls on the left and right sides, hundreds of blood demon beasts actually rushed out all at once. These blood demon beasts were very different from the ones on the first level. They were much larger and their bodies took on a dark green color. Their arms had changed from sharp blades to palms, holding iron wolfsbane rods as they rushed towards Nightming at an extremely fast speed. It was like a group of goblins wrapped in slime. The second level opens. Condition for entering the third level: kill 100 green-skinned blood demon beasts. 0100. Green-skinned blood demon beasts. They possess greater strength, specialize in group attacks, and excel at using tools. The strength is twice that of ordinary blood demon beasts. Boom boom boom. Hundreds of green-skinned blood demon beasts rushed in, and they were like 2 green torrents, as if they were going to engulf the entire second-floor hall. However, instead of feeling fear, Nightming did not. Instead, he revealed a meaningful smile. "Nightming, it's time to use Eternal Nightfall." Shadow Specter's excited voice rang out. Nightming smiled bashfully, and in the next moment, he thrust the long sickle in his hand into the ground. A terrifying darkness began to brew. With him as the center, the dark matter continued to spread towards the surroundings, and the entire floor was covered in deathly blackness. It was like a monster that infinitely devoured everything. The entire floor of the second level seemed to have been transformed into a dark swamp that caused fear and trembling, and the green-skinned blood demon beasts that were located in the range found it difficult to lift their feet as if they were covered in glue. The body, too, became unable to move. At this time, a demonic minion stretched out from the darkness, entangling the green-skinned blood magic beasts, gradually dragging them into the darkness. Spirit Skill. Eternal Night Descent Ranged Group Damage. Chapter 12, Experience Reached, Breakthrough. Second Order Contract Master. In just a few seconds, hundreds of green-skinned blood demon beasts were dragged into the darkness. The moment their bodies entered the darkness, they completely severed their vitality, leaving behind only the blood demon eyes scattered all over the place. Killed a First Order green-skinned blood demon beast, Realm Experience +6, Spirit Skill Experience +6. Kill first level green skinned blood devil beast, realm experience +6, spirit skill experience +6. Kill first level green skinned blood devil beast, realm experience +6, spirit technique experience +6. Phew. Nightming took a deep breath and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as he looked at the darkness that covered the entire floor. His current realm was only at the first rank. But the eternal night descent that was unleashed were all far more powerful than most second order. A ranged technique, an instantaneous second kill. This was simply a divine technique for Nightming, who could become stronger by killing ferocious beasts. Of course, what surprised Nightming even more was the acquisition of realm experience. He checked the panel. Realm, First Order Contract Master 4000-10,000. Each green-skinned blood demon beast can provide me with 6 points of realm experience. I probably killed about 400 to 500 of them earlier, and there are a total of 2,000 ferocious beasts on the second level. Nightming roughly estimated, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He realized. As long as he killed all the ferocious beasts on the second level, his own realm, he would be able to break through the second stage. This was undoubtedly great news for Nightming. Boom boom boom. Another large group of green-skinned blood demon beasts rushed out from the walls on both sides, and they appeared even more violent, their speed and strength enhanced. 2 green waves swept left and right. A brilliant light flashed in Nightming's eyes. Eternal night descent was unleashed. The hall once again became dead silent as the dark swamp continued to spread, covering every corner of the second-level hall. As a single demonic minion dragged the green-skinned blood demon beast into the darkness. They all turned into experiences that helped Nightmare grow. Killed a first-order green-skinned blood demon beast, realm experience +6, spirit skill experience +6. Kill first-level green-skinned blood devil beast, realm experience +5, spirit skill experience +5. Kill first-level green-skinned blood devil beast, realm experience +4, spirit skill experience +4. Is it already starting to decay? Is it because of the repetition of battle styles? Nightming's brows furrowed with doubt as he rushed into the group of green-skinned blood demon beasts with a long sickle in hand this time, engaging in physical melee combat. A bladed light flashed, and blood gathered into strands on the ground. Kill a first-order green-skinned blood demon beast, realm experience +1, spirit skill experience +1. Kill a first-order green-skinned blood demon beast, realm experience +0.9, spirit skill experience +0.9. Even if you change your combat style, you won't be able to stop the decay of experience. From the looks of it, trying to break through to the second rank at the second level should be impossible. Nightming let out a helpless sigh. He summarized that there was an upper limit to the number of ferocious beasts for experience acquisition. When the same type of ferocious beasts killed reached the upper limit, the experience gained would gradually decrease and eventually fall to 0. This was quite consistent with growth logic. In that case, let's go to the third floor. Nightming wasn't discouraged, but instead felt that it was rightfully so. Killing the same opponents had long since bored him. A strong person should grow in a different fight. There was no hesitation. Nightming directly entered the third level. As he left, he once again checked the panel. Realm, First Order Contractor 6000-10,000. 1,200 green-skinned blood demon beasts for a few thousand experience points, it's worth it. Nightming was satisfied with this. Immediately, he turned around and smiled. Later on, when the others enter the second level and realize that the number of ferocious beasts has plummeted and they don't have to face the danger anymore, they'll definitely thank me, right? At the same time, Zhang Maniac Tiger and the others successfully completed the requirements and arrived at the second level. There was no sign of anyone in the empty hall, and the smell of blood lingering in the air hinted that a great battle had previously occurred here. The crowd was blissfully unaware of this, still searching for Nightming's figure one after another. Where's that kid from just now? Couldn't have already entered the third floor, right? A man in a work uniform wondered. What are you thinking? Zhang Maniac Tiger's team member sneered and immediately retorted. Isn't it looking for death for a first-rank contract master to enter the third floor without a team and with the contract spirit still being a witch? In my opinion, he must have met danger and ran away long ago. I've seen a lot of this kind of kid who doesn't know the sky and the earth in my life. Don't you think so, Captain? The crowd turned their gazes towards Zhang Maniac Tiger. He was the strongest amongst all the pact masters. His judgment and words carried great weight. A first-rank contract master, going to the third floor alone is looking for death, but Forget it, let's kill the ferocious beasts first. Zhang Manhwa originally wanted to say that Night Ming must have teleported out of the Blood Demon Tower. However, when he thought about Night Ming's performance earlier, he didn't dare to jump to conclusions. He always had a feeling Night Ming would not leave so simply. Perhaps it had really entered the third layer. Plop plop plop. The sound of blades slashing flesh resounded continuously. When the fierce battle began, Su Xiaoyu once again sought out a corner where no one was paying attention and frantically released poison. Poison contractors, poison ferocious beasts. Starting to release poison again, huh? Who the hell did this? Say something when you're releasing poison, quietly? Do we have a grudge against you or something? Why are you taking revenge on us? Damn it, wait for me, let me know who you are, I'm sure you won't have to suffer. Perhaps the dose was too large this time, but it even directly forced back several first-rank contract masters. Splendid spirit techniques lit up the second-level hall, and for a while, all the contract masters were fully engaged in the battle, their hands rising and falling, gradually getting into a better position. The blood in their bodies began to boil, one by one, their eyes widened and their chests burst with battle spirit. They had just entered the best fighting state. But the next moment, the great hall went quiet. No more ferocious beasts appeared. There weren't even 10 people who had met the requirements to enter the third level. Wait, how can this be? Aren't there 2,000 blood demon beasts on the second level? Why, I feel like I just met a few hundred of them. Could it be that the ferocious beasts have all been killed by that contracted witch's kid? These words came out. Everyone couldn't help but have their eyes widen. They had killed hundreds of ferocious beasts. Wouldn't that mean that Night Ming had killed over 1,000 of them? In such a short period of time? Such a huge number of ferocious beasts? He was still a first-rank contract master? How is that possible? Don't joke around. He's just a first-rank contract master, there's no way he's that powerful. Su Xiaoyu shouted, the jealousy and unwillingness in her heart making her unable to believe that Night Ming could kill over 1,000 ferocious beasts. Zhang Manhwa echoed, right. Little girl is right, that kid is only a first-order contractor, he doesn't have the ability. Maybe there's something wrong with the Blood Demon Tower, it's normal for an old secret realm to have a bit of a problem with the wrong number of monsters being brushed. Let's go to the third level and take a look. The third layer. When Nightmind arrived at the third floor, the beep sounded once again. The third layer challenge opens. Conditions for entering the fourth level, kill 200 first-rank giant arm blood demon beasts 0200. The moment the sound fell. Boom boom boom. A single stout monster fell from the ceiling. They were like a crazy falling meteorite rain that covered the sky and smashed deep pits in the floor. Night Ming held the divine meteor alongside, and when the smoke and dust cleared, he was finally able to clearly see the appearance of this group of ferocious beasts. They were similar to the ordinary blood demon beasts of the first level, with bodies as scarlet as blood. However, they were even larger in size, possessing a huge one-armed arm that was as solid as a boulder. One-armed blood demon beasts. They possessed more powerful attacks and defenses. However, the speed was lacking. Giant armed blood demon beasts? I hope you can survive in the darkness, for a little longer, even if it's a second. The words fell. The darkness domain unfolded. Night Ming's body was like a ghost, and the long sickle in his hand waved. Swoosh swoosh. Cold light constantly cut through the darkness, and every strike Night Ming made was accompanied by the sound of heads falling. Puffing, ticking, gurgling. Blood dripping, heads rolling, a body falling one after another, all kinds of sounds coming together as if playing a nocturne of death, miserable and sad. Ding! Experience reached, realm can be broken through. Whether to start the breakthrough now, yes no. Chapter 13 Not a single ferocious beast. All killed? When Nightmind killed 2,000 giant armed blood demon beasts, the panel's information began to pop up continuously. Blood, 110-115. Mental power, 110-115. Dark domain level 2 level 3, radius of coverage increased to 5.2 meters, enemies within the domain will receive a speed reduction. Divine Meteor Magic Armor level 2 level 3, more powerful defense. Eternal Nightfall tier 1 tier 3, wider coverage, faster speed when killing, unlocked the ability to automatically stow materials. The chi and blood, spirit power, and spirit techniques were all improved. Of course. What excited Nightming the most was that he had now reached the requirements for a realm breakthrough. Realm, First Order Contract Master 12,000 10,000 breakthrough possible. My current strength far exceeds that of most Second Order Contract Masters. Once I break through to the second rank, even third rank Contract Masters may not be my match. A touch of joy surged in Nightming's heart. It had to be said. This kind of power that was obtained by relying on a large amount of killing was truly mesmerizing. Nightming felt like the whispers of a demon were constantly echoing in his mind, making him abandon his thoughts and devote himself to killing in blood. Luckily, as a top killer, Nightming only smiled blandly at this. He didn't need to devote himself to killing in blood. He himself was killing in blood. Now, it's time to start breaking through. Essence light erupted in Nightming's eyes, and without any hesitation at all, he directly broke through. Boom! A pillar of blood-colored light shot up into the sky. Under the divine meteor demon armor, Nightming's eyes were crimson, and bizarre and mysterious dark runes surfaced on his skin as he felt that every structural tissue on his body was being destroyed and reorganized. The previously thin and weak figure actually grew well-proportioned muscles at a speed visible to the naked eye. Some of the one-armed blood demon beasts that wanted to take the opportunity to sneak attack were directly shaken into a bloody mist by the aftermath of the power generated by the breakthrough. When Nightming opened his eyes again, scarlet light flickered. He reached out and grabbed his long sickle, charging into the group of one-armed blood demon beasts. The speed was extremely fast, like a black thunderbolt, and violent energy erupted wherever he went. When his blade slashed at the one-armed blood demon beasts, they were instantly chopped in half, and even the giant arms that possessed high defenses were unable to stop them. On the third level, 3,000 one-armed blood demon beasts. They were all killed by Nightming. However, because the experience limit had been reached, no experience was gained this time. After the realm elevation, my perception, sense of touch, and control of my body have all come to a whole new stage. The chi and blood and spiritual power, they even broke through 200. Nightming gripped the long sickle in his hand, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. 200 points of chi and blood and spiritual power. This was already considered to be a serious overshoot. To know SSS class Saintus contract masters, when they broke through to the second rank, it was considered quite good for their chi and spirit power to break through 100. Nightming, directly breaking through 200. Outstanding and far ahead of the pack. You've killed 3,000 one-armed blood demon beasts. You've exceeded the requirements. The door to the fourth level has been opened for you. Nightming didn't hesitate and rushed towards the fourth floor. Shortly after he left, Zhang Maniac Tiger's few people arrived at the third floor. Attention all, the difficulty of the third layer will increase. This place is no longer suitable for first-rank contract masters. Once there is danger, exit early on your own so as not to drag everyone down. Never be naive enough to think that everyone is obligated to save you when you are in danger. As Zhang Manahu said these words, his fierce gaze landed on the 3 first-rank contract masters at the back of the group. It was as if he was forcing them to leave now. Su Xiaoyu, one of the 3, hung his head low and said nothing. But in his heart, he felt speechless at this. Humph. Isn't it just a second-order contract master? What's so godly about it? Do you really consider yourself a leader? How dare you ask people to leave of their own accord? You're not qualified. What a shrimp-headed man. Of course, she only dared to spit it out in her mind, and naturally, she didn't dare to say a single word in front of Zhang Maniac Tiger. All on guard, I can sense that a danger is coming. Zhang Maniac Tiger and the others prepared for battle, quietly waiting for the crisis to descend. But after setting up their stance like this and waiting for 10 minutes, there was still no movement. It was as if the ferocious beasts on the third level had all died out. What's going on? Where are the ferocious beasts? Could it be that something has really gone wrong with this blood demon tower? Zhang Manahu furrowed his brows and looked around suspiciously. A second-ranked contract master dressed in black pondered for a while, skeptically saying, "Could it be that that kid killed all the ferocious beasts on the third floor? How could that be? Are you kidding?" Zhang Manahu immediately let out a furious laugh, feeling that the other party had no brains at all. On the third level, 3,000 first-ranked ferocious beasts, even if a SSS-ranked magical girl contractor came, it would be difficult to fight. He, a magical girl contract master, has this ability? In my opinion, there must be something wrong with the Blood Demon Tower. Damn, the personnel managing the secret realm, just eating and not working all day long, they don't even know that something is wrong with the secret realm, and they still dare to charge me $10,000 for the entrance fee. Let's go out and find them to theorize. There were no more ferocious beasts. There was no point in staying any longer. Zhang Maniac Tiger simply took his team and teleported out of the Blood Demon Tower. The most powerful of the group, Zhang Maniac Tiger, had left, so there was no need for the others to stay, and they all chose to leave. Su Xiaoyu glanced at the closed door directly in front of him, her eyes narrowing slightly, and eventually shook her head with a cold smile. What are you thinking? Even if he's talented, he's still only at the first rank. He was probably forced to leave the Blood Demon Tower by the ferocious beasts a long time ago. Humph. A fiendish pact master, what's the point of pretending and learning to be a striker? Serves you right. After mocking at the air for a while, Su Xiaoyu pressed the hand ring button and teleported out of the secret realm. For everything that happened here, Night Ming was completely unaware of it. He, who had broken through to the second stage, was like an unsheathed sword, destroying the battle on the 4th level. In his eyes, all the ferocious beasts seemed to have lost their most basic forms and were reduced to realm experiences for him to harvest. 4th layer, 5th layer, 6th layer. Night Ming was surprisingly fast. Killing a few thousand first-rank ferocious beasts was as simple and easy as stepping on a bunch of ants to Night Ming. His realm experience was also accumulating, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. Until 10,000. The level of the spirit skill, too, was climbing. Realm, second order contract master 10,000 100,000. Dark domain level 3 level 4, coverage radius increased to 5.5 meters, enemies within the domain will be affected by exhaustion. Divine Meteor Magic Armor level 3 level 4, the legs of the armor have been strengthened to a faster speed. Eternal Nightfall level 3 level 4, coverage area is increased, damage is increased, up to 500 normal second rank ferocious beasts, or 1,000 first rank ferocious beasts can be killed at the same time. 90,000 experience points short of breaking through the 3rd rank. The experience gained from killing a first rank beast right now isn't even 2 points. It's necessary to kill second rank ferocious beasts. After the realm was raised, killing low-ranked ferocious beasts would barely increase strength anymore. This was something that Nightmind had anticipated, so he continued onward, setting off towards the 7th layer. When he arrived at the 7th layer, Shadow Yui's eyes flashed in surprise. Night Ming. The ferocious beasts on the 7th layer are all second-ranked. Also, I can sense that on the 9th layer, there are good things that make you stronger. Chapter 14 Nope. Outside the secret realm, there is another person. Outside the secret realm. Transmission hall. Alright Oldly, I know. When I'm done with this mess in my hands, I'll definitely go and meet that genius you mentioned. Sun Hoyuan hung up the phone in his hand and rubbed his brow helplessly. Old son, what's wrong? Looking at you like this, is something wrong? A middle-aged man next to Sun Hoyuan asked suspiciously. His name was Zhang Qingyi, he had a country face, wore a black trench coat, and walked at a steady pace with the wind. At a glance, he was not an ordinary person. Harm, the director of the Tsangnan Martial Arts Hall, Li Sufeng. He's going to introduce me to a newcomer. The information was just sent to me, and I've only glanced at it, and he's going to pull me to go directly to that newcomer. Sun Hoyuan sighed, somewhat bitterly. It was a rare vacation for him to come to Tsangnan City to sneak around, but as a result, there were things everywhere. It couldn't be helped, after inspecting the secret realm later, he still had to rush to Tsangnan Martial Arts Hall for a trip. Zhang Qingyi smiled at his words and lamented. What a thought, the awakening ceremony was only held yesterday, and a newcomer has emerged so soon. This is good for our Dragon Kingdom. Well, that's true. Sun Hoyuan nodded his head farther, then looked around before saying. Alright, I see that this teleportation hall of yours, all the facilities that should be there are complete, and those that should be overhauled have also been overhauled. Remember, whether it's a man-made secret realm or a natural secret realm, you can't take it lightly. Yesterday, right next door in Sangbei City, a ferocious beast riot occurred in the secret realm. A dozen or so third-order ferocious beasts rushed onto the streets, killing 23 people. Hee. Anyway, pay more attention, you're the person in charge of the secret realm in Tsangnan City, you must pay more attention to these things. Zhang Qingyi solemnly nodded his head and patted his chest to assure him. Old son, don't worry. When I become the person in charge of this Tsangnan secret realm, I won't let go of the same things that I should be in charge of. If anything happens to the secret realm, I, Jiang Qingyi, will be the first to take the blame. But his words had just fallen. A raspy voice pulling at his throat rang out. Come on people, come on people. Does the staff still care? The secret realm is in trouble, and you don't know to overhaul it? What do you take the entrance fee we paid for? Some words were shouted so loudly that a large portion of the teleportation hall heard them. Jiang Qingyi, who had previously sworn an oath of assurances, his face suddenly sank. Frowning, he rushed towards the direction where the voice was initiated. Outside the Blood Demon Tower's teleportation door. With a ferocious expression on his face, Mad Tiger yelled at the top of his voice. Is there anyone who can take charge? When something goes wrong in the secret realm, isn't there anyone who can take responsibility? I need a perfect explanation. The staff on the side held the information to dissuade him. This gentleman, please don't make a scene here. The data shows that the Blood Demon Tower doesn't have any problems. If you have to make a mess, I'll call security now. Security? You better call it now. I'm standing here today. If the matter is not resolved, I'm not afraid if you call dozens of security. Zhang Manhwa glared and roared. As a veteran, he was used to these tactics. Today, it was not easy for him to catch an opportunity for the secret realm to go wrong. Of course, he wanted to take advantage of the situation to make it bigger and more compensation. Come to people, can you come to a steward? Don't shout. Jiang Qingyi expressionlessly came in front of Zhang Manhwa, while looking at the staff at the side. What happened? Director Jiang, it's like this. The staff member told the story of what happened, from beginning to end. Upon hearing the 3 words, Director Jiang, Zhang Manhwa's pupils suddenly contracted as he sized up the sudden country-faced middle-aged man, and he couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated in his heart. Director Jiang? The one who could be called out like that by the staff of the transmission hall. Only. Zhang Manhwa was struck by lightning, his brain was a bit dazed for a split second, and he cursed remorsefully in his heart. Messed with a hard stump. I wanted to find a steward, pay out more money and be done with it, but I didn't expect to bump into the person in charge of the Tsangnan secret realm. Zhang Crazy Tiger, right? No need to be nervous, something to deal with. Jiang Qingyi picked up the tablet in the hands of the staff and placed the contents in front of Zhang Maniac Tiger. According to the data, all the indicators of the Blood Demon Tower are normal. Of course, the data cannot represent everything. I would like to ask, when you said that something went wrong with the Blood Demon Tower's secret realm, where did you start? At this time, Sun Hoyuan walked over. He glanced at Zhang Maniac Tiger before looking at Jiang Qingyi. What's wrong, old Zhang? Something went wrong? Jiang Qingyi nodded indifferently and continued, Zhang Maniac Tiger, tell me, what problem did you meet? The number of ferocious beasts is not right. Zhang Maniac Tiger lost his previous hardness, his tone faltered. According to the regulations, the first layer is 1000, the second layer is 2000, and the third layer is 3000. However, there are only a few hundred on the second layer, and not a single one on the third layer. Jiang Qingyi frowned slightly, looking at the staff. Is there such a thing? If I remember correctly, the Blood Demon Tower is an artificial secret realm, and the quantity is put under strict control. Yes, Director Jiang, it's like this. The staff hurriedly said, we contacted the technical department at the first opportunity when we got the information. The other party said that there wouldn't be the slightest problem with the quantity put in, and I also personally went to look at the data, and there is indeed no problem. Zhang Manhwa hurriedly pursued, does the data have to be right? After we went to the third level, we didn't meet a single ferocious beast. Isn't that enough to explain the problem? Seeing is believing, no ferocious beasts means no ferocious beasts. Jiang Qingyi didn't respond to Zhang Manhwa, instead, he looked at the others behind Zhang Manhwa, and what Zhang Maniac Tiger just said, is it true? True. Apart from the number of ferocious beasts, are there any other problems? Jiang Qingyi's logic was clear. In addition, those who entered the Blood Demon Tower, excluding you and those who were forced to leave the secret realm, are there others? No. Zhang Manhwa said almost certainly. The henchman next to him pulled his arm, Captain, there's one more. Oh yeah, there's also a brat who contracted a magical girl. Zhang Maniac Tiger's face was full of disdain, but that little brat is a first rank, although he's a bit capable, but he broke away from the large army to charge the front alone. I'm afraid that he was forced to leave the secret realm a long time ago. He couldn't believe that the 3000 ferocious beasts on the third level were all killed by Night Ming. What a ripoff! Not only did he, Zhang Manhwa, not believe it, even Jiang Qingyi didn't believe it. A first-ranked magical girl contractor, killing thousands of ferocious beasts, this simply couldn't happen in reality. Wait. Old Zhang, does the Blood Demon Tower have monitoring facilities? Sun Hoyuan's face suddenly became heavy. Jiang Qingyi froze and immediately replied, "Man-made secret realms, they all have monitoring, I was about to check." What's wrong, old Sun? Sun Hoyuan raised his head, thinking of the words Li Su Feng had given him earlier. The newcomer that Old Li wanted to introduce to me earlier is also a magical girl contractor. Moreover, he broke the Tsangnan Martial Arts Hall's record for a first-rank contract master by killing 500 fiendish beasts. Old Li and I said that first-order ferocious beasts, that kid doesn't care about them. This. Jiang Qingyi's pupils suddenly contracted. Without hesitation, he took matters into his own hands, and in less than a minute, he called up the Blood Demon Tower's surveillance. The TD-sized virtual screen unfolded in front of the crowd. The screen swept through the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth layers of the Blood Demon Tower. None of them saw any figure. I told you, that kid must have left the secret realm, a first-order contract master can't overturn the sky. It must be the Blood Demon Tower. Zhang Manhwa sneered and whispered crickets, he just wanted compensation. Sun Hoyuan also frowned, could it be that he thought wrong? However, just when suspicion arose in the hearts of the crowd. The 7th floor of the Blood Demon Tower. Night Ming, who was wearing the divine meteor demon armor, appeared. He held a long scythe and stood upright in the dark shadows, like a dark god of death that reaped life, mysterious and bizarre. Directly in front of him, 1,000-second stage one-eyed blood demon beasts licked the corners of their mouths and were constantly approaching him. Chapter 15, killing thousands of second-order fierce beasts in seconds. Are you really a human? What is this kid up to? 1,000 second-ranked ferocious beasts? Is he going to kill them all by himself? Zhang Manhwa roared with glaring eyes, he simply couldn't believe that Night Ming, who was a magical girl contractor, was actually still alive. And had even broken through to the 7th floor. No, is he reckless? Is this situation in front of us something that he, a mere first-rank contract master, can resolve? Why can't he be a little self-aware? Su Xiaoyu on the side frowned as she felt that Night Ming simply didn't know the heights of heaven. There shouldn't be any danger, right? The staff looked towards Jiang Qingyi and asked worriedly. The latter clasped his hands to his chest, his face expressionless as he glanced at Sun Hoyuan beside him. Old Sun, in my opinion, I'm afraid this kid isn't that simple. As bigwigs at their level, they had long possessed eyesight that was different from the norm. Sun Hoyuan looked at Night Ming in the screen with a few moments of anticipation in his eyes, and this kid was the one named by Li Su Feng. He shouldn't be a stupid flinty arm. In addition, his eyes are calm and his demeanor doesn't have any panic, he's being very sure of what he's going to do. It's just that I don't know whether it fits or not. His words ended abruptly. At the same time, on the screen, Night Ming made a move. In the grand, sunken black hall, 1,200 one-eyed blood demon beasts rushed towards Night Ming with crimson gazes. Their bodies were small and thin, but they were covered in spikes and carried a strong poison on them, so once they touched them, even a huge adult elephant would have to die on the spot. Small body, fast speed, with a strong desire to attack. The number is still 1,000. They rushed towards Night Ming together, and the scene was incomparably vast. The divine meteor demon armor has a super high defense that can withstand the erosion of toxins. Night Ming, just let go and kill. Shadow Spectre immediately reminded. Night Ming nodded his head and reached out to grab the divine meteor long scythe, charging into the group of ferocious beasts like a bolt of black lightning. Plop! The scythe blade sliced through the pitch-black air, transforming into a horizontal curved moon, and along with the blood soaring, dozens of ferocious beasts were instantly separated from their heads. Immediately afterward, at the moment when the other one-eyed blood demon beasts pounced, Night Ming stomped on the ground with one foot and dashed out diagonally, like a flash of light into another batch of one-eyed blood demon beasts. Plop! The horizontal bending moon chopped out once again, and dozens more ferocious beasts fell to the ground. Looking down from directly above the Great Hall, Night Ming was like a black deathlight rushing into the beasts, constantly weaving through the beasts without any rules. Every strike he made left behind a black curved moon, and every time he moved, he left behind a black trailing tail, the curved moon and trailing tail connecting with each other, outlining a picture of death and darkness blending together. 3 short minutes later. 1,000 one-eyed blood demon beasts, all of them fell to the ground. Killing a second-order one-eyed blood demonic beast, realm experience +7, spirit skill experience +7. Kill second-order one-eyed blood beast, realm experience +7, spirit skill experience +7. Slaying a second-order one-eyed blood demonic beast, realm experience +7, spirit skill experience +7. How is this possible? He's only a first-rank contract master, how could he kill 1,000 second-rank fierce beasts? This kind of thing, even if he had contracted an SSS-ranked holy maiden, it couldn't have happened. This kid must have concealed his strength. Zhang Manhu's 2 eyeballs were wide and round. His cognition was severely shocked, and this kind of thing was just too difficult for him to accept. First rank? No, his current realm is the second rank. Zhang Qingyi's words immediately caused the crowd to freeze in place. Second rank? This kid is second rank? How is that possible? I came into contact with him before entering the secret realm. His aura is clearly first rank, it's very recognizable. Su Xiaoyu strained her neck, her intense jealousy actually causing her to forget Zhang Qingyi's identity. This was the head of the Tsangnan mystic realm, a real big shot. How could he possibly be mistaken? Old Jiang, in my opinion, this Night Ming must have made a breakthrough in the secret realm. Call up the previous surveillance video. Following Sun Hoyuan's words, Zhang Qingyi immediately pulled up the previous surveillance video. Sure enough, he found that at the 3rd level, Night Ming's strength had undergone a sudden surge. It was also accompanied by various visions around his body. This was a breakthrough. Interesting, really interesting. Only awakened yesterday, and today he's a second-rank contract master. This kid is definitely a talent. Zhang Qingyi laughed brightly. For talent, he was very appreciative. More importantly, this talent was still from Tsangnan City. Judging from various performances, he is already considered a super genius. Even an SSS-ranked Holy Maiden contractor would be hard to be his opponent. Only Sun Hoyuan couldn't help but frown. The information that Li Sufeng had given him was that Night Ming was not only highly talented and strong in actual combat. More importantly, his assassination skills were top-notch, a natural killer seedling. Judging from what Night Ming had shown so far, there was no doubt about his actual combat experience and fighting ability, as well as his talent. But he hasn't shown any assassination skills. Not only did he not have assassination skills, but Night Ming's fighting style was very rigid, and was completely different from the killers who hid in the darkness and killed invisibly. Judging from his current performance, he is not suitable to join the organization. Sun Hoyuan sighed, although there was some disappointment in his heart. However, Li Sufeng had spoken, it should not be a joke. So, he decided to watch further. In the Blood Demon Tower, Night Ming quickly passed through the 8th layer after clearing the 7th layer. The number of ferocious beasts on the 8th level was a full 1,500. In order to save himself some trouble, Night Ming simply executed the Eternal Night Descent and killed all of these ferocious beasts in seconds. This also caused Sun Hoyuan, who was observing the battle, to become a few points heavier in expression once again. A ranged spirit technique with superb combat power. This was the standard equipment of a frontal charge war god. To become a killer, the best configuration was a super strong single spirit skill. Perhaps, it was old Li who was mistaken. Compared to other people's explanations, Sun Hoyuan trusted his own eyes more. However, when Nightmind entered the 9th floor, he realized that eyes could also be deceiving. Blood Demon Tower. The 9th floor. The magnificent hall was surrounded by candle lanterns hanging on the walls. The blue firelight swayed without wind, and a ghostly shadow flared on the wall. In the center of the great hall, a beautifully carved wooden box was placed. Inside, lay a black heart that was beating. The Blood Demon King's heart. Night Ming, this thing will help me level up, can you help me get it? Shadow Yui asked in a pleading tone. Night Ming waved his hand and said, there's no need to be so polite with me. Phew. There was no hesitation. Night Ming tapped his foot and rushed towards the Blood Demon King's heart in an arrow step. Phew. But right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. On both sides of the wooden box, 2 huge black shadows coalesced without warning. They were 5 meters tall and stout, and with their hands holding up giant axes, they slashed down towards Night Ming. Night Ming, beware, they're Blood Demon Kings, they're not ordinary second-ranked ferocious beasts. As Shadow Yui shouted, her dark aura coalesced out, and it was like tentacles that wrapped around the giant axes of the two blood demon kings, holding their movements in check. Night Ming was quick on his feet and pocketed the blood demon king's heart. At the same time, he turned his back to the two blood demon kings, holding the divine meteor-long scythe, and the moment he looked back, a hint of scarlet flashed in his eyes. Dark Realm. Unfold. Assassination, begin. Chapter 16. Born to be a Killer. With Night Ming as the center, the darkness continued to spread, eventually forming a field of absolute darkness and death. As the two blood demon kings were placed in the dark field, their bodies seemed to be held back by an invisible force, and not only did their speed drop, even their strength and reflexes were affected. They glared angrily and waved their axes towards Night Ming. Night Ming's face was expressionless, and without warning, his body fell vertically into the dark realm. It disappeared without a trace. Not even a trace of breath was exposed. This is. Sun Hoyuan, who was watching the battle outside the field, suddenly widened his eyes. He immediately came to the very front and looked at the darkness domain that Night Ming had executed in the picture, and his expression became serious and earnest. His fingers were trembling. If anything, the spirit skill that Night Ming had displayed earlier was made for a charging war god. The current darkness domain was simply the perfect match for a killer. Sun Hoyuan's heavy face became eased at this moment. He finally understood why Li Su Feng had strongly recommended this brat with himself. Not to mention how strong Night Ming was, just this dark field alone was already ahead of many professional killers. In the large hall on the 9th floor, the two blood demon kings were frantically waving the huge axes in their hands, the pitch-black surroundings filling their hearts with fear and worry. They wanted to rush out, but once they entered the dark realm, it would be very difficult to get out. Shoo! At this moment, a cold light flashed without warning. The eyes of the blood demon king on the left slanted, sensing the danger, it immediately raised its hand and clawed. It ended up holding a small dagger. Roar! The blood demon king holding the dagger froze, and a sharp pain suddenly came from under its feet. In the unseen darkness, the sharp long scythe swung round to cut out a full moon, and Night Ming struck with great speed, easily cutting off both of the blood demon king's ankles. Boom! The left side blood demon king instantly collapsed. The blood demon king on the right side stared blankly, its breathing becoming rapid. It held its giant axe, its head constantly turning to survey the surroundings, and sometimes it would swing out an axe without warning. It wanted to rely on this irregular and random defense to stop Night Ming's attack. Swoosh! Another cold light flashed. The blood demon king subconsciously raised a claw, and when it realized that it was still a dagger, it didn't hesitate and immediately slashed vertically down towards its back. If Night Ming had still followed the previous practice, I'm afraid that his head would have been cut in half. However, the blood demon king's attack fell short. Plop! Blood splattered and soared. The blood demon king's body was separated from his head, and his head fell to the ground, eventually being swallowed by the darkness. Night Ming was holding a long sickle, his figure gradually revealed, and he was actually standing with his head hanging downwards. In the dark realm, he had an extremely high degree of freedom, even gravity couldn't affect him. Two blood demon kings. Easily solved by Night Ming. This. Old son, this kid isn't normally powerful. Zhang Qingyi's tone was a bit excited even after watching the battle. Sun Hoyuan's eyes were slightly narrowed, his expression was serious and solemn, and he didn't look too good. But in actuality, his heart was already happy. This old Li fellow really didn't lie to me. This kid, Night Ming, is truly a rare and good seedling. Sun Hoyuan had seen all of Night Ming's performance in killing the Blood Demon King. On the surface, Night Ming's battle against the two Blood Demon Kings was a one-sided crushing. But there were too many details in it. A completely hidden figure. An aura that was so restrained that the beasts couldn't even detect it. The decisiveness and ruthlessness of his actions. Of course, there are also small schemes to mislead people. These were all things that a top assassin needed to have. Night Ming had all of them. Not only did he have them, but he also skillfully utilized them in actual combat. In Sun Hoyuan's eyes, Night Ming was now a natural-born material to be an assassin. When he comes out later, help me keep him. I need to contact an important person now. Sun Hoyuan turned to Zhang Qingyi and said in a tone that could only be heard by the two of them. Important person. Zhang Qingyi knew that Sun Hoyuan was a person from Star Demon University with a special and honorable status. He even called it an important person, its background and weight could be imagined. Seeking a deserted place. Sun Hoyuan dialed the phone. An old and low voice came from inside. What is it? Sun Hoyuan made a long story short. Teacher, Old Li and I have found a very good seedling in Songnan City. I sent you his information. Yes, there hasn't been a great martial arts examination yet, and Old Li has been in contact with him. Good, I'll go ask him later. You can rest assured that I'll do my job. Successfully killed the second order Blood Demon King, realm experience plus 20, spirit skill experience plus 20. Successfully killed second order Blood Demon King, realm experience plus 20, spirit skill experience plus 20. Sure enough, it's not an ordinary second order fierce beast. The experience values are all more than double. Nightming's mind moved and checked the panel. Chi and blood, 200. Spiritual power, 200. Realm, second stage contract master 21321 Spiritual technique, dark field level 4, divine meteor demon armor level 4, eternal nightfall level 5. The Chi and blood, spirit power, and spirit techniques have all received a huge boost. More importantly, my realm broke through to the second stage. This blood demon tower is truly a good place. A contented smile appeared on Nightming's face. Of course, in addition to the growth and strength, Nightming had also harvested quite a few ferocious beast materials. The most important was of course the Blood Demon King's heart. According to Shadow Spectre, this item was helpful in her leveling up. Right now it's SSS rank. What rank will it become after it's raised? Nightming couldn't help but be a little curious. However, he knew that a small Blood Demon King's heart couldn't possibly make Shadow Yui level up. Let's go Nightming, there's nothing good here anymore, it's time to leave. Shadow Spectre said softly. Nightming nodded and pressed the teleportation button. Result. Just after walking out of the teleportation door, Zhang Maniac Tiger and the others were walking towards themselves with stern faces and serious expressions. Nightming frowned as a dagger slipped out of his sleeve, revealing a small portion of the tip. Phew! Zhang Maniac Tiger and the others stopped in their tracks when they were a meter away from Nightming. After that, the seriousness on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by a fawning smile that. Hey, student Nightming, earlier in the secret realm we had some friction. I'm here to make amends to you. I'm sorry, I didn't know that you had that kind of strength at that time. If I had known, I wouldn't have messed with you even if I was given 100 guts. Earlier, Director Jiang and the others have already taught me a lesson, and I have also realized my mistake. Saying that, Zhang Maniac Tiger's body was slightly flanked. Behind him, Zhang Qingyi and Sun Hoyuan smiled and nodded at Nightming. It was unclear who they were. But Nightming didn't need to think about it to understand that those who could be called directors were definitely not idle. Alright, that's it. Nightming nodded without expression. Zhang Manahu let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly held onto Nightming's hand. Alright, I knew that fellow student Nightming had the stomach for it. Come find me when you're free in the future, I have some fame in North Tiger Street, I'll treat you to dinner then. After a few polite words, Zhang Maniac Tiger brought his squad and left the teleportation hall. As he was leaving, he didn't forget to nod his head at Zhang Qingyi and the others. After Zhang Maniac Tiger and the others left, in front of Nightming, there was still one person left. Su Xiaoyu. At this time, she had already changed into a small, white long dress, draped a head of fluffy hair, and simply applied some light makeup on her face, looking pure and moving. It was the white moonlight getup that many people longed for on the internet. Nightming, I was wrong earlier, I'm sorry. Su Xiaoyu pursed her lips, her pretty face skillfully flushed scarlet. She lifted a strand of hair to hang by her ear, before reaching out her hand and saying in a soft voice. Can we get reacquainted? My name is Su Xiaoyu, and you? Nightming frowned. What kind of show is this? Teasing a child? Nightming was a top assassin, and Su Xiaoyu's trick of pretending to be innocent was as useless in front of him as a bottle of shower gel that had been watered down a dozen times. Sorry, I don't know you, nor do I want to get acquainted with you. Nightming swept past her, paying no attention to her emotions at all as he walked straight towards Zhang Qingyi's duo. Su Xiaoyu glared at Nightming in annoyance. She had even offered up a straight man's killing weapon like a little white dress, but she couldn't even attract Nightming. She was furious and annoyed. But in the end, there was nothing she could do but leave in silence. Nightming arrived in front of the Zhang Qingyi duo and blurted out. Greetings to the two seniors. Hee, pretty sweet mouth. Zhang Qingyi smiled. You're from the Tsangnan Knight family, right? Sun Hoyuan looked towards Night Ming. Night Ming nodded, right. Well, I know your fourth uncle Night Zhang. Sun Hoyuan patted Night Ming's shoulder and asked with a smile. There's something that I can talk to you about? Chapter 17 Top Killer Organization Palace of Sundering. In the quiet room, Night Ming and Sun Hoyuan sat opposite each other. The windows were tightly closed, the curtains pulled shut to isolate the light, and the entire room was dark and lightless, as if it was isolated from everything. Hello Night Ming, my name is Sun Hoyuan, I'm a teacher at Star Magic University. Sun Hoyuan looked towards Night Ming, his tone serious and earnest. The next words I will say may change your life. Before that, you have the right to choose to listen, or not. If you listen, you need to sign a confidentiality agreement. If you don't listen, you can leave at any time, but please forget this appointment. This. Night Ming froze, his breathing becoming a little short. He clearly knew that the middle-aged man in front of him named Sun Hoyuan was not joking with him. The conversation that followed was truly some sort of undisclosed secret. Thinking back to Li Sufeng's earlier recommendation of Star Demon University, as well as the fact that Sun Hoyuan had just seen his own performance in the Blood Demon Tower, Night Ming thought that Sun Hoyuan must have seen his own strength, hence this conversation. It's all here, there's no harm in listening. Night Ming dropped his big name on the confidentiality agreement. Sun Hoyuan put away the agreement, the expression on his face soothing quite a bit. Good. Night Ming, did you know? Your talent, it's very high. This talent doesn't refer to your spiritual talent, but your assassination talent. Night Ming frowned slightly. Sure enough. As a top-tier assassin himself, the strength he displayed could not be hidden from a bigwig like Sun Hoyuan. Even if he had restrained himself, he would still reveal some traces. Have you ever thought about becoming an assassin? Sun Hoyuan looked towards Night Ming. Night Ming was non-committal and said without changing his face. I admired killers as a child because I thought it was cool. Also, Curator Li spoke to me yesterday. I'm also very interested in the Slayer specialty offered by your school. When filling out the application, I will definitely prioritize it. Star Demon University's Slayer major was famous for being a super high-scoring major. Ha ha ha. Sun Hoyuan laughed cheerfully and waved his hand, saying, the killer major teaches nothing more than a new way of fighting. A true top-tier assassin is one who has emerged from a vicious assassination, and it is definitely not something that can be taught by course instruction. This was something that Night Ming recognized very well. He had once joined the largest assassin organization in the world. He had also met many people who had studied hard to become assassins. They indulged in the techniques in the textbooks and clung to the paper data brought by the dummies, but they forgot the most important condition for becoming an assassin. Actual combat. To become an assassin, it is absolutely indispensable to be honed by actual combat. Not only was it the honing of professional qualities, but more importantly, it was the honing of the state of mind. Teacher Sun, I kind of don't understand what you mean. Did you call me here to tell me the true meaning of an assassin? Night Ming didn't want to continue with the nonsense, so he simply asked directly to the point. Sun Hoyuan also understood his meaning and smiled bashfully, crossing his arms and resting his head. A pair of eyes that stared at Night Ming flashed with a deep light that. Do you want to, or don't you want to, join the Palace of Sundering and kill and become a true assassin? Night Ming. The Sundering Palace? A memory he frantically searched for in his mind. But even when he racked his brain and completely turned through his memories from childhood to adulthood, he didn't have any impression about this thing. No need to think about it. The Palace of Sundering is a highly secretive formal assassin organization, and very few people know of its existence. Sun Hoyuan and Night Ming introduced the general information about the Palace of Sundering. Suicide Hall. The largest and topmost assassin organization in the Dragon Kingdom. It was proposed and created by Star Demon University 50 years ago, and it had hundreds of assassins under its command, covering the entire Dragon Kingdom. Not only did it carry out assassination missions against ferocious beasts, it also undertook assassination missions against illegal forces, spies from other countries, and great families from other countries. It was equivalent to the sharp sword of the dark side, and possessed extremely high rights in dealing with the events of the dark side. There are only two ways to join the Palace of Sundering. Being valued, or being recommended. There was no active way to join. There are no rules or regulations in the Sundering Hall, as long as you don't go against the basic principles, it's just as free as at home. By joining the Palace of Sundering, you can also obtain a special layer of identity, which will give you more rights under the law. Sun Hoyuan nodded and smiled meaningfully. Night Ming immediately understood. Special identity? A gold medal for immunity from death. Perhaps it wasn't as exaggerated as a death-free gold medal, but it definitely wasn't too far off. Apart from the special identity, are there any other benefits? Night Ming asked. You kid is quite straightforward. Sun Hoyuan laughed and pointed at Night Ming before taking out the relevant information. A page full of A4 paper was filled with benefits. There were 35 items listed. Sun Hoyuan highlighted a few of them. First, a super high annual salary, at least not less than 5 million Dragon Nation dollars. According to Sun Hoyuan, among the current killers of the Palace of Sundering, the highest annual salary is in the hundreds of billions of dollars, topping the net profit of a year for a mega enterprise. Secondly, the resources are tilted. The Palace of Sundering was created by Star Demon University. In addition to state funding, 60% of Star Demon University's annual resource expenditures are focused on the Palace of Sundering. There's no need for me to say more about the extent of this resource tilt, you should be able to understand it yourself. Sun Hoyuan's explanation caused Night Ming to be shocked once again. Star Demon University spent 60% of its resources each year. One must know that Star Demon University was the top university in the Dragon Kingdom. The annual expenditure of resources, when converted into Dragon Kingdom currency, was astronomical. Possessing 60% of it, the importance of the Palace of Sundering to Star Demon University, and even the entire Dragon Kingdom, was self-evident. Of course, we will also open a full exemption service for you. In the future, if you enter a contract master organization, such as entering the Secret Realm or the Contract Master Hospital, all of them will be free, for life. Sun Hoyuan always kept a smile on his face. It was a smile that had a bottom line. Night Ming couldn't help but sigh. This benefit of joining the Palace of Sundering was comparable to the ceiling of treatment in the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, the only drawback is the danger. A killer. There was no need for too much of an introduction, just the word killer was enough to see the degree of danger. In addition, we will also secretly support your family. Sun Hoyuan smiled and looked at Night Ming. If I remember correctly, the Wang family and your Night family, the competition in Songnan City is not small. Could it be? Night Ming understood the meaning of Sun Hoyuan's words. Once he joined the Sundering Hall, this Songnan City would no longer be dominated by the Night and Wang families, but rather the Night family would be honored. Our Sundering Hall has additional benefits for new members. Sun Hoyuan stretched out a finger and laughed. You can make one, not excessive request. Night Ming was a bit down for a moment. He stared at his brows, although he didn't really want to go back to his old ways. But what the Palace of Sundering was giving was just too much. It made it hard for him to refuse. In addition, as a top-tier assassin, he would undoubtedly be like a fish out of water by joining the Sundering Palace, and he would definitely be able to level the playing field. Night Ming, ask him if he has any black dragon marrow. Just as Night Ming was about to open his mouth, Shadow Spectre suddenly said. Night Ming was silent for a moment and asked. Teacher Sun, I would like to ask if I can ask for the Black Dragon Marrow for newcomer benefits. Chapter 18 Starry Sky University visits. Black Dragon Marrow. Upon hearing Night Ming's request, even with Sun Hoyuan's determination, he looked a little surprised. Black Dragon Marrow. This was a ferocious beast material that one would only have a chance to drop by killing the 7th rank ferocious beast, the Dark Tyrannosaurus Rex. The selling price was as high as tens of millions of Dragon Kingdom coins a drop, and there were very few stocks in either the inventory or the market. Sun Hoyuan was shocked that Night Ming was merely a newly awakened contract master who had such an obvious purpose for fierce beast materials. However, the Night family was a large family in Songnan City. As a member of the Night family, it was normal to have deeper insights. Yes. If you can officially join the Palace of Sundering, I will give you the Black Dragon Marrow. Sun Hoyuan made a promise and patted his chest. The words had come to this. Night Ming no longer hesitated. He simply chose to join the Sundering Hall. However, to join the Sundering Palace, it wasn't just a matter of signing a contract. The most important thing was the examination. If you succeeded in the assessment, then you could join the Palace of Sundering. If one failed the assessment, there was no chance. Of course, this was something that Night Ming had anticipated. What was a killer organization without an appraisal? What is the content of the assessment? Night Ming asked. Sun Hoyuan pondered for a while before saying, there are a total of 4 requirements for the entrance examination. First, a score of 700 or more out of a possible 1000 on the Great Martial Dao examination, which isn't difficult for you. Second, a test of strength and physical fitness. Earlier I reported the video of your battle with the Blood Demon Beast, you can be exempted from this one. Third, pass the single-player secret realm, the mechanical tunnel, the rating must be excellent. Fourth, perform an assassination mission, I will tell you the exact time and content. It was about a month away from the great examination of martial arts. There was still roughly a month left. So the first requirement, there was no need to rush yet. The current tests that Night Ming needed to complete, passing the single secret realm, the mechanical tunnel, and performing an assassination mission. None of the difficulties were high. However, Teacher Sun, if I remember correctly, the mechanical tunnel is a VIP secret realm, right? I don't seem to have the qualifications to open a VIP secret realm yet. Night Ming spread his hands and said. The VIP here referred to not only membership, but also difficulty. The same low-level secret realm, if you added VIP, the difficulty would be at least several times that of an ordinary secret realm. To enter the VIP secret realm, 2 conditions must be met. First, spending 100,000 Dragon Kingdom coins to open VIP access. Second, the time to become a contract master needs to be more than 2 months. 100,000 Dragon Kingdom coins Night Ming could afford to spend. But the second condition. I only became a contract master yesterday, and I'm still 100,000 miles away from the required 2 months. Night Ming looked toward Sun Hoyuan with a light smile on his face. Of course Sun Hoyuan understood what he meant. Don't worry, I'll talk to old Jiang about this matter, and the conditions aren't dead. The matter was settled like this. Night Ming also had his own goal at hand. Passing the examination and joining the Palace of Sundering. Not wasting his skills as a top-tier killer. Ending the conversation. Sun Hoyuan brought Night Ming to Jiang Qingyi's office. Finished chatting? Jiang Qingyi asked with a smile. Sun Hoyuan nodded his head farther and directly stated the purpose of. I need a small favor from you now. Open a VIP access for this kid, and count the cost on my head. Night Ming gave Sun Hoyuan a surprised look. He said to himself that this senior was open to people's 100,000 Dragon Kingdom coins uttered and out. Jiang Qingyi wasn't clear about what Sun Hoyuan had specifically done, but he knew that since the other party could make this request, there was bound to be some sort of argument, so he simply opened it up for Night Ming. After registering the information, Jiang Qingyi stood up and. Alright, from now on, you can also enter the VIP secret realm. Remember, this isn't a capital that you use to act like a bully, the VIP secret realm represents a higher level of difficulty, so be careful. He patted Night Ming's shoulder and earnestly admonished. Night Ming nodded, good. After a few sentences of simple conversation, Sun Hoyuan sent Night Ming out of the teleportation hall. In the last moments of his departure, he asked the question that had been silent in his heart for a long time. Night Ming, the one you contracted is an SSS-class magical girl, right? Right. Sun Hoyuan mused for a while, his fist against his chin as he pondered, saying. Contracted magical girls, weak in the early stages, but that doesn't apply to you. What I'm worried about now is the problem of backlash. Magical girl contract masters, it's easy to be backfired by killing, this point, I hope you must pay attention to it. Night Ming patted his chest and assured, don't worry, Teacher Sun, I will definitely pay more attention. Good. Sun Hoyuan patted Night Ming's shoulder and nodded heavily. I hope you can change the world's view of magical girl contractors. Cheer up, I'm optimistic about you. Night Ming had yet to enter his home. He saw several black limousines parked at the gate, all with unfamiliar license plate numbers. Several burly bodyguards with muscles that were about to burst their suits stood beside the cars. Seeing this scene, Night Ming knew that there were guests at home. The level of the guests wasn't low. My goodness. You can finally come back. What did you do? Why didn't you answer the phone? I'm in a hurry. The moment Night Xinshin saw Night Ming, she immediately trotted over and slapped the back of Night Ming's head, her tone quite dissatisfied. Went to the Blood Demon Tower. Night Ming explained, at that time, my cell phone was turned off, and something happened behind me. What's wrong, old sister? Harm. Night Shinshin sighed, pointed to the parlor behind her, and helplessly said, "Starry Sky University is here, you'd better hurry and go in to take a look. I just overheard them, saying something about letting you change your contract spirit or something like that." Change the contract spirit? This thing can still be changed? After contracting, isn't it impossible to change the contract spirit? Night Ming was puzzled. Night Shinshin shook her head. "I don't know, you'll know when you go in. Second uncle and the others are waiting for you." Under Night Shinshin's leadership, Night Ming entered the parlor. As soon as he entered, he saw two unfamiliar faces. One had white hair and beard and wore a loose practice suit like a retired old man playing Tai Chi in a park, but the invisible pressure he released caused Night Ming's breath to become short. Behind the old man stood a capable young man. Suited and booted, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, he had the feel of a young business tycoon. These two people. Neither was an idle person. "Brat, you're finally back, come over here." Second uncle Night Jun beckoned Night Ming over, and then began to introduce him in turn. "This is a teacher from Starry Sky University, Wang Changkong, Mr. Wang. This is Assistant Zhang." Starry Sky University? One of the 4 top universities in the Dragon Kingdom? Wait, why would a teacher from Starry Sky University come to the door? Night Ming was puzzled, but out of politeness, he still reached out and asked. "Good day, Mr. Wang." Wang Changkong smiled and nodded, quite appreciative of Night Ming. "It's a good seedling, it mustn't be wasted." "Night Family Master, my proposal earlier, I think I can say it now, right?" Night Jun smiled and nodded before looking at Night Ming. "Night Ming, Teacher Wang came this time to ask you if you have any thoughts on changing the contracted spirit." Chapter 19, Exclusive Panel, Shadow Specter's Road to Recovery. Change the contracted spirit? Didn't it say that once it's contracted, it can't be changed? Night Ming asked. Wang Changkong beckoned, and Assistant Zhang beside him immediately understood. He opened the information and explained in detail. As a matter of fact, once contracted, it is impossible to change the contracted spirit. This is because, even a top-level spirituality is not enough to support the power required for a second contract. But a full-grade spirituality is different. As long as it's with the help of a 7th rank and above contract master, it is possible to recontract once. However, after recontracting, your spirituality will fall from full rank to top rank, and you won't have the right to choose your contracting spirit at that time. Assistant Zhang took a step back wisely after explaining. After hearing this, both Night Ming and Night Jun couldn't help but stare. I didn't realize that it could still be like this. Being highly spiritual really did have its benefits. I've come this time with the will of the Vice-Chancellor of Starry Sky University. Wang Changkong looked toward Night Ming, always maintaining a kind and cordial smile. Student Night Ming, if you need it, the Vice-Chancellor will personally help you. At that time, you can contract an SSS-ranked Holy Maiden. I hope you can give it some thought. In the vast majority of indentured masters' concepts, a witch was just not as good as a Holy Maiden. Even an SSS-ranked magical girl wouldn't be able to get into their eyes. Wang Changkong's thoughts were similarly the same. He also believed that there was a high probability that Night Ming would agree to his suggestion. After all, this thing called a magical girl, the drawbacks would soon be exposed after the contract. However, Night Ming's reply was out of his expectations. I'm sorry, Teacher Wang, I don't have the idea of changing my contracted spirit. The moment I chose to contract a witch, my contracted spirit and I were destined to never separate. This. Wang Changkong froze for a moment. Assistant Zhang, who was at the side, was puzzled and. Student Night Ming, you have a full-level spirit, contracting a sacred maiden is the best choice. There are too many drawbacks to a magical girl, you'll regret it. No. Night Ming shook his head, his eyes incomparably resolute. I won't regret it. The words fell. The aura of a second-rank contract master was unreservedly released. The entire parlor was filled with the power of darkness, a very special aura that couldn't help but make people start to fear and tremble inside. This is a second-order contract master? Wang Changkong froze for a moment and asked with some surprise. Night Ming nodded, yes, just broke through today. Yesterday's contract, today's breakthrough, I don't think this speed can catch up even with an SSS-ranked Holy Maiden contract master, right? One day, the first rank broke through to the second rank. This was something that had never happened in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Wang Changkong nodded his head heavily and smiled without emotion. In that case, it seems that the magical girl you contracted, student Nightming, is very special. It's unclear whether it's special or not, but she's quite suitable for me. Nightming's tone was calm, always maintaining the politeness that should be expected. I see. Wang Changkong's eyelids drooped in thought. Now that you've become a second-stage contract master, it's no longer possible to change your contract spirit. In addition, I see that you don't have the will to do so either. He suddenly turned his head to look at Night June and waved his hand with a smile. Night Family Master, I've bothered you a lot today, so I'll take my leave. Turning around, he left. There was no hesitation whatsoever. As a teacher of Starry Sky University, Wang Changkong had originally come today with full confidence. But the current ending made him feel a little embarrassed about his old face. Before leaving, Wang Changkong patted Nightming's shoulder and smiled without speaking. It wasn't until after they returned to the limousine that Assistant Zhang sighed and spoke the thoughts in his heart. I really didn't expect that this Nightming would refuse. What's more, I didn't expect that he'd even become a second-rank contract master. It's a pity about this full-grade spirituality. Wang Changkong sat in the back seat with his hands clasped to his chest, looking up at the window with deep eyes as if he was thinking about something. Teacher Wang, what do we do next? Regarding the special enrollment quota originally scheduled for Nightming, now? People can't hang themselves on one tree. Wang Changkong waved his hand and said in a flat tone. I've heard that there's an SSS rank in Songbei City next door, go take a look. If he fulfills the requirements, you can give him the special recruitment quota. Is Starry Sky University still afraid of not being able to recruit a genius? Afterward, Nightming briefly communicated with second uncle. The other party was very excited and praised Nightming, saying that he had excelled in giving face to the Night family. Nightming could tell. Second uncle was truly happy for him. After returning to the room, Nightming took out the Blood Demon King's heart that he had obtained in the Blood Demon Tower, and asked in his heart, how should I use this thing? Shadow Spectre said gently, you hold it in your hands and leave the rest to me. Nightming did as he was told. Wisps of black aura coalesced out of his chest, and they wrapped around the Blood Demon King's heart, crazily drawing on the energy contained within. It was only until it was absorbed to the point of dryness and exhaustion that the black aura slowly disappeared. A new panel also appeared before Nightming's eyes. Contracted Spirit, Divine Meteor Darkness Night Demon Emperor. Name, Shadow Spectre. Rank, SSS Grade Promotion Progress, 0.05%. Recovery Progress, 1%. This is? Nightming froze. He scrutinized the new panel in front of him. Doubts climbed to the top in his heart. Because this panel, it was impossible for any other contract master to have. It was a secret that belonged exclusively between him and Shadow Yui. Nightming, the black dragon marrow that I inquired about earlier can increase my recovery progress. I can feel that when my recovery progress reaches 5%, it will have a higher degree of freedom to assist you in battle. Shadow Yui's gentle, watery voice rang out. Nightming's eyes flashed as he asked, can it still be like this? Other contracted spirits aren't sure, but it seems that I can. After Shadow Spectre finished speaking, she tried to call out a trace of darkness power, allowing it to form a shield on Nightming's arm. This power, which was Shadow Spectre's own power, was not the power in Nightming's body. However, this effect lasted for a short time. That is to say, the higher the recovery progress, the more freedom you have. Right? Nightming asked. Shadow Spectre nodded her head as if she were pecking at a chicken. I want to ask, when the recovery progress reaches 100%, does that mean that you have complete freedom? For example, to break away from my body and become a completely new being? When Nightming said this, Shadow Spectre fell silent. In the Divine Sea, she hung her head low, her pair of soulful and beautiful eyes somewhat lost, not knowing what she was thinking. Yui? Are you still there? Nightming asked. Shadow Yui hugged her knees, raised her head, her eyelashes trembled, and she said unwillingly, I don't want to leave you. This? Nightming sank his consciousness into the Divine Sea. He squatted beside Shadow Yui and tenderly rubbed her head, smiling and comforting her. Are you a fool? It's not like I said I'd let you leave. Having complete freedom doesn't mean separation, I just want you to be a complete being. The contracted spirit also has a life. Well, you are not a tool. Nightming's voice was gentle. Shadow Yui looked at him with wide eyes, feeling that there was warm water flowing to her heart, making all the coldness inside her warm up. Hearing these words, Shadow Yui looked at Nightming with crystalline eyes, choking back tears as she nodded her head. Aha! I know! Chapter 20, Intermediate Test? Of course not going. Afterward. Nightming checked the information about the secret realm, the mechanical tunnel. It was a VIP low-level secret realm, and the highest realm fierce beasts that existed in it were of the 3rd rank. Most of these ferocious beasts were intelligent beings made of metal, possessing extremely high defense and attack power. In the tunnels, there were also a large number of mechanical organs. Laser rays on the walls, chariots with machine guns mounted on them, all sorts of technological dangers. I'm currently a 2nd-ranked contractor. But my true strength, even a 3rd-order contract master, is far inferior to me. So the mechanical tunnel shouldn't be too difficult for me. Nightming was confident in his own strength. The ferocious beasts could be solved. As for the mechanical organs, bullets were dead, people were alive. As a top assassin, if Nightming couldn't even dodge bullets, he could simply go home and raise chickens. But what I didn't expect was that this mechanical tunnel was actually a natural secret realm. Nightming was somewhat surprised. Logically speaking, the presence of a large number of mechanical weapons should be a man-made secret realm no matter what angle one looked at it from. However, according to the information, the mechanical tunnel was indeed a natural secret realm that had descended upon Songnan City 30 years ago. At that time, when people saw the large number of mechanical weapons in the secret realm, they also set off a wave of public opinion, saying that the ferocious beasts were super-intelligent alien beings, grasping terrifying scientific and technological power. There were also those who said that the ferocious beasts were the vanguard that the aliens had dropped onto Earth with the purpose of invading the planet. However, these public opinions were later faded into oblivion. Let's call it a day. It's time for a good rest. Nightming laid down on the bed and stretched his limbs. At this time, old sister Night Shinshin's voice came from outside the door. Nightming, Teacher Yang called me earlier. Said that he told you to prepare and participate in the intermediate test organized by the school tomorrow. I sent the message to your cell phone. Nightming's brows furrowed slightly. An intermediate level test? Oh, it seemed like there was such a thing. Before the big martial arts exam, Songnan First High School would hold beginners tests, intermediate tests, and mock exams to let everyone better recognize their strength. Nightming picked up his fully charged cell phone and looked at it. Intermediate test. Test content: enter the low-level secret realm, the windless forest, and collect materials from ferocious beasts. 10 hurricane claws as qualified. 20 hurricane claws are good. 30 hurricane claws is excellent. 50 hurricane claws is a perfect score. Killing a first-order fierce beast Hurricane Hawk had a great probability of obtaining hurricane claws. This intermediate test had a certain degree of difficulty, but for Nightming it was a complete piece of cake. I don't know if my blood demons I can muddle through. Nightming looked at the thousands of blood demon eyes in his storage ring and fell into deep thought. Immediately, he sent a message to class teacher Yang Jinwon. Nightming, Teacher Yang, I want to miss tomorrow's intermediate test. Here's the reason: pictures, some videos. Yang Jinwon, who had just laid down and was ready to rest, couldn't help but frown when she saw the message sent by Nightming. It's just as well that the low-level test is absent. The intermediate level test is also going to be missed? What the hell is this Nightming guy up to? Yang Jinwon said with some displeasure, but she still opened the pictures and videos. Result. When she finished watching, her eyes widened on the spot. And immediately forwarded it to the principal. The other party gave a reply on the spot. Yang Jinwon, okay student Nightmind, your outstanding achievements teacher has seen it, your request is approved. Yang Jinwon, however, teacher hopes that you can combine work and rest, don't ever tire yourself out. By the way, the principal just said that if you're free to come back to the school, the principal is going to give you a little surprise that will help you become a second-order contract master. Second-order contract master? Nightming helplessly smiled. This is not forcing me to pretend. Immediately replied. Nightming, okay, thank you teacher. But please tell the principal that I'm already second order. Yang Jinwon, too. Second rank? At the same time. In a certain neighborhood, a man who was lying on his bed reading a book sat up with a sudden shock. He moved so much that he woke up the woman who was sleeping soundly beside him. What are you doing? Panicking, could it be that something happened in Songnan No. 1 middle school? Something happened. Something big has happened. Principal Lin Baiyuan looked agitated. Looking at the message sent by Yang Jinwon, he felt his brain buzzing. Second stage. In just 1 day's time, it had actually broken through to the second rank. One must know that even for an SSS-ranked holy maiden to break through to the second rank, it would take at least 2 weeks or so. The next day. Teleportation Hall. Yang Jinwon led the students and was in the process of registering the relevant information. Because it was the first time they entered the secret realm, most of the students were a little excited in their hearts and were already fantasizing in their heads about their heroic performance of killing the ferocious beasts in seconds. But in reality, when they entered the secret realm, it would be considered good if they weren't chased and killed by the ferocious beasts. Before entering the secret realm, I suggest that it would be best for you guys to form a team first. 2 people in a group, this will reduce the danger and also allow you to be practiced. As Yang Jinwon's voice fell, the crowd started looking for their group. Wang Haoyang came beside Lu Yuxuan and inquired with a smile. Yuxuan, let's team up. Your contracted spirit is an SS-ranked Flare Holy Maiden, and my contracted spirit is an S-rank Lightning Holy Maiden. If we team up, we'll definitely be able to get a perfect score. Lu Yuxuan was silent, not agreeing to him at first. Her gaze swept across the room, her brows locked in doubt. Wang Haoyang, of course, could see what was going through her mind. This Night Ming is really something too. It's just as well that he didn't show up for the primary test, now he doesn't even show up for the intermediate test. Really taking the school rules too seriously. Just as his words fell, a familiar figure walked towards them. The crowd of students fixed their eyes on it. Wasn't it Night Ming? Night Ming is here. Is he here for the intermediate test? I thought he wasn't coming. Joking aside, the intermediate test is a good opportunity to enter the secret realm and hone your skills. How could Night Ming not come? That's right. Wang Haoyang answered, smiling disdainfully. Even if he, Night Ming, is more powerful, it's impossible for him to complete the intermediate test ahead of time. Everyone is a first-rank contract master. Could it be that he still dares to enter the secret realm alone? The ferocious beasts in the secret realm aren't analog creatures, they aren't that easy to deal with. When Night Ming didn't come, Wang Haoyang had reason to mock. When Night Ming came, he still had a reason to taunt. Ha! There is always someone who wants to be this can't be stopped. After seeing Night Ming come, Lu Yuxuan's gloomy expression became soothed. She squeezed out of the crowd and quickly came to Night Ming with a smile on her face. Hello Night Ming, long time no see. Are you also here to participate in the intermediate test? Teacher just asked us to form a team. You don't have a teammate yet, but I purposely didn't form a team, just waiting for you, hee. A girlishly sweet smile hung on Lu Yuxuan's face. Night Ming frowned slightly, and out of politeness, he returned with, I'm sorry, I'm not here for the intermediate test. I still have things to do. After saying that, Night Ming nodded at Yang Jinwon before being led towards the VIP area by an oncoming staff member. Looking at Night Ming's back as he left, the smile on Lu Yuxuan's face came to an abrupt end. Chapter 21, Solo Secret Realm Mechanical Tunnel. Not here for the intermediate test? What was the meaning of this? The crowd of students were extremely puzzled by Night Ming's words. Could it be that? I forgot to tell everyone that Night Ming had already been to the secret realm yesterday. He went to the Blood Demon Tower and collected thousands of Blood Demon eyes. You guys must learn more from him and never be jealous. Yang Jinwon's words were like a stone falling into a pool of water, stirring up 1,000 ripples. Holy! Thousands of Blood Demon eyes? That exaggerated? I've heard that the difficulty of the Blood Demon Tower can be much higher than the Windless Forest, so it's no wonder that Night Ming didn't participate in the intermediate test. If I had his strength, I wouldn't even put my eyes on the Great Martial Dao exam. Didn't they say that contracted magical girls don't have any talent? Why is Night Ming so strong? Is this the terror of a full-grade spirituality? The students looked at each other with shock and envy in their eyes. Right at this moment, a student suddenly shouted. Wait! Isn't the direction that Night Ming went, the VIP secret realm? This statement came out. The gazes of the students all looked towards Night Ming at the first opportunity. When they saw the direction that Night Ming had gone, everyone froze. It really was the VIP secret realm. If I remember correctly, in order to open a VIP, one must have been a contract master for 2 months. Why can Night Ming go to the VIP secret realm? There was no shortage of insightful people in the student body. Wang Haoyang frowned. Hee hee, this guy Night Ming, I'm afraid he's not going the wrong way. Not really. This time, the one who answered Wang Haoyang was a staff member in uniform. She pushed up her glasses and explained expressionlessly. Mr. Night Ming has the privilege that Director Jiang opened for him. In addition, Director Jiang announced a new rule today: if you can kill 1,000 ferocious beasts, you can also open VIP in advance. This. Wang Haoyang looked like he was choking on a steamed bun, his words stuck in his throat, unable to speak. But from the staff's words, he extracted the keywords. Director Jiang, privilege, new regulations. Could it be that Night Ming has gained the appreciation of San non-mystic realm head Zheng Qingyi? This new rule, it was set because of him? Wang Haoyang froze, his pupils suddenly contracting, and for a moment, he felt that the distance between himself and Night Ming was instantly widened. On the side, Lu Yuxuan lightly hummed. Humph. What's the big deal? Isn't it just 1,000 ferocious beasts? I can do it too. Mr. Night Ming, the mechanical tunnel is difficult, so if you meet any danger, please be sure to press the hand ring button in time. For the sake of your safety, we will monitor your behavior throughout. I hope you can understand. The staff placed their hands on the small of their backs and said with a smile. Night Ming nodded and lifted his foot into the portal. In some hidden observation room, Zheng Qingyi couldn't help but see a bright light in front of his eyes. Ooh. This kid is eager enough, only opening VIP yesterday, and today he's going to break into the VIP secret realm? Sun Hoyuan smiled and was silent, not saying anything. He knew that Night Ming was doing it to complete the temple entry test faster. Old son, how long do you think this kid, Night Ming, will be able to pass the secret realm? Zheng Qingyi asked with interest. Sun Hoyuan smiled and asked a rhetorical question, who's to say, in case Night Ming can't pass at all? You can pull it off. Zheng Qingyi waved his hand with a look of contempt. Someone who can be valued by your old son would not even be able to pass through the mechanical tunnel? It's not like I haven't seen Night Ming's strength. Throughout the mechanical tunnel, the most threatening thing to him is the third-order mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex. This kid is hiding deep, and possesses the ability to kill his enemies across the ranks. Being at his level of existence, he had long since gained an understanding of Night Ming's combat prowess. Sun Hoyuan pondered for a while, and finally guessed for a while. Half an hour. One of the entrance examinations to the temple. Passing through the secret realm, the mechanical tunnel. The rating was excellent and above. Passing in half an hour was excellent. Half an hour? Zheng Qingyi's expression instantly became grave. That's a bit difficult. In my opinion, this kid needs at least 40 minutes. Sun Hoyuan smiled. Let's wait and see then. In the mechanical tunnel. When Night Ming opened his eyes, he was already in a tunnel. The ground that his feet stepped on was paved with a metal iron plate, and the alloy-built walls and top were releasing a silver-white metallic luster. At the connection between the walls and the top, LED light strips continued to extend forward, releasing an azure light that illuminated the entire tunnel. As far as the eye could see, everything was full of future technology style. This is the mechanical tunnel. Night Ming's words just fell. An information prompt rang out in the tunnel. Secret realm, mechanical tunnel. Type, single-player secret realm. Difficulty, low. Highest fierce beast realm, third order. Scoring criteria, 2 hours for pass, 1 hour for good, half an hour for excellent, 10 minutes for perfect score. Reward for perfect score, electromagnetic gloves. Half an hour is excellent well. Night Ming mused for a while. He felt that the difficulty was a bit low. However, for safety's sake, he still went all out. As a top assassin, every battle needed to go all out, only then would it be easier to succeed. Phew! Night Ming's mind moved. The power of darkness surged out and wrapped around his entire body, forming a huge haze. Within this dark haze, a red light flashed. Swoosh! Wearing the divine meteor demon armor, Night Ming rushed out of the dark haze and flew towards the front at an extremely fast speed, as if it was streaming light. The mechanical tunnel was 10 kilometers long and filled with dangers and challenges. Zero swoosh! As expected. Just as Night Ming sprinted at full speed. On the originally smooth tunnel walls, countless laser muzzles stretched out side by side as they gathered their strength and shot a laser at Night Ming. The lasers crossed over and covered the sky. Night Ming controlled his body, spinning left and right, constantly dodging the incoming lasers. Put. However, There were still lasers that shot at his body, leaving small dents in the divine meteor demon armor, but they would disappear in less than a second. This laser is somewhat powerful, but that's all. Nightming cast the dark domain, and with him at the center, dark space unfolded. His speed increased like a dark mass of light as he continuously traveled through the lasers. Just as Nightming traveled a kilometer forward. Boom! The sudden fiery projectile exploded in front of him. The rolling black smoke that rose up blocked the road ahead. Click, click, click. The sound of mechanical transmission rang out. From the black smoke, 10 battle robots emerged, either holding long guns or carrying cannons on their shoulders. The metal parts on their bodies shimmered with luster, and their overall structure was like a humanoid skeleton, with eyeballs protruding out of their sockets and connected to various lines, releasing scarlet light. Nightming stopped moving. He looked at the 10 battle robots and probed his hand, gripping the divine meteor long scythe. As he moved, the dark domain enveloped these battle robots. They are mechanical-type ferocious beasts, second-order mechanical warriors, and their eyeballs are their weakness. As the recovery progress increased, Shadow Spectre also possessed more abilities weaknesses to see through. Chapter 22 Passing the Mechanical Tunnel, Full Marks. Hyper. Nightming had just made a move. The 10 mechanical warriors on the opposite side immediately raised their weapons and aimed their guns at Nightming. For a moment, flashes of fire appeared. Countless bullets trailed streams in the air. At an extremely fast speed, they shot towards Nightming. However, when the dark realm completely unfolded, Nightming opened his arms towards his back and lay down, all the bullets grazing his belly. Nightming disappeared into the darkness. Having lost their target, these mechanical warriors stopped firing and immediately leaned back to back, forming a circular formation. They raised their weapons, and the mechanical shells on their backs popped open, from which emerged small rocket launchers, as well as mechanical tentacles and various other mechanical weapons. Once Nightming appeared, they would fire without hesitation. These mechanical warriors are really intelligent. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have been able to believe that this kind of thing was even a ferocious beast. Zhang Qingyi in the observation room lamented. He had seen this mechanical tunnel quite a few times, but every time he saw it, he was shocked by the mechanical technology in it. This mechanical warrior set up a circular formation in the first place. Nightming is a bit too good to make a move. Sun Hoyuan's eyes gradually narrowed. The next moment, in the dark realm, a sudden change occurred. Countless dark daggers shot out. They were incomparably sharp and shot out across the sky. Hyper. The mechanical warrior fired decisively. Bullets and daggers collided, and the two attacks cancelled each other out. But just then, a dagger came in front of the mechanical warrior through the rain of bullets. It suddenly flashed with black light and turned into a night inscription. Pust. Nightming swung out his long sickle. In an instant, it sliced through the eyes of 3 mechanical warriors. And then his figure shifted and appeared in the position of the other dark daggers, and so on and so forth, dodging the bullets and harvesting the mechanical warriors. Puff. Less than a minute. All 10 mechanical warriors fell to the ground. Sparks were continuously erging from the wires in their slit eyes. Kill second order mechanical warrior, realm experience +6, spirit skill experience +6. Kill second order mechanical warrior, realm experience +6, spirit skill experience +6. Kill second order mechanical warrior, realm experience +6, spirit skill experience +6. After killing the mechanical warrior, Nightming didn't stop moving and continued to charge towards the front. His speed was extremely fast, precisely avoiding all the lasers. Shoo! Right at this moment, 3 rockets suddenly blasted in from directly in front. They came so suddenly that Nightming didn't have time to dodge them and could only use his long sickle to slice them open. Boom! Explosions rang out. A figure sprang out from the smoke and dust. It was Nightming, who was in the middle of the explosions and didn't suffer any damage. He also saw clearly at this time. Directly in front of him were 3 mechanical giant crocodiles clad in steel armor. They had sharp teeth and eyes that were red as they rushed towards Nightming. When they approached Nightming, countless iron tips extended from their tails, and with a bang, their tails were like giant whips that lashed at Nightming's body. The force was so great that it was like a giant rock crashing into them. Nightming was forced back dozens of meters. Nightming, they are mechanical giant crocodiles that are best at power attacks. Their sturdy shells are their outstanding defensive weapon, but you can try attacking their abdomens. Shadow Yui immediately gave Nightming a report on the weaknesses. With the weaknesses, everything was good to fix. Nightming gripped his long sickle and charged forward with the darkness domain. When the darkness domain enveloped the 3 mechanical giant crocodiles, Nightming once again disappeared into the darkness. And with great speed, he struck out from below, cutting out a sharp killing move. Zila Zila. The mechanical giant crocodile's abdomen was chopped. A large amount of electric sparks flashed. Successfully killed a second-order mechanical giant crocodile, realm experience +7, spirit skill experience +7. Successfully killed second-level mechanical crocodile, realm experience +7, spirit skill experience +7. Successfully killed a second-level mechanical crocodile, realm experience +7, spirit skill experience +7. The 3 mechanical giant crocodiles didn't even last a minute in Nightming's hands. In order to pass through the mechanical tunnel faster, Nightming accelerated his speed, and he was like a meteor shuttling through a hail of bullets, dodging danger at just the right time every time. Of course, on the way forward, Nightming also met other ferocious beasts. An octopus with 8 mechanical tentacles, a giant crab, and a half-biological, half-technological mechanical werewolf. The strength of these beasts wasn't bad, and it would take at least 10 minutes, if not tens of minutes, for an ordinary second-rank contract master to kill them. But Nightming struck decisively and without delay, ending the battle cleanly. The mechanical tunnel was 10 kilometers long. It only took Nightming 5 minutes to come to the end of the mechanical tunnel. 10 kilometers in just 5 minutes, and dodging the traps and ferocious beasts along the way. The strength of Nightming's physical quality today could be imagined. Roar! The end of the mechanical tunnel. A 10-meter-tall mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex descended from the sky. It revealed its jagged fangs and threw back its head as it roared, invisible sound waves echoing through the tunnel as a lampshade was shattered. Is this lion roar kung fu? Nightming's face was strange as he faintly spat out a sentence. Boom! Before Nightming could make a move, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex that was previously roaring smashed headfirst towards him without warning. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus's head was like a falling boulder, smashing out deep pits in the iron plate-paved ground. Shoo! Nightming's legs powered up and jumped to dodge. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus sensed his movement and immediately threw its head around like a meteor hammer that had swung out. With a bang, it directly smashed Nightming into the wall on the left side. This mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex is a third-ranked ferocious beast. Should Nightming be alright? Zhang Qingyi in the observation room instantly became somewhat flustered. Sun Hoyuan clasped his hands together and didn't say a word, but appeared much calmer. Shoo! In the mechanical tunnel. The smashed Nightming's legs glared at the wall as he used his strength to charge towards the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex. With the long sickle in his hand raised above his head, Nightming was about to slash down with a curved moonchop. At this time, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex raised its head and opened its mouth, a long-stored laser cannon extending out. Zira! The laser was like a pillar, shooting out in an instant. A large hole was shot through the ceiling. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex's eyes scanned the large hole and it froze as it didn't find any signs of life. Big dumb dragon, are you looking for me? Nightming's voice rang out from behind the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. Just now, at the instant the laser was fired, he used the speed bonus of the Divine Meteor Demon Armor to move to the back of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus in an instant. Roar roar roar! The mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex was furious, constantly swinging its body, wanting to shake off Nightming. Nightming stood on top of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex, his paws as if they were coated in glue, steady as a mountain. Holding his right hand outstretched with a long scythe, Nightming took one step towards the mechanical Tyrannosaurus's neck. The time for fun ends here. Next, it's time for judgment. With his legs firing, Nightming was like an arrow off the string, exploding out in an instant. The divine meteor long scythe slashed through the void, the power of darkness surging out crazily, forming a black trailing tail in the air, and the blood eyes on the blade of the scythe released a scarlet light, a murderous intent permeating the entire air. All the power in Nightming's body converged on his arms, transferring it into the long sickle. Under the interweaving of darkness and scarlet, Nightming unleashed his spirit skill Eternal Night Descent. This time, it wasn't a ranged attack. Rather, it was an ultra-high single burst. Electric arcs flickered in the mechanical tunnel. The poorly contacted lights flickered irregularly and gradually dimmed, and eventually everything returned to outstretched darkness. Poof! At this time, the brilliant blood-colored curved moon sliced through the silence of darkness, and the sickle blade chopped through the metal, emitting a unique sound, like playing a symphony of night and death. Flop! The mechanical Tyrannosaur's head smashed onto the ground. Losing the energy to sustain it, the scarlet eyes of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex gradually lost their light. Judgment, over. Nightming landed safely on the ground. With a wave of his hand, the long sickle and magic armor disappeared without a trace as if they were smoke. The battle fell away. A celebratory broadcast rang out. Congratulations to player Nightming, who has successfully cleared the single-player Secret Realm mechanical tunnel. Time used, 6 minutes and 20 seconds. Score, perfect. Awarded, electromagnetic gloves. Chapter 23, Nightming, I'll let you cry? By what right? The secret challenge is over. Full marks. Excellent Nightming, you've successfully completed one part of the temple entry test. Shadow Spectre said with a smile. Nightming nodded his head, but he was now more curious about when he would be able to accept assassination missions. It had been so long since he had killed anyone that his hands were a bit raw. After walking out of the secret realm, Nightming also received his reward. Electromagnetic gloves. A brand new technological product, an offensive mechanical weapon. It could release a notable electromagnetic shock, and even second-ranked ferocious beasts wouldn't be able to withstand 10 rounds of electromagnetic shock. Of course, the electromagnetic shock could also cause a simple paralyzing effect on the enemy. It might be useful for others. But in my case, it's a mascot at best. Nightming had just put the electromagnetic glove away. He saw two figures walking towards him. Congratulations, Nightming, you've successfully passed through the mechanical tunnel. I really didn't see that you kid had this kind of strength. This mechanical tunnel some third-order contract masters may not be able to pass with a full score. Jiang Qingyi didn't mince words of praise. He was now looking at Nightming more and more smoothly. Worthy of being a talent from Tsangnan City. It was just awesome. It's okay, I mainly didn't expect that the final third-order mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex would actually be that weak. Nightming pretended in a joking tone. Sun Hoyuan and Jiang Qingyi glanced at each other and immediately laughed. Well, your brat is also proud in front of the two of us. But it's fine to be proud, but don't be lax. The Great Martial Dao examination is just a month from now, you must prepare well and strive for an outstanding result. Jiang Qingyi patted Nightming on the shoulder, full of confidence in him. Nightming nodded heavily, good. After talking briefly with the two bigwigs, Nightming didn't stay in the same place for much longer. Looking at his back, Jiang Qingyi clasped his hands to his chest, his eyes filled with curiosity, and, Old son, why do you think this kid is so powerful? Is it because the contracted magical girl is powerful, or is it because he's a full-level spirit? After a moment of silence, Sun Hoyuan shook his head. It's a mystery. Perhaps it's the full-level spirituality that gave him great strength in the early stages. But don't forget that the greatest danger of a contracted witch is the killing backlash. Nightming is just starting out, so who knows if he'll be backfired by killing in the future. Actually, this was also what Sun Hoyuan was most worried about in his heart. He valued Nightming's talent for assassination, so he had allowed him to join the Palace of Sundering. At the same time, he was afraid that Nightming, who had become a professional assassin, would be overwhelmed by blood due to the long hours of killing, and thus be revolted by the killing. For Sun Hoyuan and the Palace of Sundering, recruiting Nightming was a complete gamble. Winning would make everyone happy. Losing would prove once again that contracting the Demoness was the most wrong choice. When Nightming arrived at the teleportation hall, class teacher Yang Jinwen was preparing to leave with her students. Completely different from the spiritedness they felt when they first arrived, almost all of the students had their heads hung low, their emotions somewhat lost. This intermediate level test had made them clearly realize the cruelty of the ferocious beasts and how naive and foolish they had been. Many of the students, who had put their best foot forward, barely managed to pass. Of course, it wasn't all the lost ones. Wang Haiyang, as the young master of the Wang family, had received professional training since he was a child, so he played his part in facing the ferocious beasts. He managed to collect 30 hurricane claws, achieving an excellent result. As for Lu Yuxuan, who had previously clamored to kill 1,000 ferocious beasts, she grimaced coldly, her anger held in her stomach as she squeezed and clenched her two fists. This time, the intermediate level test. She hadn't played at her proper level at all. An SS grade Saintus contractor, with teammates, would be able to kill 300 fierce beasts no matter what. But she had only killed 100 ferocious beasts. She also suffered a considerable amount of injuries. Alright Yu Xian. Yang Jinwen gently patted Lu Yuxuan's shoulder and comforted her. This time is your first time killing a real ferocious beast, it's normal to have mistakes. Teacher hopes that you can learn from the lessons of this time, and strive to perform exceedingly well in the great examination of martial arts. But teacher. Lu Yuxuan looked blearily at Yang Jinwen and questioned. It's also the first time Nightming has entered the secret realm. But how is it that he can kill thousands of ferocious beasts? And still be able to break through the second stage in a day? Everyone is struggling, why is he progressing so fast? I'm not convinced. Yang Jinwen fell silent, her hand on Lu Yuxuan's shoulder slowly moved away and she finally sighed. Don't compare between contract masters, it's meaningless, do you understand, Yuxuan? I don't understand. Lu Yuxuan roared somewhat angrily. Just at this moment. She turned her head violently and just happened to spot Nightming, who was preparing to leave. She clenched her fists and furiously walked towards Nightming. Nightming, who had deliberately pulled away, was speechless to the extreme in his heart when he saw that Lu Yuxuan had still discovered himself. Damn it! In the future, he would definitely read the yellow calendar when going out. Nightming! Lu Yuxuan glared, shouting at Nightming. We're all classmates, don't you think your behavior is selfish? Nightming? It's clear that there's a method to quickly become stronger, but you secretly used it behind everyone's back and purposely avoided the low-level test and the intermediate test. Does it make sense for you to do this? Lu Yuxuan was holding a belly full of fire and was worried that there was no place to vent it, and now that she had seen Nightming, she couldn't wait to blame him for all of the problems that had occurred. Why can't you just tell everyone about the way you've become stronger, so that we can also be as strong as you? You like pretending in front of us that much? What's with the spilling? Clang! Before Lu Yuxuan finished speaking, Nightming backhandedly pulled out the dagger in his pocket and decisively set it on her neck. Previously also aggressive Lu Yuxuan body trembled, pupils suddenly contracted, did not finish the words froze in the throat. You, what do you want? Lu Yuxuan's tone trembled. She did not expect Nightming, who had been obedient to her a few days ago. Now he dared to threaten himself with a dagger. Did he not care about past love at all? Thinking of this, Lu Yuxuan's nose soured, feeling like she had been wronged by the heavens. Don't put on this pitiful look in front of me, who are you trying to show it to? Nightming wasn't the kind of person whose heart went soft when he saw a woman crying, he coldly said. Didn't you want me to tell you the way to become stronger? Come. Let me stab you in the neck, as long as you don't die, I'll tell you everything I know, dare you to come? As Nightming said that, the hand holding the dagger was slightly stretched forward. Lu Yuxuan was so frightened that she took several steps back, waving her hand repeatedly in fear, and No, I don't want it anymore. Heh, this is a wimp? You were so brave earlier when you used me as a pissing bag, but now you're starting to get scared when you see a real knife? I thought you were a steel warrior not afraid of death. Nightming snorted coldly, too lazy to dwell with people like Lu Yuxuan again, and directly left from her side. After seeing too much, he felt that his eyes were polluted. To be honest, Nightming had never been a person who despised women. But Lu Yuxuan's behavior was just too much. It was simply not human. Staying in place, Lu Yuxuan's legs went limp and she fell to her knees. In her mind, all the images were of Nightming threatening her with a knife earlier, and she was so angry and aggrieved that tears gushed out uncontrollably. Nightming, he threatened me. How could he be like this? Woo woo. Seeing this scene from afar, Yang Jinwen could only let out a helpless sigh. This kind of thing was really hard for her as a teacher to control. After leaving the teleportation hall, Nightming prepared to go home like it was nothing. Ding ding ding. Right at this moment, Sun Hoyuan sent a message. Nightming picked up his phone and opened the message, and immediately his eyes lit up. It was the assassination mission for one of the entrance examinations to the temple. The time is tonight. Chapter 24 Assassination Examination, Official Start. When Nightming returned home, it was already 6 in the afternoon. He immediately rushed into his room and checked up on the information that Sun Hoyuan had sent him. Mission name, Purge Plan I. Assassination target, Joe Kuesue. Target realm, Third Order Contract Master. Contracted spirit, Class A Fission Holy Maiden. Risk factor, low. Is it an assassination mission targeting Pact Masters? That's a bit interesting. Nightming continued to check the contents of the profile. Joe Kuesue, 45 years old, third in command of the Green Cloud Society. The Green Cloud Society was a local ground organization in Sungnan City that relied on trades such as spectator or debt collection to make a living, and was considered to be a minor celebrity in Sungnan City. According to the information, this Joe Kuesue was involved in the sale of a prohibited item, the radicalization grass. Radicalization grass is a special natural plant. When taken by ordinary people, it would produce hallucinations and fall into a short-lived euphoria. When taken by contracted masters, it would allow strength to realize explosive growth in a short period of time and keep the nervous system in a state of high excitement, but it was extremely harmful to the body, and taking it for a long period of time would lead to nerve damage and complete brain death. Therefore, it was forbidden for any unit or business organization to sell the radicalization grass on the market. I didn't expect that a small Green Cloud Society would actually dare to touch prohibited items. Nightming clenched his fists as his eyes became ruthless. He didn't have a single bit of goodwill towards these selling prohibited items. Ding ding ding. Just after Nightming had just finished reading the information, the cell phone call rang. It was Sun Hoyuan calling. Answering it. Hey Nightming, did you receive the stuff? Received it. Good, I'll tell you the exact time and place now. Sun Hoyuan's voice was low. Tonight at 10 o'clock. The address is the Water River Bar on South Wind Street. Remember, when carrying out the assassination mission, it must not be seen by unrelated people. Okay. Nightming nodded. Also. Sun Hoyuan pondered for a while and admonished. It's your first time performing an assassination mission, and this is undoubtedly a huge challenge for you. No matter what happens, put your own life first. It doesn't matter if the mission fails, we'll have professionals to take care of the aftermath for you. It was an examination. It was also an assassination mission. The Palace of Sundering certainly wouldn't pin the mission all on a newcomer who was preparing for the examination. Multi-handed preparation was the basic operation of a qualified assassin or assassin organization. I know. Nightming's eyes were simple, firm and confident. As a top-class assassin, he had performed up to tens of thousands of assassination missions in his previous life, with a failure rate of less than 1%. It could be called a model in the industry. Now killing a third-order contract master. It was simply a matter of having the hands to do it. However, confident as he was, Nightming was not proud of himself. In addition, during your current assassination mission, we will send a professional assassin to give you a comprehensive rating. The higher the rating, the more resources you will receive in the future in the Palace of Sundering. Of course, you should not try to find this professional assassin. With your current skills, even if you use all your strength, it is impossible to find him. So, Nightming, perform well and strive to get an excellent rating. Sun Hoyuan believed in Nightming. He had assessed at least 50 assassins, but the highest expectation given was only good. But his expectation of Nightming was excellent. Excellent well. Nightming felt that this grade was a bit unsuitable for him. Teacher Sun, do you think that if I find that professional killer, I'll be able to get a perfect score? The moment these words came out, Sun Hoyuan on the other side of the phone obviously froze for a moment. Ha ha ha. After a long time, the laughter of Sun Hoyuan and another person came from the other end of the phone. Well, Nightming, what you just said can all be heard by others. I hope you can perform well at that time, don't let him and I down. After hanging up the phone, Sun Hoyuan looked at the dark shadow in front of him. The other party clasped his hands on his chest and crossed his legs as he said, "This guy called Nightming has a bit of arrogance." Sun Hoyuan smiled helplessly, breaking records one after another, and a full-spirit character, it's normal to be a little arrogant. Ha! The black shadow lightly hummed twice, seemingly smiling and not laughing. It's just that I don't know if his strength can bear his arrogance. Captain Sun, I'll say my ugly words first. I won't look at your face to show mercy. At that time, if Nightming fails to qualify, you must not rely on me. Sun Hoyuan nodded seriously and said, if you let go of the water, I won't forgive you lightly. Just because he gave me a war cry, there's no way I'll let go of the water. A playful color flashed in the Black Shadow's eyes, and after reciting Night Ming's name silently under his breath a few times, he smiled indifferently. Want to find me? Night Ming, Night Ming, you said that it would be fine for you to honestly complete your mission. Why do you have to place a war order? In that case, don't blame me for ruthlessly shattering your illusions. Night. In the deep and remote street, at a glance, all sorts of brilliant light shone, everything was so brightly lit in green. Wearing a casual dress, Night Ming arrived in front of the Water River bar. According to the information he had, the target Zhou Kuei was in the bar. However, Night Ming didn't intend to strike at the bar, there were too many people inside for him to be killed. He groped around for a while and naturally came across the bar, sitting on a small table and chair from a roadside vendor. Handsome guy, what to eat? My fried noodles and fried rice is one of the best. The boss with the plaid apron shouted at Night Ming. Night Ming didn't think twice, a side of fried noodles. Okay. The boss crackled and got busy. Night Ming sat on a small bench, he appeared to be looking straight ahead, but in reality, he had been using his afterglow to glance at the door of the Water River bar. He was waiting for his target to appear. In addition, Night Ming had previously conducted a brief reconnaissance of this place. The bar had no back door, only the front door, and behind Night Ming was a dead end. If the target wanted to leave the bar, it had to leave through the front door and pass in front of Night Ming. So Night Ming seemed to have picked the location at random, but in fact had considered it earlier. The position he was sitting in was the place with the best view. But Night Ming frowned. Killing Zhou Kuei, it was almost impossible to fail this mission. What really interested Night Ming was the professional assassin who had raided him. He now had to find where the other party was. Oops. Mr. Zhou, you must come tomorrow. We've prepared more interesting programs for you tomorrow. Ha ha ha, fine, come, definitely come. Just as Night Ming was thinking, Zhou Kuei walked out of the bar and said goodbye to 4 or 5 girls with a rosy face. He was wearing a suit and tie, with a big back head erected, and a rough face that revealed 2 very dazzling big gold teeth when he smiled. Appeared well. Night Ming still glanced at Zhou Kuei with his afterglow. Right at this moment, a skinny young man with a stooped body, wearing a black bodysuit, carefully walked towards Zhou Kuei, talking in a low voice. However, the content of the conversation was still clearly heard by Night Ming. It probably meant that he was looking for Zhou Kuei to buy goods. The place of the transaction was in the alley 30 meters ahead. Zhou Kuei and the young man were completely exposed to Night Ming's field of vision as they kept moving forward. Handsome boy, your fried rice is ready. The boss served Night Ming a serving of fried rice. Night Ming picked up a spoon and took a bite, then took out his cell phone, seemingly swiping the video, but in actuality, he was still watching Zhou Kuei with his afterimage. Once they entered the alley, it was time for Night Ming to strike. Chapter 25 Cat and Mouse Game, over. Ka. Seeing that Zhou Kuei and the others were about to enter the alley. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly blocked in front of Night Ming. The visitor wore a gray suit with a refined look, and with his hand raised, he shouted to the boss that, "Boss, come up with the most luxurious fried noodles." Okay. After ordering, the man in the gray suit looked at Night Ming with a smile. Brother, do you mind sharing a table? I'm a person who likes to be lively. Before Night Ming could agree, he sat on his butt across from Night Ming, directly blocking all lines of sight, so Night Ming couldn't even see where Zhou Kuei and the others had gone. Night Ming expressionlessly sized up the man in the suit. A suit, exquisite hairstyle, and skin so white that it looked like a white boy. This kind of person appearing at a food stall would be out of place. Could it be that this person on the opposite side was a hidden professional killer? A flash of doubt arose in Night Ming's heart. However, this was not the time to consider this. The line of sight was blocked. Night Ming could only calculate the time Zhou Kuei and the others entered the alley in his mind, based on his previous observations. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. While reading the seconds in his mind, Night Ming once again ate a few mouthfuls of fried rice, then frowned. Suddenly, he got up and left. The man in the gray suit glanced at Night Ming's uneaten fried rice, skimmed his lips and shook his head, and, "What an impatient guy." At this time, the boss walked over with a deluxe fried rice. Seeing that the spot where Night Ming was at was empty, he frowned and asked, Where's the handsome guy who was sitting here just now? Where did he go?" The gray suit man shook his head. How should I know? He's your relative. Bull. That brat didn't pay. After the boss cursed, he didn't pursue the matter too much. Didn't ever think about it. A minute later, Night Ming returned. He took out a handful of coins and handed them to the boss. Boss, check out. Holy, coins to settle the bill? You can just scan the code with your cell phone. Earlier I thought your kid had run away with the free food. One fried rice is not enough to run away from the bill. Night Ming picked up his cell phone and finally shook his head. No, there's no money in the phone, just coins, just $5. Don't refuse to accept it, beware I'll sue you for breaking the law. The boss had no choice but to accept it. Okay, really convinced you, go. Right boss, is there a toilet here? Night Ming casually and naturally said, I didn't find one just now. The boss waved his hand with some impatience. I don't know, take your cell phone and navigate yourself. Okay. Night Ming turned around and left the stall. He picked up his cell phone and looked at the time. It was almost time. Zhou Kueishui's transaction was almost over. Without any extra movements, Night Ming turned around and entered another alley. Before proceeding with the mission, Night Ming had deliberately observed the terrain. The alley that Zhou Kueishui had entered was a dead end. This alley of his own just happened to have a cul-de-sac interconnected with it. Night Ming was now going to carry out this assassination mission. As for the professional assassin who was responsible for scoring him, he probably knew who it was. In the alleyway, Zhou Kueishui took out 3 plants of radicalization grass from his pocket. The 3 radicalization grasses are priced at 11,000, but you're an old customer, so I'll give you a discount. $10,000. Zhou Kueishui patted the young man's shoulder and said softly. $10,000? Fine, I'll pay now. $10,000 for this skinny young man was his living expenses for most of the year. But he pulled out the money in a very dry manner. One hand to pay and one hand to deliver. The skinny young man who got the goods was like a treasure, hurriedly tucking the radicalization grass into his arms, nodding his head while backing away with a fawning smile on his face. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, I'll buy from you next time. Aha, go ahead. Zhou Kuei's surface waved his hand with a faint smile until he saw the other party's figure completely disappear. Only then did he sneer and secretly mocked. Hee, what a dumbass. A few $100s worth of contraptions, lousy sold him tens of thousands of dollars, and he still wants to thank me, huh? I'm really a good person. Said. Zhou Kueishui lit a cigarette for himself and raised his feet to leave the alley. But just at this time, he felt that everything around him darkened. The street lamps that stood in the distance disappeared. The walls on both sides and the verdant bricks on the ground were also gone. This is... Zhou Kueishui immediately reacted, and without looking back, he said. Brother, don't make a move, have a good conversation. Want money or want the road, you squeak. Night Ming sneered, want your life. Poof. A cold light flashed. Zhou Kueishui instantly exploded with all of his strength, his body instantly expanding and his skin was propped open with cracks. In these cracks, there seemed to be hot magma flowing. His contracted spirit was an A-class fission saintess. It possessed a strengthening class spirit skill flesh fission. It could giganticize its body, possessing superb defense and instantaneous bursts of power. Boom! After Zhou Kueishui dodged the chopping attack, he blasted his fist towards his back. The strong fist wind was like roaring flames, illuminating the dark realm briefly. However, his punch struck the air. Put! Another cold light flashed. This time, Zhou Kueishui did not dodge Night Ming's attack. A crack surfaced on his neck and a large amount of blood flowed out. Zhou Kueishui's eyes widened in anger, the muscles on his face trembling madly from his rage, but the image in front of him gradually became blurry. In the end, with a thud, his body and head were separated and he collapsed in the darkness. Zhou Kueishui, dead. His corpse, too, was swallowed by the darkness. Not even ashes remained. Mission over. Night Ming disappeared. The darkness domain withdrew. The streetlights were still dim, and the alleys were still deep. Nothing seemed to have happened here, even the cigarettes lit by Zhou Kueishui were carefully taken away by Night Ming. On a certain hidden rooftop, a dark shadow was holding a notebook, frantically writing. While writing, he dictated, in a voice that he could only hear himself. Moving too much while pursuing the target, 5 points deducted. Exposing yourself to the target's line of sight, 5 points deducted. 5 points for talking too much to people on the job. Handling an unexpected situation poorly, 5 points deducted. Letting the buyer go, 10 points deducted. Not finishing the fried rice, wasting food, deduct 5. Forget it, this is not deducted, after all, it has nothing to do with the assessment. The Black Shadow added the deducted points to one piece, and got the final score, the full score 100 minus 30, 70 points, good. Hee, this kid isn't as good as Captain Sun said? And what about the assassination genius who was 1 in a million, isn't this blowing awesome? Really? After doing everything, the Black Shadow packed up his things and was just about to get up and leave. But just at this moment, a long sickle was placed on his neck. The Black Shadow's movements came to an abrupt halt. Sorry, teacher. This game of cat and mouse seems to be won by me, the cat. Nightwing's voice rang out. The Black Shadow subconsciously had to turn his head. Don't rush, before you turn around, let me guess who you are. Nightwing pretended to think, then affirmed. If I'm not wrong, you're the stall owner. The Black Shadow's body shook. The expression became incomparably stunned. Chapter 26. It feels really good to be rich. How on earth did you find me? The Dark Shadow turned its head, revealing the familiar face. It was none other than the owner of the stall selling fried rice and fried noodles earlier. His real name was Su Changyi. It was a professional assassin of the Palace of Sundering. Of course, the business ability wasn't outstanding, and was of the middle-of-the-road type. Through some small details. Nightwing smiled blandly. Small details? Su Changyi furrowed his brows and pursued, what small details? Remember when I left once in the middle? Nightwing said. Remember. At that time, I didn't go far and heard the conversation between you and the man in the suit. The corner of Nightwing's mouth revealed a subtle arc. For a customer who eats for nothing, a normal food stall owner would swear profusely because they earn hard-earned money and don't have an easy life, so meeting a freeloader would make it very difficult for them. But you just simply cursed, this is too cold, not normal. This was the first small detail that Nightwing observed. That's all? It's not right. Su Changyi was clearly unconvinced. Of course it's more than that. Nightwing continued, in fact, while you were busy making fried rice, I looked at the collection code you posted on the table. It's too new, not a single grease stain. As a food stall set up in front of a bar, there won't be few customers, and it's almost impossible for the collection code to be new. Forgot about this. Su Changyi cursed. After that, I asked you a question, and I was asking you where the restroom was. Nightwing's eyes suddenly flashed with a shimmering light. You answered by asking me to look at the navigation. But the toilet is clearly less than 50 meters away from the food stall. If you often set up a stall in front of the bar, it's impossible that you don't know. Even if I didn't know, the usual response would be to tell me to get my cell phone and navigate. Teacher, your family condition should be very good, right? Rarely touching roadside stalls. Oh. This. Su Changyi froze. His family conditions were really good, and he hadn't come into contact with roadside stalls at all. Wait, then how did you find your way here? Nightwing smiled bashfully. Boss, it's illegal to refuse coins. Coins? Holy. It's coins. Su Changyi took out the coins and scrutinized them, discovering that one of them was fake, with a locator installed inside. In addition to conversing with you to set information, there's also to lower your attention. So that you can take the coins. Every word of Nightwing was like an ice pick, madly smashing into Su Changyi's head. It smashed him senseless. Su Changyi looked up at Nightwing, his eyes skeptical, and... You kid, are you really a newcomer? The detailing is better than me, a professional who's been in the industry for a year or two. Spreading his hands, Nightwing smiled modestly, just luck. Hee, it's not luck. Forget it, it's all been caught by you, there's nothing more I can say, you passed the test, full marks. After Su Changyi finished speaking, he removed the disguise from his face. Nightwing saw with his own eyes that he had transformed from a man who had suffered the vicissitudes of life into a young handsome man with fair skin and a handsome appearance. This was what he originally looked like. Get reacquainted. My name is Su Changyi, a 4th-ranked contract master. I'm sorry for being more skeptical of you earlier, but now I truly believe you have talent. Su Changyi smiled and extended his hand to Nightwing. Nightwing shook his hand. Okay, teacher Su. What do you call teacher? Just call me by my real name. Okay, Mr. Su. Night Ming smiled bashfully. Regarding this name, Su Changyi readily accepted it, he was already used to hearing it. Also, young Su, there's actually an important clue I didn't tell you about. It was also because of this clue that I was able to quickly lock down your identity. Night Ming revealed an unfathomable expression. Su Changyi froze. What clue? Night Ming whispered, your fried rice has the beauty of a new recruit, it's hard to eat. Screw you. When Night Ming returned home, Sun Ho Yuan's phone call did come through. His tone was very excited, and he was on the verge of blowing Night Ming sky high with his unstinting words of praise. After all, since the founding of the Palace of Sundering, it was the first time that someone had caught the grading teacher in an examination. Night Ming. Now you only need to score 700 points on the Great Martial Dao examination to join the Sundering Hall. Cheer up and work hard. Sun Ho Yuan smiled and cheered Night Ming on. Night Ming laughed, Teacher Sun, don't just cheer, can you be a little practical? You know, the one I contracted is a magical girl, and the materials I need are all too hard to find. Hey! Sun Ho Yuan on the other end of the phone froze for a moment. This kid was clearly asking for something from him. However, Night Ming's performance was so outstanding, to give or not to give? Of course it had to be given. It just so happens that I have a blood lizard scale in my hand that should be useful to you, so come over and get it from me tomorrow. Sun Ho Yuan said. Essence flashed in Night Ming's eyes. Blood lizard scale, it was the strongest scale on the body of the 5th-ranked ferocious beast, the bloody gargoyle lizard, extremely precious, with a market price of around $500,000. It was said that by crushing the blood lizard scale into powder and melting it into metal, a shield could be forged that could not be shattered by ferocious beasts below the 5th rank. Thank you, Mr. Sun, Mr. Sun's atmosphere. Night Ming's ass-kissing made Sun Ho Yuan comfortable. He leaned back in his chair and smiled smugly. But Night Ming suddenly turned his words around. A strong person like Teacher Sun, even if I were to be given some more materials, I definitely wouldn't feel a single bit of heartache. Pull yourself together. Take me for what? An ATM? It's not like your Knight family doesn't have any money, let your second uncle and the others buy it for you. The materials of a 5th-rank beast. Sun Ho Yuan couldn't get that many for a while, not to mention the materials that were applicable to magical girl contractors, which were even more scarce. Alright, that's it, prepare yourself for the Great Martial Exam. After ending the call, Night Ming put down his cell phone and came to a realization. Right. Why didn't I think of that? Our Knight family is at least a famous big family in Sangnan City. I still need to trouble others for things that can be solved with money? Thinking about this, Night Ming dialed second uncle Night Jun's phone in the middle of the night. Second uncle, do you have any money? Can you help me get some ferocious beast materials and exotic treasures? Yes, the which applies. Hang up. Then dialed third uncle. Third uncle, do you have any money? Is it all under your aunt's control? Don't you have any private money? What? Did you get caught yesterday? Fine, count me out. Night Ming sighed. Third uncle was really unreliable as always. Afterward, he called the fourth uncle, and before Night Ming could say anything, the fourth uncle, Night Zhang, was the first to ask, you want materials? Okay, I'll help you look for it. He, thanks fourth uncle. After the phone call with the uncle generation, Night Ming couldn't help but feel a sigh of relief. It feels so good to be rich. If he wasn't a member of the Knight family, but an ordinary person, getting materials would be a big problem right now. Night Ming, are you helping me? Shadow Yui asked in a small voice. Night Ming smiled bashfully, fool, I'm helping us, understand? Understand. Night Ming smiled and was about to go to sleep when he suddenly sat up from the bed. There was one more person who had forgotten to ask for a favor. Pro sister Night Shinshin. How could this work when there was a sister who wasn't pitched? Instantly dialed the phone. Sister. Do me a favor? After Night Ming finished speaking, Night Shinshin didn't answer him at first. Instead, he was silent as if he was thinking about something. After waiting for a full 3 minutes, Night Shinshin asked in a low voice. Night Ming, you need materials, right? Right. Okay, listen to me, there's a new secret realm opening in Sangbei City in 3 days, we just need Chapter 27 materials worth 10 million, crazy enhancement. Sangbei City's new secret realm? Old sister, you're not talking about the Island of Emptiness, are you? Night Ming asked. Night Xinshin was a bit surprised and said, yeah, I'm talking about the Island of Emptiness. It's rumored that if you first pass the Island of Emptiness, you can pick a piece of 4th-ranked ferocious beast material at will. I think it's possible to rush it. Night Ming was silent and didn't reply. The Island of Emptiness was a secret realm he had actually seen on the internet. It was a low-level secret realm where the highest realm fierce beast was a 3rd-order Air Wing King. The Air Wing King was a flying-type ferocious beast, extremely flexible, possessing a very strong desire to attack, and its combat power was several levels higher than the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex. In addition, the Island of Air was a group secret realm. In order to enter the secret realm, a team of 3 must be assembled, and the contract master realm in the team cannot be higher than the 3rd rank. To pass through the Island of Emptiness with a team of 3rd-order contract masters, which was already a difficult task, it was even more difficult to make the first pass. In addition, Night Ming heard there was an SSS-ranked Holy Maiden contract master on the side of Sangbei City. It was highly likely that the other party would participate in this secret realm as a way to brush up on their reputation. Therefore, there was a certain degree of difficulty. Night Ming, I think I can give it a try. Ever since you became a contract master, you've never met a formidable enemy. I think that fighting against the Air Wing King will allow you to have more enlightenment. Shadow Spectre was like a mentor to Night Ming. In addition, new secret realms are often accompanied by more treasures, and even the explosion rate of ferocious beasts is much higher. So, go. Okay, heroes think alike, so go. Night Ming immediately replied into his cell phone, sister, I'll go. Good. Night Xinshin's tone carried a few moments of happiness. It just so happens that we're lacking a sub-C in our team, and I'm still relieved to have you to supplement the damage. It's decided, 3 days later you'll take you to meet your teammates. Take a good rest in these few days. Night Ming swung at home for 2 days. At a certain sunny noon, Night Ming was lying down for a nap, only to hear the door of his room thumping. It was like someone was kicking it with their feet. Who is it? Night Ming rubbed his eyes and opened the door somewhat impatiently. 4th Uncle Night was wearing a military uniform and holding a box, his expression extremely cold as he looked at him, his eyes like a lion that wanted to eat people. Fourth Uncle? Why are you here? Night Ming froze for a moment and instinctively took a step back towards the rear. Night Zhang was the most serious looking of the several uncles, so as soon as he handed the box to Night Ming, he briefly explained that. Inside this is what you want. Me, your 2nd and 3rd uncles, and a few of your aunts helped you find it. There are 5 pieces in total, worth $10 million, don't waste them. Night Ming couldn't help but stare at the box in his 4th uncle's hands, and he was somewhat moved in his heart. This was family awe. He himself had made the call at that time with the mindset of trying it out. As a result, in less than 2 days, he had already gotten the materials for him. Even the 3rd uncle, who said he had no money, had contributed. And the aunts. Night Ming was truly touched by this family atmosphere. Don't take it yet. Night Zheng coldly chided. Night Ming took the box and nodded his head with a smile. Thank you 4th uncle, thank you uncles and aunts. Count on you having a conscience. Night Zheng clasped his hands to his chest, a rare smile appearing on his cold face. He pointed at the chest and said to Night Ming. There are a total of 5 materials in this chest, including 1 5th-ranked ferocious beast material, 2 heavenly treasures, and 2 4th-ranked materials. It's hard to find materials that are useful to magical girl contractors. This is what we've been able to collect so far, and it's still not bad. When I go to the 3rd border city this time, I'll go outside the domain to help you see if there are any better ones. When 4th Uncle Night was speaking, his tone had been very flat and cold. But he was actually a very thoughtful person. Night Ming caught the key message in Night Zheng's words. 4th Uncle, are you going to the 3rd border city again? Aha! Night Zheng lit a cigarette, the airfare is for this evening. The ferocious beasts outside the domain are becoming more and more ferocious. I must return to the team as soon as possible, or else the ferocious beasts will break through the border city, and the people who will be jeopardized will be the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Night Ming was silent, and in his heart, he admired this 4th uncle of his more and more. He was the kind of person who carried everyone's happiness on his back and walked forward with a heavy load. 4th Uncle, pay attention to safety. When I grow up in the future, I'll go with you to kill ferocious beasts outside the domain. Night Ming laughed. Fourth Uncle Night Zhang froze for a moment, as if thinking about something, and finally patted Night Ming's shoulder. Brat, work hard. Don't let down our expectations of you. After putting down his sentence, Night Zhang left without looking back. Night Ming stood in place, recalling the words that Night Zhang had said earlier. Extraterritorial? That is a place occupied by ferocious beasts, and it is also a place where ferocious beasts gather and are born. Sooner or later, one day, I'm going to explore it. Night Ming had a buried hatred in his bones for these fierce beasts. Ever since the ferocious beasts had descended upon Blue Star, people's lives had been lived in fear of being attacked by ferocious beasts. And Night Ming's parents in this life had died in a ferocious beast attack. Empty thoughts won't allow me to make any progress. To guard what you want to guard, you must become stronger. Night Ming didn't hesitate and immediately opened the box. A wave of cold air hit his face. Shadow Yui looked at the materials within the chest and shouted out excitedly that 5th rank Red Devil's Horn, 4th rank Obsidian Serpent Bone, 4th rank Berserker Lion's Blood Teeth, and 2 Black Night Flowers. Night Ming, these materials will probably bring my recovery progress to 5% immediately. No more than 4%. Essence flashed in Night Ming's eyes, worthy of the carefully selected and purchased materials. The effect was just as good. There was no hesitation. Night Ming immediately had Shadow Spectre absorb these materials. Black air currents surged out from his chest and wrapped around these materials, crazily drawing out the power within. The next moment, successfully absorbed Red Devil's Horn, Obsidian Serpent Bone. Chi and Blood, 210. Mental Energy, 210. Recovery Progress, 1% 5%. Holy! The recovery progress has actually reached 5%. Yui, does this mean that you can now assist me in battle? Excitement filled Night Ming's eyes as he hurriedly asked. Shadow Yui didn't reply. However, behind Night Ming's back, the power of darkness manifested and eventually condensed into a pair of wings. Changing once more, the wings turned into sharp dark tentacles that could easily pierce through even steel. This, awesome. Night Ming's current strength was strong. With the assistance of Shadow Sayui, his strength had directly risen a notch. In the future, he would no longer have to worry about having no one to rely on at his back. How about it, Night Ming? I'm awesome, right? Perhaps it was because the increase in recovery progress had restored Shadow Yui's confidence. She unexpectedly joked playfully as well. Awesome, worthy of being the female demon emperor I have my eye on. Night Ming stuck out his thumb in admiration. Right. I almost forgot about this. Night Ming took out a crystal clear, red flat piece with sharp edges from his storage ring. This was the ferocious beast material that Sun Hoyuan had given him. A 5th ranked blood lizard scale. Chapter 28 Third Order Contractor is powerful? The fight was of the 3rd rank. Night Ming, summon the Divine Meteor Demon Armor, the scales can increase its defense. Following Shadow Spectre's instructions, Night Ming instantly summoned the Divine Meteor Demon Armor. Afterward, he placed the blood lizard scale in his hand, scarlet light flickered, and blood-colored flow patterns appeared in Night Ming's palm, wrapping around the scale and crazily drawing power from it. Night Ming could feel that the Divine Meteor Demon Armor was like a living creature that was feeding greedily. All right. After absorbing the blood lizard scales, now even a 4th-ranked ferocious beast won't be able to easily pierce the Divine Meteor Demon Armor. Shadow Spectre had a few satisfied smiles in her voice. Night Ming frowned, 4th rank? Even when it's made into a shield, it can withstand 5th order ferocious beasts, so why can the magic armor only withstand the 4th order after it's absorbed? Shadow Yui explained seriously, the defensive area of a shield is small, and with concentrated power, the defense is naturally high. The Divine Meteor Demonic Armor covers your entire body, the area is large, the power is dispersed, naturally the effect will be less effective. So that's how it is. Night Ming suddenly realized. But even so, he was extremely satisfied. With my current strength, even if I were to face a 3rd order ferocious beast, I could easily deal with it. Night Ming clenched his fists as he felt his body fill with strength. If before, the Shoudong Hollow Island was difficult for me, then now, I can only say that it's imperative. He possessed absolute confidence. The Island of Emptiness, first pass. More rare materials. The following day, Night Ming and Night Xinshin traveled to Cangbei City. The two cities were not far apart, so they chose to drive there. There was still a need to pick up two teammates in the middle of the journey. Hey Shinshin, is this your brother? Looks pretty handsome. I heard that you're going to be the vice C of our team? A pretty woman with tight hair, a white t-shirt on top and super short jeans on the bottom walked up. She pulled open the backseat door and sat her butt down next to Night Ming, always maintaining a sweet smile on her pure and pretty face. Hello. Night Ming nodded and smiled. Night Shinshin turned back in the main driver and said, Introducing. Her name is Yu Xiaoshang, a freshman student at Star Demon University like me, a third-ranked contract master, and her contract spirit is an S-ranked wood spirit holy maiden. Specializing in auxiliary healing, she is the team's nurse. Yu Xiaoshang guffawed at Night Ming, he, my auxiliary ability is outstanding. When the time comes to go to the secret realm, you just charge forward, and I'll make sure that you don't risk any lives. That's great. Night Ming politely replied back, when the time comes, you can rely on Sister Xiaoshang. Yu Xiaoshang patted her chest and was filled with pride, don't worry, it's all on me. Right Xiaoshang, why isn't that guy Zhou Qiming with you? Seeing Yu Xiaoshang getting into the car and pulling the car door, Night Shinshin asked suspiciously. Didn't we agree to meet here? He's the meat shield of the team, if we don't have him, who's going to resist the damage? Oh, I forgot to tell you. Yu Xiaoshang spread his hands, somewhat helplessly. Zhou Qiming went to Sangbei City yesterday, saying that he went to meet a friend, telling us not to wait for him. This guy is just like this, if it wasn't for the lack of meat shields, beating him to death wouldn't be teaming up with him. After saying that, she clasped her hands on her chest and skimmed her lips, clearly a little dissatisfied with the fellow named Zhou Qiming. When Night Shinshin heard this, her brows furrowed slightly, and she didn't say anything more as she drove her car towards Sangbei City. On the road, Night Ming took the initiative to ask, Sister, that Zhou Qiming, is he very powerful? It's okay. Third-ranked contract master, S-ranked behemoth holy maiden, he can briefly make himself behemothized so that he can gain powerful defense. Meat shields are hard to find these days, that's why we chose him. Night Shinshin said, suddenly thinking of something. You should have heard of Sangnan City's Green Cloud Society, right? Night Ming nodded heavily, heard of it. Not only had he heard of it, he had also killed the third in command of the Green Cloud Society. Could it be? Night Ming had a guess in his heart. Right. As if she had seen through his thoughts, Night Shinshin immediately replied. Just like you thought, Zhou Qiming is the son of the Green Cloud Society's first hand. It's also considered a bit of a status. At those words, Night Ming couldn't help but bitterly laugh twice in his heart. This world was really small, everything could collide. One also didn't know if this fellow called Zhou Qiming was good or bad. Let's just hope it's not a stupid asshole. Night Ming thought silently. Sangnan City and Sangbei were neighboring each other, and after driving for an hour, Night Ming and the others arrived at Sangbei City's teleportation hall. Because there was a new secret realm opening up, a lot of people had gathered. A new secret realm meant more unexplored treasures. Anyone would want a piece of the pie. After entering the teleportation hall, Night Shinshin immediately dialed Zhou Qiming's number. Not long after, Zhou Qiming walked over with a person. Zhou Qiming, you said you'd come together as a piece, why don't you keep your word? Night Shinshin frowned, she was annoyed with this kind of teammate who violated the agreement. Zhou Qiming was 1 meter 8 tall, with a hot bubblegum head, and he laughed as if he was nothing. Haha, don't be angry, Night Captain, aren't I here to meet a friend? Honestly, you should thank me. After all, I'm the one who got a third-ranked contract master as a vice C for our team. Zhou Qiming sidestepped his body. A man dressed in green stepped forward and smiled at Night Shinshin and the others. Hello guys, my name is Su Xin, a friend of Zhou Qiming. Third-ranked contract master, contract spirit is an A-rank rainsword saintess. My contract spirit rank isn't high, but I think I should be qualified enough to be this vice C. The moment these words came out, Night Shinshin's expression froze, her face not looking too good. Zhou Qiming, don't you know that the maximum number of team members for this empty island is no more than 4? Zhou Qiming nodded his head in a bashful manner, I know, what's wrong? Knowing that, why would you pull another vice C in? I've already told you all that my brother will take on the position of deputy C. Night Shinshin's tone became a bit stern, what do you mean by pulling this stunt now? Deliberately embarrassing me? Captain Knight, don't speak so harshly. Zhou Qiming frowned and snorted coldly, saying, I called in my friend for the sake of our entire team. I recognize your strength, but what about your brother? If I remember correctly, you said that his contracted spirit is a magical girl, right? A magical girl contractor is already a waste, let alone the fact that he's only a second rank. Night Xinxin retorted angrily, Night Ming, he's not like other magical girl contractors. You don't look at him with colored glasses. Hee, what's different? Zhou Qiming glanced disdainfully at Night Ming, his tone becoming even more intense. In this world, who doesn't know that magical girl contractors are trash? Night Xinxin, I recognize your strength, but if you insist on making your brother the vice, don't blame me for being ruthless. One rat ruins a pot of soup, I won't stay on this team. Meat shield? Whoever wants to be one. After saying that, Zhou Qiming turned around and was about to leave. Leaving after cursing? Who gave you the guts? Right at this moment. Night Ming took an arrow step forward, his eyes glowing with rage as he blasted out with a fist. Bang! With extreme speed, a fist blasted into Zhou Qiming's face. A powerful force poured out, and with a click, it directly broke Zhou Qiming's nose. Zhou Qiming covered his nose as his pupils suddenly contracted and... You actually dare to strike me? Night Ming cursed angrily, the one who hit you. Bang! Another fist blasted out, this one smashing into Zhou Qiming's stomach, hurting him so much that he fell to his knees and trembled on the ground on the spot. You! Zhou Qiming's face was filled with horror. How could he not have expected that as a third-order contract master, his physical strength would be inferior to that of Night Ming? Hee, you still know it hurts? Night Ming crouched down and teasingly looked at Zhou Qiming. Don't you like to pretend? Keep pretending? Why don't you pretend anymore? Calling me a punk? What, now that you can't even withstand 2 punches given to you, who's the waste in the end? Learning to come out and act like a pussy when you don't have the ability, Zhou Qiming, you say you're not ashamed. Chapter 29 SS Class Contractor Lin Feng. You! Zhou Qiming stared at Night Ming with dead eyes. He gritted his teeth and tried to stand up, but the sharp pain on his belly made him weak. He didn't understand that Night Ming was only a second-stage contract master, so why was his physical body strength so much higher than his? Night Ming! You've completely angered me now. If there was some chance of reprieve earlier, now, I announce my formal withdrawal from your squad. Zhou Qiming shouted angrily, a sinister look filling his face. Quit the squad. This also meant that Night Ming and his team would lose their meat shield. In a complete squad, the meat shield was the main resistance to injury, and with the loss of the meat shield, the squad could almost be declared directly paralyzed. At this moment, Zhou Qiming looked at Night Ming with a teasing expression on his face, wanting to see the wonderful expression on the other party's face. But who knew? Night Ming sneered coldly and said in an indifferent tone. Zhou Qiming, you have not taken yourself too seriously. You're nothing more than a beaten meat shield, having you or not having you doesn't have any effect on us. To tell you the truth, our current team, even a dog on a lead is better than you. At least the dog is obedient. After saying that, Night Ming left without looking back. Night Xinxin saw that her brother and Zhou Qiming had gotten into such a stalemate, and as an older sister, she of course had no choice but to stand on Night Ming's side. You guys are just leaving like this? You really don't want a meat shield? Hey. Yu Shaoshang reached out her hand to try to dissuade the Night Xinxin duo, but they had already walked away. She looked down at Zhou Qiming, who was paralyzed on the ground, and then once again looked at Night Xinxin, and finally sighed and... Zhou Qiming! Go play by yourself, old lady is really fed up with people like you. After saying that, Yu Shaoshang also followed. Looking at their backs as they left, Su Shen, who was Zhou Qiming's friend, helped Zhou Qiming up. For a moment, he was at a bit of a loss as to what to do. Brother Zhou, what should we do now? Didn't you say that the kid called Night Ming would definitely know what to do? Now that the 2 of us have been abandoned, we can't even meet the 3-person team requirement to enter the secret realm. Su Shen was a bit flustered. Zhou Qiming waved his hand somewhat impatiently. What's the point of panicking, who doesn't leave a backhand in their business these days? Wait, I still have friends in Songbei City. He picked up his cell phone and dialed a number after hesitating for a while. Hello brother Lin Feng? I heard that your empty island team is still missing 2 people, huh? This way, my friend. And I are fine and dandy, we'll split the reward. Okay. At the same time. Transmission hall, inside the director's office. Bai Lin Tong, who was the head of the Songbei City's secret realm, was talking to the 2 Lin family members at this moment. Lin Feng Lin Tian, this time, the Air Island Secret Realm First Pass depends on you guys. New Secret Realm First Pass, this is a very important matter for our Sangbei city, it represents the face of one of our cities. You guys mustn't be sloppy, and strive to take it quickly. Lin Feng, who was sitting opposite by Ling Tong, waved his hand and let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, Director Bai. I, Lin Feng, am a third-ranked contract master, and my contract spirit is a SS-ranked battle armor Saintus. Although my brother Lin Tian is a first rank, his contract spirit is an SSS rank Xian Sword Holy Maiden, he's highly gifted and has explosive damage from his spirit techniques, even if he meets a second rank ferocious beast, he'll be able to maneuver around for a while. I'll play with him and casually bring 2 more teammates to win. Bai Lintong smiled and nodded, he still believed in Lin Feng and Lin Tian. These two at Sangbei City's genius last year. One was Sangbei City's genius this year. Talented and deep. With them there, he could greatly put his heart down for this time's first pass to the Island of Emptiness. Right, Lin Tian, I heard that 2 days ago you passed the Starry Sky University's special enrollment? Bai Lintong asked as he looked at Lin Tian, who was directly across from him. Lin Tian was wearing a green-colored robe, with sword brows and starry eyes, and a handsome appearance. In the face of Bai Lintong's inquiry, he didn't have much expression on his face, and his tone was cold, and aha! I'm an SSS-ranked Holy Maiden contractor, it's not difficult to pass the special recruitment. Bai Lintong didn't care what the other party's tone was, still smiling, he said. This Starry Sky University hasn't released a special recruitment quota for many years now, and I didn't expect that this year there would even be an unprecedented quota again. It also happens to be obtained by a genius from my Sangbei City. He got up and came to Lin Tian's side, patting his shoulder heavily. Cheer up, Lin Tian, do well, your achievements in the future will definitely not be bad. For Bai Lintong's words of encouragement, Lin Tian was not the least bit cold, he had heard this kind of words too many times. But for the first half of Bai Lintong's words, he looked a little concerned, his eyes narrowed slightly, his face not looking too good. What's wrong, Lin Tian? Something on your mind? Bai Lintong said suspiciously. Lin Feng at the side smiled helplessly. Director Bai, you don't know. Actually, this special enrollment slot at Starry Sky University wasn't for my brother to begin with. Ah? There is such a thing? Bai Lintong revealed a surprised expression. Right. This special enrollment quota was actually for Cangnan City, a contract master named Night Ming. Lin Feng continued, that Night Ming, it's rumored that he's awakened to full-grade spirituality, and his talent is very exaggerated. But that kid is a brainless stubborn bastard, with a good full-grade spirituality, he had to go and indenture a witch. Starry Sky University has promised to help him re-indenture the Holy Maiden, and as long as he agrees, they'll give him a special enrollment quota, but that stubborn bastard doesn't agree. That's why this quota fell to my brother Lin Tian. This. Bai Lintong froze for a moment, so there was such a thing behind this special recruitment quota. That said, this Cangnan City's luck was really good. It actually produced a full-grade spirituality. It's a pity. The contract was with a magical girl. The special recruitment quota was obtained by chance though. But Lin Tian, your talent is real, I believe that you, even if you take the great examination of martial arts, you will definitely be able to enter Starry Sky University. Bai Lintong looked at Lin Tian with a smile, his eyes filled with praise. Lin Tian gently nodded his head, and in his slightly narrowed eyes, there seemed to be a touch of unwillingness. So what if he, Night Ming, has a full-grade spirituality? As an SSS rank Xian Sword Holy Maiden contractor, my talent is no worse than his. My achievements will definitely far exceed his. This is all punishment for his contracted demoness. These words were filled with hostility. Bai Lintong and Lin Feng glanced at each other when they heard this, and they both ended up shaking their heads and didn't continue talking. After finishing the conversation, Lin Feng and Lin Tian walked out of the office and arrived at the teleportation hall. At this moment, there was still the last half an hour left before the opening of the secret empty island. The vast majority of the pact masters had formed their teams. Lin Feng and Lin Tian had also managed to meet up with Zhou Qiming and the two of them. Upon seeing Zhou Qiming walking over with a lousy face, Lin Feng frowned. Zhou Qiming? What's going on? Why are you in such a mess? What are you covering your stomach for? Didn't digest too much food? It wasn't that Lin Feng was concerned about Zhou Qiming. They had a very average relationship and weren't considered friends. Inquiring about this sentence was purely because Lin Feng didn't want to hold back their team's clearance speed later because of Zhou Qiming's health. Don't mention it, I was laid low by a brat when I first arrived. Sooner or later, I'm going to get him killed. Zhou Qiming gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice. Oh? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, aren't you a third-ranked contract master? The contracted spirit is still a defense-oriented S-rank behemoth saintess, who else could beat you up and hurt you? Could it be that the other party is a contracted SS-ranked third-ranked contract master? Sniffing. Zhou Qiming's expression became even more ugly as he clenched his fists and said with some shame. Damn, it's a second-ranked contract master, and his contract spirit is an SSS-ranked magical girl. That kid is a bit evil, his flesh is stronger than me, what up? And so on. Hearing his words, Lin Feng and Lin Tian's bodies immediately trembled. Lin Feng put his hands hard on Zhou Qiming's shoulders and asked with a stern face. Tell me, what's that kid's name? Lin Feng, what are you doing? What's the point of being so overzealous? Cut the crap and tell me what his name is. Night Ming, from Sannan City, you have a grudge against him? Zhou Qiming felt that the other party was inexplicable. Night Ming. Sure enough, it was Night Ming. Hearing this name, Lin Tian's silent eyes instantly erupted with a thick desire to win. Night Ming. What a coincidence, are you rushing to be my stepping stone? Hee hee. Chapter 30 The Secret Realm of the Empty Island opens. On the other side. After kicking Zhou Qiming out of the team, Night Ming had no intention of looking for new team members. The Island of Emptiness required a team of 3 to enter. He, Night Xinxin, and Yu Shaoshang were already 3 people. There was no need to look for another team member. Just in case it was another idiot like Zhou Qiming. Then it was damn near like bringing a liability. XIN, are we really not going to find another team member? I don't think it's a good idea. Can the 3 of us really get the first pass? If we can't get the first pass, how am I supposed to keep getting more fans? Yu Shaoshang squatted by the wall, one hand supporting the side of her face, looking worried. She removed her student status. She was also an internet blogger, usually posting some training and teaching videos. The combination of words such as beauty plus genius plus teaching allowed her to accumulate 800,000 fans on the internet. She had originally thought that if she could take the first pass of the Island of Emptiness, she would definitely be able to use the momentum to hit 1 million. But now, she felt a bit hopeless. No more looking for a fart. Now that the capable ones are done teaming up, the rest are all noobs. My thoughts are the same as Night Ming's, don't bring a liability. Night Xinxin's attitude was firm. Hey! Really convinced you siblings. Yu Shaoshang sighed, there was no way around it, she could only be forced to accept this ending. The secret realm of the Island of Emptiness is about to open, please prepare yourselves, all contract masters. It's about to start. Night Ming and the others immediately raised their spirits. Accompanied by the portal flashing with dazzling blue light. More than 100 people on the scene and more than 30 teams were teleported into the secret realm. Ho ho ho! The sound of the raging wind blew past their ears. Night Ming and the others successfully entered the secret realm, and they immediately surveyed their surroundings. As far as the eye could see, it wasn't a forest, a plateau, a desert, but a dangerous midair. Underneath their feet, it was a floating circular platform with a radius of 5 meters. On the circular platform, Yu Shaoshang and Night Xinxin also frowned, and... Holy? What the hell? Why was it teleported into mid-air? Is this still a secret realm? Yu Shaoshang stared, questioning in confusion. Just at this moment. Not far away from them, another circular platform with a radius of 5 meters surfaced. A team of 4 consisting of second-ranked contract masters appeared on the circular platform. Swoosh swoosh. Circular platforms kept appearing. In the mid-air that separated the sky from the earth, a round platform appeared without warning, and they surrounded a piece as if forming a circle with gaps in it. All the contestants were teleported onto one round platform after another, and everyone could see each other. Holy? What kind of secret realm is this? So strange. As a student of Star Demon University, Night Xinxin had seen a lot of the world, but this was the first time she had seen this kind of secret realm in mid-air. The other contract masters also made puzzled noises. Everyone was confused. Night Ming frowned, ignoring the noisy sounds around him. He kept his gaze fixed on the center of the circle. The next moment, a circular platform with a radius of 20 meters appeared at the center of everyone. On the circular platform in the center stood an ancient stone statue. The overall shape was a winged ferocious beast squatting on a pedestal. It possessed a sharp, hook-like beak and a pair of huge wings that were folded to form a shield to protect its body. Thick arms cradled a disc, and its head, which looked like an eagle, hung low as if it was in deep sleep. Air Wing King. Night Ming, that's the Air Wing King. Shadow Spectre suddenly reminded. When Night Ming heard this, he temporarily had a guess in his heart. It seemed like he knew what this secret realm was for. The next moment. The circular platform where the contractor was located extended a path that connected to the center circular platform, erecting a floating bridge. An azure pillar-shaped barrier blocked the contestants from advancing. At that moment, an ancient and heavy voice rang out from the secret realm. Empty Island Challenge, open. Rule: the first team to arrive at the center round platform and hold the sun disk for 1 minute will successfully pass. Reward for first pass: Red Sun Crystal Stone. Red Sun Crystals. It's actually a red yang crystal stone. Night Xinshin shouted in a surprised tone. Night Ming turned his head to look at her. Elder sister, is this red yang crystal stone precious? Of course it's precious. It contains extremely pure power of blazing flames. It's a priceless treasure. I've only seen it in books. I didn't expect that there would be red sun crystal stones in this low-level secret realm. Night Xinshin's eyes were glowing. My contracted spirit is an S-ranked flame holy maiden, and this thing fits me perfectly. If I get my hands on it, I might be able to use its power to break through to the 4th rank. I'll go. Night Ming didn't expect that this red sun crystal stone would help Night Xinshin so much. Since this was the case, this first pass had to be taken. The challenge is about to begin. 3, 2, 1. Begin. With the fall of the last voice, the barrier of the round platform blocking the crowd was withdrawn. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All of the contract masters rushed towards the center platform in a brainwave. The 3 of them, Night Ming, were no exception. However, to be on the safe side, they maintained a basic formation. Night Xinshin, as the main C, charged at the very front, while Night Ming and Yashaoshang lined up side by side. The center round platform is no more than 1,000 meters away from us. Under normal circumstances, it won't take me a minute to reach it. But things definitely aren't that simple. This thought had just arisen in Night Ming's mind. The next moment. Boom! A stone man as large as a boulder stopped in front of Night Ming and the others. It wasn't just them, stone men had also appeared on the floating bridges of the other contract masters. This stone man was 3 meters tall and covered in boulders, and his fists smashed into the bridge, shaking out powerful ripples of power. Some of the first-rank contract masters who wanted to come and join in the fun. They were actually directly sent flying by the ripples of power. 3rd-rank stone general, its weakness is its butt. The words of reminder from Shadow Spectre had not yet been conveyed by Night Cindy. As a result, he saw Night Xinshin directly charge up. Where did that stone monster come from? Get out of my way. Rolling flames rose around Night Xinshin, and behind her, the silhouette of the S-class flame saintess coalesced. She held her head high and had an extraordinary aura. Her crimson hair was like flames, and her determined eyes released a valiant and fearless aura, like a valiant warrior. Boom! Night Xinshin bellowed and slammed her fist on the stomach of the stone general. The powerful force directly smashed it to pieces. Keep moving forward, don't stop. Night Xinshin shouted without looking back, before stepping on the flames and charging forward, transforming into a fiery stream of light. Night Ming and Yashaoshang followed closely behind. Hoo. Right at this moment, from the left and right sides, a split ice eagle flew in. Their mouths spat out a large amount of cold frost, condensing a sturdy ice crystal barrier on Night Ming's path as they advanced. The 2 third-ranked split ice eagles stood on the barrier, staring at Night Ming and the others with a ferocious intent. Get out of the way. Don't get in my way. However, Night Xinshin's dual fists blasted out like cannonballs, actually directly shattering the ice crystal barrier. Immediately, she rose up in the air like a brilliant spinning firework, and her hands caught the heads of the 2 split ice eagles in the process and smashed them down heavily. Boom! The 2 split ice eagles turned into roasted eagles on the spot. When Night Ming saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched, and No, old sister, you have this strength, so why even bother forming a King team? Why don't you just brush it alone? Chapter 31 Successive Seconds. You're saying he's a second-order magical girl contractor? Cut the crap. It's only 1/5 of the way there now, maybe we'll meet some danger later. The moment Night Shinshin's words fell. Boom! A rhinoceros monster with a huge drill head came crashing towards her as poorly as a truck. A third-rank steel drill rhinoceros, it was incredibly strong and had thick skin, and the drill on its nose could drill through even a 10-meter thick steel plate. No, can't come hard with it. Night Shinshin was not a reckless person when she saw the steel drill rhino charging towards her. Her legs powered up and she charged straight up with an arrow step, but when she was about to collide with the steel diamond rhino, she wrapped her hands around the flames and came to the side of the steel diamond rhino with a magnificent spin, perfectly dodging the ferocious beast's charge. Immediately, she threw a punch at the side of the steel diamond rhino. The powerful force actually knocked the steel diamond rhino off the floating bridge. Done. Night Shinshin clapped her hands before she could breathe a sigh of relief. Right at this moment, another steel diamond rhino appeared. It was bigger and faster. It was imposing, like a heavily armed tank. Old sister, be careful. Night Ming's eyes suddenly contracted and he shouted out. But Night Shinshin was flanking the steel diamond rhino and didn't even notice it at first, and even if she did, she had no way to dodge it. When she turned her head at the sound of the voice, the steel diamond rhino's drill was only less than the last meter away from her. Careless. Night Shinshin was immediately about to press the protection button on her hand ring. Phew! Just then, darkness enveloped her. She felt that everything in front of her seemed to lose its luster, and the flow of air became abnormally slow. In the nick of time, Night Ming turned into a stream of light and rushed up. In an instant, the darkness domain unfolded, enveloping Night Cindy and the steel diamond rhino. Behind Night Ming, Shadow Spectre controlled the power of darkness to transform into a giant hand and grabbed Night Shinshin. Night Ming, on the other hand, held the divine meteor long sickle and chopped out at the steel diamond rhino's neck with a sickle. Plop! As the steel diamond rhino's head fell to the ground, Night Ming withdrew the dark realm, while Night Shinshin returned next to Yu Shaoshang. As Yu Shaoshang on the side watched the scene, her eyes widened as she said, killing a third-rank steel diamond rhino in a single move, and saving you in the process. Shinshin, you're telling me your brother is second rank? This is damn near more powerful than even the third rank. Night Shinshin was also staring blankly at Night Ming at this moment. Truth be told, I'm also in a daze right now. I remember he wasn't this strong a few days ago. Yu Shaoshang and Night Shinshin were both shocked at the strength that Night Ming had displayed. Night Ming glanced back at them, somewhat speechless. What are you waiting for? Don't you want the first pass? Right. The first pass. The two women reacted and immediately followed Night Ming's lead. After the previous battle, Night Ming had successfully changed from Vice C to Main C. He was wearing the Divine Meteor Demon armor. He wore the Divine Meteor Demon armor and held the Divine Meteor long sickle, and wherever he went, darkness descended and blood flowed. A swarm of bone-eroding bees with green light emanating from their bodies and a group combat ability that far exceeded that of third-ranked ferocious beasts, they hadn't yet had a chance to get close to Night Ming. There was a zipping sound. Night Ming used the electromagnetic glove that he had previously obtained in the mechanical tunnel. It caused the group of bone-eroding bees to fall into a brief paralysis. Swoosh! The long sickle then swung out a path of cold light, easily exterminating all of the bone-eroding wasps. After dealing with them, he continued forward and met 3 more strong third-order golden armored tigers. They glared angrily at Night Ming and roared ferociously. But the next moment, Night Ming arrow stepped forward, after which he leapt high into the air and slashed down with a sickle at the centrally located golden armored tiger. Behind him, Shadow Spectre used the power of darkness to condense into 2 sharp lances, which cut through the air and stabbed at the other 2 golden armored tigers on the left and right. Plop! Blood soared out. The action was done in a single breath. The 3 golden armored tigers were easily killed. Behind them, Night Shinshin and Yu Shaoshang had long been too shocked to speak. No? 3 golden armored tigers that you killed in seconds alone? What's the point of having us? Night Ming, we are now 500 meters away from the center round platform. Do you need to rest? I can take over for you. Along the way, Night Ming had killed too many ferocious beasts. Night Shinshin realized that even if he was more powerful, he was only a second-rank contract master. The physical exertion must have been enormous. No need. Night Ming, however, flatly refused. This is just where it's at. You guys get ready, I'm going to speed up. I just saw a team only 100 meters behind us. He was a contract master whose chi and blood had reached 210. How could he get tired easily? What's more, there was also Shadow Yui playing cooperation for him. Killing a few rookie ferocious beasts was simply easy. Phew. The words fell. Night Ming transformed into a swift black stream of light and burst forward again. His speed in resolving battles was fast, and almost as soon as the ferocious beasts appeared, the long sickle in his hand had already swung out, ending the lives of the ferocious beasts. Xin. Yu Shaoxing disliked Night Xinxin's arm with her slender fingers. What's wrong? This younger brother of yours, do you have a girlfriend? There's a saying that fertilizer doesn't flow into outsiders' fields. I think I'm quite suitable for him. Yu Shaoxing smiled with subtle eyes. Night Xinxin. Pull yourself together. The simple exchange ended. Night Xinxin and the girls immediately kept up with Night Ming's speed. As third-ranked contract masters, it was naturally impossible for their speed to be slower than that of Night Ming, not to mention the fact that Night Ming was still blazing a trail in front of them. Gradually. With 1,000 meters of floating bridge, there was still the last 100 meters left before Night Ming and the others arrived at the center-round platform. When the other teams on the floating bridge saw this scene, their eyes immediately widened. Holy, look guys, someone is almost at the center-round platform. Holy, so fast? Is this playing chicken blood? It's killing me, we've only advanced 300 meters and someone is about to arrive? What the hell? Someone's coming? Bull, holy, it's still true. The crowd looked at Night Ming with shocked gazes. When they felt the aura of the spirit skill he was releasing, quite a few contract masters froze. Wait. This isn't right, that kid's contracted spirit is a magical girl. Why would a magical girl be so powerful? Holy, you don't say, that breath fluctuation, it's really a magical girl. What's going on? Why would anyone contract a witch these days? Even if it's an indentured witch, it seems that he's only at the second rank. My god, a second-ranked contract master, contracting a spirit witch? Isn't this a proper waste of time? How can he be so powerful? He thinks he's the hero of a cool article, right? This group of contract masters felt their own perceptions being shocked. Some of the teams that knew there was no hope of clearing the level chose to give up advancing and just silently watched Night Ming perform. Damn it! I didn't expect us to be 100 meters behind. At this rate, this first pass will definitely be taken by Night Ming. Lin Feng's eyes were crimson as he glared at Zhou Qiming, who was beside him. No matter what means you use, you must immediately stop Night Ming from advancing. I'll be responsible if anything goes wrong. Zhou Qiming instantly understood what Lin Feng meant. He was asking himself to make a move against Night Ming and the others. Great! A sinister smile appeared at the corner of Zhou Qiming's mouth as his body began to animalize, eventually becoming an ape clad in rock armor. His eyes flashed with red light as his hands grabbed the huge rocks on the ground and threw them towards Night Ming and the others. How is one piece enough? Another one. It's best to just smash them off the floating island. Lin Feng shouted angrily. Zhou Qiming nodded at his words and grabbed another huge rock and threw it. Swoosh! The two boulders flew with great speed. This kind of sneak attack in the dark was simply devastating to the pact masters who were fighting. Chapter 32 Kill. Third-ranked fierce beast ascending Airwing King. Plop! Cold light flashed by. Night Ming had just finished harvesting the heads of 3 third-order fierce beasts. Successfully killed a third-order moon-swallowing ghost, realm experience plus 10, spirit skill experience plus 10. Successfully slayed third-order moon-swallowing ghost, realm experience plus 10, spirit skill experience plus 10. Successfully kill a third-order moon-swallowing ghost, realm experience plus 10, spirit skill experience plus 10. The ferocious beasts here are all very strong. But the number is too small for brushing experience. Night Ming's spiritual talent, killing growth, was more inclined towards how many ferocious beasts there were, and how high or low the ferocious beasts' realms were had less of an impact. To raise your realm, you still need to go to a secret realm with many ferocious beasts. But right now, my task is to focus on completing the empty island first pass. Nightmare Ming perked up and prepared to charge forward once more. Night Ming, be careful. Phew! Right at this moment, 2 boulders flew towards him. The boulders were extremely fast, like rampaging trucks, and arrived in front of Night Ming in an instant. Bang bang! The rocks fell and smoke spread. Night Xinshin was startled in her heart and immediately shouted, "Night Ming!" rushing into the smoke and dust. She was afraid that something had happened to Night Ming. The corner of Zhou Qiming's mouth, who was the instigator, lifted. Hee, the two boulders were given a special power by me, even a third-order contract master wouldn't be able to withstand a sneak attack. Night Ming on Night Ming, so what if your physical body is stronger than mine? I'm a third-order contract master, it's still not easy to abuse you. Zhou Qiming was extremely happy inwardly as he felt like he had stepped on Night Ming. Put! Right at this moment, a blood-colored chop slashed out from the smoke and crashed into Zhou Qiming's body, slicing a huge gash in his bestialized body. Blood gushed out from the wound. The pain caused Zhou Qiming's body to tremble. Night Ming walked out of the smoke and dust with the divine meteor long scythe in hand, and he looked at Zhou Qiming with cold eyes. Without saying a word, he directly swung the long sickle. Hoo! 30 chopping strikes slashed through the air. The speed was extremely fast, and each of them chopped towards Zhou Qiming. Blood splattered, even though Zhou Qiming was a third-stage contract master, and his body had been enhanced by beastization. Facing such a large number of powerful chopping strikes, countless wounds appeared on his body. The entire process happened in an instant. Even though Lin Feng intended to help, he couldn't stop Night Ming's chopping attacks. After doing everything, Night Ming charged towards the center round platform without looking back. He knew that Zhou Qiming would launch an attack on himself, one for personal reasons and another for team reasons. The captain of Zhou Qiming's team was Lin Feng. To launch an attack, wasn't he trying to stop Night Ming from leading to the center round platform? Want to stop me? I'm going to keep moving forward. Deep pits appeared in the ground where Night Ming's feet were stepping, and his speed surged once more as he quickly distanced himself from Lin Feng and the others. He was clear that Lin Feng and the others were aiming for the first pass of the Island of Emptiness. As long as he took the first pass, Lin Feng and the others would feel worse than if they ate. Not only that. As he moved forward, Night Ming also released the Darkness Domain. Shadow Spectre had also strengthened her guard. With the double protection, even if Lin Feng made a move, it wouldn't be able to work against Night Ming's sneak attack. Damn it, that kid is alert, the sneak attack trick is no longer useful. Lin Feng secretly gritted his teeth. They had no choice but to charge forward with all their might, trying to close the distance between them and Night Ming. According to the rules, obtaining the sun disk, you still needed to hold it for one more minute to pass the level. So, we still have a chance. Lin Feng erupted with all of his strength, no longer leaving anymore. Not much longer. Night Ming ascended the center round platform. He arrived in front of the Air Wing King and quickly shot out to take the sun disk. But when his hand was just about to make contact with the sun disk, it was at this moment a sudden change occurred. The Air Wing King statue abruptly came to life. It raised the sun disk high above its head and slowly rose, the rubble and sand on its body falling off at this moment, revealing its original appearance. Strong muscles and the scales growing outside of its skin shimmered with light, like hard gems. The next moment, the Air Wing King's body was strengthened. It had doubled in size, standing 5 meters tall, holding a golden lance, its wings spread out to cover the sky, and the feathers on it had turned into sharp blades. This is... Holding a long scythe, Knight Cindy took one step towards the Air Wing King as his aura climbed crazily. The power of darkness converged on top of his long sickle, and killing intent filled the entire domain, condensing into a scarlet-red airstream. The Air Wing King looked at the Night Ming in front of it, and it felt fear. Newt! The sound rose. The Air Wing King immediately made a move as it concentrated its power in its spear and violently stabbed towards Night Ming's body. Night Ming's eyes stared. Spirit Technique Eternal Nightfall. As a spirit skill that possessed ultra-high damage to a single body, even the Air Wing King couldn't resist it. Plop! Night Ming held the long sickle in one hand and slashed across the Air Wing King's neck, the blood-colored curved moon flickering away. The Air Wing King's movements came to an abrupt halt. Hot blood gushed out from its neck as it dropped its lance and covered its neck with both hands, eventually kneeling in front of Night Ming. Gulp! As it lowered its head, it dropped to the ground and rolled like a ball. Air Wing King, die! Night Ming removed the sun disk behind it. Instead of withdrawing the Dark Realm, he waited inside. Time passed by second by second. Lin Feng's duo also managed to arrive at the center round platform. Lin Tian held his longsword and was about to charge into Nightming's Dark Realm. Don't rush. Lin Feng suddenly reached out and stopped him, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned as he said, rather confidently. That kid even wants to fight the Air Wing King one-on-one, so we'll give him that chance. When both he and the Air Wing King are exhausted, we'll reap the benefits. Lin Tian hesitated, a little worried. But what if Yiming kills the Air Wing King and keeps dragging his feet inside? Don't worry, there's no such possibility. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, the strength of the Air Wing King is already far beyond that of an ordinary third-stage ferocious beast. With the Sun Disk's enhancement, its strength has even doubled. Even if I wanted to kill it, I would still need to exert some effort. Therefore, Nightming can't kill the Air Wing King, he's just desperately helping us consume the Air Wing King right now. Only then did Lin Tian let go of his heart when he heard this. But the heart he had just put down died completely in the next moment. This Empty Wing Island challenge is over. First passer, Nightmind. Lin Feng. Lin Tian. Chapter 33 Sudden Crisis. Lin Tian looked at Lin Feng with a strange expression on his face. Brother, didn't you say that it's impossible for Nightming to be a match for the Air Wing King? But now. Don't ask me, I don't know either. Lin Feng's face was slack-jawed, his eyes staring dead on at Nightming, his eyes filled with astonishment. How could he not expect that Nightming had actually killed the Air Wing King? In his perception, this was something that was absolutely impossible. It was simply unbelievable. No, I have to go ask him, this kid might have cheated. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and walked towards Nightming with an unkind face. But before he could get close, the three of them, Nightming, directly pressed the hand ring button. Swoosh swoosh. They instantly left the island of secret emptiness. As the victors, it was pointless for them to stay, now was the time to enjoy their victory. However, as they teleported, Night Cindy clasped her hands to her chest and tilted her head to glance at Lin Feng. A disdainful smile. Lin Feng? Mocking me? What a damn thing. Teleportation Hall. The first passage to the Island of Emptiness. Nightming had successfully obtained the Red Sun Crystal Stone. According to the rules, each member of their team could also pick a 4th-ranked ferocious beast material. Then thank you, Director Bai. Night Cindy cupped her fists and smiled at Bai Lintong. Hee, it's fine, it's fine. Bai Lintong smiled reluctantly. Nightming and the others had taken down the empty island first pass, and he was now very upset. However, as the head of Sangbei City, it was impossible for him to get stuck with Nightming and the others in terms of rewards. Come on people. Take them to pick materials. Led by the staff, Nightming's three left with smiles on their faces. At this time, Lin Feng and Lin Tian and the others walked out of the teleportation entrance in a grayish manner. They hung their heads low as they tried to leave the teleportation hall, silently praying that Bai Lingtong wouldn't see them. Earlier, he had sworn a promise to take the first pass. But now, even if they didn't get the first pass, they were still taken by Xiangnan City, which had the worst relationship. One didn't need to think about it to know that Bai Lingtong would be furious. Lin Feng, Lin Tian. The more afraid, the more what came. Bai Lingtong suddenly called out to Lin Feng and the two of them, his face grim, you guys come with me to the office. It's over. Lin Feng's body trembled, his heart half cold. He knew that after entering the office he would definitely not be able to avoid a scolding. Even being scolded was highly likely. Earlier, he had set up his frame too high. Now that he fell down, it would definitely hurt. Brother, in the future, you really shouldn't make any more wild guesses. We actually have a chance. Lin Tian said with some dissatisfaction. What do you mean? Lin Feng frowned and said in displeasure that a second-rank magical girl indentured servant killed a third-rank Air Wing King. Who could have predicted such a thing? Wasn't I also trying to play it safe? You're blaming me now? No, that's not what I meant. Lin Tian shook his head. Then what do you mean? Forget it, I don't mean anything. Lin Tian sighed, not bothering to continue arguing. Lin Feng was currently angry, he couldn't listen to anything he said. But from now on, something in Lin Tian's heart had begun to waver. At least, he would trust himself more when doing things in the future. Instead of trusting Lin Feng. On the way back to Tsangnan City, Night Ming surveyed the blood fiend bear paw in his hand. This was the 4th-ranked ferocious beast material that he had picked out after his first passage to the Island of Air. The blood fiend bear paw contained manic power, and after a holy witch contractor absorbed it, it would be easy for their chi and blood to soar, and they would experience a disturbance in their body's power. However, for magical girl contractors, there were no side effects. In addition, according to Shadow Yui, absorbing the bloodshed bear paw could effectively boost one's power. However, I'm currently a 2nd-ranked contract master, so even the power boost is very limited. It's still necessary to seize the time to break through to the 3rd rank. Night Ming pondered, then whirled around to check the panel. Name, Night Ming. Spirituality, full level. Realm, 2nd order contract master 31,500 100,000. Spiritual power, 210. Chi and blood, 210. Contract spirit, divine meteor dark knight demon emperor. Spirit level, SSS can be upgraded, spirit technique, dark judgment SSS. Spirit technique, dark judgment level 5, divine meteor devil armor level 5, eternal nightfall level 5. Talent, killing growth, demon emperor's battle intent. There's still more than 60,000 experience to go before becoming a 3rd-ranked contract master. I hope I can break through to the 3rd rank before the great examination of martial Dao. There were still more than 20 days before the great martial Dao examination. There was definitely enough time. Night Ming was confident in himself. This trip to Songbei has come to a successful conclusion. Night Ming, what are your plans next? Night Xinshin asked as she drove. After pondering for a while, Night Ming replied, I'm going to find a secret realm with a lot of ferocious beasts and start practicing leveling. A secret realm like the Blood Demon Tower. It had to be said. Leveling in the Blood Demon Tower was really cool. Unfortunately, the beasts inside had all been killed by Night Ming up to the upper limit, and even if they were killed again, the benefits would be very small. A secret realm with many ferocious beasts? Okay, wait for me to go back and help you look for it. Night Xinshin said. Night Ming's heart rejoiced, then thanks a lot, old sister. You're welcome. Finishing the conversation, Night Xinshin drove the luxury sports car down the highway. Only the last 5 kilometers remained before returning to the Night family. Just at this moment. Ding ding ding. A message ringtone came from Night Ming's cell phone. He picked up his cell phone and took a look, his face instantly becoming grave. Sun Hoyuan, beware, the son of one of the Green Cloud Society's handlers Zhou Qiming, he's already set his sights on you. Night Ming frowned and immediately typed a response. Night Ming, my identity has been exposed? But I didn't leave a single trace when I killed Zhou Kueisue. He subconsciously assumed that it was the killing of Zhou Kueisue that had gone awry. Sun Hoyuan, it's not about the assassination mission, it's something else. Think carefully, did you have a conflict with Zhou Qiming elsewhere? The information network I laid down tells me that Zhou Qiming intended to harm you. It's not about the assassination mission. Then it's only about Songbei City. This guy Zhou Qiming lost to Night Ming and is not convinced, now he wants to play that gangster thing. Night Ming, I know what's going on. Sun Hoyuan, well, pay attention, he should strike in the last few days, it could be intimidation, or murder, I'm leaning towards the former, but not ruling out the latter. Night Ming, thanks for the reminder. Sun Hoyuan, I'll continue to talk to you when I have news, if he really dares to make a move against you, there's no need for the Qingyun Society to exist. After ending the chat, Night Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he had just opened the car window in preparation for some air. Tick. But just at this moment, a truck full of dirt suddenly rushed out. The speed did not decrease, and it crashed right into the passenger side where Night Ming was. Not good. Quickly turn the direction. Night Ming shouted with glaring eyes. Night Xinshin turned her head to see that the truck was like a roaring beast, its 2 headlights were like scarlet eyes, and it was charging straight at her. Frightened, she jerked the steering wheel. The gas pedal was pressed to the bottom. Sedan first toward the left side of the head in truck distance, and then speed pull full, in a burst of like a beast hissing engine roar. Only then did Night Xinshin and the others avoid the truck without any danger. Holy! What's wrong with that driver? Can he drive? After dodging the danger, Night Xinshin was just about to slow down and stop, going down to talk to the truck driver. But just at this moment, buzzing, a black Jeep thumped. It directly crashed into the ass of Night Xin's car. It was rear-ended. A luxury sports car with a speed of 120 km/h. Surprisingly, it was rear-ended. This doesn't look like an ordinary traffic accident. It was more like someone intentionally using a traffic accident to give Night Ming and the others a warning. Chapter 34 Zhou Qiming Who Must Die. Who? After stopping the car, Night Xinxin gasped for air. Her eyes revealed panic, showing the same startled expression as Yu Xiaosheng in the back seat. At the same time, the co-pilot, Night Ming, clenched his fists. The successive accidents had convinced him that this was Zhou Qiming behind the scenes. This damned fellow. Surprisingly, he chose to use a car accident to threaten him. Recalling everything that had happened earlier, Night Ming couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Trucks loaded with dirt, jeeps tailgating at high speeds. Either of these accidents possessed an extremely high level of danger. Pact masters didn't die easily. But in front of a car accident, they could also be injured if they didn't pay attention. Not to mention that Night Ming's realm wasn't very high right now, and they couldn't do anything to completely immunize themselves from the damage caused by a car accident. Thinking of this, the anger in Night Ming's heart climbed once again. He now didn't care if Zhou Qiming was threatening a warning or really wanted to make a move. Zhou Qiming had already threatened the safety of him and those around him. Zhou Qiming must die. Damn it! What's going on today? Do these people go out and drive without their eyes? After Night Xinxin came back to her senses, she pushed open the car door and huffed towards the jeep behind her. The driver of the jeep didn't take the initiative to get out of the car even after tailgating. It could be seen through the rearview mirror. When Night Xinxin arrived in front of the jeep, from the car came down three strong, bald, burly men. Their muscles were gnarled, their bodies were tattooed with dragons and tigers, and their pitted faces looked menacing, so it was clear at a glance that they were not good people. What's wrong with you guys? I'm going over 100 kilometers, you guys can tailgate me? Is not know how to drive, do not know how to drive trouble go back to relearn. First the sudden dirt truck, followed by tailgating, Night Xinxin was in a very bad mood right now. As a matter of fact, after this kind of accident, it would carry fire in anyone. Who knows? The ones who chased the tail were clearly those bald and burly men, but they had an indifferent look on their faces and instead cursed at Night Xin. What do you mean, brat? What do you mean we don't know how to drive? Is it our fault just because we rear-ended you? The road is so wide, why did you stop in front of us? I'd say it was you who deliberately didn't stop us. Night Xinxin. It was the first time she had ever seen that tailgating had a perky perpetrator. Okay, you guys are playing a jerk, right? Wait, I'll call someone to deal with it now. Night Xinxin knew that there was nothing to say to these ruffians, and was ready to directly dial the phone. Call someone? Who has time to wait for you to call someone? We're ing up and down a few $1 million a minute, do you have the strength to make us wait? The bald, burly man at the head clasped his hands on his chest and impatiently said. Forget it, don't you want money for this? I'll give you $250, take it and look at your brain yourself. What did you say? These words came out. Night Xinxin's hand holding the cell phone suddenly stopped in place. Flames rose in her eyes and anger burned in her chest. Earlier, she wanted to rely on formal ways to solve the problem, but now, she didn't want to. She was going to make a move. Bang! Right at this moment, a black figure suddenly appeared. Who the hell are you calling a 250? Night Ming kicked the bald big man, and the tremendous force directly knocked the other party to the ground. Big brother. The other two bald little brothers saw that the situation was not right and immediately copied the iron bar from the car and violently smashed it towards Night Ming. Bang bang! Before they could do anything, Night Ming directly punched them twice in the face with so much force that he smashed their noses. What are you ing dogs barking at? What strength do you have to bark in front of me? Another two kicks came out, this time Night Ming directly kicked their knees. With a thud, directly shattering the bald little brother's knees, their legs went limp and they instantly fell to their knees. At this moment, they stared incredulously at Night Ming. They didn't expect that Night Ming would have this strength. Solving a problem is solving a problem. What gives you the right to hit someone? Even if you're a contract master, you shouldn't treat us like this. The bald, burly man at the head still put on an unyielding demeanor as he clenched his teeth and angrily cursed Night Ming for not being human. Snap! What about calling Nima? Night Ming raised his hand and slapped it. He didn't care about that much. He was a genius. Geniuses were privileged. What's more, this matter Night Ming was already in the right. Alright, you're good, just wait, sooner or later you'll regret today's events. The bald burly man knelt on the ground, not daring to say anything to Night Ming again. He was waiting for the person handling the traffic accident to come. Regret? The ones who should regret now are you. Night Ming crouched down and snapped, slapping another slap on the face of the bald, burly man at the head. Are you damned if you're not finished? Have you never heard of hitting someone without hitting their face? The bald man cursed with great impatience. But Night Ming's next sentence made him directly freeze in place. Honestly explain, did Zhou Qiming send you guys? Bald and burly man. His pupils suddenly contracted. His eyebrows trembled slightly uncontrollably. This matter was extremely hidden, and not many people knew about it. He didn't understand why Night Ming would ask so bluntly. Could it be that the matter had been revealed? The bald burly man stammered and replied, What? What Zhou Qiming? Never even heard of it. This is a simple traffic accident. Ha! Night Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with this kind of person. In the next moment, with him as the center, the dark field unfolded. The bald, burly man in the lead was enveloped in darkness, and everything around him became dead silent. You, what do you want? The bald burly man was a bit flustered at this point, but he was still talking tough, and... I don't know who the Zhou Qiming you're talking about is, you quickly release me or I'll sue you for intentional murder. Don't know huh? Night Ming held a dark dagger in his hand and violently stabbed it towards the bald strong man's arm. Plop! Blood sword. The bald burly man shouted angrily in pain, Ah! Do you know now? No! Plop! Drawing out his dagger, he slashed again, same position, same dagger, but this time Night Ming stabbed deeper. The intense pain made the bald burly man's face turn pale. Do you know? Don't know! Plop! Drawing out the dagger, he stabbed in again. Still the same position. Do you know? Don't know! Quite hard, in that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Night Ming held the dagger, and his gaze directly landed on the most important place on the bald burly man's lower body. What do you want? I advise you better not. I won't do it if you advise me? You have quite a big face. Night Ming picked up the dagger and directly stabbed towards the bald strong man's lower body. Seeing that Night Ming was playing for real, the bald man couldn't hold back any longer. Damn, $500,000, I play what life ah. Tell me, I'll tell you everything. It is that Zhou Qiming, he gave me $500,000, told me to intimidate you a little, let you long memory, said not to offend him in the future. Oh. Sure enough. Put. After Night Ming stabbed the dagger into the bald burly man's arm, he picked up his cell phone. Sending the content of the previous recording to Sun Ho Yuan. Night Ming, Mr. Sun, someone wants to me, what do you think I should do about this? You know, my dream is to serve the Palace of Sundering. If I die before I can serve the organization, this will be very hard for me. The meaning in the words was obvious. Zhou Qiming, Night Ming was going to kill him. He now needed the Palace of Sundering to give a formal reason. It was more like asking the Palace of Sundering for an attitude. The next moment, Sun Ho Yuan answered him. However, it wasn't a message, but a mission notification. Assassination mission, Purge Plan 2. Assassination target, Zhou Qiming. Assassination time, 1930 now. Night Ming looked at the message and smiled bashfully. Night Ming, thanks a lot, Mr. Sun. Sun Ho Yuan, the assassins of the Palace of Sundering are not something that any cat or dog can touch. Do you need assistance? Night Ming, no, I'm cruel. It's not a good influence to be seen. Chapter 35 I kill people according to the law, afraid of you mixing black and white? Sister, you guys go back first, I have something to leave for a trip. Night Ming's tone was cold. Where are you going? Not in a hurry to go back? Night Xinqing cried out and turned her head to see that Night Ming had long since turned into a black light and left the scene, disappearing without a trace. A certain upscale neighborhood. Zhou Qiming, who was the black hand behind the scene, was lying on the sofa, shaking the red wine glass in his hand. He picked up his cell phone and was making a call that. Hey, how's the matter explained to you guys going? Pay attention to me, it's a shock, you guys don't make it into a murder, that kid is a member of the Knight family, it's not good to end the matter if it's a big deal. The fawning voice came from the other end of the phone. Don't worry, brother Zhou, we have a plan for everything. Not only will we not go out of line, even if things fall apart, my little brother will never tell you off. Next time you have a job, just call out to your brother, and we'll make sure you get it done properly. Zhou Qiming nodded. Well, that's it. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Qiming looked at the red wine in his glass and revealed a sinister smile. Hee, Nightming, so what if you're strong? So what if you took the first victory of Empty Island? My Green Cloud Society is the largest ground force in Songnan City. If you want to play with me, I dare to touch both black and white. Can you play with me? After saying that, he drank the red wine in one go. A hot blood flowed through his body, his face suddenly changed and he was ready to go out and find some fun. But when he just turned his head, a bizarre figure made his pupils suddenly contract, and his brain buzzed, directly turning into dull white. Play? Nightming's expression was indifferent. Why would I want to play with you? You messed with me, so of course I'm going to kill you. Phew. The darkness domain unfolded. Zhou Qiming was shocked and turned his head to run, but he was already trapped in the domain and couldn't escape at all. Even if he shouted loudly, no one would hear him. No. Nightming, you can't kill me, killing is against the law, you can't escape yourself if you kill me. Zhou Qiming bowed and backed up repeatedly. Breaking the law? A red light appeared in Night Dust's eyes as the arrow stepped forward. The long sickle in his hand suddenly cut out a blood-colored curved moon. Zhou Qiming's head instantly took off. Flop. Looking at the corpse that fell to the ground, Nightming snorted coldly. Killing someone is indeed illegal. But I'm killing according to the law. After doing everything, Nightming took pictures of the scene. Along with what the pickup truck driver and Zhou Qiming had said earlier, they were sent to Sun Hoyuan. Sun Hoyuan was silent for a while before replied. Sun Hoyuan, the body is cleaned up by itself. In the future, this kind of thing, there is no need to send out the so-called evidence. The succumbent hall kills the people who deserve to die. After seeing the reply, Nightming smiled bashfully. With regards to the Palace of Sundering, he was becoming more and more interested. Green Cloud Society. The Council Hall. Who is it? Just who killed Qiming? Such a big person disappeared, is there not a single bit of news? Zhou Qingyun slammed his hands on the desktop, his eyes glazed over, his eyes looked like they wanted to eat people. The few juniors who reported lowered their heads. Sorry Mr. Zhou, we really don't know. We were standing at the door at that time, but as soon as we opened the door, the person disappeared. We searched for a long time and went to the place where young Master Qiming often goes, but still didn't find him. You mean he grew wings? So he flew away behind your back, right? Zhou Qingyun threw the file on the table with one hand. The head of the junior brother who was hit broke open on the spot and blood soared. Big brother, this matter might not be that simple. The Zhou family's second oldest brother on the side spoke up. His name was Zhou Ji, the only person in the Zhou family who had read a book, and he was the dog-headed warlord of the Green Cloud Society. However, his strength was very weak, with his contracted spirit being a C-rank holy maiden, while his realm was only at the first level. Eldest, what do you mean? Zhou Qingyun looked towards Zhou Ji. The latter first waved his hand to greet away his little brother before saying with a grave expression on his face. Big brother, it's too fishy. Within a few days of third brother's death, Qiming died again. They were also both killed without a trace, as if they were carefully plotted. I suspect that this is a conspiracy against the Green Cloud Society. A conspiracy? Zhou Qingyun frowned. Our Qingyun Association has always been well-watered. Who would be targeting us? Big brother, have you forgotten that we are selling the radicalization grass? Zhou Ji reminded, this stuff is a contraband. Once it's torn open, it will spread widely in the market. Think about it, who would be the last person to want to see this happen? Zhou Qingyun's heart trembled and he almost blurted out, you mean the officials? Yes. That's them. Zhou Ji's eyes narrowed slightly. I investigated earlier, Qiming passed a phone call before he died. The person on the other side of the phone told me that Qiming had arranged for someone to scare Nightming, the youngest male seedling of the Night family. And not long after this happened, Qiming died. The Night family. Zhou Qingyun's fists pinched and clicked. Qiming was most likely killed by that bastard Nightming. Mamma mia, killing my son, even if he's a member of the Night family, I'll bite off one of his legs. Big brother, don't be in a hurry. Listen to me finish. Joshi pushed his glasses and analyzed the whole situation. From my point of view, the Knight family is just the pawn in this case. The real chess player hasn't shown up yet. I suggest that we stop all sales of the radicalizing grass, and our brothers go abroad to avoid the storm and come back. To avoid the storm? Then my son died in vain? Zhou Qingyun angrily shouted. Staying in the Green Hills, not afraid of no firewood, save your life first. Joshi persuaded one by one. Zhou Qingyun lit a cigarette and took a heart drag before saying. Qiming can't die in vain. Elder brother, go by yourself. Big brother you. Enough. This is my intention, don't try to persuade me anymore. Seeing that he really couldn't be persuaded anymore, Joshi got up and turned his head as he came to the door and said. Big brother, if you die, I will collect your corpse for revenge. After saying that, he turned around and left. Coming downstairs, he got into his exclusive high-grade black sedan and just lit the fire. Boom! The sound of an explosion rang out. Zhou Ji, dead. Zhou Qingyun roared, Lao air. After doing everything, Knight Ming returned home. Whether it was killing Zhou Kuesue or Zhou Qiming, he didn't have the slightest tremor in his heart. It was simply like a person who was fine. Even Shadow Yui felt incredulous. Knight Ming, I've heard that killing someone for the first time is a very strange experience. You should have a tightness in your chest, your whole body trembling, sweat dripping down constantly, and all sorts of jumbled thoughts giving you a headache. The first time you killed Zhou Kuesue, I thought you were not reacting, but this time you killed Zhou Qiming, I realized that you seem not to be afraid of killing. Afraid? Knight Dust smiled and shook his head. In his previous life as a top killer, he had killed an unknown number of thugs and criminals, and being in danger of life and death time and time again had long since made him forget what it felt like to be afraid. Not to mention killing little caramels like Zhou Kuesue and Zhou Qiming. Maybe it's because of talent. Remember what teacher Sun Hoyuan said about me? Knight Dust smiled. He said that I'm a born assassin with an extremely high talent for assassination. All geniuses now, of course I can't be the same as the others. Shadow Yui froze, before nodding her head like a chicken pecking at rice. You have a point, ha. Chapter 36, Acting for Heaven. Afterward. With the help of Shadow Spectre, Night Ming refined the bloodshed bear paw. A fiery power boiled in his body, his muscles firmed up even more, and his hot blood flowed at a much faster rate. There was a surge of energy held in his body. Night Ming took this opportunity to rush into the training room at home. A punch was thrown. The testing instrument on the mechanical pile directly exploded. Holy! Older sister Night Shinshin just happened to be passing by and saw the scene and was directly stunned jaw. No, Night Ming, you're kidding. The maximum limit of this instrument is 3,000 kilograms, you're punching over 3,000 kilograms now? Don't be so exaggerated, you're still a second-rank contract master. To know. Night Shinshin contract spirit was an S-class flame saintess, a contract spirit known for its strength, and now that she was a third-order contract master, a punch with a force of 2,800 kilograms was already exaggerated. I didn't expect Night Ming to be even more exaggerated than her. It was almost as if she didn't even have to act. Night Ming, what kind of monster is your contracted spirit? Night Shinshin was so shocked that she didn't even know what to say. Night Ming smiled blandly, what's the matter, envious of me? Envy doesn't come. The time that followed. Night Ming began to crazily impact secret realms, specializing in picking secret realms with many ferocious beasts. The greater the number and variety of ferocious beasts, the better effect Nightcrawler's spiritual talent, killing growth, would possess. He was frantically upgrading. Bang! In the secret realm. With the last Thunder Eagle falling in front of Nightmind, this time in the secret realm, he broke another personal clearance record. Passing time, 6:30, successfully broke the personal passing record. Congratulations on obtaining Thunder Hawk's Claws. The reward appeared. A palm-sized Thunder Eagle's claw appeared in Nightmare's hand. Its body was turquoise blue, as if it was made of crystal gems, and the slightest arc of thunder flashed, making it valuable at first glance. Mr. Night Ming, the Thunder Eagle's claw is incomparably precious and can be sold for a high price of 200,000 in the world. If you need it, we can exchange it for Dragon Kingdom coins. The staff said enthusiastically. No need, I see that it's quite tasty. Night Ming waved his hand, picked up the Thunder Eagle's claw, and took a bite. Plop plop plop. Electric currents ran amok in his mouth like he was eating jumping candy. The terrifying power was about to explode immediately, but Shadow Spectre made a timely move to suppress the power. Night Ming managed to absorb the Thunder Eagle's claw. The staff on the side all looked dumbfounded. No. Not, can ferocious beast material still be directly swallowed raw? This is simply too raw. Ha, others can't, but I can. Night Ming turned around and left, leaving the staff with a dashing and incomparable back. While leaving the hall, Night Dust bumped into Wang Haoyang. The other party was walking with a big man with a strong body, and when he saw himself walking by, Wang Haoyang immediately frowned. Turning to the big man next to him, he said, "Older brother, that kid has beaten me up. Some other day when you meet him in the secret realm, help me out." When the big man heard this, he first froze. What realm is that kid in, and what is his contract spirit? Second stage contract master. Contract spirit is a magical girl, trashy as hell. It's easy for you to beat him up. Heard. The big man immediately grinned at the corner of his mouth, patted his chest and guaranteed. Aguma, just a magical girl contract master. This matter you beg me, I will squat in the transmission hall tomorrow. Wherever he goes I will go. I Wu Mao is a third order indentured master. The indentured spirit is Rhinoceros Saint. Clean up a second order magical girl brat, simply hand to pinch. But the cost. Wang Haoyang flung his hand is to transfer 10,000. Older brother atmosphere, this matter I wrapped up. Wu Mao laughed. Oh. Want to deal with me? This is not purely looking for death. Night Ming listened to the conversation between the two not far away and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Although he was now a second-order contract master, his strength was extremely terrifying, and a third-order contract master couldn't help him. Regarding that Wu Mao from earlier, even 10 of him would not be a match for Night Ming. Ding ding ding. At this time, a ringtone came from the cell phone. It was a message from Sun Hoyuan. Sun Hoyuan, are you free? The organization wants to give you a mission. Night Ming, I haven't formally joined the Palace of Sundering here either, how come another mission? Sun Hoyuan, you have high talent, more polishing. Don't worry, the tasks you do now will be recorded in your file, and will help you a lot in your promotion when the time comes. Night Ming, okay. Accept the mission sent by Sun Hoyuan. Mission name, Justice. Assassination target, Wu Mao. Target level, 3rd Order Pact Masterclass C. Rhino Holy Maiden. Reason for assassination, after investigation, Wu Mao has illegal behavior in his eyes, he trafficked people privately, his behavior was extremely bad, but the relevant evidence collected could not sentence him to death. The Palace of Sundering is acting on behalf of the heavens in giving him the death penalty. Wu Mao? Isn't this a coincidence? Night Ming's eyes flared with coldness. Earlier, Wu Mao had planned to target him. Now that it had fallen into his hands, this fellow truly deserved to die. But fighting for the death penalty won't work, so I'll go kill him, will this? Night Ming picked up his cell phone and sent a query to Sun Hoyuan. Night Ming, is this legal? Sun Hoyuan, it's legal and reasonable, human trafficking is definitely not condoned. The lack of evidence is because Wu Mao had previously found someone to destroy it, and if we wait for the court's verdict, we don't know how many more people will suffer at his hands. Sun Hoyuan, the faster the better for this mission, the better to do it tonight. Night Ming, roger that. Human traffickers and whatnot are the damnedest of all. Destroying other people's families, devoid of humanity, and no different from thugs who hurt the world. Night Ming had killed many people in the past, among them human traffickers, he had killed the most. Do it tonight. Night. The dark streets. Rainwater dripped from the eaves and gathered on the pavement, forming small puddles. During this time, a beautifully dressed girl is walking on the street holding her cell phone. Suddenly, there was a blackness in front of her eyes. The urea bag was over her head. Who are you guys? What do you want? Stop it. Stop it. The woman struggled frantically, but she was small and thin, and the ones who kidnapped her were several big, strong men, among them there were also indentured masters, so she couldn't break free at all. Hurry. Tie her up in the car. If I sell her out, I can make at least $200,000. The rough voice echoed in the woman's ears. She was shocked at the words and struggled harder, but the more she struggled the more excited these traffickers became. They tied the woman's hands and feet and threw her into the back seat. Help! Help! Save your ass! Bang! A muffled sound. The woman's eyelids became heavy, she desperately didn't want to pass out, but the intense pain made her unable to hold on at all. She was knocked out by a blow. Black lights. The white van passed through the old streets, gradually leaving the noisy city with the cover of night. Rainwater slapped on the windows, and Wu Mao in the passenger seat took off his hood as soon as he cool me, picking up such a big living person for nothing. He seemed to have seen money flying in front of him. The little brother on the side echoed and laughed, "Oh, these people are just living in peace for a long time. In the middle of the night, how dare they wander around in the old streets with no surveillance? If they don't kidnap her, who do they kidnap? This trip, we have earned again." Ha ha ha, laughter came from the three people in the car. The next moment, Nightming's icy cold to the core voice suddenly rang out from the back seat. "Yeah, catching 3 human traffickers in one go. This trip, I really earned hemp." Chapter 37, Doing God's Will. Wu Mao's body trembled and hurriedly turned back. But just as he turned his head, the cold sickle blade appeared at the position of his neck. His remaining light caught a glimpse of Nightming's appearance, and his heart trembled as he said, "It's you." "Saw my appearance?" Scarlet flashed in Nightming's eyes. As a top assassin, he had always had a very strange fetish. During the course of a mission, if someone accidentally saw his appearance, he would make the other party permanently unable to speak. Phew! The dark field unfolded. The vehicle that was originally traveling at high speed was instantly placed in darkness. The 4 wheels were still spinning, but the body was stagnant. "Damn, what the hell is this? I'll fight you!" Wu Mao roared, his berserk aura erupted, and behind him, a sage silhouette clad in beast armor coalesced. His skin became tough, and a horn as hard as steel grew on top of his head. Rhino Holy Maiden? Simply calling it the Unicorn Holy Maiden was more like it. "Your strength, it's too weak." Swoosh! Red light flashed. The vehicle in the darkness was suddenly chopped into 2 halves from the center. Along with the vehicle, there were also Wu Maos in their necks that were chopped off. Swoosh! The sickle blades continued to chop out. In the dark field, there was a burst of cold light. In the end, the van was directly chopped into pieces. Along with the corpses of Wu Mao and the others, it was completely swallowed by the darkness. When the darkness domain withdrew, Nightming was on the side of the street, rain falling on his body as he held the scythe in one hand and the kidnapped girl in the other. Blood mixed with rainwater dripped onto the ground, but in an instant it was swallowed by the darkness. The mission was completed. Nightming sent the woman to the entrance of the security bureau. He hid in a dead corner without surveillance and watched as the woman was brought in by the vigilantes, which was a relief. Mission completed. Nightming sent a message to Sun Ho Yuan. Nightming, done, killed 3 people, all associates of Wu Mao. Sun Ho Yuan, so, your current strength really does exceed that of a 3rd-order contract master. Wu Mao was a 3rd-order contract master, and Nightming was able to kill him, so his strength was naturally above 3rd order. Nightming, right. Seeing Nightming's reply, Sun Ho Yuan in the office furrowed his brows as he pondered. With a strength exceeding that of a 3rd-order contractor, there was no suspense at all in taking the Martial Dao Grand Exam to get 700 points. He was now pondering whether or not to exempt Nightming from the score requirement for the Great Martial Dao Examination to join the Palace of Sundering. Such a talent, of course, the sooner he joined the Sundering Hall to cultivate it, the better. No, I must apply to teacher about this matter. Nightming is a good seedling, he deserves to be treated differently. On the other side, when Nightming saw that Sun Ho Yuan hadn't responded, he thought that the other party had gone offline. Is this the big brother? Didn't know to say anything when he went offline. He shook his head, and as it was getting late, he prepared to go back and rest. Buzz. At this time, a vibration came from his cell phone. It wasn't Nightming's phone, but Wu Mao's. Nightming opened his cell phone to see that a message had been received on it. Lao Tao, what's going on? Where's the promised goods? How come it hasn't been delivered yet? Lao Tao, what's going on? Can we still trade? Why don't we just forget about it? Wu Mao, forget about it. I can't afford to lose time in this business. One day late and I'll be in trouble. Get your ass over here and I'll give you a discount. Lao Tao, that's good. Wu Mao, still trading at the same place? The opposite side froze for a moment before slowly replying. Old Tao, changed the place, abandoned repair shop, I'll send you the address. The other party gave Nightming the address. looking at the other party's last sentence. Night Ming's brows wrinkled slightly, something odd, probably suspecting me. Hot damn, human traffickers sure are crafty. Be careful. Rebooting his computer, he sent a message to Sun Ho Yuan. Night Ming, let Su Xiao come and do me a favor, just the examiner who tested me last time. I'll send you the address. Sun Ho Yuan, good. Abandoned maintenance factory. Old Tao in a leather jacket ended the conversation. His eyes became ruthless the next moment. Boss, what's wrong? Did something happen? The little brother with a vertical center parted head asked. Lao Tao grimaced. Something wrong can't be talked about, it just feels a little off. Give Scar a call, say there's something urgent, tell him to rush over within 5 minutes. Also, call 10 more minions over, be in better physical condition. The center-pointed little brother nodded. Although he didn't know what his big brother wanted to do, he still made the call honestly. Soon. A burly bald man and a bunch of tattooed little brothers walked in. The bald man in the lead, he had a very lurid scar on his face. This was left over from a fight he had with someone in the past. It wasn't just some petty fight, it was a duel between pact masters, a black fight, a fight to the death kind of thing. There would also be bets placed. Quickly close the door. At Old Tao's command, the minions closed the factory door. Scar glanced at it and scoffed. I say Lao Tao, what are you afraid of here? I'm here, who the hell dares to make a move on you what? I think you are doing business more and more big, but more and more small guts. Be careful in everything. Lao Tao looked at Scar. If I remember correctly, you are a third-order contract master, right? Right. What rank is the contract spirit? Grade A. That's good. Old Tao let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 38, I'm not a magistrate, I'm black and white. Scar is a fighter on the ground. As long as the money is paid, he will do anything, killing and setting fire. Lao Tao is a human trafficker when the transaction needs to support the scene, afraid of the other side of the black and white, so often hired Scar, which over and over the two sides will be familiar with the mix. Are you saying that Wu Mao the dog coin may have been hit? Scar asked. Lao Tao frowned, can't say for sure right now, judging from his style of speaking, there's nothing wrong, but he didn't get back to me for a while in the middle. He said he met the cops, but I always felt something was wrong, that's why I called you over. Maleficent, you're just asking for trouble over nothing. Scar snorted coldly, ugly words up front, if nothing happens later, you'll give me $30,000 in mental damages. Okay. Old Tao nodded, he could afford to pay this amount. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time passed by. The sound of an engine starting came from far and near, and a white van slowly drove towards the abandoned maintenance factory. Lao Tao and Scar stood up at the same time. The gate was still open. The voice of the watchman's little brother came. Where's Wu Mao? How come we haven't seen him? Are you a cop? Bang! The words just fell. The van violently rushed into the plant. Lao Tao and Scar's face changed, something really happened. Give me a hand, get the one in the car dead. At Lao Tao's command, a dozen or so steel pipe-wielding minions swarmed around. They frantically knocked on the van's glass, like thugs who don't want to die, not afraid even of the glass ballast of the windows. Dare to come to my territory in the middle of the night to spread wildness, even if you're a cop, you'll have to leave me here. Lao Tao drew out a machete and walked towards the van with a cigarette in his mouth, full of vigor. But the next moment... Bang! A powerful figure rushed out of the van. A blistering gale kicked up, all the juniors were blown away. Su Chang'e stood on the roof of the van, wearing a green-faced Fong mask, his hands in his pockets, yelling at the crowd. All those who don't want to die get on the ground and crouch. My wind blades won't show any mercy. As the words fell, Su Chang'e waved his big hand, and dozens of wind blades whistled out, chopping slashes out of the piled-up cars and walls. Contractor. The crowd of minions rushed to the ground. Mard, who isn't a pact master these days. Scar rolled up his sleeves, the meridians on his arms exploded, the discarded iron around him attached to his arms, and he was like a maddened King Kong as he charged towards Su Chang'e. Boom boom boom. The wind blades and the steel giant arms collided, and the flickering flames were exceptionally dazzling. Damn it, this place can't stay any longer, the pact master has intervened, there's something else going on here. Old Tao took advantage of the chaos and crawled to the electric switch, snapping it off. The factory was plunged into darkness. Then came a ghostly sound. It wasn't one person, it was a group of people. I have to leave in a hurry. Old Tao put on his pre-prepared night vision device and cat against the wall. He tried his best to suppress his breathing, but he was so nervous that he could hear his thumping heartbeat. Relax, 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 it's pitch black here, no one can see except me. Lao Tao cheered himself up in his mind. It was hard to come to the back door. As a result, as soon as he opened the door, a long sickle was suddenly on his neck. The scene is so lively, where to go? Bring me one? Night Ming held the long sickle and teasingly looked at Old Tao. The latter's pupils suddenly contracted, and his brain buzzed with, "Who are you?" The black and white irregulars. When the lights of the plant were lit up again, all the minions were tied up with their hands and feet, their faces were covered with black cloths, and their mouths were stuffed with smelly socks. They were all in a state of unconsciousness and couldn't wake up at all for a while. Efficient enough, in the time it took to turn out a light, all the juniors were cleaned up by you? Su Chang'e looked at Night Ming and couldn't help but marvel. Before setting out, he and Night Ming had formulated a simple plan. He was responsible for rushing into the maintenance plant to deal with it head-on. Night Ming struck in secret. The two acted in tandem. Let's go, get out of here first. I called the sheriff, they'll be here later to clean up the battlefield. Not one of these guys involved in the kidnapping should be left out, said the minions with smelly socks in their mouths. These guys are the most hateful. They're brainless and dare to do anything. They don't even know when they're being used as guns. As for Lao Tao and Scar, they were knocked out. The Night Ming duo stuffed them into the van and brought them to an interrogation room arranged by Sun Ho Yuan. In the interrogation room, Lao Tao gradually awoke. What place is this? Where am I? He looked around, but when he saw the figure in front of him, his heart thumped. If it wasn't for the fact that his hands were handcuffed to the table, otherwise he would have definitely fallen off the stool. It's you! Night Ming nodded, it's me. Now to ask you a few questions, who is your upper line? Upline refers to the person who instructed Lao Tao to do this criminal deal. Any transaction in the world basically has a demand, a middleman. Lao Tao was the middleman. I don't know, you don't have to ask me, I don't know anything. Lao Tao shook his head. I don't know. Night Ming picked up the darkness knife. Put. It was directly inserted into Old Tao's palm. Blood flowed straight out. Old Tao screamed in pain. Damn, you're forcing the issue, even the sheriff doesn't have this right. Lawyer. I want to apply for a lawyer. Put. Another flash of cold light. Night Ming gave Old Tao's other hand a slash as well. Lawyer? When it fell into his Night Ming's hands, no lawyer would work. Just to remind you, this isn't the sheriff's office, and I'm not a sheriff. If you don't answer my question, I will inflict death by 1,000 cuts on you. Night Ming was worried that Old Tao didn't understand what death by 1,000 cuts meant. He also purposely explained it to him. It was that after 10,000 cuts, Old Tao would die. Absolutely precise. You're not a cop? Then why did you kidnap me? Old Tao questioned with glaring eyes. Put. Night Ming didn't bother talking nonsense with him, drew out a small knife and directly chopped one of Old Tao's fingers. The sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling resounded once again. Say no. Even if you kill me, I will absolutely not say anything. Alright, this is what you forced me to do. Night Ming brought an axe from outside the door and gesticulated at Old Tao's head. Watch out, I'm going to give you an axe, and you don't have to worry, I definitely won't be able to kill you with an axe. You have the balls to chop me. The axe fell. Old Tao took off with one ear. Blood splattered. It hurt so much that his face turned pale and his body was trembling madly. But Night Ming didn't feel cruel at all. Human traffickers all deserve to die. Not worthy of sympathy. Plop plop plop. Blood continued to soar. Old Tao gritted his teeth, even though several pieces of skin and flesh were cut off his body, he just wouldn't say anything. There's no way out, we can only use a stunt. Night Ming tied Old Tao to an iron frame, picked up a wolf toothstick, and gesticulated at his lower body. Phew! Bang! Don't you hit, I'll say. I say. It's the Wang family. My handler is the Wang family. Chapter 39. Who still doesn't catch a few classmates? Wang family? Night Ming's brows furrowed. Which Wang family? It's the famous big family in Sunnan City, the Wang family. They're my upline, 90% of my goods go to them, the rest are retailers. Old Tao almost spoke in one breath. His eyes relaxed, he had long since lost his nerve and wasn't lying. The Wang family. Night Ming pondered. In Sannan City, the Wang family and the Night family were both renowned large families with numerous industries, most of which were the pillar industries of Sannan City. Such a big family, and they were actually involved in the trade of human traffickers? It was a bit fishy. What are they buying goods for? Night Ming asked again. Lao Tao shook his head. I really don't know this time, there's a taboo in our business, the more you know, the faster you die. I'm just a middleman, making a little money, how dare I ask the other side to buy goods for on the identity of the Wang family, or I overheard it. He said all that he knew. Night Ming walked out the door and sent all the information from the interrogation to Sun Hoyuan. However, Sun Hoyuan was not surprised. Instead, he appeared a little excited. Sun Hoyuan, great. The Wang family business is not very good these years. Not long ago to join a pharmaceutical company, we have their suspected trafficking in human beings, illegal human drug testing of the preliminary information, is worried about no way to tear open the mouth. Sun Hoyuan, Night Ming, I heard that you and Wang Haoyang have a problem? I'm sending you his location now, bring him back and leave the interrogation to me. This is ready to get the Wang family? Night Ming's back gave birth to a chill. The Wang family industry involves the entire Sannan City, such a large family said to do. The energy possessed by the Palace of Sundering was simply astonishingly large. Joining this kind of organization is the only way to have a future in development. Night Ming secretly said in his heart. Before going to capture Wang Haoyang, there was still something he needed to deal with. Night Ming, how about Old Tao? Sun Hoyuan, what are your thoughts? Night Ming, human traffickers are unpardonable, kill them. Sun Hoyuan, then kill them, remember to deal with them cleanly. Night Ming turned off his cell phone and turned around to enter the room. Put. Cold light flashed. Old Tao's head took off. The corpse was swallowed by the darkness. Everything flowed like a cloud. Seeing all of this in the Divine Sea, Shadow Spectre gave Night Ming a silent thumbs up. Professional. It's your turn next. Night Ming looked at Wang Haoyang's arrest warrant in his cell phone, leapt forward, and completely disappeared into the darkness. Chess room. Wang Haoyang held a cigarette in his mouth, rubbing mahjong while blowing off some serious steam with his poker buddies. Recently this day-by-day point back to no good. In reality by the Night family that then Cubs pressure, the poker table again by you bunch of assholes pressure. This just got to the table and lost $200,000, pocket money is at the bottom. The poker player on the side rounded off the conversation. Look at what you said, brother Wang, who hasn't had a low point. Maybe you'll have a lucky break later. Say, didn't you arrange for someone to clean up Night Ming? No news yet? Wang Haoyang was a guy with a bad mouth. He couldn't keep a secret at all. But whenever he had a little something in his heart, he liked to shake it out on the card table and the drinking table. You mean Wu Mao? Wang Haoyang was furious when he mentioned this. I asked him to do this for me today, and he actually raised the price with me. Sitting on the ground to raise the price even if it's not, but also do not give me accurate information, let me look at his face to act. It's just that I'm at the first rank now, if I were to become a second rank, I would be able to easily up Night Ming myself. Damn it, I'm going to take a piss, don't you guys look at my cards. The room he was in was a high-grade private room. The toilet was only a few meters away from the card table. Open the toilet door. Wang Haoyang unloaded his pants. Tick-tock, tick-tock. It was as if an untightened faucet was dripping. Not only was the power small, the urine was also a bit yellowish. It's all because of that Night Ming guy, causing me to be so angry these days that I'm on fire. Wang Haoyang cursed and shook off the urine stains on his feet. Coming to the dressing mirror, he wet his hands and was just about to get himself a fashionable big back hair. But when he raised his head, a dark shadow stood quietly behind him. The black shadow's eyes flashed with red light and was staring straight into Wang Haoyang's eyes on the mirror. Save. Help hadn't even been shouted. Wang Haoyang only felt his head faint for a while, and his eyes closed heavily, completely fainting. Outside the interrogation room, Night Ming leaned against the wall with his hands in his pockets. Bright moonlight spilled down from the sky, shining on the houses reflecting and tilting. Night Ming was in the shadows, and one step forward was light. Next to him, Su Changyi sat on a chair, listening to the wailing coming from the interrogation room. He took a shallow drag on his cigarette and looked at Night Ming and said, "I heard that the guy in the interrogation room was your classmate?" "Aha! I go. Enough ruthless this just joined the profession not long before the classmate arrested, this to be not long, you should not arrest the principal." Night Ming gave him a blank look. "I arrested you." "Arrested me? I'm a 3 good citizens, I haven't even seen a movie, you can't arrest me." Su Changyi smiled and shook his head, then did not continue to speak. Painful hissing sounds constantly rang out in the interrogation room. Night Ming just quietly leaned against the wall, looking up at the white moon in the sky with a somewhat cold expression. "What's wrong? Some bad feelings in your heart?" Su Changyi got up and patted Night Ming's shoulder. "Actually, I've arrested my own classmates before, I've even copied his homework, and to be honest, my heart was pounding when I did it, afraid that he would recognize me." "You really aren't a person." Night Ming shook his head and, "I'm not sad, I'm just sleepy. How long does Mr. Sun have?" Bang! The words just fell. Sun Hoyuan kicked out the door. "Teacher Sun, what's the result?" Night Ming asked. Sun Hoyuan nodded farther. "As soon as I said something happened to Lao Tao, this kid immediately opened his mouth. Their Wang family colluded with Manhwa Pharmaceuticals to kidnap people and do illegal drug tests." Manhwa Pharmaceuticals? Su Changyi was puzzled. Isn't this an enterprise in Hensan City? How did they get here? Besides, there's no shortage of drug testers these days, right, so offer a good price, and the street muckrakers flock there in droves. Manhwa Pharmaceuticals and the Wang family don't have a thin base, there's no need to engage in this illegal and criminal thing. Night Ming thought the same. A thin camel was bigger than a horse. No matter how bad the Wang family was, it was impossible to save this amount of money. Normal test drugs certainly don't need to kidnap people. But they're producing illegal drugs. And it's extremely bad in nature, so it doesn't dare to be exposed to the public at all. Sun Hoyuan said with a sullen face. Su Changyi came to be interested. "I'll go, what kind of medicine is so horrible? They don't even dare to expose it? Then who do they produce it and sell it to?" Sun Hoyuan's eyes gradually narrowed. "The medicine they produce is called the longevity pill." Su Changyi. Night Ming. Chapter 40 Secret Realm for 2 Alien Demon Train. After becoming an indentured servant, humans could gain more lifespan. However, in the entire world, there still existed quite a few rich ordinary people. They were aging in age, sitting on huge amounts of wealth, and were incredibly thirsty for an increase in their lifespan. In the normal world, longevity medicines did not exist. But this world was different. Humans possessed supernatural abilities, and ferocious beasts contained all sorts of powerful energies within their bodies. Using ferocious beast materials to make medicines, it might not be impossible to make life-extending medicines, and there were currently 3 known ferocious beast materials that could be used to make longevity medicines. They can effectively extend the lifespan of ordinary humans by 5 to 10 years. However, they have a very serious side effect. After ordinary people took them, their sanity would be eroded by the ferocious beasts, turning them into senseless monsters. There were exceptions where nothing happened, but they were rare. In order to prevent dangers within human society, the countries jointly agreed to ban all longevity medicines from being made and sold, and those who break the law will be subject to serious offenses. With huge benefits in front of them, few people are unmoved. Whether it's the Wang family or Manhwa Pharmaceuticals, if they break the bottom line, they will be sanctioned. More importantly, Manhwa Pharmaceuticals is a foreign-funded enterprise, and once they start selling their everlasting Dan, it will inevitably also involve money laundering and asset outflow. What they are selling is the longevity pill, but what they are harming is the interests of all the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Sun Hoyuan's chest rose and fell, his eyes flashing with cold light. Night Ming and Su Changyi looked a little grave. A small matter. Such a major crisis was involved behind it. Night Ming hadn't even expected it. The Wang family had even colluded with foreign companies to sell the property of the Dragon Kingdom. This damned guy, in order to satisfy the greed in his heart, was simply inhumane. This matter is thanks to timely discovery. Night Ming, you've made a great achievement this time. I'll explain it to my superiors and try to get you to join the Palace of Sundering before the great examination of martial arts. Sun Hoyuan's eyes were filled with admiration. Night Ming clasped his fists. Then thank you, Mr. Sunday. By the time Night Ming returned home, it was already 3 o'clock late at night. Regarding the matter between the Wang family and Yonghua Pharmaceutical Enterprise, Sun Hoyuan still needed to do some investigation, believing that within 5 days, the Wang family would disappear from the entire Sunnan city. As for the livelihood industry under the Wang family, there will be other families in escrow, specifically who is not clear for the time being. However, these had nothing to do with Night Ming for the time being. The two most important things for me right now, the first is to join the Palace of Sundering, and the second is to become a third-ranked contract master before the great examination of martial arts. Thinking of this, Night Ming opened his panel. Name, Night Ming. Spirituality, full level. Realm, second order contract master 45100-100,000. Spiritual power, 300. Chi and blood, 300. Pact Spirit, Divine Meteor Dark Knight Demon Emperor, Pact Spirit, SSS Grade SSS. Spirit Level, SSS can be upgraded, Spirit Technique, Dark Field SSS. Spiritual Technique, Dark Field Level 5, Divine Meteor Devil Armor Level 5, Eternal Nightfall Level 6. Spiritual Talents. Talent 1, Killing Growth. Killing Growth, blood and death excite you, and any creature that dies at your hands will be turned into your power. You will no longer encounter bottlenecks in your realm of advancement. Talent 2, Demon Emperor's Battle Spirit. Demon Emperor's battle intent, when fighting against a pact master of the same realm, your ability will increase tenfold. Spiritual power and chi and blood have been boosted. There's still more than 50,000 experience short of becoming a third-ranked contract master. Night Ming pondered for a while. There were still 10 days left before the Great Martial Dao examination. Without any accidents, he should be able to accomplish his goal. Look at Yui Yui's panel. Night Ming opened Shadow Yui Yui's panel. Contracted Spirit, Divine Meteor Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Name, Shadow Yui Yui. Rank, SSS Promotion Progress, 0.1%. Recovery Progress, 6%. Night Ming was surprised that the level up progress has increased by 0.05% more, and the recovery progress has directly increased by 1% more. Yui, what's going on? Night Ming clearly remembered. If you wanted to raise these two items, you had to refine ferocious beast materials. But he had barely refined any ferocious beast materials during this time. Didn't even go to the secret realm. Shadow Yui shook her head, I'm not sure. But when you were killing the prisoner earlier, there was a very strange feeling in my heart, like excitement and thrill, making me feel physically and mentally happy. I think that might be the reason. Also, I have a higher degree of freedom now, you see. Her words fell. A sharp dark tentacle suddenly coalesced behind Night Ming's back, and it could change forms at will: a sword, a lance, a 5-pronged thorn. I can join the battle from now on. A hefty smile surfaced on Shadow Spectre's pretty face. It was as if being able to help Night Ming gave her a great sense of fulfillment. This silly girl. Night Ming laughed and shook his head. Feeling that he who had once chosen to contract a magical girl was simply the greatest genius. Who said that magical girls were bad? This magical girl was too rare. 2 days later, Night Ming arrived at the teleportation hall. He was now going to frantically kill ferocious beasts to gain experience so he could break through to a third-rank contract master. Mr. Night Ming, a new 2-player secret realm has recently opened up, the Alien Demon Train. It fulfills the requirements you mentioned, the high number and variety of ferocious beasts, so you can try it out if you're interested. However, because it's a 2-player secret realm, you need to find a teammate, and if you really don't have one, we'll randomly assign one for you. The staff introduced with a smile. Night Ming cupped his chin. A 2-player secret realm, a foreign devil train. Quite an interesting feeling. Actually, I'm fine on my own, I have helpers. The helper in Night Ming's mouth was Shadow Yui. She was the one who had the most with not bothering to care about her. Lu Yuxuan froze in place. Her eyes widened in bewilderment before her brows tightened and her eyes became stern as she angrily shouted. Night Ming! You don't treat me that well. I didn't do anything to wrong you either, do you have to be like this, on what grounds? Her voice echoed through the train. But no one heard it. At least Night Ming couldn't hear it. Chapter 41, Passing the Alien Demon Train, the fastest record. After exiting, Night Ming discussed with the staff. After determining that he wouldn't be matched with Lu Yuxuan, he entered the secret realm with confidence. Phew! After Night Ming entered, blue pillars of light appeared around him. When the light pillar withdrew, a tall woman appeared. She possessed burgundy-colored hair that was tied in a high ponytail. On top, she wore a tight bustier, and underneath, she had baggy work pants with mountain boots, with a dagger and a flying knife hanging from her waist. She wore simple makeup and looked competent as she assumed a discreet combat stance upon entering the secret realm. A second-stage contract master? Shu Luyin sized up the Night Ming next to her before her gaze continued to look ahead. Night Ming nodded. Aha! Have you had any experience with a two-person secret realm? No, first time. Served, matching me with newcomers again. Shu Luyin was silent, her face instantly sank. The foreign devil train is not suitable for second-rank newcomers, it's dangerous here. When the foreign devils appear later, you hide behind me, I can take you through, but your reward for clearing the level has to be given to me. Night Ming was silent. The next moment, the bright sky turned scarlet. A terrifying night demon emerged from the ground, frantically attacking towards the train from the left and right sides. They looked like skinny monkeys with dark gray skin, sharp teeth, and possessed extremely high agility. Although they were all second order, they couldn't help but be outnumbered. On top of the 13 carriages, more than 3,000 foreign devils were spread out in an instant. Such a large number. Shu Luyin cursed before looking at Night Ming. I'm going to start sprinting, you remember to keep up. Phew! Her words hadn't even finished. Night Ming's figure instantly flashed and turned into a black light as he sprinted out. As he sprinted, the divine meteor demon armor covered his entire body, and as he reached out, No way! I have to do something about this wave, or else it'll really become a tool to make up the numbers. Shu Luoyin's eyes flashed with light, and red vines extended out from her shoulders and wrapped around her arms, eventually transforming into two long, tough whips. A class-thorn holy maiden. Foreign devil, die for me! The long whips were waved, and Shu Luoyin was just about to make her move. However, the long scythe of Night Ming in front of him flipped over, and darkness centered on him, spreading out towards the surroundings, and all of the flying Fey devils were shrouded in darkness. Spiritual technique Eternal Night Descent. Countless dark claws and teeth stretched out and wrapped around the flying Fey devils, dragging them into the darkness and killing them completely. At the same time, prompts continuously sounded in Night Ming's mind. Killed second order flying Fey devil, realm experience +2, spirit skill experience +2. Killed second order flying Fey devil, realm experience +2, spirit skill experience +2. Kill second order flying foreign devil, realm experience +2, spirit skill experience +2. There were a full 2,000 hollow sky Fey devils. Even with the losses, Night Ming had gained a full 3,000 experience points. If you want to raise your realm, you really need a secret realm with a high number of ferocious beasts. Night Ming clenched his hands. He felt that his strength had once again climbed. At this moment, Shu Luyin was trembling inwardly. This kid's contract spirit aura, why is it so strange? It's filled with blood and darkness, it's not like a holy maiden at all. Wait, he shouldn't be a magical girl contractor. Thinking of this, Shu Luyin thought of the information she had gotten not long ago. Songnan No. 1 Middle School's genius youth, full-level spirituality, contracting a magical girl, self-destructive or something else. He couldn't be the genius magical girl contractor. Shu Luoyin's heart trembled. She hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "This friend, can you tell me what your name is?" Night Ming. Night Ming. Lightning exploded in Shu Luoyin's mind. Night Ming, yes. It seemed like it was Night Ming. No wonder your strength is so perverted. Shu Luoyin's heart was slightly balanced. If it was Night Ming, everything made sense. Boom boom. Just as she froze, the high-speed train suddenly braked sharply to a stop. Immediately after, Night Ming noticed that directly in front of the train, a 15-meter-tall mutant giant smashed towards him as it lifted the train's head up. Third-ranked ferocious beast mutant giant, this guy is so powerful that even I can't do anything about it. This secret realm is really not simple. Shu Luyin turned her head to look at Night Ming and eagerly said, "Let's join forces to deal with it." No need. Scarlet killing intent rose to the sky. Night Ming transformed into black light and rushed towards the mutant giant, and as he neared the top of the other party's head, the darkness domain unfolded. The body of the mutant giant that was preparing to resist was briefly imprisoned, and Night Ming found the right opportunity to unleash the spiritual skill Eternal Night Descent once again. This time, it was against a single technique. Hobo ho ho. Darkness coalesced around the blade of the long sickle, and the berserk power caused Nightwing's body to tremble. Holding the scythe in both hands, he swung a chop at the mutant giant's head. It was like a blood-colored curved moon rising from the dark world. The mutant giant's head instantly took off. Successfully killed a third-ranked mutant giant, realm experience plus 30, spirit skill experience plus 30. Congratulations on obtaining the giant's eye. Giant's eye? Surprisingly, it dropped materials. This trip wasn't in vain. Nightwing tucked the giant's eye into his pocket. It was too disgusting, and he wasn't going to eat it raw. Is this a full-level spirituality? Even if it's a contracted witch, it's still much more powerful than me. I'm still a third-ranked contract master. Behind her, Chu Luin had long since become unlovable. A second-ranked contract master, killing a third-ranked ferocious beast in a single move. Such a battle record, few people could achieve it. Exaggerated. It's really exaggerated. Killing the mutant giant and successfully passing through the secret realm. As always, Nightwing had broken the clearance record. Successfully broke the record. Congratulations on obtaining the Scarlet Devil's Core 4th level beast material. Chapter 42, The Last Examination, Final Chapter of Entering the Palace. 4th ranked ferocious beast materials. Nightwing was delighted in his heart. Asking Shadow Pixie, she said that this material was very suitable for her. It was even more earned. Because it was a two-person secret realm, the pass rewards obtained were also for 2 people. Chu Luin also got a share. However, she walked over to Nightwing and handed him the Scarlet Demon Core. Nightwing, you take the pass reward. I'm ashamed to receive this thing. She was a person with principles. 1 point of effort, 1 point of gain. How could one get something for nothing? She didn't allow herself to do so inwardly. Nightwing couldn't help but look at the Scarlet Magic Core in Chu Luin's hand one more time. He wasn't a squirmy person, and since the item had been delivered to him, it was impossible not to want it. Many thanks. Nightwing clasped his fists in thanks. Chu Luin smiled and shook her head. Don't be polite, we'll work together again piece by piece when we have the chance. Good. Ending the conversation. Nightwing prepared to leave the teleportation hall. Just at this moment. Boom boom boom. The sound of thunder exploding rang out. In one of the teleportation portals at the farthest end of the teleportation hall, thunderbolts constantly erupted out, splitting the ground black, and some of the onlooker pact masters were seriously injured. Brush brush brush. Immediately afterward, several strong people rushed into the secret realm, and only after several minutes did the lightning in the portal stop stirring. What's going on? Nightwing looked at the staff and asked. The other party waved their hands as if they were used to it. The foreign beasts and the Thunder Ruins have started a riot. This kind of thing almost plays out once a month. I'm used to it. Thunder Ruins? If Nightwing remembered correctly, it was a VIP secret realm. If there's a riot, there's something good. Nightwing, why don't we go in and take a look? Shadow Yui suggested. Nightwing nodded and asked the staff. Can I enter the Thunder Ruins now? No sir, even if you have privileges you can't. The alien beast riots are dangerous as hell. You must wait for 5 days later, after the foreign beasts have settled down, then you can continue to enter. 5 days later. Well. Nightwing felt like he had missed out on $1 billion. Forget it, let's go back and absorb the ferocious beast materials first. Nightwing left the teleportation hall. The first thing he did when he returned home was close the door to his room. Taking out the giant's eye and the 2 scarlet demon cores. Start refining. The dark aura wrapped around the ferocious beast materials and crazily drew on the energy they contained. This process lasted for a few minutes. The moment it ended, a beep sounded in Nightwing's mind. Mental energy, 310. Chi and blood, 310. Chi and blood and spiritual strength have been boosted with the help of the fierce beast materials. In addition to the chi and blood and spiritual power, the level of the spiritual skill has also been raised. Dark Domain Level 5 Level 6. Divine Meteor Demon Armor Level 5 Level 6. Eternal Nightfall Level 6 Level 7. It's true, you still have to kill ferocious beasts in order to become stronger. Nightwing then opened Shadow Specter's panel again. Contract Spirit, Divine Meteor Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Name, Shadow Yui Yui. Rank, SSS Grade Promotion Progress, 0.15%. Recovery progress, 7%. Both the recovery progress and the level up progress had increased. However, perhaps the increase was too small. This time Shadow Yui did not gain any more abilities. When we join the Palace of Sundering, we'll be able to obtain the Black Dragon Marrow. At that time, it will be possible to receive a wave of huge boosts. The Black Dragon Marrow was a 7th ranked ferocious beast material, and the power contained within it was quite important to the current stage of Nightming. Once I refine the Black Dragon Marrow, my recovery progress might be able to reach 10% or even higher. Shadow Spectre also began to look forward to it. Tick-tock. The duo had just had some thoughts in their minds. Sun Hoyuan then sent a message. Sun Hoyuan, are you free? Nightming, is there a new assassination mission? Sun Hoyuan, the collusion between the Wang family and Yanghe Pharmaceuticals has been clearly investigated, and now it is just short of the last link. They have hidden an important person in charge. As long as we catch that person in charge, everything will be accomplished, and then there will be no more Wang family in Songnan City. Everything is ready. All that's missing is the person in charge? Nightming's brows furrowed. He immediately sent a message asking. Nightming, the big ones are all done, you can't catch a tiny person in charge? Tell me straight, Mr. Sun, is this mission another test for me? This kid is smart. Sun Hoyuan, yes. It is a test for you. This time it is a test given to you by my teacher, the Vice Temple Master of the Palace of Sundering. Vice Temple Master. Have I attracted the attention of such a great man now? Nightmind, a test is a test, but when can I join the Sundering Hall? I can't just be allowed to do tasks but not be paid, right? The great examination of martial Dao is coming up, and I still have to break into the secret realm to get the ferocious beast materials. This was what Nightming had in mind. If you have a problem in your heart, say it directly. It wasn't good to hold it in. Sun Hoyuan was silent for a while before replying. Sun Hoyuan, this mission is the last test. If you pass the test, you will be exempted from the 700 points of the great examination of the martial way, and you will directly join the Palace of Sundering and receive a base salary of $15 million. And the Black Dragon Marrow you asked for? $15 million. Nightming was shocked by this base salary. He remembered correctly that Sun Hoyuan had said before that the base salary for newcomers joining the Palace of Sundering was generally $5 million. He was directly tripling it. Nightmind, I will definitely not fail Mr. Sun's esteem. Sun Hoyuan, well, there will be plenty of time to say thank you later. I've sent you the mission, the usual rules, do it tonight. Nightming opened the mission information. Mission name, Eternal Life Deception 4. Target, Devon Chen, one of the important people in charge. Target realm, Second Order Contract Master B rank Contract Spirit. Mission content, capture Devon Chen, dead or alive. Task time, 2200 hours tonight. Dead or alive. It seems like this guy is a bit important, but not much. Nightming laid down on the bed and rested for a while, and the time quickly came to 2200 hours. Sun Hoyuan, I sent you the location of the target. After catching the target, stay put and I'll send other assassins to interface with you. Nightming, then do I need to hide my identity from them? Sun Hoyuan, you're on your own. The dark night was like a curtain, dotted with stars. In a remote and old alley, 3 figures turned around and entered a shabby room. Inside, the decorations were picked up, a bed, a table, a chair, the corners were covered with cobwebs, and the floor was covered in ash. Brother Chen, you can stay here for a few days, we'll send someone to bring food. A junior brother said. Chen Duan nodded. He was wearing a black suit, thick eyebrows and big eyes. His features were quite decent, his mood was a bit low. Brother Chen, you don't have to worry either. When this period of time passes, we should eat what we like and drink what we like. Alright, we'll leave first. Brother Chen, take your time to rest. The 2 junior brothers walked out of the room. Chen Duan sat on a chair, legs spread out, elbows leaning on his legs, sighing continuously. Damn it. A good plan, how come it was suddenly exposed? Who on earth messed it up? He kept scratching his head with both hands and... The next moment, 2 black shadows suddenly appeared on the ground. Chen Wendy looked up. The 2 juniors who had stepped out of the door earlier were raising their guns and aiming them at his head. What are you guys up to? Wendy Chan's pupils suddenly contracted. Sorry Brother Chen, you must die tonight. Bang! The gun went off. Heads took off before rolling to the ground. Gulp! The heads of the two minions landed at Chen Devon's feet. Chen Devon was shocked. Nightming stood in front of him, the long sickle in his hand dripping with blood, his eyes filled with scarlet killing intent. Next, it's your turn. Chen Duan. Chapter 43 Killing a Third-Order Contractor, Examination completed. You, who are you? Chen Deman looked at Nightming, his pupils trembling. He sensed a sense of fierce killing intent from Nightming's body, a feeling that made his scalp numb. Nightming held a long sickle and stood quietly in place. It was as if he was waiting for something. The next moment. Boom! The roof smashed out a large hole, and a burly figure descended from the sky. Hee, I knew I could catch a big fish, and it really let me catch it. The burly man was clad in a layer of crystal armor, he had a pair of dangling eyes, grinning up at the corners of his mouth, countless crystal chunks falling between his fists and palms. Nightming frowned slightly. S-rank Crystal Saintess. 3rd rank Contract Master. Brother Liu? Why are you here? Quickly save me. Kill this kid, he just tried to kill me. Chen Duan seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. Lu Ningshan laughed, don't worry, he can't kill you. His eyes glared deathly at Nightming, the crystals on his body transformed into long sharp thorns, and his fists were enlarged 5 times under the wrapping of the crystals. It looked full of power. So, is this using Devon Chen to lure me in? Nightming shook his head and... What a boring trick! The darkness domain unfolded. The dimly lit room completely fell into dead silence. Lu Ningshan looked at everything around him, an inexplicable panic surging through his heart. Damn, it's a bit evil. Die for me. Boom! His legs powered up and his crystal giant fist smashed towards Nightming. But just when his fist was only half a meter away from Nightming, the darkness domain fully unfolded, the darkness held his body, and he was tied up in midair, as if his body was frozen, unable to move a single bit at all. Let go of my old man if you damn well can. Plop! Nightming flung out his hand and shot out a dark flying dagger. The flying dagger was sharp, cutting through space and easily piercing through Lu Ningshan's skull. His breath quickly disappeared and his body was swallowed by the darkness, eventually turning into a dried-up corpse. Keep the corpse and hand it over later. Nightming said darkly. Lu Ningshan belonged to the unexpected. His corpse might have some value. It was best to keep it. After killing Lu Ningshan, Nightming turned his head to look at Chen Duan on the seat. The latter's face had long been covered in fear, his pupils wildly fluttering, and as Nightming approached, he directly fell on his butt to the ground. You don't want to kill me. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I want to live. Chen Devon gritted his teeth, if you dare to make a move against me, I won't tell you a single bit of information even if I die. Bang! Nightming punched Chen Duan in the face. Teeth flew across the room and blood soared. Pretending to look death in the face when you're dying, is this what you should say? Stay honest, someone from hell will come to take your life. Nightming said and then threw another punch. It directly knocked Chen Devon unconscious. The heavy eyelids fell, and Chen Duan's consciousness gradually blurred as he slumped in the chair, unable to move. The great work is done. Looking at the severed Lu Ningshan on the ground who was sucked into a dry corpse. As well as Chen Deman who was paralyzed on the ground, his crotch was wet with urine. Nightming's expression was flat, not feeling any discomfort at all. Perhaps there are others to save Chen Duan. Wait first. Nightming was fully focused on hiding in the darkness. Time passed little by little. Until after determining that there would be no one else to save Devon Chen. Nightming took out his cell phone. Nightming, it's done, Chen Duan was knocked out by me and killed a Lu Ningshan. Sun Hoyuan, Lu Ningshan? It turns out that hiding here is injured yet? I remember that he is a 3rd-order contract master, and the contract spirit is S-class. Nightming originally wanted to say that he was not injured. But thought about it. The expression of words is ultimately not as straightforward as pictures. So he took a picture of Lu Ningshan and sent it to Sun Hoyuan. Hiss. This was sucked into a dry corpse? Sun Hoyuan sucked in a breath of cool air. In his heart, he said that this kid, Nightming, had enough tricks up his sleeve. Sun Hoyuan, the examination is over, I'm arranging for someone to pick it up now, no more than 5 minutes at most. Nightming, Ending the conversation. Nightming looked around and finally unfolded his darkness domain and disappeared into the darkness of the wall. From the outside world, it looked like he had completely disappeared, even his breath was hidden. The breath-containing techniques of a top-level assassin. Even a fifth-order contract master might not be able to spy on it. Hoo-hoo. Soon. The sound of light wind came from outside the door. A white and a black figure walked into the room. Among them, the white figure stepped on Lu Ningshan's arm. He looked down and exclaimed, "Ghost!" The black figure glanced at him breathlessly. "Don't make a fuss. It's a corpse, it was killed, it should be from that new killer that Captain Sun talked about." "I go, so it looks like that newcomer is a bit powerful. This Lu Ningshan is a third-order contract master, and the contract spirit is still S rank." The white figure was quite surprised. At this realm, the physical body of a contract master changes, the body tissues are more solid and not easily destroyed. This can be sucked into a dry body. TSK, that newcomer is afraid that he is not a demon reincarnated? Could the contracted spirit be something like a nine-tailed fox? This time, the black figure did not answer. He came straight to Chinduan and picked up a urea bag. That's right, it was indeed a urea bag and directly packed Chinduan in it. After cleaning up the traces of the fight at the scene, the white figure spat out, "This darn newcomer, he didn't know to clean up the battlefield even after he left. To actually ask us two seniors to clean it up, it's simply too much. If I were to know who he is, I'd give him a combo high or low and give him some love from the elders." "No, you're wrong." The black figure smiled blandly. "He didn't leave, he never left, he's right here in this room." The white figure was shocked. "Then you damn well didn't say so earlier. Who told you to talk too much, to give you a long memory?" "Nima." A black and white figure cursed and left. As they were leaving, Nightming noticed that the black figure seemed to glance at himself out of the corner of his eye. "A bit of strength," Nightming said indifferently. He picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Sun Ho Yuan. "Nightming, the person was taken away, are there any other missions?" "Sun Ho Yuan, congratulations on successfully completing the last assessment. I've already submitted your information, I'll be the first to tell you when the audit is complete." "Nightming, still need to audit?" "Sun Ho Yuan, normally there is no need, but your performance is too outstanding. It is personally audited by the Deputy Hallmaster, who is very interested in you." "Sun Ho Yuan, of course, this period of time will not let you wait in vain. I have sent 3 pieces of 5th order ferocious beast materials to your home. All of them are the magical girl contract master suitable materials, lest you day by day that we kill the temple stingy search. 3 5th order beast materials. They are also suitable for the witch contractor." Nightming's heart was delighted. He wrote this favor down. Nowadays, it was the world of the Holy Maiden contractor, and it was very difficult to get high-ranked beast materials that were suitable for magical maidens. In addition to the secret world, you can only go to the domain to kill the beasts to obtain. It's hard to buy them even if you have money on the market. Nightming, Mr. Sun has a good heart. Sun Ho Yuan, aha. By the way, in advance to give you a squeak, after the decline of the Wang family, their original industry will be taken over by your Knight family. After a period of time there will be someone to interview your second uncle. You remind him a sentence, so that he is not nervous. Nightming, good. Chapter 40 for the Vice Hall Master's look. When Nightming returned home, second uncle Night June was standing in the hall room with a finely carved wooden chest on the table. With his hands behind his back, he paced back and forth, somewhat nervous and anxious. "Second uncle." Nightming's voice rang out. Second uncle Night June immediately greeted him as he hurriedly asked, "Nightming, what exactly have you been doing lately? Why did you get involved with the head of Sangnan City's secret realm?" Nightming glanced at the wooden box on the table and instantly understood. The one who sent the materials was Jiang Qingyi. Although the Knight family was a large family in Sangnan City, they were weak in this world's business world, and in front of a bigwig with strength and background like Jiang Qingyi, they were still slightly insufficient. "Second uncle, this matter is a long story. What did head Jiang tell you?" Nightming asked. "He said that it was a gift for you, that your excellent performance in the secret realm had gotten the attention of your superiors, so he specially sent you some ferocious beast materials." Knight Army knew that things definitely weren't that simple. "Nightming, I just looked at the fierce beast materials, they're very precious and worth more than $10 million, appreciating you wouldn't be so bad as to send something so expensive." Nightming was silent for a while before finally sighing. "Alright, I'll show my cards. The great martial arts exam is just around the corner, and I'm determined to win that Sangnan City scholarship. All of these things are head John's investment in me. Just know how to bull. Knight June gave him a blank look. If you can win the first prize by playing smart, your third uncle would have been famous all over the country long ago. Forget it, I won't ask much if you don't want to talk about it. But be sure to keep in mind that no matter what you do, you can't go against your principles, and you definitely can't do anything that will harm the heavens or reason. Knight Ming nodded his head. It was still second uncle who was good at talking. If this were to meet third uncle, he would definitely pursue and get to the bottom of it. By the way, second uncle, during this period of time, there will be a high-level person over in Songnan City who will talk to you. Don't be nervous, don't panic, don't talk to anyone when you get the news, and don't talk to third uncle, who's a big mouth, and is old enough to love to leak secrets. Knight Ming's words just fell. A familiar voice came from the doorway. Who is it? Who are you guys talking about being a loudmouth? Knight Ming? Why are you here this late at night? Are you getting ready to go out? What's in that wooden box you're carrying? Third Uncle Nightman hadn't even approached, and a whole bunch of questions were thrown out first. Seeing this, Knight Ming hurriedly excused himself. Aya, third uncle, you've come at the right time. I'm short of money to buy materials, and I'm just short of $5 million. Goodbye. Turned his head and left. Third Uncle Nightwind hummed a little song and left. It was like nothing was wrong. Knight Ming shook his head. He was used to this situation. Returning to the room, Knight Ming opened the wooden box. The rich smell of blood hit his face, and the bright light was covered in blood-colored smoke. The three fierce beast materials were shaped like skulls, with black flow patterns floating on them, and the eye sockets were clearly empty, but Knight Ming always felt that they were staring at him. 5th rank fierce beast material evil spirit skeleton. This thing combines darkness, blood, and killing into one, and is a material that is absolutely suitable for magical girls. Knight Ming, teacher's son really has a heart this time. Shadow Spectre saw the value of the three materials at a glance. Knight Ming nodded his head. Immediately, darkness wrapped around the three apocalyptic skeletons, crazily drawing on their power. Knight Ming's body was wrapped in darkness, his muscle lines became more and more distinct, and there seemed to be black runes flickering under his skin. His body became stronger. Successfully absorbed evil spirit skeleton, level up progress plus 1.35%, recovery progress plus 1. Mental strength, 310-330. Blood, 310-330. Contracted spirit, divine meteor dark knight demon emperor. Name, Shadow Spectre name, Shadow Spectre name, Shadow Spectre. Rank, SSS promotion progress, 1.5%. Recovery progress, 8%. As Knight Ming looked at the information on the panel, he couldn't help but light up. The progress of leveling up has been directly added by 1.5%. It's worthy of being a fierce beast material suitable for a magical girl. If only I could go outside the domain now. Knight Ming sighed. The outer domain was an unclaimed land, the territory of the fierce beasts, the best place to obtain materials. However, the law stipulated, before becoming a third-ranked contract master, one was absolutely not allowed to enter the domain outside. Even an SSS-ranked Holy Maiden contract master wouldn't be able to do so. It's just a matter of waiting until I become a third-order contract master. Knight Ming wasn't discouraged either. Just as he was pondering, a surprised voice came from Shadow Yui. Knight Ming, I have more freedom. After saying that, two dark tentacles stretched out from behind Knight Ming. It had turned into two from the previous one. A big boost. Go to the training room and try the effect. Knight Ming got up and left, but as soon as he pulled open the door, he happened to collide with third uncle. Uncle San isn't resting at this late hour? Ahem. Third Uncle Nightwing coughed a few times somewhat awkwardly, before handing Nightmind a bank card. What's that? Didn't you say before that you're still short of $5 million to buy any materials? Here, there's about $4 million in this card, take it. This. Knight Ming froze for a moment. He didn't expect his previous joke to be taken seriously by Third Uncle. Third Uncle, thanks, I'll never badmouth you behind your back again, I'll say it to your face. Off. Time passed. There were only the last 10 days left before the Great Martial Examination. Sun Hodyuan, Knight Ming, the audit has passed. Congratulations on successfully joining the Palace of Sundering. The black dragon bone marrow you asked for will be delivered this evening. Because it is a 7th order material, the transportation process will be a bit more tedious. Knight Ming, trouble Mr. Sun. Sun Hoyuan, now it's time to change your name to Captain Sun. In addition, my teacher, who is also the deputy hallmaster, after reading your information, he made an extremely high evaluation of you and put words in his mouth to say that you can definitely become the top scholar of Tsangnan. This is something in the words. Night Ming instantly reacted. When one's status and position had reached the level of the Sundering Hall's vice lord, a word from the other party was more than just a word. It appeared to be an evaluation, but it was also an expectation. Night Ming, if I can become the Tsangnan scholar, the vice hallmaster has a reward for me, right? Sun Hoyuan, you kid is smart enough. Yes, the teacher said that if you can become the Tsangnan scholar, he'll give you another 7th ranked ferocious beast material, and in addition, he'll accept you as his disciple. Am I going to reach heaven in one step? Night Ming was shocked in his heart. He thanked him repeatedly. Night Ming, thanks to Captain Sun for cultivating me, and thanks to the vice hallmaster for valuing me. The proper manners should be there. After Sun Hoyuan replied with a he silently turned off his cell phone. He leaned back in his chair, pinched his brow, and sighed. AI. It was so hard to find out a good seedling, but it turned out to be a teacher. This old man is really something too. This year he just said that he won't accept disciples in the future, but he ended up backtracking after saying that, too damnable. For the vice-chancellor of Star Demon University to go back on his words, it's really excessive. I have to go in front of my teacher's mother to expose him. At the same time, after finishing the chat, Night Ming was full of energy. The first place winner of the Great Examination of Martial Arts, 7th ranked ferocious beast materials, and the vice hallmaster's personal acceptance. Whichever one it is, it's very important to the current me. Must succeed. Go to the teleportation hall and break into the secret realm. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, the phone rang. Night Ming answered it. It was the staff of the teleportation hall. Hello, is this Mr. Night Ming? The VIP secret realm Thunder Ruins that you booked earlier is open, you can come over now. Sleepy needs pillow. Great. Night Ming's heart was overjoyed. Chapter 45 Secret Realm Thunder Ruins. Teleportation Hall. More than 100 pact masters stood at the entrance to the Thunder Ruins. The staff cautioned with a serious look. Thunder Ruins is an extremely unstable secret realm, you must be extremely careful after entering. If you find something wrong, please exit the secret realm immediately to avoid casualties. In addition, the ferocious beasts in the Thunder Ruins are at a minimum of the 2nd rank, with the highest suspected to be quasi-4th rank, so it's not open to 1st rank contract masters. Please leave on your own and choose another secret realm for all 1st rank contract masters. The words fell. A dozen contract masters left in disappointment. Some of them were first-order contract masters, and some were second-order contract masters who temporarily chose to leave out of fear of something going wrong. Thunder Ruins, the highest suspected level of ferocious beasts, is quasi-4th order. Night Ming frowned. He had once heard his old sister, Night Xinshin, talk about it. If the staff told you it was suspected to exist, it meant that no one had seen it with their own eyes, but the aura of a quasi-4th rank ferocious beast existed in the secret realm. Even though I'm a 2nd rank contract master now, my fleshly body is powerful and my spirit techniques do high damage. It can almost kill most 3rd order fierce beasts in seconds. Now that the progress of Yui's recovery has increased, it can explode with unexpected damage in an instant. As Night Ming looked at his fists, he felt that if he really met a quasi-4th ranked ferocious beast, he might not be unable to fight one. Even if he couldn't beat it, he would still be able to retreat in one piece. There's nothing to hesitate about, set off. Thunder Ruins. The sky was covered in dark clouds and the atmosphere was heavy. Rubble and rubble piled up into mountains, and amidst the crumbling and broken walls, 3 old palaces covered in signs of age stood. The palaces on the 2 sides were named Falling Thunder Palace and Meteor Thunder Palace. They were secondary palaces. The ferocious beast realm was at the lowest of the 2nd rank, and although there were quite a few treasures inside, their quality and rarity was far inferior to that of the main palace. The palace in the center is called the Thunder Palace, which is the main palace, and the beasts in it are all of the 3rd order, and it contains many high-value treasures. However, the Thunder Hall had a very strange rule. Only 10 people were allowed to enter. Night Ming. Go to the Thunder Hall. There exists a treasure inside that is very suitable for you. Shadow Yui's excited voice rang out. Night Ming's eyes lit up as he looked up at the Thunder Hall not far away. It was grand in scale, the walls were carved with exquisite patterns, and at the main entrance of the hall stood two strange-looking stone statues of ferocious beasts. Just as he was about to move, 10 figures suddenly stood at the main entrance of the Thunder Hall. They wore red robes and blocked the path of the crowd. "Everyone, I have an announcement to make. We at the Flame Martial Hall will take all the spots in the Thunder Hall this time. Give me Su Shengfeng face, you guys go to the other two halls." A short-haired man stood out, his hands behind his back as he smiled at the crowd, a knife hidden in his eyes. "Giving you face? Who the hell are you? I'm giving you face? Really think that this hogging of places is something that cats and dogs like you can do?" In the crowd, a burly man with a big body rolled up his sleeves and charged up aggressively. But the next moment, the short-haired man named Su Shengfeng clenched his fists, and it seemed like rolling molten lava was wrapped around his hands. With a booming sound, the might of his fist shook, sending the burly man flying 30 meters with a single punch. Quasi-Fourth Order Contract Master. No wonder it's so arrogant. I remember, the Flame Martial Hall is a famous martial arts hall in Sangnan City, and its director is a long-famous Fourth Order indentured master, and this Su Shengfeng is, yes, his eldest disciple. Some people in the crowd let out sounds of amazement. Upon hearing that Su Shengfeng was a quasi-Fourth Order contract master, many people went straight to the other two halls, not daring to go up and try it all. The burly man who had suffered a loss earlier climbed up and glared coldly and fiercely at Su Shengfeng before cursing and leaving with his head down. Looking at the departing crowd, Su Shengfeng let out a cold smile. He was just about to turn around and leave. At this moment, a figure shone at them as if they were nothing, actually walking straight towards them. "Yo-ho? Nima, there are so many rash youngsters these days, a brat whose hair hasn't grown all the way up dares to challenge the majesty of our Flame Martial Hall?" A martial school disciple with long hair walked out. He was a third-ranked contract master, and his contract spirit was a C-rank force-arm holy maiden. He was quite powerful and was considered to be of an upper-middle level in the martial school. He probed his hand and grabbed a wolfsbane stick, tugging and blocking in front of Night Ming. Brat. We've wrapped up the Thunder Hall, if you know what's good for you, get lost." Bang! Night Ming clenched his fist and slammed it on the long-haired man's face. The force was so great that it smashed his skull, and his teeth mixed with blood flew across the room. There was a thud. The long-haired man directly fell to the ground. His eyes were white and his mouth was foaming as he was knocked out by the punch. Night Ming expressionlessly wiped his fist, but that's all. Third-ranked contract master. Seconds. This. The person who had left earlier stopped in his tracks and stared at this in a daze. Su Shengfeng, who was a quasi-fourth-rank contract master, frowned. "Making a move on my Flame Martial School's people, do you really think we're freeloaders?" A dark-skinned woman wearing a hot ultra-short skirt furiously wanted to go and settle the score with Night Ming. "Wait." Su Shengfeng reached out to stop her. Xiao Zioan frowned. "Senior brother Su, what do you mean by this? Don't be reckless." Su Shengfeng shook his head, expressionless. "If he can defeat senior brother Chen Zhang with one punch, he can also defeat you with one punch. He has some strength, don't stop him." Xiao Zioan frowned tightly and finally snorted coldly. Night Ming ignored their mood changes and walked straight towards the Thunder Hall. As he passed by Su Shengfeng's sorrowful voice rang out. "Friend, let me advise you to think clearly, the path of the Thunder Hall is not a good one. There's nothing hard to walk, but it's just a matter of people getting in the way of people killing people." Night Ming responded with an icy expression. He took large strides into the Thunder Hall. Su Shengfeng clenched his fists and followed closely behind. Bang! The moment they entered the Thunder Hall, the sturdy stone door fell and dust splashed up. Night Ming surveyed the front. In front of them was a pitch-black space, the air was filled with dust, and there were threads of thunder arcs exploding on the walls. Night Ming, the Thunder Hall is divided into the outer hall, the main hall, and the inner hall. I can sense that all the powerful ferocious beasts and precious treasures are in the inner hall. Shadow Yui said, "Follow the direction I told you, we'll go straight to the inner hall. Remember to unfold your domain to shield your breath, there are traps in the outer hall." What a little treasure hunter plus danger elimination master. Night Ming's figure instantly moved and go! Swoosh! As the darkness domain unfolded, he transformed into a black stream of light and rushed towards the inner hall. Su Shengfeng instantly felt bad. There's something fishy about this kid, let's go. Let's follow him. Who? In a flash, all of the people from the flame martial hall moved. Their breath erupted and all types of light flickered. But when they just made a move, lightning suddenly shot out from the walls and struck them. Boom! Explosions rang out. The 3 second-rank contract masters were seriously injured on the spot. There's a trap, watch out for dodging. Su Shengfeng shouted a warning. Where did this trap come from? Why haven't I heard of it before? Xiao Ziyuan bit her teeth and cursed as she looked at Night Ming's back, a flash of imbalance steeply growing in her heart. Why is that kid okay? On what grounds? Su Shengfeng shouted angrily, how the hell should I know? Chapter 46 Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex, Thunder-Eyed Zombie. Night Ming unfolded his darkness domain and traveled through the Thunder Hall. When he arrived at the main hall from the outer hall, he looked down. There was a crocodile-like ferocious beast sprawled on the ground, their bodies clad in hard scales, with blue gems growing at the top of their heads, and lightning arcs flickering on their sharp claws. Third-ranked ferocious beasts, Thunderclaw crocodiles. Their attacks often carry the power of thunder and lightning, and they are considered to be of medium caliber among the third-ranked ferocious beasts. Shadow said quietly. The number is only 100 or so, not much, but I've come all the way. Night Ming summoned his long sickle and swung a chopping blow horizontally. Put! It was like a blood-red curved moon cutting through the darkness. Wherever the chopping strike reached, the Thunderclaw crocodiles' bodies were sliced open, and they reacted by frantically rushing towards Night Ming. Just in time. Night Ming rushed into the group of crocodiles with his scythe in hand and swung his hands in a full circle, like a blood-colored whirlwind in the herd, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the Thunderclaw crocodiles. Successfully killed a third-order Thunderclaw crocodile, Realm Experience +4, Spirit Skill Experience +4. Successfully slayed third-level Thunderclaw crocodile, Realm Experience +4, Spirit Skill Experience +4. Successfully killed the third-order Thunderclaw crocodile, Realm Experience +4, Spirit Skill Experience +4. In less than 3 minutes. Night Ming slaughtered all the Thunderclaw crocodiles in the lobby. This didn't end there. As the last Thunderclaw crocodile died, the floor of the lobby began to tremble crazily. The stone brick-paved floor actually turned into a mud puddle, and a single Thunderclaw crocodile lurked in the mud puddle, rushing towards Night Ming with its eyes erect. At the same time, Su Shengfeng and the others also escaped the trap and arrived at the main hall. There's no need to stay on. Night Ming once again unfolded the dark realm as he powered up his legs and flew through the walls, taking a 10-meter step as if he were refracting light between two walls. Damn it! His aura tells me that he's a second-rank contract master. But his speed is far beyond the realm of a second-rank contract master. Even if I'm third rank, I wouldn't necessarily be able to catch up with him. Xiao Ziyuan clenched her fists, her heart very upset. Her aura exploded and wings sprouted from her back, wanting to rely on her flying speed to catch up with Night Ming. Roar! But a sudden roar rang out. A huge-sized Thunderclaw crocodile rushed up into the sky, opening its bloody mouth and biting off one of Xiao Ziyuan's wings. She stumbled and fell heavily to the ground and... What the hell? Why didn't I see a Thunderclaw crocodile bite that kid when he charged earlier? Xiao Ziyuan was even more upset in his heart. A second-ranked contract master, what made him a combination of luck and strength? Su Shengfeng's face was expressionless, complaints will come later. Let's settle the Thunderclaw crocodile here first. That kid's aim is the inner sanctum, he really isn't simple. The group plunged into battle. Inner hall. The interior of the hall was no longer dim and lightless. Ancient lamps hung on the walls on both sides, and the ghostly blue flames swayed without wind. Under the illumination of the firelight, Night Ming's silhouette waxed and waned on the walls. His eyes looked ahead. 2 stone statues of ferocious beasts came to life as they crouched, shaped like western dragons, with wings on their backs, sharp teeth, and sharp claws on their limbs. In the center of the 2 beasts stood an armored warrior. It had its hands on the hilt of its heavy sword, its face was sullen, and there seemed to be lightning lingering around its body. I have determined that the treasure hidden here is named the Demon-Devouring Thunderheart. It is a treasure that contains the power of darkness and lightning, and after refining it, it will be extremely beneficial to your physical body. Shadow Spectre said, suddenly revealing a puzzled expression. But it's so strange. The scent indicates that it's right here, but why haven't I seen it? Night Ming looked at the 3 statues in front of him. Could it be that? He came in front of the statues and reached out to touch them. The next moment. Wah-wah. The statues looked as if they had come to life, and the gravel and sand shook off and fell to the ground like a waterfall. The two dragon-shaped statues broke free of their shackles, their bodies were bluish-purple in color, and their vertical pupils stared at Nightming in death. Roar! An angry roar echoed. The entire thunder hall trembled. Zila Zila! Their roars contained the power of thunder and lightning, quickly spreading throughout the hall, and the stone slabs on the walls on both sides turned into sand and fell off. A mouthful of coffins embedded in the walls was revealed. Bang! The coffin slabs fell. Withered monsters with bandaged bodies rushed out with twisted bodies. They were strange-looking, and their eyes released thunder light as they rushed towards Nightming like crazy. Third-ranked Ferocious Beast Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex, third-ranked Ferocious Beast Thunder Eyedwalker. Their strength should not be underestimated, with the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus already being considered a superior level on the ferocious beasts of the same realm. Shadow Spectre reminded. As the recovery progress increased, she had grasped a lot of knowledge about fierce beasts. Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus. Nightming looked at the two huge dragons in front of him as his figure flashed, holding his sickle. The scythe blade's cold light flashed, cutting through the air with a dazzling silver light. Poof! A sickle chopped out. A lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex's wings instantly broke off. It hissed to the sky as another Tyrannosaurus Rex used its sharp claws as blades to grab towards Nightming. There was still half a meter of distance left. With Nightming at the center, darkness spread infinitely, eventually forming a field. The attacking Tyrannosaurus Rex's body trembled, and Nightming seized the gap and stepped on the Tyrannosaurus Rex's claws to leap high into the air. Poof! Cold light cut through the darkness. A huge head landed with a thud. The ground was smashed out of a deep pit. Successfully killed a third-ranked Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex, Realm Experience plus 35, Spirit Skill Experience plus 35. It was worthy of being a top-grade ferocious beast. It's really powerful. Killing it unexpectedly added 35 experience points. It's a pity that the number is too small. If only there were a few hundred or even 1,000 of them. Nightming was confident that he would directly break through to a third-rank contract master. Boom boom boom. After landing, an uncountable tide of Thunder Eye zombies rushed in. They stuck together like a rushing river, and each one of them had a ferocious glint in their eyes. Instead of being afraid, Nightming's eyes lit up. These are all experience packs. The long sickle flipped. Rushing into the tide of zombies, Nightming's aura soared, like a giant ship swimming against the current, crushing the sea of zombies. Successfully killed a third-order Thunder Eye zombie, Realm Experience plus 6, Spirit Skill Experience plus 6. Successfully kills a third-order Thunder Eye zombie, Realm Experience plus 6, Spirit Skill Experience plus 6. Successfully kill a third-order Thunder Eye zombie, Realm Experience plus 6, Spirit Skill Experience plus 6. The experience was stacking up. But the Thunder Eye zombies here were like endless kills. Killing batch after batch, endlessly born. Nightming's killing growth was almost immune to them. It has to be a quick battle, I still have a treasure hunt to do. Nightming sank his heart. Roar! He noticed. Every time a zombie wave erupted, the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex would hiss in the distance. I see. Nightming suddenly realized the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus's voice contains the power of thunder and lightning. This power of thunder and lightning is the key to the birth of the Thunder Eye Deathstalker. That's why I must kill this Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus. The heart moves. The body then traveled. Under the illumination of the ghostly blue firelight, Nightming's shadow flickered on the wall. Holding a sickle in both hands, he swung out at the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaur's neck. Plop! Blood soared on the wall. A dragon's head shot up into the sky. The second Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex died. However, after it died, it also exploded with fierce beast materials. It was an azure blue fong. The tooth was carved with azure lines as if it was a work of art. This is the Thunder Ripple Sharp Tooth. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 47 Hidden Challenge Thunderbolt Monarch. Thunder Strike Sharp Teeth. Third-ranked ferocious beast material, absorbing the power of thunder and lightning contained within it can effectively hone the physical body and achieve the effect of tempering the body with thunder and lightning. Although it's only a third-order fierce beast material, the value is quite good. The moment Nightming reached out to touch the material. Swoosh! A lingering sword shadow suddenly slashed down. Not good. Nightming's heart trembled as he dodged the heavy sword towards the side, and he was so fast that he instantly pulled away 20 meters. While retreating, he looked up to see clearly the appearance of the monster that struck. It was clad in silver armor, holding a heavy sword, with lightning erupting from a pair of blue eyes, and the moment it saw Nightming dodge away, its legs shot up and it charged with its sword. Quasi-Fourth Order Fierce Beast Silver Armor Guard. Shadow Yui shouted, "Nightming, don't get tough with it, its weakness is its eyes." Swoosh. The moment her voice fell, two dark tentacles stabbed towards the silver armored guard's eyes. The silver armored guard immediately put his heavy sword across his body and blocked the dark tentacles. It was a bit bulky in its heavy armor, but its defense was extremely high and difficult to break. Chop. Nightming's legs bowed slightly, and after exerting his strength, he leapt forward, the long sickle in his hand raised high, and at the moment of the chop, several dark flying daggers coalesced around his body. Swoosh swoosh. The flying daggers shot out. As the long sickle slashed down, a dull ringing sound echoed throughout the inner sanctum, and the silver armored guards were shaken back by the tremendous force. The quasi-fourth ranked ferocious beast is really tough enough. If it was a third order ferocious beast, the party would have long since been split in half by Nightming's scythe. Swoosh. A flash of cold light. As Nightming gripped the long sickle and prepared to strike again, a red-colored figure suddenly rushed out from behind him. Su Xingfeng's body was wrapped in magma as he blasted his fist towards the silver armored guard, a punch that contained a powerful force, and the moment it smashed into the silver armored guard, sparks of magma soared. This ferocious beast, it's mine. Su Xingfeng's eyes were like fire, his fists constantly bombarding the silver armored guard, straight fists, swinging fists, hook fists, fists to the head, his aura surging. Robbing something from my hands? Nightming's face became gloomy. The demon-devouring Thunderheart that Shadow Yui said was most likely on the silver armored guard, and there was no way this thing would be given away. Charge! Nightming was just about to rush forward. The next moment. Swoosh swoosh. Countless feathered arrows soared out, blocking Nightming's path. He turned his head to see that Xiao Ziyuan had brought 5 indentured masters over. Kid, stay here honestly, the Thunder Hall's treasures are not for you to get your hands on. Xiao Xiaoying pointed at Nightming and said, her eyes filled with disdain and provocation. Stinking fish and shrimp also want to stop me? Without hesitation, Nightming directly stormed forward, his terrifying dark aura exploding. The long sickle in his hand swung, cutting out the curved moon. Sculptor's little skill. The corner of Xiao Ziyuan's mouth curved in contempt as she naively tried to catch it with her body. But the moment her hand collided with the chop, her palm was instantly obliterated by dark power. Xiao Xiao rushed to dodge as she panicked. But she was positioned too close, and even with her first reaction, she still broke an arm. There was no blood coming out of the broken surface at the shoulder, and it was as if the entire arm had disappeared in place, not even leaving behind any ash. How could this happen? The other disciples of the Flame Martial Hall were shocked, and their hearts were filled with fear. They no longer dared to step forward to stop Nightming. He's too evil, we're no match for him. I've never seen this kind of terrifying power before. Wait, why can't I feel the Holy Maiden's aura from him? Could it be that his contracted spirit is a demoness? Someone suddenly cried out in horror. The crowd was struck by lightning as they stared blankly at Nightming, a great deal of information surging out of their minds. His contract spirit is definitely a magical girl. Only a magical girl contractor would have such a heavy killing aura. I know. He's Nightmind. A full-level spirit contracted magical girl, yes, it's him, it must be him. Why, didn't they say that contracted magical girls have no future? Why is Nightming so strong? Also, what about the promised slow promotion of the magical girl contractor? This is only how many days away from awakening? 20 days, right, he's a second-order contractor, this isn't slow. In an instant, the hearts of the crowd were shrouded in doubt. Nightming! Xiao Ziyuan's heart trembled as she looked at her broken arm, remorseful. Had she known, she wouldn't have stopped him. At the same time, Su Shengfeng, who was battling the silver armored guards on the side, completely failed to sense the changes on this side. When he was just about to continue throwing punches, Nightming's figure suddenly appeared, and he kicked Su Shengfeng away before the dark realm unfolded, raising his long sickle to aim at the silver armored guard's head. This time, going all out, Shadow Spectre called out a dark tentacle to stab at it. Put! The silver armored guard's head took off. The dark tentacle used the gap to thrust into the silver armored guard's eyes. It's over? Su Shengfeng, who had been kicked away, was a bit unwilling. But Nightwing's expression was always serious. It's over? Nope. It wasn't over. The sense of smell as a top-level assassin told him that danger was quietly being born. As expected, when the silver armored guard died, its body began to rapidly expand before exploding with a bang. The violent explosion triggered a series of chain reactions. The power of thunder and lightning contained in the walls was triggered, and the thunder hall began to shake crazily, with debris constantly falling from the ceiling. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and with a rumble, bucket-thick lightning struck the thunder ruins. In just a moment, the entire thunder ruins turned into a pool of thunder, with lightning constantly falling. Not good, there is a force rioting in the thunder ruins. This place should not stay for long. Many people began to retreat. Of course Nightwing wouldn't joke with his own little life. Just when you wanted to press the button to leave. Phew! A vortex door appeared behind him without warning. The lingering turbulence shattered Nightwing's bracelet, and his entire body was pulled into the vortex door. Damn it, something's wrong. Run! Su Shengfeng and the others saw that Nightwing was sucked away by the vortex door. Their faces changed, and they frantically fled, pressing their hand rings while dodging the spatial turbulence. Swoosh swoosh. As a pillar of blue light appeared, almost everyone fled out of the thunder ruins. The riotous aura extended beyond the teleportation portal. The crowd left and rushed through the teleportation hall shouting, "Something's wrong. Quickly come to the people. The thunder ruins are rioting again." After a shout, many staff members rushed over. Even Jiang Qingyi, who was the head of the secret realm, was attracted by the shouts. He said with a grave expression, "Damn it, 2 consecutive riots within a month, this thunder ruins can't be opened anymore or something will happen sooner or later." He arrived in front of Su Shengfeng and the others, and after sweeping his gaze, he asked the staff, "How many people have been injured and how many have died? Also, are there any others in the secret realm? Tell me everything you know." The staff member pulled up the surveillance screen and said, "There are a total of 50 people who participated in the thunder ruins, 30 of them were injured, 1 died, and 1 is missing." Missing? Jiang Qingyi's brows furrowed. Who was it, what was it called, and what was the circumstances of the incident? The missing person is Nightwing. At that time, he wanted to leave the thunder hall and was sucked into a strange vortex door. Nightwing? Jiang Qingyi was stunned at first, then his eyes glared angrily. What? Who did you say it was? Nightwing? At the same time, Nightwing, who was rolled into the mysterious space, had a beep ringing in his ears. Hidden challenge, begin. Please defeat the owner of the Thunder Ruins Thunder Monarch. Chapter 48 Defeat. Thunderbolt Monarch. Nightwing was in a mysterious space. Underneath his feet was marble carved with special runes, and the walls around him were engraved with murals on which various types of ferocious beasts came to life. Looking up to the top of his head, the hard stones coalesced into spikes like the top of an ice cone in an ice cave. This was the bottom of the Thunder Ruins. It was a mysterious palace that no one had ever ventured into. Hidden challenge begins. Please defeat the Thunder Monarch. After the prompting sound rang out, the lightning around them converged and transformed into a humanoid creature. Its skin took on a bluish-purple color, its naked upper body was gnarled with muscles, and its lower body was made of black feathers woven into pants, with what appeared to be electric currents surging under its skin. 3 large drums were suspended on its back, and channels of lightning connected them. This ferocious beast's face was extremely ugly. With a bird's beak and cat's eyes, it had a ferocious appearance. The aura was powerful. It was stronger than the previous quasi-4th-rank silver armored guard. However, it was far from the standard of a 4th-ranked ferocious beast. Roar! The moment the Thunderbolt Monarch appeared, it formed its hands into claws and charged towards Nightwing. With a fierce momentum, rolling thunder arcs wrapped around its body. What a strong desire to attack! Nightwing's heart tightened. Darkness wrapped around his entire body, and wearing the divine meteor demon armor, his aura rose steeply. Holding a long sickle in his hand, he rushed forward, sickle light flashing, his aura compelling. Boom! The power of darkness and lightning collided. The scattered lightning arcs split the entire underground palace to the point where rubble flew. Nightwing and the Thunder Monarch fought, and with all his strength, he actually forced the Thunder Monarch to fly tens of meters. Roar! The Thunderbolt Monarch opened his mouth and hissed, his claws storing up their strength and violently shooting out beams of lightning. Night Ming's heart trembled, and he was just about to get up and dodge, but Shadow Yui's voice suddenly came from his mind. No need to dodge. I'll cancel out most of the lightning for you, and use the rest to quench your body. Night Ming was shocked. It could still be like this? Boom! As the beams of lightning rushed in, the dark tentacles conjured by Shadow Spectre formed a shield, blocking most of the power, and some of the lightning struck on Night Ming's body. The sensation was tingly. The body felt hot and dry, and the flesh was being continuously quenched. Zip, zip, zip. The Thunder Monarch continued to discharge electricity. During this process, Shadow Yui was like opening a floodgate and releasing water, little by little applying more lightning to Night Ming. His fleshly body was tempered and gradually became stronger. The Thunderbolt Monarch is strong in that it can manipulate the power of lightning, while its weakness is its fleshly body. Now, you can abuse it unilaterally. Eventually, Shadow Spectre withdrew its defense. Wearing the Divine Meteor Demon armor, Nightmare Ming was already able to harden against all lightning. The Thunder Monarch was shocked, and frantically exerted lightning to bombard Night Ming. Night Ming didn't even need a long sickle this time as the arrow stepped up against all the attacks, pinching the Thunderbolt Monarch's neck as he smashed it towards the top. Boom! Rubble flew. Night Ming's legs powered up as he was like a missile that shot out violently, punching the Thunderbolt Monarch's head and continuously penetrating the rocks of the mountain above him as he charged towards the top of the mountain. Your lightning is no longer effective against me. Night Ming shouted angrily. The Thunderbolt Monarch's breath suddenly shrunk. Transmission Hall. Jiang Qingyi's expression was grave. Damn it. How could this happen? He was overwhelmed with remorse. It was rare for Tsangnan City to produce a good seedling, but it turned out that there was an accident in the secret realm. More importantly, Night Ming was still favored by Sun Ho Yuan. Although he didn't know exactly what Sun Ho Yuan's back represented. But his years of experience in the workplace told him that the existence behind Sun Ho Yuan was definitely not simple. Now that Night Ming had an accident in the secret realm. Once Sun Ho Yuan was found guilty, he, as the person in charge, would definitely take the main responsibility. Damn it! Jiang Qingyi clenched his fists and looked at Su Shengfeng with reddened eyes. Are you guys sure that Night Ming is missing? Certain. Su Shengfeng nodded seriously. I was there when I saw Nightmind get caught up in the vortex gate. I don't know what that thing is, but it's certain that there's a danger hidden behind the vortex door. Director Jiang, now that the Thunder Ruins are in turmoil, I suggest closing the entrance immediately. Jiang Qingyi's face instantly sank. Whether or not to close the entrance is my business. Now that someone is missing from the secret realm, I must personally go and ascertain his life and death. His words fell, and without hesitation, he prepared to enter the Thunderbolt Ruins. Su Shengfeng's heart immediately trembled. Are you kidding me? What right did that guy have? Wasn't he just a second-rank contract master? How could he make the head of the secret realm personally go to rescue him? Couldn't even a rescue team do it? Su Shengfeng's brows tightened, and Xiao Ziyuan, who had a broken arm on the side, saw through his doubts and explained. That kid is called Night Ming, a magical girl contractor that was reported not long ago. Night Ming? The one who was a full-level spiritually contracted magical girl and is also exceptionally powerful? Yes. Hiss. Su Shengfeng's pupils suddenly contracted, and his hands trembled as he learned the truth. Damn it, I should have thought of that. We actually offended a genius unintentionally, but it's okay. He sighed in relief. Offending a genius was unwise in today's era. But fortunately, Night Ming was missing and had a high probability of being dead. Dead geniuses don't pose any threat. Su Shengfeng's words had just fallen. Suddenly, something's not right. There's a wave of energy that's rioting underneath the Thunder Ruins and is constantly rushing towards the ground. The staff member shouted, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. Jiang Qingyi hurriedly shouted, quickly match the database to see what it is. It's already been matched, it's Nightmind. The riotous energy aura belongs to darkness, and it's exactly the same as Night Ming's aura. What? Su Shengfeng almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Boom! And just the moment the staff member's words fell, a black shadow suddenly rushed out from the ground beneath the Thunder Ruins. Underneath the dark and heavy dark clouds, black streams of light rose to the ground, like rockets striving to shoot straight up, wanting to tear through the clouds and rush out of the sky. Jiang Qingyi looked at the surveillance screen, his eyes locked onto the black figure. Night Ming. Right. It's Night Ming. I knew this kid wouldn't die that easily. Wait. Why is there another figure? So familiar, this is. Jiang Qingyi took the staff's analysis tablet and immediately locked onto the blue and purple body figure that was clamped down by Night Ming. The analysis results appeared. Quasi-4th ranked ferocious beast, Thunderbolt Monarch. Surprisingly, it could be it. Jiang Qingyi's face suddenly changed, and apart from shock, there was more amazement in his heart. Thunderbolt Monarch, whether it was genetics and basic strength, it was of medium level amongst the bunch of ferocious beasts. Even an SSS-ranked Holy Maiden contractor would not be able to defeat a quasi-4th ranked Thunderbolt Monarch at the second rank, unless there was a protective treasure that was immune to Thunderbolts. But Night Ming he defeated the Thunderbolt Monarch. It seemed to be a complete victory. There weren't even many injuries seen on his body. Could it be that Night Ming has a means of immunizing against lightning? Or is this the strong battle power of a magical girl contractor? Jiang Qingyi thought of a comment about magical girl contract masters. Under the same realm and the same contract spirit level, a magical girl contract master was stronger than a holy girl contract master. Chapter 49 Third Order Contractor? A kick at the door. Rolling lightning flashed in the sky. Night Ming sent the Thunder Monarch flying with a punch before pinching its head. Puff! Instantly exerting force, Night Ming's arm muscles rippled, crushing the Thunder Monarch's head as he closed his 5 fingers together. Red and white objects shot out, and its breath instantly collapsed before it fell heavily to the ground, smashing out a deep pit. Quasi-4th Order Thunder Monarch. Death! Night Ming fell and similarly smashed out a deep pit. Wearing the Divine Meteor Demon armor, even if he fell from 100 meters in the air, he wouldn't suffer any damage. Successfully killed Quasi-4th Order Thunderbolt Monarch, Realm Experience plus 70, Spirit Skill Experience plus 70. Quasi-4th Order Fierce Beast. The bonus of experience was twice that of a 3rd Order Fierce Beast. Of course. Night Ming didn't kill the Thunderbolt Monarch just for this tiny bit of experience. Boom! Thunder sounded in the sky, and bucket-thick lightning struck the tops of the 3 palaces in the Thunderbolt ruins as if they were activating something. In the next moment, a mysterious altar stretched out from the ground, and at the center of it was a meter-high stone pillar carved with exquisite patterns. At this moment, a small azure ball of lightning was lying quietly on the stone pillar. It's the demon-devouring Thunder Heart, Shadow Spectre said with joy. Night Ming picked up the little ball of lightning, and when the outer lightning disappeared, an object as pure and translucent as a sapphire revealed its true appearance. At the same time, Jiang Qingyi outside the secret boundary froze for a moment, then laughed and said, well, what good luck. Surprisingly, I got the devil-devouring Thunder Heart. The devil-devouring Thunder Heart wasn't a ferocious beast material. It was a strange treasure born from the creation of heaven and earth. It contained the energy of lightning and darkness, and after refining it, it could strengthen one's flesh and achieve the effect of quenching one's body with lightning. This one demon-devouring Thunder Heart is worth several $1 million on the market. No wonder the Thunder Ruins start riots from time to time. It must be because the ferocious beast sensed this energy, hence the epileptic rage. Jiang Qingyi came to a sudden realization. Treasures born from the creation of heaven and earth. They were marvelous. Not only were they helpful to contract masters, they were also of considerable benefit to ferocious beasts. However, they were extremely precious and unattainable, and it was already quite difficult for many pact masters to have them 3 times in their lifetime. Even though I've already experienced lightning quenching my body now, the demon-devouring Thunder Heart is still very helpful to me. Night Ming collected his treasures and got up to leave the secret realm. The moment he stepped out, a pair of gazes turned toward him. Many of them opened their cell phone videos and asked Night Ming what he had actually met in the secret realm, and by what means he had defeated the Thunderbolt Monarch, and even more, they directly asked about his Night Ming's actual current battle power. For a top assassin, actual strength was a very important secret. Actual combat strength was a very important secret that could never be easily exposed. Even contract masters couldn't. Asking this question was in itself very impolite. Night Ming walked out of the crowd and refused to answer all questions. As an assassin of the Palace of Sundering, he also didn't want to expose himself too much to the public eye. Before leaving the teleportation hall, Night Ming went to Jiang Qingyi's office. Jiang Qingyi smiled and said, Night Ming, if I didn't perceive it wrongly, you're about to break through the third rank, right? Aha! Nightming nodded. Breaking through the third rank required 100,000 experience points. With the accumulation from some time ago, along with the more than 10,000 experience he had harvested today, he was now still short of the last 10,000 experience from 100,000. At most, it would be completed in just 2 days. Here, take this. Jiang Qingyi suddenly handed over a transparent box. Nightming quickly surveyed it, and the box contained a blood-red flower with a total of 20 petals, a flower that had never been seen before. Blood condensation flower, a plant that contains the power of killing. When absorbed, it can help pact masters break through the realm. Second-order pact masters refine it for the best results. However, there are side effects. A little carelessness will cause killing to erode the heart and become epileptic. Shadow Yui, like an encyclopedia, no treasure could escape. Name, Nightming. Spirituality, full level. Realm, second-order contract master 90,000 100,000. Spiritual power, 310 350. Blood, 310 350. Contracted spirit, divine meteor dark knight demon emperor. Contract spirit grade, SSS grade can be upgraded. Spirit technique, dark judgment, divine meteor demon armor, eternal night descent. Dark judgment level 7, divine meteor armor level 7, eternal night descent level 7. Spiritual talents, killing growth, demon emperor's battle intent. Still missing the last 10,000 experience. Nightming took out the blood condensation flower, absorbing it in an instant. Absorb blood condensation flower, realm experience plus 1,000. Only 1,000? Nightming sighed. The rarity of the blood condensation flower was much higher than 1,000 experience. It's true, in order to gain more experience, one must kill ferocious beasts. Nightming spread his hands. He landed his gaze on the demon devouring Thunderheart. A treasure that was extremely beneficial to the physical body. Immediately absorbed. Darkness enveloped the devil devouring Thunderheart, and the lightning arcs filled Nightming's entire body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hiss. Nightming sucked in a breath of cool air. This time, the sensation was too intense, like pins and needles. Does it hurt too much? Do you need me to offset some of it? Shadow Yui asked worriedly. Nightming shook his head. No, it's still holding. He was a top-tier assassin. He had endured all sorts of hard training in the past, and had also endured extreme punishment. This bit of pain was nothing to him. This time, the lightning quenching was 15 minutes long. The last trace of the lightning arc disappeared. Nightming's body became stronger and stronger. A well-proportioned body with no more or less muscles, but the strength of every muscle could be fully mobilized. While maintaining his body's agility, Nightming possessed greater strength. Mental strength, 350-400. Chi and blood, 350-400. Both attributes were raised by 50 points. Nightming felt refreshed and energized. He went to the training center and hit a few stakes. But even the wooden stake dummies that had been reinforced with steel, it wouldn't be able to carry one of Nightming's punches. Over. Rest well and continue tomorrow, and strive to break through the third rank early. Nightming stretched his body and returned to his room for a good night's sleep. Time passed. Sleeping from the afternoon to the evening. The first thing he did when he woke up, he opened his cell phone. Sun Ho Yuan, where is it? The thing you want has arrived. Send you an address, come and pick it up. Nightming's heart was delighted. 7th Order Ferocious Beast Material. Black Dragon Marrow. Nightming, immediately. Chapter 50 Breakthrough. 3rd Ranked Contract Master. In the hidden room. Sun Ho Yuan opened the multiple encrypted alloy box in his hand, which contained a total of 3 items. First, the 7th rank Fierce Beast Material, Black Dragon Marrow. Second, the badge of the Palace of Sundering. It was very small and would automatically integrate into the body, leaving a mark of a dagger, or the badge could be removed on its own accord. This is a special kind of energy badge, or when you are on a mission in the future. It is harmless to your body, and is to prevent the assassins of the Palace of Sundering from accidentally injuring their companions. Sun Ho Yuan explained. It was because the killers of the Palace of Sundering did not know each other. So in order to not create a situation where they would kill each other in certain unexpected situations, the Sundering Hall had specially made this energy badge. After the killers wore the badges at the same time, When in close proximity, they would be able to sense it. You can try wearing it, Sun Hoyuan suggested. Night Ming placed the badge at his wrist. Soon, the badge transformed into a black aura that penetrated his skin and merged into his body, transforming into an imperceptible dagger mark. Half a minute after Night Ming placed his hand on the dagger mark, the badge appeared. All right. This badge is integrated into your body, it is now your thing. If anyone else uses it, the badge will immediately disappear. Sun Hoyuan explained the situation, it was probably a blood drop. What a high-tech Night Ming held the badge in place. His gaze fell on the third item. It was a piece of white paper filled with densely written words. This is the contract, once you sign it, you are a professional assassin of the Palace of Sundering. From now on, your life will change drastically, you will become extraordinary and your life will be filled with more opportunities and challenges. Think it over. Sun Ho lit a cigarette, and the white smoke drifted upwards along the light. In the room, Night Ming picked up a pen and quickly signed his name and pressed his handprint. Things have come to this, there's nothing to hesitate about, having come this far, is there any reason to give up? Besides, even if I give up, Captain Sun you won't let me go, right? Night Ming said with a smile. Sun Hoyuan spread his hands, who knows, but congratulations, you have officially become a member of the Palace of Sundering. Your $10 million annual salary will be credited to your account in 5 batches. In addition, you can get an advance on your salary for the next year. Our Sundering Palace is very rich and will definitely not treat you poorly in this regard. You can also apply for a car and a suite if you need it, purely free of charge, worth around $10 million. This welfare treatment. Night Ming sked. Worthy of being a formal assassin organization. This treatment was simply not too good. Alright, you are now a formal assassin, this black dragon marrow is yours. Sun Hoyuan picked up a titanium cylinder in the box. After triggering the mechanism on it, the cylinder opened and a potion tube slowly extended out. It was filled with pitch-black colored liquid. The liquid was not dead, but living, and was still writhing madly in the potion tube. The 7th-ranked ferocious beast is covered in treasure. Black dragon bone marrow, the most valuable thing on a 7th-order dark Tyrannosaurus Rex. This is something that many people have never heard of, and for your kid to be so purposeful in finding me for it does surprise me. After Sun Hoyuan handed the black dragon marrow to Night Ming. Immediately, he took out another box. Opening it, inside lay a pair of wings, the blood-colored feathers were as hard as steel, and the feather blades were incomparably sharp and could easily cut through hard metal. Captain Sun, this thing is? It's a gift from the Vice Temple Master. Sun Hoyuan let out a bitter smile, his old man appreciates you and gave you this 7th-ranked blood bone blade wing. The value of this item is not at all lower than the black dragon marrow. I begged the Vice Hall Master for a long time before, and he didn't even bother to give this item to me. You're a newcomer, and he gave it to you without saying a word, alas. The air seemed to be filled with a faint sour flavor. Night Ming smiled awkwardly, why don't you take it, Captain Sun? But I don't dare to take it, otherwise the Vice Hall Master will skin me. Afterward, Sun Hoyuan and Night Ming briefly talked about some standards of behavior for formal killers. In fact, it was summarized in one sentence, don't do things that hurt heaven and earth, and the rest is at your own discretion. There was a high degree of freedom. Alright, next you can refine the black dragon marrow. I'll be here to keep you safe. Sun Hoyuan acted as a protector. Naturally, Night Ming wouldn't refuse the protection of such a strong person. Night Ming, later on, I'll refine both the black dragon marrow and the blood bone blade wings. This process might hurt a bit, Shadow Yui said. Night Ming nodded, don't worry, I can endure it. Good. Phew. Dark tentacles stretched out from behind Night Ming's back. One of them held the black dragon bone marrow and clicked, crushing the potion tube and crazily absorbing the energy in the marrow. The other one wrapped the blood bone blade wing in all directions before crushing and absorbing it. The rich darkness and blood-red killing aura entered Nightmare's body through the 2 tentacles respectively. A sharp pain reached out from his back and spread throughout his body. It was as if there were sharp knives cutting through the flesh piece by piece. A huge hammer was striking the backbone. The pain came suddenly. Instantly spread all over the body, Night Ming cursed, both fists clenched tightly to hold on strongly, bean-sized beads of sweat continued to fall. I'll go, this kid is really a rash Refining 2 7th-order materials at the same time, that acidic, just think about it all feel guilty. Sun Hoyuan pinched a sweat in his heart for Night Ming. As someone who had been there before, he understood all too well the feeling of a low-realm contract master refining 7th-rank beast materials. When he was a 4th-ranked contract master, he had also tried to refine 2 7th-ranked beast materials at the same time. At that time, it hurt so much that he rolled on the ground. The heart of wanting to die was there. Although both of these materials are suitable for a magical girl, Night Ming is only at the 2nd rank. The danger wasn't so much there. The key was pain. Even if it hurt, Nightmare was still gritting her teeth and not saying a word. Sun Hoyuan nodded silently. This kid probably has no sense of pain. The refining took a long time. Half an hour passed. Sun Hoyuan looked at Night Ming's state and nodded. Not bad, it's almost over. Judging by his aura, it won't be long before he becomes a San. The words hadn't even finished. Night Ming's body steeply erupted with a dense dark aura. His body stood upright in the air, and his powerful dark aura spread out towards the surroundings as if he wanted to engulf everything. Ah! As Night Ming let out a cry of rage. His aura climbed steeply. This is... Sun Hoyuan's pupils widened. The next moment, Night Ming broke through. A terrifying ripple of power expanded and then quickly closed in. Night Ming opened his eyes and felt that his life genes had gotten a leap. The system's beep sounded in his mind. Congratulations! Realm experience successfully reached 100,000. Realm, 2nd Order Contract Master, 3rd Order Contract Master. Chapter 51. 2 wings on the back, soaring in the sky. Name, Night Ming. Spirituality, full level. Realm, 3rd Order Pact Master 01 million. Spiritual power, 400-550. Blood, 400-550. Contracted Spirit, Divine Meteor Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Contract Spirit Grade, SSS grade can be upgraded. Spirit Technique, Dark Judgment, Divine Meteor Demon Armor, Eternal Nightfall. Dark Judgment Level 7, Divine Meteor Armor Level 7, Eternal Night Descent Level 7. Spiritual Talents, Killing Growth, Demon Emperor Battle Intent. Surprisingly, he broke through directly to the 3rd rank in one breath. This kid is really surprising me. Sun Hoyuan looked at such an outstanding Night Ming, and a strong look of appreciation appeared in his eyes. But when he thought that such an outstanding newcomer had already been snatched up by his own teacher, a meaty pain ran through his heart. If he had known, he would have fought for it. But doubt still existed in Sun Hoyuan's heart. Night Ming's breakthrough speed was simply too fast. According to common sense, the breakthrough of a magical girl contractor was exceptionally difficult, with each breakthrough being as difficult as climbing up to heaven, grinding a sword for decades. But Night Ming's breakthroughs were like drinking water, completely out of the realm of how difficult it was for magical girl contract masters to break through. Even holy girl contract masters were far inferior to him. Also, Night Ming, will he or won't he be revolted by killing in the future? Sun Hoyuan was worried. Strength, Night Ming had it. Talent, Night Ming had it. Realm, Night Ming also had it. Such a good seedling, if he were to be revolted by killing and turn into a monster that only knew how to kill, it would simply be too unfortunate. Night Ming said there's no need to heart, but this makes me, how can I not worry? Regarding the killing backlash, I have to discuss it with my teacher, and if I really can't, report it to the Hall Master. Sun Hoyuan secretly made up his mind. After Night Ming completed his breakthrough, Shadow Spectre's panel also changed. Contracted Spirit, Divine Meteor Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Name, Shadow Yui. Rank, SSS Grade Promotion Progress, 1.5% 3%. Recovery Progress, 8% 12%. The recovery progress was raised by 4%. The level up progress directly reached 3%. This was the effect of the 7th ranked Ferocious Beast material. But I can clearly feel that the higher the recovery progress, the harder it will be to increase. This was something that Night Ming had anticipated. This was the same as realm breakthroughs. The higher one went, the higher the difficulty was inevitable. Night Ming, I must tell you good news, you can now fly. Shadow Spectre's excited voice rang out. Fly? Night Ming's brows furrowed before he could say anything. He saw a pair of dark wings unfurl from behind him, a single wing 1.5 meters long, the black feathers as sharp as a blade. Go! Night Ming and Shadow Spectre's minds were connected. They controlled the wings at the same time, shooting black feathers at the wall in front of them. Swoosh swoosh. Uncountable streams of darkness cut through the air and shot at the walls, actually piercing through the specially built steel walls. After that, Nightming tried flapping his wings to fly again, and at first, he was a bit unskilled and stumbled, almost knocking out the lights in the room. But 10 minutes later, Nightming managed to skillfully master many flying techniques such as dry land pulling, air spinning, extreme sprinting, and low-altitude gliding. This. Sun Hoyuan, who was on the side, frowned. Absorbed the blood bone blade wings, so it grew wings and thus gained the ability to fly? TSK, not only is his assassination talent unbelievable, his ability to absorb ferocious beast materials is just as extraordinary. Sun Hoyuan's eyes fell on Nightming's body. He had an indescribable premonition in his heart. It was like witnessing the birth of a strong person. A nurturing game? Ha! Interesting. Phew. After familiarizing himself with his abilities, Nightmare breathed a long sigh of relief. Breaking through the third rank and having the ability to fly. This time's harvest was undoubtedly huge. And the one who brought him all this was... Nightming got up and cupped his fists in gratitude towards Sun Hoyuan. Captain Sun's favor, Nightming keeps it in mind. Well, I'm relieved that you have this heart. Sun Hoyuan smiled and patted his shoulder before saying, by the way, to tell you something, the Vice Hall Master will come to Tsangnan City to meet with you in the near future. It could be tomorrow, it could be the day after tomorrow, it could be during the Great Martial Examination, or it could be after the Great Martial Examination. His old man's schedule is messy and prone to delays, and he likes to play the sudden attack bit the most. So you have a mental preparation. A big brother who will appear anytime in the near future? What an anticipation. Nightming nodded, okay, I'll remember. Well, go back, take a good rest during this period of time, and deal with the Great Martial Dao examination. Although you seem to have already secured the top spot. The two chatted briefly. Nightming then returned home. 4 days later. There were still the last 6 days left before the Great Martial Dao examination. Nightming hadn't allowed himself to have the slightest bit of slack during this period of time. He often went to the secret realm to spar with ferocious beasts, and occasionally went to find some powerful martial arts schools to face off against. In the midst of a battle, Nightming's realm experience accumulated another 30,000. His mastery of the third rank power was also gradually skillful, and his foundation was as solid as a mountain. I made an appointment with the mountain-shaking Martial Hall yesterday. Let's go meet their eldest disciple today. Nightming wore a casual outfit, he was 5 feet 8 inches tall and well-muscled, he didn't need to dress up carefully to outshine most people. Simply one word. Handsome. Opening the door to his room, he was just about to leave. Behind him came the anxious cry of his old sister, Night Xinshin. Nightming. Something big is wrong. Big deal. She looked flustered and jogged to Nightming's body. Seeing her face turn white, Nightming immediately frowned and... Old sister? You look terrible, what happened? Did our Night family go bankrupt? Bankruptcy was a horrible thing. No. Night Xinshin shook her head and explained, it's Night Frost, that stinky ice cube that's coming back. Once she comes back, she will definitely drill us just like fourth uncle. At that time, the bitter days of our siblings will come again. Night Frost? This name made Nightming feel familiar. It seemed to be the daughter of the second uncle, his own cousin. 2 years older than Night Xinshin. 3 years older than himself. Cousin Night Frost had a cold nature and was not good at communicating with people, so since her childhood, second uncle did not intend to let her manage the family business, but instead let her follow fourth uncle to practice martial arts. At the age of 3, she set the stakes. At the age of 5, she played with guns. At the age of 10, she was proficient in 18 weapons. At the age of 15, she acquired 90% of her fourth uncle's true learning. At the age of 18, she awakened to super spirituality, contracted the SS class Rincon Saint, and from then on she soared to great heights, and enrolled in the door of the Star Ocean University. Night Frost is now a junior college student, but she is exceptionally talented and has already entered the 4th rank realm. During her free time when she didn't have classes, she would also go to the 3rd border city and carry out the dangerous mission of exterminating extraterrestrial beasts with her 4th uncle, Night Zhang. She was a future star. It was known as the hope of the Night family's martial arts. However, Night Frost's personality was extremely cold, and there was a sense of coldness when one approached her. It was as if she rejected people from 1,000 miles away. Even Night Frost's second uncle, Night June, who was Night Frost's real father, couldn't say a few words when he met with her. Chapter 52 Fourth Order Contractor Night Frost. Actually, Night Frost was still a very good person. As Night Ming and Night Xinshin's cousin, she would buy some small gifts for Night Ming and the others from time to time. Long spears, long swords, and once even spent millions of dollars to create a pair of armor for both Night Ming and Night Xinshin. At that time, Night Ming even imagined that he was going to transform into an armored warrior. He was so happy. As a result, the next day Night Frost let them wear the armor to get beaten up. It was called exercising the ability to resist blows. In actuality, pure torture. Night Frost is back, our good days are over. Night Xinshin was remorseful. Not long ago I was happy about the early vacation this semester, but now she couldn't wait to immediately roll right back to class. Night Ming wasn't too worried. He was stronger now, his wings were hardened, and he had the capital to resist. If he really couldn't, he would fight with Night Frost. The Night family relied on strength anyway. Alas! Night Ming, say something, what the hell should we do? Are we going to be tortured by Night Frost for another summer vacation? Tonic ah, I tonic ah. Ghostly cries and wolves shouted out from old sister Night Xinshin's mouth. She was truly about to collapse. Older sister, think about it, at least sister Night Frost hasn't come back yet, so you'll still have a few good days for the time being. Night Ming patted Night Xinshin's shoulder and shook his head as he left. The latter froze in place, not because of fear. Rather, it was because Night Ming unexpectedly didn't panic at all. So steady? Having the means? After leaving from his home, Night Ming arrived at the Shaking Mountain Martial Arts Center. As the 5th-ranked martial arts school in Songnan City, its heritage was still very good. It was said that the director of the Shaking Mountain Pavilion was a 4th-ranked contract master, and the contract spirit was the A-ranked Shaking Mountain Holy Maiden. Night Ming's opponent's name was Zhang Heswan, and he was a quasi-4th-ranked contract master with a C-rank Rock Holy Maiden contract spirit. The moment the battle whistle sounded, Zhang Heswan raised one foot while stomping the ground, and rock attached itself to both of his fists. After he shouted, he arrow-stepped towards Night Ming. A fist blasted out. Night Ming instantly jumped behind him as the darkness domain unfolded, and Zhang Heswan was enveloped in the domain. Once again, he threw a punch towards Night Ming, and with a wave of his hand, the black wings behind him unfolded, shooting out countless feather blades. The feather blades were sharp and contained powerful force, easily breaking through the rock armor on Zhang Heswan's fist. And after that, Night Ming merged into the darkness. Zhang Heswan's heart tightened and he immediately swung his fist towards the back. But before he could turn around, a sharp long scythe was erected on his neck. The battle ended. Night Ming won. I've heard that you're powerful before, but I didn't expect that you'd be powerful to this level. Is your kid really a magical girl contractor? How is it different from the others? Zhang Heswan shook his head in disbelief. He didn't have the slightest chance of winning against Night Ming. Night Ming smiled indifferently. People have different physiques. Obviously my physique is even more suitable for a magical girl. This. Zhang Heswan spread his hands and was speechless. When the pavilion master is free, you fight him, he's a fighting maniac, he'll definitely be willing. Zhang Heswan spoke up. Night Ming nodded, that's fine, I'm in need of strong men to polish myself. Be sure to contact me. Don't worry, you damnable talent monster. Night Ming walked out of the mountain shaking martial hall. He didn't feel the slightest bit of exertion at all. The tremendous increase in his strength after becoming a 3rd-order contract master. A quasi-4th-order contract master, no matter what level the contract spirit was no match for Night Ming. As for 4th-order contract masters, Night Ming felt that he could also battle with one. When Sister Night Frost returns, we must have a date with her. Night Ming felt like he was on the verge of becoming a battle maniac. All he could think about was finding strong people to fight against. Ding ding ding. The familiar ringtone of a cell phone rang. Night Ming didn't need to look to know that it was a message from Sun Ho Yuan. Taking it out, he took a look. Sure enough, it was him. Sun Ho Yuan, are you free? Night Ming, Captain Sun, there are still 6 days left before I have to take the martial arts exam. It's not appropriate for me to go on a mission at this time, right? Didn't you tell me to get some rest? Sun Ho Yuan, oh, you kid less bull, martial arts examination you did not even put in the eyes, your daily record in the transmission hall, I stared at it one by one. Night Ming, really convinced you, send mission information. Sun Ho Yuan, good. Very quickly. A full G of information was sent over. Night Ming opened it and took a look. Mission name, return to 0. Target, Duchi Shan, Duchi He. Target realm, quasi 4th order, level a 3rd order, level A. Target description, kidnapper, involved in 20 kidnapping incidents, modus operandi is to kidnap hostages and coerce their families to pay ransom. Mission, kill the two and pry as much information out of them as possible. Duchi Shan and Duchiha are twins. Not only are they the same height, but their looks and build are also extremely similar. The only difference is that the older brother Duchi Shan has a black mole on his neck. Brothers teaming up to commit a crime. Or twins. It's easy to confuse people and cause a lapse in judgment. Night Ming briefly analyzed the situation through experience. Immediately afterward, he opened the video data. On it was a video about the battle between the two Duchishan brothers. Duchishan was a quasi 4th rank contract master, with a palm blade that could split steel, and his contract spirit was an A rank magnetic attraction holy maiden. As for his younger brother Duchiha, Night Ming didn't pay much attention. Now, 3rd ranked contract masters no longer caught his eye. Sun Hoyuan, these two brothers used to work for a large security company, doing hard work such as helping people fight, removing ferocious beasts, guarding, and transporting goods, but then that security company closed down, and the two brothers went off the beaten path and stepped into the path of lawlessness and crime. Sun Hoyuan, it's worth noting that Duchishan was a 3rd rank a year ago, but now he's bizarrely become a quasi 4th rank, which isn't a natural breakthrough, but more like some sort of uprooting tactic, so... Night Ming, Captain Sun, are you trying to say that someone is helping these two kidnappers behind the scenes? Sun Hoyuan, well, they may be dogs raised in the shadows by some force, ready to bite at any time. Night Ming, I'll try to get as much information out of them as possible. Sun Hoyuan, good, but we are also skeptical, whether it's true or not is uncertain for now. Sun Hoyuan, considering that this mission has a quasi 4th order contractor, it has a certain degree of danger, so we'll send a 4th order contractor to secretly follow, to prevent you from encountering a life-threatening situation. Night Ming, it's not really necessary. Sun Hoyuan, need another say, Suicide Palace has a newcomer protection mechanism, this is all necessary, in the future you want to have none of it. Night Ming, okay, by the way, is there a reward for the mission? Sun Hoyuan, 5th order ferocious beast material black zephyr cicada wings. Night Ming, when will you do it? Sun Hoyuan, 2400 hours at night. P.S. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 53 Kidnappers the Du family's two brothers. Night. The stars were dotted with stars, and a gentle cold wind was blowing. On the moonlight-sprinkled earth, a white van was traveling through a mountain forest path. On the main driver and co-pilot, there were two middle-aged men with similar looks, and in the back seat of the vehicle, a black silk woman wearing a professional OL had her hands and feet tied, and her head was covered with a urea bag. Brother, do you think there's any grease in this single load? This woman doesn't get off work until 11 o'clock at night, this looks like a hard laborer, there's not much money in it. Duchiha glanced at the woman in the back seat. A pair of jade legs wrapped in black silk were slender and full. Her chest rose and fell when she breathed, and her figure was tall, belonging to the mature and seductive imperial type. Humph. What's the point of having a good-looking body, but red-powdered skeletons? All are harmful goblins. Duchiha turned his head and clasped his hands on his chest, no longer glancing at the woman. Oh, don't worry, I've been mapping this one for days, she's a company executive with an annual salary of millions, not only does she have a strong family background, but she also has some kind of ulterior secret with the company's boss. The corner of brother Duchishan's mouth curled up in a grim smile. Not only can we extort a sum from her parents, we can also extort a sum from her boss, with a guaranteed return of $20 million. $20 million. Brother Duchiha was excited. He was a person who had no other hobbies, he just liked money, especially that smell on money that fascinated him. Alright, cheer up. This is so silky smooth today, I feel something is wrong. Duchishan rolled down the window of the car and looked around, his brows locked. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. Panic, heart-stopping. He accelerated the gas pedal. Buzzing. The van sped down the forest path. And above the van, a black figure was spreading its wings. With his black wings now, Night Ming could maximize his integration into the air at night, not only increasing his speed, but also greatly improving his stealth. He followed closely. From time to time, he penetrated into the forest and soared into the air again, concealing his scent. At the same time, On a certain cliff, a tall figure stood upright. Her gaze fell on Night Ming's body, and she commented in a voice that could only be heard by herself. Fast speed and sharp reflexes. Knows how to change positions to conceal his aura. This newcomer is a bit interesting. Discovered me? The mysterious woman suddenly noticed that Night Ming cast a glance in her direction while soaring through the air. After a glance, she continued to stare at the van. The woman frowned slightly. Really found me? Shouldn't have. I have treasures on me that shield my breath and hide my body. How could he, a newcomer, discover me? Could it be that I'm overthinking it? A million doubts arose in the woman's heart. She felt more and more that the newcomer in front of her was not simple. Therefore, she was going to chase after him and verify it. Mountain hut. The house was dilapidated and leaked on all sides. The moonlight through the broken holes in the roof hit the black silk woman, who had a white shirt on top and a wrap-around skirt underneath. At this time she was tied to an iron chair, unable to move. How is it? Did you contact the family? Du Qishan looked at his younger brother Du Qiha. The latter nodded. Don't worry, contacted them later and told them to shut up and not to tell the magistrate. How much did you mention to them? Du Qishan asked. Du Qiha hemmed and hawed. The old rules, $10 million for a single meal, $20 million for the double meal asked for. A single person meal means only one way to find money from the hostage. A double meal is two ways to get money. Example, the female executive's parents, and the business owner who has a personal relationship with her. Well, good job. Du Qishan nodded his head in praise. Du Qiha didn't show a relaxed expression. Instead, his brows furrowed, and Boss, Yuan Guang's side gives us several $1 million every year. What do you think if we still engage in this kind of thing behind their backs? What if we're discovered? They have cruel methods, they don't move, they want to kill and exterminate people. Am I afraid of them? Du Qishan snorted coldly. Yuan Guang is by the sea, we are on the mainland, separated by 100,000 miles, they don't have that kind of free time to care about us. In addition, we also did a lot of work for them, kidnapped several of their competitors. This is a big ING credit, and as a result, we are given $3 million a year. This is treating us like dogs. A quasi-fourth order, a third order. Still doing the black jobs that cost their heads. Giving $3 million a year is really less. Okay, don't care about Yuan Guang's side of the matter. When this single is done, I'll take you to the dashing, then white silk black silk lace suspenders a piece on. Brother! Can you be serious? Du Qishan laughed. Suddenly a sharp pain came from his stomach. After another 10 minutes, send a message to the family and that boss, and tell them to put the prepared money at the transaction location. Why another 10 minutes? Just send a message to tell them now. Du Qiha was puzzled. 10 million cash flow is not that easy to take out, have to give them time to get the money together. Besides, I have a bit of a stomach ache, need to go and fix it. Speaking of his stomach, Du Qishan's stomach turned over even more. He covered his butt and ran. The dog couldn't even catch up. Looking at his old brother's back as he left. Du Qiha shook his head. It's like this every time, ugh. He took a chair and sat quietly next to the female executive, his eyes glancing towards the other's legs intentionally or unintentionally. Goo! The knot in his throat rolled. Du Qiha's heart trembled, wanting to reach out and caress it, but recalled that his old brother had once said that hostages should not be touched, and if they were touched, they would be worthless. No way, no way. Beauty is a pest. No matter how good looking a beauty is, it's just a red skull. I have to firmly believe in my will. I can't be defeated by beauty. Inwardly struggling frantically, constantly cheering himself up, but Du Qiha's salty piggy hand involuntarily moved closer towards the side. Just when it was about to make contact with the beautiful black instantly. Clang! A sharp dagger suddenly landed on his wrist. Du Qiha's heart trembled and he was just about to pull his neck and yell, but the result was that the icy coldness swept over him once again. A long sickle framed his neck. The sickle blade came into contact with the skin of his neck. The coldness was aggressive. Night Ming stepped out of the darkness. Who are you and what exactly do you want? Du Qiha's heart was beating frantically. Night Ming looked indifferent. Don't rush, I'll ask you a few questions. No, even if you ask me anything, I won't say a word. Even if you kill me, cut off my head and throw it in the river, even if you give me 1,000 cuts, I, Du Qiha, will not say a word. Du Qiha shouted with his neck stretched. The next second, Poof! Cold light flashed. Night Ming held a long sickle and chopped Uchiha's neck. His head instantly took off, blood soared, and the ground was soaked. As he died, Uchiha's eyes were wide and his mouth was open, as if he had something he wanted to say but couldn't get it out in time. Night Ming looked at his corpse, his eyes narrowing slightly, and... It's useless to play the horizontal donkey thing in front of me. Chapter 54, Killing a Quasi-Fourth Order Contract Master. Night Ming killed Uchiha. There were no emotional fluctuations within him. A fresh life ended in his hands. But he had gotten used to it in his previous life as a top-tier assassin. With the younger brother dead, the older brother is left next. Night Ming merged into the darkness and waited quietly. At the same time, at the top of the canopy of a giant tree in the distance, the tall figure was austere. She stood on the tree's crown, observing everything that Night Ming had done earlier, and couldn't help but frown. Sure enough, a newcomer. Even if one is talented, inexperience is a hard injury. Based on the content of the mission, the two brothers, Duchishan and Uchiha, they were clearly hiding things in their stomachs. She thought that instead of killing Uchiha earlier, Night Ming should have controlled him and used him as a bargaining chip to blackmail Duchishan. This might have been able to extract information. But now, Night Ming had killed Uchiha. After Duchishan saw his own brother's corpse, he would definitely be furious, and his strength and potential would explode, so not only would he not be able to get any information at that time, but he would instead bring more danger to himself. Unless the woman's pair of ghostly purple eyes landed on Night Ming. Unless this newcomer can control Duchishan. But it's difficult for a third order to control a quasi-fourth order. Killing and controlling were two completely different things. To control an opponent, one needed to possess even more strength than to strike him down. Rustling. The leaves of the tree not far from the wooden house shook. Duchishan walked out carrying his pants, and he tied the waistband of his pants as he walked. His mouth grunted as if he was spitting out that the leaves were too hard in texture and not good at all. He arrived in front of the wooden house. The door to the room was closed in airtight. What's going on? I remember that Chiha didn't close the door when we left. Duchishan instantly frowned. He didn't go to open the door of the room first, but came to the van. He pulled open the door and reached out his hand to the pile of scrap iron inside. Buzz. His arms released a magnetic suction, attaching all the scrap iron to his hands and changing their shapes. Soon, his left hand transformed into a steel drill. His right hand was a steel-heavy fist. His chest and back were cloaked in metal armor with faint lightning arcs flickering on them. Great, a magnetic absorption saint. Can absorb metal and change its shape to use it as a combat weapon. Fully armed, Duchishan came to the front of the wooden house. He first let out a deep breath before a fierce light erupted in his eyes. Boom! A fist shattered the gate into slag. Duchishan shouted angrily, Nima, what kind of skill is hiding? All are in the Jianghu, want a gun barrel or bread and eggs, you squeak. The voice fell. No one in the room answered him. Suddenly, Duchishan looked down and saw Duchihi's corpse. The latter was lying on the ground with his hands holding his head, looking as if he had taken his head off himself. No! An agonizing hiss cut through the tranquility of the night. Duchishan's eyes were crimson as he roared madly while continuously swinging his fists at the air all around him. Get out! If you have the ability, get out! If you kill my brother, no matter who you are, you will die. If you have the ability, get out! The shouting words were not yet finished. Duchishan suddenly saw that the dark wall in front of him moved. Immediately after that, wearing the divine meteor demon armor, Night Ming held a long scythe and stepped out step by step, unhurriedly, maintaining his calmness and elegance as a killer. Wait! What the hell is he doing? Can't you see that Duchishan has gone crazy? Isn't going out now looking for death? The woman who was responsible for secretly protecting Night Ming began to break out in curses. She could sort of see it now. This newcomer he was protecting, he wasn't inexperienced, he was completely reckless. Didn't know the way of a killer at all. Looking at the enemy who killed his brother strutting out, Duchishan's chest flared up even more with anger. If you don't go to heaven, you have to go to hell. Killing my brother and still daring to show up, you really want to die. Boom! Duchishan arrow stepped forward, his clenched steel fist cutting through the air and smashing heavily towards Night Ming. However, instead of being cowed, Night Ming swung horizontally with a long sickle in hand. The two powerful energies collided. The scene stirred up a puff of smoke and dust. When the mysterious woman saw this, she felt bad in her heart. Damn it, that newcomer couldn't have died just like that. Phew. A cold wind rose. The smoke and dust dispersed. A steel-heavy fist rose up into the sky. Duchishan's pupils contracted as he looked at his broken arm in disbelief. His mind went blank and his body was trembling madly from fear. How is it possible that you are so strong? Duchishan stared blankly at Night Ming. Who exactly are you? Could it be that you're an assassin sent by Source Light? Ha! Sure enough, did you still say it? Killing intent coalesced in Night Ming's eyes. Duchishan was shocked in his heart as he realized that he had said the wrong thing. The other party was not an assassin sent by Source Light, but someone from another power. It was finished. It was as if Duchishan had been pinched by someone's heart. His chest tightened and his breathing became difficult. He turned around and ran. But Nightmind didn't chase after him. Instead, he then flung out a flying knife. Swoosh! The flying knife cut through the air and easily pierced through Duchishan's head. He fell to the ground with a thud, his body convulsing and foaming at the mouth, his eyes staring upwards as he died, his tongue still sticking out. It's over. After Night Ming cleaned up the scene. He didn't leave at the first opportunity, but instead spoke faintly. Duchiha's life is dispensable. It's indeed good to use him to threaten Duchishan, but it would be more effective to directly threaten Duchishan. Other people's lives are far less important than one's own. After saying that, Night Ming raised his head and looked at the top of the crown of a giant tree not far away. Others might not be able to detect it, but Night Ming's perception of breath was extremely sharp. He was certain that assassin who was secretly protecting him was standing on the tree canopy, silently watching his every move. The woman on the tree canopy frowned. He really did see me. He was addressing me with those words. She recalled the insight she had given earlier when Night Ming killed Duchiha. Using Duchiha to threaten Duchishan was indeed the right behavior, but the success rate was not high. Whereas directly threatening Duchishan to make him tell the truth would have a much higher success rate. Everyone cherished their lives. But what was unexpected to Night Ming was the two Duchishan brothers had a deep bond. After seeing Duchiha die, Duchishan's emotions instantly collapsed, and he directly revealed the power behind him called Source Light. Not much information. But it's enough. In the wooden house, Night Ming used Duchishan's cell phone to send an address to the female executive's parents. It was only when he saw two gray-haired old men with a group of magistrates arrive at the cabin that he was relieved to leave. As for Duchishan and Duchiha's corpses, and the bloodshed in the wooden house, it had long been dealt with by Night Ming. Chapter 55 Yuan Guang Group. Ending the mission, Night Ming returned home and immediately sent a message to Sun Ho Yuan. Night Ming, the mission is complete, both Duchishan brothers are dead, but I've gotten some information that they are involved behind a force called Source Light. Source Light. Sun Ho Yuan frowned. Could it be the Yuan Guang Group in the coastal area? The Source Light Group was a foreign-controlled joint venture that had quite a reputation in the region, doing business such as offshore fishing and reclamation construction. However, there had long been rumors over in the coastal cities that this Yuan Guang Group exploited legal loopholes, controlled prices, and suppressed other companies of the same type. In order to grab the market, it even played dirty tricks and raised a group of hounds that hid in the dark. Maybe it really is the Yuan Guang Group. Sun Ho Yuan cupped his chin and pondered while sending a message to Night Ming. Sun Ho Yuan, good performance this time. Even her evaluation of you is extremely good. She? A female assassin? Night Ming noticed the details of it. In fact, during the previous mission, Night Ming had felt something. The aura of female contractors was relatively soft, while males were relatively rigid. Outsiders couldn't tell, but Night Ming could. Night Ming, thank her for me, for escorting me tonight. Sun Ho Yuan, you are quite polite. Okay, I will. Also, the Black Zephyr cicada wings are ready for you. Come and get them now. I'll send you the address. Night Ming, good. Very quickly. Night Ming came to the address provided by Sun Ho Yuan and picked up the Black Zephyr cicada wing. The first thing he did when he arrived home was to refine it. But this time, it wasn't very effective. Other than making the black wings more flexible, there was no other effect. Although this ferocious beast material was of the 5th rank, it was not suitable for a magical girl contractor. It was inevitable that the effect would be weak. That's the end of today. Sleep. Night Ming fell back to sleep. Early the next morning, a coaxing sound rang out. He got up and saw that it was his cousin Night Frost who had returned. She was wearing a black leather jacket on top, and the bustier inside looked unusually full. The modification of the ultra-short skirt made the body curves more and more tall and perfect, and a pair of long legs as white as jade, brightly shining under the sunlight, extraordinarily striking. She had a pair of ghostly purple eyes. Her face was playful, but her lips never had a curve, and her eyes did not carry any emotions. Greeted by her second and third uncles, Night Frost only thanked them out of politeness, still without a smile. Humph. Sure enough, it's a stinking ice cube. All day long, she has a stinky face and speaks coldly, as if we all owe her money. Night Shinshin leaned against the doorframe of Night Ming's room with her hands clasping her chest and grunted. Sister Night Frost's nature is like this, old sister, don't badmouth people behind their backs. Night Ming said. Night Shinshin was not happy on the spot. Not Night Ming, who are you on a team with? Are you still my lazy good teammate or not? Now you're even talking to the stinky ice cube. You think she'll let you rest properly just because you praise her behind her back? Night Ming spread his hands, indicating that he was innocent. Just as the two of them were talking, a woman's fragrance came from the room. Night Frost dragged her suitcase to the side of the Night Ming duo. She glanced at Night Ming and then at Night Shinshin, nodding her head. Long time no see. What a quaint way to greet someone. Those who didn't know thought they were elders. Night Ming smiled bashfully and said, It's been a long time since I've seen Night Frost, sister. How have you been lately? Have you gotten stronger? I heard that you're already a 4th-ranked contract master? Let's spar sometime. I'm already a 3rd-ranked contract master now. Night Shinshin immediately turned her head to look at him, her eyes filled with shock. No, Night Ming, you? When did you break through? How did I not know? Night Shinshin's scalp went numb and her brain was struck by lightning. She finally understood why Night Ming wasn't afraid of Night Frost. It turned out to be that he had hardened his wings and had the strength to start calling the shots. Third order. Night Frost's beautiful eyes flashed with a different color. Only 20 days or so have passed since your awakening. Breaking through to the 3rd rank in such a short period of time, especially since your contracted spirit is still a magical maiden, you are indeed as outstanding as Uncle Tu and the others said. As a sister, I hope that you will never be revolted by killing. Sister Frost was still very good at talking. Night Ming nodded his head and, Don't worry, I won't. After Night Frost nodded her head, her gaze slowly fell on Night Shinshin. Compared to Night Ming's excellence, some people are slow to step into the 4th stage. Is this because of a lack of talent, or laziness and inability to advance? That's just it. Now that I'm back, the Devil's special training begins. Well, Night Shinshin, you alone will participate. Night Shinshin pointed at Night Ming and said, What about him? There's still him. Night Ming is very good, no need. If you can become a 4th rank by tomorrow, I can also not special train you. Night Shinshin. Can I refuse? Can you beat me? Forget it, I'll practice, can't I? Night Shinshin, who has always been overbearing and incomparable, finally met the guy who gave her a headache as well. Only the world where Night Xin was injured reached. This time back, Night Frost had also prepared gifts. Night Ming got a pendant made of black crystals, beautifully crafted with delicate lines. Wearing it was refreshing. It had the effect of calming the mind and putting it at ease. It cost over $5 million. Night Shinshin's was a white jade bracelet, also worth millions. All of this money was earned by Night Frost himself. It had to be said. Although her cousin didn't like to smile and liked to have a stern face, she was still quite good to her family. Simply talking for a while, Night Ming returned to his room. He changed into a casual outfit and prepared to go to the Wind-Seeking Martial Arts Center to kick off the tournament. Right, I almost forgot about this. Night Ming took out the Slayer badge, and he couldn't help but frown. Although the badge could be integrated into the body or taken out at any time. But this thing was ultimately a small object. It was an eternal truth that small objects were easy to lose. Otherwise, I'll just directly integrate it into my body all the time. Lest we lose it and cause more trouble. Night Ming felt it made sense. He placed the badge on his wrist, and the next moment the badge was integrated into his body. However, right at the moment the badge merged into his body, a strange feeling surged through his heart. Night Ming felt that there was a strange ripple around him that was giving him a reminder. Wait. Night Ming thought of Sun Ho Yuan's words. In order to avoid accidentally injuring their companions, badge wearers would have a special reminder when they approached each other, and the closer the distance, the more intense the reminder would be. I can clearly sense that one killer is nearby. Night Ming didn't hesitate and immediately removed the badge, hiding his identity. After removing the badge, the strange feeling disappeared. But the doubts in Night Ming's heart didn't disappear. The other assassin is very close to me, just who is it? Is it passing by chance, or is it near my home? Night Ming clenched his fists in thought. In the end, the agonizing thought was fruitless. Forget it, it's better to go kick ass first. Night Ming sighed. Walking out of the house, he heard movement coming from the training room. It was Night Frost training Night Xin. Night Ming stood outside the house and looked for a while. It was just about to leave. On Night Frost's body, a powerful aura suddenly erupted, directly sending Night Xin flying 3 meters. Night Ming, who was preparing to leave, had a tremor in his heart. This breath is so familiar. It seemed like it had been felt somewhere. Right. Night Ming's pupils suddenly contracted. That female assassin from last night. Her aura was very similar to Night Frost. Could it be that? Chapter 56. Sister Night Frost is still a very good person. Night Ming had a sense of breath that could be called absolute. He could be certain. The aura that Night Frost had released earlier was exactly the same as the female assassin from last night. Combined with the previous badge's reaction, even a fool would understand what this represented. Night Frost, she had also joined the Palace of Sundering. And definitely not a newcomer. Sister Night Frost has a cold temperament and is not good at socializing with others. Adding to the fact that she has practiced martial arts since she was young and knows how to collect her killing intent, being an assassin is indeed very suitable. Night Ming was able to find a bunch of faults with Night Frost though. Just like trusting too much in the astringent ability of external objects, liking to stand on the highest ground, and not being good at lying. But compared to the other slayers, Night Frost was dozens of times better than them. I really didn't expect that Sister Night Frost is also a member of the Palace of Sundering. Night Ming was indeed surprised. He was now thinking. Should he confess his identity to Night Frost and teach her some tips on being an assassin? But after thinking about it, it was better to forget about it. Night Frost had seen herself do it last night, and when she saw herself do it again, she would naturally know. What's more, in the event that Night Frost didn't agree with him joining the Palace of Sundering, he would still have to go and waste his energy explaining this and that to her, which was really troublesome. The Great Martial Dao examination was just around the corner. Night Ming had no time to care about so much. It's better to go and honestly kick the bucket first. Night Ming turned around and left. Night Ming. Night Frost's voice suddenly rang out. Come over here, I want to see just how strong you are now. This. Night Ming frowned and came to the training room. Could it be that his own vest was about to fall off? You, demonstrate strength first. Night Frost pointed at the mechanical dummy in front of him. Fight this? Night Frost breathed a sigh of relief as he clenched his fist and blasted out. The mechanical dummy was pierced through a large hole. This was Night Ming's pure physical strength. Night Xin, who was on the side, was shocked. This is too much for you. The dummy is drying through? I remember a few days ago, your punch wasn't this powerful either. Night Ming spread his hands. I wasn't a third-ranked contract master a few days ago either. This. Night Shine was speechless. On the side, Night Frost cupped her chin as she carefully surveyed the holes in the mechanical dummy's body and nodded her head. The power is concentrated and not dispersed, and the breath is stiff but not messy. It seems that you haven't been lazy during these years of training. Night Cindy muttered, speaking as if I'd been lazy. Night Ming listened to Night Shine's analysis and nodded slightly. Worthy of being someone who could be valued by the Palace of Sundering. Sister Night Frost's analyzing ability was still quite good. Come on, try the speed again. Run to that mechanical dummy. Night Frost pointed at a dummy 20 meters away. Phew. Her words had just fallen. The breeze blew past her ears. It took less than a breath. Night Frost completed a 20-meter sprint. The speed was so fast that it was comparable to instantaneous movement. This time, even Night Frost wasn't calm anymore. With my current speed, one breath is only 20 meters. But just now, I hadn't even finished a single breath and wasn't even halfway there, and you actually completed 20 meters. Well, not bad, very good. Very good. Night Shinshin was surprised. Night Ming also revealed a few surprised expressions. This was the first time they had heard the word very good from Night Frost's mouth. I'm not as fast as you, and your strength is on par with mine. I am of the 4th rank, you are of the 3rd rank. Night Frost's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Night Ming with some skepticism, and... Your contracted spirit, is it really a witch? Did you lie to us? Your contracted spirit is an SSS-ranked holy maiden? Right? Night Ming was surprised. Are you kidding, Night Frost sister? Night Frost coughed lightly twice, and after realizing that she was being a bit presumptuous, she changed her words in quick succession. Sorry, said the wrong thing. Wanted to ask you a question, are your spirit skills against singles or groups? Both, what's wrong? Nothing, go away. Night Ming spread his hands. He was all ready to drop his vest, but it turned out that Night Frost insisted on putting his vest back on. Night Ming left, he was still going to kick off today, and his opponent was a quasi-4th rank contract master. The contracted spirit was a rank. Although it wasn't very challenging. But compared to ferocious beasts, he preferred fighting against contract masters. People were smart and knew how to adapt. Fighting against contract masters, even if it meant killing the other party in seconds, there were gains to be made. Of course, Night Ming hadn't given up on the secret realm either. Fierce beasts were an important source of experience for his realm. After Night Ming left, Night Frost rarely ended his devil training early. Night Shine's eyes widened as she felt like the sun had come out of the west. Ask you something. Night Frost looked at Night Shinshin and asked. Night Ming, his contracted spirit is a magical girl, right? Yeah, it's still SSS ranked, what's wrong? Isn't he worried about the killing backlash? Night Frost said with some concern. Night Cindy shook her head and sighed. Alas, how could he not be worried, but it's useless to worry about it. There's no way to completely solve this killing backlash thing. But Night Ming told us not to worry. I don't know if he really has a solution or is just saying nice words to comfort us. As Night Ming's own sister, Night Cindy was certainly worried about him. Night Frost was silent for a while and eventually left the training room. She returned to her house, opened her cell phone, and sent a message after making sure no one was around. Night Frost, Captain Sun, I heard some time ago that the Sundering Hall is short of people? I can introduce one. His strength is not similar to mine and his speed is faster than mine. Sun Ho Yuan, yes, what realm is he in? Night Frost, 3rd ranked pact master, but highly talented. Sun Ho Yuan, what about the pact spirit? Night Frost, that's exactly what I want to talk to you about. This person I'm introducing, he's very strange, obviously full level spirituality but contracted magical girl. HM? Sun Ho Yuan on the chair suddenly sat up. Full level spirituality contract magical girl? Why does it feel a bit familiar with a certain gifted monster? Sun Ho Yuan, the person you're going to introduce, it can't be Night Ming, right? Is Night Ming so famous? Captain Sun knows all about him? Night Frost frowned, but on second thought, it was right. Captain Sun had come to Songnan City some time ago, and with Night Ming's commotion being so big, it was only natural to know. Night Frost, yes, that's him. Captain Sun, what I want to say is, if Night Ming joins the Palace of Sundering, is it possible to help him so that he won't be revolted by killing? If you need the cost of materials, you can deduct it from my salary, it's fine. Under the same roof, could it be that Night Ming didn't confess his identity to her? Sun Ho Yuan furrowed his brows as he tried to think about the issue from Nightmare's perspective. Feeling that there must be some other reason why the other party didn't say anything. The Great Martial Dao Examination? It should be. This brat, could it be that he wants to display his great strength at the Great Martial Dao Examination? Thus allowing Night Frost to discover that he had long since joined the Palace of Sundering and was still the newcomer that she had given an extremely high evaluation to, right? Sun Ho Yuan felt that Night Frost was truly capable of doing such a thing. Young people. It was normal for them to like pretending. It couldn't be that it was too troublesome, so he didn't say anything, right? Moreover, Night Frost had seen Night Ming strike last night. If she were to see it again, she would definitely be able to tell who it was. In order not to get involved in this matter, Sun Ho Yuan felt that he had guessed correctly, so he started pushing the ball. Sun Hoyuan, regarding the matter of Night Ming joining the Palace of Sundering, let's talk about it after the great examination of martial arts. Night Frost, Let's talk about it after the great examination of martial arts. Could it be that they want to see how well Night Ming did in the great martial Dao exam first? Night Frost felt that she had no problem speculating. After all, she herself had only joined the Sundering Hall after the great martial Dao examination. Chapter 57, Mountain Shaker Pavilion Director, 4th Order Contractor. The next day. There were still 3 days left before the great martial arts examination. Night Ming was ready to go out early in the morning. Today was a very important day. The curator of the Mountain Shaking Martial School had decided to fight against him. Pavilion Director of Shaking Mountain, 4th Ranked Contract Master, a ranked contract spirit. This is the first time I've fought against a 4th rank contract master. I'm so looking forward to it. Battling against a strong person, especially one whose realm exceeded his own. Night Ming had a sense of accomplishment in his heart. Losing, he would reflect. Winning, he would be more confident and progress forward. Just as he was preparing to go out, older sister Night Xinshin and Night Frost walked over. Night Xinshin saw Night Ming go out and smiled. Yoho, are you preparing to go to the mock exam held by Sunnan First Middle School? It's good to go and participate. Although it doesn't mean much to you, you can familiarize yourself with the process of the Great Martial Dao examination. Before the Great Martial Dao examination, Sunnan First Middle School would organize a primary test, an intermediate test, and a mock test. The purpose was to test everyone's strength so that they could achieve better results in the Great Martial Dao examination. However, some people had apparently forgotten about this matter. Mock exams? What mock exam? Just the one your school organizes. I forgot. Night Ming's eyes widened. He didn't remember it at all, but he didn't care, either. Forget it, this mock exam is not important. There's a video of the exam process online, but 4th-ranked powerhouses aren't always available for appointments. Of course Night Ming gave up the mock exam. He got up and left. Looking at his back, Night Frost wrinkled his brows and looked at Night Xinshin. The mock exam is more important. You, who are a real sister, are just spoiling him by letting him not go. Ha! You're still his cousin, why don't you care? Me. Embarrassed to say it out loud, Night Frost said in her heart. Night Cindy spread her hands. Well, the mock exams are important to other people, but not at all to Night Ming. This kid didn't just not go to the mock test, he didn't go to any of the beginner's test or the intermediate test either. You weren't home before, you don't know how exaggerated Night Ming's talent is. When this kid was at the 1st rank, he directly killed hundreds of ferocious beasts, breaking the Tsongnan Martial Hall's record. Afterward, in the Blood Demon Temple, he temporarily broke through into the 2nd rank and directly brushed the multi-person secret realm as if it were a single-person secret realm. Against all odds, you can't control this kind of person. Night Frost listened to these deeds of Night Ming. Upon careful consideration, it seemed like he indeed didn't need to take the mock exam. If Night Ming joins the Palace of Sundering, he might be just as good as the newcomer the other night. Night Frost muttered, his eyes suddenly moving. No. Night Ming will be even better than him. He's my brother, I believe in him. Night Cindy turned her head. What's all the muttering about? Ahem, nothing. Night Cindy left in embarrassment. After arriving at the Mountain Shaking Martial Arts Hall, out of politeness, Night Ming sent a message to class teacher Yang Jinwen to ask for leave. The other party was originally not happy about it, and criticized Night Ming, saying that he didn't take the Great Martial Arts examination seriously, and that this wouldn't do. But it wasn't until Night Ming made a video call to her and had the director of the Shaking Mountain Martial Arts Center say a few words for him that teacher Yang instantly changed her tune. Aya, old Mr. Chen, so Night Ming has an appointment with you today. With you lecturing him on the rules of the Great Martial Arts examination, of course it'll be fine. What, you're saying that Night Ming has a date with you? I remember, aren't you at the 4th rank? Hanging up the phone, Yang Jinwen had a hellish expression on her face. What a joke. The other students were still busy dealing with the mock exams. Night Ming had started challenging 4th ranked contract masters? This gap was too big. Inside the Shaking Mountain Martial Arts Center, Pavilion Director Chen Bai returned the cell phone to Night Ming. Thanks to Pavilion Director Chen this time. Night Ming smiled and clasped his fists. Chen Bai laughed and shook his head. You brat, coming to my shaking mountain martial arts pavilion several times to kick it out isn't to mention that now you want me, an old man, to take a vacation for you. That's quite a face you have. Night Ming scratched his head. There's no way Chen Lao. Students are afraid of their teachers. I'm Mr. Yang's student, and Mr. Yang is your student. Of course you speak the best. Good. Chen Bai looked at Night Ming and laughed. You guy, you even investigated my background identity? With your fame, Curator Chen, these things still need to be investigated? You can hear about it everywhere on the streets and alleys. Not only was Night Ming a professional at killing people, he was also a professional at coaxing people to be happy. Chen Bai ate this up. Alright, cut the crap and get in the ring. Chen Bai tapped his feet and leapt onto the ring. Night Ming followed closely behind. Both sides will spar, point to point. Whoever hits the other party's brow, waist, and thigh root with a point first will be considered the winner. Chen Bai said. Of course Night Ming wouldn't refuse, then I'll be rude. Arrow steps forward. His breath climbed steeply as he rushed out as a black light. Just as his finger was about to hit Chen Bai's brow. Boom! A dull sound rang out. Behind Chen Bai, a strong figure coalesced. Her arms were like two mountains, and her abdomen had a vestigial line, with well-proportioned muscles and distinct lines. An earth-colored aura haunted the mountain-shaking holy maiden's body. Her eyes blossomed with white light, and her giant mountain-like arms violently landed in front of Chen Bai's body, forming a hard defensive barrier. Night Ming slammed his fist onto the barrier. Rocks splashed. But it didn't penetrate at all. This isn't a solution, I have to get real. Red light flashed in Night Ming's eyes as he reached out and clenched his long sickle. With him as the center, the dark field began to expand, eventually covering the entire ring. Chen Bai frowned. But in the next moment, it was as if Night Ming had stepped out of the air as his body directly merged into the darkness. Disappeared? After noticing that something was wrong, Chen Bai closed his eyes and used every pore of his body to sense the surrounding atmosphere. The moment Night Ming appeared, holding his long sickle and making a move, Chen Bai's eyes instantly opened and he rushed forward with his fists clenched. Boom boom boom. Energy fluctuations continuously erupted. The duo in the ring fought with difficulty. Until a loud roar rang out, this sparring match ended. Painful. Truly painful. Chen Bai excitedly looked towards Night Ming. At this moment, Night Ming let out a few long breaths of air. He had white spots on his eyebrows, white spots on the roots of his thighs, and only no white spots on his waist. Chen Bai, on the other hand, had been attacked in all three places. In this sparring match, it was Night Ming who won. Green is better than blue, you brat is really good. If I wasn't not good enough, otherwise I would have taken you as a disciple. Chen Bai wasn't annoyed even after losing. He was a person who could afford to lose, a loss was a loss, and he never did anything that relied on his old age. This was also the foundation of his mountain-shaking martial school. The rules this time are more in my favor. If it was a different kind of competition, I might not be as good as Pavilion Director Chen. Night Ming remained modest. Chen Bai laughed and shook his head. Don't be modest, kid. You didn't use your full strength, I know that too. Curator Chen is joking. After briefly bragging about each other for a few moments, Night Ming left the mountain-shaking martial hall. After experiencing the previous battle, he had determined one thing. His current strength was enough to defeat an unusual 4th-ranked contract master. P.S. I wish everyone a happy New Year's Eve in advance. Chapter 58 The Great Martial Arts Examination, begin. 3 days later, the Great Martial Dao Examination officially opened. A group of people stood at the gate and watched Night Ming leave. Brat, do well in the exams, it's best if you can get into a university, if you can't, you can work with second uncle. At least you won't starve in the future. Night Zheng patted Night Ming's shoulder and smiled. Night Ming smiled helplessly. I'm at the 3rd rank, how could I not be able to pass the exam? So what if it's the 3rd rank? There's a world outside of people, you have to be more humble and never be careless in the examination room. Third Uncle Night One also interjected, pay attention to the review of the question, never look at the wrong topic, and remember to mask C when you meet a multiple choice question that you don't know. 3 long and 1 short choose the shortest, 3 short and 1 long choose the longest, cheer up for the exam. Night Ming. Third Uncle, I'm going for martial arts, you're talking about liberal arts. Almost, just change the meaning and understand it yourself. Well. Night Ming was truly convinced. Second and third uncles were considered capable in the business path, but in the martial arts path they were simply a big pile of and didn't know a thing about it. It was useless to explain more to them. At this time, Night Frost walked over, her eyes more than a little encouraging, and Night Ming, do well in your exams and strive to take the Tsangnan scholarship. I might be able to give you a surprise. The surprise she was talking about. It was to introduce Night Ming to join the Palace of Sundering. This poor girl was still being kept in the dark. Night Ming smiled and nodded, okay, I'll work hard. Go for it, Night Ming. I'm optimistic about you, old sister. Don't go home if you can't get the first prize. I'll tear your bed apart even if I go home. The corners of Night Ming's mouth twitched. It still had to be a pro sister. The location of the Great Martial Dao examination was located in the teleportation hall. On the day of the grand examination, the transmission hall was not open to the public, no social vehicles were allowed to appear within a radius of 10 kilometers, and military tanks and other heavy weapons would be arranged to guard it. At this time, dozens of buses were parked on the periphery of the transmission hall. All the candidates in Sangnan City entered the examination hall in an orderly manner. Sangnan First Middle School's team. Yang Jinwen was frantically dialing the phone. Hello there, is this Night Ming's second uncle? I'd like to ask where Night Ming is now? This great martial arts examination is about to begin, why hasn't he come yet? What? He left half an hour ago? Okay, then it should be almost here. She hung up the phone. However, the anxiety on her face hadn't diminished in the slightest. As the lead teacher of Sangnan No. 1 Middle School, there were a total of 300 candidates participating in this Sangnan No. 1 Middle School. Excluding those with special circumstances, there were still 255, and now it was at 254. There was just one short of Night Ming. What the hell is wrong with him? How did he develop this rotten habit of being late? Yang Jinwen couldn't wait to scold Night Ming right now. At the same time, the surrounding students began to whisper. Night Ming is really drifting. He couldn't make it to the beginner's test, he didn't come to the intermediate test, he didn't come to the mock exams, and now it's the big martial arts exam, he can't still be coming. If he really doesn't come, I'm confident I'll be able to take that Sangnan scholarship this time. You can't be serious, you're a B-class contract spirit, a first-order contract master? Not as good as me. What's more, the pressure of competition in this martial arts examination is enormous. Sangnan No. 2 Middle School's Chu Choyu, SS-ranked Rainstorm Holy Maiden, second-ranked Pact Mastered Sangnan No. 3 Middle School's Zhou Zhanlong, SS-ranked 10,000 Guns Holy Maiden as well as Art Sangnan No. 1 Middle School's schoolgirl, Lu Yuxuan, who's rumored to have broken through to the second-ranked level as well. I'm certain that this time, the top student will be born from the three of them. Listening to this candidate's words, the lead teachers of Sangnan 3rd Middle School and Sangnan 2nd Middle School both puffed out their chests. They all turned to look at the team of students behind them. The lead team shouted some cockamamie slogans. For example, Sangnan Top Scholar, give me up battle out style, battle out strength. This time, they were clearly determined to win that Sangnan Scholar. Yang Jinwen ignored them. Her eyes were always on the electronic timing screen on the ceiling. There's still 20 minutes left, what the hell is Night Ming doing? Can it come? On the side, Lu Yuxuan frowned. Could it be that he'll really miss the exam because he's late? Thanks to me treating him as a potential opponent. Time passed little by little. The whispers of the crowd could no longer be suppressed. If Night Ming doesn't come, our situation of Sangnan First Middle School dominating this year is going to be broken. Didn't you listen to the class teacher's call? People are on their way, maybe they're almost there. 2. The road was jammed when he came, he wouldn't arrive for 3 hours if he drove, and now that the great martial arts exam starts in 13 minutes, he'll probably miss it. Miss it? I think it's unlikely, what if he can fly? Laughing to death, flying my ass, really think he is Superman. Boom! The words just fell. A figure suddenly rushed into the teleportation hall from outside the main door. Night Ming had wings on his back, flying low, and landed in Sangnan First Middle School's group in a smooth manner. It happened to be next to Yang Jinwen. A group of students? Not. Dude, you really know how to fly. You which has quite a few abilities chant. While the crowd was surprised, Yang Jinwen hit Night Ming's head with a violent chestnut. Night Ming, why did you only come now, causing me to worry to death? If you missed the Great Martial Examination, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Night Ming was also helpless. I left the house an hour early. Who knew the roads were jammed to the dogs? Even the single lane was jammed. There's no way, I can only fly over. Fly over. The teleportation hall was more than 30 kilometers away from the Night family. You flew over? Yang Jinwen became worried. What about stamina? Did you save any stamina? The students were surprised. No, this is not the point that should be concerned, right? The fact that he flew over 30 kilometers was just ignored? Don't worry, the stamina is still there. After all. Night Ming released some of his breath slightly. I'm now a third order contract master. Third order. The faces of the students revealed the shocked expressions that Night Ming had expected. The other school teachers who had previously held their heads high, their eyes were wide, the corners of their mouths were twitching, and their faces were so ugly that they looked like they were constipated. A third order contract master? Songnan City had never had one before. This time was the first instance. You have to know that the martial arts department has never had a repeat exam. Every exam was a newcomer. First case of a third order pact master, which, full spirituality. This buff is simply pulling out all the stops. If Night Ming can win that Songnan scholarship, his influence is simply unimaginable. The scene became incredibly lulled by Night Ming's arrival. Who? At this moment, a fresh breeze brushed against their faces, and the noisy teleportation hall became quiet as everyone turned their heads to look at the round platform in the center. On the round platform, at some point, there were 3 more figures. Starry Sky University Wang Chongkong. Star Magic University Sun Hoyuan. Star Ocean University Zhaofeng. They were teachers sent by the 3 top universities, specializing in invigilating exams. The Great Martial Dao examination is about to begin. It looks like everyone is excited. Since you're so excited, you might as well let me tell you all the good news. Zhao Feng, who was stout and wearing a practicing uniform, loudly announced that the secret realm of this Martial Dao Grand Examination is Extreme Ice King's Palace. The lowest ferocious beast realm among them is the first rank. The highest fierce beast realm is 4th order. 4th rank Giant Cold Ice Demon. Chapter 59, Night Frost. His movements are so familiar. What? A 4th ranked ferocious beast? The examiner's pupils suddenly contracted, and they were incomparably shocked in their hearts. Even the teachers leading the team froze. What kind of joke is this? This was the Great Martial Dao examination. When had a 4th ranked ferocious beast appeared in the Great Examination of Martial Dao? The strongest ferocious beast in the last Great Examination of Martial Dao was the 3rd ranked Phantom Elephant. The previous session was the 3rd ranked Snake-tailed Lion King. The previous session was the 3rd ranked Shinfeng Devil. The strongest ferocious beasts are all of the 3rd rank, and this time, a 4th rank ferocious beast has even appeared. The crowd of candidates showed difficult colors. The difficulty had drastically increased. There were already people who were secretly spitting, saying that the current Great Martial Dao examination was simply difficult as hell, and that they didn't care about them, the first order contract masters. In response, Zhao Feng pressed his palms down, signaling everyone to be quiet, and alright, don't get excited and hear me out. The 4th rank ferocious beasts are for those so-called geniuses. Ordinary people will almost never meet them as long as they don't go to the center of the secret realm. Of course, an increase in difficulty is inevitable, such as an increase in the number of 3rd order fierce beasts and 2nd order fierce beasts, and an increase in the strength of 1st order fierce beasts. The purpose of the Great Martial Dao examination is to select strong people. All of you present may go outside the domain in the future to fight against those cruel ferocious beasts, so all of you should have a proper attitude and not treat the Great Martial Dao examination as some sort of shortcut. There was official language in the words, as well as his personal emotional outpouring. The students were silent. There were still people who were disgruntled. But there were also those who began to ponder. 4th order Giant Cold Ice Demon. Night Ming clenched his fists. I can take down a 4th order contractor, a 4th order ferocious beast, still not a problem. He had confidence in his own strength. Time passed by minute. When the electronic clock's countdown reached 0, the Great Martial Dao examination officially began. A group of candidates entered the secret realm. They had teleportation halos in their hands, and when they met danger, they could teleport out of the secret realm by pressing it. Not only that, the Extreme Ice King's Palace was an artificially created secret realm. Surveillance cameras with God's perspective were installed in the secret realm, and the footage of the college entrance exam would be broadcast live across the country. At the current time period, almost every household was sitting in front of a television to watch the live broadcast of the college entrance exam. The same was true for Knight Shinshin and the others. The Extreme Ice King's Palace. The sky was covered in dark clouds, and flurries of white snow sprinkled down, falling diagonally onto the ground and spreading a layer of soft white cotton. Knight Ming landed in the center of a snowy plain. Around him, semicircular ice caves piled up everywhere, ice cones rising from the ground, one after another, up to 10 meters high, forming a wide forest of ice cones. And in the distance, an ice mountain towered. An ice blue palace seemed to be built on top of it. The great martial arts examination has begun. Kill fierce beasts and earn badges. The more badges you have, the higher your score will be. First-ranked beasts, 1 badge. Second-ranked beasts, 5 badges. Third-ranked beasts, 10 badges. Fourth-ranked beasts, 5,000 badges. Fourth-ranked beasts are a super difficult challenge. Normally, no one would bother to actively approach it. But Knight Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. He wasn't an ordinary person, his aim was the 4th-ranked giant cold ice demon. The white snow around me makes the world a single hue, which will greatly reduce my visibility. Not only that, but my reflexes will also become sluggish as a result. He adjusted his breathing, expanding his body's perception, and then shorten his eyesight. This was the experience he had accumulated from his previous snow assassination missions. It was very effective. Dash! He turned into a black stream of light, dashing towards the iceberg at full speed. The Knight family members who were watching the battle outside the field noticed this. Knight Ming is approaching towards the snowy mountain right in the center. He shouldn't be trying to directly challenge a 4th-ranked giant cold ice demon. Knight Shinshin's eyes widened. Directly challenging a 4th-ranked ferocious beast? Knight Frost frowned slightly. Even though he's 3rd rank, this behavior is a bit reckless. But Knight Ming isn't a fool, he definitely has his own plans. Third Uncle Nightwing pointed at the television and said, "Look guys, there are ferocious beasts surrounding Nightmind." In the middle of the secret realm, Knight Ming stopped in his tracks. As he looked around, a group of snow-furred wolves were staring at him dead-on with their ghostly blue eyes. These cunning fellows hid in the snowdrifts and would rush out once they met their prey. Even prey in the sky would be difficult to escape. They were extremely bouncy. It could jump up to 30 meters high. 20 snow-furred wolves, all of them of the 2nd rank, are quite a threat to the other candidates. Only. Knight Ming's eyes flashed with red light as he flipped his wrist, and a long black sickle swung out smoothly. Ow! The snow-furred wolves screamed loudly. They madly rushed towards Knight Ming. The long sickle that whistled out chopped at their bodies. Plop! The sharp sickle blade sliced through their tough flesh, leaving behind horrifying wounds. Some unlucky snow-furred wolves were directly cut off at the waist. Hot blood dripped into the snow, staining the white snow red and leaving a small, densely packed blood-colored hole in the snow. Plop plop plop! The cold light of the scythe blade kept flashing. 20 snow-furred wolves were slaughtered to death. Outside the secret realm, Third Uncle Nightwing stood up in excitement as he watched Knight Ming's performance. No, is this brat so strong now? So many ferocious beasts, killed in one move? Knight Cindy laughed and shook her head. Third Uncle, Knight Ming is of the 3rd rank, that snow-furred wolf is of the 2nd rank. Wouldn't it be easy for the 3rd rank to kill the 2nd rank? Sister Night Frost, do you think so? She looked towards Night Frost. However, Night Frost was frowning tightly at this moment, her eyes staring at the picture on the TV, her mind constantly recalling Knight Ming's actions from earlier. Especially that long black sickle. How did this happen? What a familiar look, what a familiar strike action, it feels like déjà vu. Night Frost's complexion was heavy, and his eyes gradually narrowed. One night, one mission, one newcomer. Could it be? Night Frost had a hidden guess in her heart. Her eyes were glued to the TV screen, letting the Knight Shinshin beside her shout as much as she wanted. She was motionless. Congratulations on earning a badge 100. Leaderboards have changed. First, Zhou Zhanlong, number of badges, 500. Second, Zhu Qiuyu, number of badges, 430. Third, Lu Yuxuan, number of badges, 325. The first place is 500 already? This show battle dragon has some strength, Night Ming said, and also sped up his movements. He put on the divine meteor demon armor and his speed skyrocketed, transforming into a black shadow that burst into motion. The closer he got to the snowy mountains, the stronger the surrounding ferocious beasts became. Roar! Roaring sounds resounded through the clouds. Night Ming stopped in his tracks, and on the towering snowy mountain, the huge snowball rolled in surgingly as it rolled the white snow on the ground. Leaping high into the air, it slammed down towards Night Ming. Shadow Yui shouted, "Night Ming! Not good! There are dangerous lifeforms in the snowball. Quasi-Fourth Order. P.S. Happy New Year, Big Brothers." Chapter 60 Quasi-Fourth Order Fierce Beast Ice Armored Giant Bear. Phew! At the instant the snowball landed, Night Ming suddenly dodged towards the side. He was extremely fast, and as he lifted his foot, the snowball grazed his foot and fell heavily. Boom! Rolling white snow spread in all directions, visibility suddenly reduced. Night Ming was holding a long sickle, and he vaguely saw a black shadow stand up and walk towards him step by step. The white snow in the air dispersed, and a huge figure was revealed. It was 3 meters tall, its size was like a small mountain, a pair of sharp claws were like ice crystals made of ice, it had a pair of ice blue eyes, its sharp fangs were stained with blood, and its body was covered with white hair. The mold looked like a standing polar bear. However, its body was covered with a layer of ice crystal armor. Quasi-Fourth Ranked Ferocious Beast, Ice Armored Giant Bear. Night Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as his aura climbed steeply, darkness lingering on the long sickle in his hand. Roar! A loud and clear roar rang out. The surrounding birds were startled, and the snow on the mountaintop rolled down once again. The ice-armored giant bear was on all fours, killing intent blossoming in its ice blue eyes as it rushed towards Night Ming as fast as it could. The snow piled up on the ground didn't slow it down in the slightest. Night Ming, be careful. The ice-armored giant bear skin is incredibly powerful. If you get caught in its claws, you might get hurt. Shadow Spectre's voice of reminder had just fallen. Swoosh! Cold light flew through the air in an instant. At the instant the ice-armored giant bear swung its claws, Night Ming rose up in the air with wings on his back, and after spinning 360 times in the air, a blazing sickle blade was displayed. Swoosh! A black curved moon appeared. Plop! The ice-armored giant bear's body was sliced open. Rolling hot blood flowed out. Night Ming, see the blue gemstone at its chest position? That's its exposed heart. As long as the heart is shattered, the ice-armored giant bear, it's done for. Shadow Yui reminded. Good. The long sickle in Night Ming's hand reversed, and he once again exhibited a curved moon slash in the air. The ice-armored giant bear roared in anger. The intense pain from earlier had made it remember, and this time, it used its hardened arms to resist the chopping attack. Boom! The two forces collided. The ice-armored giant bear held the curved moon chop with both hands as they held each other back. It's now! Night Ming's wings unfolded as he swept through the air, turning into a black stream of light as he charged towards the ice-armored giant bear. Plop! The sharp sickle light flashed once again. The exposed heart of the ice-armored giant bear was chopped in two in an instant. As the intense pain was transmitted to its entire body, the ice-armored giant bear roared in rage, its eyes turning red as it smashed against the ground aimlessly. What it did was nothing more than a dying struggle. Boom! The huge body collapsed. The snow on the ground was compacted. Congratulations on earning the badge 45. The number of badges of a quasi-4th ranked ferocious beast is somewhere between 4th ranked and 3rd ranked. But what a loss! Night Ming clearly remembered. Killing a 3rd order fierce beast would earn 10 badges. Killing a 4th ranked giant cold ice demon would earn 5,000 badges. And now, he had killed a quasi-4th ranked ferocious beast, and it was actually only 45 pieces. It was really too much of a loss. Forget it, I'll just honestly go kill the giant cold ice demon. Night Ming opened his wings and charged upwards, killing all the ferocious beasts wherever he went. Looking at the black wings behind Night Ming, the night frost in front of the TV could already be certain. Night Ming was the newcomer from that night. The strength, the aura, the means, were exactly the same. No wonder Night Ming is so outstanding, yet Captain Sun said that he would wait until after the Great Martial Arts examination before considering letting him join. Night Frost had thought that Sun Hoyuan wanted to see Night Ming's results in the Great Martial Dao exam before making a decision. Now she understood. Sun Hoyuan just wanted to see her laugh. Damnable Captain Sun! Damnable Night Ming! To hide such an important matter from me, it's too much. Night Frost hardly ever cursed. That's why the word excessive had no less weight in her heart. Wait. Night Frost's brows tightened as she cupped her chin with one hand, her eyes were frozen in place. Since that newcomer is Night Ming, why is his assassination skill so skillful? Especially the concealment of breath, it's practically pure, even I'm not as good as that. No way. After the great martial examination, I must ask him properly. Night Frost felt that Night Ming had a big secret on him. In the monitoring room, the three invigilators had witnessed, with their own eyes, the entire process of Night Ming killing the quasi-4th ranked ferocious beast. Zhao Feng from Star Ocean University sked and marveled. This candidate named Night Ming is extraordinary. Becoming a third order in less than a month after awakening, and now he's finished off a quasi-4th order ferocious beast. This kid's strength and talent is simply too heaven-defying. In my opinion, even a 4th order giant cold ice demon wouldn't necessarily be his opponent. Sun Hoyuan nodded farther. Night Ming's talent and strength are both quite outstanding. He is the most powerful candidate ever in Songnan City without a single one. I think that he can battle the giant cold ice demon. Battle? Wang Changkong from Starry Sky University snorted coldly. A quasi-4th ranked ferocious beast and a 4th ranked ferocious beast are simply worlds apart. Night Ming's 3rd rank realm is certainly not bad, but not to mention killing. Even if he wanted to defeat a 4th ranked giant cold ice demon, he would have little hope. This. Zhao Feng was astonished beyond measure and said, "Ouch, Teacher Wang, what's going on today?" In the past, when you met a genius seedling, you were so excited that you couldn't wait to jump up and shout cheer. Today do not shout cheer also even splashed on the cold water, so, you and Night Ming have a fault? Me. Wang Changkong's words were interrupted just as he spoke. Sun Hoyuan nodded and said, "You don't know, Teacher Zhao, not long after the awakening ceremony had just ended, Starry Sky University gave Night Ming a special enrollment quota, but the prerequisite was to replace the magical girl he contracted with a sacred girl. Of course Night Ming was unwilling and refused on the spot. Teacher Wang lost face, so of course he didn't treat Night Ming well." Wang Chang'er's eyebrows rose upside down as he pointed at Sun Hoyuan's nose. "Don't you fart. I, Wang Changkong, am no longer a 6th order contract master, so I don't need to be angry with a junior. It's already difficult to fight at a higher level, not to mention that Night Ming only broke through the 3rd rank a short while ago, and his mastery of power is completely insufficient. Isn't it difficult for a newcomer like him to want to kill a 4th ranked ferocious beast at a higher level?" This time, Zhao Feng was silent for a while and eventually nodded his head. Teacher Wang's analysis is reasonable. It's hard to cross levels, and it's even harder for newcomers to cross levels. Sun Hoyuan didn't say anything. His gaze landed on Night Ming from start to finish. He believed that Night Ming would definitely be able to take down the 4th ranked giant cold ice demon. In the secret realm, Night Ming's speed accelerated. He crossed over the layers of obstacles and was finally close to reaching the top of the snowy mountain. Along the way, he met numerous powerful ferocious beasts, snow elves, ice-toothed giant crocodiles, and blizzard vultures. These ferocious beasts were extremely dangerous, and their bloodline and genes were considered to be of a medium level in the ranks of ferocious beasts, with quite a few more being upper middle. However, under Night Ming's powerful strength, they were all nothing more than dead souls under the sickle. Puff! A snow demon with bat wings fell. Ding! Successfully killed a 3rd ranked white snow demon, realm experience +6, spirit skill experience +6. Congratulations, you have earned a badge 10. Chapter 61 4th Order Fierce Beast Giant Cold Ice Demon. Leaderboards. First place, Zhou Zhanlong, number of badges, 2,412. Second place, Xu Qiuyu. Number of badges, 2133. Third place, Night Ming, number of badges, 2025. Fourth place, Lu Yuxuan, number of badges, 1967. The number of badges of the top 3 all broke 2,000. However, as the number of ferocious beasts decreases, the candidates' badge growth will gradually slow down. The first and second, their final scores, should be set at around 3,000. Night Ming vaguely remembered. In the previous year's Great Martial Dao examination, the total number of badges for the Tsongnan scholar was 3,000 plus. So, as long as I kill the giant cold ice demon, I'll be able to lock down the Tsongnan scholar. Taking a step back, even if I'm not the giant cold ice demon's opponent, my current results are enough to sprint to the 3 top universities. There was no longer any burden in Night Ming's heart. He looked at the palace standing at the top of the mountain, and his battle-intent soared in his heart. His speed accelerated once again. Along the way, he didn't just see the corpses of ferocious beasts. He also saw the bodies of candidates. Youths in black tights, young girls in work clothes. They were all candidates who, for some reason, hadn't pressed the teleportation button on the handring in time when danger came. The great examination of martial arts. It was never absolutely safe. Even if the safety measures were more developed, there was still a 5% mortality rate. On the way to the palace, if Night Ming saw bodies lying in the snow, he would go and help them press the handring. People died. At least the body should still be teleported out. This kind of thing should have been done by the Secret Realm sweepers after the Great Martial Examination. But Night Ming felt that it was nothing more than a show of hands. Sun Hoyuan in the monitoring room watched the scene. There was no obvious change of emotion on his face from start to finish. But there was great relief in his heart. Ho ho ho! The cold wind was like a blade. It mercilessly cut into Night Ming's face. As he took the final step, he looked up in front of him. The magnificent ice crystal palace, which stood amidst the snow, was more than 20 meters tall, and the top of the palace towered straight up into the clouds, making it intimidating to look at. This is it. A fourth-ranked giant cold ice demon, right in the palace. Night Ming gripped his long sickle and rushed towards the palace. Swoosh swoosh. Countless cold ice arrows slashed through the air. Night Ming's pupils suddenly contracted as the black wings behind him closed in, instantly forming a hard shield. The cold and ice arrows shot at the black wing shield, not causing the slightest damage to it. The black wings unfolded. Night Ming looked up. At the top of that palace, a tall, purple-skinned ferocious beast with 6 eyes was holding a bow and arrow in its hand as it shot out another arrow. Shoo! With a swing of his long sickle, Night Ming slashed the arrow in half. Quasi-4th-ranked ferocious beast, Ice Crystal Archer. It specializes in long-range attacks, but its physical strength is extremely lacking, so you can get close enough to take it away with a single sickle. Shadow said quietly. Sniffing. After landing, Night Ming's legs snapped into action as if he were a cannonball, charging towards the Ice Crystal Archer at an extremely fast speed. The latter's 6 pupils contracted abruptly. Plop! The sickle blade continued to enlarge in the Ice Crystal Archer's eyes. Eventually, a head shot up into the sky. Successfully killed the quasi-4th order Ice Crystal Archer, Realm Experience plus 31, Spirit Skill Experience plus 31. Congratulations on obtaining a badge 43. There was a change in the number of badges. It should be based on the strength of the ferocious beasts. Night Ming stood on the top of the palace, his brows furrowed as he. Quasi-4th rank ferocious beasts have appeared one after another, but how come the giant cold ice demon hasn't? Yet? His words had yet to fall. The palace under his feet suddenly began to shake crazily. Immediately after, the palace that was originally 20 meters in height once again pulled itself up, and Night Ming unfolded his black wings and jumped down from the top of the palace, staying in the air. At this moment, boom boom boom. Snow flew horizontally and ice shattered. The entire Ice Crystal Palace was as if it had come to life as its main structure was destroyed, with the main hall as the body, the 2 secondary halls as the arms, and the legs supporting it as it stood up. It was a behemoth. It was more than 20 meters tall. A pair of huge eyes stared at Night Ming, and in contrast to it, Night Ming was as small as an ant. This. Night Ming couldn't help but shrink his eyes. This 20-meter ferocious beast in front of him was of the 4th rank? Outside of the secret realm. The Knight family became unsettled. No, that damn thing is too big. I'm afraid that one fist could shatter a mountain. How could Night Ming be its opponent? Third Uncle Nightman cursed with glaring eyes. Second uncle nodded his head in agreement. Right, how could that be? Even if it's a 4th-ranked ferocious beast, it shouldn't be this huge. It's too outrageous. This will kill you if you're not careful. Can Night Ming really defeat this guy? Night Cindy frowned. She wasn't sure either. The 3 of them turned their gazes to Night Frost, who faintly said, "Find out the weakness, dare to bet, can kill. Can't find it, small guts, can't kill. Weakness." Nightwing and the others fell into deep thought and began to ponder over the so-called weaknesses. At the same time, the great commotion caused the other candidates in the secret realm to sense it. They felt the ground shaking and raised their heads to look at the snowy mountains in the distance, only to be startled at first glance. Holy, look guys, what is that thing? Soja big. Holy, the palace turned into a giant? What's going on here? Did someone go to the palace? Did they trigger a challenge? Challenge? 4th ranked beast, giant cold ice demon. Someone is challenging the giant cold ice demon. Most of the candidates looked towards the top of the mountain. And Zhou Zhanlong, who was temporarily ranked number 1 on the leaderboard, was at the mountainside, and as he looked at the huge appearance of the giant cold ice demon, he immediately felt fear in his heart. No way, there's no way I'm a match for it. Must run. As for Chu Qiuyu, who was ranked 2nd on the list, and Lu Yuxuan, who was ranked 4th on the list, they stood not far away and looked at the top of the mountain, or to be precise, Night Ming, who was opposing the giant cold ice demon. They all frowned. Arrogant? Naive? Or truly powerful? Chu Qiuyu looked at Night Ming, surprise surfacing on her icy face. Lu Yuxuan, on the other hand, felt that Night Ming was simply unbelievable. A 3rd-ranked contract master challenging a 4th-ranked ferocious beast. He's simply playing dead. Inside the monitoring room, the 3 of them, Sun Hoyuan, clenched their fists. A miracle, or a failure? This battle had finally come. At this moment, Night Ming became the center of attention of the entire great martial examination. Boom! A dull sound rang out. The giant cold ice demon swung its fist and heavily slammed into Night Ming. Night Ming dodged sideways. But the fist landed on the snowy mountain, and the splattered debris fell in chunks and rolled into snowballs, turning into an avalanche. Chop! Killing intent erupted in Night Ming's eyes as he aimed a sickle at the giant cold ice demon. Boom! The lingering cold blade chopped out. Wounds appeared on the giant cold ice demon's body. But it unexpectedly healed in the next second. It can recover? Night Ming frowned. Suddenly, he felt a hurricane hit his face. He fixed his eyes on it. The giant cold ice demon's fist was like a rampaging meteorite, violently attacking again. Darkness domain. As the darkness unfolded, the giant cold ice demon's fist stalled for a split second, and Night Ming took advantage of the situation to dodge. This punch, in turn, shattered the snowy mountain. Night Ming took the opportunity to chop out dozens of chops. But the giant cold ice demon's body was special, healing over and over again, and its strength climbed. One punch could shatter a small mountain. This ferocious beast is getting more and more courageous the more it fights. I must fight quickly. Just as Night Ming was preparing to strike again, Shadow Yui's excited voice suddenly rang out. Night Ming! I've seen through its weakness. This big guy is just a paper tiger. Don't hold back. Use Eternal Nightfall's single technique and swing this fatal blow with all your strength. Trust me, this big guy will die for sure. Chapter 62, number of badges 7,000 plus. Roar! A fierce roar echoed between heaven and earth. The giant cold ice demon swung its claws, setting off a blistering cold wind. Its claws were about to land on Night Ming's body the next moment. Darkness spread out in all directions with Night Ming at the center. The darkness domain unfolded, enveloping the giant cold ice demon. Black tentacles stretched out from all directions of the domain and wrapped around the body of the giant cold ice demon, its movements becoming sluggish as it roared madly with red eyes. This is... Everyone looked at what was happening on the snowy mountain. In full view of everyone, Night Ming stood upright in the air, killing intent bursting out around him, darkness wrapping around the long sickle in his hand. As a blood-red light appeared in his eyes, Night Ming turned into a stream of light, charging towards the giant cold ice demon at a speed that was imperceptible to the naked eye. Eternal Night Descent. As the strongest spirit skill possessed by Night Ming, it possessed a super high lethality of its own. Especially when used against a single, it could increase Night Ming's power by several times. Phew! The darkness domain unfolded. The snowy mountain became quiet, as if it was a black curtain. The long scythe in Night Ming's hand flashed with cold light, and the colors of scarlet and extreme white intertwined with each other. In the darkness, the red-eyed light flew by in an instant. Roar! A mournful shout rang out. The huge head instantly took off. It rolled down the snowy mountain, turned into a snowball, and coalesced into an avalanche. Rolling blood splattered and fell from the air, turning into red pits as it fell into the snow. Night Ming held a long scythe, and blood flowed on the blade of the scythe, but it was swallowed by the darkness in a flash. Boom! The giant cold ice demon lost its head. Its body turned into cold ice and white snow, blending into the white ground snow and disappearing completely. Ding! Successfully killed the 4th ranked giant cold ice demon, realm experience plus 70, spirit skill experience plus 70. Congratulations on obtaining a badge 5000. The badge ranking has changed. Congratulations, you are temporarily ranked first in the martial arts exam, total number of badges, 7,125. Congratulations, you are temporarily ranked first in the martial arts exam, total number of badges, 7,125. First place, Yumming. Total number of badges, 7,125. Second place, Zhou Zhanlong, number of badges, 2,741. Third place, Chu Qiuyu, number of badges, 2,541. Over 7,000 badges, this time, the Songnan scholar is already not mine. Night Ming finally revealed a relaxed expression. There was still half an hour until the end of the Great Martial Dao examination. Even if he stood in place now and did nothing but lie down and sleep, no one would be able to surpass him. Outside the secret land. Third Uncle Nightwing looked at the information on the leaderboards, his gaze became dull and more than 7,000 badges. What kind of concept is this? Can someone explain this to me? Second Uncle Night June swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I'm not very clear on how impressive over 7,000 badges are. But if I remember correctly, the number of badges for the Songnan scholar of the previous year was over 3,000. 3,000. 7,000. Third Uncle Nightwing's brain buzzed as if a thunderbolt had struck through it, and doesn't that mean that Night Ming is even more powerful than the previous year's Songnan scholar? He really is this time? That's right. Night Xinshin said excitedly, this time, Night Ming is the Songnan scholar. And the most powerful Songnan scholar ever. Hiss. Night One and Night June simultaneously sucked in a mouthful of cool air. They stood in place, first frozen, then cheering and shouting. Even Night Frost, who was known as Ice, had a smile on her face. On top of the joy, a few more points of anticipation were added to her heart. To be able to instantly find out the weakness of a 4th-ranked giant cold ice demon and decisively strike without reservation. There are a lot of secrets in Night Ming's body. She was somewhat impatient to question him. Inside the monitoring room. Watching Night Ming chop off the head of the giant cold ice demon with a single sickle. Sun Ho Yuan let out a long sigh of relief. This guy really keeps creating surprises for me. It's necessary to speak to teacher about this matter. Now that Night Ming has become Songnan's top scholar, the other 2 universities will surely offer a very high deal to recruit him. He took out his cell phone and immediately sent a message to the Vice-Chancellor of Star Demon University. Message 1, Teacher, when will you be free to meet with Night Ming? Message 2, Teacher, Night Ming has obtained a 7,000 plus badge, locking in that Songnan top scholar. I think it's necessary for us to pay a visit and give him generous conditions, otherwise I'm afraid we'll be shortchanged by the other 2 universities. A minute after the message went out. The message came from the other side. Teacher Deputy Hallmaster, I'll personally go recruit Night Ming later, I'll see who dares to grab it from me. This. Sun Ho Yuan silently rested his screen. He looked at Zhao Feng beside him and asked. Old Zhao, later on, are you going to go to the Night family and personally recruit Night Ming? I. Zhao Feng's words ended abruptly. He glanced at Sun Ho Yuan and frowned. Why are you asking me this? Just asking. Oh, I'm not going. I'm definitely not going. A Songnan scholar is just that, of course I won't go. Okay. Sun Ho Yuan knew that Zhao Feng, the old Inbi, was definitely going to go later. And was exceptionally well prepared. He just came with a purpose. Sun Ho Yuan turned his head to Wang Changkong again. Old Wang, what about you? Tell me honestly, are you sent by Starry Sky University to prepare to recruit Night Ming? Wang Changkong clasped his hands to his chest and grunted coldly, what nonsense? Is it possible? I've had problems with Night Ming before, even if I wanted to recruit him, it couldn't have been me who stepped in. Whom? Sun Ho Yuan nodded his head. It was certain that it was he, Wang Changkong, who was sent by Starry Sky University. And was exceptionally well prepared. Humph, these 2 old Inbi are still trying to trick me? The corner of Sun Ho Yuan's mouth rose slightly, having seen through everything long ago. He was now looking forward to it. Looking forward to what kind of expression the 2 old Inbi would have after meeting the Vice-Chancellor of Star Demon University. It would definitely be a good look. Half an hour passed. The Great Martial Dao examination ended. The moment Night Ming stepped out of the secret realm, a pair of gazes were thrown towards him. Immediately afterward, a camera was like the muzzle of a cannonball, swarming towards Night Ming's face, itching to shove his head in. Classmate Night Ming, may I ask what you have to say after becoming Sangnan's top student? Can you tell us your current thoughts? You became a third-ranked contract master before taking the martial arts examination, one of only a handful in the entire country. Can you tell us more carefully? Is there some kind of trick? As a magical girl contract master, can you tell me the reason why all the theories against magical girls don't work on you, uncle? The questions were like rushing Wang Yang. It swept towards Night Ming. He took a deep breath and didn't say much, simply leaving behind a few words, and I don't have much experience, nor do I have any tricks. If you really want to ask me why I was able to become the Sangnan scholar, just summarize it in one sentence, dare to try. Chapter 63 4 Top universities come to the door. After saying that, Night Ming walked out of the crowd as he ignored the astonished gazes on both sides. The first place winner of the martial arts exam, the top scholar of Sangnan. There was no doubt that today, Night Ming would become the center of attention in Sangnan City. But perhaps out of habit, Night Ming didn't like to actively expose himself to public view. He pushed aside all the exclusive interview programs and hailed a cab at the side of the road. As soon as he got in, he was recognized by the cab driver. He enthusiastically waved Night Ming's fare. Night Ming agreed with a smile on the surface, but left a $100 bill when he got out of the car. The moment he returned home and pushed open the door, second uncle they swarmed up, embraced the Night Ming, mouth said good luck, my Night family also produced a scholar, big brother you see in the sky, Night Ming good luck such words. Night Ming heart touched. But he looked up. Night Frost is leaning on the doorframe with her hands on her chest, her eyes subtly looking at him, seemingly waiting for an explanation from him. So? Night Frost's sister still found out? Night Ming smiled and shook his head. No way. Sooner or later. He got up and came to Night Frost's side, taking advantage of the gap between his second uncle, Night Zhang, and them going to prepare for the dinner. He felt that he needed to have a good talk with Night Frost. Room. Tell me what's going on. When did you join the Palace of Sundering? Night Frost crossed her legs and sat on the edge of Night Ming's bed. After pondering on the chair, Night Ming said, when I first became a second-order contractor. Second order. Night Frost frowned slightly, someone introduced you? Or? The exact reason is unclear, but as I recall, it was Captain Sun who took the initiative to find me. Somewhat interesting. Night Frost's eyes twitched. If she remembered correctly, the Palace of Sundering had never taken the initiative to invite a second-order contract master. Night Ming was the first. But at that time, it was only an invitation. I officially joined the Sundering Hall about 10 days ago. Night Ming said. Night Frost nodded, then asked, what is the base salary they gave you? I don't mean anything else, I'm your sister and I'm afraid that you'll get screwed. 15 million. So high. Night Frost's face instantly changed, her current base salary was only $10 million. But it had been almost a year or two since she joined the Palace of Sundering herself. Was this what was called losing at the starting line? Night Frost sighed, she didn't want to delve deeper into this issue. So, she cut to the chase and asked. So, the newcomer that night, it was you, right? Yes, it was me. How did you find out about me? I remember, you looked at me that night. I can't tell you that I was a top assassin in my previous life. Night Ming said. My contracted spirit is very special, she has a keen sense of breath, so. I see. Night Frost released. If it was the contract spirit's ability, everything made sense. She took a long breath, got up and patted Night Frost on the shoulder. Cheer up and do well, you're good. Night Ming nodded with a faint smile. He just got up and prepared to go out. An excited voice rang out in the courtyard. Night Ming. The grades are out. You scored full marks. Sangnan scholar. It was third uncle Nightwing's voice. The Martial Dao Grand Exam was very different from the cultural exams. The Martial Dao Grand Exam relied on strength, and the number of badges determined the final score, so it wouldn't take more than 2 hours to find out the results and rankings. Night Ming looked at the information about the results on the tablet and his heart was delighted. Candidate name, Night Ming. Exam type, Martial Arts Grand Exam. Grade, 1000 full score, 1000. Final ranking, first placed Sangnan City. Sangnan Scholar. Night Ming clenched his fists. The immediate milestone had finally been reached. The next moment. Buzzing. The helicopter gunship hovered in the sky, and outside the house was a row of black sedans. Amidst the roar of the engines, hurried footsteps sounded, followed by what seemed to be shouting and cursing. Zhao Feng. You asshole, didn't you say that your Star Ocean University has no interest in Night Ming? Why are you coming here with your ass in the air now? Sun Hoyuan tugged on Zhao Feng's neck and grumbled in anger. It wasn't my decision, the higher-ups temporarily requested it, it's none of my business. Take a step back, if he, Wang Changkong, can come, why can't I come? Zhao Feng smoothly drew the trouble towards Wang Changkong. Sun Hoyuan loosened his arm around Zhao Feng's neck and frowned at Wang Changkong. Old piker. You simply don't even have a face anymore. You were the one who let Night Ming change the contracted spirit before, and now that you've seen that someone else has gotten a perfect score, you've come running over here with your ass in the air to recruit early. Don't you feel any shame at all? Shame? Wang Changkong snorted coldly, there's no good thing in knowing your mistakes and being able to change them. It was indeed my problem in the past, but the past is the past, and the present is the present. As long as I give good treatment, I'm not afraid that Night Ming won't join my Starry Sky University. You're so damn shameless. After Sun Hoyuan cursed, his gaze went to another old man wearing glasses next to him. I can understand Zhao Feng and Wang Changkong coming, after all, they are the enrollment teachers of the Martial Arts University. But Su Zhuge, what are you running here for? Isn't your Qingbei University a liberal arts university? Su Zhuge hemmed and hawed, it's always a good idea to give it a try, in case Nightmare Ming values liberal arts more. In addition, our Qingbei University also offers martial arts. You can pull it off. The three of them, Sun Hoyuan, all felt that this Su Zhuge was bolting. The way they scrambled for each other stunned the passers-by nearby. It was always the candidates who desperately wanted to enter the top universities. Now it had turned into top universities frantically snatching people. It's true. When one is strong, everything will converge towards them. The four enrollment teachers entered the Night family. At the first sight of Night Ming, Wang Changkong directly spoke. Fellow student Night Ming, we had some issues earlier, so I'm here to apologize to you first. This matter was something that our Starry Sky University didn't consider thoroughly. So we've decided that as long as you join Starry Sky University, not only will you be able to enjoy free tuition, but we'll also arrange for you to have a professional instructor, and you'll be able to enjoy a 50% discount on all the cultivation resources you purchase at the school. I'll go. Zhao Feng's eyes widened, the Songnan scholar who joined Starry Sky University last year. The treatment was half as bad as this. It seemed like Starry Sky University was really bloodthirsty. Starry Sky University is so atmospheric, but I, Star Ocean University, am not stingy either. Zhao Feng waved his big hand and said with unrivaled bravado. Night Ming, as long as you join Star Ocean University, excluding Starry Sky University's aforementioned conditions, we'll provide you with 1/6 order and below material every month for free. Not only that, we will also give you a super high reward of $500,000 to $1.5 million every month based on your performance. This. Night Frost on the side frowned. As a student of Star Ocean University, she had never been treated so well. She was once at least the top 3 in Sannan City. Old son, we've set all our conditions, what about you? You didn't come here with empty hands, did you? There's no sincerity at all, you're completely disrespecting student Night Ming. Wang Changkong looked at Sun Hoyuan with provocative eyes. Zhao Feng on the side supplied fire. That's right, not wanting to give any treatment at all, is this the attitude of recruiting a top student? Old son, why don't you just go to a table with Su Zhuge? Sun Hoyuan sniffed, smiled, and pointed to the sky. There's no rush. Give me 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Rumble. The clear sky was steeply covered in dark clouds, and rolling thunder rolled through it. Suddenly, the dark clouds broke open into a huge cavity, and countless light showered down. From it, an incomparably powerful figure slowly descended. He had his hands on his back, and his pale eyes seemed to contain the power of heaven and earth. He looked down on Wang Changkong and the others below, nonchalant and angry. Today, I, Gu Yunfeng, am here, who dares to rob my disciple? Chapter 64 Joining Star Demon University. The figure that fell from the sky broke the scene. Wang Changkong and the others looked at the sky. The person had white hair, his hands were on his back, and he wore a gray robe engraved with golden streamers. A pair of ancient, wave-free eyes flashed with glittering golden light, and the moment he descended, an invisible aura spread out, shaking the ground as the trees around him toppled and hurricanes flew horizontally. This is the Vice-Chancellor of Star Demon University, Senior Gu Yunfeng. Wang Changkong and the others were struck by lightning. They stood still, as if their bodies had stiffened, unable to move a single muscle. The Vice-Chancellor of Star Demon University. One of the Dragon Kingdom's super powerhouses. It was said that he had now broken through to the ranks of the 8th rank, and just looking at his figure was intimidating. However, what shocked Wang Changkong and the others even more was what Gu Yunfeng had said earlier. Disciple. What did it mean? He had personally descended on the Night family. Could it be that he wanted to accept Night Ming as a disciple? The crowd was shocked in their hearts. Night Frost on the side stared with a frown. The others might not know, but as an assassin of the Palace of Sundering, she had had a one-sided relationship with Gu Yunfeng. This powerful senior was not only the Vice-Chancellor of Star Demon University, he also had an even more terrifying identity. Vice Lord of the Sundering Hall. Double identity added. The position was high and powerful. It was the top group of existences in the Dragon Kingdom. Such a powerful person has landed in the Night family and is prepared to accept Night Ming as a disciple? If Night Ming agreed to Gu Yunfeng, not only would his cultivation path in the future be smoother, he would even be able to learn Gu Yunfeng's Slayer mastery and advance faster in the Palace of Sundering. Joining Starry Sky University, Star Ocean University, becoming an outstanding student, and becoming Gu Yunfeng's disciple. Even the most uninformed person would know that they should choose the latter. Even if there wasn't a single bit of special treatment, choosing the latter would be more promising. Not to mention, Gu Yunfeng fell from the air and came beside Night Ming. He looked at Night Ming, his voice was like a beating drum, and he was full of vigor. Night Ming, if you join my Star Demon University, not only will you be able to enjoy the highest treatment they previously promised, I will also accept you as a disciple and train you in all aspects. Of course, everything is at your own volition, I won't force it. Gu Yunfeng collected his breath and looked at Night Ming with a smile. Night Ming smiled bashfully and cupped his fists. Disciple Night Ming, meet master. Ha, good. Gu Yunfeng said 3 good words in a row. He was in a good mood as if he had a spring breeze. Waving his hand, he waved out 3 wooden boxes. There are 3 pieces of 7th ranked ferocious beast materials in here. It's a sort of meet and greet gift, and after you officially enter Star Demon University, I'll send you a quasi-8th ranked ferocious beast material. Night Ming's pupils contracted, and some of his scalp went numb. He himself had previously suffered this and that for a 7th order material. Now that he had become Gu Yunfeng's disciple, he had 3 pieces in his hands, and he also promised to give quasi-8th rank. Was this the benefit of having a big brother with you? It's great. Afterward, Gu Yunfeng exchanged a few words with second uncle Night Ming and the others, after briefly describing the various advantages of Star Demon University. Gu Yunfeng patted Night Ming's shoulder. I'll see you again in a few days. Good. He turned into a straight shot into the sky and disappeared without a trace. Looking at his departing back, the corners of Wang Changkong and Zhao Feng's mouths on the side twitched. So, this scholar recruitment ended like this? They didn't even have a chance to speak. What ing bull? The Vice-Chancellor of Star Demon University personally recruited the students. If this was said, no one would even believe it. Zhao Feng cursed angrily. To know if this recruitment Gu Yunfeng would come, he high and low had to call the Vice-Chancellor of Star Ocean University as well. Wang Changkong nodded his head, he very much recognized it. The 2 of them simultaneously turned their gazes to the gloating Sun Hoyuan. All of them understood. No wonder this old Inbi didn't say a word when he entered earlier, and ended up holding back a big one. Old son, your Star Demon University has gone too far. Didn't Senior Gu Yunfeng say that he wouldn't accept disciples only some time ago? How come now? Zhao Feng and Wang Changkong were dissatisfied. I can't do anything about him. Sun Hoyuan shook his head. How do I know about the teacher's matters? Why don't you guys go ask him in person and see if he gives you an answer? Wang Changkong and Zhao Feng shivered. An 8th ranked big brother, they dared to ask. In the end, Wang Changkong and the others left disappointed. Night Ming joined Star Demon University and became Gu Yunfeng's disciple. Before leaving, Sun Hoyuan pulled Night Ming to a nearby unoccupied corner with a somewhat gloomy expression. Nightming, first of all, congratulations on successfully joining Star Demon University. However, there's something I need to remind you of. Remember the Green Cloud Society? The Green Cloud Society, Sangnan City's ground forces, killed third in command Zhou Kueisui, killed Zhou Qiming. Nightming nodded. I remember. The president of the Green Cloud Society, Zhou Qingyun, a fourth-ranked contract master, he hid in the outer domain. Outside the domain? Nightming frowned. Outside the domain was the territory occupied by the ferocious beasts. It was incredibly dangerous, and the deeper one went, the more dangerous it was. The location where he is, close to the third border city, is the outer perimeter, not particularly dangerous. If I remember correctly, you haven't been to the outer domain yet, right? Nightming understood what he meant. Captain Sun, you want me to? Well, go to the outer domain and kill him. Sun Ho Yuan's tone was flat. Of course, I don't feel comfortable with you going alone. I'll send an indentured servant to travel with you. Don't be Night Frost. Nightming said. Why? Sun Ho Yuan froze for a moment. The domain is dangerous, it can't be 100% safe. I'm worried that something will happen. Sun Ho Yuan nodded. 3 days later, I will give you the relevant information, so prepare yourself. Good. After saying that, Sun Ho Yuan left. Nightming leaned against the wall with his hands on his chest. The president of the Green Cloud Society. The grudge between me and him is too heavy, I have to kill him. That night, the news frantically reported on Nightming's deeds. The people of Sangnan City were shocked, and with the vice-chancellor of Star Demon University personally recruiting him, Nightming had become the most dazzling existence among all the martial arts candidates in Sangnan City. There were only a handful in the entire country. Lu Yuxuan was smothered in her room, looking at her score of 820, and the acceptance letter from Star Devil University. She was not happy in the slightest. Why is Nightming he's so outstanding? Could it be that a magical girl contractor, is it really more powerful than a holy girl contractor? There was a slight wavering in her heart. And by her ears, came the sound of the contract spirit sighing slightly, seemingly disappointed, seemingly helpless, but Lu Yuxuan didn't hear it. Night family. In the room. Nightming looked at the 3 7th-rank fierce beast materials in front of him, his heart touched. Black flame splitting claw taken from the 7th-ranked ferocious beast, the Black Flame Tyrant. Thunder crystals taken from the 7th order fierce beast Raging Thunder Ming Lion. Black dragon core taken from the 7th rank beast Dark Demon Dragon. Chapter 65 Clearing Mission The End. Looking at the 3 fierce beast materials in front of him, Nightming immediately began to absorb them. Darkness surged out and wrapped around the 3 materials. Huge amounts of energy burst out, and Nightming's pupils suddenly contracted as he absorbed the 3 7th-rank ferocious beast materials at the same time, and a feeling of pain spread throughout his entire body. It was like pins and needles. He gritted his teeth and propped his hands on the table with clenched fists, constantly adjusting his breathing to make it as even as possible. This intense pain caused Nightming's back to be instantly drenched in cold sweat. Bean-sized beads of sweat fell from his forehead. Immediately afterward, black flames burned on his body, and glittering lightning arcs flickered on both of his fists. They were like they were going to burn his body and split his flesh and skin. Nightming, you can shout out if it hurts, it's fine. I can help you shield your voice. Shadow Spectre said with concern. Nightming shook his head, his eyes always firm, and pain is a symbol of metamorphosis, shouting and crying will only disturb my will. Besides, this pain, it's nothing. In Nightming's memory, this kind of pain couldn't even rank in the top 10 in terms of how it hit him. 10 minutes later, the 3 7th-ranked ferocious beast materials were absorbed by Nightming. Nightming stood up, and as he did, he tore apart the dampened clothes on his body. The muscle lines of his naked upper body became more and more obvious. His muscles were well-proportioned and gnarled, sturdy, and powerful. He clenched his hands into fists, and his arms and pecs were stretched. Beneath his skin, black lightning flickered. This is? Nightming clenched his fists and realized that he seemed to have grasped a trace of the power of lightning. You've experienced a lightning-tempered body, and your flesh contains the power of lightning. The thunder crystals that you absorbed earlier combined with the power of thunder and lightning in your flesh and were absorbed by your flesh, so you possess the power of thunder and lightning. Shadow Spectre's soft voice rang out. So that was how it was. Nightming nodded and asked, this lightning power, what is it used for? Enhancing your explosive power, defense, speed, and it will also allow the moves you make to be accompanied by lightning special effects. Night Ming came to the training room. He summoned his long sickle and swung it out at the mechanical dummy, and on the dark and scarlet entwined curved moonchop, threads of black lightning arcs flashed, emitting a subtle sound of zippy 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 zippy. Not only was it a special effect, this lightning seemed to have an attachment effect that could cause prolonged damage to the enemy's body. Not bad. Then, Night Ming checked his panel again. Name, Night Ming. Spirituality, full level. Realm, 3rd Order Contract Master 325361 million. Spiritual power, 55700. Blood, 55700. Contracted Spirit, Divine Meteor Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Contract Spirit Grade, SSS Grade can be upgraded. Spirit Technique, Dark Judgment, Divine Meteor Demon Armor, Eternal Night Descent. Dark Judgment Level 7, Divine Meteor Armor Level 7, Eternal Night Descent Level 7. Spiritual Talents, Killing Growth, Demon Emperor Battle Intent. It's worthy of being a 7th ranked Fierce Beast material. Absorbing 3 of them has surprisingly given my Chi and Blood and Spiritual Power a huge boost. Chi and Blood and Spiritual Power were the values that best reflected the changes in Night Ming's strength. Night Ming clenched his fists, his eyes bursting with battle intent. If I were to meet a 4th ranked giant cold ice demon again right now, I wouldn't even need to look for its weaknesses. I can even kill it by relying on brute force. Night Ming was confident in himself. Afterward, he checked the panel about Shadow Spectre. Contracted Spirit, Divine Meteor Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Name, Shadow Yui. Grade, SSS Grade Promotion Progress, 3% 4.5%. Recovery Progress, 12% 14%, Recovery Progress, 12% 14%. Both Recovery Progress and Leveling Progress have increased. Shadow Yui had more freedom. Not only could she now coalesce dark tentacles and black wings, she could also coalesce dark tentacles while the black wings existed. Shoo! Night Ming's mind moved. Shadow Spectre instantly understood. The black wings unfolded behind Night Ming's back, and immediately afterward, 2 dark tentacles coalesced. Night Ming held a long sickle and wore Divine Meteor Demon Armor, as if he were a god of death walking out of the darkness, his eyes releasing a sinister red light. Against the 5 mechanical dummies in front of him. First, he swung out a chopping blow, after which the dark tentacles exploded out, and the black wings shot out flying blades. Everything happened in a flash of lightning. In less than a breath, the 5 mechanical dummies were scrapped on the spot. Being able to launch an attack on multiple enemies at the same time. This ability, it's just too heaven-defying. In his heart, Night Ming once again thanked the person he was a month ago. Luckily, I contracted the Divine Meteor Dark Knight Demon Emperor, otherwise where would I be now? Night Ming. You don't call me this, it's so weird. Shadow Yui muttered. She was shy. For 2 or 3 days afterward, Night Ming didn't go out. After the Great Martial Dao examination, the candidates had a month's rest. Combining labor and rest, so he nestled at home and rested for a few days. Early in the morning of the 4th day after the Martial Dao Grand Examination ended, Sun Hoyuan sent a message. Sun Hoyuan, Zhou Qingyun's exact location has been found, in a cavern 10 kilometers away from 3rd Border City. The cavern. Was the information so precise? Night Ming felt that this mission was arranged by Sun Hoyuan to hone himself. Nightmind, is there any special formalities needed to enter the domain? My 4th uncle is in the 3rd Border City, I can ask him for a favor. Sun Hoyuan, no need, I've already helped you with the formalities, besides, you can't contact your 4th uncle right now, he's on a mission outside the domain. Even 4th uncle's movements are so clear? Night Ming frowned, the energy behind the Palace of Sundering is somewhat beyond my imagination. Night Ming, when will I depart? Sun Hoyuan, the 3rd Border City is 1,000 kilometers away from Tsangnan City. If you take the floating airship, you can probably get to the 3rd Border City at noon. Well, let's do it at 2 in the afternoon. Night Ming, good. Very quickly. The mission information appeared on Night Ming's cell phone. Mission name, Purge Program Final. Target, Zhou Qingyun. Realm, 4th Order Contractor S-Class Cloudfall Holy Maiden. Mission description, Zhou Qingyun is involved in the sale of prohibited items of radicalization grass and is currently absconding into the extraterritorial area. His strength is strong. It is recommended that a 4th ranked or above 4th ranked contract master carry out the mission. Mission description. 4th Order Contract Master. The pact spirit was surprisingly S rank. Nightmare remembered that he had seen it on reports before, saying that Zhou Qingyun's contracted spirit was a rank. It turned out to be S rank. These ground mixing guys, they all like to engage in this whole hidden strength thing. Sun Hoyuan, be careful when carrying out your mission. The domain is full of crises and the ferocious beasts inside are exceptionally cruel. In addition, there is a radicalization essence hidden in Zhou Qingyun's body. Sun Hoyuan, the essence of radicalization is refined from 1000 radicalization grasses. After taking it, his potential will be stimulated, increasing his strength by 2 to 4 times, so be extremely careful when fighting against him. Night Ming, don't worry, I will. Sun Hoyuan, well, the teammate arranged for you is already in the 3rd border city. Her character is a bit strange, you may have to be more patient when you arrive. Chapter 66 SS Great Illusory Heart Holy Maiden. 3rd border city. The sky was covered in dark clouds, and the forest of tall buildings converged into a steel forest. Buzzing. Armed flying ships circled overhead, and on top of the tall buildings, an anti-aircraft gun was set up, filling the entire city with a tense and solemn atmosphere. The border city was the transition zone between the safe city and the domain. After the ferocious beasts descended, the blue star map plate changed drastically. The ocean area changed from the original 70% to 20%, and the land area became 80%. While the area occupied by humans accounted for 40% of the total land area, the remaining 60% was the extraterritorial, which was the territory of the fierce beasts, as well as some of the human city ruins. Night Ming looked at everything around him. At this time, a heavily armed team returned from a mission outside the domain. Their bodies were filled with large and small wounds, and blood spilled out of the wounds, following the military green battle armor and falling drop by drop onto the road surface water. Night Ming watched them leave with a gloomy expression. He thought of his 4th uncle, Night Zhang. This uncle, who was not good with words, had joined the guard army when he was 25 years old and started to guard the 3rd border city. Now 15 years had passed. Night Ming had seen the way 4th uncle Night Zhang took off his clothes. The upper half of his body was covered in cuts. Over these years, not only has the fierce beast disaster not gotten better, it has instead gotten more severe. Unfortunately, a lot of the people in the safe zone don't take it seriously, and some 2/5 even go so far as to blabber on the internet that the construction of Border City is a waste of resources. Damn, sometimes I really want to kill these bastards. The woman's teeth-gnashing voice rang out. Night Ming turned his head to look. Under the dim streetlight, a blue-haired woman in a trench coat was leaning against a lamppost with her hands clasped over her chest, her eyes calmly looking at him. You are? Night Ming frowned slightly. The blue-haired woman walked over, she smiled and extended her hand, and... Hello, my name is Shallow Dream, a 4th-ranked contract master. Understood. A companion arranged by the Palace of Sundering. Night Ming reached out and shook his hand. Hello, Night Ming, 3rd Order contract master. 3rd rank? Asuma withdrew her hand, she skimmed her lips and shook her head. The energy in your body is much thicker than the unusual 3rd rank. Nightmare was slightly surprised. Shadow Spectre's voice rang in his ears, the SS rank Illusory Heart Holy Maiden, she can peer into the energy in your body and has a keen perception of energy fluctuations. So it turns out. Night Ming drifted off. Asuma said, let's go, it's almost time, let's leave the city through exit 5. It's close to the mission site, and if nothing unexpected happens, it can be completed within an hour. Soon. The duo arrived at exit 5. Along the way, Shallow Dream and Night Ming chatted about Border City. Night Ming realized that the girl named Shallow Dream had a cheerful personality and was very easy to get along with. It was completely unlike what Sun Hoyuan had said. The personality was eccentric and difficult to understand. Hello, we're leaving the city. Asuma handed the information to the soldier from the audit department. The latter glanced at Asuma's information without any change in emotion. But after looking at Night Ming's information, his eyes suddenly lit up. Night Ming? You're Night Ming? Night Ming. Recognize me? Ahem, don't panic. The soldier realized that he was being a bit abrupt, and he hurriedly explained that. Your 4th uncle, Night Zhang, he's my captain, he showed me your picture a few days ago, the day of the Great Martial Examination. Night Ming drifted off. It should be that 4th uncle Night Zhang had watched the live broadcast of his Great Martial Dao exam and couldn't help but share his joy with his comrades. Since they knew each other, then there was no need to be so nervous. This uncle, may I ask, how is my fourth uncle now? Where is he? Night Ming asked. The soldier waved his hand. Don't worry, it's just a small mission, he'll be back in the last 2 days. The mission involved secrets. It was inconvenient to disclose. Night Ming also realized this after asking. He nodded his head and smiled. Thanks, uncle. It's fine, you're welcome. The soldier smiled. There was a piece of information he had wanted to say, but professionalism made him shut up. Actually, Night Zheng wasn't that far away from where Night Ming was going, so he might even be able to bump into him. Tap. As the Night Ming duo finished their formalities and turned to leave, 3 figures brushed past them. The figures on the left and right were incomparably lanky, standing 1 meter 8 tall and weighing at least 200 pounds, looking very majestic. The one in the center had a slim figure, but his skin was fair, and he looked well maintained. As they passed by, they glanced at Night Ming. Under normal circumstances, glancing was nothing. But Night Ming, as a top-tier assassin, he felt killing intent in the eyes of the man in the middle. Who was he? Why would he harbor killing intent towards me? Night Ming frowned. Suddenly, he heard a voice from the soldiers behind him. Yuan Guang Group? I'm sorry, you are representatives of a joint venture and need to undergo an identity check, come with me. Source Light Group. Memories were like short movies that flashed before Night Ming's eyes. The kidnappers, the Du family's twin brothers, the dogs raised by the Yuan Guang Group. Could it be because the matter of the Du family's twin brothers was exposed? Impossible. Night Ming shook his head. If it was truly exposed, Sun Hoyuan would have passed the information to himself in the first place. But why would that person harbor murderous intentions towards himself? In here, there must be something else. Night Ming furrowed his brows, and in his heart, he couldn't help but connect Zhou Qingyun to the Source Light Group. Could it be Zhou Qingyun? Exiting the city entrance, Night Ming was still recalling the earlier events. As he walked, he suddenly bumped into Shallow Dream. The other party was standing at the city entrance, no longer moving his feet, but fumbling for something in his pocket. What are you standing here for? Night Ming was puzzled. Asamon smiled and pulled out a coin. She smiled cheekily and, I have a quirk, when it comes to danger and people or things that make me uncomfortable, I like to flip a coin once. Heads means good luck, tails means bad luck. Said. She flipped the coin in her hand. Spreading her hand, heads, good luck. Alright, let's get going. Shallow Dream was in a great mood, striding forward with a big step. Nightmare smiled helplessly. Good luck will set off immediately. What about bad luck? Bad luck? Asimo spread her hands and said, then we'll wait for half an hour and throw it again, until we get good luck and then we'll leave. Ah? Night Ming was surprised, but won't that delay things? Can't you see that we're half an hour ahead of schedule, and I've set aside a tolerance for myself? This. What if it backfires twice in a row? Night Ming asked. Impossible. Asimo tilted her head, proudly saying. Since I was a child, I've never met a situation where it was reversed twice. Suddenly, her face changed, gazing at her eyes, her tone more serious and earnest. No, just now met once. Just when we went out just now, I flipped a coin twice at those 3 people from the Yuan Guang group, and surprisingly, they were both tails, which means that they will bring us bad luck. Night Ming, be careful. These 2 days are a bit busy, the next chapter will be late, sorry big brothers. Chapter 67 Killing Zhou Qingyun. Outside the domain. According to the location information sent by Sun Hoyuan, Night Ming and Shallow Dream entered a dark forest. As the cold wind blew through, the leaves rustled, and the pitch-black tree trunks swayed like ghosts waving their teeth and claws. Roar! A fierce shout suddenly rang out. A leopard with moon tattoos on its body madly rushed towards the Night Ming duo. Its eyes were fierce, rotten flesh remained on its sharp teeth, and its ferocious appearance was frightening. Swoosh! At the same time it leapt high into the air. Night Ming swung out with a sickle, and blood shot out. Successfully killed a 3rd-rank Moon Shadow Leopard, level experience plus 40, spirit skill experience plus 40. Night Ming's face changed, because the ferocious beasts outside the domain are more dangerous, is the experience value higher? The thought had just arisen in his mind. It had yet to find a chance to verify it. Suddenly. Swoosh swoosh. 3 bone arrows shot out from the top of the tree. At a closer look, it was actually a group of spirit hair monkeys holding bows. These guys had sharp teeth, and their bodies were white, like cotton. But one pair of eyes were extraordinarily scarlet. They were good at using tools and were considered wise amongst the ferocious beasts. Die! Nightming leaped and stepped on the tree trunk to close the distance. A few spirit hair monkeys saw this and tried to run, but with a thought from Nightming's mind, the dark tentacles were like bullets bursting out of the air, easily piercing through their bodies. Like a skewer, it strung one spirit hair monkey onto a piece. Successfully killed a third-order spirit hairy monkey, level experience plus 45, spirit skill experience plus 45. Successfully killed a third-order spirit hairy monkey, level experience plus 45, spirit skill experience plus 45. Successfully killed a third-order spirit hairy monkey, level experience plus 45, spirit skill experience plus 45. It's true that the experience given is higher than that given by killing Secret Realm fierce beasts. Nightming's eyes lit up. If he could, he wanted to practice leveling outside of the domain. Alright Nightming, keep the noise down, we're almost there, don't startle the snakes. Shallow Dream lowered his voice. The duo continued to walk through the black forest for a while. Along the way, not only did they meet ferocious beasts, they also saw the ghastly white bones piled up on the ground. Every year, at least 100,000 people died outside the domain. Some were victimized by ferocious beasts. Some were those who turned against each other for the sake of benefits, thus fighting and making a scene. After all, outside the domain was a masterless land. There is no law here. Even if you want to kill someone, no one will care about you. Outside the domain, it was truly a place outside the law. Here it is. Asamu stopped her steps. She looked at the cave 50 meters away in front of her, and instead of rushing in, she pulled out a coin and flipped it. Heads. Good luck. Charge. Shallow Dream's battle spirit increased steeply as she reached out and conjured up a dazzlingly colorful and intertwined ancient book, rushing into the cave at an extremely fast speed. I seem to be able to understand why Captain Sun said she has an odd personality. A fellow who needed to flip a coin to decide on everything she did certainly had an eccentric personality. The duo entered the cave. Inside, they found lighters, dry firewood, clothes, and other household items. But just couldn't find where Zhou Qingyun was. What's going on? Shallow Dream was surprised. There was no delay in time, and we didn't scare the snakes. Could it be that we came at a bad time and he just happened to go out? She was puzzled. However, Nightming ghostly looked up at the top of the cave. He actually found that a figure was supporting himself on the wall with both arms. He was as thin as a bone, and his scarlet eyes revealed a strong killing intent. Nightming! Die for me! Zhou Qingyun shouted angrily as he descended from the top of the cave with his hands clenched into fists, as if he were a cloud falling from the firmament. The aura was magnificent. The ability to shield your breath is good, but your strength is not enough to kill me. The divine meteor demon armor covered his entire body as Nightming held his long sickle and rushed forward, and at the moment when the momentum of the falling cloud was about to touch, Nightming's arm powered up. A sickle broke through Zhou Qingyun's attack. And then the dark tentacles pierced through his body. Put! A mouthful of old blood spurted out, and Zhou Qingyun knelt on the ground, his face pale. Nightming moved closer towards him. But just in the next moment, Zhou Qingyun picked up the radicalization essence in his pocket and was about to swallow it in one gulp. You're eating! The result was that it hadn't even been fed to his mouth. A flying kick exploded out. Nightming kicked that radicalization essence and shattered it. Interrupting spell casting. Shallow Dream was surprised. Nightming shook his head with a calm demeanor. It was just a basic operation. But who knew that the next moment, Zhou Qingyun took out another radicalization essence from his pocket. Taking advantage of Nightming's inattention, they swallowed it in one gulp. 2 pieces? No, it's this guy who split the radicalization essence into 2. Nightming and Shallow Dream reacted. Oh! In a blink of an eye. The energy in the air transformed into a strand, like a ribbon of breath, converging towards Zhou Qingyun. His withered figure began to swell with muscles, and the blood color on his face returned. Behind him, a woman's silhouette holding a black cloud in one hand even coalesced. S-Class Cloudfall Holy Maiden. Boom! Zhou Qingyun pushed out with a palm horizontally. The black cloud condensed into a large palm that instantly blasted through the cave. After that, Zhou Qingyun toppled his palm towards the top again. the mountain was blasted out with a large hole. A huge commotion resounded outside the domain. Not far away, Night Zhang and the others, who had just finished their mission and were preparing to return to the city, were instantly attracted by the loud sound. What a fierce battle! Are their contract masters battling against each other? A subordinate frowned. Rolling smoke filled the air, and a huge mushroom cloud rose in the sky. Night was expressionless and had just turned his head to prepare to leave, but in the mushroom cloud, a black stream of light suddenly flashed by. This aura, Night was feeling déjà vu. Wait a minute. How could it be Night Ming? He's come to the extraterrestrial domain? The doubts in his heart rushed out like a brain. You guys go back first, I'll go over and take a look, there might be something important. After putting down these words, Night Zhang rushed over. At the same time, in the sky, Zhou Qingyun looked at his severed left arm with an incomparably terrified expression. Are you kidding me? I'm a 4th-ranked contract master, and after taking the radicalization grass, my strength has increased by 2 times. You're actually still able to defeat me? Night Ming's black wings flapped, and the long sickle in his hand continuously released an aura of killing and darkness. Too lazy for you to explain, your top priority right now is to report to hell. Shoo! The last word fell. Night Ming rushed out, first dodging Zhou Qingyun's straight punch, and then swinging out with a sickle, severing his right arm. He lost his ability to move. After that, Night Ming spun around with the sickle, and Zhou Qingyun's head took off. He died. Blood flowed all over the place. Night Ming stepped in the blood and let out a long breath. This damned fellow, finally dead. From tonight onwards, Songnan City would no longer have the Green Cloud Society. It's time to go back and resume orders. Swoosh! Night Ming didn't have time to take 2 more breaths. 2 huge machetes suddenly flew out of the forest, thrusting left and right into the sides of FNI. GHT Ming's hands. Night Ming's gaze was fixed, staring dead on at the source of the machetes. The next moment, 3 figures walked out. Right in the center, Ganko Shuichi clasped his hands to his chest with a teasing smile on his face. Night Ming, what a coincidence, we meet again. This time, can I ask you to promise me something? Night Ming frowned and did not answer. Just then, he heard Ganko Shuichi chuckle. Promise me that you'll let me kill you. Chapter 68, Kill, 4th Order Contractor, Ganko Shuichi. Night Ming frowned, where did this come from? Holding a long sickle, he didn't hesitate at all and charged directly towards Ganko Shuichi. Dark streams of light exploded out of the silent black forest as Night Ming charged straight up, his aura exploding. Boom! Just as his sickle blade swung down, 2 burly figures suddenly stopped in front of Ganko Shuichi, and they swung their fists at the same time, powerful shockwaves pouring out. Night Ming's forward charging body suddenly froze. Let me do it! Swoosh! Asamu stepped on the trees and left high as she flung her hands and shot out 5 daggers. The daggers were so fast that the 2 lanky figures supported the barrier with both hands, however, the moment the daggers made contact with the barrier, it actually directly penetrated the barrier. It stabbed at the bodies of the 2 lanky figures. The 2 lanky figures were shocked. Ganko Shuichi's brows tightened as he hurriedly shouted. Go all out, this woman has a ghost. At those words, the 2 lanky figures looked at each other. The next moment, their breath climbed steeply. An invisible ripple of impact spread from them as their bodies became illusory, and immediately afterward, they even directly merged into one. His aura became powerful, for arms grew out of his body began to expand, his height grew to 2.5 meters, and white flowing lines emerged on his skin. Merged into one? Night Ming stared with wide eyes, somewhat surprised. Class a twin-born saintess. Shadow Yui explained, this is an extremely special type of holy maiden, and she requires 2 contract masters. Although she is a rank, she possesses a very powerful spirit skill, twin life fusion, which allows 2 indentured masters to merge into one. Strength, speed, and chi and blood will all merge. Night Ming was surprised. He didn't expect there to be such a peculiar saintess. Playing God. Shallow Dream stepped on a tree branch, and this time she clenched her right hand into a fist, an illusory blue fist shadow coalescing. She used all her strength to blast towards the figure that had merged into one. The other party coldly snorted as 4 arms pushed out the barrier horizontally, directly shocking Asamu away. Asamon frowned. She realized that after the two lanky figures merged into one, they were too much stronger than before. Sakamoto Kawaichi and Sakamoto Kawaji, they are twins, and after performing a twin fusion, their strength increase will be even more exaggerated. Gunko Shuichi laughed coldly. They were already 4th ranked contract masters, and after the twin birth fusion, their strength has reached quasi-5th rank. There was a smirk on his face. After the twin life fusion, Sakamoto Kawachi took the main control of the body. He followed Minamoto Kosho with a smile, his eyes filled with ice coldness. Humph. Isn't it just a quasi-5th rank? What's there to pretend? Asamu summoned the ancient book and whispered an incantation. A strange formation coalesced underneath Sakamoto Kawachi's feet. 5 iron chains emerged from the formation and tied onto Sakamoto Kawachi's body, and he was briefly restricted from moving. Quick, Night Ming! Catch the thief and make a move on Gunko Shuichi! Asamu's voice shouting had just fallen. Night Ming held a long sickle and charged forward with an arrow. Gunko Shuichi's eyes sank. Is this treating me like a soft target? I am at least a 4th ranked contract master. How can I allow you, a 3rd rank, to act wildly in front of me? He shouted angrily, and rolling green chi emerged from his eyes. Tattoos of various types of highly poisonous things surfaced on his arms, and his entire body actually doubled in size at a speed visible to the naked eye. S-class poisoning Holy Maiden. 100 poisons cannot be invaded. The body of the poisoning Holy Maiden contractor is a poison pot. After undergoing the poisonous enhancement, each of his attacks will have a poisonous effect attached to it, and an ordinary person who slightly touches it will be instantly eroded by the poison. Shadow said quietly, but his weakness is also obvious. As long as you avoid his attacks and kill him with a single strike, you'll be fine. Night Ming, do you need me to help you? Night Ming shook his head. A 4th ranked contract master, I might have been afraid of 1 or 2 at one time. But now. Swoosh! His body was like a ghost, stepping forward through the air. While bursting forward, with him at the center, the darkness domain unfolded. The aura of darkness wrapped around everything around him. Gunko Shuichi snorted coldly, you're simply pretending to be a god. He clenched his fist and slammed it towards Night Ming. Night Ming was not the least bit afraid, holding his sickle forward. Out of reach in the darkness. Fist shadows and sickle shadows collided with each other. Outside the realm. Sakamoto Kawachi saw that Night Ming dared to fight Gunko Shuichi. He laughed on the spot. But the corners of his mouth had only just curved up. The darkness domain withdrew. His smile came to an abrupt end. In his line of sight, Gunko Shuichi had his arms severed, the knees of his legs shattered, and his eyes were shocked as he knelt in front of Night Ming. His mouth remained open as if he wanted to speak, but his throat choked and he couldn't utter a single word. Holding his long sickle, Night Ming looked down at the kneeling Gunko Shuichi, his face cold. The next moment, he picked up the long sickle and slashed at Gunko Shuichi's neck. Don't! Sakamoto Kawachi yelled with glaring eyes, he is Gunko Shuichi, a member of the Gunko group. If you dare to kill him, the Gunko group will never let you go. Put! A human head took off. After Night Ming swung out his long sickle, he turned his head to look at Sakamoto Kawachi. What did you just say? I didn't hear you. Gunko Shuichi wants to kill him, can he stand it? Of course he couldn't endure it. Sakamoto Kawachi was like being struck by lightning. He looked at Gunko Shuichi's corpse, first frozen, and then his body began to tremble madly, as if he was afraid of something. Blood filaments crawled over his eyes as he stared with red eyes and rushed towards Night Ming in a frenzy of rage. You damned bastard! You actually killed young Master Gunko Shuichi! You deserve to die, your crime is unforgivable, I will kill you! In a state of fury, Sakamoto Kawachi rushed out of his confinement, like a cannonball that shot out violently, charging towards Night Ming at an extremely fast speed. But just as he was about to throw a punch at Night Ming, a figure descended from the sky. It landed in front of Night Ming. He retreated a step back, his right fist collected to his waist, and then his eyes crossed. The power that poured out like a torrent blasted out along with his right fist. Bang! Sakamoto Chwani's body exploded. The dual life fusion state was lifted. It transformed into 2 corpses that were shattered by the blast. Sakamoto Kawanichi and Sakamoto Kawanji were dead. Night Ming was stunned as he looked at the figures in front of him. Fourth uncle? At this moment, Fourth Uncle Knight was wearing an army green combat uniform, his face indifferent as he withdrew his fist and looked at Asamon, who was not far in front of him. and then looked at Night Ming with a slightly furrowed brow. Why did you appear outside the domain? On the way back to Third Border City. Night Ming excused himself and said that he had come to the domain outside for the sake of practicing. After all, after becoming a third-order contract master, extraterritorial training was almost considered a mandatory course. Night Zhang wasn't overly skeptical either. Next time you come, tell me in advance. If something happens to you outside the domain, I'll apologize to your dead parents. Night Zhang looked at Night Ming and said in a serious and earnest manner. Night Ming nodded his head. The mold looked very honest. Night Zhang gave a and continued to ask. What happened to those people earlier? Why did they strike out at you guys? Fourth uncle, it's like this. Night Ming didn't finish his words. Shallow Dream immediately interrupted, trying to kill people to get away with it. We picked up the ruddy crystal ore, that group of guys wanted to rob it. It's not right for us to run, it's not right for us not to run, so we just fought them. After saying that, she took out a piece of red training crystal ore. Night Zhang looked at it and didn't say anything. Chapter 69 Night Ming, I'm Super Plus Generation? The Gunko Group is a joint venture. The one with the most holdings is the Gunko family from the Sakura country. You killed Gunko Shuichi, they will look for trouble from you, but you don't have to worry too much. Within the Dragon Kingdom, they can only hold in their anger even if they have the greatest anger. After the ferocious beast disaster descended, a large portion of the countries on the blue planet were wiped out. The countries that still existed now, although they still had economic and technological exchanges with each other, the attitude of each country was very tough. No matter what kind of joint venture you are, no matter what kind of holding you have. Once you find that you have things that harm the interests of the country, there was no need to go through the legal procedures, all of them would be confiscated directly, and the death penalty for offenders would be executed immediately and would be broadcast live across the country. Good. Night Ming nodded. Well, that's it. I booked you a ticket in half an hour. Go back to Tsungnan City as soon as possible. After Night Zhang finished speaking, he turned around and left. Night Ming shouted, Fourth uncle, pay more attention to safety. Night Zhang waved his hand with his back to Night Ming, but did not turn to look at him. Looking at Fourth uncle, Night Zhang's back gradually faded away. Night Ming faintly said, Shallow Dream, your earlier excuse was a bit clumsy. My fourth uncle won't believe it. Shallow Dream let out an ah. Isn't the excuse of killing someone to get rid of them very commonly used? Yes, it is commonly used, but it won't work with my fourth uncle. There are too many loopholes. A little bit of careful thought will make it all clear. The son of the Yuan Guang Group. His family is worth $10,000. Backed by a large family. Would he strike out against the Dragon Kingdom people because of a piece of ruddy crystal ore, close to the Dragon Kingdom's territory? The danger was too great, and even if the male son was brainless, he wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Don't speak so absolutely, let me flip a coin to see the result. Asamu casually flipped it. Tails. Another flip. Tails again. One more time, still tails. 3 consecutive reversals. Things didn't go as I expected. It seems your fourth uncle already knows I lied to him. Shallow Dream spread her hands, she didn't care, after all, it wasn't her fourth uncle. Night Ming was speechless. Sannan City. On the way home, Night Ming told Sun Hoyuan about what had happened earlier in the domain. After the latter read the message, he didn't reply to Night Ming at first. It wasn't until half an hour later. Sun Hoyuan, there's no harm in big ghosts, but little ghosts are hard to deal with. The higher-ups of the Yuan Guan Group definitely don't dare to make a move against you, but they can have their subordinates do this. Night Ming, here it comes, just kill it. But what I can't understand is why Gunko Shuichi would make a move against me. I didn't leave any traces last time I killed the 2 Du family brothers. Sun Hoyuan, it's not because of this, it's Zhou Qingyun, who was involved with the Gungwang Group. Sure enough. Night Ming cupped his chin in thought. Qingyun Association, selling contraband, Yuan Guan Group, killing Zhou Qingyun and silencing him. He seemed to have figured something out. Night Ming, so, the source of the contraband is the Yuan Guan Group? Sun Hoyuan, brain is turning really fast, yes, it's them. Night Ming, if you know, why don't you take action against them? Sun Hoyuan, already did it, you did not pay attention to perhaps do not know, Dragon Country Market contraband, recently been cut 90%. Night Ming, the remaining 10%. Sun Hoyuan, soon, not more than a month will be completely eradicated, we are now fishing, fishing a big fish, 7th order. Night Ming read the last message. Silently, he closed his cell phone. He exhaled a long breath. With a serious expression, he shook his head. As expected, the games between the upper echelons were all motionless. Even for himself, who was inside the matter, the information he had was just the tip of the iceberg. 7th rank contract master, S-class contract spirit. This kind of existence is considered a powerful battle force in any country. This fish is really big. Soon, Night Ming returned home. Night Frost wasn't there, most likely gone on a mission. Night Xinshin was still lying in bed sleeping. 2nd and 3rd uncles were working. Older sister really is the laziest person in the family. Night Ming secretly said he didn't rush back to his room, but came to the training room. However, the moment he stepped into the room with his front foot, an invisible oppression suddenly came from the left side. Night Ming, be careful. Shadow Spectre summoned the power of darkness to condense into a shield, blocking the lingering wind blade that lifted from his left side. The next moment, hoo. 3 wind-spinning spikes suddenly rushed from in front of Night Ming. Night Ming's pupils suddenly contracted as he leapt high with his legs, his black wings unfurling as he soared. Holding a long sickle in his hand, he slashed at the wind-spinning thorns. Boom! The two forces charged against each other. Night Ming had a slight advantage. In the dark training room, Night Ming was in the center, holding the long sickle, his eyes looking straight ahead, his body relaxing, using every pore to feel the breath around him. The next moment, a stream of light exploded from behind him. Night Ming stood in place as he sighed. Senior, this kind of boring trick should not be played anymore. I am not going to be intimidated by you. The streams of light that burst forth came to an abrupt halt. Immediately afterward, a figure appeared behind Night Ming. He wore a white robe and had white hair and a white beard, his appearance pale but refreshed. Gu Yunfeng patted Night Ming on the shoulder, like a spring breeze, and, "Good boy, you and I have only met once, and you've memorized my scent." Not bad. This was all basic skills. Night Ming smiled. Master's strength is powerful, and his scent is different from ordinary people, so it's very recognizable. Patting a horse's ass and pretending in the process. Gu Yunfeng was delighted in his heart, he ate this up. The brain is really smart. Take this. With a wave of his sleeve robe, he threw out an exquisite wooden box. There were exquisite patterns carved on it, and when he opened it, a fruit that looked divinely like a lightning symbol was lying in it. There were threads of thunder arcs flickering on it. This is the thunder fruit, a heavenly treasure. The last time I saw you have lightning power in your body, this is something too good to waste. So, I found the thundering fruit for you. After taking it, the lightning power in your body will awaken. Gu Yunfeng said with a smile. Awakening the power of thunder and lightning, it seems like I've already awakened it. Night Ming smiled awkwardly. Senior, I've already awakened the power of lightning. Thanks to the thunder crystals you gave last time. Mastered? Gu Yunfeng shot a surprised glance at Night Ming. It was discovered that the power of thunder and lightning was actually really surging out of his body. It's really... Gu Yunfeng's face instantly became somewhat embarrassed. As an 8th order contract master, the second time he sent a disciple a gift, he hadn't even delivered it to the right place. Wasn't this embarrassing him? Master, I'm not really familiar with the mastery of the power of lightning, and this thunder fruit will be of great use to me. Night Ming still knew a lot about human feelings. Alright, there's no need to comfort me, this time the gift isn't in place, I'll make it up to you later. Also, I'm already looking for materials for the quasi-8th rank. Gu Yunfeng said, and then suddenly thought of something. One more thing, don't call me master in the future, it sounds a bit archaic and rusty. Same as little Sun Hoyuan and the others, just call me teacher. Teacher. Night Ming clasped his fists. What appeared to be a change in address actually connoted Qiankuan. Sun Hoyuan called Gu Yunfeng teacher, Night Ming also called Gu Yunfeng teacher, wouldn't this mean? Night Ming felt like he was super plus senior. Aha! Gu Yunfeng nodded, this time I came to find you, delivering something is one of the things, there is another thing. What? There's a divine thief in Sangnan City, and there's an item in his possession called the bloodthirsty progenitor root, which is very useful to you. Night Ming drifted off and asked in detail, kill or capture alive? Gu Yunfeng snorted coldly, a scum who steals chickens and dogs and fears the strong and weak. What's the point of keeping him? Night Ming nodded, understood. Chapter 70. Who hangs out with you on the same path? I'll have Xiao Sun send you the specific information. Another reminder, now that you've been accepted into Star Demon University, but this is not the time to slack off. There will be an entrance exam at the time of admission. You can choose not to take it. It won't affect you from becoming a student of Star Demon University. But I suggest that you'd better take it and achieve first place. Because the reward is very generous, it's an 8th ranked ferocious beast material. Gu Yunfeng was the vice-chancellor, and the words he purposely reminded him of were naturally not that simple. It said that it was a piece of 8th order ferocious beast material. But there were definitely other rewards. For example, the tilting of resources. College students in this era were subsidized for cultivation every month. The higher the ranking, the greater the subsidy. If he achieved first place in the entrance exam, Night Ming estimated that the value of the rewards he received would be at least equal to 3 pieces of 8th order fierce beast materials. Teacher, what is the minimum realm to achieve first place in the entrance exam? Night Ming asked. Gu Yunfeng gave him a slightly surprised look before saying. The first in the last entrance exam, his rank was a 3rd ranked contract master. The contract spirit is SS rank. With your current strength, as long as you don't regress, you can almost securely take first place. A sure thing? Night Ming frowned. He felt the need to raise himself a bit more. There wasn't much hope of breaking through to a 4th ranked contract master. However, having the chi blood and spirit power break 1,000. It was still very possible. Chi blood, 700. Spiritual power, 700. Once they broke the 1,000. In the entrance exam, even if Night Ming became a target and was surrounded by everyone, he had the confidence to kill his way out. Alright, I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave first. Little Sun is your captain. He's a man with an odd temper. If he dares to bully you, you talk to me and I'll make sure to clean him up. After patting Night Ming's shoulder, Gu Yunfeng turned into a stream of light and rushed away. Night Ming spat in his heart. Just who was the one with the eccentric temper? Night, 2300 hours. Night Xinshin's snores echoed in the training room. In addition to the snoring, there was also a violent boxing sound. Who? After defeating the last mechanical dummy. Night Ming looked at Night Xinshin, who was lying on a bench, hugging a tablet and snoring. He shook his head helplessly. Older sister is really something, asking her to help memorize a stat, but she ended up falling asleep. Forget it, let's go buy an intelligent machine tomorrow. Night Ming put a quilt over Night Xinshin. Ding ding ding. The cell phone suddenly rang. Night Ming picked it up and saw that it was a message from Sun Hoyuan. Sun Hoyuan, divine thief's name is Wu Di, a professional recidivist who has engaged in 375 thefts, large and small, and is extremely bad in nature. However, he disappeared 5 years ago and is suspected to have fled to the extraterritorial area. Night Ming, extraterritorial? This Wu Di's strength isn't bad, right? Sun Hoyuan, 4th ranked contract master, contract spirit is C ranked, but his strength is very weak. This guy is a bully and specializes in picking on the weak and small. Looking at this message, Night Ming frowned. It wasn't that he had a stereotype. It was mainly because he felt that those who were thieves, 9 times out of 10, were timid and the best at bullying the weak and fearing the hard. Because the bold ones all directly robbed and got shot. Sun Hoyuan, this Wu Di also has a habit, in the process of his work or the moment he finished, if someone and he looked at each other, he will kill each other without mercy. Night Ming, this is a sign of fear, he has a ghost in his heart. After finishing the chat, Night Ming checked the information about the quest. Mission name, Gold Basin not wash your hands. Target, Wu Di. Mission requirement, kill. Mission time, tonight at 2400 hours. Night Ming sat on the edge of his bed and watched the pointer on his desk turn as the time came to 2400 hours. He took a deep breath and rushed out as a stream of light. On the eaves of the house, Nightfrost clasped his hands to his chest and watched Night Ming leave, smiling and shaking his head. That's really enough effort. Civilian residential area. Happy Garden. Most of the lights in the neighborhood were out, and in an extraordinarily dark house, a bizarre figure was rummaging through a box. He was dressed in black tights, and on his feet was a pair of cloth shoes, moving carefully, not daring to make a single sound. Damn, where's the money? Why isn't there a dime? What the hell? Wu De frowned. Although he was a 4th ranked contract master, being wanted by the whole country made him not dare to show his face in many places. Even if he engaged in underground business, he would be recognized on the spot. Therefore, he was short of money. It had to be stolen. Go to the bedroom. Wunder entered the bedroom. While moving, he didn't even make a single sound. His contracted spirit was a C-rank sound-breaking saint, which could isolate most sounds. Non-aggressive and very average. After entering the bedroom, Wunder rummaged through the nightstand. A lot of money was found. He was overjoyed in his heart. Suddenly, there seemed to be a surprised gaze looking at the side. Wunder turned his head to look. It was a little girl who was a few years old and could not speak yet. She tilted her head, her round eyes emitting a buring light, and was looking at Wunder with a smile on her face. Wunder. He swallowed his saliva and looked at the little girl and then at the woman who was sleeping next to the little girl. He had a viciousness in his heart. Being seen. Whoever it was must be killed. His hand behind his back held the dagger and raised it high, ready to kill the sleeping woman first, and the little girl later. Cold light flashed. The dagger's aura was compelling. Just at the moment when the dagger was about to plunge into the woman's neck. Bang! A dark shadow broke through the window. Dark tentacles instantly tied up Wunder, and then Night Ming quickly rushed out of the room. He turned into darkness and became one with the night. The sound of the broken window woke up the sleeping woman. She looked at the messy interior of the house, and her screams instantly rang out, and ah! The dilapidated alley. Bang! Night Ming threw Wunder heavily to the ground. He held his long sickle on Wunder's neck and forced him to ask. Say, where is the bloodthirsty original root? How dare you threaten me for wanting something? You also don't inquire about what I am. Put. Wunder just let out a vicious sentence. With a swing of the long sickle in his hand, Night Ming instantly chopped off one of his arms. The pain caused Wunder's face to instantly turn pale and ah! An agonizing cry rang out. Night Ming frowned and swung out his sickle again. Wunder's other arm shot up into the sky. I told you to answer the question, not to ghost cry. Last chance, where is the bloodthirsty original root? Night Ming coldly forced the question. It's at. Wunder pointed to his chest with his head. Night Ming summoned his dark tentacles and felt around, and indeed got the thing. This brother, you took the thing, and you cut off my arm, can you let me live? We all hang out on the road, let the people be spared. Wunder knelt on the ground and begged. Night Ming frowned, who hangs out with you on the same road? A rotten person like you, the ultimate Tao is only death. Chapter 71, The Roots Are Intertwined, Night Ming breaks the game. Plop. The sickle blade continued to enlarge in Wunder's pupils. He felt a coldness in his neck before his consciousness faded away. Wunder's head rolled on the ground and eventually rolled next to the trash can. Still categorizing yourself after death? Ha! Night Ming snorted coldly as the dark realm unfolded. The corpses and blood on the ground were swallowed by the darkness. After doing everything, Night Ming recalled what had happened earlier. In his heart, he was glad. It was fortunate that he was on time. If he had been a second later, I'm afraid that 2 more innocent lives would have to die in the hands of this rotten man, Wunder. Forget it, don't think about it, let's go back and try the effects first. Night Ming looked at the bloodthirsty original root in his hand. This thing looked like ginseng. But there were threads of scarlet flowing light lingering around it. Using his fingernail, he made a cut. The juice that flowed out was so similar to blood. Night Ming, this thing, it's great. Shadow said quietly, it is a special heavenly treasure that can nourish your body. By allowing your fleshly body to fuse with the killing aura, it can not only raise your chi and blood and spiritual power. It can also help you resist killing backlash. 2 birds with 1 stone. Gu Yunfeng had definitely put in some effort to find out this kind of treasure. A good teacher. Night Ming lamented. He couldn't wait to go back and absorb the killing primordial root. But just as he turned to leave, buzz! The transparent barrier suddenly blocked his path. Immediately afterward, a voice with a few hints of playfulness rang out. This friend, you're being a bit unkind. It's fine if you kill people, but you want to take away things as well? This is too out of line. Night Ming's face sank as he turned around to look. The visitor wore a black cloud-patterned robe and held a feather fan, his appearance somewhat feminine. The feather fan in his hand flapped, and an emboldened smile hung on his face, as if he was certain of Night Ming. Fourth-ranked contractor, a ranked barrier holy maiden. He can unleash a barrier with super high defense and can compress it to form an offensive means. Shadow Yui reminded. Fourth rank? An A-ranked contract spirit? Night Ming understood, this was another one that had come to die. Friend, a word of advice, all of you are on the road, don't do things too far. Hand over the bloodthirsty primordial root to me, and I'll make way for you. The feminine man said with a sinister look in his eyes. Although Wu Di is at the 4th rank, he doesn't have much combat power and has no gold content. I, on the other hand, am a solid 4th rank contract master, I advise you to better. Boom! He hadn't finished speaking. Night Ming arrowed forward at an extremely fast speed, the divine meteor demon armor released a deep dark aura, and his pair of eyes released a morose red light. Damned rash! The feminine man gritted his teeth and immediately unfolded his arms. A sturdy barrier was born in front of him. However, Night Ming swung the long sickle in his hand. Ka-ching! The barrier shattered. Immediately afterward, the long sickle's remaining power did not diminish as it hacked towards the feminine man's head. In the darkness, a scarlet curved moon chopped out, and a head instantly took off. The feminine man died. The long sickle in Night Ming's hand was still dripping blood. Looking at the corpse on the ground, his eyes grew colder and colder. The person that King of Hell wants to collect can't be stopped. After speaking faintly, Night Ming made a pass at the feminine man. Listening to his earlier words, he seemed to know Wu Di. Wu Di was not a good thing, and those who knew him might not be good people either. It didn't take long. Night Ming retrieved an ID card from him. From the ID card, he got the information of the feminine man. His name was He Qingming and he was from Wuhan City. As for why he appeared in Songnan City, it was unknown. Let's send a message to Captain Sun first. Night Ming sent his ID card, along with the photo of the corpse, to Sun Hoyuan in one piece. By the way, he told him what happened. At the same time, Sun Hoyuan, who was doing something in the office, took a look away. When looking clearly at the dead man's appearance on the picture, he froze for a moment, rushing to open the computer. Once the identities were compared, the corners of his mouth instantly twitched a few times. He Qingming, a native of Wuhan City, the young master of the Black Wind Gang. The Black Wind Gang was the largest ground force in Wuhan City. Its position in Wuhan City was equivalent to the position of the Green Cloud Society in Songnan City. However, Wuhan City was a 3rd-level city and Songnan City was a small city outside of the 5th level. The head of the Black Wind Gang, he himself was a 6th-rank contract master. This guy, Night Ming, I don't even know if I should say that he's lucky or that he's backed up. Sun Hoyuan sighed and eventually sent a message to Gu Yunfeng. Sun Hoyuan, teacher, your precious disciple is in trouble, what should we do? Gu Yunfeng, a young gang leader of a ground force, kill it. However, since the mouth has been torn open, let's make a big deal out of it and make Wuhan City lively. Sun Hoyuan, teacher, what do you mean? Gu Yunfeng, cranes and clams are fighting for each other, the fisherman gets the benefit, the Black Wind Gang has been too arrogant over the years, and it's time to clean up. Night Ming, this kid, is considered to be lighting a fire. Sun Hoyuan, this fire will lead to danger to him. Gu Yunfeng, no harm done, he has the strength. Ended the conversation. Sun Hoyuan also sent a message to Night Ming. Upon learning that he had killed a young gang leader, instead of being afraid, Night Ming was looking forward to it in his heart. He was a person with a strange quirk. He liked to be in danger and grow in desperate situations. Only in this way would his feet become more solid and his strength become stronger. Night Ming, by the way, Captain Sun, I also found something else in He Qingming's pocket earlier. He spread out his palm. Inside was a small S-shaped token. On the back of the token, there was a row of small characters engraved on it. Theft is also no way. Looking at the picture he had just received, Sun Hoyuan snorted coldly. Stealing is also without a way, even playing with the organizational tagline thing. Sun Hoyuan, look again, does Wu Di have this in his pocket as well? Just after posting this sentence, Sun Hoyuan immediately added a sentence. Sun Hoyuan, never mind, according to your habits, you must have cleaned up the scene. Night Mind, you really do understand me. There's no way. Sun Hoyuan could only check on his own. Soon enough, he got the information. The token came from an organization called the Gold Basin Society. It was an illegal organization that specialized in training thieves, but its president died 3 years ago, and there was no information on the Gold Basin Society after that. Unexpectedly, it had begun to pop up again now. Even the young master of the Black Wind Gang was involved in it. It was a bit interesting. The backer behind this is feared to be a not-so-small force. Sun Hoyuan gathered all the theft cases of the last few years into one piece. Eventually, he discovered a very marvelous link. Almost 90% of the thieves, after carrying out their theft activities, would run towards the coastal cities. Once they stepped into the coastal city, they would immediately vaporize, completely without information. This coastal city is called Blue Sea City. And in Blue Sea City, there was a very famous joint venture, the Yuan Guan Group. So, the Gold Basin Society and the Black Wind Gang are almost likely related to the Yuan Guan Group. Big ghosts raising little ghosts feeding back to the big ghosts. What a big game of chess. However, one of the gods has appeared on our side. Sun Hoyuan dropped his gaze on the computer. To be precise, it was one of the contacts on the computer. Night Ming. Chapter 72 Dangerous Secret Realm 10,000 Swords Pool. After dealing with Wu De, the first thing Night Ming did when he returned home was to start absorbing the bloodthirsty primordial root. A treasure that could be recommended by a big shot like Gu Yunfeng, Night Ming was looking forward to its effects. The ginseng-shaped bloodthirsty original root hovered in front of Night Ming. Tendrils of scarlet aura gushed out. Under Shadow Yui's control, the scarlet breath entered Night Ming's body. Instantly, a hot and dry sensation passed from his chest position to his entire body. White steam rose from Night Ming's body, and bean-sized beads of sweat dripped down from his forehead. His sturdy muscles took on a drawn state. Beneath the flesh, red lines emerged as if they were breathing, one moment deep and one moment obvious. Phew! With a long breath of turbid air exhaled, Night Ming's eyes became more and more resolute. He clenched his fists as the panel in front of him unfolded. Qi and blood, 770. Spiritual power, 770. The value has directly increased by 70. Night Ming's eyes widened in some surprise. Swoosh! The next moment, dark tentacles stretched out from behind him. Night Ming, although my freedom hasn't increased, my strength has been enhanced. Shadow Spectre's voice rang out. Night Ming noticed that there were scarlet lines emerging on the dark tentacles, black and red colors intertwined, and the aura released by the dark tentacles was even more frightening. The level hadn't broken through, but the strength had increased by at least double. Ding ding ding. Right at this moment, the cell phone rang. It was a message from Sun Hoyuan. It's so late, could it be that the Golden Basin Society has investigated clearly? Night Ming opened his cell phone. Sun Hoyuan, the matter has been investigated clearly. The Gold Basin Society has been the brats raised by the Source Light Group from the beginning. They are responsible for stealing money, ferocious beast materials, heavenly materials and treasures, and other resources, and through special means, transporting things to the Source Light Group. Night Ming, I remember that the Source Light Group is a joint venture. Wouldn't those stolen riches fall into other countries? Sun Hoyuan, yes. To put it in a small way, this is a theft, and to put it in a larger way, this is damaging national interests, stealing national wealth, stealing money from people's pockets and taking it to other countries. Night Ming. This is really damned. Sun Hoyuan, 3 years ago, the president of the Gold Basin Society offended the Yuan Guan Group and he was killed, so the Gold Basin Society was overthrown. Now that the Gold Basin Society has revived, I suspect that it's the Yuan Guan Group that has started meddling in the operation again. Night Ming, we can't just sit back and wait for death. Sun Hoyuan, the organization has already begun to investigate and has created a mission file. Inferiority is hard to change. You were the first to discover the Golden Plate Society, and you have the most information, so I helped you take on this task. The information I have actually isn't much, I just cared about killing people. Night Ming slandered in his heart. However, he was very clear. Sun Hoyuan naturally had his reasons for helping him take on this mission. Night Ming, Captain Sun, what do you mean? Sun Hoyuan, after the mission is completed, your resume is sufficient and I will apply to the higher-ups to have you promoted to an intermediate-level assassin. Intermediate-level assassin? Night Ming looked surprised. But the next moment Sun Hoyuan sent a piece of information. On it was a clear record of the rank division of the Sundering Hall. Low level, intermediate level, high level, special level, and chief top 10. The higher the rank, the higher the status, the more privileges they enjoy, and the higher the welfare benefits. According to the information, Chief Top 10 has the privilege of first to kill. Simply put, become a Chief Top 10, you can kill anyone you suspect. Suspicion of failure? If you can become a Chief Top 10, you can't make a mistake. It's the organization's trust in them. Sun Hoyuan, after becoming a mid-level assassin, you will open the Succumbent Mall, in which you can purchase what you want. As a gentle reminder, the items in the Suicide Mall are extremely plentiful, and in the entire Dragon Kingdom, it has enough to rank in the top 3 in terms of the type and quantity of items stored. Night Ming, doesn't it mean that I can purchase the materials needed by the witch contractor in the Sundering Mall? Sun Hoyuan, there aren't a lot of materials that a magical girl contractor needs after all, but the amount and variety in the Sundering Mall is definitely quite a bit more than on the market. Night Mind, that's great. I'll take this quest. Sun Hoyuan, in addition, after becoming a mid-level assassin, your annual salary will rise to $20 million. Night Mind, thank you, Captain Sun. Regarding the information related to the Gold Basin Society, it's still in the investigation stage for now. Probably the first mission will not be released until tomorrow night. Until then, I can make a trip to the secret realm. The promotion of the Palace of Sundering can't stop, and neither can getting stronger in the secret realm. Night Ming opened the webpage and began to look up the relevant information. Suddenly, Gu Yunfeng called. It was late at night, his old man hadn't rested yet? Hey, teacher, good evening. Night Ming, long story short, tomorrow Sangnan City will open a new secret realm called the 10,000 Sword Pool. There's a treasure inside called the Ancient Demon Sword, go and take it down. Gu Yunfeng's voice rang out. Night Ming frowned, teacher, I already have a weapon. I know. Gu Yunfeng said, the Ancient Demon Sword is a long sword that contains demonic energy, your long sickle belongs to darkness and is connected to its roots, but at a higher level. Therefore, you can use the Ancient Demon Sword as a nourishment to strengthen your long sickle once. This. Night Ming was shocked. There was still this effect? Shadow Spectre nodded, devouring other weapons and strengthening yourself, the Divine Meteor Longscythe does possess such an ability. Night Ming's heart trembled before he frowned. What he knew was still too little. In that case, tomorrow we will go to the 10,000 Sword Pool and seize that Ancient Demon Sword. The next day. Teleportation Hall. More than 36 people were gathered in front of the teleportation door. They were all contract masters participating in the 10,000 Sword Pool. Night Ming took a rough look at them, and the lowest realm among them were all second-order contract masters. The ones with the highest realms were fourth-order contract masters, and there were 2 of them. They were talking to each other and seemed to be on good terms. At this moment, a third-order contract master leaned up and he smiled fawningly. 2 fourth-ranked big brothers, can you bring me along later in the secret realm? I'm not greedy, I'll just follow the 2 big brothers and have a sip of soup later. The 2 fourth-order contract masters immediately frowned, and one of them sneered. That's fine. Give me $500,000 and I'll take you through. $500,000. The third-ranked contract master's face changed. Big brother, are you kidding? I can't earn $500,000 from entering the secret realm once. You know it's a joke. The fourth-ranked contract master was furious, asking me to bring you. Who the hell are you? Why should I bring you? You don't ask around. When have I, Sukue, ever taken anyone for free? In the secret realm I entered, the strong have meat to eat. For a third-order ant like you, I won't even leave a bone for you. These words had undoubtedly caused the public's anger. It was even if you cursed. How can you curse without discrimination? You really think that the 4th rank is invincible, don't you? Night Ming furrowed his brows and glanced at Sukue without speaking. Chapter 73 4th Order Fierce Beast Underworld Sword Demon. Under the arrangement of the staff. The 30 indentured masters quickly entered the secret realm. They were in a recessed open space, surrounded by mountains towering on all sides. Scarlet clouds piled up in the sky. In front of the crowd was a giant pool. The pool water was viscous and scarlet, like cohesive blood plasma. In the pool of blood, a black and rusty longsword was stuck in the pool of blood like a lotus root, and each longsword was filled with a scarlet aura. Looking along the center of the blood pool, there was a longsword made of dual colors converging there. Red and purple were intertwined, and the aura was so sinister that even a glance at it caused one to feel terrified. Ancient demon sword. Nightming's eyes lit up. He wasn't the only one who noticed it, the other contract masters did as well. That sword in the center of the blood pool is definitely a supreme treasure. Charge, make a mess of the situation so that those of us with lower realms can have a chance to get the treasure. 30 pact masters came out at the same time. They did not conceal their auras in the slightest. A swarm of them seemed to rush to the center of the blood pool. The scene was a mess. Nightming watched the scene and didn't follow the large group. He chose to move forward from another direction. Fourth-ranked contract master Su Kuei glanced at his companion beside him. These guys are smart enough to know to mess up the scene. But unfortunately, the size and distribution of the blood pools dooms this place to chaos. Brother Wuzheng, let's set off in the other direction. The blood pool was huge and round. At this moment, 3 forces rushed towards the center of the blood pool from different directions. Swoosh! Suddenly, the sword inserted into the blood pool began to tremble crazily, followed by a figure condensing out of the blood pool. They were illusory and insubstantial, holding the sword in the blood pool as they madly rushed towards the crowd. Ghost sword souls, they are extremely special existences that belong to soul-like ferocious beasts. These types of ferocious beasts have a weak life force, but do not fear pain, and usually adopt a playful fight where you die and I live. The voice of Shadow Yui explaining had just fallen. Just then, he heard the sound of ghostly cries and wolves coming from that large army made up of 2nd and 3rd ranked contract masters. Thousands of ghostly sword spirits rushed towards them. They were also all lifeless. The group of contract masters were trapped in the encirclement, and many of them took swords, blood soaring. However, while they were resisting the ghostly sword spirits, the group was still advancing forward. Instead, they had a few points of battle power. Swoosh swoosh. Sword shadows flashed. Cold chi was aggressive. Hundreds of sword soul ghosts suddenly rushed towards Nightming. He was trapped alone in the encirclement. When the large troop saw the scene, they cursed in their hearts and deserved it. Who told you to act like a pussy and want to charge alone? Now that you're trapped, take care of it yourself. Su Kuei and Wu Zhang glanced at Nightming. Upon sensing that the aura released by Nightming was that of a 3rd-order contract master, Su Kuei immediately snorted coldly, what an insouciance. A 3rd-order contract master fighting alone, really thinking that he can be compared to a 4th order like us. Put. The mocking words didn't finish. The lingering curved moon slash cut through the air. Holding a long sickle, Nightming swung out the curved moon chop and rushed forward. All the sword soul ghosts were obliterated wherever they reached. The sturdy circular encirclement was instantly torn open by Nightming. Swoosh! He wore the divine meteor demon armor and rushed out as a stream of light. The speed was extremely fast, and once a ghost sword soul coalesced in front of him and tried to block him. Nightming only needed to swing his long sickle, and the sword soul ghost's head instantly took off. In an instant, Nightming closed the distance between him and the ancient demon sword. It became the person closest to the center of the blood pool. What the hell, a 3rd-order contract master has this strength? Su Kuei cursed angrily and accelerated his movements. But even if he was on fire, the ghostly sword spirits that kept rushing in were like annoying flies, constantly harassing him and preventing him from moving forward. Ah! Boom! A violent explosion sounded. One could only see the Holy Maiden's shadow coalesce behind Wu Zhang. His 2 fists contained terrifying energy, and every time he threw a punch, it caused a violent explosion that. While resisting the ghost sword spirit's attack, Wu Zhang shouted. Su Kuei! You keep charging forward, I'll clear the way for you. Good. Wu Zhang's breath was in full swing, killing a bloody path. Su Kuei rushed out, looking at Nightming who was about to reach the center of the blood pool. He gritted his teeth and sped up. Kill 3rd-order Ghost Sword Soul, Realm Experience +5, Spirit Skill Experience +5. Kill 3rd-order Ghost Sword Spirit, Realm Experience +5, Spirit Skill Experience +5. The system's voice echoed in Nightming's mind. He once again fell into the encirclement of the sword soul ghosts. However, holding a long scythe, he kept waving it around, and immediately rushed towards another batch of ghostly sword souls after he finished cutting through one batch of ghostly sword souls in a circle. It was like a black whirlwind dancing in a pool of blood. When the other 3rd-order contractors saw the scene, the sky collapsed. Not buddies? On what grounds? They're all 3rd rank, Why is your combat power so terrifying? Could it be that the holy maiden you contracted is different from us? Wait a minute. Someone noticed something. His contracted spirit aura is so strange. Wait, he can't be a magical girl contractor, right? Magical girl contract masters are weak in the early stages, but once they grow up, they will be much stronger than holy girl contract masters of the same realm, by a lot. Damn, is a witch contractor that strong? Didn't you say that the witch contractor is not as strong as the holy witch contractor? How does it feel? As the crowd was shocked, Nightming's hand rose and fell with a sickle, beheading the last ghostly sword spirit that blocked the way. He stepped onto the platform at the center of the blood pool, looking at the ancient demon sword that was tightly inserted into the ground. His brows suddenly furrowed. He rushed forward, a grip on the ancient demon sword, and then exerted force. No! Su Kuei's anxious cry rang out. But it was already too late. With a blinding flash of red light, rolls of scarlet aura and ethereal purple aura surged out of the ground. The two auras mingled with each other and eventually transformed into a terrifying figure. It held a red and a purple demonic sword, its head was topped with a huge bull's horn, its face was hideous, and its sharp teeth flashed with cold light. It was naked on the upper half of its body, and the lower half of its body was clad in armor, its powerful aura bursting out at this moment. Fourth-ranked ferocious beast, underworld sword demon. Su Kuei's pupils widened. Its strength is considered to be of an upper level amongst the fourth-ranked ferocious beasts. To be able to deal with it, one must be a contract master whose contract spirit is S rank or above and whose realm has reached the 4th rank. It's over, we can't stay in this secret realm any longer. Earlier when Nightming was about to draw his sword, Su Kuei had sensed a powerful aura underground. But what he hadn't expected was that this underground presence was actually the underworld sword demon. Even if Wu Zhang and I were to join forces, we would definitely not be a match for the underworld sword demon. This damn newly opened secret realm, it's really full of pits, thanks to the fact that I also paid the 100,000 participation fee. Su Kuei cursed before preparing to leave. Suddenly, clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. A burst of black ripples spread. Su Kuei and the others looked up. In the sky, the underworld sword demon wielded his dual swords, cutting out a blazing sword light. On the other hand, on the other side, Nightming was holding a long sickle, his body was like a ghost, and he was actually able to inflict damage on the underworld sword demon while continuously dodging its attacks. Nightming and the underworld sword demon were fighting. Nightming even had the upper hand. Su Kuei cursed, "Isn't this pure bull?" Chapter 74 Spectral Sword Demon, Ghostblade General Death. A 4th-ranked ferocious beast, the Spectral Sword Demon, it has high combat power and masters some sort of powerful sword technique. Even I don't have the slightest chance of winning in front of it. Su Kuei stared in disbelief as the sudden scene caused him to tremble in his heart. He was not the only one. Wu Zhang, as well as those contract masters who had formed a group, all had their gazes fall on Nightming at this moment. Clang clang clang. The sound of metal clashing resounded continuously. Nightming held a long scythe, his black wings unfolding behind him as he fought the underworld sword demon back and forth in the air. The dark realm unfolded as his breath erupted, and his dark tentacles were like sharp blades slashing towards the underworld sword demon. The latter swung his dual swords and split the dark tentacles. Phew! Nightming stepped forward with an arrow, his sickle blade cutting through the air and slashing down. Lingering cold light flashed. The underworld sword demon racked his dual swords to block. But Nightming's power was too strong, directly cleaving it down from mid-air. Boom! It smashed heavily onto the ground. Smoke and dust rose in all directions. When Su Kuei saw this scene, he was horrified. Are you kidding me? A 3rd-ranked contract master repelled the underworld sword demon? Just as he was shocked, 2 streams of light rushed out from the smoke and dust. One stream of light was the underworld sword demon, which held red and purple dual swords, its eyes glowing with scarlet killing intent. And next to it, another 4th-ranked ferocious beast actually appeared. The Ghostblade General. It was holding a tie saber, wearing samurai armor, and its eyes under the ghost mask were filled with scarlet and tyranny. 4th-ranked beast, Ghostblade General. 4th-ranked ferocious beast, ghostly sword demon. There are actually 2 4th-order fierce beasts in this damned secret realm. The sudden appearance of the Ghostblade General caused everyone present to be startled. Night Ming furrowed his brows. He could kill 4th-ranked ferocious beasts, but dealing with 2 high-ranked ferocious beasts with powerful bloodlines at the same time. He hadn't tried it. Night Ming, I'll be responsible for dealing with the Ghostblade General, and the Underworld Sword Demon will be yours. It's agile and has high sword skills, but as long as you avoid its sharp edges, you can easily win, but if the firepower is on full blast, there's also a probability of winning with 1 strike. Shadow Specter's words fell. Behind Night Ming, dark tentacles coalesced. Their tips turned into spears and shields as they fought back and forth with the Ghostblade General. Night Ming looked at the ghostly sword demon that kept charging towards him, and his eyes gradually became vicious. He didn't choose to dodge the ghostly sword demons. Instead, he took his long sickle and swooped down. As a top-tier assassin, he prided himself on not losing to anyone. A tiny 4th-ranked ferocious beast, I'm avoiding it? In the blood-red sky, the dark figure cut through the sky like a shooting star. The moment he approached the Underworld Sword Demon, the darkness domain unfolded. When the domain completely enveloped the Underworld Sword Demon, Night Ming's body instantly fell into the darkness. It disappeared on the spot. The spectral sword demon froze. A sudden chill came from its back. It gripped its twin swords and slashed violently towards its back. Clang! A cold aura flashed. Night Ming's power was in full swing, and the long sickle was as powerful as a bamboo, directly severing the spectral sword demon's neck the moment it raised its hand. The head instantly took off. Successfully killed the spectral sword demon, realm experience plus 60, spirit skill experience plus 60. After doing everything, Night Ming's black wings flapped as he charged towards the Ghostblade General. The shield that Shadow Spectre had condensed pushed forward, and the Ghostblade General's body froze for a split second. Put! The dark spear pierced through its body. It roared in rage, and the bloody scent contained in the air crazily converged at its dantian as its body began to crazily expand. The soaring muscles broke through the armor. What are you howling for? Die! The Ghostblade General's explosive chi hadn't even finished exploding. Night Ming suddenly appeared behind it, and his long sickle slashed down, cutting iron like mud. The Ghostblade General's body, from the top of its head to its tailbone, was chopped in half. Interrupting spell casting. Actual combat is not filming a special movie. The enemy won't give you a chance to unleash your big moves. Successfully killed Ghostblade General, realm experience plus 70, spirit skill experience plus 70. 2 4th-rank beasts fell. Their bodies transformed into bizarre auras that returned to the center of the blood pool. It eventually condensed into the ancient demon sword. Night Ming fell from the air and removed the ancient demon sword with one hand. The moment the ancient demon sword arrived in his hand, the divine meteor longscythe began to tremble crazily, a point of excitement manifestation. What should we do next? Night Ming froze for a moment. The divine meteor longscythe suddenly released a powerful suction force, and a blood-colored aura flowed out of the ancient demon sword, eventually being absorbed by the longscythe. The divine meteor longscythe devoured the ancient demon sword, and it became more and more powerful, able to easily cut through the leather armor of a 4th-ranked ferocious beast. Clang! The breath was absorbed. The divine meteor longscythe was satisfied as it merged into Nightmare's body. The ancient demon sword lost its previous luster and became as dull as a long sword made of black charcoal. It fell to the ground with a clang. It eventually turned into pieces. It's over? Su Kuei and Wu Zhang looked at each other. They looked bewildered. As 4th-ranked contract masters, they had come in faith, ready to make a big deal out of it. But as a result, they were actually robbed of the limelight by a 3rd-order contract master. This kid is quite something. Wu Zhang looked at Night Ming. I think that he is an honorable opponent and can also be a reliable teammate. Su Kuei frowned. What do you mean? I want to pull him into the team. With him around, we can go big. After Wu Zhang finished his sentence, Su Kuei instantly frowned. Are you kidding me? Pulling a stranger into the gang, this is simply a big no-no. Do you think that this hook we are doing can see the light of day? In case this kid has a ghost, we will all be doomed. Wu Zheng shook his head. After all, the Gold Basin Society is not a place to stay for a long time. With petty thievery, sooner or later something will happen. I want to lead my brothers to do a big job. A big one? Su Kuei frowned. You and I aren't enough? Wu Zheng shook his head. Not enough. What exactly do you want? I want to turn on President Jinpan, then lead my brothers to rob the banks in Far Cloud City. after which I will escape into the domain and leave in style with my ticket. Looking at the serious-looking Wu Zhang, Sukue swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his voice shaking, and, You this, simply want to eat a gun. Becoming a king or a bandit, people live for a moment. When things come to fruition, we go to a foreign country to live in style for the rest of our lives. It's still better than rotting in the Gold Basin Club. Wu Zhang gritted his teeth and said. He had never been a timid and fearful person. Brains might not be enough, but guts were definitely enough. So, you want to pull an outsider and go with us to turn against the Gold Basin Society? Wu Zhang was non-committal, to be precise. It's to kill the president of the Gold Basin Society. Crazy, the chairman, he's a quasi-fifth rank contract master. Sukue cursed angrily. Even if it's a rebellion, you shouldn't drag in an outsider, right? When people hear that you're going to do something so dangerous, the hell they'll agree with you. Wu Zhang shook his head, his eyes narrowed slightly. You don't understand, I see hostility, killing intent from that kid. He might not be a normal person either, maybe he's an assassin from some organization. In addition, I will not talk to him explicitly about the rebellion, I just pull him into the gang first. The Gold Basin Society is also now short of people, it just so happens that it is not. Sukue is still worried. We are not from Sangnan City, life is not familiar, you don't mess around. Don't worry, nothing will happen, something will happen to me. Chapter 75, Jean Pan will pull me in? No kidding. After leaving the 10,000 Swords Pond, Nightming turned around and went to the other secret realms. Devil's Cave Mountain, Ghost Fox Cliff, and the Land of the Giant Tomb. These three secret realms all had one thing in common. There were many ferocious beasts. In the secret realm, Nightming transformed into a merciless killing weapon, crazily harvesting the heads of the ferocious beasts. Looking from God's perspective, it was like playing a game of meat pigeon. The feeling of killing coolness was in full force. Successfully killed a third-order ghoul, realm level +7, spirit skill experience +7. Successfully killed a third-order ghoul, realm level +7, spirit skill experience +7. Successfully killed third-order ghoul, realm level +7, spirit technique experience +7. The system's prompts continued to ring in his head. Nightming opened the panel. Name, Nightming. Spirituality, full level. Realm, Third Order Pact Master 2516211 million. Spiritual Power, 770. Chi and Blood, 770. Contracted Spirit, Divine Meteor Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Contract Spirit Level, SSS grade can be upgraded. Spiritual Technique, Dark Field Level 7-8, Divine Meteor Devil Armor Level 7-8, Eternal Nightfall Level 7. Spiritual Talents, Killing Growth, Demon Emperor Battle Intent. Realm experience has come to 250,000, and it's still more than 700,000 short of becoming a 4th-ranked contract master. If I desperately liver, I might be able to become a 4th-order contract master before school starts. Of course. This approach was a bit of a waste of time. Nightming's current goal was to first raise his chi blood and spirit power to 1,000. When he reached 1,000, his strength would skyrocket. At that time, even 4th-ranked ferocious beasts wouldn't be in his eyes. He could then go and kill the 4th-ranked beasts. From there, the experience would grow faster, saving time and effort. This was the best way to break through. Nightming left the secret realm, and the time was already 8 o'clock in the evening. The sky was dusky. Dark clouds covered the sky, blocking out the stars. After Nightming walked out of the teleportation hall, he stood at the gate, quietly waiting for something. The next moment, Wu Zhang and Sukue walked out. They were not the least bit surprised to see Nightming. Just say what's up, after following me for a day, I don't believe that you guys are trying to follow me and rub your mouths with soup in the secret realm. Nightming was expressionless and said in an ice-cold tone. After leaving from the 10,000 sword pool. No matter what secret realm he went to, Wu Zhang and Sukue had always followed him. Even if he went to a single secret realm, these two goods had to wait for him at the teleportation entrance. They were like assholes. He couldn't even shake them off. Hee, there's no need to be nervous, we don't have any malicious intent. Wu Zhang glanced at the streetlights on both sides of the road, as well as the UHD cameras around him, and he smiled sardonically. Is it convenient to borrow a step to talk? Not convenient. Nightming directly refused. Wu Zhang froze for a moment, his complexion instantly becoming cold, and... Friend, this is meaningless, I genuinely want to say a few words to you. Although I don't know your identity, I've always had a good eye for this person. If I'm not wrong, you should be a professional killer, right? Nightming's face didn't have any emotional changes. You're overthinking it. Whether it's right or wrong is clear to you. Wu Zheng smiled. I'm only saying this to you to tell you that you're an assassin, doing unseemly deeds. I'm similar to you, so I want to pull you into a gang. Nightming's eyes narrowed slightly. This was seeing through my killer identity, thinking that I was also a badass, so he wanted to pull me into a gang? An invitation from a criminal. Interesting. Nightming nodded. Tell me in detail. Know about the Gold Basin Society? Nightming. Then I know too much about it. Looks like you're already interested. Let's talk somewhere else. In the bar where fish and dragons mingled, Nightming and Wu Zhang and the others opened a private room. Know about the Gold Basin Society? I've heard about it slightly, but I'm not sure about the specifics. I can introduce it to you. Wu Zhang informed Nightming about the Golden Basin Society. It was summarized as: the Gold Basin Society was a theft organization, the president was a quasi-fifth rank contract master, and the current location of its headquarters was in Far Cloud City. It had indeed been overthrown before, but now with the help of the mysterious group, it was reviving with vigor and was looking for talent, and it was recruiting people in a big way. Far Cloud City. Nightming pondered for a moment. Far Cloud City was more than 2,000 kilometers away from Songnan City. No wonder this Wu Zhang and Su Kuei didn't recognize themselves. It turned out that they weren't from Songnan City at all. If they were, I'm afraid that they would have already known that Nightming was the Songnan scholar. I've told you what should be said and what shouldn't be said. Friend, I see that you have good strength and have worked as an assassin, so that's why I pulled you in. Wu Zhang said and put his arm on Nightming's shoulder. You know, nothing is good these days. Especially a magical girl contractor like you won't be able to find one in 10,000 people. Although your strength is good now, it's not guaranteed that you'll be backfired by killing in the future, and you'll have a higher probability of backfiring if you work as an assassin. So it would be better to join the Gold Basin Society and work with us. Nightming frowned and didn't reply. He was now thinking about whether to directly take down these two pushovers, Wu Zhang. Or would it be a ploy to go deeper into the enemy group, thus killing them all in one fell swoop? It's fine, think about it. Just give me the answer before dawn. Wu Zhang handed Nightming a business card before leaving in style. Walking out of the private room, Su Kuei worriedly asked, aren't we being too reckless by doing this? What if this kid doesn't agree and reports us instead? It won't. Wu Zhang waved his hand confidently. When I asked him if he would join the Gold Basin Society, there was hesitation in his eyes. That kind of hesitation can't be faked. So, let's just wait for the results. It's still 3 hours until midnight. Well, let's wait until 2300 hours. Keep the position change during this period. If he agrees, take him a piece tomorrow morning. If not, we leave early. Wu Zhang has brains, not much. In addition, he was confident in himself, feeling that the decisions he made would not be wrong. In the private room, Nightming crossed his arms against his forehead until he was sure that Wu Zhang and Su Kuei's breath had disappeared. Only then did he pick up his cell phone and prepare to send a message to Sun Ho Yuan. It was just at this time Sun Ho Yuan's message was sent. Sun Ho Yuan, Nightming, good news, the organization has just learned that 2 members of the Gold Basin Society are in Songnan City, one named Su Kuei and one named Wu Zhang. Sun Ho Yuan, I am now sending you their location and information. You capture them alive as much as possible and ask for the location of the Gold Basin Society's headquarters. Nightming, Far Cloud City. Sun Ho Yuan? What do you mean? Nightming, the Gold Basin Society's headquarters is in Far Cloud City. Nightming's reply made Sun Ho Yuan freeze. No? Why am I a bit confused? Sun Ho Yuan, where did you get that information? Nightming, Captain Sun, if I say that Wu Zhang and the others were pulling me in earlier, do you believe me? Sun Ho Yuan, I believe. The hell? Chapter 76, The Gold Basin Society. The Gold Basin Society pulling in Nightming? What kind of absurdity was this? How can this be possible? Sun Ho Yuan didn't believe it from the bottom of his heart. But he knew clearly that Nightming wasn't a person who liked to lie. In the end, after some conversation, Sun Ho Yuan believed it. Sun Ho Yuan, the world goes round and round, you can never imagine what will happen next. It's really outrageous. Night Ming, I find it hard to believe too, but that's the way it is. Captain Sun, what should I do next? Sun Hoyuan, did they tell you what realm the highest combat power of the Golden Basin Society is? Night Ming, not really, but the two people who invited me to join are both 4th ranked pact masters, and I suspect that the highest battle power is above the 4th ranked. Sun Hoyuan looked at the message and did not take the initiative to arrange a mission. Instead, he replied, Sun Hoyuan, it's a dangerous thing to penetrate the enemy's interior, and you're only 3rd order, so I respect your choice. My choice? Of course it's to kill the past. Opportunities are fleeting, and if you miss this one, hell knows how long the next one will be. The danger is certainly there. But if you've chosen to become a killer, you must have the determination to die like a man. What's more, Night Ming had confidence in his own strength. He couldn't beat a 5th order contract master, but he wouldn't have any difficulty getting out in one piece. Sun Hoyuan, you've made up your mind, do as you say, and after it's done, you'll be promoted to an intermediate level assassin. Night Ming, thank you, Captain Sun. After finishing the conversation, Night Ming followed the business card and immediately called Wu Zhang. During the call, Night Ming didn't directly say that he wanted to join the Gold Basin Society. Instead, he used a euphemistic tone to say that he needed to go and learn about the working environment first. As for Sun Hoyuan, he sat in his chair with his brows furrowed. After going through a battle of thoughts, he finally sent a message to a 5th ranked contract master. Sun Hoyuan, are you free? Secretly protecting an individual. Ghostface, who? Sun Hoyuan, a newcomer. Ghostface, newcomers aren't worth my protection, they're a bunch of guys with hearts higher than the sky and hands lower than their eyes. I despise newcomers. Sun Hoyuan, he's different. Ghostface, what's different? Sun Hoyuan, he's a magical girl contractor, and besides, the Vice Temple Master admires him. The night was pitch black. Dark clouds blocked the white moon. After ending the call, the corner of Wu Zhang's mouth hooked up slightly. Heh, right as I guessed, this guy used to be an assassin. Now wants to join our Gold Basin Society. Su Kuei frowned. He didn't explicitly say he'd join us, he just said he'd go and take a look. Taking a look is the same as joining. Once we enter the Gold Basin Association, it's our territory, even if he's very powerful, but we're outnumbered. Are we still afraid of a 3rd-ranked indentured servant? Wu Zhang's words instantly clogged Su Kuei. It was also right. First, regardless of whether or not it was answered, it would be fine to trick someone into the organization's territory and beat them up. The Gold Basin Society now had a total of 20 members, half of which had been threatened into joining. The next day, Night Ming followed Wu Zhang and Su Kuei and arrived at Far Cloud City. The scale of Far Cloud City was very different from Sungnan City, but a year ago, a secret realm fierce beast riot had occurred here. A 6th order beast had mutated and broken through to the 7th order, breaking through the boundaries of the secret realm and breaking into the city, wreaking havoc. At that time, the affected area accounted for 70% of the city's area. Now the city is being rebuilt. As a result, the city is a mixture of fish and dragons. There existed quite a few illegal and criminal forces. In Far Cloud City, a 5-legged situation has emerged. The South Mountain Association, the White Tiger Gang, the White Feather Family, the Black Cloud Martial Arts Hall. And then there's us, the Gold Basin Association. Su Kuei couldn't help but raise his head when he mentioned the Gold Basin Society. After today, perhaps it would be a 4-legged rivalry. Night Ming smiled and didn't say anything. Under the leadership of the Wu Zhang duo, they first took the elevator in the city center. After that, they came to the abandoned parking lot on the outskirts. Around the parking lot, they found a sewer manhole cover with a gold basin pattern. Uncover it. Jump down. Go through the cumbersome sewers. Eventually you come to a large door. Push open the door. A pair of eyes instantly seen. On the ceiling of the fairly wide room, the dim yellow chandelier wavered. The walls were mottled and old, and because it was located in the sewers, the humid environment caused moss to grow in the corners of the walls. A group of shirtless men, some gambling around a table, some polishing knives, and others are skewering rats on daggers and placing them on a charcoal fire to sizzle. There was a strong stench coming from the air. Night Ming frowned. His eyes quickly swept over the people present. There were 25 people in total. 10 ordinary people and 15 contract masters, of which the highest rank was the third rank, 3 in total. So, Wu Zhang and Su Kuei are considered executives in the Golden Plate Association. Night Ming analyzed. Pang. Suddenly, the large door was slammed shut. Bare-chested Hans surrounded it. Wu Zhang and Su Kuei rubbed their fists together, their faces showing viciousness, and like the other Hans, they approached towards Night Ming. "What are you guys up to?" Night Ming frowned. Su Kuei laughed. "Once you enter the gates of the Golden Basin Society, you won't want to go out easily. You're a newcomer, so of course we old men have to give you a little welcome ceremony. Brothers, do it." Hoo. The moment the words fell, more than 20 figures instantly pounced on Night Ming. They held sharp knives and blades in their hands, and their fierce eyes were like man-eating tigers, seemingly wanting to eat Night Ming alive. Pang! Right at this moment, the gate was kicked open from the outside. The huge commotion attracted everyone's attention. In full view of everyone, a man wearing a white suit and holding a metal walking stick walked in. He was followed by 2 burly men in suits with shaved heads and fierce eyes. Ta-da-day-day. The sound of heels tapping on the floor rang out. The men in suits walked into the room, glanced at the crowd, and cursed angrily. "What's all this nonsense? Get your asses back in your seats." An order was given. The group of Hans, who were naked, returned to their original positions with their heads scrunched up. Wu Zhang and Su Kuei stood beside Night Ming, looking at the man in the suit, their brows furrowed as they. "Vice President? What brings you here?" Chen Xuanming did not answer, but instead came in front of Wu Zhang and raised his hand. Snap! A slap on Wu Zhang's face. Then a backhand slap. Snap! Su Kuei's face swelled up as well. "Vice President, what are you doing?" Wu Zhang yelled as he pulled his neck. Chen Xuanming sniffed and stomped Wu Zhang away with one foot. "You! Something with no eyesight. Do you know who this guy you guys brought back is? He's Tsangnan City's top student this year, a disciple who was personally recruited by the Vice-Chancellor of Star Demon University at his door. Make a move against him? How dare you guys?" Chapter 77 Fifth Order Contractor Ghost Face. Wu Zhang and Su Kuei were confused. They turned their heads to look at Night Ming, their eyes filled with surprise and bewilderment. It was as if they were saying, "Nobody, why didn't you say earlier if you have such a background?" Night Ming returned their eyes. "You guys didn't ask in advance either." "Humph, 2 ignorant fools, if it wasn't for me investigating clearly, you guys have stirred up a huge basket today." Chen Xuanming was furious and once again gave Su Kuei and Wu Zhang a slap each. This time they were honest. Night Ming stood in place, witnessing the entirety of this farce. Having infiltrated the Gold Basin Society himself, but being recognized by the vice president, things had become subtle. Bang bang bang! After punching and kicking the Su Kuei and Wu Zhang duo, Chen Xuanming took out his handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead, panting as he came before Night Ming. He wore an apologetic face. "I'm sorry, Mr. Night Ming." The 2 underlings were unintelligent and were offended much earlier. "Here is a little token of appreciation, please accept it." The 3 bodyguards behind him carried the box and opened it, filling it with cash. There were probably a few million. Night Ming accepted the cash. Chen Xuanming still had a smile on his face. "Hee, Mr. Night Ming, you've accepted the money as well. Our small temple can't accommodate a big Buddha like you. If there's nothing else, should I send you back first?" "No need." Night Ming turned around and left the room. However, before leaving the room, Night Ming picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Sun Hoyuan. "Night Ming, I was discovered by them. They gave me a sum of money to leave. I left. But things definitely aren't that simple. My intuition tells me that they won't let up. I'm afraid that there are people who are secretly trying to kill me. Sun Hoyuan, well, it's the president of the Golden Basin Society, a quasi-fifth order contract master." Room. Looking at Night Ming's back as he left, Wu Zhang staggered to his feet and hurriedly said, "Vice President, this kid knows too much. We can't keep him." Pang. The words just fell. Chen Xuanming lifted up and kicked again. "You pig brain can think of something. You think I would not know? When you come to the Gold Basin Society, no matter who he is, he has to die." Wu Zhang still pulled his neck and asked, "Then why did you give him money and still let him go?" "It's a ing way to let him let his guard down." You really think that kid is weak? I'll tell you the truth, even I'm no match for him. Chen Xuanming was so angry that his hair was about to explode. He was too lazy to pay any more attention to this guy Wu Zheng. After making sure that Nightming had really left, Chen Xuanming picked up his cell phone and sent a message to a contact. Chen Xuanming, President, it's time to make your move. The dark and damp sewers. Nightming held the suitcase and walked forward with a calm demeanor. His eyes were staring straight ahead, his eyes somewhat dull, as if he was thinking. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared behind him. The black shadow held a taijutsu and charged towards Nightming in an arrow step. The taijutsu in his hand was incomparably sharp, and even in the gloomy environment, it could flash with a morose cold light. Die! The black shadow shouted angrily. But the next moment, darkness spread from Nightming's body, and the dark domain instantly unfolded. Nightming merged into the darkness. The Tai saber slashed. The black curtain was cleaved. It slashed through the air. The black shadow's pupils suddenly contracted. An icy cold aura came from behind him. He gripped his sword with both hands, and with force from his waist, he slashed towards his back with a roundabout blade. Clang! The long sickle and the taijutsu collided. A metallic buzz resounded. Nightming saw the person holding the sword clearly. His hair was tied back, his skull was high, he had a small mustache in the middle of his person, and his two-handed bayonet looked similar to the samurai of the Sakura Kingdom. Someone from the Sakura country? Behind the Golden Basin Society is indeed the Yuan Guan group. Nightming's complexion instantly turned a few degrees colder. He gripped the long sickle in his hand tightly, his power at full strength. Baka! His power, why has it instantly increased by many times? Kawaii stared, constantly waving his taijutsu to fend it off. Clang clang clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed. Every time Nightming struck out, he was putting his best foot forward. Kawaii was the president of the Gold Basin Society, a quasi-fifth rank contract master. Nightming was only of the third rank. The difference between the two realms was slight. It was impossible for Nightming to hold back his hand. Thunder Heart Slash. Suddenly, Kawaii shouted angrily. Electricity arcs flashed in the taijutsu in his hand. His eyes crossed as he arrow stepped towards Nightming, his body transforming into rushing lightning. In the darkness, a man wearing a ghost mask flung off the cigarette in his mouth as he formed his hands into claws and charged towards Nightming. Boom! Kawaii and the ghost-masked man collided with each other. Wastewater splashed. Smoke and dust rose in all directions. The ghost-masked sharp-clawed man cupped his taijutsu and looked at Kawaii Tian with a cold smile. For the president of the Golden Basin Society to actually make a move against a third rank, it's not nice to hear if it gets out. Kawaii glared, Baka, who are you? Bachi and I'm Abi. Ghostface cursed angrily, cold light flashed on both claws, pinching the taijutsu in Kawaii's hand. A fierce force was exerted. Click. Bang. The taijutsu shattered. Kawaii's pupils shrunk as 5 sharp blades flashed before his eyes. Plop. Kawaii's head was sliced into several pieces. He died. Phew. Ghostface took a deep breath. White breath leaked from both claws, which eventually turned back into hands. He turned his head to look at Nightming, and when he realized that Nightming was looking at him with a calm expression, he frowned. You're not afraid of me? Nightming froze. Why should I be afraid? I killed Kawaii. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? You were sent by Captain Sun, why would you kill me? Hearing the 3 words Captain Sun, the face under the ghost mask instantly collapsed and... It's meaningless, I was trying to scare you, but it turns out that Captain Sun told you everything. He spread his hands and sighed helplessly. Nightming felt that this guy was a bit childish. However, the strength was good. It should be a 5th order contractor. Kawaii is dead, the Golden Plate Society is basically considered destroyed, I'll go clean up the battlefield, wait for me. Ghostface rushed into the room where the Golden Plate Society was located. A minute later, he walked out with his hands sticky with blood. The mission of the Golden Plate Society has ended, you newcomers are somewhat interesting. A 3rd rank card carrying a quasi-5th rank and still being able to press him, not bad, not bad, a player who can eat at the table. Ghostface's tone carried a bit of relief. Nightming ignored his words. Picking up the suitcase on the ground and handing it to Ghostface, Nightming said, "Stolen money." "Aha!" Ghostface collected it. After the duo briefly talked for a few sentences, they each left. On the way back, Ghostface and Sun Hoyuan launched into a whine. "Ghostface, Captain Sun, you're being unkind, knowing that I like to scare newcomers. Why did you still tell Nightming that I was going to help him?" "Sun Hoyuan, they're all 5th ranked, can you not be so childish? Besides, who told you that I told Nightming that you were going to help him?" "Ghostface, you didn't?" "Sun Hoyuan, I didn't say." "Ghostface. It's really evil." "Sun Hoyuan, what's going on?" "Ghostface, that kid was not even suppressed by my intimidation field without identifying me." Chapter 78 Purge Mall Fallen Magic Crystals. Ghostface was a 5th order contract master. He possessed an extremely special spirit skilled the intimidation domain. Whoever in the domain, as long as they were unclear about his identity and rank, would have an inexplicable fear of him. Earlier, when Ghostface fought against Kawaiata, he had cast the intimidation domain. After the battle was over, it did not remove the domain. Ghostface's original intention was to intimidate this newcomer, Nightming. But as a result, not only was Nightming not scared, but he was immune to his intimidation domain. How evil! Ghostface frowned. He really couldn't figure out exactly why Nightming was immune. This matter was only clear to Nightming himself. He was a top killer in his previous life, and had encountered life and death dangers an unknown number of times. He was fearless even in death, so he would still be afraid of the intimidation domain? Returning home. It was already late at night. Nightming took a shower and lay down on the bed before going to sleep. Before going to sleep, he purposely glanced at the room where Night Frost was, still with the lights blacked out. Sister Night Frost is a night owl and usually doesn't sleep until 1 or 2 in the morning. It looks like she hasn't returned from her mission. Nightming pulled the curtains closed. Soon, snoring sounds rang out. Early the next morning, the vibrating cell phone woke him up. Opening it, he took a look. It was a message from Sun Hoyuan. "Sun Hoyuan, Nightming. Congratulations on successfully becoming a mid-level assassin. Your annual salary has risen to $20 million. In addition, the Sundering Mall has been opened for you." The Sundering Mall is created by the Sundering Hall, a mega virtual trading platform. In order to enter the Suicide Mall, you must go through a series of identity verification, and unless you are a top-level bigwig in the Dragon Kingdom, anyone who can enter the Suicide Mall must be an assassin of the Suicide Temple. Nightming looked at his cell phone. Sun Hoyuan had sent him an exclusive link. Tapping on it, after entering a bunch of information. Entering the mall. The mall's interface was much the same as the video games Nightming had played before. The screen displayed a wide array of goods. "Congratulations, you have successfully obtained 500 contribution points." 500 contribution points were the newcomer benefits given by the Sundering Palace. It was a considerable amount of wealth. One could purchase a piece of 6th order Fierce Beast material. Commodity, Book of Dark Words. Type, Historical Treasure. Description, an ancient book from beyond the realm, tainted with curses and darkness, recording some obscure and ancient words. Price, 300 contribution points. Price, 300 contribution points. Commodity, Purification Crystal. Type, Heavenly Material Treasure. Introduction. Originated from a mysterious pool of pure water outside the domain, it contains the power of purification, and has a certain suppression effect on the backlash of the witch contractor, and can be used by ordinary people to cure dizziness by detoxification. Price, 599 contribution points. Price, 599 contribution points. Price, 599 contribution points. Commodity, Ice Wings. Type, Fierce Beast material. Introduction. Originated from the 6th order beast Icewing Phoenix, contains the power of ice. After absorbing it, there is a probability to grow wings, but the probability is very low, 1 in 100,000. Price, 769 contribution points. Price, 769 contribution points. Price, 769 contribution points. Price, 769 contribution points. Nightming's gaze swept back and forth across the mall page. He looked at more than a dozen items, but the lowest selling price was more than 300. Slightly better, it would be 500 or more. The contribution points given by the rookie reward were still too little. "I need more contribution points," Nightming secretly said. To obtain contribution points, there were 2 ways. First, gifting. Second, performing missions. I didn't open them all before, so the missions I performed weren't included in the statistics. This system is a bit unscientific. Nightming felt like he had lost hundreds of contribution points for nothing. Nightming, search and see if there are any fallen magic crystals. Shadow Yui's voice suddenly rang out. Nightming's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know what a meteorite magic crystal was. But the almighty divine meteor darkness demon emperor had spoken. One didn't need to think to know that it was something good. Click on the search bar, enter, and confirm. Commodity, fallen magic crystal. Type, heavenly material treasure. Introduction, extraterrestrial super ore, contains rich darkness power, touching it with bare hands will instantly turn your body into mud. This is an extremely dangerous thing, please be careful when purchasing. Price, 5,999. Nightming. How much more? 5,999? This thing is not something I can master right now at first glance. Nightming silently put away the hand holding the mouse. Sighing. Difficult to get. Ding ding ding. At this time, a beep sounded. Nightming realized that someone was taking the initiative to add him and clicked to see that it was teacher Gu Yunfeng. Agree to the application. Lead question mark. Nightming, good evening teacher, don't stay up late, pay attention to your body. Gu Yunfeng, I don't need to rest in this realm, I heard Xiao-sun say that you opened the mall and thought of sending you some goodies. Tick-tock. An email was sent. Nightming noticed that his contribution point balance began to change. Received a gift from the Vice Hallmaster 6,000 contribution points. 6,000. This was too much. Nightming was shocked and revealed an appalled expression. Ancient Cloud Maple, you've received the stuff, right? It's not much, but it should be enough for you at this stage. When you become stronger in the future, I'll give you more contribution points. I'm afraid you'll develop a slacker mentality if I give more now. I won't even give more, Nightming secretly said. Worthy of being a teacher, contribution points are completely useless dung in his eyes. Nightming was now in a great mood. The contribution points were there. It could be exchanged for meteorite magic crystals. Meteorite magic crystal, price, 5,999. It was a lot, but contribution points were meant to be spent. Redeem. The exchange was successful. The crystals will be delivered to your doorstep within an hour. 1 hour? That fast? Nightming's eyes flickered as he waited. 1 hour later. A drone fell from the sky. It came precisely in front of Nightming's window. This drone was built with color-changing materials throughout, and in the air, the degree of stealth could reach 90%. The noise was fully shielded, and the sound was comparable to that of an insect when flying. No more, no less, exactly 1 hour. This accuracy. Nightming once again lamented. The Palace of Sundering was worthy of being the largest assassin organization in the country. This configuration, it was just high. The process of picking up the goods was relatively simple. Scanning Nightming's facial features and unlocking it, the metal case was sent out of the cabin. After picking it up and signing for it, Nightming returned to his room and entered the password to open it. Phew! Rolls of purple gas gushed out. A strange smell filled the air. Somewhat pungent. But it wasn't malodorous. Divine Meteor Dark Knight Demon Emperor, how should I use this thing? Nightming asked. Shadow Specter's pretty face turned red as she clenched her fists and muttered. Nightming! Don't call me that, it's really embarrassing. Call me that again, I won't help you absorb the materials. Nightming laughed, alright, don't call, just kidding, don't be shy. Shadow Yui nodded. With her help, from the position of Nightming's elbow, darkness gushed out and wrapped around Nightming's entire small arm. Nightming grabbed the Divine Meteor Demon Crystal. Following Shadow Specter's guidance, Nightming held the fallen demon crystal in his hands. Instantly, the deep purple breath was exerted, and they were like earthworms that wanted to burrow into Nightming's body. However, the darkness breath that wrapped around Nightming's arm formed a protective shield that prevented the deep purple breath from invading. Suck! There was an extra hint of majesty in Shadow Specter's voice. The dark aura wrapped the meteorite demon crystal and crazily ate away at it, when the devouring process was complete. This time, there wasn't even a bit of slag left of the meteorite demon crystal. P.S. The end of the relatives, back to normal updates, I will begin to burst more, do not have to raise the book, thank you for the support of all the big brother. Chapter 79 Outside the Domain Deathmarsh. Blood, 770-850. Spiritual power, 770-850. It's worthy of being a treasure worth over 5,000 contribution points. Just chi blood and spiritual strength alone have both increased by 80 points. Nightming was delighted in his heart. But what made him even more excited was Shadow Specter's boost. Contracted Spirit, Divine Meteor Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Name, Shadow Yui. Rank, SSS Grade Promotion Progress, 4.5% 8%. Recovery Progress, 14% 16%. Recovery progress exceeds 15%, unlocking the contracted skill Fallen Chop. Contract technique? Nightming frowned. According to the information, when the contract master's realm reached the 5th rank, the relationship between the contract master and the contract spirit went even further, and the power of the two fused, allowing them to perform a contract technique. He himself was only at the 3rd rank. This was the awakening of a contract technique? An enlightened life really doesn't need an explanation. Nightming secretly said. Immediately, he checked the effect of the meteorite slash. Contract technique, meteorite slash. Description: draws all the power from the contractor's body, fuses the abilities of the contract spirit, and unleashes a full force chop, a chop that contains 10 times the power of a normal full force strike. The pact technique has no rank. It would only become stronger as its proficiency increased, and as the contract master's realm rose. Nightming, why don't we go try it? Good. Nightming arrived at the training room. In front of him was a fully armed mechanical dummy. 3 meters tall and 3 meters wide, its overall shape was like a round ball, and its entire body was made of high-strength metal, and the shape of the ball allowed for better force. Second uncle said that this mechanical dummy can resist the full force of a quasi-5th order contract master. So? Nightming's eyes suddenly flashed red. The divine meteor demon armor covered his entire body. He reached out and clenched his hand, and the long sickle revealed itself. Flipping his wrist, the long sickle's cold light flashed as a powerful aura surged out from Nightming's body. Hoo! Dark tentacles coalesced from behind his back, they followed Nightming's arm and wrapped around the long sickle. Nightming's arm seemed to fuse with the long sickle. The black wings unfolded, boom! Nightming stepped forward. As the long sickle swung, darkness surged out. Scarlet lines flashed out on Nightming's arm. Swoosh! The blood-red chop slashed through the air. With a boom, the mechanical dummy that could be said to be able to resist the full force of a 5th-ranked quasi-contract master's strike instantly exploded into sporadic fragments. This. Nightming looked at the arm that had fused with the long sickle, and his pupils involuntarily shrunk. What a terrifying power! After using the fallen slash, my energy has become even stronger. If I were to meet the president of the Gold Basin Society again, I feel that I could end the fight within 5 breaths. The meteorite slash combined the power of a contractor and a contract spirit. This contract technique was, indeed, terrifying. Nightming now understood. Why did they say that there was a chasm across the gap between a 4th-ranked contract master and a 5th-ranked contract master? Ah! What are you doing, brat? I spent $500,000 on this mechanical dummy, why did you blow it up again? Third Uncle Nightwing's shocked voice came out. He was dumbfounded as he looked at everything in the training room, the corners of his mouth twitching. Do you know that this mechanical dummy is something I spent a lot of effort on? Not good. Seeing that Uncle San was about to start nagging again, Nightming's heart trembled and he immediately skipped away, his speed comparable to lightning. While running he also shouted. I'm sorry third uncle, my hand was too strong, I didn't use the force. I'll definitely get a new one another day. Running out of the house, Nightming came to. Let's go find a secret realm to test the waters now. After leaving the house, Nightming prepared to go to the teleportation hall. After all, a mechanical dummy was a wooden stake, it couldn't move and had no combat power. In order to try out its true level, it was best to go to a secret realm and fight against a quasi-5th order beast in real life. Nightming came to the teleportation hall, swearing with conviction and confidence. As a result, he was told that 3rd order contract masters could not challenge quasi-5th order. Unless they meet special circumstances, such as ferocious beast mutations, hidden dangers. But quasi-5th rank could not be encountered. Night Ming could only find a few 4th order beasts to try his hand at. Unsurprisingly, the 4th rank beasts had lost their ability to resist in front of him. It was all over. Night Ming left the teleportation hall with a lack of interest. Phew! A cold wind suddenly arose from behind him. Night Ming's face suddenly changed. The cold wind contained a strong killing intent. He didn't beat the bushes to scare the snakes, but instead walked forward while paying attention to his surroundings out of the corner of his eye. Shoo! A figure was approaching behind him. It was only the last 3 meters away from Night Ming. Night Ming suddenly turned around and clasped his fists, saying, "Good noon, teacher." The figure came to an abrupt halt. Gu Yunfeng looked at Night Ming, who had clasped his fists and saluted, and he sked, extremely unimpressed. "Seen through by you again?" "How?" Night Ming explained, "Teacher, you deliberately revealed your killing intent earlier to try to mislead me, but you didn't really want to kill me after all, so your killing intent was impure. In addition, although you have restrained your aura, your powerful strength has caused your aura to be very special. I have a good memory and remembered your aura from last time, so it wasn't difficult to recognize you." "No point." Gu Yunfeng waved his hand and left a sentence, "I will never scare you again." As he spoke, he purposely emphasized the words, "never again." Night Ming was clear. This urchin teacher of his would definitely not let up. "Teacher, you're looking for me today, is there something wrong?" Gu Yunfeng said, "You've been to the outer domain once before, but that was a mission, and it doesn't count as a real training experience. I want to take you on another trip outside the domain. To a place called Death Swamp. The number of ferocious beasts there is high and strong, with the lowest realm being the 3rd rank, and there are thousands of 4th rank ferocious beasts. Also, in the center of the Death Swamp, there is an ancient book called the Death Curse. Bring it out and I'll trade 7th rank materials with you at that time." 7th rank materials. Night Ming's eyes lit up. Immediately, he clasped his fists and said, "I will do my best." "Good, since you've agreed, we'll set off now." Gu Yunfeng squeezed Night Ming's shoulders and instantly powered up, turning into a stream of light that went straight into the clouds. Flying at high speeds caused Night Ming to become incomparably nervous inside. Although he could also fly. But the highest he could fly was only 100 meters. This was thousands. 3rd border city. Night Ming followed behind Gu Yunfeng. He surveyed the soldiers walking by on both sides and was a little worried that, "Teacher, I haven't done any formalities, I can't get out of the 3rd border city." "No need to do it, just follow me," Gu Yunfeng said indifferently. Rules, they were used to restrain people who didn't listen. But Gu Yunfeng, at this level, was the one who created the rules. Can the rules control him? Of course they couldn't. They arrived at the entrance. The soldier briefly asked for some identities, and when he heard Gu Yunfeng declare himself, his heart was abruptly startled and he hurriedly said, "8th Order Contract Master, licensed by the Dragon Kingdom, access is not restricted. Principal Yun, you can go outside the domain." The soldier said. Gu Yunfeng nodded slightly, and then he once again squeezed Night Ming's shoulder and flew away as a stream of light. It wasn't until after witnessing Gu Yunfeng leave. It was only then that the soldier from earlier hurriedly made his way to the communications room and made a mysterious phone call, and, "Hello? Is this the main control department? I'm the captain of the 25th team of the 3rd border city, please inform the higher-ups. Star Demon University's Vice-Chancellor and 8th Order Contract Master Gu Yunfeng has entered the extraterrestrial domain, and his movements are unclear for the time being. He brought someone with him, 3rd rank, I met him the other day, called Night Ming, a magical girl contractor." Chapter 80 Death Swamp, Crazy Reaping. Death Swamp. It was dark and damp, the ground was piled up with silt, and bubbles were constantly rising from the ground. Gu Yunfeng and Night Ming stood in the sky above, looking down at the swamp below. In the middle of the swamp, a ferocious beast with spikes all over its body lay on its back in the swamp, its ferocious eyes releasing a scarlet glow. 3rd-ranked Fierce Beast Spiked Armor Crocodile, 4th-ranked Fierce Beast Split Armor Lizard, they are the overlord group of the Death Swamp. Go down and try. Gu Yunfeng patted Night Ming on the shoulder. Night Ming nodded as the divine meteor demon armor covered his entire body, and the instant he fell, the swamp was smashed out of a deep pit. Silt splashed. Night Ming held a long sickle, his dark aura erupting steeply, chop. Cold light flashed and scarlet erupted. Successfully killed a 3rd-ranked spiked armor crocodile, realm experience +20, spirit skill experience +20. Tick-tack. Blood fell down the sickle blade of the long scythe. Roar! Looking at the tragically dead spiked armor crocodile, all the ferocious beasts reacted. They glared and let out low roars as they madly rushed towards Night Ming. Night Ming's expression was calm, and the long sickle in his hand continuously waved, the light of the biting blade constantly flashing. A group of third-ranked sharp-armored crocodiles were all cut off at the waist. In Night Ming's mind, the sound of prompts continued to ring out. Successfully killed a third-order spiked armor crocodile, realm experience plus 20, spirit skill experience plus 20. Successfully killed the third-order spiked armor crocodile, realm experience plus 20, spirit skill experience plus 20. Successfully slayed third-order spiked armor crocodile, realm experience plus 20, spirit technique experience plus 20. In the sky, Gu Yunfeng clasped his hands to his chest and watched everything below him. Night Ming is so powerful that he's able to kill his enemies by crossing over the ranks, and third-ranked ferocious beasts aren't any threat to him. Not only were third-ranked ferocious beasts no threat, even fourth-ranked ferocious beasts couldn't do anything to him at all. When the fourth-rank split armor lizard rushed towards Night Ming, without fear, Night Ming charged into the lizard group. His aura climbed steeply. The long sickle in his hand waved like a blood-colored whirlwind, constantly harvesting the heads of the ferocious beasts. If the world really had souls, these damned ferocious beasts, their souls could definitely form a wall of souls. Fourth-ranked ferocious beasts no longer have any resistance in front of me. If it's a quasi-fifth-order ferocious beast. Night Ming's heart had just moved. Suddenly, at the center of the death marsh, a mysterious and ancient altar rose. Around the altar, standing crocodile creatures with machetes on their backs were glaring at Night Ming with fierce eyes. As soon as they drew out the machetes behind their backs. These were machetes formed from blood and flesh tissues with sticky meat slime on them, and their sharp blades flashed with a cold light. Fourth-ranked ferocious beasts crocodile blade warriors, they have powerful flesh bodies and master brutal and domineering blade techniques. They are considered to be at the upper level among the ranks of fourth-ranked ferocious beasts. See the blades in their hands? It's tainted with intense poison, and once touched, the body will instantly rot. But their shortcomings are obvious, they are slow and dull, just use an agile stance to consume them. Shadow Spectre saw through the other party's bottom line with a single glance. Night Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and his breathing became subtle. Boom! The four crocodile blade warriors took the lead. While advancing, Night Ming unfolded the darkness domain, speeding up his movements while reducing the speed of the opponents. He wasn't afraid of the fourth-ranked ferocious beasts. What he wanted to do now was to defeat it without injury. Gu Yunfeng was watching him from the sky. This doesn't take out some real skill? Use the domain to reduce the speed of the crocodile blade warrior, then use your agile stance to dodge the attack. Purposely restrained his aura while striking, eh? Surprisingly, you killed a crocodile blade warrior in one strike? The corner of Gu Yunfeng's mouth revealed a smile. This brat, Night Ming, is he showing me his strength? Arrogant but not anxious, humble but not hypocritical. This brat, his nature is really unique. He was quite complimentary of Night Ming. Buzz. At this moment, a huge black shadow enveloped Gu Yunfeng. He looked up and saw the huge floating airship, resting right above him, and a familiar voice reached his ears, and... Senior Gu, haven't seen you for many years, come up and have a seat? Qin Zhen? This fellow actually followed him up. Gu Yunfeng secretly said, and then he got on the floating airship. Coming to the pilot room of the airship. A middle-aged man wearing a Chinese-style robe was looking at the pilot screen with his hands behind his back. His face was rigid, his eyes were sharp, and his national character face, with sharp angles, was full of rigidity. Little Qin, what are you doing here? Gu Yunfeng boarded the floating airship. Qin Zhen turned his head, nodded with a smile, and... Greetings to Senior Gu. Although he was the head of the third border city, his age was dozens of years less than Gu Yunfeng, so calling him a senior was not excessive. Most importantly, Qin Zhen was a 7th rank, Gu Yunfeng was now an 8th rank powerhouse, calling him a senior was no problem. Little Qin, what are you doing here? Supervising me? Gu Yunfeng asked with a frown. Qin Zhen smiled bashfully, Senior is joking, you are an 8th ranked powerhouse, I can supervise you? The third border city is unstable outside its domain, and it is extremely likely that a strong person of the 7th rank or above will cause a riot if he strikes. I'm here to help you resolve unnecessary troubles. The words were concise. Qin Zhen's main purpose for coming was to fear that Gu Yunfeng would go haywire. Other 8th Order powerhouses didn't need to be supervised, but Gu Yunfeng was different. He had once killed his way into the extraterrestrial high-risk zone single-handedly in a fit of rage, and dragged his crippled body back to the Dragon Kingdom. He suffered a serious injury, leaving behind a dark disease that almost killed him. It was predicted by an 8th Order powerhouse that this life was already ruined. But Gu Yunfeng didn't believe in evil. Breaking through to the 8th rank, he slapped everyone in the face. With such a talent, the Dragon Kingdom was afraid that something would happen to him, and even more afraid that he would cause a riot outside the domain. When I was young and spirited, I did things without considering the consequences. The current me is no longer the same as I once was. Gu Yunfeng sighed and said. He had indeed changed a lot. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to become the Vice Lord of the Palace of Sundering. With roots like this, no amount of change will help. Senior, if you had truly changed, you wouldn't have succeeded in impacting the 8th rank. Xinjin always had a smile on his face. Gu Yunfeng sighed helplessly. That's just it, you supervise as you please. The duo watched the death swamp below through the screen. Upon seeing that Night Ming had killed the other 3 crocodile blade warriors, Xinjin's eyebrows moved slightly. Senior Gu, is this kid your new disciple? Aha! Not bad, powerful, with measured power control and first-class movement techniques. Xinjin's eyes revealed appreciation. Gu Yunfeng revealed a smile. This kid has a good talent. Killing the enemy across the ranks is like drinking water. But senior, if I'm not mistaken, his contracted spirit is a magical girl, right? Yes, it's a witch, SSS rank. Xinjin was silent for a while and frowned. If I'm not mistaken, the more people or ferocious beasts a witch contractor kills, the easier it is for them to be revolted by the killing. This is a great hidden danger. Gu Yunfeng's face was expressionless, but his tone was very serious. I'm looking for a way to completely eliminate the backlash. Completely eliminate it? Xinjin's expression intensified for a few moments. This was something that was almost impossible to accomplish. He was silent and did not speak. It was at this moment. In the death swamp. On the stone pillar at the center of the mysterious altar, an ancient and mysterious parchment book emerged. It flipped in the wind, releasing a repulsive aura, and the air was filled with a bloody smell. Xinjin looked startled. Book of Curses? This place even has such a treasure. Chapter 81 Quasi-5th Order Fierce Beast Poison Ghost Bat. When the fierce beasts descended upon the blue star. Along with them, there were many special treasures that appeared to be the products of a certain civilization and possessed special abilities. Many scholars were curious about the origins of these things, and they deduced a nebulous history based on the obscure words and images left on some of the items. There was no basis, no historical facts, yet they were real. That's why these types of items are called historical relics. Book of Curses. Possessing the power of curses, it is said to be able to make ordinary people, pact masters, or ferocious beasts suffer from curses, coughing, fever, stomachache, rotting, serious illness, and death. There were many copies of the Book of Curses, and the effects of each one varied greatly. I really didn't expect that this small place would have books of curses. Interesting. Xinjin clasped his hands on his chest, his eyes deep, not knowing what he was thinking. Death Swamp. Night Ming looked at the parchment in front of him, his brows furrowed. This thing's aura is so odd, it has a dangerous feeling. As a top assassin, Night Ming had a strong sense of danger. He utilized his dark aura to wrap his palm and reached out towards the ancient book, and in the next moment, the panel surfaced before his eyes. Name, Book of Curses Fear. Type, Historical Relic. Description, a mysterious and ancient existence, each of its words possesses the power of a curse. The possessor confused the power of the Book of Curses to rain down a curse of fear on his enemies. The effect of the curse is that it can make people afraid? Kind of interesting. Night Ming's mind moved, and a dark tentacle stretched out from his hand, wrapping around the Book of Curses and about to absorb its power. At this moment, a sharp and ear-piercing voice rang out quite abruptly. Your Excellency, wait. We have our eyes on this item, can you let us have it? Night Ming turned his head to look. 3 figures were walking towards him. The 2 on the left and right wore ninja suits, masked and tied at the calf, with bitterless shuriken at their waists, moving silently, their eyes filled with cunning and deviousness. The man in the center. Suited and booted, with long hair, arrogant eyes, and a small beard in the middle of the man. Sakura countryman? Night Ming instantly recognized the countries the 3 men belonged to. Keeping a mustache in the middle of the person was too characteristic, but any Dragon Country person wouldn't do this. Night Ming wasn't surprised to see the Sakura countryman. The Outer Realm was a masterless land that any country could enter, not to mention the Sakura Nation people. Even if they met aliens, it was possible. Your Excellency, that thing is useless to you. Sell it to us and we can give you an unexpected reward. A greatly good reward. The ninja on the left was at the level of a major as soon as he opened his mouth. Night Ming's eyes went cold. If it was someone else, it could still be sold. The Sakura Nation. Ha! Sell it to them? I won't sell it to you even if I lose it. As soon as Night Ming grasped the Book of Curses, darkness surged out, refining it in an instant. Baka! The hypocritical Sakura ninja, after seeing that his purpose could not be achieved, suddenly murderous intent erupted in his eyes. The Sakura Nation was like this. One thing in front of their faces, one thing behind their backs. Believing them was better than believing that pigs would fly in the sky while dropping atomic bombs to bomb the Sakura country. Can't talk about it. There was no choice but to do it. Kill him for me. The Sakura Nation in the very center waved his hand. The two ninjas immediately strangled, and the figures of the Shadowless Holy Maiden and the Blade Holy Maiden were revealed behind them. They were 4th-ranked contract masters with a ranked contract spirits. To Night Ming, they were simply too good to believe. Clang clang clang. Bitterness and shuriken were like a downpour of rain, covering towards Night Ming. He didn't panic in the slightest, holding his lance and charging up. Plop! Blood soared out. The two ninjas were dead. Night Ming held the long sickle and came before the man in the suit, his eyes cold. The man in the suit swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his throat rolled. Baka, I advise you not to act rashly. I am the young master of the Takahashi family of the Sakura Kingdom. If you dare to make a move against me, my family will leave you without a corpse. Put! Night Ming swung out his long sickle, and the head of the Takahashi family's eldest young master instantly took off. His strength was good, a 3rd-ranked contract master with a SS-ranked contract spirit. This time, he was supposed to come to the extra domain to practice. But he didn't expect. The scum of the Sakura Kingdom. Night Ming had an innate distaste for the Sakura Kingdom in his heart. He looked at the corpses of the Sakura country people on the ground and was too lazy to deal with them, letting them be swallowed up by the swamp. On the airship. Xin Ming had a smile on his face. Hee, interesting. To strike decisively and instantly, and to be indifferent even when threatened. The more he looked at Night Ming, the more he rejoiced. There was even a desire to snatch Night Ming over and properly cultivate him into a soldier. By the way, senior, what exactly is Night Ming's current strength? Xinjin queried. I've noticed that he almost always kills in seconds every time he strikes. Even a 4th-ranked ferocious beast is not his opponent? Gu Yunfeng stroked his beard and said, he is indeed powerful. However, although it's far beyond the 4th rank, it shouldn't be able to beat it when it meets a quasi-5th rank. This news wasn't nonsense from Gu Yunfeng. He had learned through Sun Hoyuan that Night Ming had been sneak attacked by the president of the Gold Basin Society, and that the other party was of the quasi-5th rank, and Night Ming had barely fought him to a draw. It had been less than 2 or 3 short days. It couldn't be that Night Ming had gotten stronger again. It couldn't be possible. Boom! Right at this moment. The death swamp began to tremble crazily as a crack tore the swamp apart. A terrifying figure appeared from the ground. It had wings on its back, its claws were as hard as steel, green armor was revealed on its body, and its overall shape was like a standing bat. Roar! The moment it appeared, a high-pitched hiss resounded through the clouds. As Night Ming stared at the ferocious beast, Shadow Spectre's voice came from his mind. A quasi-5th ranked ferocious beast, the poison ghost bat. This thing likes dry land, why would it come to the death marsh? She was puzzled. Xinjin and Gu Yunfeng were also puzzled. A quasi-5th order beast? Why would it appear here? They were anxious in their hearts. Night Ming was not the least bit afraid and directly rushed up to fight hard. This scene caused Xinjin to frown as he watched. So courageous, but this time out, it's too reckless. Xinjin said. Just now, Gu Yunfeng had said that Night Ming's strength was above the 4th rank, but not as good as the quasi-5th. Now meeting a quasi-5th order fierce beast. I'm afraid that it's not as fierce as it should be. In the secret realm. After Night Ming saw that his opponent was a quasi-5th rank beast, his breath was fully open. Dark tentacles arose from his back, spreading from his arms to his palms, and eventually fusing with the long sickle. Fall chop! Ah! Night Ming roared, his entire body's strength exploding in an instant as he slashed his sickle at the poison ghost bat. Plop! With one sickle, the poison ghost bat's head took off. The quasi-5th rank ferocious beast died. Xinjian's pupils suddenly contracted, shocked beyond measure. Are you kidding me, a 3rd rank killing a quasi-5th rank? Is this a normal contract master? Gu Yunfeng's brow furrowed even more. It wasn't possible a few days ago, but today will do? Strength increase, too fast. Report. Just then, a figure came through the door. It was the squad leader, Night Zhang. Xinjian hurriedly beckoned, quickly, Night Zhang, come over here. Night Zhang was surprised and did as he was told. Pointing at Night Ming on the large screen, Xinjian asked. If I remember correctly, this kid is your nephew. Killing a quasi-5th rank in seconds at the 3rd rank, it's really powerful. Night Zhang's pupils suddenly shrunk. What? Night Ming? Killed a quasi-5th order ferocious beast? Just kidding. Chapter 82 5th Order Fierce Beast Giant Tree Demon King. In the Death Swamp. Night Ming stood with a long sickle in his hand, his expression cold. The corpse of the poison ghost bat was lying in front of him, its head turned into ashes and its body still twitching madly. Its breath was fading madly, eventually turning into a puddle of bubbling venom. Successfully killed quasi-5th order poisonous ghost bat, realm experience plus 120, spiritual skill experience plus 120. Acquired fierce beast material, venom mask. A palm-sized, uniquely shaped, as if it were a green-faced evil spirit, with a sharp nose, slightly narrowed eyes, and a mouth full of sharp, jagged teeth. Worth 7 million, nice ferocious beast material, absorbing it will give you some immunity to toxins. Shadow Yui said as she took a glance at the venom mask. Night Ming nodded, following Shadow Spectre's guidance. He first covered his face with a layer of darkness aura before placing the venom mask over his face as green and black air currents surged out. 3 breaths later, successfully absorbed the venom mask. You possess a certain level of immunity to toxins, and toxins below the 6th ranked ferocious beasts pact masters will not be able to fatally harm you. This is good. Night Ming's eyes lit up. On the floating airship, Xinjian and the others looked at Night Ming. They looked serious, their faces devoid of any emotions. A few moments later, Gu Yunfeng shook his head. A few days ago, Night Ming wasn't a match for a quasi-5th order fierce beast, but now, he even possesses the strength to kill a quasi-5th order in seconds. Progress, so fast that it's somewhat abnormal. Xinjian did not reply as he turned his head to look at Night Zhang, originally wanting to ask him about the reason for Night Ming's heaven-defying strength. But looking at Night Zhang's confused look, he knew. Night Zhang was also unclear. A 3rd order contract master had killed a quasi-5th order contract master in seconds. Who would dare to believe this when it was said? After killing the quasi-5th order fierce beast, Night Ming didn't leave. He continued to kill ferocious beasts in the Death Swamp. There were a large number of 3rd order spiked armor crocodiles and 4th order split armor lizards here, and they rushed towards Night Ming in a swarm, their eyes displaying fierce glints as they hissed angrily. Night Ming's legs powered up, stepping on the ground as it collapsed, his scythe blade slicing through the air, a lingering cold light flashing. Successfully killed the 3rd order spiked armor crocodile, realm experience plus 20, spirit skill experience plus 20. Successfully kills a 3rd order sharp armored crocodile, realm experience plus 20, spirit skill experience plus 20. Successfully slay a 4th level split armor lizard, realm experience plus 40, spirit technique experience plus 40. Successfully kill 4th order split armor lizard, realm experience plus 40, spirit skill experience plus 40. Countless ferocious beasts were killed by Night Ming. He opened the panel. Realm, 3rd order contractor 4648801 million. Divine Meteor Demon Armor level 8 level 9. Dark Realm level 8 level 9. Eternal Nightfall level 7 level 8. The experience has come to over 400,000, it's not far from becoming a 4th rank contract master. Night Ming was now at the 3rd rank and already possessed the strength to kill a quasi-5th rank. When he became a 4th rank, even a 5th rank wouldn't be a match for him. Afterward, under Gu Yunfeng's leadership, Night Ming walked out of the Death Swamp and arrived at the Silent Forest. The swaying trees were like ghosts, they immediately came to life the moment Night Ming stepped into the forest. Rustle rustle. The tree demons grew bizarre eyes, their branches were like sharp claws as they swung towards Night Ming. Hoo hoo hoo! Sharp blades flashed. Night Ming stepped on the branches and leapt high, waving the long sickle in his hand, and the night sky lit up with a curved moon. Pust. Successfully killed 3rd Order Black Tree Demon, Realm Experience plus 20, Spirit Skill Experience plus 20. Successfully killed 3rd Order Black Tree Demon, Realm Experience plus 20, Spirit Skill Experience plus 20. Successfully kill a 3rd Order Black Tree Demon, Realm Experience plus 20, Spirit Skill Experience plus 20. Successfully kill a 3rd Order Black Tree Demon, Realm Experience plus 20, Spirit Skill Experience plus 20. The experience was accumulating. The more ferocious beasts he killed, the more powerful Night Ming's aura became. He was like a bloodthirsty demon, killing and blood excited him. His body became exceptionally agile. Swoosh swoosh. Dark streams of light flashed. Shuttling through the dark forest like refracted light, it was impossible to catch. Roar! A violent shout rang out. In front of Night Ming's eyes, the ground suddenly cracked open, and a thick ancient tree emerged, its roots spreading out in all directions as a tree demon tens of meters tall appeared. The tree trunk coalesced into thousands of thick fists, and red light emerged from one of its eyes. Boom boom boom. The tree fists smashed down. Night Ming stepped on the ground and leapt high. Dodge? Poof. Sharp tree branches emerged from the ground and exploded towards Night Ming. Phew! Night Ming held his long scythe in both hands, and the cold light cut through the air as he chopped at the tree trunk with a scythe. Clang! The tree trunk seemed to be covered with a steel barrier, directly bouncing the long sickle away. This was... Night Ming's pupils suddenly contracted. As he looked at the enormous ancient tree demon in front of him, his brows narrowed. A 5th-ranked ferocious beast? On the floating airship. Shinjin looked at the image on the screen, his brows furrowed. 5th-ranked ferocious beast giant tree demon king? Senior, Night Ming is not a match for a 5th-ranked ferocious beast right now. Gu Yunfeng nodded. Well, I intentionally brought him here to practice. A surge in strength will make his foundation unstable. I originally thought that a quasi-5th-ranked ferocious beast would be his whetstone, but now it seems that only 5th-ranked ferocious beasts are worthy of being Night Ming's opponent. Sniffing. To the side, Night Jun was a little worried. On the screen, Night Ming and the giant tree demon king were deadlocked, and the branches of the tree were like sharp blades that stabbed at Night Ming's body, although they couldn't pierce through the divine meteor demon armor. However, the tremendous impact forced Night Ming to fly backwards. Only after crashing through dozens of large trees did he barely stop. Night Zheng clenched his fists, his complexion grave, the knots in his throat rolling. He was nervous, afraid that Night Ming would strike. But he was clear. This was an experience for Night Ming. Boom! At this moment, a violent explosion sounded. The dark realm unfolded, Night Ming's strength was in full swing, the scythe blade was attached to this blood-red light, a cold light flashed, and there was a constant splash of broken branches and leaves. Fallen chop! The heart shouted angrily. Dark tentacles wrapped around his arm, the long scythe and his arm fused together as Night Ming stormed forward, going all out. Boom boom boom! Power ripples spread. Smoke and dust filled the air. A figure rushed out, and there were bloody scars on Night Ming's body, and blood flowed from the flesh and blood tissues where his arm and the long sickle were connected. It's already the maximum limit. Night Ming's eyes stared straight ahead. But the result? A thick tree branch exploded towards him. Like a sharp blade, it pierced through the air and whistled. Damn it! Night Ming gritted his teeth and cursed. He wanted to dodge, but the previous fallen slash had drained his strength, and his body fell into a brief numbness. The wooden thorns continued to enlarge in his eyes. It was only the last half a meter away from him. Stop! A low drink filled with majesty rang out. The wooden thorn stopped in front of Night Ming's eyes. The ancient tree demon king's body looked like it was frozen, not moving a muscle as it stared at Gu Yunfeng in the sky above, its eyes fierce. Break! Gu Yunfeng casually waved his hand. Invisible power swept towards the giant tree demon king. Its body began to dissipate, eventually turning into fragments that floated in the air like confetti, disappearing directly when the wind blew. 8th rank powerhouse. A city could easily be destroyed with the lift of a hand. Chapter 83, Fighting Alone? You guys chose it. Is this the 8th rank? Night Ming looked at Gu Yunfeng in midair. His eyes moved slightly, and his fists clenched involuntarily. He wanted to become stronger. If he was 4th rank, 5th rank, or even 7th rank, 8th rank, he would have been able to easily kill the previous giant tree demon king in seconds. Instead of needing Gu Yunfeng's hand, the desire to become stronger became even stronger in Nightming's heart. He checked the panel. There was still more than 400,000 to 500,000 experience short of becoming a 4th order contractor, not much but not bad either. It was necessary to make a move. You're exceptionally gifted, in time, you're bound to become an 8th rank powerhouse. Gu Yunfeng patted Nightming's shoulder. Nightming nodded his head and didn't reply, but in his heart, he still set a goal for himself. After joining Star Demon University, he had to impact a 4th order contract master. After finishing the trip outside the domain, Nightming met with the head of the 3rd border city, Xinjiang, who appreciated him greatly. I watched your earlier battle with the quasi-5th rank fierce beast, and to be honest, I didn't expect you to have this kind of strength. A magical girl contractor, not only is she powerful, her realm breakthrough speed far exceeds that of a holy girl contractor. A talent like you, if you can join the guard army, it will be a huge boost to our border city. Xinjiang said, clasping his hands on his chest and looking at Nightming with interest. Before Nightming could reply, Gu Yunfeng, who was on the side, suddenly spoke up. Hey, what are you up to? Nightming is my student. Are you fishing for someone in front of me? Senior, words can't be said like that. Xinjiang spread his hands, Guardian Army and Star Demon University student, the two identities are not in conflict. By becoming a Guardian Army, Nightming will also be able to get more experience, which will also be helpful to his growth. Senior, you know, greenhouses don't raise strong people. Gu Yunfeng was silent for a while. Eventually, he looked towards Nightming. Become a guard? Because of his 4th uncle, Night Zhang, Nightming had grown up with respect for the guards. But he was only at the 3rd rank now, and he had to go to the Star Demon University's entrance test in 10 days, so time was short and the task was heavy. For Border City, a 3rd order indentured servant can't help much. I think I'll consider this matter only after I become a 4th rank. Nightming looked at Xinjiang and gave a legitimate reason. Well, that's true. Xinjiang nodded as he looked to Night Zhang, who was beside him. Captain Night Zhang, you heard this kid's words just now. When he becomes a 4th ranked contractor, we must drag him to the guard army. Night Zhang's expression was gloomy and he didn't reply. In his heart, he didn't want Nightming to become a guardsman. Because of the danger. Xinjiang glanced at him and did not continue to impose. Just now, it was also just a joke. Leaving the 3rd border city. Returning to Tsangnan City. Gu Yunfeng handed Nightming a small section of tree trunk. 10 centimeters in diameter, 20 centimeters long, cylindrical in shape, with green lines lingering on it, full of life. This thing is called Xianmu Spirit Root, a heavenly treasure, extremely precious. After absorbing it, Xianmu Qi will enter your body, and while strengthening your physical body, it will bring you more life force. Gu Yunfeng sent the item to Nightming's hands. He was a teacher who doted on his students. Nightming clasped his fists. Many thanks, teacher. Back home. It was already late at night. Nightming absorbed the Xianmu spiritual root. The moment the green aura merged into his body, the injuries on Nightming's body were treated and his wounds healed. His body was filled with strength and essence. Absorbing the Xianmu spirit root, your physical body is strengthened and your life is prolonged. Qi and blood, 850-900. Spiritual energy, 850-900. All boosted by 50. Just need to absorb some more materials before I can break through to 1000. Nightming clenched his fists, his desire to fight soaring in his heart. The next period of time. Nightming almost became a regular visitor to the teleportation hall. Excluding the time for eating and sleeping. He was almost always in the teleportation hall. Sometimes when he got high from killing, he even forgot about the time and could go from 5 o'clock in the morning to 12 o'clock at night. His realm experience was also soaring crazily. Realm, 3rd order contractor 650,000 1 million. The experience came to 650,000, there's still 350,000 left to break through. Nightming leaned on the chair in the room and looked at the calendar on the wall. It was time to report to Star Demon University. There were still 10 days left. His current Qi and blood and spiritual power were still stuck at 900. Need to do some assassination missions, save up contribution points, and exchange rewards. Nightming opened the Sundering Mall. His eyes rested on a treasure named Devil Flame Heart. Name: Devil Flame Heart. Type: Fierce Beast Material. Description: taken from the Demon Flame Giant Lion, it contains a powerful force. When the demonic flame on it is integrated into the body, it will change the body's organizational structure and gain more powerful physical strength. The process is painful, use with caution. Price: 1,000 contribution points. I have over 800 contribution points now. I only need to be on 1 or 2 missions to save up to 1,000. Night Ming said. The number of contribution points was related to the difficulty of the mission. Killing a 4th-ranked contract master criminal. One could obtain around 200 contribution points. Clang! Just at this moment, the sound of the gate slamming heavily rang out. Night Ming got up to see that it was Night Frost. The power of closing the door is 3 times greater than usual. It's a sign of anger. If I remember correctly, she was like this 3 days ago. Night Ming was thoughtful and analyzed. He suspected that Night Frost should have taken on some mission that wasn't too difficult. And 3 times, her plans were disrupted. I hope I don't meet any danger. Night Ming silently prayed. The next day, he arrived at the teleportation hall. A new 2-player secret realm had opened today called High Wall Guard. After entering the secret realm, contract masters needed to act as guards to hold down the high walls. Beneath the high wall, countless ferocious beasts were constantly charging towards the wall. There was a large number of them. Like a torrent. Secret Realm Challenge opens. Fierce Beast Realm, 3rd and 4th Order. Challenge task: guard the high wall for 30 minutes, and obtain the heavenly treasure, the Soul Condensation Bracelet. 30 minutes, not too difficult. Listen to me for a second, I've entered a similar secret realm before. Township-type secret realms rely on unity. Everyone now form 3 squads in batches. 1 squad for defense, 1 squad to resupply at the back, and 1 squad left to rest at the back. Rotate once every 5 minutes, this way we can definitely hold down the fort for 30 minutes. A man with proper features commanded. Listening to his plan, Night Ming nodded. The method the man said was indeed the most effective way of defense. But then let me ask you, who will conduct the defense first? I'm sure I don't want to, I want to rest first. A man with a high cranium spoke in a shrill voice. People were selfish. No one wanted to defend first. Everyone wanted to rest first and conserve their strength for a rainy day. Yeah, I'm not willing to be the first to defend either. I'm also unwilling to. Boom! Just as the crowd pressed on, you scrambled. Night Ming kicked the previously resisting man away. And then with a long leap, he jumped off the high wall and rushed into the group of ferocious beasts. A scattering of sand, there's no way to unite. Instead of arguing with them, it's better for me to fight alone. Night Ming, who had charged into the group of ferocious beasts, killed in all directions, constantly harvesting the lives of the ferocious beasts. The surviving ferocious beasts began to riot. One group of them rushed towards Night Ming, and another group rushed towards the high wall. Those contract masters on the high wall didn't react, and in the huge torrent of ferocious beasts, they showed fear. Some of the slower ones were seriously injured, and some pressed the teleportation button decisively in fear. Night Ming glanced back at the shattered team. His complexion was cold, and he didn't have many emotional changes. Not united. Then fight alone. This was all their own choice. Begging them to unite? Night Ming couldn't do such a stupid thing. Chapter 84 Bloody Scent, Night Frost severely injured. Successfully slayed 3rd Order Cold Ice Beast, Realm Experience plus 20, Spirit Skill Experience plus 20. Successfully slayed 3rd Order Flame Mob, Realm Experience plus 20, Spirit Skill Experience plus 20. Successfully slayed 3rd Order Lion with Devil's Tooth, Realm Experience plus 30, Spirit Technique Experience plus 30. Successfully kill 4th Order Bone Eater, Realm Experience plus 50, Spirit Technique Experience plus 50. Successfully kill 4th Order Bone Eater, Realm Experience plus 50, Spirit Technique Experience plus 50. Night Ming charged into the group of ferocious beasts. He continuously waved the long sickle in his hand, his breath bursting out, and the dark tentacles behind him were like sharp blades, cutting through the bodies of the ferocious beasts. Plop plop plop. Blood continued to soar. There were constantly corpses of ferocious beasts rising into the sky. Night Ming was like a god of killing, unstoppable. The other contract masters on top of the high wall had long since been swallowed up by the torrent of rioting beasts as they scrambled to escape. It was a stark contrast to the Night Ming under the high wall. Half an hour later, the cold electronic voice sounded. Successfully subdued for 30 minutes, you have completed the challenge and can exit the secret realm at any time. Eh? It's been 30 minutes? Night Ming stated that he had only just begun. After saying that, he once again charged into the group of ferocious beasts and began to kill them madly. The ferocious beasts on the scene converged into a torrent, massive in scale and number. This was the ferocious beast group he had dreamed of. It must not be given up easily. The pact masters who exited from the high wall. They watched this from outside the arena, their eyes dropping out of their sockets, and open, what kind of joke is this? It's tough for us to hold down the fort for 30 minutes. It's not enough for him to charge into the ferocious beasts and kill them for 30 minutes? Exaggerated, this is too exaggerated. Most importantly, his contracted spirit seems to be. The crowd fixed their eyes on it. There was a thick blood, scarlet murderous aura, and a rolling release of darkness. They reacted. It was a magical girl. A fiendish contractor? Wait, could he be Night Ming? This year's top scorer in Songnan City's Great Martial Arts Examination? I told you why he's so strong, so he's the top scholar of Songnan City. However, this first prize winner is too powerful, easily killing a fourth-ranked ferocious beast. I haven't seen that first prize winner reach such an achievement within a short period of time since all the previous sessions. The crowd was shocked. They were incomparably shocked in their hearts. Plop! Cold light flickered in the secret realm. A full 2 hours passed. Only then did Night Ming leave the secret realm. He checked the panel. Name, Night Ming. Spirituality, full level. Realm, 3rd Order Contract Master 7321121 million. Spiritual power, 900. Chi and blood, 900. Contracted spirit, Divine Meteor Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Contract spirit grade, SSS grade can be upgraded. Spiritual technique, Dark Field level 9 level 10, Divine Meteor Devil Armor level 9 level 10, Eternal Nightfall level 8 level 9. Spiritual talents, Killing Growth, Demon Emperor's Battle Intent. There's still more than 200,000 experience points short of becoming a 4th-ranked contract master. It looks like becoming a 4th-ranked contract master before joining Star Demon University is a bit unrealistic after all. In response to this, Night Ming wasn't annoyed. No one could become a big fat man in one bite. The road had to be taken one step at a time, and the meal had to be eaten one bite at a time. Polishing the foundation and moving forward in a practical manner. Leaving the secret realm. Night Ming obtained a reward. Soul Condensation Bracelet. After wearing it, one could draw on the soul power present in the air, an extremely special energy that could give one's spiritual power a boost. Night Ming tried wearing it, but his spiritual energy did not receive any boost. It's useless? He frowned. Shadow sighed quietly. The effect of the soul condensation bracelet is only on the Sacred Maiden contractor. On a magical girl contractor, she comes with a strong demonic aura, and this demonic aura will suppress the soul condensation bracelet, causing its effect to be greatly reduced. There was still this kind of argument? Night Ming shook his head. If he couldn't use it, then he would take it and exchange it. In the teleportation hall, he successfully exchanged it for a 5th Order Fierce Beast material, the Black Soul Meridian. Taken from the Fierce Beast Black Soul Spirit, it possessed an extremely strong toughness, and after absorbing it, it could strengthen one's own meridians, allowing the limits of its power-bearing capacity to increase. After absorbing it, Night Ming felt a warm current in his body that passed through his entire body, very comfortable. Returning home from the teleportation hall, Night Ming had taken on an assassination mission. A man called Chen Tianqing, who sold prohibited items on the market and also used violence to force people to repay their loans, and was also involved in crimes such as loan sharking. Several crimes were punished together. Night Ming pronounced his death sentence on the spot. However, this Chen Tianqing wasn't some Asana SI. He was a 4th Order contract master. Under Night Ming's forced questioning, Chen Tianqing revealed the source of the prohibited items. Source Light Group. They're really making prohibited items privately. Night Ming frowned as he sent a message to Sun Hoyuan. Sun Hoyuan, Source Light Group, it's coming, it's almost here, the big fish is already on its way. Night Ming, 7th Order Contract Master. This big fish has been fishing for almost half a month, it's time to take the bait. Returning home, Night Ming clicked on them all. The previous assassination mission had earned him 200 contribution points. He directly exchanged it for a magic flame heart worth 1000 contribution points. Half an hour later. Looking at the heart wrapped in purple flames in his hand, a nameless touch filled Night Ming's heart. Although this heart is deactivated, I can still feel it beating. Night Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Shadow Yui softly said, "You're a magical girl contractor, and there is already some sort of special perception of these darkness-leaning ferocious beasts. As my recovery progresses, this special perception will become stronger and stronger." Of course, this is not a bad thing. Night Ming nodded his head. He did believe in Shadow Spectre. After absorbing the demonic flame heart, Night Ming felt a flame rising in his body. He spread out his palms, and a purple ball of fire rose up. There were threads of lightning arcs flickering in the flames. A gust of pressure spread, and the aura in the room became extraordinarily tense and solemn. Phew! At this time, a strange wind sound came from outside the window. Immediately afterward, with a creak, the door was opened, then slammed shut with a bang. It was as if they had done something bad and didn't want to be discovered. Night Ming pushed open the door. It was discovered that it was Night Frost who had returned. During this recent period of time, Sister Night Frost has been busy late. Trying too hard. Night Ming felt like he needed to learn from her. Just as he turned around and was about to close the door, suddenly, a faint smell of blood came from the air. The smell was very faint. However, as a top-tier assassin, Night Ming was exceptionally sensitive to the smell of blood. The smell is subtle, but when I feel it carefully, I find it pungent and strong. Sister Night Frost, seriously injured. Night Ming's eyes suddenly turned a few degrees colder. He arrived at Night Frost's door and gently knocked. "Who?" A wary voice came from inside the house. "It's me, Night Ming." "Night Ming? What are you doing here at this late hour when you're not sleeping?" "You're injured." Night Ming's simple sentence directly silenced Night Frost in the room. After a long time, she spoke faintly. "This is my own matter, I don't want to involve you in it." Night Ming angrily said, "What bull to say? You've been seriously injured and still want to hide it. You're not some cool article grade heroine, what's the point of holding it in? 850,000, a fifth-rate master? Just kill him." Night Ming's words made Night Frost a bit puzzled. However, she could detect a hint of blame and complaint in Night Ming's words. "Is it because I hid my injuries and excluded him from danger without authorization?" Night Frost fell silent and finally sighed. She still let Night Ming enter. Taking a closer look. Under the dim light, the tights on Night Frost's body were torn with countless cuts. Blood flowed from the wounds, soaking the black tights. Her lips were white, her eyes still held shock and some trepidation, and her mouth was open to breathe. Her chest stumbled and her breath was disorganized. At the first moment she saw Night Ming, Night Frost's body leaned towards a dark location. As if in fear of being seen by Night Ming in today's predicament. Who did this? Without a word of nonsense, Night Ming asked with a cold face. Night Frost hesitated. "I can't tell you, you'll get hurt." "Who did it?" Night Ming spoke again. His eyes were ice cold, and his staunch killing intent burst forth. Night Frost looked at his scarlet-filled eyes, his body stuttered, and an emotion of fear actually flowed within him at this moment. "He is a quasi-fifth-order contract master, you are not his opponent," Night Frost shook his head and said. "A quasi-fifth-order contract master?" When Night Ming heard this, it was as if he had heard a huge joke. If it was a few days ago when he met a quasi-fifth-rank contract master, he might not really have been able to deal with it. But times were different now. He had now mastered the fallen shop, and with a full strike, even a fifth-rank contract master would be greatly disabled without dying. "Sister Night Frost, if you don't want to talk about it, I have a way of knowing. 3 hours later, I will bring that person's corpse to you." Night Frost left without looking back. The moment he walked out the door, he dialed Sun Ho Yuan's phone. "What are you calling me for in the middle of the night?" "There's something to say quickly." "Something happened to Night Frost, I want to know who did it." Sun Ho Yuan froze for a moment. He wanted to say that assassination missions should not be handed over at will before being vetted. However, hearing Night Ming's serious tone, he considered his relationship with Night Frost. Sun Ho Yuan immediately threw the rules out of his mind. Rules were dead. People are alive. He immediately sent a message to Night Ming. Mission name, Covering the Sky. Target, Han Yuan Qian. Realm, Quasi-Fifth Order Pact Master Class, a multi-armed Saintess. Introduction. Han Yuan Qian is a famous gambling master on the ground in Songnan City. He possesses a unique set of cheating techniques and mixes with various underground casinos. After making a fortune, he merged all the underground casinos and opened a grand-scale casino, Dream Sky Casino. Dream Sky Casino, on the surface, does foot washing, KTV, bar and other entertainment activities. But behind the unseen, it is a mega gambling machine with a daily water flow of billions of dollars. 30% of the people in Songnan City have suffered from the persecution of the Dream Sky Casino. The Security Bureau has raided the casino several times, and even the tax authorities have investigated the casino no less than 50 times. But Han Yuanqian is a cunning guy. Not only did he have an extremely high sense of counter-surveillance, he had also studied the relevant legal knowledge, resulting in the need to take him down by formal means. It would require a huge amount of manpower and resources. So, the Palace of Sundering stepped in. Han Yuanqian. Nightming clenched his fists, his mind recalling Night Frost's severely injured appearance, anger boiling in his chest. He was furious. However, his exterior aura was unusually stable. He was angry without showing it, and he killed without leaking it. Night. The curved moon hanging high in the sky shed thousands of light. Nightming transformed into a dark shadow and traveled through the tall buildings of the city. Between a dead steel skyscraper, a brightly lit building was releasing its bright and moving colors. Ultimately, even standing outside, one could feel the interior of the building, the hormonal scent that was so dense that it was intoxicating. This is it. Nightming unfolded his darkness domain. With the help of the dead angle of the lights, he quickly entered the interior of Dream Sky Casino. All the way up. He first passed through the surveillance room, the security room, and then the entertainment floor. On this floor, noisy singing mixed with screaming, the air was overloaded with alcohol, and the lights were unusually brilliant. Nightming shielded his senses. With a firm gaze, he rushed towards the office on the uppermost floor. He could sense that the target he was looking for was on the highest floor. That aura. It was almost identical to the power in Night Frost's wounds. The chairman's office. Han Yuanqian's legs were resting on his desk. He was holding a cigar in his left hand and a cell phone in his other hand, dialing a call. Beside him, a mature woman in a professional OL outfit was massaging him with a gleaming smile. Hey old Zhang. Listen to me, something strange happened tonight. I was actually assassinated by a Fourth Order contract master, mad. It's really strange. I'm doing business peacefully, in the end, which son of a is staring at me? Can you help me check on your side? After saying that, on the other side of the phone, the guy known as Old Zhang sneered. What are you afraid of? It's probably your old enemy from the ground before. Besides, you're a quasi-fifth rank. Are you still afraid of a fourth rank? Han Yuanqian thought for a moment and said the right thing. However, that fourth-rank indentured servant who assassinated me tonight is somewhat capable. I can tell that she should be a good woman, and that ruthlessness in her body is really to my liking. But it's a pity that I let her run away, otherwise tonight should be very interesting. Said. Han Yuanqian and the person on the other end of the phone let out lewd to the extreme laughter at the same time. Phew! The next moment, a bitterly cold wind suddenly blew outside the window. The curtains lifted up, and it was a bit cold. Han Yuanqian shivered. Go close the curtains, he said to the mature woman beside him. The latter nodded and twisted her hips to the window. Looking at the woman's enchanting back, a wave of lust filled Han Yuanqian's body. He stood up, unbuckling the waistband of his pants while approaching towards the professional OL-suited woman. Suddenly, a sharp, cold light flashed behind him. The sharp sickle blade was on his neck. Han Yuanqian frowned. Friend, where did you come from? Have the balls to say a name. Say Naya. You're not qualified to hear it. Put. Moral cold light flashed. Blood splattered and darkness spread. Nightming filled Han Yuanqian's head with a bag and devoured his corpse with darkness. Everything happened in an instant. When the mature woman drew the curtains and turned her head to look. Boss? Where are you, boss? Boss? Boss. Night family. Night Frost was sitting on a stool with an unusually disturbing emotion in her heart. Nightming, won't something happen? Her eyes became flustered as her heart was tangled. Nightming is third rank. Han Yuanxian is quasi 5th rank, even if it's me, I'm no match for Han Yuanxian. Damn it! Night Frost, how could you be so confused? Surprisingly, I really let Night Ming go. I didn't know to stop him. In case something happens to him, how should I explain to second uncle and the others? The uneasiness in her heart forced Night Frost to stand up. She hurriedly pulled open the door and prepared to chase after Dream Sky Casino. Creak! The door opened. Night Frost's pupils suddenly contracted. Night Ming? Night Ming was silent as he raised his hand and handed the black cloth bag to Night Frost before turning to leave. Looking at his back as he left. Night Frost had a complicated mood. After she opened the black cloth bag, the mood became even more complicated. Han Yuanxian. Looking at the human head in the cloth bag, Night Frost was shocked and Night Ming, he actually did kill Han Yuanxian. Chapter 86 Underground Black Market Pundit Zhang Tongtian. The cold wind howled outside the window. It landed on Night Frost's face and hurt a little. She looked at Han Yuanxian's head on the ground with mixed feelings in her heart. It wasn't because of feeling disgusted. Rather, she was shocked at Night Frost's strength. He's only at the 3rd rank now, and he possesses the strength to decimate a quasi-5th rank. This ability to kill the enemy across ranks is too much. Night Frost felt happy for Night Ming in her heart, but at the same time, she was worried. Magical girl contractors were susceptible to the backlash of killing. The pleasure that came from killing enemies at a transcendent level would not only blur one's consciousness, but would even plant roots in one's heart. Night Frost was now worried about whether the roots buried by this overstep killing would affect Night Ming in the future. The heart was uneasy. She sent a message to Sun Hoyuan. The other party was silent for a while and eventually replied. Sun Hoyuan, occasional overstep kills will cause excitement, but if it's a family affair, it won't have any effect. Night Frost understood. Sun Hoyuan was telling himself. Killing enemies across ranks was nothing more than a family affair for Night Frost. This kid, his talent is really exaggerated. Night Frost lamented. Back in the room. Night Ming sent a message to Sun Hoyuan. Night Ming, before killing Han Yuanxian, he called a person with the memo old Zhang. It's not clear what exactly he said, but it certainly wasn't anything good, because I saw him smiling evilly through the window. Sun Hoyuan, old Zhang. What a familiar name. One that can be associated with Han Yuanxian and has the word Zhang in his name. Sun Hoyuan stared and pondered. A tree diagram appeared in his mind, stringing all the forces related to Han Yuanxian on the trunk. Wait, I seem to know who it is. Sun Hoyuan's eyes lit up. Immediately, he sent a message to Night Ming. Night Ming opened his phone and took a look. Suspect, Zhang Tongtian. Rank, 4th ranked contractor class A gas poison saint. Introduction: Underground Black Markets Pepsi, doing the business of selling information, eccentric personality, cruel methods, involved in several major criminal cases. There are many underground black markets. But the underground black market referred to in the message is located at the junction between Sunnan City and Sungbei City. The rules at the junction are more chaotic, the living environment is poor, and the infrastructure is backward. The harsh environment created a different business system. Some special illegal things could be purchased at the junction. Therefore, the junction is also known as the underground black market. Sun Hoyuan, the underground black market is a mixed bag of fish and dragons, and is full of dangers. To be able to become a famous know-it-all in that hellish place, this Tongtian has some skills. Night Ming, aha. He simply replied and closed his cell phone. The underground black market was dangerous, and Zhang Tongtian had some skills. These were not things that Night Ming needed to consider for the time being. He was merely delivering a message. As for what to do with the message, that was what the captains and executives of the Sundering Palace needed to do. After doing everything, Night Ming once again went up to the Sundering Mall. After killing Han Yuanxian, Night Ming managed to obtain 400 contribution points. It wasn't much, but he was already satisfied. The next day, Night Ming woke up with a start and received a message from Sun Hoyuan. Sun Hoyuan, still not up yet? What time is it? Night Ming stretched his body and returned in a daze. Night Ming, Captain Sun, something to talk about, pleasantries and such are unnecessary. Sun Hoyuan, do you still remember that tontine you mentioned last night? Night Ming, I remember. Sun Ho Yuan, the organization has just received news that this guy will, in the near future, sell another corporate secret about the Knight family, worth 300 million. Knight Ming. This is a strike against the Knight family? Who? Could it be that the Yuan Guang group is secretly doing something? Also. Again? What does it mean again? Knight Ming thought of something, and his eyes instantly turned icy cold. Could it be that the Knight family's business secrets have already been sold by Zhang Tongtian once? Harboring doubts, Knight Ming quickly sent a message to Sun Ho Yuan. The other party quickly replied. Sun Ho Yuan, it was roughly 10 years ago that Zhang Tongtian sold the core secrets regarding the Knight family's industry once. 10 years ago. Knight Ming remembered. At that time, overnight, the Knight family industry had suffered a major trauma, directly evaporating 50 billion, which was not the market value, but the cash flow. That crisis had nearly bankrupted the Knight family. Second uncle even turned white overnight during that crisis. I didn't expect the culprits to be information traffickers in the black market. Knight Ming clenched his fists. As of today, although the Knight family had once again stood up and stood taller. However, the revenge that was once taken could not go unrewarded. Knight Ming, Zhang Tongtian is a suspect in several major criminal cases. I think that he is not clean. Sun Ho Yuan, I know what you mean, I'm talking to you about this today. Naturally there is a mission for you regarding him. Soon. Sun Ho Yuan sent a mission message to Knight Ming. Mission name, the unknown is guilty. Mission target, Zhang Tongtian. Realm, 4th order contractor class A gas poison Holy Maiden. Introduction, the target is located at the junction of Songnan and Songbei cities, where fish and dragons are mixed, so one needs to be careful. A 4th rank, not the slightest power to fight back in front of me. Even if he's playing with poison, it's useless. Knight Ming had previously absorbed the venom mask. His body had long possessed a superb immunity to toxins. The poison of a 4th rank contract master couldn't help him at all. Sun Ho Yuan, the mission will be executed at 11 tonight. Also, as a reminder, you killed Ganko Shuichi earlier, and the Ganko family is already preparing to retaliate against you. Knight Ming, come on, just kill it. Will I still be afraid of that group of Sakura country ghosts? Sun Ho Yuan looked at Knight Ming's reply. With a helpless smile, this guy, his arrogance is just too heavy. But it doesn't matter, if the arrogance can suppress the bloodlust, this is not a bad thing. There were still a dozen or so hours left until the time of the mission. Knight Ming went to the strongest local martial arts school in Songnan City, the Asking Heart Martial Arts School. The director of the Asking Heart Martial Hall was named Asking Jioha, and he was a 5th ranked contract master, roughly 120 years old. His contracted spirit was the S-rank Mirror Heart Holy Maiden. He is very powerful. It was not comparable to an ordinary 5th rank contract master. At this moment, Knight Ming and Ask Jioha were standing in the ring. Wearing a white practicing uniform, Ask Jioha smiled like a spring breeze and, little friend Knight Ming, make your move. Good. With a thought, Knight Ming instantly rushed towards Ask Jioha. But the instant he moved forward, strange ripples suddenly spread from Ask Nine Rivers. The soft cushion under his feet turned into the surface of the sea. Knight Ming felt like he was on top of the sea, and his heartbeat became abnormally heavy, with a frequency 3 times that of usual. Wait? 3 times? Why is my heart beating so fast? This was danger sensing. Chapter 87 An arm, $1 million. Knight Ming was abruptly startled. He swung the long sickle in his hand, and with the help of the energy released by the sickle, he forced a faster trajectory of action. Boom! Right at the moment he dodged sideways. An invisible golden palm suddenly emanated from Ask Jioha. It rushed into the distance, emitting a roar. Outside the field, the crowd looked at the super metallic steel plate that had been pierced through, their mouths wide open and their expressions terrified. 10 minutes later, the battle ended. This time, Knight Ming did not win. But Ask Jioha didn't win either. They were point blank. Knight Ming raised his head and looked at the amicable-looking Ask Jioha directly in front of him with his hands on his back, and he couldn't help but clasp his fists. Many thanks to Senior for his teachings. This old man, a bit of strength. Worthy of being a 5th order contract master. It wasn't comparable to any quasi-5th rank at all. It was not a grade at all. You're welcome. You have a solid foundation and are decisive in your strikes. After you become a 4th rank, you may not be my opponent. Ask Johha said with a smile. The two came in a wave of commercial mutual admiration. Senior, I will continue to come and challenge you. After leaving behind these words, Nightming turned around and left the martial arts center. Raising his head, he looked at the sky. It was only 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Nightming made another trip to the teleportation hall. He went to a VIP secret realm, the Snow Desire Ruins. In the secret realm, Nightming had killed a quasi-5th rank beast, obtaining the ferocious beast material, Snow Crystal Bone. It was not a bad material for tempering one's fleshly body. After Nightming absorbed it, his chi and blood and spiritual strength were once again boosted. Blood, 920. Spiritual power, 920. It was still the last 80 points short of 1000. Before he officially reported to Star Demon University, the probability of his chi blood and spirit power breaking 1000 was high. Leaving the secret realm, Nightming returned home. It was already dark at this time. Taking the Star Rail train, he arrived at the underground black market in an hour. Mud piled up on the ground. The houses on both sides had long since fallen into disrepair. The entire border was shrouded in darkness. Following the map's guidance, Nightming entered the sewers, after breaking through a gate. He arrived at an underground city where the lights and wine were green and the air was filled with low desire and low happiness fingers. At this moment, there were 2 men and women with strange hairstyles erected and various paint graffiti on their bodies, walking towards Nightming and the others. Damn it, the price of the soul departure flower has recently risen by another 20%. What the hell is this Tong Tian doing, making money like crazy? Soul departure flower? Nightming frowned. This item was also a prohibited item, and after taking it, it would give a person an out-of-body feeling. Taken for a short period of time, it could be pleasing to the mind and bring one out of the doldrums. Taking it for a long period of time would damage the brain tissue, and the nerves and bones would be eroded. This Tong Tian, he actually sells banned items. Nightming's eyes grew colder and colder. The individualized woman who passed by him hummed. What are prohibited items? Zhang Tongtian, he does all sorts of Thai jobs, kidnapping people, robbing, selling information, manufacturing junk mechanical organs, whatever he can make money on he won't let go. I once saw with my own eyes that he dragged a little girl from house to house and screamed, poor little girl was only palm point big and had to suffer the ravages of the human world. Nightming. No one can control him? You mean the sheriff's department? The personalized woman sighed, the sheriff's department is in charge, but there's no evidence. Several times we were asked to provide evidence, which we who dares to provide in case we didn't get Zhang Tongtian off the stage, the ones who suffered are us. This. The personalized woman spoke selfishly. But also very realistic. What about the black market? There's always someone in the black market who can checkmate him. Nightming asked. Check and balance my ass. The individualized woman cursed, know the Night family in Sannan City? Even they've been punked by Zhang Tongtian, can they do anything about him? No way. You even know this? Nightming's eyes widened. How rare. The individualized woman said, 10 years ago, Zhang Tongtian sold the Night family's core secrets to the Wang family and earned $2 billion on a single order, and the entire underground black market is well known. But speaking of which, it seems like the Wang family has fallen out of favor now. As she said these words, a strong envy flowed from her eyes. The man of personality on the side, on the other hand, had dull eyes and slightly lowered his head. The Wang family? The family that Wan Haoyang was from? I should have known that. Before, the Wang family and the Night family were known as the 2 largest families in Sannan City. With Nightming joining the Palace of Sundering, a series of crimes of the Wang family had been lifted up, and they were now in a state of family decline. Things had been investigated clearly. However, there was still one thing that Nightming did not understand. After earning $2 billion in one go, why is Zhang Tongtian still staying here? Wouldn't it be good to move to an upscale neighborhood? Nightming asked. The personalized woman spread her hands, eating, drinking, whoring and gambling. Zhang Tongtian once lost $500 million in gambling in one night. The money was all made by the casino owner and the princess of the Merchant Quay. Besides, the underground black market is Zhang Tongtian's route. Leaving it, what does he rely on to make money? True enough. Having money is one thing. It's another thing to be able to utilize it wisely. Understood. Nightming gave the personality woman $200. It was considered the payment for the quiz. This was common in the underground black market. Afterward, following the guidance of the personality woman, Nightming arrived at the place where Zhang Tongtian was. In the dilapidated street, a building house that looked like a bull's head was gulping down steam. Nightming entered the bull's head house. Inside, there was a large line of people that turned back and forth several times. What do you want? Soul leaving flour? Okay, 7,000 apiece. Zhang Tongtian sat on the counter, holding a smoking gun and said. He was as thin as a bone, with a high cranium and a pair of eyes that were deeply sunk into his eye sockets. His appearance was pale and somewhat lewd. What? 7,000? Wasn't it only 6,000 yesterday? The buyer on the opposite side was a woman. She stared with her eyes trembling. Zhang Tongtian glanced at her and said disdainfully. The market price of the soul departing flour fluctuates greatly, and I had no choice but to increase the price. Row it. The woman reached into her inner pocket and took out 7,000, handing it to Zhang Tongtian. After he took it, he casually took a soul departing flower from the box. The quality was poor. With 10 petals, 5 of them were withered. Can you give me another one? The woman pitifully said, I bought it back to make medicine, but quality is too poor, the medicinal properties are not good, eating it won't cure the disease. Zhang Tongtian cursed angrily, everyone else can have it, why can't you? Being a medicine you are more than others, what? Not only do I not give you the good ones, I have to specialize in giving you the bad ones. Love it or hate it, don't take it, get lost, don't delay my business. Saying that, he rolled up his sleeves and was going to do it. The shirtless Hans in the store angrily walked towards the woman. They were fierce and vicious, bodyguards hired by Zhang Tongtian. The woman was terrified and could only leave. A poor look. Zhang Tongtian cursed and whirled around to continue to start picking up customers. Just at this moment, a figure wearing a black robe suddenly appeared in front of him. Zhang Tongtian looked up at Nightming and frowned. A masked face? Pretending to be a god. What for? Wanted to have a few words with you. Purchase information roll to the back of the line, you have more heads than others just happy you cut in line? Zhang Tongtian snorted coldly, and then added, spinning around. Of course, if you want to add $1 million, I can allow you to jump the queue. However, 1 million, can you take it out? Put. As Zhang Tongtian scoffed. A cold light suddenly flashed. Holding a dark long sword, Nightming fiercely struck out, his sword aura compelling as he slashed towards Zhang Tongtian's arm. The next moment, an arm shot up into the sky. Nightming raised his hand to catch it. With a thud, he slammed it onto the table. He looked at Zhang Tongtian with icy eyes and said in a cold voice. This rotten arm, can it be worth $1 million? Chapter 88, Unexpected? No, unexpected. Not good. Something's wrong. The sudden scene caused the people present to become panicked. They scrambled to escape, some of them crawling on the ground with their hands together as limbs. Some of the addicts who were small and thin, they stumbled out of the door, their bodies about to fall apart when they were hit. Inside the house where there was a big line earlier, it became instantly cold. The chandelier hanging from the ceiling swayed. The dim yellow light flickered. On the walls, the reflections of Nightming and Zhang Tongtian shifted left and right. Damn you! Zhang Tongtian covered the broken side of his arm, blood dripping down his fingers and onto the ground. His eyes were fierce and his gums were clenched red. Who are you? What do you want? He asked 2 deadly questions. Nightming didn't answer, a red light flashed in his eyes as he gripped his longsword and instantly chopped out a sword blade. Phew! The longsword whistled with a forceful momentum. Zhang Tongtian's pupils suddenly shrunk as a green aura lingered on his body. Swoosh bang! The moment the longsword came into contact with Zhang Tongtian's body, the latter actually turned into a cloud of ghostly green smoke. A chop! The smoke broke. Ha! Cold, appalling laughter came from behind Nightming. Immediately afterward, ghostly green smoke emerged from all corners of the room, under the floor, in the desktop teacups, on the overhead chandelier. A large amount of smoke spread in the room. An unpleasant odor rushed into Nightming's nostrils. This smoke is poisonous. Nightming frowned. Zhang Tongtian let out a piercing laugh. Heh, it's already too late to realize that now. In order to prevent accidents from happening, I have long since covered the entire room with toxins, and once there is danger, these toxins will spread. The concentration of the toxins is extremely high. Even if you are a 4th-ranked contract master and have not received specialized anti-poison training, it is highly likely that you will be poisoned to death. Between words, Night Ming noticed. In the ghostly green layers of smoke, a figure bowed and covered his shoulders as he looked at himself. His body was shaking, seemingly from too much joy and excitement. Poison. Night Ming opened his palm and the darkness longsword withdrew. Immediately afterward, he once again gripped it, and the divine meteor long sickle appeared in his hand. His legs powered up and he shot out as if he were an arrow slicing through the smoke. He who had absorbed the venom mask. He had long possessed the ability to immunize against toxins. This bit of poison couldn't help him at all. Are you kidding me? This toxin will paralyze your body. Why are you still able to move? Zhang Tongtian's pupils suddenly contracted. Immediately, he wanted to bolt. But the next moment after turning around, the icy cold long sickle was on his neck. Clang! Zhang Tongtian's body stiffened and hurriedly said, Pang! Friend, between us, there shouldn't be any faults, right? Night Ming snorted coldly, a fault? There is no fault, simply wanting to kill you. You damn it! Put! Lingering cold light flashed in the smoke. The swinging chop was like a full moon, brilliant and magnificent, elegant and swift. Above the sickle blade, there was a head rising into the air. It was like a rocket. The soaring blood was like fuel, propelling it straight upwards, resulting in a heavy crash on the roof ceiling. The launch failed. Night Ming put away his long sickle. Slightly raising his hand, darkness gushed out from the ground and wrapped around Zhang Tongtian's body, eventually devouring him to nothing. After doing everything, Night Ming's figure disappeared in the smoke. One incense stick later, the smoke completely dispersed. The people who had left earlier ran back. They looked at the empty room and the traces of a fight inside. Evil thoughts began to grow in some people's hearts. Zhang Tongtian is dead, grab something. Someone shouted out. Everyone rushed into the room in a swarm, and they rummaged through the boxes as if they were going to empty the entire house. Leaving from the underground black market. The time was already 2:30 in the morning. Wearing a black robe, Night Ming walked down the street and sent a message to Sun Hoyuan. Night Ming, mission completed. Sun Hoyuan, were there any accidents in the middle? Night Ming, nothing unexpected, got hit by a toxin trap, but it's not working for me. Sun Hoyuan, that's not what I'm talking about, it's the Gunko group, have you met any of their people? The Gunko Shuichi that Night Ming killed earlier was the son of the second in command of the Gunko family. Now that the Gunko group is being held back, the powerful existences are unable to make a move against Night Ming. However, some of the lower realm brats had already begun to act. My current strength is certainly good, but in order to eradicate the crisis, I still need to break through to the 4th rank as soon as possible. Night Ming clenched his fists, his heart once again filled with vigor. He picked up his cell phone, sending a message to Sun Hoyuan. Night Ming, not for now. The words weren't sent. 2 black shadows appeared on the tall buildings on both sides of the street. One of them was holding a long knife and the other was holding a long sword, their robes flapping under the cold wind. Who? An odd whistle sounded. Under the full moon, bright moonlight spilled down. 2 black shadows leapt down from the tall building, their auras exploding, and the shadows of holy maidens both emerged behind them. One was clad in armor and holding a sword, her hair flowing and heroic. The other had a handsome face, holding a long, lingering sword with flowing sashes. Swoosh! The black shadows simultaneously rushed towards Night Ming. Night Ming put away his cell phone, the divine meteor demon armor to the chest covered his entire body, his eyes flashed red, and his feet stomped up with force, causing the ground to cave in. The moonlight shone. His body was like a ghost, the darkness intertwined and melted with the cold wind in the air. Swoosh! Like a black folding line, Night Ming first rushed towards the black shadow holding the long sword, and after subduing him, he stepped on his body and rushed towards another black shadow. Swinging out his long sickle, he first chopped off both of his arms, and then the back of the sickle slammed down, knocking him into a stunned state. Bang bang! The 2 black shadows smashed to the ground. Night Ming didn't kill them. These 2 goods still had value for interrogation. There was no rush to kill them. Bring them to the bag. Night Ming said. Shadow Spectre condensed dark tentacles and wrapped the two figures into a ball, just hovering in the air with no effort at all. It was at this time that Sun Hoyuan's message was sent. Sun Hoyuan, what's wrong? What happened? Night Ming, I met two guys who want to kill me. Captain Sun, can you help me find a hidden place? I'll interrogate them. HM? Sun Hoyuan looked at the word interrogation. Doubts couldn't help but emanate from his heart. This kid, Night Ming, didn't kill them? Rare. It wasn't long. Following Sun Hoyuan's guidance, Night Ming arrived at a hidden place. It was a dilapidated factory on the outskirts of the countryside with a closed room inside. Sewage dripped down the rusty pipes, and Night Ming brought a chair and placed it in front of the two prisoners. Sit down. The prisoners gradually awoke. You, what are you doing to us, Baka? The one who held the knife earlier shouted angrily. The moment he opened his mouth, he was at the rank of a first sergeant. The other man also glared and said, Baka Yalu. If you're smart, let me go, or I'll kill you. Splat. Night Ming backhandedly slapped the yelling man's face. This slap condensed the power of darkness. It directly slapped most of the other person's face. His spine snapped, and his head drooped right then and there, completely dead. The scene was instantly quiet. Now, can you answer my question? Night Ming looked at the living man expressionlessly. The other person nodded his head. It had long been scared out of its wits. Say it, what's the name? Gono Masuda. Who sent you? Me. Put. Gono Masuda merely hesitated. Night Ming picked up a small knife and instantly stabbed him in the root of his thigh. The pain caused Gono Masutada's body to tremble, and he no longer dared to pull any tricks. It's Minamoto Koryu, he's our superior. He sent us to kill you. Chapter 89. Want to touch base with a 5th ranked contract master? Where is he? Night Ming asked. I don't know. Gono Masuda shook his head, I really don't know. Gunko Yori is my superior. As a subordinate, I can't possibly inquire about my superior's course of action, it's very impolite. Night Ming grimaced, the information you provided is not enough to save your life. Gono Masuda's heart suddenly tightened, his brain running at high speed. Something suddenly came to mind, I remember. I heard it when I was on my way out, and Gunko Yori said that he was going to make a trip to Sangbei City before coming to Tsangnan City. It won't take more than 2 days at most. This news was somewhat valuable. Night Ming nodded, is there more? No more, really no more this time. Gono Masuda pleaded, friend, please let me go, I have an old man and a young man, I have no choice but to do this. I didn't want to kill you. Ha! Night Ming summoned a long sickle and swung it. Cold light flashed, and Gono Masuda died. The eyes on his head stared round, and his mouth opened wide as if questioning Night Ming. Didn't we agree to spare my life? Night Ming coldly glanced at Gono Masuda. Spare? Impossible. No more information, no more payment, it's impossible to spare. Besides, you have an old man and a young man, that's your business. What does it have to do with me? Devour. Night Ming summoned a dark aura and devoured the corpses of the Gono Masuda duo. Right in the middle of the devouring process, a dry, hot aura suddenly erupted. Night Ming frowned and suppressed the aura. Clang. 2 small red, glass bead-like balls fell to the ground. This is? Night Ming was puzzled. Shadow Yui peered, her petite body trembled slightly, and she said excitedly. Night Ming. Good stuff. They're called red bane lotus seeds, yang, and belong to the heavenly treasures. After absorbing it, it can introduce red flames into the body. Not only can it achieve the effect of red flames forging the body, but it can also replenish yang qi. Of course, it has another effect, which is what you humans often say in your mouth, which is. Her voice became low and she muttered in a small voice, and her cheeks all started to blush. Like she had thought of something that didn't belong to her age to think about. What is it? A kidney tonic. And it's a great tonic. Fearing that Night Ming wouldn't know to the horror of its effects, Shadow Yui purposely added. If you have any diseases in your kidneys, such as kidney deficiency, after taking the red bane lotus seed, they can all be cured. Night Ming. I don't have kidney problems, don't use me as an example. Oh, okay. Afterward. Night Ming absorbed the red bane lotus seed. Red flames scurried through his body. Night Ming's flesh became tougher and tougher. The muscle lines were well proportioned and distinct. He belonged to the type that was thin when dressed and fleshy when undressed. Chi and blood, 920-940. Spiritual energy, 920-940. The physical body was once again strengthened. After Night Ming stabilized his strength, sitting on a chair and thinking. In about 2 days, Ganko Rai will come to Songnan from Sangbei City. There are a total of 5 paths in the Star Rail Train, ordinary roads, and on foot. As long as we set up barriers on these 5 roads, we can easily arrest him. After pondering for a while, Night Ming sent all the information he obtained to Sun Hoyuan. The latter wasn't ambiguous either. He immediately arranged for manpower. Once Yuan Guanglai entered Songnan City, they would be able to get the news in the first instance. The next day dawned. Night Ming returned to Songnan City. After he simply rested for a day, he began to furiously brush the secret realm again. In his eyes, ferocious beasts were the fruits of growth, and with every ferocious beast he killed, the accumulation of experience would bring a sense of fulfillment to his heart. Looking at the secret realm, Night Ming, who was killing in all directions. Jiang Qingyi, who was the person in charge of the secret realm, was numb. This kid is simply a monster. Strong and powerful, breaking through like drinking water, and all types of combat techniques and stances are top-notch. If I didn't say this, who would dare to believe that he's a magical girl contractor? He was inwardly shocked. After Night Ming walked out of the secret realm, he purposely opened up new permissions for Night Ming. High-risk secret realm. The difficulty was above the VIP secret realm. Under the same realm, the ferocious beasts of the high-risk secret realm were several times stronger than ordinary ferocious beasts. By definition, the high-risk mysterious realm was only open to third order and above who had 1 year of experience as a contractor. But Night Ming's strength was so exaggerated that a little privilege was not excessive. High-risk secret realm. Night Ming secretly said, perhaps, this is the secret realm I should break into. There were still the last 5 days left before enrollment. During this time, Night Ming had been frantically leveling in the high-risk secret realm. His realm experience had already come to 800,000. The last 200,000 experience was still missing from becoming a 4th-rank contract master. Blood, 940-960. Mental energy, 940-960. Dark domain level 10 level 11, special effect unlocked. Within the realm, the enemy's strength will be suppressed and their hearts will be shrouded in fear, their power is weakened by 100%, the weakening effect is related to the realm, with a maximum of no more than 50% and a minimum of no less than 20%. Enemies located in the secret realm, regardless of realm level, will be weakened by at least 20% of their strength? Night Ming wrinkled his brows, extremely shocked. Wasn't this equivalent to a conceptual skill? This special effect. It was a bit exaggerated. Divine Meteor Demon Armor level 10 level 11, special effect unlocked. God's Meteor Magic Armor's defense effect is increased, fire damage resistance doubled, toxin resistance doubled, and cold resistance doubled. When fighting, the enemy's blood will excite the magic armor, and its effect will be further increased. Eternal Nightfall level 9 level 11, special effect unlocked. When fighting one-on-one, if the opponent's realm is higher than yours, your strength will be strengthened. Looking at the panel in front of him, a smile appeared at the corner of Night Ming's mouth. During this period of time, he had surged forward, and his strength had changed tremendously compared to a few days ago. When he met the quasi-5th rank again, he should be able to take the opponent down within 5 moves. And it was a frontal hard fight. Not a sneak attack from behind. Go to the Inquiring Mind Martial Hall and try out my current strength. Night Ming just had an idea in his mind. The cell phone rang. Sun Hoyuan, interested in touching base with a 5th order contract master? The life and death game kind. Night Ming, 5th rank? I'm not interested. He needs a strong opponent to practice. But playing a game of life and death with a 5th ranked contractor was simply looking for death. There was an insurmountable gap between 3rd and 5th level contract masters. Even if you're gifted, you can't. Sun Hoyuan, it's not the 5th rank in its peak state, he's seriously injured and can only exert 20% of his strength. Nightmind, you can't be talking about Gen Koryu, can you? With all that information, why don't you just arrest him? Sun Hoyuan used him to catch a few fish. Night Ming, you didn't arrest him after the fishing, but if you can't, just kill him. Sun Hoyuan, I want to kill directly, lest the night is long, but your teacher does not allow. He had to leave the source of light lie, said to give you practice. Mr. Gu Yunfeng? So it was his old man's idea. He let me practice, not just practice, there must be other intentions. Perhaps there is something I need in Gunko Rai's body. Night Ming's eyes suddenly became serious. Sun Hoyuan, how about it, want to try? Night Mind, try it. Place? Time? Sun Hoyuan, tonight at 11 o'clock, near your house. Chapter 95th Order Contractor's First Battle. Returning home. It was already 6 in the afternoon. Night Ming sat on a chair and thought. My current strength is enough to rival an ordinary quasi-5th rank. But against a 5th rank powerhouse, it's still somewhat insufficient. What is the purpose of teacher he arranged for me to fight against Gunko Rai? To test my true level? Or to let me feel infinitely close to death once, as a way to sharpen my heart? Could it be that there is some sort of supreme treasure hidden in Gunko Rai's body, and in order to obtain this supreme treasure, the prerequisite is for me to defeat him and complete my teacher's test? A series of questions arose in Night Ming's mind. Although he was a top-tier assassin, he didn't have the ability to read minds and couldn't guess what other people were thinking. Phew! While he was puzzled, a cold wind swept behind him. Wind blades whistled, with frost condensing on them. Night Ming sat on the chair, the wind blade cut towards his neck, and the moment it was about to make contact, Night Ming's head shifted slightly, and the wind blade brushed against his neck, dodging it perfectly. Teacher, can you put away these little tricks? I'm familiar with your aura now, even if you tighten your aura, I'll still be able to detect it. Night Ming stood up and turned around. Behind him, Gu Yunfeng shook his head. This is not a so-called trick. I'm testing your ability to improvise. Well, apparently, you're qualified. Qualified? Night Ming smiled, is there a reward? No. Then it's no fun. A test without rewards was being a naked hooligan. Gu Yunfeng also ignored Night Ming's resistance as he asked himself. Did you receive the quest information? Gunko Rai? Captain Sun spoke to me. Night Ming nodded, and then said. Teacher, is having me fight against Gunko Yori also your test for me? Of course. Gu Yunfeng nodded, your strength has increased tremendously and your foundation is solid, but I'm worried that the wildly rising strength will affect your heart. That's why I used a 5th ranked contract master to hone you a bit. I knew it was like this. Night Ming grimaced bitterly, there won't be no reward again, right? No. Gu Yunfeng waved his hand, there are rewards. As far as I know, there are 10 red bane lotus seeds in Gunko Rai's body. This is a heavenly treasure that strengthens the physical body, it has a marvelous effect and is very suitable for you. If you can kill Minamoto Koryaku, these 10 red bane lotus seeds will all be yours. If you can't kill Yuan Guangrai, you can only watch as these 10 red bane lotus seeds fall into the hands of Little Sunday. Little Sun? Sun Hoyuan? Night Ming was surprised, he's already at the 6th rank, why does he still need the red bane lotus seeds? A small fly's leg is still meat, besides, the red bane lotus seed is remarkably effective, and is helpful to all contract masters under the 7th rank. Saying that, Gu Yunfeng got up and came beside Night Ming, patting him on the shoulder. So Night Ming, cheer up and strive to pocket these 10 red bane lotus seeds. On Little Sun's side, Master has given him enough, and doesn't want to give him anything good. Your words, Captain Sun will definitely get chills when he hears them. After a few sentences of simple conversation, Gu Yunfeng left. Night Ming sat down on a chair and began to ponder that. 10 red bane lotus seeds, after absorbing them, my chi and spiritual power should be able to break 1,000. As long as I kill Yuan Guangrai, everything will be there. Although he hadn't fought a 5th ranked contract master. But Night Ming had confidence in his own strength. Waiting for the night to fall was a very long process. During this period, Night Ming also received a piece of news. 4th Uncle Night Jiang would make a trip home tonight, or tomorrow. He took advantage of the fact that there were fewer tasks now and took leave to come back for a trip to see Night Ming off. In 5 days, Night Ming would be going to Star Demon University. This was a big event. The family still had to get together. Night. Stars dotted the sky. The moon cast a bright light, as if it had covered the buildings with a layer of silver frost. Night Ming put on a black robe and followed the message sent by Sun Hoyuan, rushing towards an alley near his home. And on a certain roof, Night Frost was sitting cross-legged, the moonlight shone on her with silver points of light flickering. She finished a stage of cultivation and opened her eyes. Just in time, she saw Night Ming going out. On a mission? Night Frost watched Night Ming leave. In her eyes, Night Ming first went out the door, crossed a 50-meter avenue, turned left, traveled for a distance and then turned right. It eventually stopped in a small alley. After that, disappeared. Disappeared? How did it disappear? Night Frost wrinkled his brows, and an idea was born in his heart. A means of hiding the body. No wonder Captain Sun said to me that Night Frost has the talent to become an assassin. This means of hiding the body alone is something that many professional assassins can only dream of. But that alley is only 500 meters from the Night family. Is the mission location that close? Night Frost frowned. As a matter of fact, the Palace of Sundering would normally not arrange a mission for an assassin that was close to their home. This was to avoid being discovered. Of course, special circumstances were excluded. Phew. While Night Frost was pondering, a bizarre black shadow appeared. He stumbled forward through the various alleys. It soon arrived at the alley where Night Frost was. Could it be that he is the mission target? Just as Night Frost had just had a thought in his mind. Suddenly, the Night Ming in the darkness shot out explosively. The darkness domain unfolded, enveloping the entire alley in darkness. Baka! The raincoat-clad Gunko Rai cursed darkly. The dark surroundings were filled with a strange and icy aura. It made him, who was already severely injured, become extremely terrified inside. Baka Yalu! Get the hell out if you're capable. What's the point of hiding in the dark? Have the guts to have a proper duel like a Sakura samurai. Gunko Yori drew a long, pitch-black sword from his waist. There was a weird light flickering on him. The next moment, a set of ghost-faced samurai armor attached itself to his body. A powerful aura erupted steeply as Gunko Yori cloaked his head and looked around with his sword, his eyes somewhat sharp. S-rank Ghost Martial Holy Maiden. Excellent close combat skills. The drawback is that he doesn't have any long-range means. As long as we avoid fighting him close to the ground, after we exhaust his power, we can win. In the darkness, Shadow Yui analyzed. Upon hearing this, Night Ming immediately had an idea. With a wave of his big hand, 10 long dark arrows coalesced. Swoosh! Slashed through the air, shooting towards Gunko Rai. Baka! Minamoto Korya shouted angrily. His hand rose up and easily cut off the 10 long arrows. Shoo shoo! Suddenly, another long arrow burst from behind them. There were more in number and faster. Clang clang clang! Gunko Rai struck again, cutting off most of the long arrows, but one shot at the root of his thigh. It didn't cause a fatal wound, but the pain slowed him down. Gunko Rai's brain went into a trance for a moment. It's now! In the darkness, Night Ming struck. Chapter 91 A Hard Victory, Red Woe Lotus Flower. Swoosh! Underneath Gunko Rai's feet, dark minions stretched out. They wrapped around Gunko Rai's legs like wildly growing vines, holding him in a deadly grip. The next moment, swoosh! The long arrows of darkness attacked from the front of Gunko Yori. Ah! He shouted violently, and a ghostly aura rose up from his body, actually ripping off the dark minions. With an arrow step forward, the long blade in his hand cut through the air, exhibiting a silver-colored aura. Gunko Rai cut off all the long dark arrows. Hee, carving small. The words of pretense hadn't even finished. Night Ming suddenly appeared behind him. Put! Night Ming used his long scythe to slash black waves of air vertically. On Gunko Rai's back, the samurai armor was chopped through and lurid wounds appeared. A large amount of blood flowed from the wound. Baka! Minamoto Korya's eyes were glazed over as he endured the pain and rushed towards Night Ming. His powerful aura climbed steeply, and a bizarre female samurai silhouette actually coalesced behind him. Hoo! The long sword in his hand swung. Uncountable amounts of blade chi were chopped out. Night Ming's pupils suddenly shrunk as he waved his long sickle to resist. Boom! Gunko Rai suddenly stormed forward. His eyes became pitch black and lightless, and there were black meridians showing on his arms as power came from his body and converged on the longsword in a steady stream. Rolling ghost chi was born from the long blade. 5th rank contract master? Damn it, how could Night Ming carry out such a dangerous mission? Night Frost cursed and was about to rush over to help. Just when she hadn't jumped more than half a meter, a palm suddenly pressed on her shoulder. The taking off Night Frost was pressed down alive. Captain's son? What are you doing? Night Frost was surprised. Sun Hoyuan shook his head and said, "Don't go meddling in Night Ming's mission, this is a test for him." A test? Having a 3rd rank to kill a 5th rank, this isn't a test, this is taking his life. Night Frost said angrily, "Can't you see that Night Ming has already been suppressed?" Suppressed? Sun Hoyuan shook his head with a sullen face. He hasn't even given his full strength yet, how could he be suppressed? Night Frost? Clang! A lingering cold aura suddenly came from the distance. Night Frost turned his head and fixed his eyes on it. Behind Night Frost, Shadow Yui was controlling 2 dark tentacles, and with a flurry of swipes in the air, she managed to cancel out Gunko Yora's chopping attack. The moment Gunko Yorai rushed in with his sword, slashing down from the sky, a pair of black wings unfolded behind Night Ming's back. Jumping in place. Bang! The long blade sliced on the floor. Night Ming leapt to the side and easily dodged it. Everything happened in an instant. What speed? Night Frost was shocked. Sun Hoyuan, on the other hand, smiled indifferently. Speed is merely one of his strong points. His strength is even more exaggerated. While the two were talking, the 2 dark tentacles behind Night Ming began to wrap around his arms as if they were vines. It kept circling and deriving until it completely wrapped around his right arm. Under the wrapping of the dark tentacles, Night Ming's arm and the long scythe fused together, and his right arm was like a giant black mantis blade, extremely oppressive. Kill! Red light flashed in Night Ming's eyes. Fallen Slash was released in an instant. Plop! This scythe heavily chopped into Gunko Yoriai's body. It directly sliced off his right arm. Ah! A pained voice echoed. However, he was in Nightmind's dark realm, and all kinds of sounds were absorbed by the darkness. I'll fight you. Gunko Rai's aura climbed once again, and the aura of power was on the verge of condensing into substance on his body. He burned his life. This was the method of fighting without life. But just as he rushed towards Night Ming and was about to strike, a sudden stabbing pain came from his brain. A dark disease burst out. Gunko Rai's breath fell precipitously. Good chance. Night Ming moved in an instant, the long sickle in his hand flashing with cold light. Dark streams of light cut through the air and rushed towards Gunko Yoru. At the same time, in another direction, Night Zhang got out of the car and arrived at the front door of the Night family. Carrying the box, he was just about to enter the house. Suddenly, buzz. A violent power fluctuation made his heart tremble. What a strong smell of blood. Could it be a ferocious beast invasion? Night Zhang frowned, and after flinging the box in his hand into the Night family house, he turned into a stream of light and approached towards the battle site. Night Frost, who was located at the top of the house, suddenly realized this and... Not good. That's 4th uncle. He's approaching in the direction where Night Ming is. If we let him see it, Night Ming's identity as a Sundering Hall Slayer might be exposed. Night Frost was anxious in his heart. Sun Hoyuan glanced at the center of the battle, where Night Ming was completing his final finishing touches. I'll go stall him. Sun Hoyuan had just made a move. Swoosh. At this moment, a white stream of light swept past him. The speed was simply astonishingly fast, like a beam of light. That's... Sun Hoyuan fixed his eyes on it. It was Gu Yunfeng. This fellow, surprisingly, was secretly watching everything. Almost there, almost there. Night was traveling at full speed. He turned one more corner when he could reach the center. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Night Zhang's pupils shrunk, and his feet slammed on the ground, dragging out drag marks as long as 10 meters on the ground before he could barely stabilize his body. Who are you? Hurry up and get out of the way, this place is very dangerous. Night was in the middle of his words. But when he saw the appearance of the person in front of him, the words came to an abrupt end. Senior Gu. Gu Yunfeng? Why are you here? Night Zhang asked suspiciously. Gu Yunfeng had his hands behind his back and had an inscrutable look on his face. Conducting a small test. A test? Night Zhang subconsciously asked, what kind of test? Testing who is stronger, a third-order contract master or a fifth-order beast. A third-order contract master? A fifth-order beast? A beast? Is it really a ferocious beast? So it's a test. I thought it was an invasion of ferocious beasts. I was abrupt. As Knight was speaking, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Third-ranked contract master, fifth-ranked ferocious beast. Was this comparable? It was definitely the latter that won. Senior, may I ask, what was the outcome? Knight Zheng asked. Gu Yunfeng counted with his fingers and said indifferently, there are still 3 minutes left. In the alley. Plop. A cold light cut through the darkness. A head took off. Gunko Rai was dead. Knight Ming took a deep breath and looked at the stab wounds on his arms and thighs with a gloomy expression. Sure enough, with my current strength, the price I have to pay to kill a fifth-ranked contract master isn't small. He came to Gunko Rai's corpse. Crouched down. A flurry of groping. Found 10 red bane lotus seeds. There was also one, a map made of parchment. The location shown on it was outside the domain? Red bane lotus. Knight Ming's heart rejoiced, this was actually a treasure map. The location of the red bane lotus was recorded on it. One should know that a red bane lotus flower could be sold for hundreds of millions of dollars in the market. It was better than even 100 red bane lotus seeds. Picked up a treasure. Knight Ming put the treasure map away. Afterward, he used darkness to devour Gen Korya's body, and the blood left over from the fight. As he was about to leave, Sun Hoyuan suddenly appeared and handed him the head of a ferocious beast. Captain Sun, what are you doing? Do as I say. Outside the alley. Knight Zheng and Gu Yunfeng waited in place. The next moment, Knight Ming walked out carrying a ferocious beast head. Making an excited expression on his face, he shouted. Teacher! The fifth-order trickster tyrant has been resolved. I count this as passing the test. HM? Fourth uncle, why are you here? Knight Zheng didn't answer, but instead noticed the head of the ferocious beast that Knight Ming was carrying in his hand, and he asked in shock. This ferocious beast, you killed it? Chapter 92 Red Flame Pond Red Bane Lotus Flower. Knight Ming nodded, I killed it. However, this ferocious beast wasn't in its peak state, it was heavily injured and couldn't utilize its full strength. He was speaking the truth. There was no exaggeration of his strength because he had manifested himself as a saint in front of people. It was as much as it could be. But even if it's not at its peak. With your third-rank realm, decapitating a fifth-rank ferocious beast would have been an exaggeration. Knight was unrivaled in shock. As the leader of the Third Border City's Guard Army, he had accepted many new members, and among them, there was no shortage of geniuses who had crossed the ranks to kill their enemies. However, crossing one rank to kill an enemy was terrifying. Knight Ming had directly crossed 2 ranks. Exaggerated. It was unbelievable. It was hard for Knight Zheng to convince himself to believe it, but a bigwig of Gu Yunfeng's level was standing right here, he was the authority, could it still be false? After a fierce mental struggle, Knight Zheng finally accepted this reality. He returned home with his fellow traveler, Knight Ming. I originally prepared something for you, but with your current strength, you shouldn't need it. Knight Zheng took out an exquisite wooden box. Opening it. Inside lay 3 black mirror flowers. This was a special heavenly treasure that contained dark power and was helpful to magical girl contractors. It was something that Nightwing had specially searched for Nightmine during one of his missions. No fourth uncle. This is something I need, a lot. Knight Ming took it with a smile, as long as it's something from my uncles, I need it. Knight Zheng froze for a moment, then immediately slapped Knight Ming on the back of his head. You fellow, how come you've started to be oily as well? Ha ha. No. Chatting briefly with fourth uncle by the light of the moon. Listen to him tell something about the extraterritoriality. Summarized in just a few words. Extraterritoriality is dangerous. The forces of various countries are frantically expanding into the outer domain. Out of every 100 people who died outside the domain, 70 of them died at the hands of contract masters from other countries. The Dragon Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom share an indelible hatred. After the outbreak of the Fierce Beast Crisis, the hatred has deepened. When you meet people from the Sakura country outside the domain, it's best to make a move to directly kill them. If we don't kill them today, there might be a Dragon Kingdom person dying at their hands tomorrow. Night Ming hated the Sakura country to the bone. He hated to eat its flesh and harp on its blood. Hatred was hatred. To take revenge, it wouldn't do to just think with one's head, one had to take actual action. With a wave of his hand, Night Ming took out all 10 red bane lotus seeds that he had previously gotten from Yuan Guangyao. Yui, with my current physical quality, will I be able to completely absorb them? Night Ming asked. Shadow Pixie shook her head and said, your fleshly body is certainly powerful, but your realm is only the third stage after all. I suggest that it's best for you to absorb 4 at a time, and keep the absorption time at around an hour. This way, you can maximize the energy in the red bane lotus seeds. 4 at a time, with an absorption time of around an hour. Without hesitation, Night Ming crossed his legs and settled down, mobilizing his body's breath as he began to refine the red bane lotus seed. The abundant energy entered Night Ming's body, and there were black flames boiling under his skin as his skin turned red and white steam continued to rise. Bean-sized beads of sweat spread all over his body. Night Ming could feel as if there were flames burning his body. The process was painful and not at all easy. Night Ming's endurance, so strong. It feels like it's completely not the kind of endurance he should have at his age. Shadow Yu was once again shocked by Night Ming's behavior. She felt that this fellow who had contracted himself, in addition to being a very nice person, his heart was also perfect. It was just that the killing aura was a bit heavy. Wait a minute. Shadow Yui, who was a divine meteor Dark Knight Demon Emperor, suddenly thought of something. Her brows furrowed slightly as she sent out a soul question and answer. The reason why Night Ming is confident that he's immune to killing backlash. Could it be because he knows that he has a heavy killing aura, so he's not at all afraid of the killing backlash brought about by the contracted demoness? Shadow Yui's small mouth formed an O shape, as if she had discovered something immensely important. Then the question came up. Where did Night Ming, a freshly graduated prospective college student, get such a strong killing aura from? Did he pick it up? This is not bull. Who? During the time that Shadow Yui was brooding, Night Ming absorbed all 10 red bane lotus seeds. His physical body was once again strengthened, and when he clenched his fists hard, his skin became hot, like a sharp soldier that had just undergone quenching. Chi and blood, 960-1000. Mental power, 960-1000. Is it because the amount absorbed is too much that resistance has appeared? Night Ming realized that the effects of the 10 red bane lotus seeds he absorbed this time weren't as stunning as the first time he absorbed them. The higher the values of chi, blood, and spirit power are, the harder it is to raise them at the upper levels. Also, the drug resistance you mentioned is one of them. Shadow Spectre smiled and explained to Night Ming. Night Ming nodded, then opened Shadow Spectre's panel. Contracted Spirit, Divine Meteor Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Name, Shadow Yui. Rank, SSS Grade Promotion Progress, 8% 10%. Recovery Progress, 16% 18%. The recovery progress has been boosted. Yui, have you had any actual changes? Such as being able to transform into a small person that's a bit bigger than the size of a palm, and then being able to lie on my shoulder as an accessory? Night Ming smiled and joked. With accessories? I don't want to be any accessory. My dream is to fight alongside you and become your most solid backing. Shadow Yui crossed her arms in Night Ming's mind and held out her chest in a spirited manner. But she quickly realized that something was wrong. Her little face swished red. There's no need to be so restrained, just do whatever you want. It's not like I'll blame you. Night Ming laughed. Shadow Pixie nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice, but just didn't raise her head as her face rolled scarlet. It seems that this time, the recovery progress increase didn't have any real effects to manifest. That's normal. Night Ming said. This time, the boost was too small, but it was only 2%. It was normal for there to be no effect boost. Perhaps when the recovery progress reached 20%, it would awaken a completely new and exceptionally powerful means. This was something that didn't have accurate information. However, Night Ming was certain in his heart. This was a kind of inertial thinking. It always felt like everything would change when the whole number was reached. After absorbing the red bane lotus seed, Night Ming was refreshed. Sleep would not be possible tonight. He began to check out the map he had previously obtained from Yuan Guangrai. Red Flame Pond, a place guarded by the quasi-5th ranked ferocious beast Red Flame Crocodile Turtle, in which a red bane lotus flower blooms, valuable and precious, can be explored. After Night Ming read through the text on the map, he fell into deep thought. The location where the Red Flame Pool was located was outside the domain near the third border city. There was a red bane lotus flower growing. There was only a quasi-5th rank ferocious beast watching over it. Night Ming's heart moved. Chapter 93, Entering the Outer Realm Again. The enhancement brought about by a single red bane lotus was exceptionally huge. And a red bane lotus flower was hundreds of times more effective than a red bane lotus seed. From the looks of it, it's necessary for me to make a trip to the outer domain. Night Ming made up his mind. The following day at noon, with the help of fourth uncle Night Zhang's time to take a vacation break, the entire family had a reunion dinner together, celebrating Night Ming's success in entering Star Magic University. It was also hoped that Night Ming would achieve good results in Star Magic University. Clang! Wine glasses collided, making a crisp sound. At the end of the reunion dinner, Night Ming also brought up his thoughts with fourth uncle. You want to make another trip outside the domain? Yes. Night Zhang nodded, but then added a question. Is there someone traveling with you? You're strong but inexperienced, so if no one is traveling with you, I don't feel at ease. The first time he went to the outer regions, he was accompanied by an assassin from the Palace of Sundering. The second time they went to the domain, they had Gu Yunfeng as their bodyguard. The third time, Night Ming pondered, I can't let my teacher lead me again. That would make me look like I'm untalented. Otherwise, ask my old sister to join me. She stays at home every day, it's time for her to go out and walk around. Night Ming looked towards Night Xinshin. Older sister was a good person to talk to. She could help round things up when they came up. Ha? Me? Night Xinshin shook her head, I'm sorry Night Ming, I've been busy impacting the 4th rank recently and don't have the time to go to the domain. Impacting the 4th stage? Night Xinshin, who stayed in bed every day and slept, who definitely didn't do anything when she could be lazy, who was known as the Night family's #1 sloth, she was actually preparing to impact the 4th rank. Is this the so-called gifted son? How enviable. Night Ming secretly said. You're not qualified to say such words. The crowd blankly glanced at Night Ming. Compared to pretending, everyone hated Versailles even more. There's really no one, I'll go. Night Frost suddenly spoke up. Fourth uncle Night Zhang sized her up, Night Frost's strength is not bad, her nature is calm, and she's very rational when it comes to meeting things. If she accompanies me, I don't think I need to worry. Second brother, what do you mean? The domain was dangerous. Night Frost was second uncle Night June's daughter. This kind of thing of course depended on the attitude of the person's own father. Go ahead, the domain is dangerous, but isn't it because of the danger that contractors exist? Greenhouses can't cultivate tough flowers, go to the domain, you can still grow your insights, but you must pay attention to safety. The Night Army's attitude was already obvious. Up to this point, the plan was finalized. Night Ming and Night Frost traveled together. The target, Shi Yanqi the Red Bane Lotus. After having lunch, Night Ming and the others arrived at the third border city along with their fourth uncle, Night Zhang. After completing the relevant formalities, they left the city and arrived outside the domain. The sky was dim. Gusty winds rolled up dark clouds. Thunder arcs flickered in the clouds. Sister Night Frost, follow me, I'll lead you. Night Ming unfolded the darkness domain, and while restraining his aura, he advanced at full speed, like a black stream of light, without making a single movement. His feet stepped on the branches of the trees, slightly, as if a breeze was blowing through, emitting a soft sound of rustling. What an agile stance, what an awesome power control. Night Ming he. Night Frost looked at Night Ming's back and his eyes sank, cultivating must be very hard. Now it seems like I should learn from him. She powered up her legs. Following Night Ming's example, she stepped on the tree branch. The movements were a bit stiff, but it was a way to learn its shape. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The two figures traveled through the woods, through the swamp, through the sea of flowers, and through the black death ground. Along the way, Night Ming killed many ferocious beasts, and prompts constantly sounded in his head. Killed first order beast bone devouring ant, realm experience +2, spirit skill experience +2. Killed second order beast soul burning lantern monster, realm experience +5, spirit skill experience +5. Kill 3rd level beast bone puppet, realm experience plus 10, spirit skill experience plus 10. Kill the 4th order beast black stripe guild beast, realm experience plus 20, spirit skill experience plus 10. When the earth became crimson, the giant trees became withered in white. Night Ming's gaze looked not far away, and a pool that looked like magma had converged into a pool was releasing terrifyingly high temperatures. The air was scorched and distorted. In the center of the red flame pool, a 13-petaled lotus flower with a reddish color, petals that look like burning flames, and buds that look like fiery lamps was blooming in a flamboyant manner. It's just ahead. Sister Night Frost, let's charge. Night Ming and Night Frost charged towards the red flame pool. In the other direction, violent explosions continuously rang out. Boom, boom, boom. Points of starlight swung out, and the moment they collided with the ferocious beasts, the starlight exploded, and the ferocious beasts' blood and flesh tissues soared. The 3 figures that were previously still besieging the ferocious beasts instantly turned the tide of battle, killing through the encircling ferocious beasts. Mrs. Star Collapse is getting more and more skillful. At this rate, it won't be long before Miss will become a 4th-ranked contract master. The man wearing a black combat uniform said with a smile. Another woman with a high ponytail and a slim figure, also wearing a combat suit, said. Miss is gifted and intelligent, becoming a 4th-ranked contract master is just a matter of time. In my opinion, in the near future, Miss will definitely become one of the strongest people in the heavens and the earth. The two boasted more vigorously than one another. Upper Palace Ling Xian, who wore purple battle armor and revealed a pretty face, shook her head and said, "Let the useless compliments end here. During this vacation, my strength has indeed increased, but I'm still a bit far from becoming a 4th-rank contract master. You guys praising me for my talent is because you haven't met a true genius." She was a freshman student at Star Demon University. At the end of the vacation, she was promoted to sophomore. In the eyes of others, she was a genius and a strong person. However, she herself was clear that she was only a medium-level student in Star Demon University. I met a woman who was the same age as me. She only cultivates for an hour a day, goes to the secret realm once a month, and comes to the domain once in 3 months, doesn't absorb heavenly treasures, and doesn't devour ferocious beast materials. But even after entering the pool, she is still on the same level as me, and even vaguely able to surpass me. A figure surfaced in Upper Palace Ling Xian's mind. Her eyes narrowed slightly and her expression became serious. The man in combat uniform was surprised, so lazy and still able to stay on the same level as you, miss? Who is it? Could it be a son of a big family? No. Upper Gon Ling Xian shook her head. Her name is Night Xian, from a small city called Songnan. Hiss. The man sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The world is so big that even small places hide dragons. Shanggong Lingxin nodded her head silently as she looked at the red flame pool in the distance with a serious expression. It's useless to think about it anymore. People have talent, that's their business. All I have to do is mind my own business and work hard to improve. Once I get the red Bane Lotus in my hands, I should have the chance to sprint to the 4th rank. Even if I can't break through, I'll still be able to get a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg. Chapter 94 Quasi 5th Order Fierce Beast Red Flame Alligator Turtle. Plop plop plop. Sharp blades sliced through flesh and blood splattered. Although Shangwan Lingxin was a 3rd-rank contract master, her S-rank Star Holy Maiden was a main attacking contract spirit. She possessed strength that far exceeded that of a contract master of the same realm. Together with the 2 4th-rank bodyguards beside her, there was still no problem killing some simple ferocious beasts. They continued to charge forward, approaching towards the red flame pool. The closer they got to the end, the stronger the beasts they met, the moment Shangwan Lingxin took a step. Several armor-clad, fire-armored lizards with sharp claws crafted like rubies suddenly appeared, surrounding Shangwan Lingxin in the center. Many in number, but not in strength. Shangwan Lingxin waved her big hand and threw out a long whip of fantastical colors. She charged towards the fire-armored lizards in front of her with great speed, and wherever the long whip reached, the fire-armored lizards were lashed to the skin. Suddenly, roar! A violent hiss rang out. "Miss, be careful!" The woman with a high ponytail shouted. Shangwan Lingxin looked back, and in her pupils, a ferocious beast twice the size of a normal fire-armored lizard was rushing towards her with its bloody mouth open. Oops! She cursed in her heart. She was just about to use her killer weapon in advance, but a burly figure suddenly rushed over from the side. Carrying a sturdy thick shield in both hands, he was like a cannonball that shot violently and crashed heavily into the body of the fire-armored lizard. This collision actually directly forced the fire-armored lizard back more than 20 meters. After the shield-wielding man rushed out, there was a black shadow that followed closely behind. He wore a long black robe with a hooded cap, and his raised arms coalesced into sharp short blades, as if he was a ghost traveling through the gloom. With every strike, the body of a fire-armored lizard would be chopped in half. Plop! Blood burbled and flesh flew across the room. After the burning of an incense stick, the black-robed man came to the side of the shield-wielding man, clasped his hands to his chest, and respectfully said, "Young lord, all 23 fire-armored lizards have been chopped up, fortunately." Humph. The shield-wielding man nodded his head expressionlessly, before smiling and looking at Shangguan Lingxin. Only then did Shangguan Lingxin see the man's appearance clearly. He had a square face, a single eyelid, small eyes, a high nose, a high-raised cranium and thick lips, making him look a little old. Clearly in his early 20s, but with the looks of a 30-year-old. Mature type of boy. "He Qiuming, why are you here?" Shangguan Lingxin frowned slightly. She and He Qiuming knew each other. They were students in the same grade at Star Magic University. Having fought several times and teamed up to go to many secret realms, they were considered friends. However, Shangguan Lingxin had recently discovered that He Qiuming had developed a touch of strange emotions towards herself, and had even written love letters to herself. As a hard-working person who only wanted to cultivate and ignored love for the time being, Shangguan Lingxin certainly wouldn't hang on to He Qiuming like the heartless Sea King and madly cheat him out of his money. Shangguan Lingxin clearly rejected him. But He Qiuming was stalking him. You know, my family has elders serving in the border city, and I heard that there are good things outside the domain recently, so I thought of coming to take a look. He Qiuming said with a smile. The He family was a large family located in a second-tier city. There was some family background. This was something that Shangguan Lingxin had overheard someone say. "So, you also came for the Red Bane Lotus?" Shangguan Lingxin's eyes narrowed slightly, and there were a few hints of interrogation in her eyes. He Qiuming hailed twice and said, yes, I came here for the Red Bane Lotus." Humph, can't even lie. Shangguan Lingxin was too lazy to ask further. She knew that this fellow, He Qiuming, had more than likely tracked his journey. This was not the first time she had experienced this kind of thing. She was disgusted with this feeling. In normal times, she would have already broken into a rage, but today, she still had important matters to attend to, plus there was a quasi-fifth order contract master standing beside He Qiuming. In the end, under He Qiuming's pestering, Shangguan Lingxin chose to let him accompany her. "That's right, Ling Xin, listen to me. Before I came to the domain, I made foolproof preparations. According to the information, the red bane lotus flower grows in the red flame pool, drawing on the power of the red flame therein and transforming into a precious heavenly treasure, which not only attracts human contractors, but even the ferocious beasts outside the domain are attracted to it. Right now, the one guarding the red bane lotus flower is a quasi-fifth ranked ferocious beast named Red Flame Giant Ghost. It's impossible to defeat the red flame alligator turtle with just you and the 2 4th rank indentured servants you brought with you." He Qiuming was chattering and booing endlessly. There was nonsense, but there was also important information. Shangguan Lingxin's expression was cold. She knew that it was impossible for the team she was leading to defeat the quasi-fifth rank ferocious beast. That's why she didn't plan to fight hard from the start. Rather, she was looking for the right opportunity to strike in secret and run after taking the red bane lotus. After all, it was a foolish thing to tangle with a ferocious beast outside the dangerous domain. I didn't realize that there were actually others besides us. He Qiuming noticed that from the other direction, 2 figures, a man and a woman, came. Nightming and Nightfrost had killed their way up from the most dangerous path, and in front of them was a red flame pool that covered an area of thousands of square meters. In the center of the red flame pool, the incomparably pure red bane lotus flower was releasing hot flames. And in the other direction of the red flame pool, it was He Qiuming and the others. We're really not the only ones who know the information about the red bane lotus flower. Sister Nightfrost, I see that the person in the black robe has an unkind aura, so if there's a fight later on, you should remember to avoid him. Nightming had a keen sense of aura. Nightfrost nodded and hummed, not saying anything more. Across the pool, He Qiuming looked at the figure of Nightming's duo, his face instantly gloomy. "Elder Chen, what is the other party's origin? A 4th rank and a 3rd rank. With this strength you dare to come here to make trouble?" simply don't know the heights of heaven. He Chiu Ming took a step forward and shouted at the Lightning duo. Hey! The two opposite, if you're sensible, get away from here, the red bane lotus flower is not for you to get your hands on. Swords have no eyes, if you accidentally hurt yourselves later, don't blame me for not warning you in advance. At those words, Night Ming and Night Frost looked at each other. Determined. Shouting this person was a cutie. He Chiu Ming. Before He Chiu Ming finished shouting, Shangguan Lingxin suddenly called out to him. He Chiu Ming was confused. What's wrong? Can you have some brains? Look carefully, the path the other party is coming from is the most dangerous path to the Red Flame Pool, a third order and a fourth order. They dared to form a team to fight for the Red Bane Lotus, and they're still taking the most dangerous path. Shangguan Lingxin said, but it's clear to anyone who knows something about brains, they are definitely not as simple as they look. Oh. It's still true. He Chiu Ming was dazed, but his deadliness did not change, so what, we have a quasi-fifth rank on our side. No matter how powerful they are, can they still defeat an associate fifth order? You. Shangguan Lingxin wanted to say something, He Chiu Ming was already so stupid that he left her speechless. She could only cup her fists towards the Lightning duo on the opposite bank, and both of you, the red bane lotus flower is a masterless object, whether or not you can obtain it is up to you. However, this place is guarded by a quasi-fifth ranked ferocious beast, so I hope that the two of you will pay more attention later. Chapter 95 Fifth Order Fierce Beast Burning Sky Python. Night Ming and Night Frost looked at each other once again. Determined. Speaking, this woman had a brain. Just as Night Ming clasped his fists and prepared to reply. Gulp gulp. The red flame pool, which had previously been quite calm, suddenly began to riot, the hot magma churning crazily, the dry heat turning the air into a distortion. Roar! A high-pitched roar rang out. With a roar, a behemoth rushed out from under the pool. It was huge, its back resting on a hard shell that was as if it was made of rubies, flashing with eye-catching light. The thick limbs were strong and powerful, with flames burning on them. Its eyes were fierce and filled with killing intent, its tail was a snake with jagged teeth, and its shape was similar to Xuanwu. However, it did not have the divine handsomeness of the Xuanwu. A quasi-fifth ranked ferocious beast, the red flame alligator turtle. Elder Chen, you're in charge of holding it back, I'll go fetch the red bane lotus. He Chiu Ming gave the order. The black-robed man known as Elder Chen suddenly rushed out, his hands once again transforming into short blades. The red flame crocodile turtle roared and swung towards Chen Lao with its tail curling up with magma. The magma became missiles. Chen Lao was agile and easily dodged, then came above the red flame crocodile turtle, his arm-short blades waved, cutting out a blazing sword chi. The red flame alligator turtle was suppressed. It's now. He Chiu Ming's thighs instantly fired as he charged towards the center of the red flame pool with his shield in both hands. The jets of magma crashed into his giant shield and were all resisted. My contracted spirit is an S-ranked giant shield holy maiden, and after the contract, I have super high defense. Even though I'm currently a third-ranked contract master, I can withstand the vast majority of fourth-ranked contract masters' attacks. He revealed a hint of a triumphant smile. While charging forward, he didn't forget to glance back at Night Ming beside him, before a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if he was showing off. Night Ming, let's strike. Night Frost summoned her cold ice longsword and prepared to strike. Night Ming raised his hand and stopped her. Wait. It's not right. Not right? Night Frost was surprised, what's wrong? Night Ming looked towards the red bane lotus flower not far away and calmly analyzed it. The red bane lotus flower is a heavenly treasure worth hundreds of millions of dollars, its breath isn't restrained, it's very flamboyant, and you can feel it from hundreds of meters away. Ferocious beasts have sharp senses, such a heavenly treasure is rare, the ferocious beasts guarding it shouldn't only be of quasi-fifth rank. Night Frost's expression dawned, what do you mean? Right. In the shadows, there exists an even more powerful fierce beast. From the moment I stepped into this land, there was an unknown danger looming over me. At first I was skeptical, but now I'm certain that at the bottom of the red flame pool, there is a fifth-ranked ferocious beast hidden. Night Ming's eyes widened, almost on the verge of roaring out. It was true. The moment He Chiu Ming held the giant shield and was about to approach the red bane lotus. Boom! Magma pillars shot up into the sky. The red bane lotus was isolated by the magma pillars. Damn! Who's playing tricks in the dark? He Qiuming yelled as he pulled his neck. With a sudden bang, a thick tail stuck out from under the magma like a boulder thrusting horizontally, slamming into He Qiuming's body. Bang! This blow lashed. It sent He Qiuming flying tens of meters and crashed heavily into the corpse. Ka-ching! The sound of bones shattering rang out. Young lord! Elder Chen's heart tightened, and his fighting thoughts appeared briefly frozen. Roar! The red flame alligator turtle seized the opportunity and opened its bloody mouth, its sharp teeth embedding into Chen Lao's skin before swinging its head. It easily tore off Chen Lao's arm. Ah! An agonizing hiss rang out. Chen Lao stood upright in the air, his eyes red as he rushed towards the red flame snapping turtle, when suddenly, the huge tail emerged from the magma once again. Bang! It was like slapping a tennis ball. This time, it slapped Chen Lao out as well, crashing into the rocks. At this moment, the magma in the red flame pool tumbled. Another huge voice appeared. It was more than 20 meters long, with red scales on its body, a pair of vertical pupils that were sharp and full of killing intent, spitting out letters one bite at a time. On the thick body, there was a light and dark scratch. Even with flames rising around it, it couldn't hide its cold-bloodedness. Fifth-ranked ferocious beast, burning sky python. Upper Palace Ling Xian's pupils suddenly contracted as a danger warning emanated from her body. There was only one word in her brain. Flee. The fifth-order fierce beast was too powerful. It was simply not an existence that she could kill right now. But what about He Qiuming and the others? Upper Gong Ling Xian reached out her hand, wanting to save He Qiuming. But the moment her hand was just raised, she quickly lowered it again, and then without hesitation, she turned around and ran. The life and death crisis was current. She was not a saintly mother. Unable to use her own life to save someone she hated. Miss, run. The bodyguards that Upper Gong Ling Xian brought with her also scattered their legs and ran away. Who? He Qiuming, who was leaning on a rock with dozens of bones all broken on his body, he looked at Upper Gong Ling Xian who was escaping, and the corner of his mouth pulled and... Damn! I should have known that I should have knocked her out and directly had a good time in the domain for a while. Now, there's no such chance. Phew! His words had not yet fallen. A black shadow suddenly flashed past his eyes. He Qiuming fixed his eyes on it. It was actually the third-ranked contract master he had humiliated earlier. Nightming held a long sickle, his black wings unfurling behind him as he rushed towards the flaming alligator turtle at top speed. The latter opened its large mouth and came tearing. Nightming's eyes sank as he pulled himself up from the dry ground, then held his long sickle aimed at the neck of the flame alligator turtle. Plop! Cold light flashed. At the neck of the red flame alligator turtle, a complete section appeared, and its head sank into the magma, eventually disappearing. Successfully killed the quasi-fifth order red flame alligator turtle, realm experience plus 100, spirit skill experience plus 100. He actually killed a quasi-fifth order fierce beast. Upper Palace Ling Xian stared with wide eyes. He Qiuming and Elder Chen, who were leaning against the stone, were also shocked. But before they could accept the reality before them, Nightming once again gripped his long sickle and stepped on the red flame crocodile turtle's body as he leapt high into the air. Dark tentacles stretched out from his back, wrapping his arms and long sickle. With Nightming at the center, the darkness expanded and the darkness domain unfolded as his breath sword and black lightning arcs flickered in his hands. With a flash of scarlet light in his eyes, the fallen slash was instantaneous. Nightming rushed towards the burning sky python, the powerful chop cutting through the air as if a curved moon had risen over the red flame pond. Plop! Blood sword as energy essence flowed out of the burning sky python's neck. It was poured onto the red bane lotus. It converged in the red flame pool. At this moment, in the eyes of Upper Palace Ling Xian and the others, time seemed to have become slow. That huge burning sky python head was slowly falling from mid-air. Silently, it fell into the red flame pool, splashing up 100 feet of magma flowers. Chapter 96, Getting the Red Woe Lotus Flower. Holy! The huge body of the burning sky python fell from mid-air. Nightming was holding a long sickle, his black wings unfurled behind him, and his scarlet eyes were filled with killing intent. Looking at this scene, He Qiuming's eyes widened, his heart incomparably shocked. This. A third-order contract master killed a fifth-order ferocious beast? What a joke! This is impossible. He was not the only one who was shocked. Shen Lao, who was a quasi-fifth rank contract master, was currently leaning against a rock, opening his mouth to speak, but his throat was choked, and he was hard-pressed not to utter a single word. Exaggerated. It was too exaggerated. It was hard for people to accept. The upper palace Ling Xian, who was escaping, she gradually stopped her steps and looked at what was happening in the distance. She wrinkled her brows, her pupils trembling, and... This person really isn't simple. Slaying the burning sky python. Night Ming came to the center of the red flame pool and took the red bane lotus flower. This heavenly treasure worth hundreds of millions of dollars had finally arrived. Successfully killed the 5th order burning sky python, realm experience plus 360, spirit skill experience plus 360. Experience value of 306, what an exaggerated value. This was Nightmine's biggest experience bonus to date. However, he was very clear. With his current strength, he still couldn't fight against a 5th-ranked ferocious beast. Night Ming looked towards the burning sky python's corpse. On its crimson body, a black scar became apparent at this moment. Night Ming had discovered it earlier. This burning sky python was wounded. And it was injured very badly. It should have been left behind during the fight for the Red Bane Lotus. Its strength was less than 30% of its peak. Because of this, Night Ming had dared to strike out at it earlier. Pocketing the Red Bane Lotus flower, Night Ming returned next to Night Frost. The other party's gaze was a bit dull at this time. It seemed as if she was still immersed in the scene where Night Ming had killed the 5th-ranked ferocious beast. Hey, Sister Night Frost, don't stare blankly. Night Ming waved his hand in front of her eyes. Only then did Night Frost come back to her senses. At the same time, Upper Palace Ling Xian and He Chiu-ming also walked over. Many thanks for saving my life. Upper Palace Ling Xian smiled and cupped her fists. Night Ming waved his hand. Even if I didn't make a move, you wouldn't be able to die. She had run the fastest earlier. He Chiu-ming glanced at Night Ming with a complicated expression. He was the one who should thank Night Ming the most, but the pride in his bones made him unable to let go of this face. He raised his hand and summoned Elder Chen, muttering quietly for a while afterward. Elder Chen's eyes rolled and he immediately understood what he meant. He got up. He came before Night Ming. Chen Lao first clasped his hands together. Chen-san, thank you for saving my little friend's life earlier. Night Ming nodded and didn't speak. Chen-san's eyes looked towards Night Ming's storage bag, and a few more smiles appeared on his indifferent face. I have a presumptuous request. I don't know if I should speak or not. Don't say anything if you think it's presumptuous. Night Ming waved his hand. No, what is to be said, is still to be said. Chen-san had a few fawning smiles on his face. I wonder if little friend can sell the Red Bane Lotus in his hand to us. Don't worry, the price is definitely fair. Night Ming glanced at him. How much can you offer? $50 million. Scram. The market price was a minimum of $200 million. You open your mouth $50 million? Really treat me as if I have no insight? Night Ming glared, his tone becoming serious. Chen-san felt a burst of killing intent, his heart was steeply shocked, and he pulled He Chiu-ming and ran. Taking $50 million to test Night Ming, this really wasn't his idea. It was all the stupid plan that this pig brain of He Chiu-ming came up with. Looking at the back of the duo as they left, Night Ming was too lazy to chase after them. The Red Bane Lotus flower had arrived, and it was imperative to go back and absorb it. Going back, Upper Palace Ling Xian chose to travel with Night Ming. Along the way, Upper Palace Ling Xian also took the initiative to draw out the topic intentionally or unintentionally. However, Night Ming couldn't say that he felt good or bad towards her, so he picked irrelevant questions to answer. Soon after arriving at the third border city. Alright, the peer group ends here. My name is Upper Palace Ling Xian, I'm a student of Star Demon University. In the future, if there's a chance, we can come to the wilderness together as a team. Upper Palace Ling Xian smiled and extended her hand. Night Ming froze for a moment. Star Demon University. What's wrong? Wait, does that mean? Upper Palace Ling Xian asked tentatively. Are you also a student of Star Demon University? Sort of. Night Ming nodded. Holy. So you're a classmate. Upper Gong Ling Xian felt that the distance between herself and Night Ming had instantly drawn closer, and What year are you in? Seeing as you're so powerful, you wouldn't be a senior, would you? No, I haven't enrolled in school yet. Night Ming's expression was flat. Not yet enrolled in school? Upper Gong Ling Xin froze for a moment, then a guess appeared in her mind, and... You couldn't be a new student in this class, could you? Aha! Holy! Upper Gong Ling Xin was silent. Freshmen of this term, which meant that they had only become contract masters over a month ago. More than a month, 3rd rank, defeating a 5th rank ferocious beast. Upper Palace Ling Xin looked at Night Ming again, her eyes were like she was looking at a monster. You really are quite something. Upper Palace Ling Xin narrowed her eyes. Night Ming smiled bashfully and didn't reply. In the end. After a brief conversation. Upper Palace Ling Xin promised that she would go pick up Night Ming when Star Demon University started. It was sort of a senior sister's care for her junior. She could bring him to familiarize himself with the school and whatnot. Night Ming was lacking such a guide. You mean Night Xinshin? Forget it. This person was too lazy to be relied on. In that case, it's a deal. I'll wait for you at the school entrance when school starts. Upper Gong Ling Xin smiled. Night Ming gave a hum and turned to leave. It wasn't until after witnessing Night Ming leave. Only then did Upper Palace Ling Xin let out a sigh. It's a pity that the red Bane lotus flower didn't get its hands on it, and the plan to impact the 4th rank is out of the question. The male bodyguard at the side said, the red wool lotus flower is not a mortal object, even though we didn't get it this time, we at least picked up a life. Shandong Lingxi nodded, but it's a pity that this vacation couldn't surpass that hateful woman Night Xinshin. I also don't know what realm she's in now. But before the vacation, I remember that she was only at the 3rd rank, her breath was unstable, and she should still be far from the 4th rank. After returning to school and sprinting with all my might, I might be able to surpass her. The male bodyguard at the side was a bit curious. Miss, do you have a grudge against that Night Xin? No enmity. Then why are you always comparing yourself to her? Because she's highly talented, I don't feel good about looking at her. Upper Gong Ling Xion's words were a bit irrational, but very true. In everyday life, people always used to set up imaginary enemies for themselves. Songnan City. The Night family. Night Ming and Night Frost were at the moment they stepped into the threshold. Buzz. A mysterious aura fluctuation spread. Powerful power ripples spread out from Night Shine's room. This aura is. Night Frost frowned. Night Ming looked serious, a breakthrough. I really didn't expect that old sister, that lazy person, to actually break through. Chapter 97 Recovery Progress 20%, Black Flame Awakening. Night Xinshin broke through to the 4th rank. She was in a great mood. Taking out the pocket money she had saved, she invited the entire family to the best restaurant in Songnan City and had the most luxurious meal. During the meal, Night Xinshin also swore to Night Ming. After Star Demon University opened, she was going to be a guide for Night Ming. Night Ming had wanted to say that he had already booked a guide. But seeing that his old sister was so happy today. Just don't spoil her fun. Besides, Night Xinshin was a woman who said today she'd forget tomorrow, and then played tricks when asked. Her promises on such trivial matters could be treated as complete farts. After finishing the family banquet, Night Ming returned to his room. The blazing red Bane lotus was suspended in the air. The dimly lit room was illuminated by the firelight, and Night Ming reached out his hand to caress the red Bane lotus. There was darkness wrapped around his hand as protection, but he could still feel the intense and terrifying power of the red flame. The red Bane lotus flower belongs to fire, and its power is extremely manic, so be careful when absorbing it. The best way is to absorb the power from the petals first, and then go and absorb the buds afterward. Of course, those immature lotus seeds in the lotus flower cannot be spared even one. Shadow Spectre heatedly smiled. As time passed, she was less restrained in front of Night Ming than before and became a bit more cheerful. Absorb. Night Ming unfolded his darkness domain. Under the enchantment of darkness, he and Shadow Yui struck out at the same time, and dozens of dark tentacles extended out from the domain, wrapping around the red Bane lotus and absorbing its power little by little. This was a very long process. A day and a night later. Blood, 1,1200. Spiritual power, 1,1200. The chi in blood and spiritual power have skyrocketed by 200. Night Ming stood up. He clenched his hands into fists, feeling that every organ in his body had been reborn, refreshed and revitalized. His muscles were clearly defined, and his 8-pack abs were rigid and powerful. There's a lot less flab on my body. The face value seems to have improved as well. Night Ming looked at himself in the mirror. His features were three-dimensional, with clear angles, sword brows and hard eyes, and a strong aura. If this wasn't said, who would know that he was a top-tier assassin? From the looks of it, he was a proper gentleman. It was the eyes that were filled with an unwarranted killing intent, in addition to the boost in chi and spiritual power. Shadow Spectre also improved tremendously. Contracted Spirit, Divine Meteor Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Name, Shadow Spectre. Rank, SSS Promotion Progress, 10% 12%. Recovery Progress, 18% 20%. Night Ming, spread out your palms. Shadow Yui said excitedly. Night Ming spread out his palms. The next moment. Phew! A black flame rose up. This flame was pitch black and bizarre, but contained a powerful force. This is called Black Flame, a special kind of power. You can attach the Black Flame to the Divine Meteor Demon Armor, which will give you a more solid defense. Night Ming's eyes lit up. Black Flame Protection. He immediately went to the training room, summoning 3 offensive-type mechanical dummies. With a command, the mechanical dummies, whose strength was comparable to that of a 4th-ranked contract master, arrowed forward. They lashed out their fists, aided by rocket jets at their elbow positions. Bang bang bang! 3 punches solidly struck Night Ming's body. The mechanical iron fists collided with Night Ming's body. Black flames exploded. However, Night Ming, who was wearing the Divine Fall Demon Armor, was unharmed. I feel that even without the Divine Meteor Fall Demon Armor, by relying on the black flames to protect my body, I can still harden myself against the fists of a 4th-rank contract master. Night Ming withdrew the Divine Meteor Demon Armor. The black flames covered his entire body. The 3 offensive mechanical dummies struck again. Bang bang bang! Iron fists smashed down. Night Ming frowned. The place where he took the beating hurt a little, but it was harmless. Under the black flame body protection, my defense has further increased. Combined with the Divine Meteor Demon Armor, even if I were to stand still and let a quasi-5th-ranked ferocious beast attack me, I wouldn't be injured. Night Ming felt that he was simply ridiculously strong. Tomorrow, Star Demon University officially opens. An entrance test will be held at that time. With my current strength, taking the first place in the entrance test will be easy. 1 day later, Night Ming and Night Xinshin set off together. Before departing, Night Xinshin deliberately emphasized, saying that she would bring Night Ming today and give him a good tour of Star Demon University. Night Ming also didn't expect it. This fellow, Night Xinshin, was actually serious this time. It was awkward right now. He had booked Upper Palace Ling Xin to be his guide, and now Night Xin had also come. Night Ming wanted to explain with Upper Palace Ling Xin in advance, but there was no contact information for the other party. He left in a hurry at the time and forgot to add it. Night Ming, why do you have a sad face? College is not high school, it's very free. As long as you don't break the law and discipline, do whatever you want, you don't have to be afraid of starting school. Night Xinshin thought that Night Ming was guilty of starting school phobia. Night Ming sighed, older sister, let me be straight with you. He explained everything. Night Xinshin let out an oh-so-careful sigh. It's just one more person. One more person to act as a guide, and I'll have one more person to chat with, it's nothing. Well, as long as you don't meet that guy, but you shouldn't either. Star Magic University was located in Chiyuan City. Was a mega city that covered a vast area, 50 times as huge as. Night Ming hadn't even officially become a student yet, and he already felt that his future was bright. Older brother, the guide you mentioned is Lu? Why hasn't she arrived yet? That said, what's her name? Is she a man or a woman? You haven't made it clear to me yet. Night Xinshin stood at the entrance of the school, feeling a bit annoyed. It's a woman, as for the name. Night Ming's eyes rolled around, and lightning exploded in his head, and I remembered. Her name is Upper Palace Ling Xin. Night Xinshin's face instantly sank. Sh. What? What did you say her name was? Just as Night Xinshin was shocked, a clear voice rang out. Hello schoolmate, we meet again. Upper Gon Ling Xin walked over with a smile. Night Xinshin turned her head. The two women's bodies simultaneously trembled as they met each other's eyes. Immediately, they shouted in unison. "Why are you here?" Chapter 98, Entering Star Demon University. The two women looked at each other in all directions. Shocked, stunned, appalled, incredulous, and many other expressions appeared on their pretty faces coincidentally. As Nightming watched from the side, he realized that the corners of their mouths were both twitching madly. In the end, after going through multiple explanations and arguments, only then did Nightming realize that there was a small conflict between his oldest sister and Upper Palace Ling Xian. The two were not much different in age, their looks were not much different, one was highly gifted, and the other was more gifted. From childhood to adulthood are the world's eyes of the proud son of heaven, together, naturally, who are not convinced by who, on the surface not to talk about, but secretly must be divided into a high and low. Summarized in the words of Nighting. Still too idle. Forget it. I'd better go in and wander around by myself. Nightming sighed and no longer paid attention to the arguing two women as he got up and walked towards Star Demon University. Star Demon University was one of the 3 top martial arts universities in the Dragon Kingdom. It covered a vast area and was comparable in size to a small city. Inside the school, all kinds of infrastructures were perfect, with a magnanimous teaching building, a martial arts hall with all the technological facilities, a large cafeteria with a wide variety of food, and a quiet and beautiful park. The layout of the entire university was really exactly like the city. There was actually a clear division of residential areas. High-grade residences, single-family houses. Ordinary houses, high-rise apartments. The school has a clear hierarchy. The more money you paid, the living conditions would naturally rise. Star Magic University has 6 colleges and 560 majors. The realm of every teacher teaching a class is at least a 6th-order contract master. Even the security guards at the main entrance must be of the 5th rank. The Night Xinshin duo ended their argument as they followed and explained for Nightming. The security guards are all 5th order. Nightming once again lamented Star Demon University's strong financial resources. However, there shouldn't be any thugs that would come to Star Demon University to cause trouble, right? Afterward, Night Xinshin and Upper Palace Ling Xian introduced the 6 colleges in detail for Nightming. The one that ranked first was the Assassination Academy. The specialties taught in the Assassination Academy usually focused on body techniques, instantaneous killing, and concealment. The killer major that was established was not only the chief major of the Assassination Academy, but also the ace major of Star Demon University. Students who could successfully graduate from the killer specialty, even if their grades are passable, all will have the ability to kill invisibly and hide in an instant. There is clear data showing that students who choose to major in killer and graduate have a mortality rate of 10% before the age of 40. This is already very low. One should know that the mortality rate counted by other majors would often be as high as 30%. The world is not safe with the arrival of ferocious beasts. The ultra-low mortality rate of the assassin profession has attracted many geniuses. If you want to successfully enter the Slayer Major, not only do you have to score well on the Great Martial Arts exam, but your performance on the entrance test should also be outstanding. Upper Gong Ling Xian explained. It was different from liberal arts universities where one would first choose a specialty and then enroll. In martial arts universities, it was usually the case that they would first enroll, conduct an entrance test, and recommend a suitable major based on their performance in the entrance test. This, being a top-tier Star Demon University, would only be even more stringent. After introducing the Assassination Academy, the two women introduced the other 5 colleges. Battle God Academy, the majors offered, usually focused on melee combat, hard fighting, more than one battle, and overbearing killing. Sword Immortal College, the open specialty, usually to all kinds of sword and sword art related, example Wine Sword Fairy, Dream Sword Fairy and other specialties. Mage Academy, the open specialties, to elemental law, supernatural law, magic, ancient law, common elemental mage, supernatural mage, melee mage. Healing College, it is the college with the most female students in the entire Star Magic University. The majors offered are only 3, ranged nurse, single nurse, combat nurse. Shield Auxiliary College, the absolute logistical pillar, the front row and auxiliary of the team. The majors offered were Giant Shield Soldier, Wound Increasing Auxiliary, Wound Reducing Auxiliary, Giant Shield Warrior, etc. Older sister is enrolled in the Mage Academy, specializing in Elemental Mage. Although Upper Palace Ling Xian is also enrolled in the Mage Academy, her specialty is Grand Magician. Nightming looked at the two women with a subtle expression. They even had different specializations. How did they set each other up as imaginary enemies? Could it really be a case of bad taste? Afterward, the two women brought Night Ming and continued to wander around Star Demon University. But the entire campus was just too big, so big that it would take at least half a month to fully understand it. Wait for you to learn about the other places on your own. I'll first take you to the freshman registration office. Under the lead of Night Xin and the girls, Night Ming registered his identity information and officially became a member of Star Demon University. As a new student, there were of course rewards. There were a total of 3 reward types. First, money rewards. Second, resource rewards. Third, battle rewards. Money was the Dragon Kingdom coins. Resources referred to heavenly treasures and ferocious beast materials. Battle rewards were mostly weapons and battle armor, and there were also some feats and body techniques. Night Ming chose the resource rewards. 3 heart-cleansing flower buds and 1 thunder dan. The former cultivated the body and purified the impurities in the body, and the latter strengthened the strength of the physical body. After finishing the new student registration, Night Ming began to choose his residence. $2 million a year for a detached villa. Ordinary residence, 2 rooms and 1 hall, $30,000 a year. Of course, if one performed well during school, one could apply for a residential reduction. $2 million a year is expensive, but the living environment of a detached villa is too much better than an ordinary residence. It's also equipped with a specialized training room. Night Ming chose the detached villa without hesitation. The 3 of them continued to stroll around the campus for a while, and as more and more new students enrolled, many places began to pile up. Night Ming didn't have the heart to wander around either. He returned to his own detached villa. Starting to sink his heart, he continued to cultivate. He absorbed the clear heart flower buds and thunder dan. It didn't take more than a minute. With your current physical strength, unusual materials no longer have any effect on you. Shadow Yui said. Night Ming nodded his head. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel that this was the price one needed to pay to become stronger. The higher the realm, the harder it was to save up money. He now had a deep understanding of this. Dang 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 dang. At this time, a knock sounded on the door. Night Ming opened it and saw that it was Sun Ho Yuan. As the enrollment office teacher of Star Demon University, it was natural for Sun Ho Yuan to not be able to wander around on the day of new student enrollment and had to stay in Star Demon University. Captain Sun, what's the matter? Night Ming subconsciously asked. Sun Ho Yuan smiled and waved his hand. No need to be nervous, I just came over to take a look. He sat down on a chair with a self-consciousness. Smiling, he asked, how is it, are you still used to it? It's okay, it doesn't feel much different from home. Probably because classes haven't started yet. Hee, just get used to it. Sun Ho Yuan smiled and took out a piece of information that. Here is the information related to the entrance test. Actually, if you follow the school's official number, you can also see it. But according to your nature, you definitely won't take the initiative to learn about it. Thank you, Captain Sunday. Night Ming received the information. Glancing at the few large words on the cover, his eyes narrowed slightly. Entrance Test, Battle of the Star Paths, Spirit Mark Branding. Chapter 99 Yuan Guang Group Overthrown, Big Fish on the Hook. You'll read the information for the entrance test later. With your current strength, it's not difficult to take first place. Sun Ho Yuan spoke up. Night Ming put the information aside as he looked at Sun Ho Yuan with more seriousness in his eyes. He was clear. Sun Ho Yuan had something to say to him. Do you still remember what I told you? About fishing before? Sun Ho Yuan's tone was deep. Night Ming nodded. Sakura Country's 7th-ranked contract master, the strong man behind the Source Light Group, he fell into the net? Aha! Just moved this morning. Sun Ho Yuan sat on a chair and casually picked up his teacup. You can open the news to see the 120th and 135th of the hot search. Night Ming opened his cell phone. From top to bottom. Article 120. Hashtag shocked. Cherry Blossom Country's 7th-ranked powerhouse, Yuan Guangzheng Xian, fell in the extraterrestrial barren wall at 9:32 this morning. No body has been found. According to eyewitnesses, Yuan Guangzheng Xian died in the mouth of a giant ferocious beast, which was white meters long, had sharp-edged fangs, and was suspected to be an 8th-ranked ferocious beast, the barren rock python. Article 135. Hashtag big news, the Blue Sea City joint venture, Yuan Guang Group, has been jointly reported by several members of the public. The content of the report claimed that the Source Light Group secretly engaged in illegal and criminal activities, threatening the lives of others and jeopardizing the public safety of the society. The officials have now intervened in the investigation. The details will be further reported in the follow-up. This. Night Ming didn't expect it. Killing a 7th Order contract master and messing with the Source Light Group would actually take place in the same time period. Logically speaking, in order to avoid suspicion, this sort of thing would definitely be diverged for a certain amount of time. The longer the time drags on, the easier it is for changes to occur. The Yuan Guang Group's market valuation is in the hundreds of billions of dollars. If we let them run away with the money, it would be a huge loss to our entire society. Sun Hoyuan explained. Night Ming also understood. The money that was swept away, that was an actual loss of funds. It was stealing rations from the civilian population. However, what I didn't expect was that such significant news didn't even make it into the top 100 on the hot search. Night Ming mused. The small matters of entertainment stars' lives were easily in the top 10. The rise and fall of the country and the livelihood of the people went unnoticed. Was this considered entertainment bereavement? The rise and fall of a major event often happens quietly. As for the so-called heat, Sun Hoyuan smiled and looked at Night Ming. The prosperity of the country does not rely on heat. If it really relied on heat, the Sakura country would have become the #1 country on the Blue Star. Night Ming froze for a moment before instantly reacting. I'm talking about the internet, you and I are talking about reality. A good one, this heat is not the other heat. Nowadays, the Gunquang Group has been extinguished. The Gunquang family behind him can only roll back in disgrace, and don't even think about taking a dime. The big ghost is dead, but there is still a little ghost. Sun Hoyuan suddenly said. Night Ming understood. Captain Sun, just say what you have to say. Do you remember the Black Wind Gang? He Qingming, the young master of the Black Wind Gang, the largest ground organization in Wuhan City, the dog of the Yuan Guang Group. I remember, I once killed the young master of the Black Wind Gang while on a mission, and you told me at the time that the Black Wind Gang wouldn't take it lying down. Night Ming had a good memory and could easily recall important things. Sun Hoyuan said, now that the Yuan Guang Group is gone, the Black Wind Gang should also be finished. Wuhan City and Shiyuan City are close to each other, and you can get there in half an hour by taking the Star Rail train from Star Demon University. Regarding the Black Wind Gang's mission, I want to hand it over to you. Black Wind Gang. Night Ming said after a contemplative array, if I remember correctly, the Black Wind Gang's gang leader is a powerful 6th-ranked contract master, right? He was only at the 3rd rank now. Although his battle power was strong, he was not yet able to fight head-on with a 5th Order contract master. If he met a 6th rank, there was no possibility of defeating it. Don't worry, it's not for you to destroy the Black Wind Gang right now. This is a growth mission, it's not too late to exterminate it when you have the strength. Sun Hoji said this. Night Ming was relieved. Okay, that's about all that's going on. Do well in tomorrow's entrance test. First place you're secure, but don't be careless. There are still quite a few talented and strong people in this entrance test. Sun Hoyuan said. His cell phone suddenly rang. Ding ding ding. Picked up. Hello. What? Okay, I know, don't worry, I'll convey it in place. Sun Hoyuan hung up the phone and looked at Night Ming with a deep gaze. What's wrong? Night Ming asked. It's really strange. Sun Hoyuan frowned. Vice Principal Lin Yin, who has always been clear-minded and doesn't care about anything, she's actually coming to watch the freshman test tomorrow as well. It's not right, it's really not right. Star Demon University had one main principal and 2 vice principals. Gu Yunfeng was one of the vice principals. The other one was Lin Yin. However, the vast majority of students could hardly see Vice Chancellor Lin Yin even after they graduated. Clearing his mind and ignoring the world, yet he cares about this entrance test. Night Ming's eyes became subtle. Sun Hoyuan saw through his thoughts. Well, I also think it's because of you. Your teacher Gu Yunfeng's disciple, Principal Lin Yin doesn't value the entrance test, but should be interested in you. So, have I already fallen into the attention of the big brothers? Night Ming helplessly spread his hands. Afterward, Sun Hoyuan purposely reminded Night Ming. In the entrance test, one must go all out. One could no longer aim to become #1. Because Although Linin ignored the world, she was the disciple of the #1 strongest person in the Dragon Kingdom, with deep roots and a generous hand. If her performance in the entrance test was appreciated by her, perhaps she would reward an S rank or SS rank technique, or high-grade ferocious beast materials. There were good things to take? Night Ning became serious. Waiting for Sun Hoyuan to leave, Night Ning checked the information related to the entrance test. Understanding. There were 2 items in the entrance test. First, the Star Road battle. The new students would be teleported into the illusory space and fight for strength, and the terminal would rate the new students based on their battle performance. Second, Spirit Mark branding. The new students were required to turn their power into spirit lines and inscribe them on the Star Demon University's treasure of the town, the Star Demon Ancient Pillar. The more spirit lines inscribed, the stronger the power, the deeper the depth, and the higher the rating would be. Of course. Within these 2 items, there was also a second gift that Star Demon University had prepared for the new students. There's some anticipation. Night Ming clenched his fists, his eyes bursting with battle intent. Just at this moment, his cell phone rang. The Star Demon University official pushed a message to him. Entrance test winning favorites list. First, Li Xiaoran, SSS ranked Hanging Gourd Holy Maiden, 2nd ranked Contract Master, Jiyuan City's top student. Second, Yi Qingyu, SSS class Mirror Moon Holy Maiden, 2nd order Contract Master, Scholar of Taishan City. Third, Wu Feng, SSS Warhammer Holy Maiden, 2nd ranked Contract Master, top student of Shanghai City. Fourth, Su Xiaoxiao, SSS Illusory Fox Holy Maiden, 2nd ranked Contract Master, Linen City's top student. 10th, Night Ming, SSS class Magical Girl, 3rd order Contract Master, Songnan City's top student. This is... Night Ming looked at his ranking and couldn't help but frown. At the same time, inside a certain detached villa, Night Xinshin's voice rang out with angry curses. This list compilation is a right. A 3rd order Contract Master ranked 10th? Is this a ING list that people can rank? The malice towards magical girls is also too great, isn't it? Chapter 100. On the eve of the entrance test, dark currents surge. Boards like the list of favorites to win the championship were mostly the responsibility of the students of Star Demon University. Usually, there was no persuasion. But this thing had heat. It wasn't convincing, but it would attract attention. In addition, even if it wasn't convincing, but it can't be messed with. An SSS ranked magical girl contractor, or a 3rd ranked one, was only ranked 10th? I can understand when you say that you rank Night Ming behind those 2 SSS ranked Holy Witch contractors. You're ranking this 10th. Night Xinshin was furious and immediately sent a letter of complaint to the official, and earnestly pointed out the inappropriateness of the ranking of this list. But the answer received was: magical girl contractors were susceptible to killing backlash, and no one could guarantee whether or not Night Ming would have an accident during the entrance test. Damn, isn't this pure and simple disgusting? Night Xinshin cursed angrily. She had long looked at these students who operated the official accounts with displeasure. One by one, they had a bit of power and really thought that they were grandmasters. Ding ding ding. Just at this moment, a message came from her cell phone. Opening it, it was from Upper Palace Ling Xin. Upper Palace Ling Xin, give me Knight Xin's information on the realm, contracted spirit, and martial arts exam scores. Knight Xin, what do you want? Upper Palace Ling Xin, the list of favorites to win the championship is not believable, so I will create a list that can be convincing. Knight Xinshin? You've got a problem with your middle child? In the detached villa, Night Ming looked at the rankings on the list of favorites to win the title. There was a fluctuation within, but he quickly realized it again. Taking a closer look, the top 9 rankings are all freshmen from big cities. The education and training they received from a young age are far inferior to our small cities. In the eyes of the world, freshmen from big cities were just stronger than those from small cities. Even if the freshmen from the small cities had a high realm in their eyes, the actual combat ability and skill utilization were not as good as those from the big cities, especially the freshmen who had their backs to the big families. This point was still based on facts. Under the same realm and the same contracted spirit level, the freshmen from small cities were indeed inferior to those from large cities. That said, I still feel it's unfair. Just because you're from a small city and are a magical girl contractor, you don't even look at the most important realm? This kind of behavior is reckless, stupid, ignorant, and just too much. Shadow Yui puffed up, her two black gem-like eyes looking like they had flames burning around them. Nightming smiled and comforted, well, paper data is all fake. Everything relies on strength. Ding. The next moment when he finished saying this, the cell phone once again sent a push message. Taking a closer look, it was another list. But this time, the list was not sent from the school's official number, but the Mage Academy's official number. Entrance Test Dark Horse List. First, Nightming, SSS Class Divine Meteor Darkness Demon Emperor, 3rd Ranked Contract Master, Martial Arts Grand Exam, Perfect Score. Second, Li Xiaoran, SSS Ranked Hangman Holy Maiden, 2nd Order Contract Master, Martial Arts Grand Exam, 950. Third, Yi Qingyu, SSS Class Mirror Moon Virgin, 2nd Order Pact Master, Martial Arts Exam, 945. Fourth, Wu Feng, SSS Warhammer Holy Maiden, 2nd Order Pact Master, Wudao Exam, 875. Fifth, Su Xiaoxiao, SS Grade Phantom Fox Holy Maiden, 2nd Order Pact Master, Martial Arts Exam, 866. This is... Looking at the Dark Horse ranking that suddenly appeared in front of him, Nightming froze for a moment. Why do they even know the title of the Divine Meteor Dark Knight Demon Emperor? Wait a minute. Mage Academy, could it be that old sister and the girls got it? The title of Divine Meteor Dark Knight Demon Emperor had only been mentioned by Nightming at home. Now it appeared in the list. He easily associated it with Knight Shinshin. Right. This is the right way. A 3rd ranked contract master should be ranked first, even if I'm not SSS ranked, just an SS ranked, I should still be ranked first. The designer of this list is the one who is normal. The anger held in Shadow Yui's heart was relieved at this moment. She could allow herself to be bullied, but she couldn't stand to see others suppressing Nightming. As good as the list looks, but in that case, I'll be a target. Nightming smiled and spread his hands. The truth was just as he had expected. The moment the Dark Horse list appeared, many of the student groups exploded. Holy! What is this Dark Horse ranking? How come I've never heard of it before? It's issued by the Mage Academy, and the top-ranked one is actually that magical girl contractor named Nightming. It's too exaggerated. Is this openly provoking the favorites to win the championship list? No, he's a magical girl contractor. What can he do to fight with Li Xiaoran? Li Xiaoran is the top student of Qiyuan City, there's no doubt about his strength. Once when he was still of the 1st rank, he had the strength to compete with the 2nd rank, and now that he's become the 2nd rank, his strength will only get stronger. You guys don't just spit analyze it rationally. This Nightming's score on the Great Martial Arts Exam was a perfect score A. A guy like this, his strength definitely won't be weak, he might really be a dark horse. Screw you. The score of the Great Martial Dao Examination is not all about strength, and he's from a small city examination, it's hard to say if there's any water in it. The person who posted this dark horse list is completely detached from reality. Even if we don't give Li Xiaoran the 1st place, my goddess Yi Qingyu should be the first. When is it the turn of a magical girl contractor? You guys don't underestimate the magical girl contractor. I heard that this year there is a ruthless person. Killing the enemy across the ranks is like drinking water. So what, even if the magical girl contractor gets through the early stages, but there is still a killing backlash in the back, maybe she is still studying in the morning, but in the afternoon, she will turn into a walking corpse. For the Dark Horse list that was just issued, the freshmen expressed their own opinions. However, the vast majority did not recognize Nightming's ranking. The 3rd rank was certainly powerful, but in their eyes, Li Xiaoran from the big city was more powerful. Not only was it because his contracted spirit was the SSS-ranked Hanging Pot Holy Maiden, but more importantly, the Li family that he relied on behind him was one of the 8 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. A supreme position and a deep heritage. At the same time, in a certain detached villa, Su Xiaoqing was sitting in front of her computer, looking at the red reminder box that filled the screen. Her head was about to explode with worry. Upper Gong Ling Xin. My auntie. I should have known that I wouldn't help you with this dark horse ranking. My private messages are almost flushed out, some hateful guys even opened my account. Earning you these tens of thousands of dollars is simply killing me. She and Upper Palace Ling Xian were classmates, a notorious geek girl. Normally, she liked to play games and do small software and stuff. Earlier, Upper Palace Ling Xian had found her and asked her to help make a dark horse list, promising to pay her $50,000. Su Xiaoqing thought, idle is also idle, simply do it. As a result, she did not expect This guy, Upper Palace Ling Xin, directly used the official number of the Mage Academy to send it out. It made it difficult for her, the list creator, to ride the tiger. Don't worry. After the entrance test, these guys' attitudes will change drastically. At that time, all the abuse will turn into shock. A look of determination was released from Shangon Lingxin's eyes. Su Xiaoqing's person went numb. My aunt, you don't really expect that Nightming to win the championship, do you? He has strength at the 3rd rank, but he's already a target now. Maybe the 2 SSS rank Saintuses will come and join forces to deal with him. There's little hope of winning the championship. Upper Palace Ling Xin shook her head. No, you don't understand. The increase in the number of enemies cannot affect the final result at all. She had seen it with her own eyes. Nightming killing a 5th ranked ferocious beast. It was possible to kill even a 5th rank. And still couldn't take down a few 2nd order contract masters? Auntie what are you doing this for? Su Xiaoqing asked bitterly. Nightming is my friend, I can't see my friend being wronged. Pull yourself together. Ling Xin, you honestly tell me. Su Xiaoqing's eyes narrowed slightly. Did you open a betting board and bet all on Nightming to win? Yes, put in $3 million. I knew it. Opening a betting disc before a big competition. In this world's universities, it wasn't against the rules. Chapter 101 Star Road Battle, The Path of 10,000 Stars. The following day, the entrance test began. Uncountable golden rays of light spilled down from the clouds that broke open in the sky. The magnificent plaza was packed with people, standing full of old students and new students. There were thousands of people on the scene, and every person who spoke a word could stir up a magnificent torrent of sound waves. Who? A hurricane swept by. The crowd looked up, only to see 3 figures coming from the distance, wearing robes and powerful auras, with countless divine splendor intertwined around them. The Dean of the War God Academy Zhao Tianqing. Dean of the Sword Immortal Academy Li Hongyi. Dean of the Mage Academy Illusory Autumn Moon. They were the judges of this entrance test. Their appearance filled this world with a sense of oppression. This oppression was not the pressure they released, but rather came from within one's heart, an instinctive fear of powerful existences. It is said that the deans of the 3 great academies are all 7th-ranked powerhouses. Just by looking at them, I feel my body trembling. The new students' faces were shocked, and some were in fear. But more clenched their fists and leapt forward. There weren't many chances to showcase themselves in front of the bigwigs. The entrance test was a heavenly opportunity. There are more than 300 new students this time, and there are a full 50 contract masters above the 2nd rank alone. The new students are formidable. Zhao Tianqing looked down at the freshman in the square. A pleased expression appeared on his rigid face. On the side, wearing a purple robe with slender thighs exposed and a stunningly beautiful figure, was Illusory Autumn Moon, who laughed. The 2nd rank comes every year. But SSS's 2nd order is not rare. In previous years, there was not one, but this year there are 3, it's incredible. I heard that one of them, Li Xiaoran, even has some relationship with Dean Li. After saying that, Illusory Autumn Moon and Zhao Tianqing simultaneously cast subtle glances at Li Hongyi. Li Hongyi smiled and shook his head, a few points of helplessness appearing on his handsome face. I say, both of you, we are all deans and have been working together for decades. What kind of person am I, Li Hongyi, that you don't understand? Could it be that I would intentionally favor Li Xiaoran just because he is my nephew? This is simply impossible. This was something that Illusory Autumn Moon and Zhao Tianqing still recognized. To be able to serve as the president of Star Demon University, strength was one aspect, as well as being a person. Instead of focusing on Li Xiaoran, why don't we pay more attention to that magical girl contractor named Nightming? He's a disciple personally recruited by Principal Gu Yunfeng. Li Hongyi's words instantly drew the interest of the Zhao Tianqing duo. They followed Li Hongyi's gaze and simultaneously looked at Nightming. Their eyes were like scanners, sizing up Nightming from top to bottom, as if they wanted to see him through. I'm really being paid attention to by the big brothers, Nightming sensed their gazes. Raising his head with a polite smile, he cupped his fists and saluted the 3 deans. There's not a trace of fear in their eyes, not even shock. Interesting. Zhao Tianqing laughed. And just in the next moment, ho ho. The clouds in the clear sky began to converge. From the 9 heavens above, a mysterious heavenly staircase fell. A peerless woman in a long silver dress with a dusty aura appeared on the heavenly ladder. She held a scepter, her 3,000 green silk dotted with silver light, and her pair of mirror-like eyes were as pure as gemstones. As she walked down the heavenly ladder, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed and light converged around her, a pair of snow-white, tight, long legs shining brightly under the sunlight. "Greetings, Principal Linine." The three deans took the lead in clasping their fists and saluting. The many students on the plaza followed suit, clasping their hands in a respectful manner. "Greetings, Principal Linine." Lin Yin's pure eyes looked around as she stood in the sky, the scepter in her hand slightly raised before falling. Buzz! The moment the scepter made contact with the air, snow-white ripples of power spread. This side of the world underwent a radical change. The magnificent square turned into a starry sky, and all the new students stood at the center of the starry sky, and before their eyes, 4 grand and magnificent avenues appeared. The avenues were illusory and indistinct, and they were dotted with bright stars. Upon closer inspection, the stars on the 4 avenues were not the same, some were scattered and sparse, while others were concentrated and tight. "Welcome, freshmen to Star Demon University." With a wave of Lin Yin's big hand, all the stars in the illusory starry sky were lit up, and the 4 great avenues released their majestic power at this moment. Before your eyes, there are a total of 4 star paths. The path of 10,000 stars, the path of 1,000 stars, the path of 100 stars, and the path of 10 stars. In the Star Road battle, you will need to choose different star roads, where the 10,000 star road can accommodate 1 person, the 1,000 star road can accommodate 5 people, the 100 star road can accommodate 50 people, and the 10 star road is unlimited. The terminal will give you a rating based on the star path you choose, as well as your battle performance in the star path struggle. Just to remind you, after the star path struggle is over, I will open the star baptism for you, and the more star path stars you choose, the better the star baptism will be. Lin Yin's words caused the eyes of each of the freshmen present to light up. Star baptism. This was an extremely high baptism. Not only could it increase the strength of the physical body and purify the impurities in the power, it could also enhance one's talent. This was a superb opportunity that could not be encountered. Now, the Star Road battle begins, countdown 180 minutes. As Lin Yin's voice fell. In the starry sky where Night Ming and the others were, the stars converged into numbers, as if they were electronic clocks, and began to beat continuously. Charge! An excited and exuberant voice rang out. More than 300 freshmen frantically rushed towards the 4 star paths. They were all geniuses from all over the Dragon Kingdom and had a clear perception of their strength. So the main star paths they grabbed were the 1,000 star path and the 100 star path. The more stars in the Star Road, the better the star baptism effect will be later. In that case, Nightming raised his head to look at the path of 10,000 stars. 10,000 stars flickered at the same time in splendor and beauty, with illusory nebulae lingering around them, filling the entire path of 10,000 stars with a mysterious and profound feeling. Nightming summoned the divine meteor demon armor and charged towards the path of 10,000 stars without hesitation. As the crowd watched his movements, they all trembled in their hearts. Directly impacting the path of 10,000 stars? Which big brother is this? Could it be SSS-ranked Saintus contractor Li Xiaoran? No, it's not Li Xiaoran, it's that SSS-ranked magical girl contract master. Holy, is he that brave? Now that the Star Road battle has just begun, recklessly choosing the 10,000 star road will meet challenges from geniuses from all walks of life. Yesterday when I looked at that dark horse ranking I felt that there was something wrong with it, and today when I look at it, I'm even more certain that this Nightming doesn't deserve to be number 1 on the dark horse ranking at all. Words can't be said too soon. What if he really has the strength? But don't forget, he's a 3rd-ranked contract master. Everyone's evaluations of Nightming were mixed. The sounds of arguments were mixed with the roar of battle, and the scene was unusually noisy. Phew! Suddenly, a figure rushed out. His breath was thick and his muscles gnarled, and the moment he landed, he inspired a huge roar as if a boulder had crashed to the ground. With a warhammer on his shoulder and a pair of rigid and powerful eyes, he stood directly in front of Night Ming and shouted. SSS Grade Holy Witch Contractor, Wu Feng, come to teach. SSS Grade Demoness Contract Master, Night Ming. Phew! After exchanging names, both sides transformed into streams of light and rushed towards each other as fast as they could. A black and a silver aura impacted and collided into one piece, and a violent explosion rang out. The next moment, a figure flew backwards from the power smoke. The crowd fixed their eyes on it, and were abruptly shocked that Wu Feng! It's Wu Feng! He failed. And it's a second defeat. Chapter 1022 Great SSS Classes Join Forces. Wu Feng was like a kite with broken strings as he flew madly backwards. Only after flying dozens of meters backwards did he slowly stop and landed on the ground with a thud. He panted heavily, his eyes looking at Nightming in surprise, pondering for a long time before silently uttering a sentence that read, "Damn. The internet is all harmful things. Who said you're weak? This is simply ridiculously strong." After secretly cursing, Wu Feng gave up his fight for the 10,000-star road. He chose to go to the lower-ranked 1,000-star road. A third-rank contract master really isn't as simple as it looks. This Wu Feng's strength is good, but his brain is poor. A red-haired woman with a high ponytail said. Her name was Fire Spirit Shin, and her contracted spirit was a SS-ranked fire-bathing holy maiden, possessing an extremely strong physical body and fire control ability. Hard contact was not a match for Wu Feng, but if she utilized her skills, Wu Feng might not be her match either. Nightming is powerful, Sister Spirit Shine, I don't think there's any need to fight for the path of 10,000 stars. Su Xiaoxiao, who was also an SS grade Saintess contractor, said. Fire Spirit Shine nodded, well, we're definitely not Nightming's opponents, plus Li Xiaoran and Yiqing Yu are still watching from behind. The road of 10,000 stars has no chance with us. Said. Thick battle intent suddenly surged in her eyes. The path of 10,000 stars is not something we can occupy. But with Nightming's strength, I would like to touch it. The words just fell. There were fiery flames burning around her body, red lines emerged on both of her arms, and behind her there was a gigantic saint tattoo formation unfolding. Boom! Turning into a fierce ball of fire, she rushed towards Nightming, so fast that the starry sky was smeared with a hint of crimson. Wait for me! Su Xiaoxiao shouted. Behind her, 3 illusory foxtails emerged. Her body became light as she ran in midair, leaving behind silver-white fluff wherever she went. They were extremely fast, charging towards Nightming. The 2 figures, one red and one white, instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Su Xiaoxiao and Fire Spirit Shin have struck. Their strength is comparable to the previous martial wind, and I wonder if they can touch Nightming. The audience at the scene was very much looking forward to it. Suddenly. Boom! Add me one. A majestic voice rang out. A burly figure joined the battlefield. His eyes released a golden light, and his thick forearms took on a bronze color, like they were the product of being strengthened by some special substance. That's SS-ranked Shattered Sky Holy Maiden Contractor, GUH. It's said that when he goes all out, even an unusual third-ranked indentured servant won't be able to get the slightest bit of good in his hands. 3 SS-ranked Saintess contract masters joining forces, Nightming is afraid that it's going to be tough for him now. 3 streams of light shot out violently. On the road of 10,000 stars, voices rang out one after another. Fire Spirit Shin Su Xiaoxiao Gui, come to teach. Nightming stood in the center, allowing the 3 to approach him. And just when the 3 were still only the last meter away from him, endless darkness surged out from Nightming's body. The darkness domain unfolded. The 3 of them, Fire Spirit Shin, were trapped in the domain, and they felt their bodies become stiff at this moment, as if something was holding them back. Affecting the mobility of others? Well, no, to be precise, it's transient stillness. Seeing this scene, Zhao Tianqin couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Interesting, really interesting. If such a fellow were to join my War God Academy, he would be an overrange type of destructive killing weapon in the future. Illusory Autumn Moon and Li Hangyi glanced at him. This entrance test hadn't even ended yet and they were ready to snatch someone? Shameless awe. In the starry sky battlefield. As the dark field unfolded, Fire Spirit Shin's trio's power was weakened, and Nightming's power was enhanced. He stretched out into the void and gripped the divine meteor long scythe. Rolling black flames wrapped around the black flames. Swoosh! His body was like a ghost as he attacked towards the 3. The long sickle in his hand flickered with cold light, and the black flames cut through the air, leaving behind blazing high temperatures, and listening carefully, there seemed to be thunder drumming on it. Damn! It was only then that the 3 of them, Fire Spirit Shin, regained their ability to act. They mobilized their body's breath, flames condensed into a shield. The foxtail phantom zoomed in to wrap their bodies. The 4 giant strength arms were compared to a blocking state. Deadly darkness. The blood-colored curved moon surged forth under the interweaving of black flames and thunder. This strike Nightming had exerted 50% of his strength, and the power that erupted was like a meteorite thrusting horizontally. Swoosh swoosh. 3 figures flew backwards. Fire Spirit Shin and the others, they had failed. And it was a miserable defeat. 3 of them fighting one of them, and they actually didn't even last 5 seconds. This strength is too exaggerated. A 3rd-rank contract master is indeed strong, but ultimately, it's still a low rank. There's a gap between the lower ranks, but the gap isn't this obvious. Who said the magical girl contractor was weak? I said last night that Night Ming is definitely the biggest dark horse on the entrance test, and at that time there were people who scolded me for who I am. I think the one who cursed me is the one who cursed me. Whether it was the freshman in the Starry Sky battlefield, or the old students in the audience, everyone was marveling at Night Ming's strength. And in the sky above, Linine, who was the vice principal, carefully sized up Night Ming, her brows slightly furrowed. Red Bane Lotus Flower, Black Dragon Bone Marrow. Hee, this old man Gu Yunfeng, he's given him quite a few things at all. However, if I had such an outstanding disciple, I'd spoil him too. With Night Ming defeating the Fire Spirit Shin trio, the situation on the scene changed drastically. Quite a few people began to turn against him. They rushed to support Night Ming. Li Xiaoran, who was watching from afar, wore a white cloud-patterned robe, his feet stepped on a 3-foot-long sword, and he carried a half-meter-long purple gold gourd on his back. With a dusty temperament and long hair that rose with the wind, he had the flavor of an ancient wine sword immortal. He looked towards Yi Qingyu beside him and said in a soft voice, "Night Ming is powerful, I'm afraid that the 2 of us will have no chance of winning if we go out alone." Aha! Yi Qingyu wore a practice uniform, and her figure underneath the garment was somewhere between full and petite. She possessed a pair of green eyes, fair skin, and a playful face, a type that was well suited to wearing white silk. "Might it not be better for you and I to join forces and resolve Night Ming first, while we can then decide a winner with our strength?" Li Xiaoran asked with a flat face. Yi Qingyu nodded his head and said The next moment, a bright full moon rose behind her. This moon was pure and flawless, releasing silvery white light like a dream. Moon blade. Yi Qingyu raised her hand and pinched, and the moonlight transformed into half-a-foot-long sharp blades that haunted her surroundings by the thousands. Surprisingly, you can control 1,000 sharp blades with your mind. This little girl has good talent. At a glance, she's from my mage academy. Illusory Autumn Moon's eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant light. Li Hengyi turned his head and said in surprise, "If I remember correctly, your mage academy, it seems that it did not open the idea master's specialty." It is true that it has not been opened, but if you look carefully, Yi Qingyu, this little girl, she is mainly specialized in the exotic law, with ideas as a supplement. Illusory Autumn Moon laughed. Her best option is to enroll in the Alien Energy Mage Major, and then I myself will personally teach her idea arts. She did indeed cultivate idea arts. And had cultivated quite a few doors. The bottom line was deep. This is indeed the path that best fits Yi Qingyu. This time, Vice Principal Lin Yin actually spoke up in support of Illusory Autumn Moon. Zhao Tiancheng and Li Xiaoran were steeply shocked, then secretly disappointed. Pity. A good seedling was abducted by Illusory Autumn Moon. Chapter 103 The Star Road battle ends, Night Ming wins big. Swoosh. Yi Qingyu's breath exploded. Sharp blades hovered around her, sometimes changing into shields, sometimes converging into spears. The changes were unpredictable and difficult to fathom. What an acute person. Li Xiaoran waved his fingers together and the amethyst gourd flew out behind him. The outer layer of the amethyst gourd then shattered into pieces and attached itself to his body, forming sturdy battle armor. And in the inner layer of the gourd, there was a small gourd hidden. It hovered around Li Xiaoran, acting as its aid. Swoosh. He stepped on the longsword and rushed out with a fierce momentum. When the crowd at the scene saw this scene, the nervous anticipation in their hearts had long since welled up. 2 SSS-class powerhouses have joined forces. This kind of scene, I'm afraid it hasn't happened in over a decade. Interesting, really interesting. Night Ming is located in the 10th position on the championship favorites list, and now the 1st and 2nd are teaming up to deal with this 10th. If this is a win for Night Ming, the guy who made the championship favorites list will definitely write a review. A serious error in judgment, writing a review is considered light. The eyes of the crowd sizzled. Upper Gongling Xian and Su Shaoqing, they were so nervous that their hearts were almost in their throats. To win on Night Ming. You must win. I'll make $50 million if I win. I'll split $30 million with you then. A tense and solemn aura spread. Even the fights in the other 3-star paths stopped at this moment. On the road of 10,000 stars, Nightming looked at the duo rushing towards him as he took a deep breath and 2 SSS ranked contract masters, second stage. It's time to get serious. The battle armor on his body, black light surged out, scarlet lines gushed out, power was deposited at this moment, ready to explode. Moonblade, break! Yi Qingyu waved his big hand, and the sharp blades around him coalesced into a drill, charging towards Nightming. Seeing this, Li Xiaoran beside him also reacted immediately. His arm stretched out towards the side, illusory long swords coalescing, and between his parallel fingers and choking, 50 illusory long swords shot out towards Nightming in an all-encompassing manner. Boom! The instant the sharp blades drilled and smashed down, Nightming's legs powered up as he leapt high into the air, dodging the attack. However, there was a cold light flashing in his pupils. As the illusory long swords came one after another, Nightming held his long scythe and chopped out a 10-meter-long wave of air. The air wave was so powerful and volatile that it engulfed the illusory long sword. Phew! But the next moment, the sharp blade drills on the ground scattered once again, and thousands of sharp blades shot violently towards Nightming. Nightming unfurled his black wings and exhaled a black hurricane, swirling all the sharp blades and destroying their attack. Chop! A loud and clear voice rang out from behind himself. Nightming turned around. Dressed in amethyst-colored battle armor, Li Xiaoran held his longsword and attacked as streams of light. The amethyst gourd beside him rushed into the sky and hovered above Nightming's head. Flipping over, the gourd's mouth faced downwards. Buzz buzz. A wave of sound impacted down. Nightming felt like there were huge mountains overlaying the raw body, and his movements were suppressed. Swoosh! A silver-colored radiance lit up. In the mid-air at 45 degrees above Nightming's head, a bright white moon rose. Yi Qingyu stood in the white moon, her figure was absolutely stunning, and the sharp blades controlled by her thoughts formed a circle around her, moving in close proximity to the white moon behind her. The next moment, the white moon dispersed and split into 3. Countless moonlight radiance transformed into beams of light and shot towards Nightming in a sky-wide pattern. Moonlight descended. This was a high-intensity ranged strike. Even third-ranked ferocious beasts would be obliterated into minced meat under this spirit skill. 2 SSS-class powerhouses struck at the same time. The power was astonishing. The audience at the scene steeply tightened their hearts as they sighed as if they had already seen Nightming's defeat. Buzz. But just at this moment, the terrifying darkness unfolded once more. This time, the range was even wider and more expansive than the darkness domain. The darkness enveloped everything in its range. From this darkness, terrifying claws and teeth stretched out. They were incomparably frantic as they wrapped around the purple gold gourd, the white moon on, devouring all the energy present in the darkness. What? Li Xiaoran and Yi Qingyu cried out in surprise at the same time. My power, swallowed by the darkness. It's too late to react now. Nightming's figure suddenly sank into the darkness. The breath was hidden and completely disappeared. Gone? I can't even feel a trace of his breath. Li Xiaoran stared in disbelief as he gripped his longsword's hand with renewed force, his gaze looking around. The next moment, cold light flashed from behind him. Li Xiaoran flew out backwards. Not good. Yi Qingyu's heart tightened and he just wanted to rush out of the field range. But an invisible giant fist that coalesced out of the darkness solidly smashed into her body. 2 SSS-class powerhouses. Defeated. The domain withdrew. Looking at the repulsed Yi Qingyu and Li Xiaoran, the freshmen in the starry sky battlefield didn't say a word. The veteran students in the audience opened their mouths, wanting to speak, but after holding their tongues hard, not a single word came out. This strength, exaggerated. Lin sighed, her heart growing more and more jealous, and such a good seedling has fallen into the hands of Gu Yunfeng. Pity, too bad. Nightming's strong fighting prowess. It smacked all those who questioned him in the face. With his long sickle in hand, he just stood quietly in the path of 10,000 stars, his expression indifferent as he waited for his next opponent to enter. However, there was no one left to make a fool of themselves. Li Xiaoran and Yi Qingyu couldn't even beat Nightming with their combined efforts. Did anyone else have any hope? Of course there was no hope. Time passed by minute. After Yi Qingyu and Li Xiaoran recovered from their injuries, they once again tried to challenge Nightming. The first time they challenged, they lasted for 3 minutes. The second time they challenged, they held out for a minute while being clear about Nightming's abilities. It wasn't until this moment that they realized Nightming hadn't used his full strength at all when he fought against them. Of course. Because it was an entrance test. Nightming hadn't dealt out any death blows either, it was all point to point. So Li Xiaoran and the others recovered from their injuries once again. After that, they chose the 1,000-star road. Not long after, the countdown returned to 0, and the battle for the Star Road ended. Champion Nightming. Battle score, 1,000 out of 1,000. Loud applause rang out across the room. Those who had previously looked down on Nightming, their attitudes changed drastically. I declare that the Star Road battle ends here. Star Road baptism now begins. Linin raised the scepter in her hand, and brilliant starlight shot into the sky. In the starry sky battlefield, the stars in the 4 great avenues slowly rose into the sky, and they released a brilliant and dazzling light. Afterward, under Lin Yin's guidance, the stars surged towards the new students. Freshmen on the 10-star path could enjoy the 10-star baptism. Freshmen on the 100-star path could enjoy the white star baptism, and so on. The stars entered the body. They circulated to every corner of the body, baptizing the impurities in it and purifying the power. Nightming could clearly feel that his spirit was becoming more and more invigorated, and every muscle in his body had a distinct sensation. What a cozy breath! I feel. Nightming clenched his fists. He abruptly realized that the stars that had entered his body had actually become one with his body at this moment. The power that erupted overshadowed everyone else. Wait! It's impossible for the baptism of 10,000 stars to have such energy fluctuations. This is... Zhao Tianqing and the others noticed something strange. Linin scrutinized everything, and the envy in her eyes increased. Star Body. Chapter 104 Qinkuan Demon Suppressing Pillar. The astral body was an extremely special physical body. When the contractor's body and the stars reached a perfect fusion, there was a probability of awakening the astral body. After possessing the astral body, strength, speed, qi and blood, and spirituality would all increase drastically. Cultivation talent would also achieve a qualitative leap. The energy of a contract master would be like stars, dispersed everywhere in the body. Not only could it explode in an instant, but it would also massively increase the body's reserves of energy. Since the establishment of Star Demon University, no more than a handful of people have been able to awaken the astral body. And now, it's even been 20 years since an astral body has appeared, and now, this record has been broken. Li Hongyi looked at Nightming, a look of appreciation emerging in his eyes. He did not loathe Nightming because he had defeated Li Xiaoran. Such behavior was foolish. It was unwise. Li Hongyi was a wise man. After awakening the star body, Nightming's strength will be even stronger. I just observed his aura, deep and majestic, and there are vague signs of a breakthrough. I think that in less than a month, he'll be able to become a 4th-rank contract master. Zhao Tianqing clasped his hands over his chest as he spoke these words. He himself felt a trace of shock. Less than a month after joining Star Demon University, he broke through to become a 4th-order contract master. This had already broken the entire school record, right? While several bigwigs were talking, an electronic voice sounded in Nightming's ears. Completing star baptism, congratulations, you have successfully awakened the star body. Blood, 1200-1500. Mental energy, 1200-1500. Your body structure has evolved, allowing you to reserve more energy, tripling the power of a single power burst, and tripling the power of multiple power bursts. Your defense has greatly increased, your flesh has awakened the ability to heal itself. In the event of a medium-risk injury such as a fracture, cut, or twist, you will fully recover within a maximum of 3 hours. Icy electronic tones continued to ring out. In front of Nightming's eyes, information on the virtual screen continued to pour out. After experiencing behaviors such as pupil constriction, swallowing saliva, and involuntary shivering, Nightming heavily lamented, "This enhancement, it's too exaggerated." He felt that he was now so strong that he wasn't even a human anymore, but a monster. Soon, the 300 or so new students had all completed the star baptism. Their strength and talent were boosted to a greater or lesser extent. This was a complete, fair, and just reward. No one was dissatisfied with it. The Star Road battle is over. Next will be the start of the spirit mark branding. The scepter in Lin Yan's hand drew a mysterious formation in the air. The formation rushed towards the sky. The next moment, dark clouds once again enveloped the sky. A formation that covered the entire Star Demon University unfolded. Subtle and exquisite, the lines and patterns on the formation were mysterious and unfathomable, and just by looking at it, one could feel the majestic power contained within. Dang dang dang. Ancient and long, as if it were a bell ringing from the depths of darkness, echoing between heaven and earth. A massive stone pillar slowly descended from the formation. A divine pattern was revealed on it, intertwining in brilliance, and the ferocious beasts engraved on the stone pillar were lifelike. The stone pillar was entwined with crimson shackles, and 9,999 seals overlaid it. The school's treasure Qiankuan devil-suppressing pillar. It was also one of the Dragon Kingdom's national treasures. Night inscription. The energy contained in this thing is as much as 90% similar to me. If we can absorb and refine it, our power will increase by leaps and bounds. Perhaps, it can immediately raise my level by a notch. Shadow Yui's eyes flashed with essence, and her excited voice caused Night Ming's heart to suddenly shrink. Leveling up a notch. Above the SSS grade? The number 1 in the world. But the Qiankuan demon suppressing pillar is the Dragon Kingdom's treasure of Xinhua, one of the foundations for maintaining the country's peace and stability. The country clearly stipulates that those who plot against the treasure of the state of suppression will encounter a national manhunt, and will become the sinner of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Of course, if one wanted to turn the treasure of the Xinhua into their own, they could also do so. The premise is, the user must maintain the safety of the Dragon Kingdom as a prerequisite. And the value contained in itself is far more than the treasure of the state of Xinhua. For example, the Dragon Kingdom's number 1 powerhouse, Desolation. He had 2 treasures of the Kingdom of Suppression in his hands. I'm only at the 3rd rank now, and I'm still far away from a treasure of the Xinhua. Night Ming looked at his hands, and a touch of hopeless powerlessness welled up in his heart. Shadow Yu hurriedly comforted, Night Ming, don't be discouraged. I was just mentioning it in passing earlier. The power contained in the Qiankuan demon suppressing pillar is something that the current us can't withstand. Even if the country gives it to us, we are now pulling a rocket with a calf, completely unable to exert any effort. A calf pulling a rocket? Night Ming smiled helplessly. Where did you learn those words from? Actually, I can now use my dark tentacles to actively learn things from the outside world, and I learned this word unintentionally. It was supposed to be a small horse-drawn big car, but I think rocket is more appropriate. Nightmare. It's not a healthy word, no using it next time. Oh, okay. Looking at the Qiankuan demon suppressing pillar that was suspended in mid-air, as if it was a pillar of heaven and earth. Night Ming clenched his fists as his eyes flashed with determination. Right now, he was not qualified to use the Qiankuan demon suppressing pillar. But in the future, it might not necessarily be impossible. Spirit mark branding. Freshmen needed to turn their power into a spirit pattern that belonged exclusively to them, and the pattern of the spirit pattern needed to have its own characteristics. When the spirit pattern entered the Qiankuan demon suppression pillar, the demon suppression pillar would reveal 3 different colors to the spirit pattern: white, purple, black, and red. This was a means of verifying the current potential of the contract master. A white spirit pattern represented the minimum ability to become a 6th-order contract master in the future. Purple spirit tattoos were of the 7th rank. The black spirit pattern was the 8th rank. The red spirit pattern is the 9th rank. It is said that Dragon Kingdom's number 1 powerhouse, Desolate, once left a spirit pattern on the devil-suppressing pillar. The sky was dyed a bloody red. After that, it rained blood for 3 consecutive days. The scene was exceptionally shocking. After the spirit pattern is left behind, the demon suppressing pillar will assist you in breaking a layer of shackles, so that you won't meet a bottleneck when you break through the 3rd stage. Of course, those who are already at the 3rd rank don't need to panic. You won't meet a bottleneck when you break through the 4th rank. After Lin Yin finished speaking, she raised her hand and summoned over 300 ice crystal platforms. The new students stepped on the ice crystal platforms and were sent around the Qiankuan demon suppressing pillar. Some of the ones who were eager had already started refining their own spirit patterns. This process took roughly 2 hours. Everyone was fully focused. This was not just a test. It was more of an opportunity to stay famous. As long as the Qiankuan demon suppressing pillar existed in the world, the spirit pattern that belonged to them would always exist. That was why everyone was concentrating on refining spirit patterns that had a special, good-looking appearance. After all, there shouldn't be anyone who would want to leave behind a spirit pattern that was a piglet when it was discovered by future generations. Chapter 105 Red Spirit Marks? No. It's a four-colored spirit pattern. Time passed. During this time, people were constantly branding spirit patterns into the demon suppressing pillar. The patterns varied, there were sharp daggers, strange beast heads, and a variety of smooth alignments converging into special secret text patterns. When the spirit pattern was branded in the demon suppressing pillar, a large amount of white breath gushed out from the demon suppressing pillar and entered the bodies of the new students. They felt that their heads were suddenly lighter and their eyes were all much clearer. Swoosh! At this time, a purple light flashed. The crowd realized that on the demon suppressing pillar, a spirit pattern was releasing a dazzling purple color. The spiritual pattern looked like a special fist with clear meridians and a sense of power. It's Wu Feng. He has condensed a purple spirit pattern. Future achievement is no less than a 7th rank contract master, envious. You guys look closely, in addition to the purple color of his spirit pattern, there is also a hint of black, which means that he has a chance to become an 8th rank powerhouse in the future. 8th rank. Already a dream that was out of reach for the vast majority of people. Swoosh! A piercing scarlet red flashed. The crowd was stunned, and they all looked at the light source, all revealing shocked expressions at the same time, and it's Li Xiaoran. Li Xiaoran has actually condensed a red spirit pattern, which means that his future achievement will be of the 9th rank. Oh my god, 9th rank. This is already considered to have stepped into the top ranks, and is an absolute powerhouse in the entire Blue Star. The status of a 9th order powerhouse is already comparable to, or even surpasses, the heavy weapons of the state, and is the pillar of every country. The appearance of the red spirit pattern caused the crowd at the scene to become frantic. Some of the freshmen who were still condensing their spirit patterns, after seeing Li Xiaoran branding a red spirit pattern, their adrenaline soared and they used all their strength to inject more energy into the pattern. Red. Another red spirit pattern. Yi Qingyu has also condensed a red spirit pattern. The crowd looked at the two red spirit patterns on the demon suppression pillar. One was a combination of a gourd and a long sword, complex and deep, and under the scarlet light, it was particularly piercing. One was a combination of a white moon with a line of rain, delicate and simple. My Star Demon University hasn't produced a red spirit pattern for a full 20 years. I didn't expect that this year, two came out in one breath. Zhao Tianqin was sincerely happy for Star Demon University. The more geniuses there were, the stronger Star Demon University was. The deeper the Dragon Kingdom would be. This was a good thing. Don't rush to judgment. The spirit mark branding isn't over yet. Lin Yin's light voice rang out. Zhao Tianqin reacted, right. The main event of this entrance test hadn't even been performed yet. He had just had this thought in his mind when, boom! A pillar of blood-colored light shot up into the sky. Immediately afterward, dark clouds stirred, rolling blood thunder coalesced, and a rich bloody odor spread between heaven and earth. The entire demon suppression pillar trembled as a ripple of power spread, during which it seemed like the sound of hellish wailing resounded from the demon suppression pillar. Night Ming, it's Night Ming, he's also condensed a red spirit pattern. The crowd looked at the spirit pattern on the demon suppressing pillar that looked divinely similar to a combination of a long sickle and eyes. Once again, their hearts were startled. Ha ha ha. Red spirit pattern, another red spirit pattern. This year, our Star Demon University is truly full of talent. Zhao Tianqin's bright laughter echoed as he showed excitement and was in a great mood. The crowd looked at the red light pillar that looked like it was connecting heaven and earth. Their eyes were scorching hot. But in the next moment, the red light pillar suddenly withdrew. What's going on? The mutation has disappeared? Look guys, the spirit pattern condensed by Night Ming, the color. Color is not right. The crowd followed the sound and looked. On the ancient and mysterious Qiankuan demon suppressing pillar, the red spirit pattern left behind by Night Ming lost all color in an instant. But after a second, the light reappeared. First it was white, then purple, and after that, black and red. From the Qiankuan demon suppressing pillar, streams of light of the four colors intertwined with each other, swirling and twisting, straight into the clouds. the color of the sky suddenly changed. Hoo hoo hoo. Dark clouds rolled in and rain formed lines. White, purple, black, and red. 4 colors of rain poured down. It falls on buildings, on windows, and on the ground, accumulating into strands that converge into standing water. The students now subconsciously reach out to catch this rain. Suddenly, the rainwater enters their bodies. An indescribable power surged forth. This rainwater has the power to nourish the body. Someone shouted excitedly. Immediately, many people sat on the ground excitedly, frantically refining the rainwater. When Li Hang saw this scene, he couldn't help but worry in his heart. Principal Lin, this rainwater is of unknown origin. Is it not a bit improper to let the students absorb it in a big way? Lin did not reply. She raised her hand and conjured up a well-made silver-colored pure mirror, and the rainwater fell on the mirror's surface, and the silver-colored light intensified. The energy in the rainwater is pure. No need to worry. Lin faintly said. Aha! Li Hangyi nodded his head before passing a wink to Li Xiaoran. The latter immediately understood and mobilized his breath, frantically absorbing the rain that fell from the sky. This rain lasted for 3 hours. During this rain, the strength of many students had been raised. Some of the older students who were originally stuck in bottlenecks suddenly had a divine state of mind and broke through in place. This was considered an unexpected joy. Up to this point, the entrance test was over. The champion was undoubtedly Night Ming. The new student is number 1. The entire arena resounded with drum-like applause. The entrance test ends here. Next is the time for specialty selection. The school's intelligent terminal, based on your combat performance, has provided you with suggested specializations. Of course, it's up to you to choose. Night Ming, Li Xiaoran, Yi Qingyu, you guys come with me. Lin led the 3 of them away from the scene. The vice principal's office. The overall decoration was close to the future technology style. LED light strips were pasted along the walls, and on the virtual screen on the left wall, a pleasing natural beauty was playing. Have a seat. Lin watched as the 3 of them took their seats, with a bland smile on her face. The entrance test is over, and with the 3 of you's grades, you can pick any specialty you want. How about it? Is there a favored major? Her gaze took the lead to look at Li Xiaoran. The latter hurriedly got up and cupped his fists. Student would like to enroll in the Sword Immortal Academy's Wine Sword Immortal specialty. Wine Sword Immortal suits you well. Lin nodded and looked at Yi Qingyu again. Little girl of the Yi family, what about you? What's the choice? Haven't thought about it yet. Yi Qingyu shook her head. I'll recommend one for you. Please ask Principal Lin for a suggestion. One of the guidelines for dealing with people in the world. Regardless of whether or not the other party had a vice in their position, when addressing the other party, they should not bring a vice as much as possible. This was something Yi Qingyu also knew. The illusory moon holy maiden that you have contracted belongs to the exotic energy class, so an exotic mage is very suitable for you. But I read earlier that you also have attainments in idea arts. Go to the Mage Academy and double major. Dean Illusory Autumn Moon will personally teach you idea arts. Lin suggested. Originally, when Yi Qingyu heard that she was told to study as an exotic mage, she resisted inwardly because she had high attainments in idea arts and didn't want to waste them. But when she heard Lin ask her to dual cultivate and give her affirmation, her eyes flashed with brilliance and confidence. Thank you, Principal Lin. The 2 of you are set. What about you? Lin Yin's eyes suddenly looked towards Night Ming, the corner of her mouth curving up. Night Ming raised his head, his eyes firm, and Slayer. Chapter 106 SS Grade Body Technique Dark Knight Without Trace. Killer. Lin wasn't surprised by this result at all. Gu Yunfeng was the vice president of Star Demon University and also the dean of the Assassin Academy. It made complete sense that Night Ming would choose the assassin specialty. However, I want to know, is it you yourself who was interested in assassins, or is it because of Gu Yunfeng? Lin looked towards Night Ming with some curiosity. Night Ming didn't hesitate, interested in myself. In addition, I feel that I have a good talent in the assassination path. Well, it's not that I'm blindly bragging about myself, but it's through the evaluations of the people around me and my own experience. Lin looked at Night Ming's serious demeanor and pressed her palm, saying, Alright, don't be so serious, you do have the potential to become a top assassin. But have you ever thought about the fact that your talent above the elemental method isn't low either? Elemental. Not just the regular gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning, darkness, and light, etc., these were also considered elements, but they were alternative elements. The darkness that Nightming had mastered was under the alternative elements. Earlier on the entrance test, through observation, Linine had discovered that Nightming's mastery of the darkness element was exquisite. Even many fourth-ranked powerhouses didn't have as much control over the element as he did. This was talent. It was something that was innate. Putting aside the factors of envying Gu Yunfeng, being jealous of Gu Yunfeng, and hating to snatch Nightming over, Linine truly didn't want Nightming to give up his cultivation of elemental methods. If you agree to worship me as your teacher, I can teach you the elemental method. Well, I'll teach it myself. What? Lin Yin's simple sentence. It instantly shocked Yi Qingyu and Li Xiaoran next to her. They hadn't expected that after Gu Yunfeng had personally accepted Nightming as a disciple, there would be another 8th-ranked great man who wanted to accept Nightming as a disciple. I'm sorry, Principal Linine. I've already worshipped Senior Gu Yunfeng, so if I were to worship you again, it wouldn't be in line with the rules. I don't think you want me to become an ungrateful scum who disowns his master. Nightming did indeed want to cultivate the elemental method. But without Gu Yunfeng's consent, asking him to worship Linine, he couldn't do it. Well, forget it if you don't want to. But I'm not a small-minded person either. In the future, if you meet problems in elemental method cultivation, ask me for advice, never ask that old fart Gu Yunfeng. He's okay with teaching assassination, elemental method? What the hell does he know about elemental methods? Linine secretly nodded at Gu Yunfeng's shortcomings behind his back. Looking in front of him, Linine, whose demeanor and appearance and stature were comparable to that of a 27 to 28-year-old woman. He also thought back to the white-haired Gu Yunfeng. Nightming really didn't understand. Why would two people with such a large age span? Why would they still be undermining each other in secret? It was almost as if they were peers. After giving advice related to choosing a specialty, Linine gave all three of Nightming rewards. Yi Qingyu had obtained a book of S-ranked supernatural spells Moon Shadow Frost. Li Xiaoran obtained an S-ranked sword spell Drunken Dreams / the Heavens. Sword techniques, alien spells and spirit skills were very different. Spirit skills were powerful killing moves derived based on the power provided by the contracted spirit, with uniqueness, specialization, and could not be used by anyone other than the person himself. On the other hand, sword techniques and exotic spells were created by the human bigwigs afterward, in order to make up for the shortcomings brought about by the singularity of spirit techniques. After all, certain contract masters' spiritual skills were either against a single but not a group, or against a group but not a single. It wasn't comprehensive enough. This was when some acquired means were needed to supplement them. Nightming, I've observed your battles, and you have all the spirit techniques for singles and groups. But there's a bit of a lack in body techniques. So this is for you. Linine handed Nightming an SS-grade body technique called Darkness Without Trace. A stance created by utilizing the darkness element, it's a good fit for you. However, this stance is very difficult to cultivate, so even if you don't get started in a week, it's normal. Cultivation is about gradual progression, so cheer up. Nightming nodded, good. He continued to talk with Linine for a while. The three of them left the vice principal's office. Detached villa. Because the entrance test had just ended, the vast majority of students were still choosing their majors. So the official line of classes was 2 days later. Nightming took advantage of this time to start practicing Dark Night Without Trace. All of the villas were equipped with a training room with an area of 20 square meters, equipped with a brand new virtual battle system, which was very high grade. Nightming opened Dark Night Without Trace. The book obliterated into points of light the moment it was opened, and the points of light converged to form black secret texts. They entered Nightming's mind like a virtual video, interpreting the stances move by move. It would also break down the key difficult points. Phew! Nightming took a deep breath, letting go of all the force in his body. Immediately afterward, in the training room, 4 virtual ferocious beasts quickly rushed in from the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and north. The speed was extremely fast. When they were about to hit Nightming, Nightming leapt up high, his figure transforming into streams of light, leaving a trail of residual shadows in the air. The ferocious beasts reversed their direction and once again rushed towards Nightming. Swoosh! The moment Nightming's body moved, it left residual shadows in place. The ferocious beasts once again crashed into the air, and Night Ming had long since appeared behind them, waving a long sickle in his hand. A huge head took off, turning into a stream of data. Disappear. Stance, Dark Knight without trace. Level, SS grade. Proficiency, Introductory, Proficiency, Minor Achievement, Major Achievement, Hearth and Flame. According to Principal Lin, when the Dark Knight without trace is cultivated to a great accomplishment, it will be possible to do so, instantly move behind the enemy and use a fatal strike on them. Night Ming clenched his fists. With his current cultivation speed, it would take at least a month to achieve great success. A bit slow. If only I could achieve greatness in 10 days. Night Ming spread his hands helplessly. If his words were heard by others, there would definitely be people scolding him for Versailles. Is it still too slow to achieve greatness in a month? How many strong people who practiced the darkness without trace had never been able to achieve greatness in their entire lives? The fastest ones also took 2 or 3 years to reach the realm of completion. Have a moment of realization and continue cultivating afterward. Night Ming sat cross-legged, contemplating the shortcomings from earlier when he had executed the shadowless tracelessness. Phew! A fresh breeze brushed against his face. Night Ming didn't need to open his eyes to know who the visitor was. Teacher, your habit of not knocking on the door is not good. Student, I'm easily scared to death. Less bull. Gu Yunfeng waved his hand, put his hands behind his back and looked sideways at Night Ming. I heard that little nymph Lin asked you to worship her today? Aha! Night Ming nodded, but I refused. I am your student, your disciple. Without your consent, if I recognize someone else, it wouldn't make sense in terms of reason. Gu Yunfeng laughed, nodding his head in satisfaction. Well, not bad, in this you are much better than Xiao Sun and the others. Take this. He waved his big hand. A strange tentacle that was pitch black with green lines flowing on it appeared in front of Night Ming's eyes. Teacher, this is? A 7th-ranked ferocious beast material, the tentacle of the deep-sea poison emperor. Chapter 107 Star Magic University's Tradition? I observed your habit of condensing tentacles with darkness before, so I simply got this for you. After absorbing and refining it, the dark tentacles you condense will be even more aggressive. Of course, I will also give you the 8th-rank ferocious beast materials that I promised, but it will take some time. Gu Yunfeng's seemingly casual words contained his meticulous care for Night Ming. Just because he saw that Night Ming had the habit of using dark tentacles, it was kept in his heart. He had also purposely sought out 7th-ranked ferocious beast materials for him. A good teacher. A good teacher. Night Ming hurriedly clasped his fists and said, Many thanks, teacher. However, regarding the 8th order ferocious beast materials, I still hope that the teacher will focus on his own safety. The student is not a greedy person. The 8th order ferocious beasts were powerful. It was considered an overlord that ruled over a party's forces. To kill an 8th order fierce beast, not only did one have to face it itself, but one also had to defeat countless lower order fierce beasts. The difficulty was high. Even an 8th rank contract master might not be able to accomplish it. Don't worry, I have my own measure. Gu Yunfeng waved his hand. Night Ming also didn't say anything more. The one teacher and his entire life just stared at each other, wide-eyed. Teacher, is there something else you want to say to me? Gu Yunfeng said, the SS grade Dark Knight without trace you performed earlier, was it given to you by Lin? Yes. Well. Did she say anything to you? Headmistress Lin said that my talent in elemental law is not bad and told me not to waste it, in addition to saying that you don't understand elemental law, teacher. This, for teacher indeed does not understand. Gu Yunfeng shook his head with a sullen face. He cupped his chin with one hand and suddenly turned his back, pacing back and forth, letting out long sighs from time to time. His heart was doing a very serious struggle. After a full 10 minutes had passed, Gu Yunfeng gritted his teeth, fist clapped his palms, and made up his mind. All right. I've decided. You go and worship Lin as your teacher and learn elemental methods from her. Night Ming. Teacher, I've clearly rejected her, it's not good to go again. There's nothing bad about it, just tell her that I'm the one who changed my mind. Forget it, it's better for me to go to her and talk to her myself. Gu Yunfeng put his palm on Night Ming's shoulder and said in a serious tone. Lin is right, you also have talent in elemental law. As your teacher, my responsibility is to help you grow better, not to intentionally restrain you for the sake of the so-called master and disciple title. In terms of elemental law, my teacher is not as good as that little ninny Linine, so follow her well. In addition, Lin Yin's master is Dragon Kingdom's #1 powerhouse, Desolation. She has quite a few goodies in her pocket. You've worshipped her as your master, how could she not give you some master worship gifts? Listening to what Gu Yunfeng said, a touch of warmth surged in Night Ming's heart. Clasping his hands together, he bowed and saluted. This favor, student Night Ming is unable to repay it, and can only keep it in mind. Well, work hard on your cultivation, you becoming stronger is the best reward for me. Afterwards, Gu Yunfeng personally made a trip to find Lin Yin, picking up an exceptionally talented disciple for nothing. Of course Lin Yin was happy to do so. That night, Lin Yin added Night Ming's contact information and sent a message. Lin Yin, from now on, you're my disciple. Well, to be honest, I've taught a lot of students, but this is the first time I've done this matter of accepting a disciple, but I'll do my best to live up to your talent. Night Mind, thank you, Principal Lin Yin. Lin Yin, we've all paid our respects, so don't call me Principal. What do you call Gu Yunfeng? Night Mind, teacher. Lin Yin, teacher? Aren't you his disciple? You should call him master. Night Ming, I used to call him master, but then, my teacher said that the title of master sounded a bit old-fashioned, so he just let me call him teacher. Lin Yin, that's true, in that case, you should also address me as teacher. Night Mind, student Night Mind, meet teacher Lin. Lin Yin, well, prepare yourself. Night Mind, prepare for what? The message on the cell phone had just been sent. A bit of icy breath came from behind. Night Ming's brows plummeted as he instantly unfolded his dark domain and his body was strengthened. Swoosh swoosh. 3 ice prism cones shot out violently. Night Ming didn't even need to turn around, his perception had already detected the danger behind him. Sitting on the chair like this, the dark realm completely unfolded, and when the ice prongs were about to hit the back of his neck, the body technique Dark Night without trace was executed. A residual shadow was left behind in his previous location. As for Night Ming, he had already gotten out behind Lin Yin. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him with a slender figure, a stunning face, and an aura as cold and clear as an iceberg, Night Ming clasped his hands. Night Ming clasped his fists with both hands and said without being overbearing. Student Night Ming, meet teacher Lin. Lin Yin nodded slightly, cupping her chin as she sized up Night Ming, and reached out to pat Night Ming's thigh muscles. Even through his pants, Night Ming felt the coldness on his thighs. The thigh muscles are tight and the strength is good. No wonder you were able to cultivate the darkness without trace to a minor accomplishment in less than a day. Your talent and physical quality, one is missing. Night Ming laughed, teacher Lin is flattering. Compared to the critique of his own body. What he just wanted to know was, why did Principal Lin Yin also like to engage in sneak attacks? Is this a tradition of Star Demon University? It would scare people to death. Hello. Night Ming shook his head helplessly. Never mind, the world of big brothers was inscrutable. Teacher Lin, it's so late, what are you looking for me for? Night Ming asked. Lin Yin nodded, I've crossed your list into the Elemental Mage specialty. From now on, you'll double major in Elemental Mage and Slayer specialization. In addition, as the vice principal, I can't instruct you every moment, so you need to go to class like a normal student. Of course, I will teach you insights on a regular basis, and I will correct you if you go down the wrong path. Accepting you as a disciple, I can't give you too much, this is a small token of appreciation from your master, so keep it for now. She waved her big hand. 2 balls of icy blue light surfaced. They contained an extremely icy aura, and in the icy blue interplay of divine colors, they contained a deathly black silence. Supreme Darkness Ice Blade, Frost Demon Blood. They're heavenly treasures that aren't considered precious, but they can strengthen your weapons and physical body. Lin Yin spoke casually. Shadow Yuiyu, however, widened her eyes. Night Ming. These 2 items are worth a total of $3 billion. 3 billion. Night Ming's pupils suddenly shrunk. He couldn't help but feel that this was an 8th order bigot. Something with billions of dollars was actually referred to as not considered precious in her eyes. Alright, things are given, remember to cultivate well. Bye. Lin Yin disappeared in place, and the ground that the ice crystal hollowed out high heels stepped on gave birth to a pure snowflake. Looking at the ice flower on the floor, Night Ming sort of realized. Lin Yin and Gu Yunfeng, they were a type of teacher. Cultivation materials were given fiercely. After giving them, they left them behind. How to cultivate? You'll have to figure it out on your own. Come back and ask me if you don't understand. This is good. Night Ming liked the high degree of freedom. Chapter 1083 Basic Tests, all perfect scores. 2 days later. All the new students finished choosing their majors. The list was announced last night. Night Ming looked at the process he had lined up for almost the entire day and was a little bitter. Theory classes account for 20%, and practical classes account for 80%. Of which the classes that can be missed account for 50%, well. Although he was a freshman. But had already grasped the essence of college. If you don't miss water classes, is this considered college? Assassination Academy. Training classroom. The floor is made of high-strength alloy, the light strips on the walls emit azure light, and on the ceiling above the head, there is a highly intelligent life similar to an eye. It was called the Eye of the Eye and was responsible for recording the performance of the students in the classroom, and at the end of the day's lessons, it would combine with the terminal to provide each student with study advice. When Night Ming arrived at the training classroom, there were 12 people standing scattered inside. They were all freshmen who had chosen the Slayer specialty. Night Ming? He really did choose the Slayer major. Some among the freshmen began to talk. Another person let out a question, listening to you, what, it's like you knew that he would definitely choose the Slayer major. For sure. That person replied with confidence, the Assassin major is our Star Demon University's trump card major. Night Ming is also a disciple personally accepted by Principal Gu Yunfeng. Principal Gu Yunfeng? You mean, the Assassin Academy's Dean and Vice Principal, Big Brother Gu Yunfeng? Yes, that's him. Holy. Many freshmen's eyes widened, revealing a dazed expression at this moment. Many of them didn't know about Gu Yunfeng, but at this moment, it was clear to them. They also understood why Night Ming had such a stunning performance in the entrance test. To be able to be favored by a big brother. Could talent and strength be bad? Alright everyone, quiet. While the crowd was talking, a burly figure walked to the training classroom. He wore an undershirt, his arms were gnarled with muscles, and his sword brows and eyes were sharp and angular. Belonging to an avid fitness hobbyist, his arms were thicker than a normal person's thighs. Introduce yourself. The lanky man smiled warmly and, my name is Wu Feng, a 6th-ranked contract master, and my contracted spirit is an S-ranked wave-devouring holy maiden. The moment his words fell. Behind him, it seemed as if raging waves swept in. The wave water curled up on his body, forming azure blue battle armor, and the water blades condensed at the position of his elbows seemed soft and powerless, but they were incomparably sharp. After carrying out the self-introduction, Wu Feng clapped his palms and 3 intelligent mechanical piles appeared in front of the crowd. Before the formal lesson, I will test your strength, speed, and practical combat. A full score of 100 for each of these. If you pass all of them, you will be able to join the advanced class a month later. The teaching system of the martial arts university was very different from the cultural university. At each stage, there were different teaching programs. For example, the Slayer specialization. There were a total of 3 classes. The basic class, which mainly cultivates strength, speed, and practical combat. The advanced class, which mainly cultivates practical combat type skills such as collecting breath, instantaneous killing, precise power control, and desperate counterattacks. Final class. To be able to enter the final class, it means that the contents of the relevant specialties have been studied roughly. What they needed most was to learn the top techniques and apply them in actual combat. Strength, speed, and practical combat. If you pass all 3, you can join the advanced class in a month. Night Ming was a little disappointed. 1 month was too long. Teacher, it's certainly nice to be able to join the advanced class after a month, but is there a way to directly join the advanced class? For example, scoring a perfect score in all 3 disciplines. A student asked out of Night Ming's heart. He. Wu Feng smiled and said, the basic class teaches the 3 major items, so if you can score a perfect score in all 3 items, you can naturally join the advanced class directly. The crowd brightened up. They rubbed their fists and were eager to try. But Wu Feng's next words instantly made them lose their fighting spirit. Since the opening of the suicide hand specialization, there is not a single person who can achieve 3 perfect scores on the first day and join the advanced class. Wu Feng's face was expressionless, and his tone became a bit more serious. To be an assassin, it's all about a calm and peaceful mind, you must not be hasty. I suggest that you calm your mind, take one step at a time, do not be overly ambitious. To eat a big fat man in one bite, this is absolutely impossible. Bang! A dull boxing sound rang out. Wu Feng's words came to an abrupt end, and all the students in the class turned their heads to look at his left side. In front of the test mechanical pile on the left side, Nightming closed his fist. Immediately afterward, an ice-cold electronic voice sounded. Power size analysis in progress, power burst analysis in progress, attack range analysis in progress. Analysis successful, result, 100. Congratulations, you have successfully reached a perfect score, breaking the school record for the killer professional strength test. Wu Feng. The students all turned their heads to look at him. There was a great deal of doubt in the small eyes. Wasn't it said? Is it impossible for a freshman to get a perfect score? Now this. Outrageous. You're just Nightming, right? Wu Feng asked. Yeah, it's me. I knew it was you, kid. Come here. Under Wu Feng's leadership, Nightming arrived at the center of the training classroom, while the other students stood on both sides of the classroom. Clap. Wu Feng clapped his hands, and a row of mechanical piles rose from the south end to the north end of the classroom. The total length of the classroom was 30 meters, and there were 20 mechanical piles. Within 1 minute, go through all the mechanical pile gaps, from the beginning to the end, and if you succeed, you will be counted as having full marks. Wu Feng pointed to the other end of the classroom and said. Nightming frowned, can you give me a box of chalk? There's no chalk, are peanuts okay? A young girl with a petite figure smiled and handed Nightming a handful of peanuts. Nightming fixed his eyes on the young girl wearing a light casual dress, her face was bulging, and her eyes had an endearingly delicate color. So familiar. It seemed that he had seen it somewhere. Remember me? I'm Su Xiaoxiao, we met at the entrance test. Su Xiaoxiao smiled. Nightming remembered that she had struck out at himself at that time, along with 2 other SS-class contractors. Then, he himself had seconded them with a single strike. Thanks a lot. Nightming nodded his head and accepted the peanut handed by the other party, looking from the southern end of the classroom to the northern end. Breath deposited in his body, he took a deep breath and raised his head sharply, a red light instantly flashing in his eyes. Shoo! He transformed into a dark stream of light. It continuously refracted between the mechanical piles. While passing through the mechanical piles, the peanut in Nightming's hand was like a sharp blade that shot out violently, embedding itself deeply into the mechanical piles, unable to even snap out. This process happened in an instant, and none of the students at the scene reacted. Until after Nightming arrived at the north end of the classroom. The timing ended. 20 seconds. Immediately after that. Bang bang bang. The mechanical piles all fell down. The peanuts embedded in the mechanical piles were still bubbling with hot black inflammation. This. The crowd opened their mouths, unable to utter a single word in shock. Chapter 109, First Day of Class, Helicopter Advanced Class. Passing in 20 seconds would have been above a perfect score. However, during this process, Nightming also used the peanut as a sharp weapon to strike the mechanical pile. This also meant that if he focused all of his energy on piercing the mechanical piles, his speed would only be faster. Agile speed, precise power control. Well, not bad, it's only right that you get full marks in the speed category. Wu Feng nodded in recognition. Nightming smiled bashfully. In the old days when he trained himself, he often used the way of shuttling wooden stakes. But at that time, he wasn't holding a peanut in his hand, but a concealed weapon. Shuttling in an instant, killing in an invisible way. After finishing the speed test. Next is the actual battle. The content of the actual battle was simple, battling against 10 third-order ferocious beasts, and the intelligence system would give a battle score based on the performance in the battle. On the virtual battlefield, Nightming was located in the center. 10 stone monsters that were 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide, with bodies made of stones piled up, their left arm shriveled and thin, and their right arm as thick as a shield rushed towards him. The weight of their bodies was transferred on the ground through their feet, and although it was a simulated battle, Nightming seemed to really feel that the ground was trembling. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The stone monsters charged across the room. The darkness domain unfolded, and Nightming was like a devil in the darkness, his eyes releasing a lurid red light. 1 minute later. Flop flop flop. The stone monsters lay on the ground. their heads separated from their bodies. 1 minute to defeat 10 third-ranked ferocious beasts. There's nothing more to say. With your current strength, you're already fully qualified to join the advanced class. Remaining in the basic class will only waste your talent. After Wu Feng finished speaking, he left the classroom and submitted the information from Night Ming's previous test to his superiors. He also applied for a class transfer for Night Ming. At the same time, Vice Principal's office. Gu Yunfeng took a rare break, and he was leaning back in his chair and drinking tea when suddenly, a message came from the virtual screen in front of him. Wu Feng? Isn't he teaching at this hour? What message is being sent to me? He frowned and clicked on the message. Upon reading the contents of the message clearly, he brightened up. Application for class transfer agreed. Although I've only been your teacher for one class, I'll still remind you of a few things. The advanced class is difficult to learn, so don't slack off on your cultivation when you go there, and also don't ever be influenced by your surroundings. The students in the advancement class are all at least third-rank contract masters. They are your senior and elder sisters. Ask more if you don't understand anything. You have good talent, don't waste it. Wu Feng said to Night Ming in his serious manner. In words and deeds to the final stage. He took out a black and red badge. This was the symbol of the advancement class. It was also the key to open various permissions. With it, one could use 70% of Assassination Academy's infrastructure. Wearing the badge, Night Ming arrived at the advanced class. The advanced class training room was very large, with an area equivalent to half a soccer field. Students stood scattered in the training room. Night Ming swept his eyes, and there were a total of 25 people in the advanced class. Among them, there were a total of 20 third-order contract masters and 5 fourth-order contract masters. Their aura was much stronger than the new students in the basic class. Especially the eyes. Those 5 fourth-order contract masters had killing intent hidden deep within their eyes. There's a new arrival? Someone noticed Night Ming's arrival. His words instantly attracted the gazes of many, and everyone looked curiously at Night Ming. How strange, isn't the time to join the advancement class in a month? Why is someone coming now? Some people were puzzled. Could it be a high achiever who transferred over? It could also be a discovered super genius. Harm. Instead of guessing around here, it's better to just go and ask someone. And so, Night Ming noticed that from the crowd, there was a handsome man in white practicing clothes, smiling as he walked towards him. He had sword brows and starry eyes, his features were straight, and there was an affinity in his eyes. Stretching out his hand towards Night Ming, the man smiled and greeted him with, "Hello, my name is Yu Chunfeng. You're new here?" Night Ming stretched out his hand and shook it. Night Ming, freshman at Star Magic University. Freshman? When the crowd heard this, they instantly looked puzzled. Yu Chuanfeng was just about to ask if Night Ming had gone to the wrong classroom, but the next moment he noticed the badge on Night Ming's chest. The classroom could be the wrong place. The badge wouldn't be faked. This new student was, truly, a student of the advancement class. Night Ming? You're Night Ming? A slightly surprised woman's voice rang out. Night Ming turned his head to look, and the person who spoke was tall with a beautiful appearance. Her eyes were pure and translucent, with a bit of charm, and her voice was not a young girl's silver bell, but more like a low voice with a flirtatious touch. Large waves of long hair spread to the waist, a pair of slender legs tight white. This school sister, proper imperial sister type. Su Jiao, you guys know each other? Yu Chuanfeng asked. Su Jiao shook her head, the first place in the freshman entrance test. Night Ming, I know him, but he doesn't know me. The first place in the entrance test. Hearing this title, many people reacted. No wonder I feel like he looks familiar now, so I've seen him on the campus reports. AI, what a pity, if I wasn't busy with my studies, I would have gone to see that entrance test. I've heard that this session's entrance test is the most golden entrance test that Star Demon University has ever had. There were a full 2 people who left red spirit patterns on the demon suppressing pillar alone, and senior brother Night Ming, he even left a 4-colored spirit pattern. It said that there was also 4-colored rain at the site, and several of my friends got drenched, and their strength was boosted. I should have known that I would have missed class to watch the freshman test. The killer major was the ace major of Star Magic University. The students had many courses and very little free time. Of course, the strong ones needn't bother. Senior Night Ming, so you came directly to the advanced class because you did well in the entrance test? Su Jiu blinked her eyes and asked curiously. Nightming hadn't opened his mouth yet. A cold voice came out. It's easy to rip the crotch when you take too big a step. A tall building rises from the ground. If you haven't even laid a solid foundation and venture to the advancement class, such a decision is foolish. River Chinglade, what do you mean? Sujio looked at the feminine man who spoke, somewhat dissatisfied, and Senior Nightming has talent, it's normal for him to start from the advanced class. Ha! River Chinglade laughed coldly. I'm just voicing my own opinion, whether he listens or not is his own business. Less pretending to be profound in front of me, and your insight, what insight do you have, a guy ranked behind me? Sujio coldly snorted, directly disliked angrily, and your insight is that when you meet someone with high talent, you belittle them, and when you meet someone with almost the same talent, you insult them. People like you are a complete disgrace to the advancement class. Sujio's words were heavy with gunpowder. Her eyes were fierce and her fists were clenched tightly. Nightming could tell. There was definitely a contradiction between her and River Greenblade. Moreover, the conflict was very deep. Chapter 110 Black Wind Gang's new young master. Sujio, you don't need to shout in front of me. Whether it's a donkey or a horse will become clear after a while. The person who joins the advancement class based on his connections will pay the price for his own choices. Of course, if he can rise to the top, I welcome him to punch me in the face. River Chinglade spread his hands and shook his head, a disgusting smile always hanging on his feminine face. Relying on connections? Nightming heard and understood. This fellow called River Chinglade thought that he had joined the advancement class by relying on his relationship with Gu Yunfeng. No. What Nightming relied on wasn't connections. He passed the basic test, well, full marks. According to the regulations, he can indeed join the advanced class. While Su Jiu and River Chinglade were arguing, a woman's voice rang out from outside the door. Immediately afterward, a woman wearing a tight slimming garment walked into the training classroom. She possessed a mane of red hair, was tall, dressed simply, wore light makeup, and walked with light movements, releasing a faint feminine fragrance. This is... Nightming frowned slightly. Sujio lay on his shoulder. She's teacher Hong Lin, 6th rank, responsible for teaching the advanced class. Don't look at her as pretty, but she's actually ferocious, moving around on high-intensity physical training. See that 1-meter-8 tall strong man, he had offended Ms. Hong Lin before, and then was thrown into the pressure room for 2 days and 2 nights, and when he came out, he was all dehydrated. Pressure room. A kind of airtight silo for training the physical body. By pressurizing the empty silo, the purpose of training the pact master's physical body is achieved. Forget it, let's not talk about this first. Your basic 3 tests, did you really score a perfect score in all of them? Sujio looked at Nightming with wide eyes. Nightming nodded, aha. I lu go. Sujio sucked in a mouthful of cool air. In her memory, there wasn't that new student who could achieve a perfect score in the basic 3 items on the first day of class. This Nightming, not simple. As Hong Lin spoke the truth. River Chinglade, who had been verbally provocative to Nightming earlier, snorted coldly. Achieving a perfect score on the 3 basic tests only shows that he has good physical quality. But the advancement class is about skill, and skill is something that requires talent. TSK. Sujio immediately disliked. If you're not as good as others, you're not as good as others, you have to pull all kinds of reasons here. 3 basic tests full score, you say, so lighthearted, capable of you also full of me to see If I remember correctly, you measured last month, right? How many points came? Oh, seems to be all 80 A 4th-ranked contract master with a basic test of 80, how bad is your physical quality? I'm a woman with 90. I advise you, if your body is weak, don't look for a girlfriend, so as not to delay others. Damn you. River Chinglade really couldn't stand it anymore. He rolled up his sleeves and directly read warm, say so much, have the ability to fight with me. Just fight, I'm afraid of you? The two went toe-to-toe. Directly in the training classroom, they began to fight. Red Lin spread her hands and seemed to have gotten used to it a long time ago. Nightming, who witnessed the entire fight. He sort of understood. This Sujio looked beautiful, but her mouth was really poisonous. Hitting people without hitting them in the face, cursing them without revealing their shortcomings. She cursed people specializing in cutting off short, and hit people specializing in hitting their faces. River Chinglade couldn't hold back at all under her crazy offense. His face was bleeding. The appearance was extremely miserable. The grudge between them is really heavy. Night Ming, who was watching the battle from the side, could feel the intense killing intent. Yu Chenfeng, who was on the side, said, "It's normal for grudges to be heavy." Half a year ago, Su Jiao and Yi Qingblade and the others went to the outer domain once, and it was said that they went to collect the eggs of the bone-devouring bird. This egg is of high value, and after taking it, contract masters can not only strengthen their bodies, but also enhance their strength. As a result, in the process of collecting, there was an accident, and River Qingblade was the first to use Su Jiao as a backstabber, almost killing her. This. A life and death grudge. No wonder the killing intent was so heavy. Night Ming drifted off. But Su Jiao broke through to the 4th rank in the desperate situation and managed to escape. Later, she went to River Qingblade to ask for her share of the bone-devouring bird egg, and as a result, River Qingblade refused to give it to her on the strength of his backing of the Black Wind Gang. Because it happened outside the domain, without any evidence, this aggrieved Su Jiao could only break her teeth and swallow it. This really isn't human. Wait? Black Wind Gang? River Qingblade. River Qingming. How did I not find out just now? Night Ming thought of something and asked, "So this River Green Blade is from the Black Wind Gang?" Well, it is said River Qingblade is the illegitimate son of the Black Wind Gang's leader. In the past, although he did things in a disgusting manner, but ultimately, he was low-key in the school, but some time ago, the young master of the Black Wind Gang had an accident. This River Greenblade, naturally, fell into the title of young gang leader, so he began to be arrogant and domineering. Yu Chuanfeng told Night Ming everything he knew. Night Ming shook his head. He couldn't help but lament. The world really was too small. It really wasn't an empty phrase to say that enemies were narrow. Afterward, Yu Duanfeng continued to tell a story about the feud between Su Jiao and River Qingblade. After being victimized by River Qingblade, Su Jiao made a breakthrough in a desperate situation, and this talent was valued by Red Lin. Thus, Red Lin accepted Su Jiao as a disciple. Well, it's the kind of relationship you have with Principal Gu Yunfeng. After accepting Su Jiao, with teacher Hong Lin's domineering personality, the first thing she did was go to the Black Wind Gang. Not only did he ask for all the bone-devouring bird eggs back, but he also asked for an additional $10 million in moral damages. Yu Chuanfeng recalled the images from that time and couldn't help but TSK twice. Having an overbearing master teacher. It was really cool. Isn't there no evidence? Night Ming said. Yu Chuanfeng shook his head and let out a light laugh. Teacher Hong Lin is stronger than the Black Wind Gang master and has a higher status than him, that's proof. In today's world, strength was supreme. The strong only needed to prove themselves with their fists. The duo's sparring match ended in a crushing defeat for River Greenblade. At this, the students were not surprised. This kind of thing didn't happen once or twice, and it all ended the same way. They didn't know how Yi Qingblade dared to challenge Su Jiao. The sparring match ended. Hong Lin began to conduct today's teaching. The first lesson. Concealment of breath. To become an outstanding assassin, concealing one's breath is an important skill. A powerful assassin's control of their breath is extremely exquisite. Even if they are standing behind you, you won't necessarily be able to detect it. Hong Lin said, "Alright Night Ming, as a new student in the advanced class, you will first show everyone your breath control." Night Ming? Night Ming? Where is Night Ming, man? She gazed around at the students on the scene and realized that they were looking behind themselves with shocked faces. "Teacher, Night Ming he is behind you." What? Hong Lin's pupils suddenly contracted, and she violently turned her head to look at Night Ming, who was looking at her with a faint smile. That Teacher Hong Lin, dedication. Outrageous. Chapter 111 Top Trial Place Devil Suppressing Tower. This skill of concealing one's breath. Without a doubt, Night Ming passed. His performance shocked the crowd of students present. Many of them even directly broke their defenses. As veteran students, they were surprisingly far inferior to Night Ming in terms of concealing their breath. Hong Lin was somewhat disbelieving. She felt that Night Ming, a freshman, even if he was even more talented, there should still be a degree. The fact that concealing his breath could hide it from her, that she tolerated. But what about the other techniques? Night Ming couldn't know them all. Thus, Hong Lin tested some of Night Ming's other techniques, and without a doubt, as long as they didn't involve combat, Night Ming could easily score full marks. If Night Ming's current realm was that of a 4th-rank contract master, those techniques that involved combat could also easily score full marks. Sure enough, it was still the realm that was dragging him down. You guy, your talent is so high it's perverted. Hong Lin's eyes stared dead at Night Ming and finally sighed with emotion. The river Greenblade at the side was unconvinced in his heart. Humph. What's the use of being skillful? A third-ranked contract master who masters so many techniques can't possibly be a match for a fourth-ranked contract master. Yo, starting to pretend again. You're only a year older than someone else's Night Ming, but if Night Ming was the same age as you, he could beat the out of you. Su Jiao immediately scoffed. River Qingblade broke his defense. How come there are you everywhere? After finishing the course, Hong Lin called Night Ming to her office. She sat on a chair, looked at Night Ming, and sighed in a serious tone. Night Ming, through my observation of you today, I realized that the advanced class isn't suitable for you. Your grasp of the various techniques has already exceeded the standard of the advanced class. I think the final class is where you belong. Final class. Night Ming was silent. Basic class, advanced class, and final class. Was he going to straddle the two major classes in a single day and become the ultimate powerhouse? But unfortunately, in order to enter the final class, the minimum realm needs to reach the 4th rank. You're only at the 3rd rank now, unable to fulfill the hard requirements. Hong Lin looked at Night Ming, the meaning in her words already obvious. Continuing to stay in the advancement class, Night Ming would not be able to grow. It was necessary to become a 4th rank as soon as possible and join the final class. Can't the 3rd rank work? Night Ming asked. Hong Lin shook her head. The final class management system is different from other classes. The teaching of the final class is usually carried out in high-risk secret realms, which emphasizes students applying their skills in actual combat. In this way, the danger factor increases greatly. That's why the minimum standard is the 4th rank. I see. Night Ming nodded. I understand. Well, work hard. Hong Lin said, looking out the window, suddenly thinking of something. Night Ming, the trial qualification for the Demon Town Tower, have you applied for it yet? Demon Town Tower? Night Ming shook his head. No, I don't even know what the Devil Suppressing Tower is. Hong Lin explained, the Devil Suppressing Tower is Star Demon University's top trial place. Its energy support comes from the Qin Kuan Devil Suppressing Pillar, and in the Devil Suppressing Tower, the trialist can continuously pass through levels to test their strength. Every time you pass a level, you will receive a corresponding reward. Star Demon University has been established for 100 years, but we still don't know exactly how many levels there are in the Demon Suppressing Tower. The highest known layer today is the 98th. The principal himself measured it. It's true and reliable. Saying this, Hong Lin rose and pointed her finger in the distance. See that building that's pitch black with scarlet streamers? Night Ming followed the direction of her finger and looked. The hundreds of meters tall Devil Suppressor Tower was magnificent, with black and red flow patterns swirling around it, and thick shackles tied to the top of the Devil Suppressor Tower, constantly deriving downwards. From afar, it looked like he was staring at an ancient, powerful, and terrifying beast. The Devil Suppressing Tower is 150 meters tall. But don't be fooled by its surface. The inside of this tower is a world of its own, an illusory space that is simply worlds apart from the tower in reality. How about it? Do you need me to help you apply for the qualifications to enter the tower? Hong Lin looked towards Night Ming. Every time you pass a floor, you can receive a reward. Star Magic University's top trial place. Of course it couldn't be missed. Many thanks, Teacher Red Lin. After conducting identity registration, the application was officially sent out. Because the school year had just begun now, many new students would apply for the qualification to enter the tower, and the school's working group side would need to verify each and every one of them, so the results of the applications would be given in the evening. Apart from the Devil Suppressing Tower, the school also has other places of trial, such as the Cold Ice Ancient Building, the Nine Dragons Catacombs, and the Endless Purgatory. They are not as good as the Devil Suppressing Tower, but they are also very good. Well, but I suggest that you honestly go to the secret realm to kill ferocious beasts and raise your realm to the 4th rank before going to these places of trial. Land of Trials. Synonymous with intensity and high pressure. It was the place to maximize human potential and the fastest place to raise strength. It was very different from the secret realm. Thanks for reminding me, teacher. Well, if there's nothing else, go eat. I'll let you know if the application to enter the tower is passed. Good. Under Midnight Ming went to the Mage Academy. The teaching system here was very different from Assassination Academy. Assassination Academy was a promotion system, basic class, advanced class, and final class. While the Mage Academies was a point system, every class the teacher would rate you on points based on your performance, and when your points reached the threshold, you could unlock more classes. Of course, extra points can be earned for outstanding performance. It was a bit similar to a breakout game. The courses that Night Ming could take right now were Elemental Control Method, Actual Combat, and Mage Foundation Theory. Elemental Control Method he went to. The teacher gave him 500 points and told him that he could not come to the next class. As for Mage Fundamentals, theoretical knowledge is ultimately empty talk on paper. It's effective, but it's nowhere near as fast as actual combat. Night Ming's brain was dizzy as he listened to the teacher's lecture. Yeah, theoretical knowledge is really not as good as actual combat. At the beginning of a sparring match, the ferocious beasts won't ask you about the significance of becoming a mage, and how to go about becoming an excellent mage. Upper Gonling Xin propped her head on one hand with an annoyed expression. Mage Foundation was the general class. As long as one attended the Mage Academy, they all needed to learn it. Upper Palace Ling Xin had flunked the previous year and failed the makeup exam. Now it was being retaken. However, Night Ming looked at her and estimated that she would still fail this year. Night Ming, let's miss class and go to the secret realm. Upper Palace Ling Xin disliked Night Ming with her elbow. I heard your sister say that you like secret realms with a lot of ferocious beasts. I happen to know one. City of Steel, this is Star Demon University's old secret realm. Even though it's artificially created, it has all kinds of ferocious beasts inside, and you can also obtain drive crystals worth 700,000 after you pass. 700,000. Perhaps it was because he had spent a lot of time with big brothers these days. Night Ming felt that the materials of 700,000 didn't seem that valuable anymore. Of course, I know you don't see 700,000 drive crystals. But breaking the clearance record will allow you to obtain the Heart of Steel, which is an extremely special ferocious beast material. Refining and absorbing it will make the body as hard as steel, and is worth $5 million, with a price tag that can't be found on the market. Upper Palace Ling Xin said, her eyes suddenly deepened a few points, and the most important thing is, there are a full 10,000 ferocious beasts in the City of Steel. The highest is no more than quasi-fifth order. Night Ming's eyes lit up. Go. Chapter 112 Battle River Green Blade. As a top university. In Star Demon University, there were as many as tens of thousands of secret realms, natural secret realms and artificial secret realms. Students could go and choose the appropriate secret realm according to their needs. Of course, one needed to pay a certain fee to enter the secret realm, but because the university was subsidized every year, under normal circumstances, the school's secret realm fees were 90% cheaper than the society. In the Iron City, the highest realm of ferocious beasts is the quasi-fifth order Heavy Hammer Warrior. Its body is made of high-strength metal, and because it's a mechanical fierce beast, it has no pain perception, making it tricky to deal with. Of course, the Heavy Hammer Warrior has a very fatal flaw. It moves slowly and its core is exposed on the outside of its chest, so as long as its core is destroyed, it can be easily defeated. While Upper Gonling Xin was explaining, the staff had already handed out the safety bracelets to everyone. There were a total of 30 students who had entered the City of Machinery now. Most of them were of the 3rd and 2nd rank, and there were 3 of the 4th rank. Among the 3 4th-ranked contractors, Night Ming discovered a familiar figure. River Greenblade. River Qingblade frowned as he turned his head to look at Night Ming, and the corner of his mouth suddenly moved in what appeared to be a disdainful light hum. And then he directly entered the secret realm. You have a problem with that guy? Upper Palace Ling Xin asked. Night Ming nodded, sort of. Then you have to be careful. This person, River Qingblade, is notorious for his insidiousness and cunningness. Upper Palace Ling Xin was very wary and said, he has the Black Wind Gang at his back, and his body is tainted with a gangster's aura, and he often does things that secretly pit people against each other. Later on in the secret realm, he probably won't let you have a good time. Night Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and with a few icy tones, he said, if he has to bump into my knife, I don't mind opening up a hole in his head. Let's go, enter the secret realm. The sky was dim. Dark clouds coalesced into clusters and churned madly in a swirling pattern. Thunder tumbled and exploded in the clouds, and heavy rain poured down as if it were a slash. Falling from the sky into the entire deserted Steel City, the brilliant neon light was reflected in the rain, outlining a very sci-fi style night scene. See the energy ball on the tower in the distance? That's the heart of the entire mechanical city. All we have to do is reach there and destroy it. Upper Gonling Xin looked into the distance, following the direction of her finger. Nightming saw a mechanical tower that was 100 meters tall. At the top of the tower, a blue energy ball with a radius of 2 meters was constantly releasing glittering lightning arcs. At this moment, on the high buildings of the mechanical city, all 30 students were ready. Rumble! As a lightning bolt suddenly exploded. Everyone made a move at this moment. Swoosh! Streams of light burst out. Wearing the divine meteor demon armor, Nightming rushed straight upwards with his long sickle. Buzzing! From underneath the dark city, the sound of engines running resounded, and a ferocious beast made of steel all over blocked the path of all the students. They were 1.5 meters tall, with a thin body type, their palms were 3 sharp steel claws, and their heads were shaped like hound dog skulls. Roar! They roared and charged. Nightming reversed his wrist and swung his long sickle violently, arcs of electricity flashed, and the sky exploded with clouds of smoke. Kill 3rd Order Steel Clawhound, Realm Experience plus 15, Spirit Skill Experience plus 15. Kill 3rd Level Steel Clawhound, Realm Experience plus 15, Spirit Skill Experience plus 15. Kill 3rd Order Steel Clawhound, Realm Experience plus 15, Spirit Technique Experience plus 15. When Nightming was fully engaged in the battle, behind him, there was suddenly a mass of black shadows rushing straight at him. They were a palm-sized sharp sting berserkbee, their eyes glowing red and their mechanical wings vibrating to emit a buzzing sound. Star Break! A clear voice rang out. Upper Gongling Xan pinched her hand with one hand, countless stars coalesced around her, and as she waved her hand, the stars exploded towards the sharp-stinged berserkbee. Bang bang bang! Explosions rang out. Blazing flames flashed in the sky one after another. Charge! Nightming charged forward once again. He transformed into dark streams of light, the domain moving forward with him as Shadow Spectre controlled the 2 dark tentacles, waving them in the sky. From time to time, they changed into 2 sharp blades that sliced through the ferocious beast's body, and from time to time, they transformed into dark drills that pierced through the ferocious beast's chest. Damn it! He's so fast? River Qingdao Blade looked towards Nightming, who was continuously charging forward towards the core, his brows furrowed and a grim color flashed in his eyes. The next moment, he coalesced into 2 illusory giant hands and crushed all the ferocious beasts into a ball. And then he fiercely exerted his strength, throwing it in the direction of Nightming. Nightming instantly sensed danger. He turned his head violently, and the black mass enlarged infinitely in his eyes. Useless trick. His black feathered wings spread out, and he swung uncountable arrow feathers at the ferocious beast mass. The long sickle in his hand sliced through the air, and the dozens of meters-long chopping attack sliced through the ferocious beast mass. Successfully killed a 3rd-ranked sharp armored bat, Realm Experience plus 15, Spirit Skill Experience plus 15. Successfully slayed a 3rd Order mutant griffin, Realm Experience plus 15, Spirit Skill Experience plus 15. Successfully kill a 4th stage enlightened python, Realm Experience plus 40, Spirit Skill Experience plus 40. Successfully kill a 4th stage enlightened python, Realm Experience plus 40, Spirit Skill Experience plus 40. Slicing through the black mass that the ferocious beast had coalesced into, Nightming saw River Greenblade through the gap. He was looking at himself with a sinister expression, a disdainful smile on his lips. After coldly grunting, River Qingblade rushed towards the core at an extremely fast speed. The S-rank Chi energy scientist that he had contracted could turn his body into air currents and perform an attack power boost by compressing and heating the air currents. Trying to run away after pulling a dirty trick? There's nothing that good in this world. Nightming held a long sickle and chased after River Qingblade. His speed was much faster than River Kingblade's. In the blink of an eye, Nightming arrived above River Qingdao Blade, his black wings flapping behind him, the instant the dark domain unfolded. His speed increased. River Kingblade's body froze. Without hesitation, Nightming stomped and kicked at River Qingdao's back, dark patterns flickering on his thigh. A tremendous amount of power poured out. Bang! A stomp kick sent River Qingblade down from the sky, and he smashed heavily into the ground, smoke and dust rising in all directions. As the students watched this scene, their hearts suddenly shrank and fighting, Nightming and River Qingblade are fighting. Boom! The next moment, River Qingblade rushed out from the smoke and dust, his gaze fierce as he roared at Nightming. Dare to strike at me? This is all because you forced me to. Phew! He hadn't even finished his vicious words. Nightming had already flashed to him with a sickle, and with both hands, the sickle blade sliced out a curved moon in the air. This strike contained killing intent. Nightming's eyes were red, and he didn't hold back at all. Swoosh! The long sickle cut through the air. It displayed a black and red curved moon. Pust! At the last moment, a shield unfolded on River Qingdao's body, and on the shield was the aura of a sixth-order contractor. But even so, the long sickle in Nightming's hand still cut into River Qingdao's body. It left a horrifying gash. Chapter 113 Stupidity, Ignorance, Truth. Damn it! If you dare to strike at me in the secret realm, the school's law enforcement hall won't spare you. River Qingblade glared after yelling a sentence. He pressed the button on his hand ring and left as a pillar of light. Nightming expressionlessly put away his long sickle. Regarding what River Qingblade had said, he didn't care at all. The school explicitly stated, in the secret realm, students were not allowed to kill each other or injure each other's lives. Nightming did want to directly kill River Qingblade just now. However, River Qingblade's means of preserving his life had forcefully changed the trajectory of Nightming's long sickle. So, did Nightming kill River Qingdao? No. Would the school's law enforcement hall discipline him? It would, but at most it would be a verbal education. Let's continue rushing the secret realm. After resolving River Greenblade, Nightming continued forward. The long sickle in his hand dragged out a red scratch in the air, and wherever it reached, all of the mechanical beasts exploded, with all sorts of mechanical parts falling all over the ground. Successfully killed a third-order Ironwing Bat, Realm Experience plus 15, Spirit Skill Experience plus 15. Successfully killed the 4th-rank Laser Poison Lizard, Realm Experience plus 30, Spirit Skill Experience plus 30. Successfully kill 4th-order Pulse Giant Elephant, Realm Experience plus 30, Spirit Skill Experience plus 30. Rumble! A dull, huge thunderclap rang out. Nightming arrived at the high tower in the center of the city. The energy ball flashed in front of his eyes, and it was like a heart, beating frantically. Roar! A terrifying roar rang out. Nightming looked up. A standing, half-creature, half-mechanical ferocious beast in heavy armor descended from the sky with a giant hammer in hand. Rumble! Lightning followed the giant hammer in its hand and roared towards Nightming. Nightming's mind instantly moved, and darkness without trace was executed, leaving a trail of residual shadows in the air. The long sickle in his hand propped up the ground as he looked up. In the smoke and dust, a black shadow loomed. Quasi-5th-ranked ferocious beast, Heavy Hammer Warrior. Nightming no longer held back, the darkness domain extended, scarlet killing intent condensed on him, and berserk power poured out at this moment. Swoosh! He instantly flashed in front of the Heavy Hammer Warrior. When the opponent raised his heavy hammer and swung it fiercely towards him, Nightming's silhouette disappeared once again, then appeared directly behind the Heavy Hammer Warrior. Underneath the night curtain, the students looked at the rolling smoke on the high tower. Shoo! Suddenly, a mechanical head shot up into the sky. It was the Heavy Hammer Warriors. Nightming, the winner. This combat power is too exaggerated, a quasi-5th-ranked ferocious beast can be killed? How is Nightming different from the third-order contractor I remember? Nima, who said that magical girl contract masters are weak? This combat power is much stronger than a holy woman contractor, right? Worldly prejudices have held me back. I want to contract a witch, I'm sure it's powerful too. The students at the scene somewhat broke their defenses. Nightming stood on the high tower. Looking at the energy ball-like core in front of him, the long sickle in his hand swung out violently. Boom! Energy erupted and the core was destroyed. Ding! Congratulations to contestant Nightming, who has successfully broken the record of the Steel City's third-ranked contractor. Reward, Heart of Steel. A spherical material made of metal appeared in Nightming's hand. He could clearly feel the hot energy surging in this Heart of Steel. Nightming, put on the Divine Meteor Demon Armor while absorbing the Heart of Steel, and remember, transfer its energy to the Divine Meteor Demon Armor. Shadow Specter's voice rang out. Nightming followed her words and gave all the energy from the Heart of Steel to the Divine Meteor Demon Armor. The next moment. Clang! Black and red light flashed. Successfully absorbing the Heart of Steel, the Divine Meteor Demon Armor was strengthened, and its defensive power was increased tremendously. Nightming discovered. The Divine Meteor Demon Armor on his body had received a huge change. In the beginning, the Divine Meteor Demon Armor was like a layer of black holster covering Nightming's body, and as the realm rose and the level increased, it turned into a shell-form armor. And now after fusing the heart of steel, it was filled with metallic luster. It was like a high-tech battle armor. The body was deep black, and in the gaps of the metal armor, there were red flow patterns flickering, full of sci-fi style. A mechanical heart has such a powerful energy that it can actually strengthen the divine meteor demon armor? Nightming found it unbelievable. Shadow Spectre explained, while the mechanical heart certainly serves a small purpose, it's more due to the fact that you previously killed a large number of mechanical fierce beasts and devoured their energy. The huge amount of energy was completely released under the guidance of the mechanical heart, and eventually became the nutrients for the strengthening of the divine meteor demon armor. So that's how it is. Nightming nodded. He was quite satisfied with this trip to the secret realm. Not only had the divine meteor demon armor been strengthened, but most importantly, he had gained a lot of realm experience. Name, Nightming. Spirituality, full level. Realm, 3rd stage contract master 9570001 million. Chi and blood, 1500. Spiritual power, 1500. Contract spirit, divine meteor dark knight demon emperor. Contract spirit level, SSS grade can be upgraded. Spiritual technique, dark field level 11 level 13, divine meteor demon armor level 11 level 13, eternal nightfall level 11 level 13. Spiritual talents, killing growth, demon emperor's battle intent. Leveling experience has come to 950,000, and it's just a step away from breaking through. Next, it's time to prepare some materials that match a 4th ranked contract master. Nightming pondered. Right now, his channels for collecting materials were very limited. One of the most effective ones was the Sundering Mall of the Sundering Palace. Go back and take a look. Nightming and Upper Palace Ling Xian left the secret realm. The moment they stepped out of the secret realm with their front feet, dozens of armor-clad security personnel instantly surrounded them. They looked at Nightming with cold expressions, and the captain at the head of the group took out his work card and Star Demon University Law Enforcement Hall. Nightming, according to the investigation, you are suspected of striking out at other students in the secret realm, and according to the school's express regulations, you have been suspected of committing a crime. Please follow us. Enough. The captain of the law enforcement hall hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly, a cold and icy voice rang out. The crowd turned around to look, and it was an extremely tall figure. She was holding a scepter, and the moment she appeared, the entire secret realm hall was shrouded in ice as everyone looked at this visitor. The captain of that law enforcement hall even had a horrified look on his face. Principal Lin. Linine, what brings you here? Dealing with something. Linine faintly replied back, and then came in front of River Qingblade, looking down on him condescendingly, with a frosty aura flowing in his eyes. Lin. Linine Principal. River Kingblade's voice was shaking. Lin Yin's voice filled with majesty rang out, your name is River Qingblade, right? River Qingblade nodded, yes, yes. Well, very well, you've been expelled from Star Demon University. Lin Yin's indifferent sentence caused the pupils of everyone present to shrink. Expelled from. Principal Linine, why is this? I'm the victim, why am I the one who was expelled, not Knight? Before River Qingblade finished his words, he suddenly noticed that in Lin Yin's eyes, a hint of extreme coldness flashed out. He was afraid. So shut up. Why did Nightming strike out at you? I think you know best. It doesn't matter if you don't, there are other people who entered the secret realm with you, they aren't blind and see the truth clearly. I don't know what made you dare to strike in the secret realm of Star Demon University, flouting the rules, but now you will pay the price for your foolish behavior. Leave Star Demon University. On account of the fact that you were once a student of Star Demon University, I will give you 1 hour. Also, choose between 3 years in prison and $30 million in compensation. After 1 hour, tell your father to personally give me an answer. Lin Yin's face was expressionless, but the coldness around her body had already said it all. Chapter 114, Passing the Audit, Breaking into the Jinmu Tower. Principal Lin Yin. River Qingblade looked towards Lin Yin, his eyes carrying a plea. In response, Lin Yin only returned indifferently, you still have 59 minutes now. After that time, I will arrest you according to the law. The attitude was strong. Her face was expressionless. The corners of River Kingblade's mouth twitched as he glared angrily and fiercely at Nightming before leaving the scene angrily. Everyone on the scene who witnessed this, whether they were staff or students, all had horrified looks on their faces. Especially the captain of the law enforcement hall. In the eyes of the crowd, Linine was a reclusive principal who didn't ask about the world. Unless the school had suffered a major change, or a major event that could affect the school's development had come to pass, she wouldn't appear easily. But now, Principal Linine, this transcendent big brother. She had personally stepped down to stand up for the sake of Nightming's matter. In full view of everyone, Linine led Nightming away from the scene. Quite a few students who were usually on good terms with River Qingdao Blade, they all lowered their heads at this moment, fearing that the scourge would befall them. Leaving the secret hall, Nightming was preoccupied. Linine led him around the campus and suddenly spoke. Even if I don't step in today, you'll be fine. The school's law enforcement hall isn't a feeder, we have the top team, they can easily find out what happened. Being upright and not afraid of shadows, the saying in Star Demon University, you can safely take it as a motto. Nightming nodded, aha. Star Magic University was the nation's top martial arts university. It was naturally impossible to wrong him. However, Teacher Lin, you openly stood up to me in front of everyone today, will this have any effect on you personally? Nightming was a little worried. I know that all of you bigwigs have 1,000 threads of relationships behind you, and that you can't make a rash move as it affects the whole body. Linine was very surprised as she looked at Nightming. Her cold and pretty face first lagged for a moment before revealing a few smiles. Not very old, but you know quite a bit. Right, being in a position like mine, one needs to consider the consequences of one's actions and deeds. Seems like a small thing, not good will detonate a big thunder. But what does that matter? Linine looked at Nightming, you're my disciple, it's only right that I protect my shortcomings. Otherwise, what kind of bullmaster teacher would I be? Seeing one's own disciple being bullied, and being a master teacher who still holds his breath and doesn't dare to step in, such a person doesn't deserve to be a master teacher. Don't get me wrong, I'm not referring to that old man Gu Yunfeng, although that man of his is boring, I learned from him in terms of protecting his shortcomings. If he was at school today, he would have stood up as well. When saying these words, she looked bland and calm as if she was interpreting a fact. Was this what it felt like to have a big brother covering you? Nightming was staggered, with a slight warmth in his heart. Ding! At this time, a ringtone came from the cell phone. Nightming subconsciously wanted to hang up. Linine waved her hand, it's fine, you're busy with yours, I'm wandering around blindly, don't mind me. So, Nightming answered it. A minute later. Who made the call? Listening to the tone, it seems to be good news. Linine asked. Nightming nodded, it's teacher Hong Lin, she applied for my qualifications to enter the Town Devil Tower at noon, and now that the review has passed, I can enter the Town Devil Tower. Jinmu Tower. Linine was silent for a while before saying. The Devil Suppressing Tower is the Star Demon University's top trial place, it's difficult and has a high danger factor, so if you're not careful, you'll be injured. I would suggest that it's best for you to challenge it after the 4th rank. Nightming didn't reply along with her words, but instead asked in return. Teacher Lin, in the past, has there ever been a 3rd-order contractor who entered the Demon Suppression Tower? There were. Am I much worse than them? No. Linine shook her head, you are more powerful than them, and your talent is quite a bit higher. Saying this, Linine raised an eyebrow and suddenly realized something as she looked at Nightming. So, you want to challenge the Demon Suppression Tower now? Aha! Alright, go, I'll go with you, if there's a danger I can still save your little life. Surprisingly to Nightming, Linine actually didn't reject him. He'd even made up a whole bunch of sayings in his head. I know what you're thinking. What's the point of rejecting you? Would you give up on entering the Demon Suppression Tower because of my rejection? Linine laughed, obviously not. Geniuses are all rebellious, defiant, and hold a sense of pride in their hearts. Nightming was stunned, Teacher Lin, you know so much. Of course. Linine revealed a few hints of pride, after all, I used to be a genius too. Devil Suppressing Tower. The tower was a world of its own. Looking towards the top at the very bottom, the layers of towers continued to extend upwards, like an endless abyss hanging upside down, unable to see the end at a glance. Nightming simply registered his identity. And successfully obtained his own identity plate. Name, Nightming. Realm, 3rd Order Contract Master. Current level, 0. Audit status, passed. When the number of floors you've broken through in the Devil Suppressor Tower changes, the number of floors on the identity plate will also change. Also, look. Lin Yin looked up, a huge virtual screen was hanging in mid-air. First place, Yitian, Realm Unknown, number of layers, 98. Second place, Lin Yin, 8th ranked contract master, number of layers, 90. Third place, Gu Yunfeng, 8th order pact master, number of floors, 89. Fourth place, Lu Qingfeng, quasi 8th order pact master, layer, 83. The top 10 of the ranking were all mainstays of Star Magic University. They were strong and profound, and there was no way for the students to compare themselves to them. The original intention of the ranking list was just to let everyone have a reference in their hearts. Of course, if the performance is particularly outstanding, the school will give generous rewards. Lin Yin finished speaking. A broadcast suddenly rang out in the Devil Suppressor Tower. Ding! Congratulations to the sophomore student of Assassination Academy Sujio, who has successfully broken through to the 17th floor and is ranked 7th on the 4th ranked contract master list. Reward, Star C Coral 1, Reward, Star C Coral 1, congratulations. The announcing voice fell. A huge door in front of him opened. Sujio appeared. Her face was pale, she was panting, her clothes were wet with sweat, and her legs were trembling as she walked. It looked exhausted. However, when she walked out from behind the gate, the staff immediately went forward to support her and gave her the tonic medicine that had been prepared by realization. Recovering her mental strength, Sujio let out a long sigh of relief and exhausted. However, finally breaking through to the 17th floor, this is a small breakthrough. She revealed an excited smile. At this moment, she raised her head and saw Night Ming and Lin Yin. Student Sujio, meet Principal Lin Yin. Sujio immediately stepped forward and cupped her fists. Lin Yin nodded, not bad. The breakthrough time wasn't more than a month, but for the Devil Suppressing Tower to break through to the 17th floor, you've put in a lot of effort. Worthy of being Principal Lin Yin, actually saw through my realm with a glance. Sujio smiled and scratched his head. Yes, thank you Principal Lin Yin for the compliment. After saying that, she looked towards Night Ming and said with some curiosity. So Night Ming, you're also here to break into the Demon Suppression Tower? Chapter 115 Straight into the 16th floor, Strength against the heavens. Night Ming nodded. I knew it. Sujio was unsurprised by this, even though the best realm to break into the Jinmu Tower is the 4th stage, a monster with extraordinary talent like you definitely won't honestly wait until the 4th stage. To be honest, I'm really quite curious as to how many floors the current you can actually break into. Night Ming clenched his fists, I'm curious too. Not much longer. Under the arrangement of the staff, Night Ming arrived at a wide and airtight metal space. The walls all around were high-strength alloys, and the blue light bands along the walls were releasing dazzling light. Buzz! As a blue formation lit up beneath his feet. Night Ming's eyes became blurry, and everything around him was like broken glass that began to branch out and collapse. Finally reorganizing. A world of its own within the Devil Suppressor Tower. When Night Ming woke up again, he was already in an infinite blood-red space. This place was like purgatory. The crimson soil on the ground was as if it was blood-stained, rotting corpses piled up into mountains, and blood coalesced into rivers along the gullies. Is this the true face of the Devil Suppressing Tower? Night Ming felt the surroundings. The stench of blood filled the air. He felt that the earth his feet stepped on was as sticky as blood tissue. Is that the passageway to the next level? Night Ming raised his head. The blood-red sky. The black void broke through the clouds, it was deep and dark, it was impossible to see the reality in it, as if it was an abyss. Charge! With a thought, the divine meteor demon armor covered his entire body. After being powerful in the city of machinery, the divine meteor demon armor had a metallic luster throughout its body, and its various curves were extremely graceful. In the Scarlet World, Night Ming was like a black meteor, cutting through the air and hanging straight up. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the earth began to shake. Huge red vines sprang up like bamboo shoots after the rain. They rushed towards Night Ming, and the sharp barbs they carried flashed with a cold, ghastly light. Fortunately, I'm fast enough that they can't catch up to me. Night Ming had just celebrated shortly after. Rumble. Shocking rolling thunder exploded. Blood clouds coalesced in the sky, and a terrifying pressure descended. Under the influence of this pressure, Night Ming felt an unprecedented pressure and his speed plummeted. The red vines caught up to him at this moment. Twisting around Nightming's body, they first bound his hands and feet, and then his entire torso. It directly wrapped him into a ball of vines. Ah! A furious cry suddenly rang out. Cracks broke open on the vine ball. Black light spread from the cracks. Break! An explosion sounded. Nightming rushed away from the vines and charged towards the passage in the sky. He didn't forget to look down at the vines below him that were like tentacles, swinging wildly. Worthy of being the devil-suppressing tower, the first level is so challenging. Next, there's no room for carelessness. His black wings flapped, and his speed skyrocketed once again. Devil-suppressing tower, outside the land of trials. Lin Yin and Su Jiao arrived in the monitoring room. They paid attention to Nightming's every move on the screen. When she saw that Nightming had broken his bonds and successfully entered the second level, Su Jiao let out a sigh of relief. Scared me to death, I thought he'd rested on the first level. If this gets out, I'm afraid it'll be a joke. Freshman number 1. Jinmu Tower didn't break through the first floor. This was indeed quite embarrassing. Nightming's battle prowess is extraordinary, and he can't be measured against ordinary norms. In my opinion, he might be able to reach the 15th floor. The moment Lin Yin's words fell. In the surveillance screen, Nightming once again made a move. He managed to break through the second, third, and fourth layers. The speed was fast. At the first layer, he was careless because he was new to the devil-suppressing tower and didn't understand the rules of it. Now, with his strength at full strength and familiar with the rules, the 15th layer is not difficult. Lin Yin's prediction made Su Jiao, who was on the sidelines, already stare in disbelief. The 15th floor is not difficult. Holy! Is this something a normal person could do? One had to know that a 4th-rank contract master who had just broken through, the approximate score for breaking into the Jinmu Tower was only 15 floors off. What level was Nightming? 3rd-rank contract master. Principal Lin Yin, if I remember correctly, the highest record for a 3rd-rank contract master is only the 9th floor. Su Jiao's eyes widened as she asked. Lin Yin nodded, aha. My god. After receiving confirmation from Principal Lin Yin, Su Jiao was completely in shock. And it was during this time when she was shocked. Nightming had already successfully broken through the 9th floor. Inside the Devil Suppressor Tower, 10 soul-type ferocious beasts descended from the sky. They floated in the air, the lower half of their bodies were smoke, their hands held tridents, and a pair of bloodshot red eyes revealed a terrifyingly appalling ferocious light. The trident triggered lightning and slashed towards Nightming. Wearing the divine meteor demon armor, Nightming's speed skyrocketed, and with the Dark Knight body technique, he effortlessly weaved in and out of the thunder, leaving behind a trail of residual shadows. Darkness filled the air. Cold light flashed. The 10 soul system fierce beasts suddenly felt a blackness before their eyes. Immediately afterward, a bone-chilling coldness came from their necks. Their consciousness became trance-like, their bodies were weak, and their entire lives flashed before their eyes continuously like a short movie compilation. Successfully killed a quasi-4th order drifting spirit demon, realm experience plus 40, spirit skill experience plus 40. Successfully slayed a quasi-4th order drifting spirit demon, realm experience plus 40, spirit skill experience plus 40. Successfully slayed a quasi-4th order spirit drifting demon, realm experience plus 40, spirit skill experience plus 40. Is this drifting spirit demon this strong? The experience is up to 40. Nightming was surprised. Under normal circumstances, the experience of a 4th-ranked ferocious beast was only 30. And the level of the drifting spirit demon was only quasi-4th rank, and it actually gave 40. It was enough to see how powerful they were. After resolving the drifting spirit demons, Nightming continued to the next level. The scene here was the Gobi Desert. Storms rolled up rolling yellow soil and wreaked madness in the desert. Nightming realized that the entrance to the storm this time was actually in the eye of the storm. Therefore, what the devil-suppressing tower tests is not only the trialist's fighting ability, but also the strength of the physical body. It was as if Nightming now had to carry the storm and enter the passageway in the eye of the storm. At this point, combat skills lost their usefulness. The only thing that could be done was to use strength to cut through the storm, and then use his fleshly body to resist the sword like wind blades and enter the eye of the storm. Go on. The difficulty was high. However, Nightming's fleshly body was superior. 10th level, pass. Pick up the momentum again. On the 11th level, the earth was filled with sharp swords that had their hilts stuck in the ground and their tips facing the sky, and when Nightming tried to enter the passage in the sky, all the sharp swords whistled towards him. Of course, a mere sword couldn't hurt Nightming. Successful passage. 12th level. Using the Eternal Night Descent, Nightming extinguished the tide of ferocious beasts that raced towards him and found the passage to the next level in the center of the beast tide. The 13th and 14th layers? Passed. 15th layer. The difficulty of this layer was, well, high. In front of Nightming was a magnificent pyramid. In front of the pyramid, two 30-meter-tall stone statue griffins lay silently. They were the guardians of the pyramid and would destroy all monsters that tried to approach the stone statues. These two stone statue griffins were powerful. Both were fourth-order ferocious beasts. Under normal circumstances, a fourth-ranked contractor who was new to the 15th floor would choose to surround themselves with the stone statue griffins, and then use the opportunity to enter the passageway at the top of the pyramid. But Nightming didn't need to. He rushed forward with his long sickle. And in 10 breaths, he chopped out a full 35 slashes, successfully dismembering the stone griffin. Next layer. 16th floor. 15th floor passed, 16th floor, it's going to be difficult. Linian gazed at the monitor screen in front of her. Sujo nodded. What the first 15 layers test is the trialist's combat power and physical strength. And starting at the 16th layer, it will also test the trialist's spiritual strength. Nightming, has he specialized in spiritual power? Linian shook her head. I'm not sure, but I observed that his chi and blood are full, so if his spiritual strength and chi and blood are of the same caliber, then he'll be able to pass the 16th layer. But I did not hear Gu Yunfeng say that Nightming had practiced spiritual power. Chapter 116 Nightming, Pure Hexagonal Warrior. Devil Suppressor Tower, 16th floor. After Nightming entered, the surroundings once again changed drastically. This was an absolutely airtight space. On the surrounding walls and ceiling, huge speakers were connected into a matrix. They were built with special metals throughout, and they were inlaid with golden patterns that shimmered with light. The room was shaped like a rectangle and was tens of meters long, with an open space that was so quiet that it was as if all sound had been drained away. Nightming could even clearly hear his own heartbeat. Nightming, the situation isn't right. I can feel that there is energy converging in these huge speakers. This energy is very special. It's not targeting your physical body, but... Right. Spiritual energy. Shadow Spectre saw through the clues at a glance. Spiritual energy? Nightming froze for a moment. Before entering, he had heard that there were multiple ways to test in the Demon Suppression Tower, and he hadn't expected that even spiritual power was involved. Ding! The 16th floor challenge is about to begin. Trialists need to resist the magic sound for 3 minutes in the magic sound formation. Challenge countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. 1. Challenge begins. Buzzing. The instant the icy broadcast fell. From the huge speakers on the wall, sound waves presented a crazy spread. They echoed throughout the room, and in this sound waves contained extremely terrifying energy. Hiss. The sound waves entered his ears. Nightming first felt a stabbing pain coming from his brain. This feeling was like someone stabbing his head with 10,000 needles. Run your energy and protect your brain. The main method of attack for this demonic sound is to enter your brain to destroy your mental power barrier. Shadow Yui finished speaking. It directly triggered the energy in Nightming's body. Scarlet flow patterns flickered underneath Nightming's skin. In his mind, the spiritual energy that was originally loose as if it was a piece of loose sand, under Shadow Yui's guidance, instantly built a sturdy spiritual energy barrier. The pain has disappeared. The discomfort in the body is gradually disappearing. Nightming looked at his hands as he released an exquisite light in his eyes. He was a little excited right now. It wasn't just the fact that it had counteracted the attack brought about by the demonic sound. More importantly, under Shadow Yui's guidance, he knew how to utilize his spiritual energy. His spiritual power and chi and blood were originally located in the same realm. The base was deep. Previously, it was unclear how to use it. But now, Nightming sat cross-legged on the ground, letting the demonic sounds pound his brain as he sat peacefully as a seed, not moving a muscle. 3 minutes passed quickly. 16th layer. Passed. Holy. When Su Jiu in the monitoring room saw this scene, he couldn't help but burst out in foul language. Nightming, he's also too heaven-defying. Even if he's strong in combat, his flesh is still hard, and even if his flesh is hard, his mental strength is still so good. Doesn't he have any shortcomings? Sujiyo had seen a lot of the world as a fourth-rank contract master. But this was the first time that she, on the body of a schoolmate, felt a strong sense of crisis. Linin shook her head. No, you're wrong, Nightming actually has shortcomings. He is agile and powerful, he has bursts and sustained, and his control of his body is very precise. But his defense is lacking. Sujiyo sank her eyebrows. She indeed didn't seem to have seen the manifestation of a strong defense from Nightming's body. Just as she was relieved by this, she still felt that no one was perfect. Linin spoke next. Well, Nightming's defense is average, but that battle armor he wears when he fights just makes up for this shortcoming. So from a certain perspective, Nightming he is indeed a hexagonal warrior. Worthy of being the disciple I took in. So, you said all that just to use Nightming to lay out that you have a poisonous vision. The corner of Sujiyo's mouth twitched. Under her and Lin Yin's gaze, Nightming arrived at the 17th floor. The difficulty of the 17th floor isn't low, and I just got through it by a fluke. Sujiyo didn't think that Nightming could pass the 17th floor. The reason was simple. There were 10 fourth-ranked ferocious beasts guarding the 17th floor. These 10 ferocious beasts had noble bloodlines and were considered the best of the fourth-rank ferocious beasts. Most importantly, these beasts were not only strong, they were also a very orderly team. 3 fierce beasts were meat shields, 2 fierce beasts were assassins, there were 2 warriors who could fight and resist, and 2 long-range consuming and milking maids. The fierce beasts in the team had their own roles and worked together in an orderly manner. It wasn't even close to the human team. Devil subduing tower. 17th floor. Swoosh swoosh. Fireballs and sharp arrows rained down towards Nightming. Nightming unfurled his black wings and sword and flipped in midair, dodging the attacks. The next moment, his breath climbed steeply, and his speed was extremely fast as he charged towards the skeleton ferocious beast holding a sharp sword, and the lizard-like ferocious beast that was lying on the ground, crazily spitting out fireballs. Bang! Suddenly, the 3 monsters holding crystal giant shields instantly rushed towards Nightming, slamming heavily into his body as a powerful force erupted in an instant. Nightming was knocked backwards. Only after his long sickle plunged into the ground, dragging out a tens of meters long gully, did Nightming gradually stabilize himself. Looking at the 10 ferocious beasts in front of him that were cooperating in an orderly manner, Nightming's eyes narrowed slightly. These 10 ferocious beasts, each of them possesses decent combat strength. More importantly, their excellent coordination has amplified the role of each fierce beast several times over. Nightming dared to say. These 10 ferocious beasts in front of him had a combat power that was quite a bit more powerful than many quasi-fifth stages. Since that's the case, we can only move for real. Nightming flipped his wrist, and the divine meteor-long scythe flashed with light. He leapt high with his legs powered up, cutting out a blood-colored curved moon in mid-air. Swoosh swoosh. One by one. Each time he struck, a curved moon chopped out. When those 10 ferocious beasts saw this, the shield-wielding ferocious beasts directly in front of them raised their shields high, connecting the edges to each other. Bang bang bang! The curved moon crashed into the shield. The stirred-up energy smoke filled the surroundings. The sight of the ferocious beasts was blocked. The next moment, the dark field unfolded. They felt bad and surrounded in a group back to back. Darkness surged out from the field, wrapping around them and crazily absorbing the energy in their bodies. Swoosh! The curved moon slash attacked from directly in front of them. The ferocious beasts wanted to block it, but to their horror, they realized that their bodies were like some kind of shackles holding them back, and they couldn't send out a single ounce of power even though they clenched their teeth. In the darkness, scarlet eyes suddenly lit up in front of the beast's eyes. The dark tentacles and black wings behind Nightming wrapped around his arm, and the divine meteor-long scythe fused with Nightming's right arm. Phew! The figure moved instantaneously. Nightming transformed into a terrifying scytheman and executed the strongest killing move he possessed, the meteorite slash. Plop plop plop. Blood sword. A ferocious beast's head shot up into the sky. Successfully killed the 4th-ranked crystal shield giant ape, realm experience plus 60, spirit skill experience plus 60. Successfully killed the flame-spewing ancient lizard, realm experience plus 60, spirit skill experience plus 60. Successfully killed Bone Eater Archer, realm experience plus 60, spirit skill experience plus 60. System prompts continued to ring out in his head. Night Ming struck while the iron was hot and continued to break through. Chapter 117 Entering the 4th Order Contract Master, Eve. 18th floor. 19th floor. 20th floor. Flop flop flop. Fierce beasts fell one after another. Night Ming was on a small flatboat in the middle of the ocean. He was holding a long sickle, and with him at the center, a jellyfish-like ferocious beast floated on the surface of the sea. Their purple blood tainted the sea. The corpses emitted a rotting stench. Successfully killed a 4th Order purple electric jellyfish, realm experience plus 70, spirit skill experience plus 70. Successfully slayed 4th level purple electric jellyfish, realm experience plus 70, spirit skill experience plus 70. Successfully killed 4th level purple electric jellyfish, realm experience plus 70, spirit skill experience plus 70. Successfully killed 4th level purple electric jellyfish, realm experience plus 70, spirit skill experience plus 70. Phew! The experience that continued to accumulate gradually caused Night Ming's aura to become deeper and deeper. He felt that he wasn't far from the 4th rank. Without hesitation, immediately opened the panel to check. Name, Night Ming. Spirituality, full level. Realm, 3rd Order Pact Master 9870001 Chi and Blood, 1500. Spiritual Power, 1500. Contract Spirit, Divine Meteor Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Contract Spirit Level, SSS grade can be upgraded. Spiritual Technique, Dark Field Level 11 Level 13, Divine Meteor Demon Armor Level 11 Level 13, Eternal Nightfall Level 11 Level 13. Spiritual Talents, Killing Growth, Demon Emperor Battle Intent. The last 13,000 experience is still missing from becoming a 4th rank. I think that no later than the day after tomorrow, I'll be able to break through to the 4th rank. If it was possible. Of course Night Ming wanted to continue his trial in the Demon Suppression Tower. But there was no way. He had passed the 20th floor now. But if he wanted to go to the 21st floor, his realm had to reach the 4th rank. Forget it, the 20th floor is already pretty good. Going straight from the 1st layer to the 20th layer, I don't know what rewards I'll receive. Night Ming was looking forward to it. At the same time, Demon Town Tower, Work Area. The staff ground was busy traveling through the tower, and many students were bragging to each other about today's battle results. Sister Ling Ling, you're just too powerful, the 3rd ranked realm actually broke through the 12th layer. If I remember correctly, Star Demon University's record for a 3rd Order contractor is the 9th floor, right? No, you remembered wrongly, it was the 11th layer, broken 2 days ago, but that's irrelevant. Sister Ling Ling passed the 12th layer, this result is already enough to break the record, if not for her carelessness on the 13th layer, otherwise it could have been even higher. Inside the hall, quite a few students were gathered around a piece. In the center of them, was a young girl with a double ponytail, fair skin, and a childish appearance. The young girl was very pretty, with a pair of pure watery eyes, red lips and white teeth, and a pair of legs that had perfect curves under the modification of white silk. In the thighs and white silk connected to the absolute field, there are also limited small details. Thanks to all the schoolmates. I will definitely learn from this time's experience and work hard so that I can break through the 13th layer next time. Chen Lingling said with a smile, 2 small tiger teeth peeking out from her red lips as she smiled sweetly. Many seniors' hearts were melting. Ding! At this time, the announcing sound rang out. Congratulations to the sophomore student of the Healing Academy Chen Lingling, who has successfully broken through to the 12th floor and is ranked number 1 on the rankings of 3rd Order Contract Masters. Awarded, Illusory Cloud Mirror. Introduction is special treasure made of heavenly materials, you can rely on your mind to control it to become bigger and smaller, the mirror can reflect the enemy's spell attacks, and has a good defensive effect. Illusory Cloud Mirror, I didn't expect it to be the Illusory Cloud Realm. This thing is a priceless treasure. It's said that a good quality illusion cloud mirror can block the full force of a 5th ranked contract master's strike. Many students revealed envious colors. They envied Chen Lingling's talent, as well as her ability to obtain the illusory cloud mirror. Ding! Just at this moment, the announcing sound rang out again. The students raised their eyebrows. There's another strong person on the list. Who could it be? Congratulations to Assassination Academy's freshman student Night Ming, who has successfully broken through to the 20th floor and is ranked number 1 on the rankings of 3rd ranked contract masters. Awarded, Spectral Black Marrow Crystal. Introduction: a natural forging material that contains the power of the underworld and the power of darkness. The weapons created with it possess a powerful killing power, and if it is fused with a weapon, it can cause the weapon to be attached to the powerful power of darkness and the underworld. This. Sniffing. The students who were still in a state of excitement earlier stared wide-eyed at this moment, revealing incredibly shocked expressions. Night Ming? The 20th floor of the Devil Suppressor Tower, the 3rd rank contract master ranking? Holy, did I hear it right? A 3rd rank actually broke through to the 20th floor of the Demon Town Tower? This kid couldn't have caught the loophole in the Demon Tower. What are you talking about? The Devil Suppressing Tower is the Star Demon University's top trial place. If there really is a loophole, do you think that a strong person of the principal's level wouldn't be able to see it? In the midst of the crowd's arguments, Night Ming walked out of the Demon Suppression Tower. After seeing his appearance clearly, a number of students on the scene thought to themselves, "Holy, I know, isn't this the number 1 freshman in this year's entrance test? It's said that he has condensed a 4-colored spirit pattern, a genius among geniuses. Even the 2 major SSS ranks amongst the freshmen teamed up, and they weren't even a match for him in a single move. Number 1 in the entrance test." This title echoed in the minds of the crowd. Many of them had not seen Night Ming. However, they had more or less seen him on the campus pushes. 3rd stage, 20th floor, Night Ming. The smile on Chen Lingling's face disappeared, and she looked stunned as she kept repeating the string of cold data. The surrounding seniors and sisters noticed the change in her expression. For a moment, none of them knew how to comfort. As a sophomore in the therapy academy, Chen Lingling was very talented. She had the opportunity to sprint to the 4th rank in the previous semester. However, in order to challenge herself, she changed her major of study midway through the semester and chose to become a combat nurse. And spurred herself on every moment. It was not easy to obtain an excellent battle record at the 12th level. But the result. Instantly, he was crushed by Night Ming. No, it was many heads. Night Ming. An inexplicable desire to win or lose a battle arose in Chen Lingling's heart. "I will definitely surpass you." Back in the detached villa, Night Ming absorbed the materials given by Lin Yin and Gu Yunfeng. Blood, 1500-1700. Spiritual power, 1500-1700. The chi and blood and spiritual power have been boosted once again. My current physical body has already surpassed most 4th rank contract masters. But the realm. Night Ming clenched his fists. He was now still short of the last 13,000 experience to become a 4th rank contract master. This value, for the current him, was just a matter of entering the secret realm once. However, it was now late at night, and the school's secret realms were all closed. To become a 4th order contract master, it would have to be tomorrow. AI, it's a pity. Night Ming's heart itched. Phew. At this moment, a clear wind blew behind him. An old man in robes suddenly appeared. Night Ming turned his head and immediately cupped his fists. "Student Night Ming, meet your teacher." Gu Yunfeng nodded before smiling. "Night Ming. Do you want to become a 4th order contract master?" Just tonight. Chapter 118. Outside the domain Cold Ice Hinterland. The temptation of a 4th ranked contract master was just too great. Night Ming immediately agreed to Gu Yunfeng. He was then brought by him to the 3rd border city's domain outside. "So, to become a 4th ranked contract master, I still need to work on myself?" The corner of Night Ming's mouth twitched slightly. Originally, he had thought that Gu Yunfeng would take out something strange. It would help him directly break through the 4th rank. Cultivation needs to be done one step at a time. Outside help is ultimately no match for your own efforts, and every bit of strength you deposit today will become your most reliable backing in the future. I watched you earlier with a deep breath and a vision showing at the top of your head. This is a sign of a breakthrough. There are many ways to break through: taking heavenly materials and treasures to break through, waiting for the energy to fill up and break through on your own, and there is also the breakthrough that has the best effect. Battle breakthrough. Gu Yunfeng explained. The so-called battle breakthrough. It refers to a contract master who is about to break through, looking for a breakthrough opportunity in battle, so as to break through to the next realm. There was a very obvious benefit to breaking through in battle. The contract master could clearly feel the increase in battle power brought about by the breakthrough, and there would not be a situation where the realm floated. Battle breakthroughs could better solidify the foundation and have a significant effect on subsequent breakthroughs. The extraterrestrial ferocious beasts are strong and powerful, breaking through in battles with them will be beneficial to you. Let's go. Gu Yunfeng brought Nightming to a hinterland that was covered in frost around him. Cold Ice Hinterland. A natural trial ground outside the domain. The flat, sturdy ice surface, as far as the eye could see, the high mountains in the distance surrounded the hinterland, forming a natural protective barrier. Underneath the sturdy ice surface, a ferocious beast was quietly slumbering. The cold ice hinterland terrain is open and suitable for one-to-many battles. It suits you well. Do your best to find a breakthrough opportunity. Becoming a fourth stage is not an easy thing, even I broke through twice before I succeeded. Gu Yunfeng said. Breaking through from the third rank to the fourth rank wasn't like the second rank breaking through the third rank being 100% successful. There was a high possibility of failure. According to the official statistics, the probability of success for a third-order contractor breaking through the fourth order was 40%. Nightming nodded. He came to the center of the cold ice hinterland, took a deep breath, and suddenly raised his head, red light flashing in his eyes. Bang! A foot violently stepped through the ice. Hoo! Dozens of sawtooth ice sharks with sharp teeth and a body length of about 3 meters broke through the ice and rushed towards Nightming. They opened their mouths, with blackened muscle tissue still remaining on their sharp teeth, and an unpleasant smell of rotting flesh poured out. That's really disgusting. The divine meteor demon armor instantly covered his entire body. Holding a long sickle, Nightming charged into the group of sawtooth ice sharks. The sharp blades on the long sickle cut through the void, releasing an icy cold light. In the air, there were constantly blood-colored curved moons chopping out. Nightming's hand rose and his sickle fell. Plop! The sound of flesh and blood tissue being cut resounded continuously. These sawtooth ice sharks, under Nightming's powerful offense, didn't even last a minute. Successfully killed a third-order sawtooth ice shark, realm experience plus 20, spirit skill experience plus 20. Successfully slayed third-order sawtooth ice shark, realm experience plus 20, spirit skill experience plus 20. Successfully kill a third-order sawtooth ice shark, realm experience plus 20, spirit skill experience plus 20. When the sawtooth ice shark died, there were constantly new ferocious beasts rushing out from under the ice. They were huge, covered in white hair, with 4 eyes on their heads releasing a morose red light, sharp ice claws that cut iron like mud, and a pair of enlarged bat wings on their backs. Roar! The sound of a dozen ice-winged bears roaring angrily rang out. Its sound was so loud that it echoed throughout the entire frigid hinterland, and large and small cracks appeared on the ice surface. Die! Nightming charged straight up, completely unafraid. The ice-winged bear directly in front of him slapped a lingering claw at his head. With agile movements, Nightming clenched his left hand into a fist and directly rushed at the ice-winged bear's chest. The tremendous force shook the ice-winged bear off, and Nightming pursued the attack. The long scythe in his hand emitted rolling black flames, and the fiery chopping attack roared out. Plop! The ice-winged bear's body was sliced in half. Roar! The other ice-winged bears were completely enraged. They attacked Nightming at the same time, erupting with an aura that caused the entire cold ice hinterland to tremble. Nightming unfolded his darkness domain, first restraining the movements of the Icewing Bears, and then opened up a one-sided slaughter. Successfully killed the 4th stage Icewing Bear, Realm Experience plus 60, Spirit Skill Experience plus 60. Successfully killed 4th ranked Icewing Bear, Realm Experience plus 60, Spirit Skill Experience plus 60. Successfully killed 4th Order Icewing Bear, Realm Experience plus 60, Spirit Skill Experience plus 60. Fierce beasts were cold data in Nightming's eyes. His realm experience was rising crazily, and he was still a few thousand experience short of the last few thousand before becoming 4th rank. As for failing to break through, Nightming never thought he would fail. He possessed a full-grade spirituality, and the awakened spiritual talent, Killing Growth. It could help him break through any realm with ease, and there would be no bottlenecks at all, much less being talked about something like a breakthrough failure. What I need to do now is to frantically scavenge for experience and break through the 4th rank as soon as possible. Nightming once again threw himself into the battle with the ferocious beasts. Not far away, Gu Yunfeng looked at the frantically killing Nightming and couldn't help but frown. To possess the combat power to kill a 4th rank in seconds at the 3rd rank, this brat is truly gifted. If this were to make him a 4th rank, I'm afraid that even a 5th rank contract master, he'd be qualified to touch it. He'd scared and couldn't help but feel that this thing called talent was really too important. Effort determines the lower limit. Talent determines the lower and upper limits. Teacher. At this moment, a figure appeared behind Gu Yunfeng. He wore a strange green-faced Fong mask, his figure was upright, and the aura he released from his body made people feel cold and uneasy. If Night Ming was present, he would have been able to see the person at a glance. Ghost Phase. Fifth Order Contract Master. A mid-level assassin of the Palace of Sundering. His real name was Su Qing, a senior student at Star Demon University, and also a disciple of Gu Yunfeng. Talented, he had left a purple spirit pattern on the Qiankuan demon suppressing pillar, and without any surprises, he should be able to become a powerful 7th Order Contract Master in this lifetime. Brought the stuff? Gu Yunfeng gazed at Night Ming, his back turned to Su Qing and said, "Aha!" Su Qing handed an exquisite wooden box to Gu Yunfeng. 7th ranked ferocious beast material Eye of Intimidation. Give this rank to Night Ming, he can just use it. No. Gu Yunfeng waved his hand, this item isn't for Night Ming, this is for you. For me? Su Qing's eyes widened slightly and he fell into a brief stupor. Reacting, he immediately clasped his fists in gratitude. Student Su Qing, thank you teacher. However, compared to me, student Night Ming needs this 7th ranked ferocious beast material even more right now. The words of gratitude had just been spoken. As a result, Gu Yunfeng's next words instantly broke his defenses. It's fine, you take the item, it's just a piece of 7th ranked ferocious beast material. As for Night Ming, Gu Yunfeng said calmly, I prepared a piece of 8th ranked ferocious beast material for him. Su Qing? Chapter 119 Breakthrough. 4th Order Contractor. 8th ranked ferocious beast materials were precious. However, after Su Qing spat a few words, he didn't take this to heart. He was Gu Yunfeng's disciple, and he usually received a lot of favors from Gu Yunfeng, so he couldn't do it because of a small matter and leave all those favors behind. He was not an ungrateful person. After putting the materials away, Su Qing's gaze also looked towards Night Ming in the cold ice hinterland. Swoosh! Under the dark night, Night Ming's figure was as agile as a shadow. The long sickle in his hand flickered with a scarlet light, and every time he struck out, a ferocious beast's head would take off. In Night Ming's surroundings, there were hundreds of powerful ferocious beasts. However, Night Ming was undaunted. He unfolded his domain as if he were a god of death under the dark night, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the ferocious beasts. Ow! A high-pitched, impassioned voice rang out. During the course of Night Ming's fight with the ferocious beasts, an ice wolf with a snow-white body and blue lines on its body suddenly charged towards Night Ming. It was so fast that it was like white streams of light on the ice, its thick limbs had obvious muscles, and its tail was like frost. It opened its mouth. Cold ice condensed. Boom! Blue-white rays blasted towards Night Ming. Quasi-5th rank Extreme Ice Wolf King. Not good, Night Ming, he's in danger. Su Qing's body trembled, and his legs powered up as he was about to rush up to save him. Gu Yunfeng suddenly reached out to stop him. Teacher! What are you doing? Quasi-5th ranked ferocious beast Extreme Ice Wolf King Night Ming is no match for it. Su Qing's words had just fallen. Put! Under the moonlight, a giant wolf's head shot up into the sky before smashing down in front of Su Qing. Su Qing looked down and his pupils suddenly contracted. Extreme Ice Wolf King? He cursed angrily, falling into deep doubt. As a 3rd rank contract master, Night Ming had killed a quasi-5th rank ferocious beast. This was just too exaggerated. Teacher, will there be a problem with him? At Night Ming? The way Su Qing looked at Night Ming didn't even look like he was looking at an ordinary person, but like he was looking at a monster. Gu Yunfeng shook his head. Under the same realm, magical girl contractors are inherently stronger in combat. What's more, the magical girl that Night Ming contracted is still SSS ranked. Su Qing fell silent. As a sacred witch contractor, the philosophy he had been instilled with since he was a child was that indentured magical girls didn't have a future, and indentured saintesses only had a future. But now, it seemed that this philosophy, it seemed to be wrong. Boom! Between the two of them talking, Gu Yunfeng. Terrifying energy suddenly erupted from the chilly hinterland. Pillars of blood-red light shot up into the sky. Buzzing. A ripple of power spread, which contained a rich bloody killing aura, and many of the surrounding ferocious beasts received the effects of the ripples of power. They lay on the ground in fear or burrowed into holes, not daring to approach towards Night Ming at all. A breakthrough. Gu Yunfeng looked at Night Ming, his eyes narrowing slightly. His expression was flat, as if he had long foreseen this result before him. Su Qing was breaking his fingers and calculating from the side. Night Ming, a freshman at Star Demon University, awakened this year. From the time he awakened his spirituality to become a contract master, it's about, well, more than 50 days from now. Less than 2 months too. Accompanied by that, there was also a tiny lightning arc. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully broken through to a 4th order contract master. Your strength has been strengthened against the heavens, healing effect increased by 300%, speed increased by 500%, strength increased by 500%, and defense increased by 300%. As your realm rises, the fit between you and your spirit skills increases, and you can utilize your spirit skills to a greater extent at the same level. Panel generation in progress. Name, Nightmind. Spirituality, full level. Realm, 4th Order Pact Masters 03 million. Blood, 1700 2500. Spiritual power, 1700 2500. Contracted spirit, Divine Meteor Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Contract spirit level, SSS grade can be upgraded. Spiritual technique, Dark Field level 13, Divine Meteor Devil Armor level 13, Eternal Nightfall level 13. Spiritual talents, Killing Growth, Demon Emperor Battle Intent. The chi and blood and spiritual power have reached 2005. The current me can easily kill a quasi 5th rank in seconds, and even if it's an unusual 5th rank powerhouse, I'm sure I can defeat it. Night Ming clenched his fists as power flowed through his body. It was a never-before-experienced feeling of relief. Click 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 click. The ice surface shattered and cracks continued to spread. Boom! A ferocious beast of enormous size suddenly broke through the ice and rose up from the sky in front of Night Ming. It was huge, like a small hill, its body covered in white fluff, and on its limbs and torso, ice blue battle armor reflected the moonlight. It had 4 huge coiled goat horns on its head, and the huge axe in its hand was incomparably sharp. 5th ranked ferocious beast ice armor quarry demon. Teacher, what should we do now? Should we go help Night Ming? Su Qing looked at Gu Yunfeng with some concern. Gu Yunfeng waved his hand. There's no need, this 5th ranked beast came at just the right time. Just in time to give Night Ming some practice. A 5th order murderer, practicing? Su Qing felt like the world was going crazy. In the cold ice hinterland. The ice-armored troll's axe swung towards Night Ming with a compelling aura and cold light. Looking at the giant axe that was constantly pushing towards him, Night Ming's mind instantly moved, and darkness without trace was executed in an instant, leaving a residual shadow in the air. Not even a breath of time was used. Night Ming flashed behind the ice-armored troll, his black wings unfolded, and the long sickle in his hand had rolling black flames rising up. Rumble! With the sound of a thunderbolt exploding. Night Ming rushed towards the 5th-ranked ice-armored demon, and the long sickle that he swung out slammed into the hard ice armor, blood-colored lines surfaced, and the long sickle was boosted by energy. Put! Successfully killed a 5th-order ice-armored troll, realm experience plus 500, spirit skill experience plus 500. Acquired Fierce Beast Material, 0 degree Ice Armor. Chapter 125th Order Fierce Beast Battle Armor. 0 degree Ice Armor? Night Ming looked at the ice-blue battle armor suspended in front of him. This battle armor was made of solid ice, with azure light flickering around it and dots of frost covering it, releasing an icy aura that was even greater than that of a 5th order Fierce Beast. The 0 degree Ice Armor is a special Fierce Beast material. Instead of saying that it is a ferocious beast material, it would be better to say that it is a naturally formed ferocious beast battle armor. In the market, a 5th order Fierce Beast battle armor sells for over $10 million. Your contract spirit is a magical girl, and your attribute is darkness. This 0 degree battle armor is suitable for ice attribute contractors. Gu Yunfeng's voice sounded from behind Night Ming. Suitable for use by an ice attribute contract master? Night Ming shook his head. He couldn't use this item. It could only be sold for money. Give me this 0 degree battle armor. Of course, Master is not someone who likes to whore himself out for nothing. Gu Yunfeng put his hands behind his back and smiled blandly. 10 million or 30,000 contribution points from the Suicide Mall, take your pick. I want 30,000 contribution points. Night Ming made his choice without hesitation. Based on his observations, the contribution points of the Sundering Mall were extremely difficult to obtain. Even if he used $30 million, he might not be able to obtain 30,000 contribution points. What's more, the Sundering Mall could purchase materials suitable for magical girl contractors. Whereas, if one used money on the market, it would be difficult to find the same materials. Good. After putting the zero-degree ice armor away, Gu Yunfeng brought Nightming back to Star Demon University. Along the way, Ghostface Su Qing frantically looked for opportunities to talk to Nightming. Senior Nightming, do you still remember me? Back when you went to trouble the Golden Cauldron Society, it was me who helped you out. Su Qing pointed at himself and asked with a smile. Of course Nightming wouldn't forget, many thanks to Senior for saving my life back then. Ha, we're classmates, but it's just a show of hands. But I have a question I've always wanted to ask you. Su Qing looked towards Nightming. Nightming blandly said, Senior, but there's no harm in saying so. When you were having a close conversation with me at that time, did you feel a strange sensation, as if someone was blowing on the back of your neck, or pinching your heart, or slashing at your back with a dagger? Su Qing's words caused Nightming to frown. What do you mean, Senior? His contracted spirit is an S-rank intimidating holy maiden. Gu Yunfeng explained, he has a very special ability called the intimidation domain. Unlike your darkness domain, his intimidation domain cannot be actively turned on or off. Once he uses the holy maiden's energy, it will automatically turn on. And even a 5th-ranked contract master would be affected by the intimidation domain, but you were only 3rd-ranked at the time, yet you were unharmed, which is why Su Qing he was always puzzled. So it turns out. It dawned on Nightming. He wasn't surprised by this. The intimidation domain, making the contract masters who entered the domain feel fear. Nightming had been an assassin for a lifetime, and had grown up among the dead since he was a child, seeing too many bloody and horrifying images, and his sense of fear knew that he had long since become numb. Looking at Su Qing's inquisitive eyes, Nightming prevaricated. People have different physiques. Perhaps your intimidation domain is only effective on ordinary people and holy maiden contractors. Like that? Su Qing frowned. In fact, he also felt that it was because Nightming was a sacred maiden contractor that his own intimidation domain was ineffective against him. Back at Star Magic University. The time was already 2 a.m. Take this. Gu Yunfeng handed Nightming a flawless white jade box with exquisite patterns carved on it. Nightming lamented, this jade box looked like it was worth a lot. Not to mention the contents inside. Opening it up. It was a broken arm. This broken arm was pitch black, with a black sticky substance writhing on it, and even though it was already broken, the blood-red claws on it were still trembling slightly. The moment he opened the jade box, the entire room was filled with the aura of bloody killing. This is... Nightming looked towards Gu Yunfeng. The left arm of the 8th-ranked ferocious beast, the chattering blood demon monarch. It's a ferocious beast born with intelligence. Not only is it bloodthirsty and good at killing, its energy is also a dark attribute, extremely suitable for you. Gu Yunfeng couldn't help but sigh with emotion as he said. You are unaware of how many places Master went to in order to help you find this material. When Nightming heard this, he immediately cupped his fists and bowed. Teacher's great kindness, the student will always remember it. In the future, if teacher has a place that can be of use, the student will definitely do whatever he can. Well. Gu Yunfeng stroked his beard and laughed. He had worked hard to find the materials. Wasn't it just these words? At his age, he was already tired of fighting and killing. Seeing that the students he had taken in had gotten ahead and knew how to be thankful was even more pleasing than if he himself had refined his strength. Right, this is for you. Gu Yunfeng handed Nightming a token. It had treasure written on it. This is the token to enter the Star Treasure Pavilion. The Star Treasure Pavilion houses the treasures that Star Demon University has collected over the years, weapons, techniques, heavenly treasures, ferocious beast materials, and so on. With this token, you can go to the Star Treasure Pavilion and pick a treasure of your choice. Of course, there are grade requirements, so you'll naturally understand when you go. After Gu Yunfeng left the token behind, he transformed into a wisp of fresh wind and completely left the detached villa. Nightming looked at the token in his hand, Star Treasure Pavilion. I hope there is something that can be used by me. Putting the token away. Nightming looked at the 8th Order ferocious beast materials in front of him. Light flickered in his eyes. With a wave of his large hand, 3 clusters of light floated in front of him. These were all high-grade treasures that Lin Yin and Gu Yunfeng had given him some time ago. However, at that time, Nightming had focused on his realm breakthrough and had not absorbed them in time. Supreme Dark Ice Blade, Frost Demon Blood. 7th Ranked Ferocious Beast Materials, Deep Sea Poison Emperor Tentacles. Start absorbing. Red light flashed in Nightming's eyes. Dark tentacles stretched out from his back and wrapped around these 3 treasures, crazily absorbing the energy they contained. The divine meteor Longscythe hovered at Nightming's side, and when he refined the energy in the treasures, it was immediately channeled into the divine meteor Longscythe. Clang! The sound of metal smashing on the floor rang out. Immediately afterward, an icy electronic tone echoed in Nightming's mind. Successfully absorbed to Dark Ice Blade, Frost Demon Blood, Deep Sea Poison Emperor Tentacle. The divine meteor Longscythe has been stage strengthened, and the shape of the scythe blade has changed, allowing it to easily cut down 4th ranked ferocious beasts, and even high defense 5th ranked ferocious beasts' battle armor can be easily sliced through. Your usual dark tentacles have been strengthened, their toughness increased by 100%, plasticity increased by 100%, and explosive power increased by 100%. The voice fell. Nightming turned his head to look at the divine meteor long sickle. On the pitch-black sickle body, there were blood-colored flow patterns emerging, and at the intersection of the sickle blade and the sickle handle, a jewel containing bizarre energy, like a heart, was slowly beating. And the dark tentacles behind him. It also possessed a hint of metallic luster. Nightming clenched his fists and looked up at the jade box in front of him, in which the 8th ranked ferocious beast material was continuously releasing a bloody aura that. Next, it's your turn. Chapter 121 Primary Combat Form, I'm simply a monster now. 8th rank ferocious beasts are incomparably powerful, especially ferocious beasts that have given birth to a spirit. Every tissue on their body, even if they are detached from their body, will still have a trace of consciousness remaining. If you were of the 3rd rank, there is absolutely no way I would let you absorb and refine him. In addition, even if today's you were of the 4th rank, it would still be just as unstable. Shadow Spectre's tone was very serious. She hung cross-legged in the sea of Nightming's body. Dark and beautiful hair was draped over her shoulders, her white thighs were wrapped in black silk, and her pair of soulful eyes carried a few hints of warning. Nightming nodded. Unusual 4th order contract masters refine 8th order materials, there are risks. But I'm not like them. I have you. Shadow Yui's originally calm heart trembled at this moment. With you, even the greatest of difficulties can be solved. You're right? Nightming said with a smile. You. Shadow Yui's pretty face brushed scarlet. Where did you learn that phrase? Nua, that novel on the table, please be sure to love me. The first page you turn to is this phrase. Ah. That's what I read, don't you read it? Shadow Yui shyly blocked her face with her hands, rolling so hot that the roots of her ears were red. While shyly blocking her face. While summoning her dark tentacles, she wrapped the novel in an instant. Opening the window, wanting to just throw it away. But again, she was a bit reluctant to give it up. In the end, she could only lift up Nightming's pillow and hide the novel underneath it. He also didn't forget to pat the pillow with his dark tentacles. It was like coaxing it to protect the novel. Nightming was somewhat speechless. Ah. Why are you hiding under my pillow? You don't care, you're not allowed to peek at my novel. Shadow Yui puffed. If you look again, I'll rip out the pages of the grand finale. So that you won't know the ending and be so agonized that you can't sleep tossing and turning in your bed. Okay, don't read it, I won't read it. Nightming shook his head with a bitter smile. He wasn't interested in that stuff at all. His goal was to become stronger. Now start absorbing the 8th ranked ferocious beast materials. Nightming sat down cross-legged. The darkness domain unfolded, covering the entire single villa. He kept pinching his hands together, and his mouth was chanting some sort of obscure incantation. Phew! The bloodthirsty demon lord's left arm slowly flew out of the jade box. Seeing this, Nightming raised his finger and shot out a bit of red light. The red light landed on the demon monarch's left arm, and a subtle formation unfolded, one that covered the entire left arm. This formation was called the Devouring Formation. It was an extremely powerful auxiliary refining formation. Simply by injecting energy into the formation, it would allow the formation to absorb the energy of the thing it was refining, and there would be a certain amount of energy loss throughout the process, but it was inconsequential. The process of refining and absorbing. A steady stream of red blood mist gushed out from the demon monarch's left arm. In an instant, it covered the entire detached villa. And spread crazily in all directions. This red blood mist contained a terrifying corrosive power. Once a 3rd order contract master came into contact with it, their will would be corroded instantly, and even a fourth-order contract master would be heavily injured. It was a good thing that Night Ming had released the darkness domain in advance. Under the influence of the domain, this red blood mist couldn't spread at all. The refining process was extremely tedious and complicated. Night Ming and Shadow Yui worked together, slowly and steadily refining it. 3 hours passed. Successfully refining the 8th ranked ferocious beast material, the left arm of the chattering blood demon monarch. Name, Shadow Yui. Rank, SSS grade promotion progress, 12% 15%. Recovery progress, 20% 25%. Recovery progress successfully reached 25%. Primary battle form unlocked. Noble God Meteor Dark Knight Demon Emperor, your power has been initially adapted to this world, and with the consent of contractor Night Ming, you are free to enter and exit his divine sea, and your physical form will change. This. Listening to the broadcast that resounded in his mind, Night Ming and Shadow Yui simultaneously shuddered in their hearts. The power is initially adapted to this world, and you can freely enter and exit the divine sea. Could it be? Night Ming furrowed his brows as he relaxed his mind, leaving his entire body in a state of relaxation. Swoosh! A black light emerged from his brow. Night Ming fixed his eyes on the black ball of light suspended in front of him. When the black ball of light dispersed, a petite figure appeared in front of him. Shadow Yui was wearing a black strapless dress, her long hair was draped over her shoulders, her pair of soulful eyes were as clear as the flowing water of a fresh spring, her yao nose was high and straight, and her lips were delicate and pink. As she looked at her current state, she couldn't help but open her mouth wide before sending out a soulful question that. Wait! Why am I different now from how I looked in your divine sea? Night Ming came in front of Shadow Yui, lifted her up with his palm, pinched her face with his fingers, and nodded seriously. Well, it's too different. Not only has the body become smaller, even the appearance has become smaller. In Night Ming's divine sea, Shadow Yui's appearance was that of a pure young girl in the prime of her youth, with her appearance and figure already taking on the shape of an imperial sister. But the her that appeared in reality, it was more like a Q version. Big eyes, round head, a cute little hand puppet. Nope. Aside from the appearance becoming smaller, your body has also changed. Night Ming called out a trace of breath to travel through Shadow Yui's body. It was discovered that Shadow Specter's body was not a normal entity. Instead, it was an existence similar to that of a ghost. It was ethereal, and both true and false. Hey! The recovery progress is not enough. With the energy I have now, it's already the limit to be able to maintain this state. But it's quite good, at least I can come out, and I no longer need to lie alone in your divine sea when I sleep at night. Shadow Spectre swooshed up to Night Ming's head. She tried lying down and realized that Night Ming's head wasn't flat at all, it was a bit pointy. Slowly, she scurried to his shoulders again with a swoosh. She sat down on her butt. The shoulders were hard. Shadow Yui raised her hand and summoned a small mass of dark energy as a cushion. Sitting comfortably on Night Ming's shoulder, her two small legs swaying back and forth, she revealed a satisfied smile. Much more comfortable. After doing everything. She reached out and pinched Night Ming's ear, it was soft and cool, a bit comfortable. Night Ming, can I bite it? Night Ming. I'll bite you if you bite me. Ah. Then I'd better wait for you to fall asleep at night and secretly bite it. Shadow Yui lowered her head and looked at her palm-sized self, this if she was bitten, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to ascend to heaven in place after simply adapting to the real world. Shadow Yui was no longer as restrained as she was at the very beginning. By the way, as my recovery progress improves, you can now open a brand new battle form. Shadow Spectre said. Night Ming nodded his head. Just now, he was curious. Primary combat form. What exactly was it? Come on, you relax and I'll take you to feel it first. After Shadow Spectre's words fell. With a swoosh, it entered Night Ming's brow. The next moment, the divine meteor demon armor also covered Night Ming's entire body, and black wings and dark tentacles coalesced as they wrapped around Night Ming's body and grew crazily. Ah! Night Ming gulped, gripping the long sickle tightly in his hand. Under the entanglement of the black wings and dark tentacles, the long sickle fused with Night Ming's right arm. And afterward, another dark tentacle reached out, and it wrapped around Night Ming's left arm, growing crazily as if it were a vine. Shoo! In the dark room, Another cold light lit up. Night Ming arrived in front of the mirror and looked at his own body now, and his heart was abruptly shocked. On the black battle armor, scarlet lines were like breathing lights that dimmed and lit up. A pair of eyes released scarlet light, like a killing god of death under the dark night, and just looking at himself in the mirror caused him to feel a hint of uneasiness. More importantly, Night Ming's arms were now in the shape of scythes. The left scythe glowed with a morose white light, while the right scythe released a vicious red light. He came to the training room and immediately simulated 44th rank. Night Ming nodded, "It's fine, just get used to it." Shadow Ueu, excessive. After withdrawing his combat form, a heavy sense of exhaustion swept over. Night Ming felt that both of his arms had lost their strength. He stumbled when he walked, and he couldn't wait to immediately lie down on the bed and sleep. It seems like this battle form can't be opened often. It can only be used as a final killer weapon. The physical exertion was too great. Risking to open it until it was absolutely necessary would put one in a passive position. You don't have to worry too much either. Because this is the first time you've opened it, your body isn't accustomed to the combat form, and when you're familiar with it, the natural consumption will be quite a bit less. Shadow Ueu sat on Night Ming's shoulder and gently pinched Night Ming's ear with her fingers and said. She was truly fond of soft and fluffy things. Also, you can't utilize its full strength now that you've turned on Blood King Nut. Shadow Ueu said. Night Ming smiled and said, "It's because of the weapon, right?" "Right. Indeed." When he turned on the Blood King earlier, he clearly noticed. The energy that erupted from the right arm that was fused with the divine meteor long scythe was even more powerful and unstoppable. However, the left arm, which was covered by pure darkness power, was significantly lacking in power. It's simple to solve this problem. Go find another long sickle. Shadow Spectre had just finished speaking when she noticed that Night Ming was looking at her with an expectant expression. "Night Ming, your eyes tell me that you seem to want to take something from me." Shadow Ueu shook her head, "But unfortunately, there's only one divine meteor long scythe. I don't have any other weapons either." Night Ming was helpless. "It seems that we can only go to the Star Treasure Pavilion to take a look." As the Star Demon University's place of hidden treasures, the Star Treasure Pavilion would definitely have quite a few powerful weapons in it. The quality was definitely not as good as the divine meteor long scythe, but one could make do with what they had. The next day, Star Treasure Pavilion. The Star Treasure Pavilion that stood directly north of Star Demon University was like a towering mountain. The overall shape was in the shape of a Dan furnace, and its outer wall was engraved with lifelike ancient beast god patterns, making it extremely oppressive. Welcome to the Star Treasure Pavilion. Student, please show your token for entering the pavilion. The mature woman in professional attire placed her hands in the small of her back and said to Night Ming with a smile. Night Ming handed her the token. The woman took it and quickly made the registration. The token you hold is an intermediate token, and can take the 5th floor and below, any of the treasures. But according to the test results, your realm is a 4th ranked contract master, so you can only select treasures from the 4th level at the highest. The staff explained. The Star Treasure Pavilion had a total of 8 layers. The treasures on the first tier were suitable for a 1st ranked contract master. The treasures on the 2nd layer were suitable for 2nd order contract masters. The treasures on the 3rd layer were suitable for 3rd order contract masters. And so on up to the 7th layer. The 8th layer, on the other hand, was the core of the entire Star Treasure Pavilion, and no one was allowed to enter except for the principal. Even Gu Yunfeng and Lin Yin, who were vice principals, were not allowed. In order to prevent students from cultivating too aggressively, the Star Treasure Pavilion explicitly states, contract masters may not cross the levels to obtain treasures. Example, a 4th ranked contract master may not obtain the treasures of the 5th level. Of course, if there is a school senior as a guarantee, then it would be a different story. Teacher is the vice principal, so as long as I give instructions to the staff, I can select treasures across the tiers. If it's materials, cross-layer selection will certainly maximize the gains. But what I want is a weapon. Weapons were different from materials. Weapons of high quality weren't necessarily while they lasted. The only weapon that was the best was the one that suited one's needs. Under the guidance of the staff, Night Ming arrived at the 4th floor. The containers were full of treasures, each with a corresponding price. Name, pure water crystal. Type, heavenly material treasure. Description: natural crystals taken from the pure water ground, extremely beneficial to water attribute contract masters. Price: $5,600,000. Price: $5,600,000. Name: Lightning Essence. Type: Heavenly Treasure. Introduction: collected through a special container. Introduction: lightning essence formed by collecting natural lightning through special containers and forging them in a special way, greatly beneficial to electricity attribute pact masters. Price: $7,800,000. Price: $7,800,000. Name: Sinking Heart Combat Technique. Name: Sinking Heart Combat Technique. Type: Kung Fu Technique. Type: Kung Fu Technique. Introduction: a powerful combat technique created by an 8th-ranked powerhouse. The mind and spirit are united, the force moves at will, and each move contains tremendous energy, suitable for explosive warriors. Sale price: $8.9 million. Name: Sinking Heart Combat Technique. Price: $8,900,000. Worthy of being the Star Treasure Pavilion. Just even the pricing of the treasures is quite a bit higher than the outside world. Night Ming lamented. The staff member smiled and said, Star Treasure Pavilion is a formal industry, and the treasures we sell, whether it's the quality or the after sales, are far beyond the reach of the outside world. In addition, students can enjoy a 20% discount on purchases. This was good. Night Ming nodded, but he couldn't use it. With an intermediate token, he could freely pick one. There was no need to spend any money at all. After wandering around the 4th floor of the Star Treasure Pavilion a few times, Night Ming found quite a few long sickle weapons. However, they either had the attributes of the 5 elements or wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Night Ming was of the darkness lineage, and they were completely inapplicable. Hard to get. Night Ming secretly sighed. Ding! At this time, a woman's broadcasting voice came from the Star Treasure Pavilion hall. Congratulations to the freshman student of the Mage Academy Yichingyu for successfully completing the Treasure Spirit certification and being allowed to enter the Star Treasure Pavilion and pick a treasure. As the announcement rang out, Night Ming noticed. In the entire Star Treasure Pavilion, there were instantaneous cacophonies. School Sister Yi is just too powerful. This first time here, she actually completed the Treasure Spirit certification. Her talent is truly amazing. Worthy of being an SSS-ranked Holy Maiden contractor, this talent and strength, I'm simply envious. Hey, I came to try every semester, and tried 3 times without success. As a result, the schoolgirl actually succeeded once. Envious. Some people were rejoicing for Yichingyu, while others were saddened by their own inadequacies. Night Ming looked to the staff member next to him. What is Treasure Spirit certification? The staff member explained, in the Star Treasure Pavilion, in addition to the external treasure trove for the outside world to purchase, there is also an internal treasure trove, the Star Treasure Map. The Star Treasure Map is guarded by the Treasure Spirit of the Star Treasure Pavilion, and the only way to enter is to pass the Treasure Spirit certification. The number of treasures in the Star Treasure Map is small, but the types are complete and of higher value. According to the principal statistics, any one of the treasures in the Star Treasure Map is worth over $70 million. More than $70 million. Night Ming was shocked. Chapter 123: Passing the Spiritual Treasure Certification, Receiving the Starry Sky Map Qualification. Fong turned all over the 4th floor of the Star Treasure Pavilion, and I couldn't even find a weapon that suits me. It seems like I can only look in the Star Treasure Map. Night Ming clenched his fists, his heart leaping for joy. And in the hall, Yichingyu was docking with the staff. A tall, long-legged imperial lady wearing black silk came to her with a smile, and Hello classmate, my name is Lu Xian, I am the management director of Star Treasure Pavilion. Next I will register your information. If you register successfully, you will be able to enter the Star Treasure Pavilion and pick a treasure. Well, you're a 3rd-rank contract master. I suggest you that the quality of the treasure you pick should preferably not exceed the 5th rank threshold. Yichingyu nodded. Suddenly his eyes flashed. Raising his head, he looked towards the 4th floor of the Star Treasure Pavilion. 4 eyes met with Night Ming. Her brows instantly furrowed. Night Ming. Why is he on the 4th floor? Could it be that he's already a 4th-ranked contract master? No, he was only 3rd rank a few days ago. It's impossible for him to break through in such a short period of time. Well, it looks like Principal Gu Yunfeng gave him the privilege. Yichingyu said, suddenly remembering the scene on the entrance test. She couldn't help but clench her fists, and I'm also a 3rd-order contract master now. If I'm given another chance to challenge Night Ming, I may not be unable to defeat him. After I get the treasure, I'll challenge Night Ming. She silently made up her mind. Looking at Yi Qingyu and Lu Xian's departing backs, Night Ming cupped his chin and thought, she's actually third ranked. It seems that an SSS rank Saintus contractor isn't as simple as I thought. It's fortunate that the one I contracted is the Divine Meteor Darkness Demon Emperor, or else I would have been left behind by these bastard geniuses by several blocks. However, the most urgent thing is to go and complete the Treasure Spirit certification. Under the leadership of the staff, Night Ming arrived in the teleportation portal. An open space. There were subtle formations etched on the ground. Night Ming placed himself in it, and the next moment, light flashed. Blue pillars of light were born from the formation and derived towards the ceiling. The images before Night Ming's eyes began to shatter and reorganize. When he came to his senses again, before his eyes, a void of space. The sky and the ground were connected as one color. It took on a silent blackness. In front of Night Ming's eyes were stars shining brightly, which were both real and fake, as if they were within reach. But when Night Ming reached out his hand to touch them, it felt like they were far away. Treasure Spirit certification has been opened. Your current realm has been matched with a suitable certification level. Level, Star Guide. Difficulty, High. Description: before your eyes, there are 100,000 stars, each of which possesses a unique power and structure. Content: please find your star from the 100,000 stars content. Please find your star from the 100,000 stars content. Challenge time, 3 hours. Number of challenges, 3. Find the star that belongs to me? Night Ming pondered for a while. He was a magical girl contractor, with a dark attribute. There was nothing more suitable for him than a star with a dark attribute. With a thought, Night Ming unfolded the darkness domain while releasing his dark tentacles to feel the energy in these stars. Phew! At this moment, a star flashed with black light. A dense dark aura erupted at this moment. Found it! Night Ming's eyes were quick and he immediately wrapped it with his dark tentacles. Looking at the star in his hand, which was like a black prismatic crystal, Night Ming nodded. In this way, it should be considered to have completed the certification, right? However, why do I feel that something is wrong? It's too simple. It was true. The next moment, an illusory ethereal voice rang out. The first challenge is over. You have failed to successfully select a star that matches your own. Remaining challenge opportunities, 2. I knew it. Night Ming took a deep breath. If the dark attribute star is useless, then what about the brightest star? Since becoming a contract master, the strength he had displayed was basically the best in history. The talent was demonic. And the brightest star represented the highest talent, the strongest power. Night Ming felt that it suited him well. And so the next moment, Night Ming once again unleashed the darkness domain. In the world shrouded in darkness, the 100,000 stars released their power and shone with the light that belonged to them. And at the edge of these 100,000 stars, an incomparably dazzling star whose light almost overshadowed all the surrounding stars. Found it! Night Ming held the star into his hands. But what was waiting? Yet another failure notification. The second challenge is over. You failed to find a star that matches your own. Remaining challenge opportunity, 1. The dark attribute star, the brightest star. None of them are stars that match me. As Night Ming looked at the remaining 90,000 or so stars in front of him, he frowned slightly and began to ponder. Shadow Yui was sitting on his shoulder, one hand resting on her chin, when she suddenly raised her head and her eyes lit up. I get it. Cicadas reside in tall trees, and their chirps travel far and wide. If you are a giant tree in the sky, how can you not attract birds to roost? Night Ming sniffed and came to a realization. I see. I don't need to actively choose stars at all I need to do is release my own powerful aura, and the stars that match me will naturally be attracted to me. And all I need to do is to choose my favorite one from the attracted stars. Shadow Yui nodded. That's right. Start now. Night Ming sat cross-legged in the void. His eyes were tightly closed, and his dark aura turned into smoke that continuously spread towards the surroundings. Boom! With him at the center, pillars of black light shot up into the sky. Powerful ripples of power began to spread wildly, the aftermath reaching every star. Swoosh! Under the influence of these power ripples, there were constantly stars drawing closer towards Night Ming. What he had to do was to choose from these stars that recognized him, and then choose the one that he recognized. It was the star that best fit him. Star Treasure Pavilion Hall. Led by Lu Xin, Yi Qingyu successfully entered the Star Treasure Pavilion and selected a long sword that suited him. The rain-transforming sword. Priced at $150 million. Forged using natural crystal ore, it could change into two forms, single sword and multi-sword, extremely suitable for Yi Qingyu, who had dual cultivation in spells and intent. This spiritual treasure certification, your time spent is half an hour. It's the shortest time I've ever seen amongst the Third Order Pact Masters. You can come to Star Treasure Pavilion more often when you have the chance, the treasures here will be changed regularly. Lu Xian wore a smile, the appreciation in his tone was obvious. Yi Qingyu clasped his fists, "Okay, director." After thanking him, she once again raised her head to look in the direction of the fourth floor. After not spotting Night Ming's figure, she shook her head. Xing may have left. Raising her feet, she was just about to leave. The next moment, a broadcast rang out within the Star Treasure Pavilion. Congratulations to Assassination Academy's freshman student Night Ming for successfully completing the Treasure Spirit certification and being allowed to enter the Starry Sky diagram to pick a treasure. Night Ming. I knew it, he definitely won't let go of the opportunity for Treasure Spirit certification. But by the looks of it, he took a shorter time than me. Yi Qingyu shook his head. Treasure Spirit certification relies on enlightenment, not strength. Taking a shorter time does not mean that he is stronger than me. So, as a third-ranked contractor, I may not be inferior to him. She clenched her fists, and the desire to win in her heart did not subside halfway. At this time, Night Ming was also teleported back into the hall. Seeing this, Lu Xian rushed forward and extended her hand to him with a smile, and "Hello classmate, my name is Lu Xian, I'm the management director of the Star Treasure Pavilion. Congratulations on completing your Treasure Spirit certification. In addition, you took 15 minutes to certify, the fastest to complete certification among the fourth-ranked contract masters I've seen." What? The pupils of Yi Qingyu at the side widened. Fourth Order. Night Ming He, fourth rank? Chapter 124 The Dark Wind Gang of Dark Currents. Why, his breakthrough speed will be so fast? Yi Qingyu frowned in disbelief. From the time they awakened their spirituality and became contract masters, it hadn't even been 3 months. Night Ming, he, had actually reached a realm that others needed several years to reach. The Yi family that I have my back against is one of the famous families in the Dragon Kingdom. Since I was a child, the education and cultivation resources I received have all helped me in my cultivation. The fact that I can become a third-order contract master is partly due to my talent, and partly due to my family's help. But Night Ming. Yi Qingyu clenched her fists. After the last entrance test, she had deliberately investigated Night Ming's identity. A family in Sangnan City wasn't even a millionth of what the Yi family was. But it was the son of such a small family whose cultivation talent was so terrifying. Didn't they say that it would be very difficult for a magical girl contractor to break through? Why, this can't be seen in the slightest on Night Ming. Yi Qingyu felt like her perceptions had been shocked. Less than 3 months. Becoming a fourth-order contract master. She was truly shocked. It wasn't just her. Even Lu Xian, who was the managing director, was shocked. Night Ming, your talent is truly exaggerated. Of course, talent is one thing, and hard work is also paramount. Please follow me, I will register you, and after that you can enter the Starry Sky map and choose a treasure that belongs to you. Under Lu Xian's leadership, Night Ming finished registering his information. And then came a mysterious space, which was a forbidden secret room. There were mysterious beast patterns carved on the surrounding walls. As the circle pattern on the ceiling twisted, Night Ming's consciousness entered a vast starry sky. There were hundreds of thousands of stars in the starry sky, and each star represented a treasure. Still following the previous method. Release my aura and naturally a treasure suitable for me will come close. Night Ming unfolded his darkness domain. Dozens of stars drew closer towards him. Among these stars, he managed to find the weapon he needed. Name, Killing Long Scythe. Type, Weapon Long Scythe. Description, a weapon forged from special crystals, soaked in blood and killing for a long time. It possesses an extremely terrifying energy. The user needs to be extremely cautious, or else it will be easily revolted. Note, this weapon is suitable for use by 4th ranked and above contract masters, do not touch below 4th ranked. Killing long scythe? Nightming gripped the star. The next moment, the light shattered. A scarlet-red long sickle appeared in his hand. The long sickle's sickle handle was silver-white metal, the sickle blade was scarlet, and at the junction of the sickle handle and the sickle blade, there was a bizarre eye flickering. Tendrils of red light lingered on the long sickle. Nightming tried dancing a few sickle flowers with the long sickle, and the effect was not bad. It's not as good as the divine meteor long sickle, but it should be enough for the current me. Walked out of the starry sky map. Returning to the hall. Managing Director Liu Xin told Nightming. After every realm breakthrough, one could come for a spiritual treasure certification. If you pass the certification, you can still obtain the treasure. And the quality would also increase level by level. Leaving the Star Treasure Pavilion. Returning to the detached villa. In the training room, Nightming once again opened his Blood King form. Boom! He rushed out as red and black streams of light. The simulated 40 ferocious beasts didn't even last a single breath. The Blood King state was lifted, and this time, the feeling of exhaustion was much less than before. With my current strength, as long as I don't meet a SS rank 5 contract master, I'm certain of 100% victory. Nightming clenched his fist and said. The SS class Saintus rank was too high. There might be hidden killing moves. So Nightming didn't dare to speak too absolutely. Ding ding ding. At this time, a message came from the cell phone. Opening it, it was from Sun Ho Yuan. Sun Ho Yuan, I heard that you've become a 4th order contract master? Congratulations. Nightming, a fluke breakthrough, it's all luck. Sun Ho Yuan, less bull, talent and hard work are one aspect, as for luck, I don't think you're relying on luck, the guys who rely on luck don't have the horrific battle power you have. Nightming laughed and didn't follow this topic. Nightming, Captain Sun found me, apart from congratulations, there should be other things, right? Sun Ho Yuan, you kid is quite shrewd, yes, there are other things. Sun Ho Yuan, according to the rules of the Palace of Sundering, after becoming a 4th ranked contract master, you can apply to become a quasi-advanced assassin, and when you break through to the 5th ranked, you can become an advanced assassin. Nightming, what are the benefits of becoming a quasi-senior slayer? Sun Ho Yuan, 10,000 contribution points will be rewarded, and the annual salary will be increased to 300 million, and most importantly, the freedom to take on missions. According to Sun Ho Yuan, after becoming a quasi-senior killer, it would no longer be mandatory to complete a certain task. Rather, he will be pulled into a certain group, and in the group file, he will find the assassination mission that he wants to complete. Sun Ho Yuan, of course, there is a requirement to complete at least 3 missions per year. 3 pieces? Compared to giving rewards, 3 missions could be too easy. Before, I was given missions to dispatch because my strength was low, and the missions dispatched needed to be vetted at various levels. But now that I've become a 4th ranked contract master, I have a higher degree of freedom, and at the same time, I also need to identify the difficulty of the tasks on my own. Nightming said in a deep voice. There were benefits and certain drawbacks. However, all of them had joined the Palace of Sundering. Of course it was time to frantically climb up the ladder. Nightming, alright, I'll apply to join. Sun Ho Yuan, the information has been submitted, but before that, I think you need to go and solve a hidden danger. Nightming, Black Wind Gang? Sun Ho Yuan, well, the Black Wind Gang hasn't been too peaceful lately, I think they should be making some big moves, I suspect that they are preparing to use the domain to sneak into other countries. Sun Ho Yuan, you and the Black Wind Gang have a grudge, this kind of hidden danger must not be left behind. 4 people who have a grudge against themselves. Let's not talk about exterminating his whole family. The Light River Green Blade is categorically not to be left behind. Nightming, I understand, when will we do it? Sun Ho Yuan, tonight, we have installed a listening position on the River Qing Blade, there is a situation will be the first time to tell you. Nightming, good. Black Wind Gang. High-level conference room. Gangmaster River Meteor was sitting on the main seat mountain, his face was cold, his eyes looked around at all the executives present. Tonight is a critical point in time that determines whether or not our Black Wind Gang will continue to survive. Transport the goods out of 5th Border City, the Tianzhu Kingdom side will send someone to meet us, remember, something can happen to the people, but the goods must not go wrong. This is a time of high tension, don't make any mess for me. Boom. The last word fell. Terrifying pressure was released from Riverfall. It pressed down on the top brass present and they couldn't breathe. And behind Riverfall, a saintess silhouette with purple light lingering around and her hands clasping her chest was looking down at everyone present with disdainful eyes. S-Class Pseudo-Gravity Holy Maiden. 6th Ranked Contract Master. Chapter 125 2 5th Order Contract Masters. We will do our best to support the Gang Master's order. The executives immediately took a stand. The intimidating pressure on the scene only lessened by a few moments. Go about your business. Riverfall waved his hand. The executives rushed to leave, fearing that they would be shaken to death by the mighty pressure if they walked slowly. What are you still staying here for? Why don't you go back and pack up your things? River Meteor looked at the man on his left with a displeased expression. River Chainblade clenched his fists, extremely unwilling in his heart, and... Father, why? Our Black Wind Gang has been based in Wuhan City for decades, and we have done hard work without merit. And now we have to flee like a lost dog. Riverfall slammed his fist on the desktop. What do you know? Something happened to the Yuan Guan group, the 7th ranked contract masters they backed were all killed. Do you think that I, a 6th ranked, have the qualifications to fight against the entire Dragon Kingdom? River Chainblade was puzzled. Yes, our Black Wind Gang has cooperation with the Source Light group, but the documents on the surface are all formalized. The tail behind it is also pulled clean. Even if they investigate, it's impossible for them to get to our heads. Stupid. Riverfall glared at him, and blood filled his eyes. Chainblade, you grew up pampered and spoiled, thinking that this world must turn according to your wishes. But reality is cruel. So what if the documents on the surface are formalized? Even if I raise the entire gang to report to prove for myself, go to the Supreme Court for a lawsuit, and win, so what? People know exactly what we've done. If we hide, we still have a chance of survival if we fight? It's a dead end. But father. Enough. Don't bull on this topic, I'm the gang leader, everything has to listen to me. River Chainblade still wanted to reason. River Meteor raised his hand and directly stopped him. Arguing with such a pampered and self-righteous fellow was something he couldn't listen to. If it wasn't for the fact that River Chainblade was River Meteor's own son. Otherwise, River Meteor would have already made a move against him. Alright. River Chainblade got up, his eyes showing a few moments of unwillingness. River Meteor frowned. What are you going to do now? I'm warning you, don't ever hit on Nightming again. That kid is Gu Yunfeng's disciple, a disciple of an 8th ranked contract master, so you'll injure him, and the results aren't something you can afford. River Chainblade sneered. Could it be that the insults and beatings I suffered were for nothing? Don't give me that. River Meteor cursed angrily. Don't think I don't know anything. You made a move against Nightming in the school's secret realm and went to provoke him 3 times. In the past, you were relying on the Black Wind Gang to act recklessly, and that was just fine. Now that the Black Wind Gang is weak, I advise you to better be honest with me. After tonight, we'll be going to the Tianzhu Kingdom. It's not a peaceful place there. If you don't collect your temper, someone will be able to beat you to death if you go out. Speaking evilly. River Chainblade gave a dark grunt. Are you having a problem with my words? River Meteor frowned, his gaze unkind. River Chainblade waved his hands. No opinion, nothing. You're the gang leader, everything is at your disposal. After saying that, River Chainblade left the conference room. Looking at his back as he left, River Meteor's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a point of vigilance, and... This bastard might get me some crappy job. No, we must make 2 preparations. After leaving from the conference room, River Greenblade called in 2 of the higher-ups who were usually close to him. One was named Tiger Mountain, a 5th ranked contractor, and a B-ranked Tiger Sage. The other was called Chen Chang, also a 5th order contract master, B-rank Earth Control Holy Maiden. They were both relying on special potions to forcefully pull up their realms, and their strength was weaker than a normal 5th rank indentured master. However, it was still more than enough to deal with a normal 4th rank. Young master, you called the 2 of us over, is there something urgent? Chen Chang asked. River Chainblade squatted in the alley, lit a cigarette, and looked up at the 2 of them. Chen Chang. Help me run an errand for someone. Run an individual? Tiger Mountain patted his chest. How easy is this, young lord? Just open your mouth. As long as it's not a 5th order contractor, I, Tiger Mountain, will definitely do it. He had a big grin and a one-track mind. Chen Chang had more heart. Young lord, who do you want to do? No Night Ming? Upon hearing this name, Chen Chang immediately frowned. Young master, this isn't right. Night Ming is a student of Star Demon University, as well as one of this year's Star Demon University, one of the most outstanding students. It is rumored that he is also a disciple of Gu Yunfeng. If we go after him, our Black Wind Gang will be in big trouble. River Qingblade glared at him. Chen Chang, what do you mean by that? When you had a shipping accident and lost tens of millions of dollars, father was so angry at the time that he wanted to chop off both of your arms. Who bailed you out? It was you, young gang master. Chen Chang lowered his head. Isn't that right? Tiger Mountain interjected. Young gang master has been kind to both of us, isn't it just a student? The big deal is to finish the job and get rid of his corpse. An 8th order contract master like Gu Yunfeng is usually so busy that he may not be able to return to Star Demon University for several months. By the time he realizes it, we'll have long since arrived in the Tianzhu kingdom. This. Chen Chang's eyes fluttered. He was still hesitating. Tiger Mountain on the side couldn't stand it anymore. Damn, hesitant, are you still an old man? Young gangmaster, this guy is unwilling to go. I, Tiger Mountain, will go with you. A genius student from Star Demon University. Damn, if I can pull a genius to the bottom in this life, it's worth it for me. Finished speaking. Tiger Mountain and River Greenblade got up and were about to leave the alley. Wait. Chen Chang raised his hand and asked. What realm is that, Night Ming? 3rd rank contract master. 3rd rank? Chen Chang frowned. Why did I hear from the news that he is already at the 4th rank? Ha! River Qingblade looked as if he had heard a heavenly joke. Uncle Chen, do you think this is possible? Less than 3 months have passed since the spiritual awakening. Even if he, Night Ming, is even more talented, it's impossible for him to break through from the 3rd rank to the 4th rank. The threshold of this, I think you should be clear about it. After saying that, River Qingblade turned around and left. Chen Chang sighed and said helplessly, forget it, I'll accompany you to fool around. When will you do it? A smile appeared on River Kingblade's serious face. That's right, what's there to be afraid of in a 3rd order contract master? I've arranged for someone to keep an eye on the entrance of Star Demon University. From what he said, Night Ming has already left the school gates and is wandering around the city. Let's rush over now, it's not too late. Sniffing. Chen Chang looked up at the already dark sky. The time was now 10 o'clock in the evening, and by the time they arrived at Chiyuan City, it would be about 10:30. Making a move at night. It was considered safe for the time being. Chapter 126 Killing River Greenblade. 11 o'clock at night. The 3 of them, River Qingblade, were hiding in an alley. Not far in front of them, Night Ming was loitering alone on the street. Young gang master, this isn't right. It's the middle of the night, what's he doing wandering around blindly by himself? And I have a feeling that he's long since discovered us. The cold wind of the night blew through the empty streets, landing on Chen Chang's body. He felt a chill in his heart. River Qingblade said in a deep voice, so what if he found out? With the 3 of us, can't we still get rid of him, a 3rd order contract master? But... Alright, no more nonsense, just do it. The words fell. River Greenblade and Tiger Mountain quietly approached towards Night Ming. The aura on their bodies gradually erupted, and when the distance was close, they would immediately pounce and kill Night Ming in the shortest time possible. Damn it! I have an ominous premonition in my heart. Chen Chang took out his cell phone and sent a message to one of the higher-ups as fast as he could. Do it! At this moment, a furious shout rang out. Chen Chang snapped his head up. Only to see Tiger Mountain and River Greenblade, their auras erupted steeply as they rushed towards Night Ming with a fierce attack. On the empty streets, the sound of a tiger's roar shockingly resounded, and Tiger Mountain's double fists were swift and fierce, their fists breaking through the air as they blasted towards Night Ming's head. Ha! Comparing strength? You're not even close. Night Ming didn't dodge, and turned back to throw a punch. Bang! The demonic fist that lingered with a dark aura collided with the strong tiger fist. Ka-ching! The sound of bones shattering rang out. With a single punch, Night Ming had blasted half of Tiger Mountain's arm, all the way to stumps. Damn bastard, die for me! River Greenblade condensed 2 illusory giant arms and smashed them fiercely towards Night Ming. Night Ming raised his head, and there were flashes of black lightning in his eyes. Boom! The instant the illusory giant arms smashed down, Nightming transformed into a black thunderbolt and rushed out of the range of the attack, and then the aftermath did not diminish as he rushed towards River Qingdao Blade at the fastest and fiercest speed. Stop! Chen Chang shouted angrily, his hands violently closing together. The street appeared to shatter, and earth spikes formed from the hardened dirt rose to the ground. Without any fear, Nightming's aura increased as he probed his hand and grabbed out the divine meteor-long sickle, swinging and slashing out a scarlet curved moon. Poof! At the same time that he severed the earth thorns, the sharp blade of the sickle flashed with a cold light, and Nightming once again swung out a strike. A lurid air wave roared out, and River Qingdao Blade said that it was not good, immediately condensing an illusory giant arm to block in front of him, forming a barrier. The blood-colored airwaves continued to enlarge in River Qingdao's pupils. The moment it hit the giant arm barrier. Bang! The barrier shattered. The residual power of the airwave did not diminish and chopped at River Qingdao Blade's arms. Plop! The two palms shot up into the sky. River Qingblade fell heavily from mid-air, his face was pale, his brain's protective mechanism caused him to fall into a daze for a short period of time, and his eyes lost all color. Damn it! You're not a third-rank contract master, you're a fourth-rank contract master. Tiger Mountain glared and drank. Nightming laughed coldly, what an age, still stuck at the information point of his third-rank contract master. This was too backward. Nightming gripped his long sickle and swung out a few blistering slashes once again, as Tiger Mountain and Chen Chang rushed forward and blocked the attack. However, their bodies also collapsed in an instant, no longer able to resist. And so, Nightming summoned dark tentacles and wrapped them up, bringing them to the pre-arranged interrogation room. Tell me, what exactly is your Black Wind Gang plotting? Nightming looked at Tiger Mountain and the others and asked coldly. Damn Nightming, what are you? Even if I die, I won't tell you. River Qingblade gritted his teeth and just finished cursing. Put! Nightming's hand rose up and used a dark dagger to slice off River Qingblade's neck. His head fell to the ground with a thud and flipped over, his two wide eyes filled with fear and horror. How simple it is to want to die. It's just a matter of me moving my knife. After Nightming finished speaking, he looked towards the Tiger Mountain duo. The master is dead, what's the use of you guys holding on strongly? Tell me everything now, and you can still earn yourselves a lenient treatment. Chen Chang glared, his bound hands clenched into fists, his nails embedded in his flesh and blood, and even if you kill me, I will definitely not betray the gangmaster. Backbone. Nightming nodded, in that case, let you get what you want. Put. Cold light flashed. Chen Chang's head fell to the ground. What about you, they're all dead, do you want to follow in their footsteps? Nightming looked at Tiger Mountain with cold eyes. Tiger Mountain's eyes hesitated, can you, really, apply for leniency for me? Can I still live? Nightming shook his head, I can't guarantee that you'll live, but I can guarantee that even if you die, it'll be a righteous death, and you won't die without a burial site like them. Tiger Mountain sank his face, his brows locked, his heart fluctuating with strong emotions. In the end. AI. It's just. Tiger Mountain sighed, I'll tell you all. The Black Wind Gang is preparing to enter the domain from the 5th border city tonight, through a connector in the Tianzhu Kingdom. Tianzhu Kingdom. Nightming's eyes narrowed slightly. After the fierce beasts descended on Blue Star, the vast majority of countries had perished. The Tianzhu Kingdom, which was one of the major countries of the Blue Star, had survived by a fluke. Although their heritage was not as good as the Dragon Kingdom, it was considered good compared to other countries. The Tianzhu Kingdom is highly hierarchical, and after the outbreak of the ferocious beast disaster, people were even divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. The Black Wind Gang is an outsider, how could they agree to you entering? Nightming usually often had from the internet, to understand some international events. Tiger Mountain shook his head, there's nothing in the world that money can't fix. Our Black Wind Gang promised to give $300 million to the connector's side. Put. Cold light flashed. The dark dagger in Nightming's hand, the tip of which landed on Tiger Mountain's neck, had pierced through the skin, and there were threads of blood flowing down. It almost took his life. You, what are you doing? Tiger Mountain was shocked. Nightming's eyes flared with a ferocious light, you're lying, the cost is definitely more than as simple as $300 million. Tiger Mountain cursed, I was shocked and confused when you didn't remind me. Apart from the $300 million, there is also a piece of goods, I'm not sure what exactly it is. But from what the gangmaster said, that piece of cargo is of inestimable value. Just by relying on it, our Black Wind Gang can land in the noble class. A single piece of cargo could make you a noble in Tianju Kingdom? Night Ming cupped his chin with one hand. This matter was just too fishy. Where is that piece of cargo now? Night Ming asked. Tiger Mountain waved his hand. I am not sure. Ding ding ding. At this time, the cell phone rang. The caller Old Lu. Old Lu, he's the financial management of our Black Wind Gang, a fourth-order indentured servant with a high status. Tiger Mountain said. Night Ming pointed at the phone with his head. Answer it. What to say and what not to say, you should know clearly. Tiger Mountain nodded. Understood. Chapter 127. When things go wrong, there must be demons. Hello Tiger Mountain? Hello Old Lu, what are you doing? Tiger Mountain pretended to be relaxed tone. Horse the nah, you still have the nerve to ask me? I still want to ask you. On the other end of the phone came the Old Lu's grumpy voice. Where the hell are you? Are Chen Chang and the young master with you? Tiger Mountain froze for a moment, then stammered and laughed. Yes, we're drinking together. This is not to leave it, so many years a little reluctant to leave, just thought to have a drink before leaving. A drink? Old Lu sneered, you don't give me. Chen Chang has already greeted me, you guys are going to kill Night Ming. You know all about it? Tiger Mountain froze. Old Lu grunted, what could be hidden from my eyes? Tell me honestly, did you make a move on Night Ming? Tiger Mountain looked toward Night Ming. Night Ming nodded. Moves. Made a move. You guys killed him? Tiger Mountain once again looked at Night Ming, who shook his head. No, that kid is evil as hell, we were just about to make a move, but he suddenly turned into a gust of wind and ran away, couldn't even catch up. Old Lu breathed a sigh of relief, thank God, he didn't get a good look at you guys, right? No, all wearing masks, and he didn't even come into contact with him for a second. That's good. Old Lu said after a silent bout, you bring the young gang leader and the others to hurry over. We're in Chiyuan City right now, preparing to take the goods from the fourth border city into the extraterrestrial realm. Fourth border city? Tiger Mountain froze, isn't it the fifth border city? Well, it was the fifth border city that was set at the very beginning. Old Lu said, but the gangmaster felt that he had to be careful, so he split the goods into two and went out of the domain from the fourth and fifth border cities. Lest we get caught in a pot. You hurry up and get over here now, we don't have enough manpower, the highest ING rank is only the fourth. Tiger Mountain hummed, and then followed up with a question, Old Lu, what the hell is that? Have you figured it out yet? Although I don't want to say this, but in case, what if the gang leader sells us out? Grass Nima. Old Lu was furious, are you speaking in human terms? To be honest with you, I've looked at that one, it's indeed extraordinary. Well, do not stop here bull, address I sent you, half an hour if you do not rush over, all the consequences. Do. The phone hung up. Tiger Mountain looked at Night Ming, what should we do now? Should we go over? Night Ming cupped his chin and pondered. If we went directly to get Old Lu and the others, the Black Wind Gang master's side would be alerted. But if we didn't do it, when we got out of Border City, there would be even more changes. Wait, there seems to be something wrong. Night Ming suddenly thought of something. He took out his cell phone and immediately sent a message to Sun Ho Yuan. Night Ming, Captain Sun, how is the Black Wind Gang's underbelly, how many fifth ranks and how many fourth ranks are there? Sun Ho Yuan, 1 6th order, 3 5th order, 6 4th order, and more than 10 3rd order. How? Night Ming frowned. 3 5th order. Other than Chen Chang and Tiger Mountain, there was still 1 5th order left. Just now, Old Lu had said that their highest was only accompanied by a 4th rank, and the cargo was split in two, Old Lu had also assured. In this case, a piece of transportation is the safest way. There's no way that this Black Wind Gang master doesn't know. Night Ming was now skeptical. Old Lu and the others, either they had been abandoned. Either that or the Black Wind Gang had been alerted and deliberately laid a trap. Just to be safe, call the teacher to come over. Night Ming sent a message to Gu Yunfeng. The latter replied with an okay. It was safe. With the issue of life safety resolved, the next step is to feel along the vine and see what this Black Wind Gang master really wants to do. After Nightming slapped Tiger Mountain unconscious and sent a message to Sun Hoyuan, he immediately transformed into a dark shadow and disappeared into the night. Abandoned factory. Several burly men with tattoos of dragons and tigers were squatting on the ground, jerking skewers, smoking cigarettes, chattering flirty words, and drinking wine. Behind them in the abandoned factory building, a box made of silver-white metal was lying peacefully on the ground. Its lock was made of high-tech, and on the edges of the box, the azure-colored bands were extremely sci-fi. Damn, this Tiger Mountain, they can be really slow. It's been almost half an hour and they still haven't arrived. I'm afraid they're not wrapped around that tiny nymph's leg. A strong man cursed. Old Lou beside him sucked on a cigarette and looked at his watch. Half an hour is here, not waiting. Not waiting? The strong man next to him was puzzled. Tiger Mountain and the others are the main force. Without them, we can't cope with the ferocious beasts outside the domain. Old Lou shook his head. Master said, Tiger Mountain and the others may have already had an accident. I'm afraid there will be a change if we wait. Changes? A bald big old man grinned. That Nightming, right? A little kid who hasn't even grown his hair. I can beat the out of him with one hand. He's not a change of heart. Maybe Tiger Mountain and the others have already chopped that waif up by now. Bang! The bald big old man hadn't finished his words. The light bulb inside the factory suddenly burst. Bang bang bang! One after another. The originally bright place instantly went dark. When the cold wind blew, the bonfire that the crowd had built also went out instantly. Damn, where did the evil wind come from? The bald big old man stood up with a miso. He drew his machete and looked around vigilantly. Old Lou's brows tightened and his right arm was instantly covered with a layer of diamond armor as he shouted into the darkness ahead of him that Tiger Mountain? Is that you guys, Tiger Mountain? Phew! Red eyes flashed. Nightming held a long sickle and rushed in as a black light while nodding. Yes, I'm Tiger Mountain. You're a hammer. Old Lou's pupils suddenly shrunk as he shouted, all on guard, hack this pussy brat to death for me. Swoosh! In a blink of an eye, all the members of the Black Wind Gang drew out their machetes and swung towards Nightming, and in the darkness of the night, the cold light flashed with a murderous aura. Nightming's arm reversed, and a horizontal chop whistled out. Clang! The airwave of the horizontal chop crashed into the machete, emitting a metallic popping sound, and then the airwave's residual power did not diminish, charging straight at the Black Wind Gang members. Ah! Damn! Miserable wailing sounds rang out. One figure after another fell to the ground, pouncing. Beside old Lou, the bald big old man who had previously spoken harsh words had a cold neck and fell to the ground with a thud. His eyes were wide open, his breathing was cut off, and he died without resting in peace. Who? Get out if you have the guts. What kind of skill is it to hide in the dark? Old Lou shouted into the darkness. Swoosh! Dark tentacles pierced through the night and quickly wrapped around old Lou's body, and then a bit of scarlet light expanded in old Lou's eyes. Nightming's breath erupted as he arrived with a long sickle, his arm powered up and a half moon chop was swung out. Swoosh! Red light flashed. Suddenly. Bang! A huge pressure came. Nightming felt like there was a huge mountain pressing down on his body, and his body lost control, slamming heavily on the ground. Nightming looked up. At the top of the factory, a man in robes clasped his hands to his chest and was looking at him with condescending, lonely eyes. Nightming, you killed River Chainblade, roll to give him a burial. River Meteor reached out and grabbed, and a huge gravity was applied to Nightming. His breath skyrocketed as his fingers formed sharp claws and charged towards Nightming. Suddenly, an overbearing wind blade fell from the sky. Plop! In an instant, it chopped off one of Riverfall's arms. River Meteor, who gave you the guts to dare to strike at my disciple? Gu Yunfeng's voice filled with majesty rang out from the sky. Chapter 128 7th Grade Fierce Beast Swallowing Transforming Golden Toad. Gu Yunfeng? Why are you here? Clouds tumbled in the sky. The robe-clad Gu Yunfeng broke through the clouds and emerged, his hands on his back, his robes fluttering in the wind, his pale face nonchalant and angry. Just by locking eyes with him, Riverfall felt an unprecedented pressure. Gu Yunfeng, 8th ranked contract master. It's over. Something has gone wrong. River Meteor's pupils suddenly contracted, and he no longer had the same momentum as before, as he raised his hand and grabbed two of his juniors, ruthlessly smashing them towards Gu Yunfeng. At the same time, he himself turned into a stream of light and fled the scene as fast as he could. Run? Gu Yunfeng stepped out in the void. Can you run? Boom! A terrifying pressure spread out from him. Precisely and unerringly, it was exerted on River Meteor's body. It was an unrivaled huge force, and River Meteor, who had been frantically fleeing earlier, instantly lost his ability to move. Bang! It smashed heavily on the ground. A huge crater appeared on the ground, spiderweb-like cracks spreading in all directions. Damn it! My body, I can't move at all. Riverfall tried to change the gravity around him, but he clenched his teeth and tried his best. Even though he forced his internal organs to bleed, he couldn't move a single finger. It was as if there was an invisible meteorite pressing down on his body. Shoo! The figures of Gu Yunfeng and Nightming appeared in front of him. Riverfall's heart went cold. What do you want? I'm still a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. You won't be able to gain a single benefit by killing me. Put. Gu Yunfeng's back negative palm pinched. Riverfall's entire right arm directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Ah! His agonizing wail rang out. Can't curry any favors? Gu Yunfeng shook his head, his eyes so calm that there wasn't a trace of emotion in them. Killing you, an offending 6th rank, is no different than pinching a bug. Puff! He pinched his palm once again. It was as if Riverfall's head was in his palm. The moment Gu Yunfeng's palm exerted force, River Meteor's eyes were instantly filled with blood, his head began to deform, his features twisted beyond recognition. Ah! Accompanied by an extremely miserable shout. River Meteor's head exploded and red and white things soared and splashed all over the place. However, not a single drop of blood was stained on Gu Yunfeng's white robe. Without even making direct contact, through the air, he killed a 6th-order contract master with such ease. Is this the means of an 8th-rank contract master? Nightming sucked in a breath of cool air, his heart shocked. It was. Gu Yunfeng turned around and blandly said. The spatial compression method, through the compression of space, thus realizing confinement, oppression, and other offensive means against the enemy. This is a spell that can be learned later in life. If you're interested, you can go to the Star Treasure Pavilion and take a look. I remember it's in there. Nightming clasped his fists. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Gu Yunfeng still had his hands behind his back. The next moment. With him as the center, a mysterious formation rose from the ground, encompassing the corpses of Nightming and Riverfall. Swoosh! The light of the formation flickered. Nightming and the others disappeared in place, and when they reappeared, they had already arrived at a plant on a remote and barren mountain. The surrounding area was quiet. In the factory building, the flames of candles wavered. Gu Yunfeng arrived in front of the factory building and the door opened by itself with a bang. He entered the factory building expressionlessly. The next moment, the candle went out. Rough shouts rang out. Go brothers, kill this old thing. An 8th-order contractor isn't a human? I really don't believe I can't kill you. Whatever realm you are, messing with our Black Wind gang, even if you're a heavenly elder, I'll still try with you. Result? Try and die. A few breaths later. The candles in the factory were once again lit. Gu Yunfeng sat on a chair and Nightming stood next to him. Looking at the bodies of dozens of strong men on the ground, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Reacquainting himself with Gu Yunfeng. This old man who usually looked amiable and like a spring breeze. Once he got serious, he was also a decisive master of killing. Gu Yunfeng glanced at the corpses on the ground, his eyes growing colder and colder. Blessed by the country, eating food planted by the people, but doing things that betray the country. This kind of guys, they don't deserve to be called people. The words fell. Gu Yunfeng raised his hand and squeezed. A corpse on the ground was kneaded into a piece, forming a bloody and incomparable meatball. Gu Yunfeng looked at the mass of meat as his palms continuously exerted force. Blood soared. In the end, more than 30 corpses were kneaded into a thumb-sized ball of bloody meat. Gu Yunfeng came to the small ball of flesh and blood, and with a wave of his big hand, this ball of flesh and blood disappeared in an instant. As for the bloodstains on the ground, as Gu Yunfeng stood up, they all disappeared. From the beginning to the end, Nightming's line of sight didn't leave, but he really didn't see clearly how the blood disappeared. Gu Yunfeng came to a metal box. The moment he opened the box, a strong stench hit his face. This flavor. It was like rotten eggs mixed with some sort of excrement, and a normal person would have to kneel on the ground and dry heave on the spot if they smelled it. Against the stench, Nightming came to the front of the box, and when he saw what was inside clearly, his brows couldn't help but wrinkle up. Inside here, there's actually a ferocious beast corpse? This ferocious beast had a gigantic head, its skin bubbled with pus, and its limbs shriveled up. The overall appearance was like an enlarged version of a toad. However, on this ferocious beast's back, the single blister of oozing pus all took on a pale yellow color. 7th ranked ferocious beast swallowing transforming golden toad. Gu Yunfeng said. Swallowing transforming gold toad? Aha! Gu Yunfeng explained, this is an extremely special ferocious beast. It doesn't have any fighting ability, but it possesses the ability to create cultivation materials. As long as you feed it enough food, it can produce a cultivation material called the golden flower. The more the food fed is to its liking, the higher the quality of the golden flower it produces. According to the current market price, a single golden flower can be sold for a high price of over $5 million. And it was priced without a market. No wonder Tiger Mountain said that with this, the Black Wind Gang could leap into the noble class even if they went to the Tianzhu Kingdom. Nightming lamented, having this kind of treasure in one's hands was completely like having a walking money printing machine. But teacher, since the devouring transformation gold toads are so precious, why aren't there captures of them? With the golden flowers they produce, I'm sure more people can all benefit. Nightming was puzzled. Gu Yunfeng shook his head, the number of devouring transformation gold toads is scarce, and so far, only 5 of them have appeared worldwide. Furthermore, do you know what kind of food to provide to maximize the quality of the golden flower? Nightming frowned, I don't know. Gu Yunfeng sighed, it's humans. Providing human corpses, or living human beings, and swallowing the golden flowers produced by the gold transforming toad has the highest quality. It is more than 10 times higher in quality than the golden flowers produced by providing other food. Therefore, this is the reason why the state has explicitly banned the capture of the swallowing golden toad. Nightming was appalled. He turned his head to look at the box, the unsightly swallowing chemicalized golden toad, and couldn't help but clench his fists. This damn thing. Chapter 129 Super Scythe Technique Scythe of Instant Kill. Plop. Blood Sword. Gu Yunfeng killed the devouring transformation golden toad. However, he left behind the heart of the devouring transformation golden toad. And the main organ that produced the golden flower. They possessed an extremely high research value. If the scientists could convert the demanded food for high-quality golden flowers from humans to other substances such as rice and vegetables, it would be an unprecedented major breakthrough. Nightming. This mission, you have made a great achievement. Not only did you solve the Black Wind Gang, but you also found the swallowing transformation golden toad. Well, becoming a quasi-advanced assassin, there's no problem. Gu Yunfeng said with a smile. The atmosphere at the scene had finally eased up quite a bit. Nightming was surprised, teacher, for this mission, the main focus is you. My only role was to dig up some clues. Don't say that, clues are often the key to a mission. Gu Yunfeng smiled bashfully, what's more, what do I need so much credit for? My position is already set in stone. Even if there's more merit, it's useless to me, so it's better to let it go to someone who needs it. You're in your growth period now, merit represents your growth potential, the more merit you have, the more benefits that will fall on you. Nightming no longer pushed back and cupped his fists, then thank you, teacher. This is all what a teacher should do. Gu Yunfeng laughed. After returning to Star Demon University. Before Gu Yunfeng left, he gave Nightming a heads up. Behind the Black Wind Gang, there might be other forces. Otherwise, with the strength of the Black Wind Gang, it wouldn't be able to mess with the 7th Order swallowing transformation golden toad. However, it was unclear who the forces behind the Black Wind Gang were for the time being. The line is broken. Rummaged through all the information of the Black Wind Gang. Interrogated the few Black Wind Gang executives who were still alive. None of them had any clues. Nowadays, the Black Wind Gang has just been in trouble. Even if there really are other forces behind it, they wouldn't be stupid enough to strike at this juncture now. Nightming temporarily breathed a sigh of relief. It was mental relaxation. As for the realm, he had now broken through to the 4th rank. Next, it was time to prepare for the preparations and sprint to the 5th rank. Opening the panel. Name, Nightmind. Spirituality, full level. Realm, 4th Order Contractors 03 million. Chi and Blood, 1700 2500. Spiritual Power, 1700 2500. Contracted Spirit, Divine Meteor Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Contract Spirit Level, SSS grade can be upgraded. Spiritual Technique, Dark Field Level 13, Divine Meteor Devil Armor Level 13, Eternal Nightfall Level 13. Spiritual Talent, Killing Growth, Devil Emperor Battle Spirit. Primary Combat Form, Blood King. 3 million experience short of becoming a 5th rank. This value, it seems far away, but if nothing goes wrong, perhaps it can be reached in 3 months. Nightming froze himself for a moment after saying this. 3 months. Breaking through from the 4th rank to the 5th rank. If this were to be said, it would definitely be considered whimsical. Contract Master cultivation was like ascending to heaven, and as the realm increased, the further back one went, the more difficult it was to break through. Especially when it comes to breaking through to the 5th rank, the difficulty is unbelievable. Between a 5th Order Contract Master and a 4th Order Contract Master, there was simply a chasm of difference. Becoming a 5th Order. The degree of fit with the contracted spirit would increase drastically. Many contract masters would awaken their contract techniques at this point. I've already awakened the contract technique Fallen Shop now, so maybe I can awaken a new contract technique after I become a 5th Order. Nightming couldn't help but feel some anticipation in his heart. Afterward, he opened the Sundering Mall. The moment he entered the system, the announcement rang out. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully received contribution points 20,000 from Gu Yunfeng. Congratulations, you have successfully advanced from intermediate killer and become a quasi-advanced killer, receiving contribution points 10,000. In view of your excellent performance in the mission, Gu Yunfeng and Sun Hoyuan have decided to implement additional rewards for you. Gu Yunfeng rewards contribution points 10,000, Sun Hoyuan rewards contribution points 2,000. Captain Sun rewarded me with contribution points? Nightming frowned. If he remembered correctly, although Sun Hoyuan was the captain, his contribution points were not easy to come by. Now rewarding himself with 2,000 points. No need to think about it, it must be that teacher forced him to give it to me. Nightming had already thought of Sun Hoyuan's meaty appearance. Afterward, Nightming settled his previous tasks and received some miscellaneous rewards. Adding it all up, there was a total of 45,000 contribution points. It was simply a huge profit. Let's see if there's anything I need. Nightming began browsing the mall. Shadow Spectre swooshed out of his mind and sat on his shoulder, shaking its 2 short legs and pondering with its chin in the air. You're now a 4th ranked contract master, with 2015 Chi, blood, and spirit power. Your physical body strength is quite sufficient. So what you need now is a Gong method. To be precise, it's combat feats. Sickle technique, fist technique, palm technique, or spell. Find a high grade to practice. Although Nightming possessed powerful means of offense. However, the number was too small and could easily be seen through by the enemy. Divine Meteor Demon Armor, this was a defensive means. The Darkness Domain, which was a secondary means. His offensive means were either the Eternal Night Descent or the Meteorite Slash. It was too little. It simply wasn't enough. You're right, I need to enrich my means of combat. Nightming opened the mall's feat page. Name, Heartless Sword Technique. Type, Sword Technique. Description, a sword technique created by a 7th ranked contract master, fusing the heart and the sword heart to achieve the realm where the sword moves with the heart. This is a sword technique that is common to the masses. Price, 5,000 contribution points. Price, 5,000 contribution points. Name, Fist of Fury. Type, Fist Technique. Description, a boxing technique created by a 7th ranked contract master, fusing anger into the fist. Every punch is an expression of anger, punching to the flesh, deadly moves, practiced to the fullest not only to control their own anger, but also to turn the anger of others into their own use. Price, 10,000 contribution points. Turning other people's anger into your own? Exaggerated. Nightming had to lament the diversity of offensive means. Continuing to view. Name, Instant Kill Scythe. Type, Scythe Technique. Introduction, the sickle method created by the 8th ranked contract master, an absolute killing technique. When practiced to great completion, the body will become shadowless and invisible, and the residual shadow left in the air will also possess a certain degree of combat power, and the residual shadow and the main body will cooperate with each other to form a formation of killing moves. Price, 20,000 contribution points. Night Ming, want this one? This one suits you. Shadow said quietly, the body technique you cultivate, Dark Night Without Trace, allows you to increase your speed drastically and leave behind a residual shadow in the air to confuse the enemy's line of sight. And this scythe of instant killing allows your residual shadow to be offensive. With the two together, your combat power will be greatly increased. Combined with your primary combat form, Blood King. My god, you really will become a monster. Chapter 130 Official Entry Advanced Slayer. Become a true monster. Why does it sound weird? Night Ming shook his head, forget it, whatever. Without hesitation, he directly purchased it. Half an hour later. The scythe of instant kill was shipped to him. The moment he opened it, this scythe law compiled from special materials instantly transformed into pure energy that entered Night Ming's mind. In front of Night Ming's eyes, a black villain was enacting a move from the scythe of instant killing. Using one's own speed as the foundation, one gathers energy in the long sickle and legs, thus erupting into a powerful force. Shadow of shadow, instantaneous breath, the sickle moves with the heart, the intention follows the body, killing in the invisible, beheading in an instant. Night Ming came to the training room. Immediately, he simulated 34th ranked ferocious beasts for himself. They roared and madly rushed towards him. Night Ming took a deep breath, a red essence flashed in his eyes, and the moment he fired his thighs. His body became illusory, seemingly real, making it hard to figure out. Roar! The ferocious beasts' expressions stagnated. In their eyes, Night Ming's figure split into three and sped towards them. Plop! The moment Night Ming's long sickle chopped out, the remnants left behind from earlier also waved their long sickles. Three dazzling blood-colored curved moons flashed in the training room. Immediately afterward, Night Ming's mind moved again as he dodged to the periphery of the ferocious beast group, and his body technique, Dark Night Without Trace, was executed. Night Ming swam around the periphery of the group of ferocious beasts, and the residual shadows he left behind formed an encircling circle that surrounded the remaining dozen or so ferocious beasts. The next moment, Night Ming stormed towards the group of ferocious beasts. The long sickle in his hand flickered with cold light, and the other remnant shadows followed his movements, rushing towards the ferocious beasts from all directions of the encirclement circle. In a blink of an eye, it was as if Night Ming had executed an instant kill formation. Pouncing. The remaining fierce beasts all fell to the ground, dead. Scythe technique, instant kill scythe. Grade, S-class. Proficiency, introductory, proficient, minor, major, furnace. The scythe of instant killing has been initiated. When my proficiency reaches minor accomplishment, or major accomplishment, my scythe technique will no longer be bound to form, and I can do as I please, striking out and being a killing move. Night Ming gripped the long sickle tightly as the energy in his body began to boil. In addition to the instant killing scythe entry door, the proficiency of the body technique, Dark Night Misty, had also been raised. Body technique, Dark Night Without Trace. Rank, SS grade. Proficiency, introductory proficient. I can feel that it won't take long for the body technique Dark Night Without Trace to become a minor success. At that time, it'll be another wave of battle power increase. The battle intent in Night Ming's heart increased. He once again summoned 34th ranked ferocious beasts, and this time, his speed was even faster, almost killing all of them within a single breath. Successfully killed the 4th order swallowing lark, realm experience plus 10, spirit skill experience plus 10. Successfully killed the 4th order flame lizard, realm experience plus 10, spirit skill experience plus 10. Successfully slayed 4th level ancient ape, realm experience plus 10, spirit skill experience plus 10, successfully slayed 4th level ancient ape, realm experience plus 10, spirit skill experience plus 10. Successfully kill a 4th order devouring golem, realm experience plus 20, spirit skill experience plus 20. The simulated fierce beasts could also provide experience to Night Ming. However, there would be an upper limit for each realm's ferocious beasts. When the upper limit was reached, the experience provided by the ferocious beasts would become less and less until it was infinitely close to zero. Ding ding ding. After Night Ming killed another 30 or so fierce beasts, a message came from his cell phone. Sun Hoyuan, congratulations, you've become a quasi-advanced assassin. Now I'll pull you into the exclusive group chat. Remember, don't expose any information about yourself in the group chat. Night Ming, good. Sun Hoyuan, in addition to protecting your personal information, you can say whatever you want in the exclusive group chat. Of course, it's best to talk about killer things, but if you want to talk about other things, it's not impossible. Keep it short and concise. This is a work group. But it was possible to have a water group chat. Night Ming clicked on the connection provided by Sun Ho Yuan. Opening it, he took a look. An azure blue information panel unfolded in front of his eyes. Please enter your group nickname. Night Ming hesitated for a while before finally choosing the title Eternal Night Monarch. He was a waste of naming, and really couldn't think of a better one. It really didn't work. He would change it later when he had a good idea. Anyway, group nicknames could be changed once a week. After entering the group chat, a robot was welcoming him. Night Ming carefully checked the group chat's relevant functions. Discovered. There was a very obvious difference between this exclusive group chat and an ordinary group chat. In ordinary chat groups, it was possible to see the number of people in the group chat, but this exclusive group chat could not be seen clearly. It was also not possible to look at the relevant information of other killers. Just as Night Ming was consulting the relevant information, a ringing sound came from the group chat. Ghostface, ha. There's a newcomer here, Eternal Night Monarch. I go, this name is a bit high in compulsion. I'm afraid it's not an extraordinary guy who has come. Black Panther, nicknames get even better, that's just a name. As a killer, my advice is still everything from simple. The wind does not speak, words cannot say so. Nicknames often reflect the master of the relevant character. From a person's network nickname, you can see he is probably a kind of person. For example, this Ching Fong Boucher, at a glance, I know is handsome, while the Black Panther and the Ghostface, at a glance, is a simple-minded big old man, and hide behind the old silver coins. Black Panther, what do you mean, overdoing it, huh? Panther did not provoke you. The clear wind does not speak, do not be angry, just a joke. I can see that this clear wind unspoken should be the type that likes to put up a front, but doesn't do anything out of the ordinary. Night Ming briefly analyzed it. Joyful song under the moon, can you guys restrain yourselves? It's not easy for a newcomer to come to this high-level assassin group. If you guys continue to be this crazy, people will be scared away by you. After sending the message, this happy song under the moon also didn't allow to add a cute cat emoticon. Girls? Night Ming frowned. Nameless, cut the bull. The most intimidating person in the group is you. You love to post cute emoticons when you have nothing to do, but pulling them out is bigger than everyone present. Singing under the moon, although it's my good point, please don't be so rude the next time you say it. Okay. It's a man. Night Ming shook his head. It was really impossible to judge a person's entirety from their group nickname. Flower Green, well, don't flirty chat, let the newcomers introduce themselves. Well, don't need to identify yourself, just talk about your realm and interests. Before joining the group chat, Sun Ho Yuan reminded. Realm is something that can be said. Because it involves the subsequent mission requirements, indicating one's realm to groupmates is considered a necessary part of the process. Eternal Night Monarch, Quasi-Advanced Assassin, 4th Order Contract Master, Hobbies. I like to cultivate and become stronger. Is this considered a hobby? Chapter 131 Dark Moon Spirit Bead Mix to make a treasure. Flowering Green, another quasi-advanced assassin? Interesting. Ruan, quasi-advanced killer? A 4th ranked contract master? That's great. I have a kindred spirit again. In the future, if these seniors, bully me, you must help. I can treat you to dinner. Well, order takeout kind of thing. Ghostface, and help? Newcomers have to be bullied when they come. It's useless for you guys to try to unite and hug each other. Ghostface, well, cut the crap and hurry up and send a few shibboleths for everyone to see. At Monarch of Eternal Night. Night Ming? Is this a serious group chat? What kind of person asks for shibori pictures in a killer group? This ghost-faced Su Qing is truly a talent. Night Ming covered his forehead. Result. The next second a message popped up. Ghostface violated group rules and has been banned for 10 hours. If you need to find him for a related task, please contact the administrator to open a private chat channel. The clear wind does not speak, serves you right. It's really deserved. Panther, laugh me to death, normal people who run this group to ask for Shibuya figure ah. Mudwalls, happy for nothing. Hua Cheng, sometimes really feel the diversity of living things. Every time to new people, this ghost face will play his set. Every time to be banned, is not long memory. Guan Shan, the group must have a few conspicuous packets after all, otherwise it's too boring. Cheerful song under the moon, I agree, interesting souls are 1 in a million, so can we get the ghost face ban lifted? Shibuya haven't even asked for it yet. Jingle bells, you wouldn't ask for it yourself, would you? Cheerful song under the moon, my soul is noble and I can't ask such vulgar words. Clear wind not with, me neither. Jingling bells, too. Looking at the flirty speeches of his groupmates, Nightwing shook his head. He felt that this Slayer group was very different from what he thought. Everyone seemed to be, not serious, but instead, friendly and mingling. Ding ding. At this time, Sun Ho-Yuan sent a message. Sun Ho-Yuan, how is it, still adapting? It's all a group of young people, so the thinking is more active. Nightmind, well, it's quite interesting, but how do I pick up a mission? Sun Ho-Yuan, the group you're in is a senior killer group, and in the group, there are senior killers and quasi-senior killers. Sun Ho-Yuan, there are 2 ways to pick up quests, one is to pick them up from announcements, and the other is to pick them up from group members. According to Sun Ho-Yuan. Nightwing opened the announcement notification. September 25th quest list. Task 1, please don't kill me. Difficulty, higher. Recommendation, 4th ranked pact master at least SS ranked pact spirit. Mission reward, UB Essence, 1000 contribution points. Mission reward, UB Essence, 1000 contribution points. Mission 2, the sin of jailbreak, difficulty, high. Mission reward, 1000 contribution points. Difficulty, high. Recommendation, 5th ranked pact master. Task reward, clear windsword, 2000 contribution points. Mission 3, outlaw thugs, difficulty, super high. Difficulty, super high. Recommendation, 5th ranked pact master at least SS ranked pact spirit. Quest reward, frozen bone skeleton, 3000 contribution points. Quest reward, frozen bone skeleton, 3000 contribution points. On the announcement for September 25th, there were a total of 15 quests. Each mission had a recommended realm. But recommendations were recommendations, not mandatory. It was as if, even though Nightwing was a 4th ranked contract master, he could go and take on the ultra difficult outlaw mob. Realms weren't the only measure of battle power. In addition to the announcement quests, there was also the groupmate pickups. Every day, there would be groupmates who would send out quests in the group, inviting other groupmates to assist in completing them. These groupmates were killers. Most of the quests they sent out were fortuitous events. Of course, there would also be mission rewards. Compared to before when Captain Sun sent me direct missions, I have a lot more freedom now. Nightwing said. At the very least, he was now completely free to pick up quests as needed. Ding ding ding. While Nightwing was studying the situation, a message was once again sent from the Advanced Slayer group. Phantom, assist me in hunting down and killing a mad scientist. The mission is difficult and will probably be against a quasi-5th order contractor. Phantom, mission reward, 3000 contribution points, 1 Dark Moon Spirit Pearl. Is there any coming? Deadline in 3 hours. Black Panther, the difficulty is not high, it's just that I can't use the Dark Moon Spirit Pearl. Jingling, Dark Moon Spirit Pearl. Priceless treasures, the group of quasi-advanced killers can spell it out. Happy song under the moon, quasi-advanced killers are all 4th order. Didn't you hear people say that they might fight against quasi-5th order in the mission? Jingling bells, the relationship between the quasi-5th order and the 4th order is inherently nebulous, and there are quite a few monsters among the 4th order contractors. Clear wind unspoken, that makes sense. Nameless, but it's a shame that the Black Moon Spirit Bead benefits Dark Attribute Pact Masters and doesn't do a thing for me. Beneficial to Dark Attribute contractors? Nightwing furrowed his brows and looked over his shoulder at Shadow Yui Yui. Yui Yui, what is the origin of this Dark Moon Spirit Bead? Well, I just looked it up. Shadow Yui Yui said, this Dark Moon Spirit Bead is a treasure made from a mixture of heavenly treasures, pure spirit beads, and ferocious beast materials, Dark Moon Wolf Claws. After absorbing it, it can strengthen the darkness power in the contractor's body. Not only that, this Dark Moon Spirit Bead also contains a trace of the power of the moon. If you are lucky enough to fuse this trace of moon power, it will be of tremendous benefit to your body. The power of the moon could also be called the power of purification. If the body fused the power of the moon, it could automatically purify the impurities in the body at any time. 100 benefits without any harm. From the looks of it, this Dark Moon Spirit Pearl must be taken. Nightwing immediately opened a private chat channel with Phantom. Eternal Night Monarch, have a chat, I can help you. Phantom, good. I'll give you the mission information now. She quickly sent the file. Tap on it. Mission name, Mind Frenzy. Difficulty, higher. Introduction. In the remote city of Kushui, there is a mad scientist who has developed a mutation potion that can, through mutation of the cells, cause a person to be in a state of hyperactivity in a short period of time, with a huge increase in strength and mental power. This is an extremely dangerous potion that must not be circulated on the market and must be removed as soon as possible. Note, the mad scientist has an avid follower who stepped into the 4th rank 5 years ago and is inseparable from the mad scientist. Mad scientist? Alteration potion? Night Ming said after a contemplative bout, with my current strength, I can kill the vast majority of the 5th order in seconds. From the mission information, there isn't anyone who can pose a threat to me. This mission can be taken. Eternal Night Monarch, alright, take it. Phantom, the mission time is tomorrow night, we'll meet up in Deadwater City first tomorrow morning. Eternal Night Monarch, good. Phantom, before the mission starts, let me ask you something, are you interested in playing a game? Eternal Night Monarch, what game? Phantom, after the mission is completed, I will cast the Phantom technique on you once, and as long as you can hold out, I can give you 3 Dark Moon Spirit Pearls. 3. Night Ming instantly frowned. Eternal Night Monarch, what is your purpose in doing this? Phantom, interest. Chapter 132 Phantom Technique Abyss of Fear. The so-called Phantom Art. It was a move that caused a person to fall into a short period of amnesia by controlling their spirit. I've now reached 2,500 spiritual power. Even an unusual 5th ranked contract master doesn't have a spiritual power as high as mine. What's more, under the enchantment of the divine meteor demon armor, both my physical and spiritual defenses can be greatly increased. Night Ming pondered. With his current strength, was not afraid of the 5th rank and below, any contract master's mental control. What's more, through the previous conversation, Night Ming was clear that this fellow named Phantom was a 4th ranked contract master. The Phantom technique executed by a 4th ranked contract master. Night Ming didn't think it could have any effect on him. Don't worry and accept it boldly. 3 Dark Moon Spirit Pearls, that's not a low value. If it's really an accident, I can also protect you. Shadow Yui patted her chest. She already had a lot of freedom now, not only could she summon the power of darkness and strike at her enemies. She could also briefly take over Night Ming's body with his permission. Yes. Promise. Eternal Night Monarch, I can promise you that, however, I still want to know what your purpose is in doing so. Phantom, my Phantom technique is self-created, and currently has quite a few flaws, so I need to perfect the flaws without much trial and error. Phantom, this process requires some strong people to help me, and obviously, all of you in the Senior Slayer group are my best helpers. Eternal Night Monarch, self-created feats? Kind of interesting, accepted. Phantom, great. I'll be waiting for you in Deadwater City tomorrow. Ending the chat. Night Ming looked at his cell phone. It showed 2:30 on it. It's already late at night, it's time to get some rest. 4th ranked contract masters were not out of the realm of humans. Although it was possible to go 10 days, or even dozens of days, without resting, the combat power and mental state would plummet. However, with Night Ming's current physical condition, he only needed 3 hours of deep sleep to keep his body in peak condition. Taking a shower, going to bed, and preparing to start sleeping. At this time, in the Senior Killer group, a message came through. Phantom, you don't need to chat with me privately, I've already found a suitable candidate. After Night Ming looked at it, he was just about to put his cell phone to rest. At that moment, Ghostface Su Chung called. Answering. The first thing the other party said was, Night Ming, the Eternal Night Monarch is you, right? Night Ming? Which asshole exposed my identity? Don't worry, I guessed it myself. A 4th ranked contractor who just broke through, a quasi-advanced assassin, I know it's you even if I think with my toes, or else I wouldn't have told you to send out a Shirbari picture in the group. Su Ching said cheaply. Night Ming was silent for a while, and finally shook his head, you're really boring. This isn't boredom, this is what makes being human fun. Su Ching smiled and said, right, remind you of one thing, that mission that Phantom sent out, you'd better not take it. Kushui City is unusually remote and chaotic in its management, the city is mixed with fish and dragons, and there are dangers everywhere. Night Ming froze for a moment. Seeing that Night Ming didn't reply for a long time, Su Cheng pursued, "You shouldn't have already promised her, right?" Night Ming, aha. I knew it. There aren't many people in the group who are interested in the Dark Moon Spirit Pearl. I should have reminded you earlier. Su Qing's voice had a few more moments of remorse in it. However, he quickly adjusted his emotions and continued. It's fine, it's fine. You have high combat power. Even if there's danger, you should be able to retreat in one piece. But I must remind you, Phantom's little game, don't participate in it. The Phantom's art that she created, which is really called the Abyss of Fear, can mobilize what you fear the most in your memories and attack your spirit, causing you to lose your memory for a short period of time. I didn't believe her at the time and participated in her little game, but I ended up helping her with a quest for nothing. Pissed me off. Night Ming froze for a moment. Fearful Abyss? Didn't even a 5th-ranked contract master have a defense against it? If he remembered correctly, Su Qing's contracted spirit also seemed to be related to fear in some way, didn't it? The guy who exploits the fears of others is, in fact, prone to having his own fears exploited as well. That's why it's not uncommon for Su Qing to suffer defeat at the hands of Phantom. Shadow said quietly. Night Ming nodded, you have a point. Seeing that Night Ming didn't answer again, Su Qing understood. 3 Dark Moon Spirit Pearls are indeed very attractive. Forget it, just be careful yourself. Let me remind you, Phantom is not a trustworthy person, you'd better keep some distance from her. After the reminder. Hanging up the phone, Su Qing shook his head. Thinking back to that time, when he was affected by the Abyss of Fear, the horrifying images that kept flashing through his mind. A furious pang ran through his heart. In a certain luxurious villa, a woman wearing a halter nightgown, with a cape and fair skin, turned off her cell phone. She curled her arm into a pillow and lay on the bed, looking at the beautifully crafted chandelier above her head, and deep curiosity flowed out of her violet eyes. The Eternal Night Monarch. I don't know just how much he has underneath. I hope he won't let me down. After saying that, a small black ghost emerged beside her. The little ghost lay on the woman's chest, looking at her with wide eyes. You said that you had an ominous premonition and told me to be careful of this Eternal Night Monarch? The little ghost nodded like a chicken pecking at a rice. Don't worry. Ever since I became a 4th Order, no one has ever been able to crack my Abyss of Fear, and I think that this Eternal Night Monarch is the same. Jiang Qiumeng laughed and scraped his finger on the little ghost's face. The latter shook a few times, enjoying it extraordinarily. The next day, Shiyuan City was more than 2,000 kilometers away from Kushui City. It would take 2 hours to arrive by Star Rail train. Before heading to Deadwater City, Night Ming spent 5,000 contribution points to exchange a special treasure in the Suicide Mall. Name, Psychedelic Mask. Type, Treasure Artificial. Description, after wearing it, it can effectively conceal one's appearance, and can also attenuate the aura of power released. Below the 6th rank, one cannot see through the Phantom mask. This guy named Phantom is also an assassin though. But I need to hide my identity. Night Ming said. This was very necessary. Keeping a low profile was a quality that an assassin should have. He followed the location sent by Phantom and quickly arrived at a 5-star hotel called Century Peak. Push open the door. On the sofa facing him, a woman wearing a black lace veil was looking at him with curved eyes. The woman was wearing a black open-waisted skirt, with a beautifully crafted metal chain hanging from the edge of the skirt. She crossed her legs, folded her hands in her lap, and the high-heeled shoes on her feet were skillfully doing the action of picking shoes. The entire room was filled with the desire-inducing fragrance of a woman. Night Ming immersed his mind, his gaze calmly swept the woman, and the aura is astringent, and the lace mask she wears should be some sort of treasure, making it impossible to see the reality. There is a hint of seductive power in her eyes, but if one feels it carefully, one can find that there is some kind of strange and terrifying aura hidden in that seduction. A sentence came to his mind. It couldn't be more appropriate to describe the woman in front of him. Beautifully dangerous. Chapter 133 Alteration Potion. Eternal Night Monarch? Jiang Qiumeng asked tentatively. Night Ming nodded and didn't say anything. You're finally here, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Do you want to go eat something first? I know of a store here that tastes pretty good. Jiang Qiumeng smiled and got up, barefoot right in front of Night Ming. Night Ming remained cold. No need, talk about mission details. Okay. Jiang Qiumeng's eyes narrowed slightly as she glanced at Night Ming, labeling him a workaholic in her mind. Briefly, they talked about the details. The target's name was Zhou Rui, and he used to be a biotech company's chief inventor. However, 10 years ago, he was seriously dismissed by the company because of a certain experimental accident, causing his life to hit a low point and lose both fame and fortune. Under tremendous pressure, Zhou Rui had a mental breakdown and became a crazy guy. However, his thinking and technology actually improved tremendously under these circumstances. The beast decay potion he researched was even put into the guard army a few years ago. It is said that ferocious beasts under the third rank will briefly lose their aggressiveness once they are hit by a bullet with the beast decay potion. Jiang Qiumeng said in an incomparably serious tone. Night Ming was surprised. So it seemed. This Zhou Rui was truly a talent. But it's a pity that the ferocious beasts evolved so quickly that they are now immune to this beast decay potion. Zhou Rui also suffered a complete mental breakdown and dove headfirst into Kushui City, muddling through his life, and the country sent quite a few people to deal with him, and found that he was truly insane. Jiang Qiumeng spread her hands and expressed that it was really a pity. Night Ming asked, so why are we hunting him down? Because of human experimentation. Jiang Qiumeng's complexion suddenly became a few points heavier. A year ago, Zhou Rui's temperament changed drastically, and he began to utilize the poor people of Kushui City to do cruel human experiments. And through the experiments, he researched a potion called mutation. This mutation potion is harmful to humans. According to the organization's investigation, there are already people secretly communicating with Zhou Rui, wanting to purchase large quantities of the mutation potion from him. In order to prevent the situation from becoming serious, the mutation potion must be destroyed, and Zhou Rui must also die. Night Ming pondered for a while, a genius scientist, very rare. Yes, very rare indeed. Jiang Qiumeng turned her head to look at Night Ming with serious eyes, but when the original intent of biotechnology is no longer for the safety and happiness of humanity, it will turn into a weapon of terror. And the people who study it are demons. So, get it? Night Ming nodded, got it, it must be killed. When do we start the operation? 11 o'clock at night. Night. Dark clouds obscured the white moon in the sky. The entire withered water city was immersed in darkness. Night Ming and the others arrived at the outskirts of withered water city, where the environment was terrible and the streets were filled with waterlogged potholes. The houses were dilapidated, the streetlights were damaged, and the air was filled with an unpleasant smell. See that house? Zhou Rui lives there. Jiang Qiumeng said. Following the direction of her finger, Night Ming saw an old two-story small house. By Zhou Rui's side, there is a famous fourth-ranked contract master named Xiao Ming. He's powerful, and if he takes a mutation potion, his combat power might be infinitely close to quasi-fifth rank. Jiang Qiumeng said seriously, therefore, we need to create a battle plan based on the terrain. Night Ming looked at her and asked, has your whereabouts been exposed? Are Zhou Rui and the others alerted? No. Jiang Qiumeng shook her head, I only received the mission yesterday. Zhou Rui and the others were too late to get the news. Then there's no need to make a plan. Night Ming summoned the divine meteor demon armor, his eyes staring straight ahead. With the other party unknown, a quick battle is the best way to avoid a surprise accident. Swoosh! The moment the words fell, he held a long sickle and rushed out as a stream of light, his speed was fast. Jiang Qiumeng didn't even react. Research room. Zhou Rui, with his exploding head and smashed glasses, paced back and forth with one hand cupping his chin, and damn. How did this happen? The second-generation mutation potion, why did it fail? I've already increased the dosage based on the first generation, it shouldn't have failed? Could it be? Zhou Rui turned his head to look at the operating table. On the operating table lay a middle-aged man, his hands and feet chopped off. Both eyes were wide open, his mouth was open as if he wanted to eat someone, and at the corner of his eyes there were still tear marks. Obviously. While he was alive, he had suffered inhuman torture. Could it be a problem with the experimental materials? Wait, I get it. Zhou Rui suddenly thought of something, and he was enlightened. Yes, it's the problem with the experimental materials. The mutation potion, it is by mutating the cells in the human body, thus obtaining a counterintuitive effect. Adult cells are not brand new, what I need now are brand new human cells, young human cells. Xiao Ming. A man wearing an undershirt with a burly body pushed open the door to the room. "Mr. Zhou Rui, what are your orders?" You, now go and grab me 2 babies back." Because of his excitement, Zhou Rui's body was shaking. Babies? Xiaoming's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the miserable state of the man on the operating table. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou Rui, there aren't many babies in the area we're in." "Then capture some babies back." Zhou Rui roared with glaring eyes. "Remember, make them under 10 years old." "But..." "There's nothing but." Zhou Rui's eyes suddenly turned morose. He looked at the sharp scalpel in his hand, his scarlet tongue licking the corners of his mouth. "As long as I bring them back, the second generation of my mutation potion will be born. At that time, there will be hope for you to break through the 5th rank. 5th rank. It seemed like a bolt of lightning exploded in Xiaoming's mind. He clenched his teeth, his fists clenched raw, and sank down with a heavy sigh. "All right, I understand." Turning around. The next moment. Phew. Darkness aura enveloped. The entire small 2-story building was covered by the darkness domain. Xiaoming's heart trembled. Not good. Turning around, he lunged towards Zhou Rui. Swoosh. Dozens of daggers shot out from the darkness, incomparably sharp, slicing through the air. When Xiaoran saw this, there was a brilliant light erupting in his eyes. He roared. The muscles on his body began to expand. His body actually turned into steel. The dark dagger shot at his metal body and was quickly bounced off. Ah! Xiaoming roared and charged towards the darkness. Snap! The lingering purple long whip came from the right side and heavily smacked Xiaoran's head. The force of this long whip was so great that it directly sent Xiaoming's body flying backwards. Bang! Debris splashed. The floor was smashed out of a deep pit by Xiaoming's body. Grade A firm steel saint can turn your body into metal, increasing your combat and defense power. But in front of me, it's useless. Jiang Qiumeng snorted coldly. Her contracted spirit was an S-rank Phantom Heart Holy Maiden, specializing in fighting reckless people who developed their limbs and didn't cultivate their spirit. Xiaoming was restrained to death by her. "Xiaoming, what the hell are you still hesitating for? Where's the mutation potion I gave you? Hurry up and use it." Zhou Rui hid behind the operating table and shouted frantically. Xiaoran sank his face, gazing at the purple figure in the darkness. His eyes had blood starting to fill them, and... "Although I don't know who you are. But this is all because you forced me. You today must die." Chapter 134. So what if it's the 5th rank? Kill as usual. Xiaoran pulled out the mutation potion hidden in his chest. The potion took on a dark brown color, as if it was writhing muscle tissue. This was the thickened version that Zhou Rui had provided him with, and after taking it, his strength would be infinitely close to the quasi-5th rank within half an hour. "Next, I want you to die." Ka-ching! Xiaoran crushed the test tube with one hand. The medicinal agent flowed into his body along the wound. His head began to twitch and twist, and the muscle tissue on his body began to grow crazily, like something was about to emerge from his body. Yes, that's it. Xiaoran, kill that fellow. There's an aura about her that excites me. Use her body as an experiment. The alteration potion will definitely have a more significant breakthrough. Zhou Rui's eyes became maniacal, his body began to convulse madly, and spittle flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. At the same time, a green flow pattern surfaced on Xiaoming's metal body. Boom! Both of his legs were violently powered up. Xiaoming's aura was like a rainbow, his expression was cold, and there was no emotion in his eyes, only crazy killing intent. He was reduced to a godless monster. Approaching towards Jiang Qiumeng at an extremely fast speed. Put! Suddenly, a burst of scarlet light flashed. Xiaoming's body stiffened as he felt a coldness coming from the back of his neck. His hands and feet became cold, his brain lost control of his body, and he flopped. He fell to his knees on the ground. The upper half of his body collapsed and his head rolled down his neck like a leather ball. Nightming chopped off Xiaoming's neck with a sickle. This. Zhou Rui was shocked. Jiang Qiumeng's pupils contracted, her heart shook beyond measure. Before entering, Nightming had told her to strike from the front while he himself attacked in secret. As a result, you're attacking in the dark? You're killing in pure seconds. Jiang Qiumeng looked at Xiaoming's corpse. Especially the neck section. It was flat and smooth. There was no dragging. Xiaoming's strength was already close to the quasi-5th rank after using the alteration potion. What's more, with his spirit skills, he can also increase his defense extremely substantially. To cut his head off with a single slash. Jiang Qiumeng subconsciously swallowed her saliva. She touched her neck. If Night Ming struck out at her, she felt that she wouldn't survive for more than 3 seconds. This guy, what kind of monster is he? She'd scared, her heart somewhat fearful. Night Ming looked back at her. What are you waiting for? The mission isn't complete. There's still a big living person. Jiang Qiumeng reacted. She looked at Zhou Rui behind the surgical table. Her eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. You madman who mutilates humans, die. She stomped on the ground and leapt high into the air, the long whip in her hand wrapping around her body. Swoosh! The long whip was like a nimble viper, bending forward in the air. This whip contained powerful energy, not to mention an ordinary person like Zhou Rui who had no power. Even if a 4th-ranked contract master were to receive a whip, he would have to be half dead if not dead. But just as the whip was about to whip Zhou Rui's head, bang! The wall on the left side was smashed out into a large crater. A lanky figure that came across like a meteorite slammed heavily into Jiang Qiumeng's body. She was sent flying backwards and smashed against the wall. The taste of warm blood instantly came from her mouth. Plop! Bruised blood spurted out. Jiang Qiumeng's face instantly turned pale. Nima, who is so unreasonable, almost smashing my waist. Only, when she finished cursing, she instantly regretted it. The figure that suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. He was dressed in a combat robe, clad in simple style armor, his hands clasped to his chest, masked, revealing an aura that made Jiang Qiumeng's heart tremble. A quasi-5th rank contract master. And it was the kind that was about to break through. Hee, Zhou Rui, what did I say? You messed up this mutation potion thing. Sooner or later you'll be targeted. Now people are coming to your door, aren't they? When Jiang Qiumeng was shocked, a conspiratorial voice rang out. Immediately afterward, outside the hole in the wall that was previously knocked out by the black-armored man, another man walked in. He was tall and thin, holding a feather fan, wearing a green coat, with a few shades of yin and yang on his face. Upon feeling the aura released by the man in green, Jiang Qiumeng directly fell into despair. 5th rank. It was actually the 5th rank. The mission was misjudged. This Zhou Rui actually hooked up with a 5th rank contract master. Jiang Qiumeng's heart plummeted, but she quickly dismissed this speculation, and... No! Zhou Rui looked panicked, and clearly wasn't sure what was happening either. So, it's these two guys who are spying on Zhou Rui. How is that possible? The alteration potion was indeed attractive enough. However, its huge side effects were simply not enough to attract a 5th-order contract master. You guys are... Zhou Rui trembled as he stuck out his head. The man in green smiled blandly. Don't be afraid, we're here to help you solve your problem. Hearing the words, Zhou Rui reacted. He immediately pointed at Jiang Qiumeng and shouted. Her! You guys take her alive and waste both her hands and feet. I'll promise to give you more mutation potions, and I'll also provide you with the 2nd generation of mutation potions. Swish! The feather fan in his hand was withdrawn, and the green-clothed man's complexion suddenly turned cold. He pointed his fan at Jiang Qiumeng and ordered. A3. Do it. Boom. The black-armored man quickly rushed up. Jiang Qiumeng instantly panicked and shouted at Night Ming. Quickly go call someone. Call someone? With a wave of the feather fan in the green-robed man's hand, the entire small 2-story building was wrapped in a huge jade barrier of turquoise color. The jade barrier formed a huge orb that continuously wrapped the upper part. Even the ground floor was equipped with defenses. Pseudo S-Class Jasper Holy Maiden. Possesses extremely strong creative abilities. You must be careful against him, his means of combat can change in 1,000 ways. I suggest a direct second kill. Shadow Spectre said. Pseudo S rank? Night Ming smiled bashfully. If you were an S rank, I might still be wary for a moment or two. But it's not enough for a pseudo S rank to try to put me in a desperate situation. Who? Rolling darkness surged out from Night Ming's body. This room was filled with darkness. Suddenly, a red light flashed. Night Ming charged forward with his sickle, like a god of death dancing in the dark night, the long sickle in his hand dragging out scarlet streams of light. It charged towards the green-clothed man's face. A 4th rank dares to be so arrogant? I think you really want to die. With a wave of the feather fan in the man in green's hand, countless jasper prisms shot towards Night Ming. Result: it directly pierced through Night Ming's body. Remnant shadow? How is that possible? The green-clothed man's pupils suddenly shrunk as he waved the feather fan in his hand again. Green liquid condensed around him, attaching to his body and forming armor. Swoosh! At this time, a bit of killing intent came from behind him. Found you! The man in green used his feathered fan as a blade and transformed into a turquoise chopping attack, and as a result, there were remnants again. Not good. His heart went cold. Immediately, he turned his head to look back. Night Ming was wearing divine meteor demon armor, the long sickle in his hand had long since swung in a huge arc, killing intent blooming in his scarlet eyes, and his terrifying aura forced the heart of the man in green to tighten. Jade shield. The moment the long sickle fell, a turquoise fully wrapped shield enveloped the man in green. Let's see how you can break my defense. The words had yet to fall. The residual shadow left behind by Night Ming earlier rushed out of the darkness. His breath erupted, the long sickle in his hand flashed with a cold light, and 30 residual shadows struck at the same time. Ka-ching! In an instant, the jasper shield shattered. The long sickle's remaining power did not diminish and chopped at the man in green. The wound went from his forehead to his lower body, and the man in green was chopped into strips of flesh. 5th rank contract master. Die. Chapter 135 Dark Moon Spirit Pearl arrives. Wait. This strong smell of blood is... The room was filled with a dark mist. Jiang Qiumeng couldn't see much, but the first time she smelled the blood, her pupils suddenly contracted and... Could it be? Yang Yehi has... She didn't dare to continue guessing. The black-armored man on the side carried an axe and snorted coldly. My young master is a 5th rank contract master. Your companion is only 4th rank, he's dead now. But don't worry, next, it's your turn. Swoosh! The words fell. The axe in the black-armored man's hand cut through the air and slashed out towards Jiang Qiumeng's arm. Clang! Suddenly a blazing red light flashed from beside him as the domineering axe and the matchless long sickle collided. The latter was clearly superior. Not only did it send the black-armored man flying, even the axe in his hand was shattered. Ka-ching! The pieces of the axe fell all over the place. Looking at the figure that stepped out from the darkness, Jiang Qiumeng swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with a dull expression, You're fine? Night Ming was bland and incomparable, of course. Then the smell of blood just now was? Well, that 5th order contract master I killed. What? As if she had heard something extraordinary, a bolt of lightning suddenly exploded in Jiang Qiumeng's mind. The black-armored man staggered up as he roared at Night Ming. Ignorant little child, you're ing farting. My young master is a 5th rank contract master, how could you, a 4th rank, kill him? You're simply delusional. You damned bastard, die for me. The black-armored man's words just fell. Lingering cold light flashed in front of his eyes. It was like a shooting star crossing the sky in the dark night. Plop! The long sickle in Night Ming's hand swung. A lurid wound appeared on the black-armored man's neck. Blood flowed smoothly, and his wide eyes looked like they were telling of the injustice in this world. Pouncing! He collapsed to the ground. Blood soaked the floor. The black-armored man was dead. Died through and through, not even leaving his last words behind. After doing everything, Night Ming looked up to where the operating table was earlier. He waved his big hand, disperse. The dark mist disappeared. Zhou Rui was squatting under the operating table, his hands clasping his knees, his body shaking with fear. The moment he raised his head and saw Night Ming, he was trembling inside. You. How? Hee, I wasn't killed, but I let you down. Night Ming laughed coldly, the long sickle in his hand resting on Zhou Rui's neck. Speak. Who were those two people earlier? Don't know. Zhou Rui waved his hands repeatedly, I really don't know. I'm only clear that they were sent by a certain company, or a certain power. They wanted to buy my mutation potion at a high price, and they also invited me to become their chief scientist. Night Ming asked, how many mutation potions did you sell to them? A total of 300. Where's the money? Money. Zhou Rui looked at the corpse on the operating table and stammered. You should know that it takes a lot of money to engage in scientific inventions. The money I earned, I used all of it. Night Ming was silent for a while. Is there anything else you know? Zhou Rui shook his head. I don't know anymore. I don't know anything else. I'm just a scientist. I don't know anything about fighting in the Jianghu. This friend, let me go. As long as you let me go, I can give you the second generation of the mutation potion. Listen to me, the second generation mutation potion has extraordinary effects, and has a certain probability of helping 4th ranked contract masters break through to the 5th rank. Really, absolutely not lying, you must believe. Put. The sharp sickle blade sliced through Zhou Rui's neck. He was wiped by Night Ming's neck before he could finish his sentence. Collapsing to the ground. Accompanied by his maniacal scientific research ideas, they died together. Mission over. Night Ming took pictures of the appearance of the man in green and the man in black armor and sent them to Sun Hoyuan. He asked him to help find out where these two guys came from. And then he turned to look at Zheng Qiumeng. Alright, now it's time for your so-called little game. Forget it. Zheng Qiumeng covered her waist and stood up. I damn near got run over just now, and I still haven't slowed down. Let's wait for the next time to play the mini-game. Of course, I'm a person with principles. If I say something is good, I should give it. With a big wave of her hand, she flung out 3 dark moon spirit pearls. Night Ming took them and nodded, a man of honor. That's a given. Zheng Qiumeng smiled as a sharp pain suddenly came from her waist. You quickly help me, I feel like my waist is really shattered. Assisting Zheng Qiumeng, the two of them walked out of the small 2-story building. Suddenly, Night Ming frowned as he felt a strange sensation. It was like someone was secretly spying on you in the dark. Could it be? He snapped his head up. Among the cluttered rows of buildings, at the top of the bell tower that was dozens of meters high, a fellow dressed in black clothing was staring at them dead on. Seemingly sensing Night Ming's gaze, the guy flung a ball of smoke towards his body. Bang! It disappeared in an instant. Damn! There are far more than just those two from earlier who are spying on Zhou Rui. Zheng Qiumeng gritted her teeth and was about to chase after them. Night Ming reached out and stopped her. Don't go, the distance is too far, it's hard to say if you can catch up. Not to mention, the other party might have set a trap. Zheng Qiumeng pondered for a while and finally nodded. Well, you're right. Let's go, it's not advisable to stay here for long, let's leave first. Ending the mission. Night Ming returned to Star Demon University overnight. This time, the execution of the mission was just too strange. Data analysis. It would be considered heavily to meet a quasi-5th rank on this mission. However, the actual situation was that not only was there a quasi-5th rank, even a 5th rank had appeared. It wasn't even finished. Is this Zhou Rui so valuable to these people? Are they looking at Zhou Rui's brain, or the alteration potion he possesses? Night Ming briefly analyzed it. The mutation potion, when taken, could put a person in a state of hyperactivity for a short period of time, and their strength and mental power would increase dramatically. If a normal person took it, it could be maintained for 10 days. When taken by a contractor, the maintenance time would be compressed, but the minimum would not be less than half an hour. Just what kind of power would need a large amount of alteration potion? Could it be the ones digging black mines? Night Ming shook his head. No. Mineral resources such as coal and heavy metals are not worth much in this day and age. If we were to force the workers to take mutation potions in order to increase efficiency, it would in turn raise the costs. Bitter thoughts were fruitless. Simply let Sun Hoyuan go through the headache. This trip to the mission, although many unexpected things happened. However, the returns were not bad. Night Ming took out 3 dark moon spirit beads. Under the light, the subtle patterns on the spirit beads appeared particularly vivid, reflecting the light in a way that was mesmerizing. It's not too late, start refining. Chapter 136, Heaven-Defying Elemental Essence Purity. Dark Moon Spirit Bead. Can enhance the darkness power darkness element in the body? If one is lucky, it will also enable the absorber to possess the power of the moon. A treasure with 100 benefits and no harm. Night Ming sat cross-legged on the ground as black streamers and white streamers intertwined into his chest. The energy in this dark moon spirit pearl was soft and not irritating, and the moment it entered his body, Night Ming felt something soft, like a cat's tail, stroking his entire body. As the energy from the dark moon spirit bead was absorbed, Night Ming felt his spirit becoming more and more permeable. Successfully absorbed the dark moon spirit pearl, your darkness element has been strengthened. Your control of the dark element has been enhanced, you can use it and derive more attack methods. The system prompt fell. Nightming condensed the dark mass in his hand. Compared to before, his current darkness elemental was not only a deeper color, but even its variability was much richer. Not only could it change into weapons such as dark daggers, arrows, and axes, but it could also turn into cats, dogs, and palm-sized teenage girl artifacts. Colorful. Nightming silently gave a thumbs up. But it's a pity that the moon power contained in the 3 dark moon spirit pearls is too thin, causing you to be unable to master them. Shadow Spectre spread her hands, but it's not a big problem. Treasures containing the power of the moon are not rare, pay more attention in the future and sooner or later you will master the power of the moon. Aha! Nightming nodded, he didn't feel frustrated at all. The following day. On the Elemental Advancement course. Come Nightming, as a new student, why don't you first show everyone how much control you have over the elements? Teacher Chiao, who wore a cheongsam and had a delicate figure, smiled and invited. Nightming naturally wouldn't refuse. He arrived at the podium with an instantaneous body. Looking at the stake in front of him that was made of special metal, he asked, Teacher, what should I do next? Teacher Chiao said, the metal pillar in front of you is an elemental detection stake. You strike a trace of element into the stake and it will analyze your elemental essence purity. Above 60% is qualified, 80% is game, and if you can reach 90%, it's excellent. Excellent means that the elements in your body are pure, and the elemental spells you cast are more effective. Of course, if it can reach 100%, it means that the elements in your body don't have any impurities. Said. Teacher Chiao's gaze suddenly looked towards the one standing in the first row, a certain man with a high ponytail. So far, the one with the highest elemental essence purity in our class is Jiang Ruijuan. His elemental essence purity reached 91%. Sniffing. The man named Jiang Ruijuan raised his head, looking very proud. Teacher has heard that you are a dual cultivator of Slayer and Elemental Mage. So, it's pretty good for the elemental purity to reach 70%. Teacher Chiao smiled and looked at Nightming. Nightming nodded. He followed the guidelines and struck a trace of darkness element into the detection stake. The next moment. Boom! A black pillar of light shot up into the sky. Powerful elemental ripples spread out in all directions with the detection pile as the center. Not only did it rush out of the classroom, even the entire building was affected by the dark ripples. In the other classes, the students who were attending class suddenly felt a chill on their backs, as if someone was holding a knife to their necks. Some of the guys who were sneaking off to sleep in class directly scurried up in fear. Squeak slag. The small birds that stayed on the school building sensed the dangerous aura, and they fled in all directions, their wings almost flapping off. This powerful aura is. Teacher Chiao, who was wearing a cheongsam, half crouched down, her hand blocking her brow. This powerful and deep dark elemental aura. It made her even feel a hint of uneasiness. Bang! Right at this moment. The classroom door was kicked open from outside. A burly man with a big figure hurriedly shouted. What a dense dark aura, Mr. Chiao, has your class been invaded by a ferocious beast? The crowd of students immediately turned their heads to look. When they got a good look at the burly man's appearance, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Hiss. Holy! This Nightming darkness aura is so powerful that it actually drew Wei Chuan, the Mage Academy's director of instruction, here. The tall teacher Chiao waved her hands in succession. No Director Wei, this dark aura is. She didn't finish her words. The dark ripples that had previously spread began to contract rapidly. The pillar of dark light that had risen to the sky also gradually collected its aura. Nightming stood in front of the elemental detection pile. Eye-catching blue data pulsed before his eyes. 10%, 30%, 50%, 70%, 90%, 95%, 99%, 100%. 99%. The final result kept bouncing between 100% and 99%. It finally stopped at 99%. 99% purity, how is this possible? Jiang Ruijuan, who had been used as a positive example earlier, stared in disbelief. He was not the only one. Even teacher Chiao and Wei Chuan were shocked. 99%. This is the highest elemental essence purity that the Mage Academy has ever seen. Even for me, the elemental essence purity is only 97%. Wei Chuan couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva as he looked at the numbers on the testing stake. To know. His realm was the 7th stage. As the realm rises, the elemental essence purity of a strong person like him who majored in elemental law would increase drastically. When he was at the 4th rank, his elemental essence purity was only 80. But now, Night Ming, a 4th rank contract master, his elemental essence purity had even reached 99%. No, it's not just 99%. The value of the previous test pile ended up bouncing wildly between 100% and 99%. That is to say, Night Ming's elemental purity is over 99%, it just hasn't reached 100% yet. Wei Chuan turned his head to look at Night Ming, his eyes filled with admiration. Classmate, what's your name? Night Ming. Night Ming, good. Wei Chuan laughed out loud. You're exceptionally talented, and if you take the path of an elemental mage in the future, your achievements will definitely surpass mine. In order to prevent you from taking the wrong path, I have a suggestion. Would it be good for you to be my disciple? What? The moment these words came out, the entire student body was once again shocked. Wei Chuan, who claimed to never accept disciples, actually accepted disciples. It was a disciple, not a student. It was the kind that would give their heart and teach everything with all their might. Just. As soon as Wei Chuan's words were uttered, Teacher Chiu, who was on the side, hurried to pick him off. Teacher Chiu, what are you pickpocketing me for? Could it be that you also want to take Night Ming as a disciple? I can tell you, I'm out on a mission and it's not easy for me to come back, so you're not allowed to steal from me. Wei Chuan said, his face reddening, whoever dares to snatch Night Ming from me, I'm not done with him. Oh. Yeah? Right at this moment. Linine, who wore an ice blue long dress with a tall figure and a stunning appearance, walked into the classroom. She sauntered in front of Wei Chuan, and on her stunningly beautiful face, she revealed a few moments of indifference, and Director Wei. Listening to you, are you trying to snatch Night Ming away from me? Chapter 137 Star Demon University, Top 5 Lists. This. Wei Chuan froze for a moment. He frowned and hurriedly looked at Teacher Chiu with a gaze that seemed to beg for help. The latter sighed and shook his head. As early as when Night Ming enrolled in school, Principal Linine had already accepted him as a disciple. What? Wei Chuan was shocked as he came over to Teacher Chiu's side and with a few jest-like reproaches, he said. Such an important matter, why didn't you tell me earlier? I reminded you but you didn't listen and said that I was going to steal Night Ming from you. Teacher Chiu spread his hands, what can I do? Another word of caution. Not only is Night Ming Principal Lin Yin's disciple, he's also Principal Gu Yunfeng's disciple. This is offending two bigwigs at the same time. Wei Chuan was struck by lightning. He froze in place, wanting to swallow saliva to suppress his shock, but realized that his throat had long since become dry. Principal Gu Yunfeng, Principal Lin Yin. To be able to have these two great men, at the same time, accept them as disciples, and even willingly take up a name. Wei Chuan once again looked at Night Ming as a thought surged through his mind. This Night Ming. It was very unsimple. All right. Lin Yin looked at Wei Chuan, leave first if there's nothing else. One day of fussing, don't delay normal classes. Yes. Wei Chuan was as relieved as he could be, spreading his legs and running, the moment his legs stepped out of the class. Room. He felt that the 1,000 pounds of pressure that he was carrying on his body disappeared as much as possible at this moment, and the whole person was much more relaxed. After Wei Chuan left, Lin Yin pinched Night Ming's right wrist, her eyes having an azure-like flickering. Eventually nodding her head, she said, not bad. The elemental purity is over 99%. However, the elemental aura is a bit flimsy, don't be refining elemental enhancing treasures during this period of time, stabilize it first before seeking a breakthrough. Advice from an 8th-ranked big brother. Night Ming nodded, yes. Alright, continue with the lesson. Lin Yin left. Following Teacher Chiu's guidance, Night Ming hit a few more mechanical stakes and used the darkness element to conjure up giant beasts such as the Phoenix, Divine Dragon, and Xuanwu. Every test almost received a perfect score. In the end. Hey, there's nothing left for you to learn in this advanced class. Here are 500 points, take them to open the next stage of the course. You don't have to come tomorrow. Teacher Chiu didn't hesitate to let Night Ming end the class. Looking at him as he walked past, Jiang Ruijuan, who had been robbed of the limelight, had an irritated look on his face. What kind of character is this Night Ming? Why has he attracted the attention of so many bigwigs? The white silk double ponytail girl sitting next to him said, "You don't even know about Night Ming? He's the most powerful one among the freshmen this year. It's rumored that by himself, he defeated 2 major SSS classes. In addition to his superb fighting strength, his talent is also very unbelievable. In less than a month after school started, he broke through from the 3rd rank to the 4th rank." Sniffing. Jiang Ruijuan did some calculations, that is to say, in less than 3 months, he went from an ordinary person to a 4th-order contract master? That's what it means. The white silk girl nodded. "I know you like to be competitive. But Night Ming's mold, I advise you that it's best not to touch it, lest you get into trouble. Do you know about River Greenblade? He messed with Night Ming and was eventually expelled." Jiang Ruijuan waved his hand, that himself didn't follow the school rules, he deserved it. "If I want to find face, I'll definitely use formal means. Behind the back sneak attack, secret shot that set, I Jiang Ruijuan disdain." The white silk woman laughed. "You are still a character." After Night Ming returned to his seat. Next to him, Night Xinxing couldn't help but TSK twice. Not bad on Night Ming, by pretending hard in front of the whole class. Night Ming looked at his oldest sister breathlessly. "You know, I don't really like this." "Less bull." Night Xinxing looked skeptical. "I'm still not clear about you? Cold and aloof on the surface, but inwardly you hate pretending every day. But there's one thing to say, this is all what you deserve. With your current strength, you're already qualified to hit the top 3 of the star ranking. Even if you enter the White Moon ranking, the Heaven's Pride ranking, you can easily be in the top 10, or even the top 5. Eh? Something unfamiliar?" Night Ming asked. "What is the star ranking?" Night Xinxing exclaimed, "You've been enrolled in school for almost a month and you don't even know about the star ranking? What are you doing all day long? Don't you care about school announcements at all?" "Fighting, getting stronger, fighting." Night Ming shook his head. "I really don't know, tell me about it, old sister." "Hey! Really convinced you." Night Xinxing spread her hands. There was no way, her own brother, she spoiled herself. In Star Demon University, there are 5 major lists, according to rank and intensity, from low to high are. Star List, White Moon List, Heaven's Pride List, Flare List, and Peak List. On each list, a total of 50 students will be included. The lists are updated once every 3 months, and the top 10 on the list will enter the previous list, while the bottom 10 will fall out of the list until there is nothing left to fall out of. According to what Night Xinxing said, these 5 lists relied on strength. As long as you wanted to, you could go and challenge any strong person on the list. If you succeeded in the challenge, you would be able to obtain their ranking. Of course, star rankings could only challenge the star ranking. How Lunar ranking players could only challenge the How Lunar ranking, and could not cross the list to challenge them. The list was updated once every 3 months. Each time it was updated, there would also be rewards. Different rankings, different lists, different rewards. For example, the first place on the star list would receive 3 million Dragon Kingdom coins, Jaeger Elixir 30, Broken Ancient Jade 5, and Pure Water Agar 3. These were all treasures that were helpful for cultivation. And tonight is the day when the list is settled. If you're interested, it's best to rush the list before 10 o'clock tonight. Night Xinxing said. The list record time, which started at 9 in the morning, ended at 10 in the evening. Night Ming asked, "How do I enter the list if I'm not on it?" Night Xinxing said, "It's very simple, you first go and challenge the players after the 40th place on the star ranking list, then you can enter the list, and after you enter the list, you can directly go and challenge the 3rd place. By the way, on the star ranking list, there's a guy named Shen Lingling, ranked 9th. This guy is a talent monster who switched to combat Milkmaid midway and broke through the 4th rank a few days ago. The strength is exceptionally powerful. Also, the Jiang Ruijuan that teacher mentioned earlier, he's in the 2nd star ranking right now. This guy's talent is good, and his paper stats look good, but his actual combat is terrible, you can test the waters with him." 2nd on the star ranking? Night Ming nodded his head. This was also the ranking he expected. It wasn't that he couldn't hit number 1, the point was that tonight was the list settlement day. There would definitely be quite a few people coveting the number 1 spot. It would be troublesome to deal with challenges at that time. "What about you, old sister?" Night Ming asked, "What list are you on?" Night Xinxing patted her chest and said, "Your old sister, I'm the 15th on the Haoyue ranking. I entered the Manhwa ranking when I was at the 3rd rank. Once I stabilized my realm, I'll start impacting the Heaven's Pride ranking. Sure enough. Nightming lamented that although his old sister's data was average on paper, but the actual combat ability was still exaggerated. Chapter 138 6th Grade Fierce Beast Sun Swallowing Demon Dragon. Afterward, Nightming continued to talk to Night Shinshin for a while. Important information was obtained. There were 2 types of battles to impact the list. First, offline actual battles. Go to the school's formal sparring ring and have a good fight. The only drawback was that both players had to be present, and the timing wasn't too good. Second, virtual platform sparring. As one of the top universities in the country, Star Demon University was equipped with the most high-end virtual battle platform. Students could enter the virtual battle platform and fight online. The terminal will record the results of the battle. Of course, there might even be other students as spectators during the battle. This virtual battle is not bad. It's just that I don't know if my strength will be weakened on the virtual battle platform. Nightming was a little worried. Night Shinshin waved her hand. Don't worry, this virtual battle platform was created by a 9th order powerhouse. Before you enter, the terminal system will conduct a battle strength test on you. The accuracy rate is as high as 99.99%, it's as solid as can be. When Nightming heard this, all of the worries in his heart disappeared. He decided. Tonight, he would start rushing the list. Take the 2nd place on the star ranking first. In the detached villa, Nightming was checking the relevant information. 2nd place on the star ranking would receive 2 million Dragon Kingdom coins, accumulated Source Spirit Pill 20, Broken Ancient Jade 3, and Pure Water Agar Syrup 1. Accumulated Source Spirit Pill, an elixir that aids in cultivation. Absorbing it allows the energy in one's body to become more abundant. Pure Water Agar Plasma cleanses the soul and flesh and reduces the bottlenecks encountered during breakthroughs. Nightming read the introduction of the rewards, and this Broken Ancient Jade. It is said to be a broken jade that contains ancient power. When cultivating, placing the broken ancient jade next to your body can stabilize your mind and prevent you from going off the deep end. It had to be said. These 3 items were all of great benefit to the star ranking contestants. For Nightming, they also had a good effect. It seems that for this list, it's necessary to make a dash. Nightming arrived at the small room in the detached villa. Spending $500,000, he loaded a top-end virtual cabin. The consciousness connected to the terminal system. Nightming opened his eyes again and realized that he had come to an illusory space. The sky and the earth, or all around, were all magnificent data streams. He was like a speck of light in this data stream. Weak and small. Unremarkable. Nightming, welcome to the virtual battle platform. Please follow the guidelines and complete the combat power test. Note, please be sure to display your full strength to avoid problems with data analysis. Following the guidance of the terminal system, Nightming first defeated a group of 3rd order beasts. After that, he killed a batch of 4th order in seconds. While facing the 5th rank, he also easily won. Until... boom! A demonic dragon with wings that covered the sky descended. Its vertical pupils were immense, hard scales covered its entire body, and its huge claws flashed with cold light. It grew 100 meters, and its overall appearance was like that of an evil dragon in the west, with a thick tail full of small mountainous spikes, its mouth open and roaring, and its fangs sharp and intimidating. 6th rank evil beast, sun-swallowing demon dragon. Powerful enemy. Facing the 5th rank, Nightming could deal with it with ease. But in front of a 6th ranked ferocious beast, even if the opponent was simulated, Nightming didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow. Clang clang clang. The divine meteor demon armor covered his entire body. Nightming's breathing became rapid, and from the location of his heart, blood-red flow patterns were like vines that crawled all over his body. The dark tentacles behind his back wrapped around his arms, and the 2 long sides in his arms fused into one piece. Primary combat form Blood King. Open. Boom. Red streams of light flashed in space. Nightming's double scythe swung out in a blistering chop, cutting into the sun-devouring demon dragon, stirring up a dark mist that briefly obscured his vision. His aura did not diminish as the darkness domain unfolded, weakening the sun-devouring demon dragon's combat power while strengthening his own. Clang clang clang. The long sickle cut on the hard scales of the sun-devouring demon dragon. The sparks that exploded were like fireworks under the starry sky at night. Splendid and colorful. Clang. Suddenly, there was a purple light flashing in the sun-devouring demon dragon's vertical pupil. Its huge body began to move, and its thick tail was like a huge mountain rushing horizontally as it thumped and mercilessly lashed against Nightming's body. The enormous force jerked Nightming tens of meters. It fell heavily to the ground. If Night Shinshin had been present, she would have gloated and laughed, "You brat also have today." Roar! The hissing roar of the sun-devouring demon dragon echoed for a long time. Boom! Nightming's legs powered up, and his aura was like a rainbow as he charged towards the sun-devouring demon dragon once again. The double sickles were raised high, and the terrifying scarlet light turned instantly, clanging. It heavily slashed at the nose of the sun-devouring demon dragon. Clang. Result. The opponent's defense was too strong. It was simply armed to the teeth. Nightming's all-out strike caused nothing more than a huge shock force that sent him flying. Damn it, I won't believe it. He gritted his teeth as the desire to win surged in his heart. Swoosh. In a blink of an eye, 30 residual shadows surrounded the sun-devouring demon dragon. Nightming took a deep breath, his dark aura spread throughout his body, his austere killing intent turned into substance, and his eyes were like demons. Suddenly, there was movement, and the 30 remnants of shadows charged towards the sun-devouring demon dragon at the same time. Dark Night Mystery plus Instant Killing Scythe plus Falling Slash. The three were united. The pressure that Nightming erupted with was by far the most frightening he had ever felt. This move has poured out all of my strength. Today, I will definitely cut you down to the side. Boom! The power skyrocketed. The black pillar of light shot up into the sky. The entire data space seemed to tremble. Nightming's long sickle mercilessly cut into the sun-devouring demon dragon's body, and its scales loosened. Click, click, click. There was the sound of a rupture ringing out. Nightming's heart rejoiced as he once again exerted his strength. The two sides stalemated for a full 20 minutes. In the end, swoosh! Nightming was like a kite with broken strings, flying out backwards. Paralyzed on the floor where the data streams converged, his body felt like it had been emptied out, and he didn't have any strength left at all. The test is over. Your battle data has been recorded into the terminal system. Now, please open your virtual combat journey. Open my ass. Nightming slumped to the ground, unable to lift his arms. The current him, let alone going to rush the rankings, felt like any random ant could be considered a formidable enemy. Even after exiting from the virtual battle platform, the tiredness of his body still hadn't disappeared. I sort of understand. This virtual battle platform is all about 100% real experience. Not only does it consume physical energy, even the pain level is no different from reality. Nightming lay on the bed in a big shape, panting. At this time, Shadow Yui suddenly flew out from the Divine Sea. Sitting on Nightming's chest, she laughed cheekily. The first time I've seen you get defeated, so rare. Nightming. Don't learn from my old sister. Aha! Shadow Yui nodded her head, and suddenly looked up and pondered for a moment. According to the book, as long as a word is said to you at this time, you will break your defense. Nightming was surprised. What? With a smile on her cheeks, Shadow Yui came to Nightming's ear, her voice soft and subtle. Nightming. Are you out of it? Nightming was shocked and said angrily, "Tear up that evil book for me." Shadow Specter's eyes flashed, really breaking the defense. Chapter 139 Impacting the Star Ranking. It took several hours of rest. Only then did Nightming return to his peak state. Recalling back to the earlier battle on the virtual platform, with the 6th Order sun-devouring demon dragon, Nightming couldn't help but frown. With my current strength, I simply don't have half a hope of winning against a 6th-rank ferocious beast. It seems that there is still work to be done. This rate of progress is far from enough. Shadow Yui shook her head. Now that the world's ferocious beasts have descended, the crisis has never disappeared. Becoming stronger is the life goal of every contract master. But do a good job of combining work and rest. Cultivating too fast will subconsciously affect your heart. Nightming, I don't want you to become an emotionless monster. A worried gaze passed through her innocent eyes. Nightming smiled and rubbed her head. Don't worry, I won't lose my feelings until I've raised you. Even less so after raising you. Raise you up? What was the meaning of this? Does it mean that? Shadow Yui's small face swished red. Nightming, are you treating me like a foster girlfriend? Put. The tea she had just drunk was directly sprayed out by Nightming. Well, you know more and more this day by day. Nightming marveled. If you know more, you won't be cheated. Shadow Yui smiled and said, in the future, I can also fool you into taking your waste and selling it for money, he. You. Nightming bitterly laughed and shook his head. The recovery progress had increased, and Shadow Yui's personality had now become a lot more cheerful. Compared to her previous introversion, she was fearful of doing things. The current Shadow Yui had become greatly generous and unrestrained, and would even take the initiative to crack some jokes. Quite good. However, foster girlfriend? Nightming tried to fantasize for a bit. Well, it was quite nice. 8 o'clock in the evening. Nightming logged into the virtual battle platform. Opening the star list, he randomly picked a guy named Fong Ming among the bottom 10. Those who were on the list needed to respond within 2 hours if they were challenged. Of course, if there was really something important, one could apply for an extension to deal with it, which was quite humane. In a certain high-class apartment, Fong Ming, who was finishing a hot conversation with a beautiful woman, had just put on a cigarette when he suddenly received a battle reminder. Nightming sent me a challenge request? Fong Ming frowned. This guy's name is so familiar, it feels like I've heard it somewhere. Forget it, whatever, a guy who doesn't even know me should be a new student. Saying that, he stood up and prepared to enter the virtual battle platform. The beautiful woman wearing a sling on the side, her white and cold arms hooked on his shoulders, leaned over and said in his ear.